martial arts techniques cultivate automatically, progressing by leaps and bounds daily. When the trash youth Li Chen loads the martial arts auto-cultivation system, former bullies will tremble, and a mysterious SSS rank incomplete cultivation method will surface. The mystery of his parents' tragic deaths and the secrets of his family's legacy will be unraveled by him one by one. Watch him rise from a martial apprentice, shattering stars with his fists and treading the pinnacle of martial arts. Host detected diligently cultivating, fighting technique progress accelerated, progress plus 10%. Basic body tempering technique, progress plus 2%. Basic meditation technique, progress plus 2%. Li Chen finished his routine, looking at the system panel. Martial Arts Auto-Cultivation System. Host, Li Chen, Realm, 7th grade martial apprentice, brain domain development, 7%, vitality, 7. Basic meditation technique, proficient 50%. Basic body tempering technique, proficient 45%. Fighting technique, proficient 68%. Evaluation, unbearable to look at. Li Chen was helpless. He had transmigrated to true martial star 5 days ago. This world's development mirrored Earth's until a meteorite fell 300 years ago, bringing dark energy that changed the rules. Thermal weapons failed, and demonic beasts ran rampant. Humanity survived by relying on martial arts techniques found in ruins, establishing a federation. Powerful martial artists were like human nuclear weapons. His predecessor had poor aptitude, with all 3 techniques only at the introductory level. But Li Chen had the martial arts auto-cultivation system. Techniques cultivated automatically, and their speed greatly increased. In 5 days, he reached the proficient realm, cultivation levels, introductory, skilled, proficient, insight, perfect. At the proficient realm, his brain domain development and vitality enhancement speed were more than 10 times faster, with daily progress reaching 20%. His goal was a prestigious martial arts academy for the best resources. He drank basic nutritional and meditation potions to nourish vitality and develop the brain. When brain domain development reached 10%, one could achieve internal vision, divine sense, manipulate vitality, open blood acupoints, and become a martial artist. He was confident he would soon break through. The next day, Li Chen rode his bicycle to Ningxing 5th Middle School. The potions were expensive. His parents' inheritance was only 100,000 credit points. Basic potions cost 1,000 each, intermediate 10,000. The system showed another 10% progress in all 3 techniques. He hoped to reach Insight Realm the day after tomorrow. Thinking of school bullying, his expression turned cold. His predecessor was targeted by Zhu Kuan, who coveted the 2 cultivation method inheritance imprints left by Li Chen's parents. Zhu Kuan was a martial artist, and his family's influence, tempered only by Li Chen's sisterly AI, a student at True Martial University, had prevented extreme measures. Li Chen was determined to become stronger. In class, Zhang Meng boasted about his exploits in the holographic online game Interstellar War. Li Chen stated his intention to focus on martial arts and get into a top academy. Huang Yuan, Zhu Kuan's lackey, mocked him, a tailender dreaming of a top academy? Zhang Meng retorted. After the first class, Zhang Meng dragged Li Chen to the restroom. Huang Yuan followed. In the restroom, Huang Yuan threatened Li Chen to hand over the items to young Master Zhu. Li Chen sneered, "Is it fun being Zhu Kuan's dog?" Huang Yuan, brain domain and vitality both at 9, prepared to attack. Zhang Meng, vitality 5, stepped in to protect Li Chen but was punched back by Huang Yuan. Li Chen, enraged, lunged, his elbow striking like a spear. Though his raw power was lower, his proficient level fighting technique far surpassed Huang Yuan's. He landed a heavy blow, 700 gene force, on Huang Yuan's stomach, causing immense pain. Li Chen then slid behind him, locked his arms, and yelled, "Mingzi." Zhang Meng understood, bent his knees, and delivered 1,000 years of death to Huang Yuan's vital spot. Huang Yuan collapsed in agony. In the afternoon meditation class, Li Chen drank a potion and entered deep meditation, his breathing long and slow. The martial arts teacher, Lu Gao, was surprised, assuming it was luck. During body tempering class, Lu Gao demonstrated the basic technique, his bones cracking, proficient realm, and lamented the student's poor progress. Li Chen then began his practice, and the sound of his bones cracking like firecrackers echoed through the gym, stunning everyone. Lu Gao was again surprised, while classmates were envious. Li Chen focused on his training, feeling himself grow stronger with each moment. After school, Huang Yuan messaged Zhu Kuan about Li Chen reaching proficient realm in body tempering. Zhang Meng and others questioned Li Chen, who passed it off as sudden enlightenment. Outside the school, a luxury car blocked Li Chen's path. Zhu Kuan, a second-grade martial artist, fist power exceeding 40,000 gene, got out, mockingly telling him to hand over the martial imprints. Li Chen retorted sarcastically. Zhu Kuan threatened him, patting his shoulder with enough force to make his bicycle creak under the strain. Li Chen, suppressing his anger, spat on Zhu Kuan's expensive clothes as he turned away. Zhu Kuan was furious but, wary of Li Ai, merely uttered more threats and left. In the car, his butler informed him that his father had already contacted the Wild Wolf mercenary group to deal with Li Chen. Back home, Li Chen felt an even greater sense of urgency and immediately started cultivating. Soon, his brain domain development and vitality both reached 8, and his fighting technique improved. The next day, Huang Yuan and Zhu Kuan did not bother him. That evening, all 3 of Li Chen's basic techniques broke through to the insight realm. The potion absorption speed doubled, and his brain domain and vitality both reached 9. After reaching insight, the system's auto-cultivation speed decreased to 10% per day, meaning perfect realm in 10 days. On Saturday, Li Chen cultivated. By 8 p.m., his brain domain development reached 10%. By 9 p.m., his vitality reached 10, meeting the basic requirements to become a martial artist. He eagerly opened the safe and took out 2 martial imprints, an SSS rank incomplete breathing technique, true martial breathing method, and an SSS rank incomplete cultivation method, true martial seal. His parents had died because of them, and Zhu Kuan was after them for the same reason. Li Chen placed the breathing method imprint on his forehead to begin the inheritance. The system prompted, detected profound cultivation method imprint, initiating enlightenment. His progress in the true martial breathing method soared until it reached proficient 20%. Martial arts auto cultivation system realm, 10th grade martial apprentice. True martial breathing method, incomplete, SSS rank, proficient 20%. Li Chen's eyes gleamed coldly. Huang Yuan, Zhu Kuan, your good days are over. An SSS rank breathing method allowed each opened blood acupoint to hold 100 points of vitality, D rank only 10. Zhu Kuan cultivated a B rank method, 30 vitality per acupoint. As a second grade martial artist with 80 open acupoints, his vitality was 2,400 with a fist power of 120 tons. Li Chen only needed to open 24 acupoints to catch up. Moreover, the speed of opening acupoints was related only to the cultivation realm of the technique. His proficient level was 10 times faster than Zhu Kuan's skilled level. Li Chen drank an intermediate nutritional potion and began circulating his vitality to assault the first blood acupoint. After nearly 30 attempts, the acupoint opened. He had advanced to the blood acupoint realm, officially becoming a martial artist. After an hour and a half, the potion was fully absorbed, and his first blood acupoint was filled. Hiss! An intermediate nutritional potion worth 10,000 credit points can only fill 1 acupoint. Li Chen lamented, the SSS rank breathing method was a money sink. Reaching peak martial artist would cost 3.6 million, an impossible sum for him. To become a martial artist, Li Chen focused his gaze on the second martial seal. Xu Xiaoyao took out the martial seal and pressed it against his forehead. A scene appeared in his mind, revealing a humanoid light shadow practicing a certain seal technique. With a single move, massive seals descended from the sky, crushing mountains into dust. Detected profound martial imprint, beginning enlightenment, a voice echoed in his mind. This technique, named True Martial Seal, was continuously advancing in his cultivation progress. Upon completing his understanding, he also reached the mastery level with a progress of 20%. So powerful, Li Chen sighed. This technique was also an SSS level martial art, albeit a fragmented version containing only the first 4 layers. The first layer was equivalent to an A-level technique, the second to an S-level, the third to an SS level, and the fourth to an SSS level. Li Chen had just reached the blood aperture realm and could only perform the first layer, condensing the mountain suppression seal. Although he was currently at the mastery level for the second to fourth layers, enlightenment encompassed the entire technique. However, due to insufficient realm, he could not execute the latter 3 layers. Li Chen approached the force measuring device and struck it 10 times in succession. 10,000, 10054, 100,000, and 42. The final result displayed is 10021, successfully breaking through 10,000 pounds of force. This was merely the base strength, it was the technique that was key to a martial artist's explosive power capable of shattering mountains. Li Chen mobilized his blood energy and executed the first seal of the true martial seal, mountain suppression seal. Li Chen's right hand formed the seal and pressed it against the measuring device. A fist-sized, pitch-black mountain seal smashed onto the measuring device. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, and the entire measuring device shook violently, making Li Chen doubt it would explode. 210,000, a massive number appeared on the measuring device. The true martial seal, with just the first seal, amplified Li Chen's strength by 21 times. This was the power of the first layer of an SSS level technique at the mastery level. D-level techniques could double the strength at the entry level, quadruple it at the proficient level, sextuple it at the mastery level, octuple it at the subtle level, and tenfold at the perfect level. C-level techniques could unleash triple strength at the entry level, 6 times at proficient, 9 times at mastery, and 15 times at perfect. B-level techniques could unleash 5 times strength at entry and 25 times at perfect. A-level techniques could unleash 7 times strength at entry and 35 times at perfect. S-level techniques could unleash 10 times at entry and 50 times at perfect. SS-level techniques could unleash 20 times at entry and 100 times at perfect. SSS-level techniques could unleash 30 times at entry and 150 times at perfect. 210,000 pounds of strength. Jukuan, your good days are about to end, Li Chen murmured to himself, constantly thinking about revenge against Jukuan. Li Chen returned the 2 martial seals to the safe. They had completely lost their luster and the inherited power had vanished. Even if someone else took them, they could no longer cultivate. Each martial seal had a limited number of inheritances, most allowing only 10. Li Chen took out his phone, opened the martial artist app, and ordered 4 tubes of intermediate nutritional potions and 4 tubes of intermediate meditation potions, totaling 80,000. After completing the purchase, Li Chen was left with just over 10,000 for emergencies, lacking money, extremely lacking money. After taking a shower and drying his hair, staff from the Martial Artist Association delivered the potions to his door. After putting away the potions, Li Chen went to sleep. The next morning, Li Chen set out early. After becoming a martial artist, he could get certified at the Martial Artist Association and then receive a free intermediate meditation method, an intermediate breathing method, and a D-level martial skill. Li Chen was still lacking in meditation methods. For a martial artist, the basic meditation method was too inadequate. The certification process went smoothly. He only needed to project his blood energy outside his body. Li Chen successfully obtained his martial artist certificate and then selected 3 free techniques. For the martial skill, he chose one called Little Li Flying Dagger, which was quite famous in the Federation. This martial art is a complete SSS level technique, with the first layer being a D-level technique, which all martial artists have the opportunity to receive for free. The reason Li Chen chose this technique is to enhance his long-range capabilities, and besides, using flying daggers to kill can be done without anyone noticing. When inheriting the martial seal, the intermediate meditation method reached the mastery level due to absorbing the essence of the inheritance and integrating it with the already refined basic meditation method, achieving a progress of 60%. Li Chen opened the panel and the data appeared before him. Martial Arts Autonomous Cultivation System host, Li Chen Realm, Blood Aperture Realm Level 1, First Rank Martial Artist, Brain Domain Development, 10% Vitality, 100 Intermediate Meditation Method, Mastery 60%, Basic Body Refinement, Technique, refined 16%, Fighting Technique, refined 20%, Little Li Flying Daggers, Mastery 34%, True Martial Breathing Method, Mastery 20%, True Martial Seal, Mastery 20%. Evaluation, still unsightly SSS level techniques are too difficult. I didn't even gain a percentage after a whole night. Li Chen shook his head, indicating that the progress was too slow. If others knew his thoughts, they would surely want to chop him up. SSS level techniques are exclusive to martial kings. You, a martial artist, have already reached mastery, surpassing many martial kings. What more do you want? Upon returning home, Li Chen swallowed a tube of nutritional potion and a tube of meditation potion, then began to read. He discovered that after his breathing method and intermediate meditation method reached mastery, he only needed to swallow the potions, and the techniques would automatically operate to absorb the potion's power. This greatly reduced Li Chen's burden. His scores in liberal arts were also poor, so it was just the right time to make up for it. By the time all the potions were used up, Li Chen had opened 4 more blood apertures, bringing his vitality to 500, but his brain domain development had not increased. According to Li Chen's estimation, he needed to absorb 10 tubes of intermediate meditation potions to increase his brain domain development by 1%. To reach 20%, that would be 200 tubes, requiring 2 million credit points. To cultivate to a 9th rank martial artist, a total of 5.6 million is needed. My heart hurt so much. Li Chen clutched his chest, indicating he couldn't bear it. The Ning City Genius Training Camp is also starting to select people. My sister stood out there back then, gaining a lot of resources and rapidly improving her strength, which allowed her to enter True Martial University. I can definitely do it too. Li Chen clenched his fist, believing that with his current strength, he might not be unable to compete for a spot in the Genius Training Camp. The next day, Li Chen arrived at school full of energy. For other students, it was just an ordinary weekend. But for Li Chen, this weekend could be described as earth-shattering. You must know, he used the mountain seal last night to blow up a force measuring device that could withstand 1,000,000 pounds of force. After his brain domain development increased, Li Chen felt much smarter, and the morning cultural classes were no longer drowsy. By the afternoon, teacher Lu Gao finally announced good news. The competition for spots in the Ning City Genius Training Camp started today. First, the top student from each class outside Class 1 would be selected, and then these top students would challenge the top 3 of Class 1. Winning would secure a spot. There were only 3 spots in the 5th high school, as it was the worst high school in Ning City. Alright, those who want to compete, step forward. Lu Gao announced the news and prepared to start the competition for the first place in Class 7. 4 people stood up: the class monitor, the academic committee member, Huang Yuan, and Li Chen. Li Zi, are you crazy? Looking for trouble? Huang Go has broken through to a martial artist. He's looking for a chance to make trouble for you. Zhang Meng leaned in to remind Li Chen. It's fine, I want to make trouble for him too, Li Chen said lightly. Damn, what's Li Chen doing? Going up to be beaten? Exactly, although his body refinement technique is good, Huang Yuan is already a martial artist. Other classmates discussed among themselves, thinking Li Chen was getting carried away. Be quiet, you four. Find your opponents on your own, and the last one standing will be the champion. Remember, no intentional maiming or killing. Lu Gao announced the rules with a serious tone. I choose him. As soon as Lu Gao finished speaking, Huang Yuan pointed at Li Chen and shouted. A cold smile crept across his lips. Today he would take revenge for the humiliation of the last time. Just thinking about it made him feel a dull pain below. I must cripple Li Chen. This is my last chance. Shu Kuan has invested so much to elevate me to a martial artist. If I don't take Li Chen down, then I will be the one who gets taken down. Huang Yuan had no intention of following any rules. Accidental injuries in battle were too common. Who would dare say he did it on purpose? I accept. Li Chen faced Huang Yuan, a cold smile also appearing on his lips. He too wanted to collect some interest from Huang Yuan. Then let's begin. Lu Gao shouted. Li Chen, I really admire your courage. Huang Yuan laughed wildly. He had already opened 3 blood vessels with a strength of 3,000 pounds. Having practiced the D-grade martial skill, Stone Shattering Fist, he could unleash 6,000 pounds of force with a single punch. With one blow, he could crush Li Chen's bones. Huang Yuan stepped forward, instantly covering a distance of 10 meters. His fist was charged with blood energy, and he unleashed his martial skill with all his might, already imagining Li Chen spitting blood and flying backward. Huang Yuan. Lu Gao shouted angrily, reminding Huang Yuan to control his strength. At this moment, Huang Yuan had no intention of listening to his teacher. He only wanted to beat Li Chen to a pulp. Li Chen's gaze was indifferent as he raised his fist. He didn't use any martial skills. His current fist strength had reached 50,000. He didn't need to use martial skills to deal with Huang Yuan. Li Chen, get out of the way. Zhang Meng shouted nervously, not expecting Li Chen to dare block with his fist. Many female classmates had already covered their eyes, unable to bear the thought of Li Chen's hand being smashed. Ah! A scream startled the girls who had covered their eyes, but the boys' eyes widened in shock. Indeed, someone screamed, but it was Huang Yuan who was in pain. In their view, Huang Yuan's fist collided with Li Chen's fist. Blood exploded, but it was Huang Yuan's hand that burst open. His knuckles were completely exposed and then shattered. Even his arm drooped down, suffering a comminuted fracture. Huang Yuan let out a terrible scream and flew backward, crashing hard onto the ground, then fainted from the pain. What just happened? At this moment, all the students shared a common question in their minds. Why was it Huang Yuan? Carry him to the infirmary, then have the homeroom teacher notify his parents to pick him up. Lu Gao frowned, not expectingly Chen to be so ruthless. Li Chen, why did you hit him so hard? Lu Gao questioned. Teacher, I didn't know he was so weak, Li Chen replied loudly. Return to your place. Lu Gao did not pursue the matter further. The path of martial arts was inherently bloody, and besides, Huang Yuan had not intended to go easy either. He brought this upon himself. On the other side, the class monitor and the academic committee member, both martial apprentices, were pecking at each other, with the class monitor slightly gaining the upper hand. Then, when the class monitor faced Li Chen, he decisively conceded. He didn't want to end up like Huang Yuan. Li Chen, come with me, Lu Gao instructed as he walked towards the stairs. Class 1, as a key class, occupied the top floor of the gymnasium, which had the best training environment and the best teachers. Lu Gao brought Li Chen to the top floor, where he saw the classmates of Class 1 training vigorously. TSK, the first place from the regular classes. Here, a boy said with a smirk. First place, really impressive. I wonder if he can withstand a punch from me. He looks quite delicate. I bet he will cry after one punch. Are you sure he won't die from one punch? Ha ha ha. Several boys laughed loudly, showing no restraint. How does it feel? Lu Gao asked. A bunch of little kids. Soon they will know who their daddy is. Lu Gao was speechless. What the hell was this? At this moment, Li Chen's gaze fell on a person practicing sword techniques. He saw the long sword sweeping through the air, leaving streaks of fiery blade light on the hard alloy floor. This person was Zhu Kuan, who practiced the B-level breathing technique, flame breathing, and his corresponding martial skill was the B-level flame sword. However, he was only at the first level of cultivation, equivalent to C-level martial arts, still at the entry-level stage. Students with backgrounds all practiced special breathing techniques such as flame breathing, and the nutritional agents they consumed were also formulated from fire attribute demon beasts into fiery nutritional agents. The blood energy cultivated would carry a fire attribute, resembling a ball of fire. The main purpose of practicing this breathing technique was that when opening the divine store, there was a high probability of unlocking a divine store related to fire, such as the flame divine store, lava divine store, or explosion divine store, which, when combined with the corresponding martial skills, could unleash powerful strength. At this moment, Zhu Kuan was focused on his training and did not notice Li Chen's arrival. Like most of his classmates in Class 1, he completely disregarded the students from other classes. Zhu Kuan, even if you open 80 blood vessels and possess 240,000 pounds of fist strength, the entry-level C-level martial skill can only exert 3 times its power, 720,000 pounds of strength. You're doomed, Li Chen sneered inwardly. Then, Li Chen's gaze shifted to Another person, a graceful figure dancing, with her long sword piercing out waves of sword energy, leaving deep marks on the alloy target. This person was the undisputed strongest in Class 5 and also the school beauty Shin Yuman, a third-grade martial artist practicing the A-level breathing technique 9 sword breathing. Moreover, the first layer of her corresponding martial skill 9 sword technique had already reached the proficient stage, a being Li Chen could only look up to in the past. One by one, the top students from other classes were brought up by the martial arts teacher. There were a total of 32 classes in the senior year of the martial arts school, with 31 students coming to challenge the top 3 of Class 1. Alright, since everyone is here, Shin Yuman, Zhu Kuan, Lu Feng, step forward and prepare to accept the challenge. The martial arts teacher of Class 1 clapped his hands and said. Shin Yuman and the others stopped their training and turned to face the challengers who had formed a circle around them. When Zhu Kuan's eyes met Li Chen's, he was first taken aback, then a look of mockery appeared in his eyes. He was just looking for an opportunity to deal with Li Chen, and now the chance had come. Huang Yuan really is a piece of useless mud, spent 200,000 on me and still can't take down Li Chen, Zhu Kuan snorted coldly in his heart, deciding to settle the score with Huang Yuan after school. You can challenge now, who will go first? The martial arts teacher Han Wu said. I will. The first place from Class 10, Li Gang, raised his hand, eager to go. Having just advanced to a martial artist, his confidence was at its peak. I choose Wang Feng, Li Gang said. Wang Feng stepped forward with a helpless expression. He knew that as the third place, he would definitely be challenged the most. Come on, Wang Feng said lightly. He was a second-grade martial artist, a beginner, and had no worries at all. Ha! Li Gang shouted, executing a palm technique, his palm covered with a layer of earthy yellow blood energy, which was the D-level martial skill, thick earth palm. Wang Feng stood still, waiting for Li Gang's palm to come close before making a move. He reached out with his right hand, grabbing and pulling, directly throwing Li Gang out by his wrist. Ha! Such a big turtle lying on the ground. Ha ha ha! This kind of fool dared to challenge Brother Feng. It's really laughable. Do they really think being first in class means being first in the grade? The students of Class 1 mocked loudly, not understanding what it meant to hold back. Next, Han Wu said coldly. Teacher Han, I think this is too slow. There are still 30 people left. Let's each take 10 and quickly resolve the battles. Training time is precious, Zhu Kuan suggested. Shin Yuman, Wang Feng, what do you two think? Han Wu asked. I have no objections, Wang Feng shrugged. I have no objections either. Shin Yuman's voice was gentle, drawing the attention of many boys. Since that's the case, you can surround one person with 10. Han Wu said casually, as he was not really invested in this matter. If it weren't for the principal's rules, he wouldn't want to waste a class's time. An ordinary class was just an ordinary class, a bunch of guys with poor talent. You all go together. Teacher Lu Rang spoke up, and as the martial arts director of the grade, Han Wu's authority was not something these ordinary martial arts teachers could refute. Go ahead. The other martial arts teachers also chimed in. Kill them, a student shouted angrily, feeling humiliated, a great humiliation. They were filled with anticipation for the challenge, but to others, it seemed like child's play. Kill them, other students echoed, all young people who couldn't swallow this anger. Zhu Kuan, you may not know, but this is exactly what I want. Li Chen rushed towards Zhu Kuan. He knew that Zhu Kuan's suggestion was aimed at him, and he too wanted to target Zhu Kuan. Moreover, in the chaos, accidentally injuring someone was quite normal. Get lost. Zhu Kuan's eyes were fixed on Li Chen, and he felt ecstatic as he saw Li Chen running towards him. A student threw a punch at him, and he slapped it away effortlessly. His brain development had already reached 14%, and his reaction speed was not something these challenging students could compare to. Strength was not swayed by the anger of ordinary class students. After slapping another student away, Zhu Kuan was only 5 meters away from Li Chen. Zhu Kuan raised the large knife in his hand. This time, he wanted Li Chen to regret it for life. Flames and blood energy enveloped the entire knife, and Zhu Kuan thrust it forward, aiming directly at Li Chen's dantian. As long as he broke the dantian, Li Chen's martial arts path would be completely ruined. Zhu Kuan, no! Lu Gao shouted urgently. He wanted to save him, but it was already too late. The fiery knife energy almost instantly reached Li Chen. Under the illumination of the flames, Li Chen's expression was calm, even a bit amused. Because Zhu Kuan's knife energy did not put too much pressure on Li Chen, a C-level martial skill at the entry level was too weak for him. However, the 5th middle school was indeed the worst middle school. Even the students in Class 1 were quite average in the entire Ning city. Li Chen moved, the rolling blood energy coursing through his meridians, and when it passed through 5 blood points, the speed of the blood energy suddenly surged. A mountain seal the size of a chair burst forth from Chu Xiaoyao's hand, the immense pressure causing the surrounding students to tremble. The air roared. This was a force exceeding 1,000,000 pounds. Boom! The mountain seal smashed into the fiery knife energy. The flames rolled, and the fiery knife energy shattered upon contact. The difference in power was too great, nearly 300,000 pounds. What? Zhu Kuan's face was one of disbelief. He couldn't believe that an ant he could crush with ease could unleash such a powerful attack. He was stunned by the overwhelming pressure of the mountain seal, momentarily forgetting to resist, and in the end, could only raise his hands to block the mountain seal. The mountain seal pressed forward, colliding with Zhu Kuan's knife, directly knocking it away and then crashing into Zhu Kuan's body. Puff! Blood gushed from Zhu Kuan's mouth like a fountain. The sound of bones shattering echoed. Without looking, one could tell that all of Zhu Kuan's ribs were surely broken. Seal! A deep shout escaped Han Wu's lips, a dark cover enveloping Zhu Kuan, whose expression froze, his entire being immobilized. Teacher Han was a master of the divine concealment realm, capable of sealing a speeding truck with intermediate sealing techniques combined with martial skills. Li Chen's eyes revealed disappointment. If Teacher Han hadn't intervened, Zhu Kuan would have been finished this time. Why did you intentionally injure him? Han Wu's eyes shot out a predatory light. I didn't expect him to be so weak, Li Chen replied. Teacher Lu Gao was speechless. It was the same line again, and he wanted to ask Li Chen if he could stop showing off. You intentionally harmed others, your qualifications are revoked. Han Wu announced from a position of authority, as if he were the king of hell controlling life and death. On what grounds? When did you become the principal? I wasn't aware of it. Li Chen's voice turned cold. This Han Wu had not spoken when Zhu Kuan used martial skills, but after Zhu Kuan was injured, he seemed to target him everywhere. Li Chen was not one to passively accept such treatment. Alright, Lu Gao, look at the student you brought. Intentionally harming others and defying their teacher. Such a student should not remain in the school. Han Wu's eyes narrowed. It was the first time a student dared to defy him to his face. Director Han, that's a serious accusation. In martial arts, accidents happen during battles, Lu Gao said, carefully choosing his words. Li Chen was his student, and the better he performed, the more benefits Lu Gao would receive. After guarding the ordinary class for so many years, it was rare to have a genius like Li Chen, and he did not want him expelled. Lu Gao, do you know what you're saying? If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. He harmed the family of a great martial artist. Not being sent to the martial arts office is already a blessing, and you still want to protect him. Han Wu was furious, not expecting Lu Gao to defy him as well. I say, Director Han, my head is small, so don't put labels on me. Besides, who isn't related to a great martial artist? Li Chen's tone grew colder. You, a family member of a great martial artist? Han Wu frowned. There were only 2 family members of great martial artists in the martial arts community, Zhu Kuan and a second-year student. When did Li Chen become one of them? However, he did not believe Li Chen would lie about this matter. A quick investigation would reveal the truth. You can check that. Let me remind you, some matters are best not to get involved in. There's no benefit in it, Li Chen directly threatened. I will report this to the principal. Don't think you can act recklessly just because you're a family member of a great martial artist. Han Wu shifted the blame to the principal, truly a good subordinate. What matter do you need to report to me? A deep voice came from the elevator. A teacher had already secretly reported the incident, and the principal rushed over immediately. Principal, it's like this. Li Chen intentionally harmed classmate Zhu Kuan and is defying guidance. I believe such a student is unqualified to remain at Wuzhong. Han Wu, the villain, first reported the situation, piling a bunch of accusations on Li Chen and wanting to expel him. Oh, Li Chen, do you have anything to say? The principal's tone was inscrutable. I just want to say that Director Han is talking nonsense, spouting ridiculous claims and acting recklessly. Stop. Be serious. The principal could no longer listen. With so many idioms, was he preparing for an exam? I acted normally. I didn't expect Zhu Kuan, who usually boasts about being invincible, to be so weak when it came to actual combat. One move incapacitated him, and given this situation, even if it is reported to the Martial Artist Association, I have my reasons. Li Chen appeared quite confident. In that case, this matter ends here. Send Zhu Kuan to the infirmary, and the qualification match will continue. The principal waved his hand. Principal. Han Wu wanted to say something, but stopped under the principal's authoritative gaze. Every high school principal was a great martial artist. He was not someone a mere martial artist could defy. He carried the already unconscious Zhu Kuan away. With the principal present, that was enough for the qualification match. The paused battle resumed, but no one dared to approach Li Chen, fearing they would meet the same fate as Zhu Kuan. The fight quickly ended, with Qin Yiman and Wang Feng each taking one move. The gap was too great. Qin Yiman glanced at Li Chen with interest, not expecting a potential dragon to emerge from the ordinary class. Qin Yiman, Wang Feng, Li Chen, the 3 of you will represent Wuzhong at the Ningqing Genius Training Camp. I hope you won't bring shame to Wuzhong. The school will reward each of you with 200,000 credit points and 2 opportunities to inherit C-level martial arts techniques. I hope you make progress. You will have 3 days off and report back to school on time after 3 days. Someone will take you to the training camp. The principal said a few words and then left. Li Chen followed Lu Gao downstairs. Today, Li Chen finished school early while the other students were still in their summary class. Li Chen didn't go home but went straight to the Warrior Association. The opportunity to learn martial arts rewarded by the school could be exchanged here, and each school had a certain number of martial arts inheritance slots as rewards. Li Chen arrived in front of the smart brain, selected a defensive martial technique and a movement technique, and then followed the staff to a secret room to receive the inheritance. Detected profound martial arts imprint, beginning enlightenment. The system's voice sounded again. Titan body level 1 entry 1%. Mastery 44%. Swift wind step entry 1%. Mastery 32%. Li Chen left the Warrior Association feeling very satisfied. Now he had the true martial seal for close combat, Shaoli flying dagger for ranged attacks, Titan body for defense, and swift wind step for movement. Finally, he had no obvious weaknesses. Thinking about the 200,000 credit points still in his account made him even happier. He had already placed an order and the delivery should arrive after he got back. Li Chen was very happy, but someone was not happy at all. At least in the hospital's critical care unit, Zhu Kuan's face was filled with frost. Dad, you must kill him. I almost got crippled by him. Zhu Kuan's face was twisted with rage. He had never suffered such a big loss in his life. Don't worry, the Wild Wolf Mercenary group has someone back. You focus on recovering. Once you're healed, Li Chen's two martial techniques will be in your hands. They are truly remarkable techniques. He has surpassed you so quickly, rising as fast as Li Ai. Zhu Tao's gaze was cold. His only son had been beaten like this. If it weren't for Li Ai, he would have wanted to personally kill Li Chen. At the same time, he was even more envious of the martial seals in Li Chen's family. It's best to cripple him but leave his life. I want to slowly make him suffer, Zhu Kuan said with hatred. Calm down, he can't be left alive, Zhu Tao reprimanded. Yes, Dad. Zhu Kuan didn't dare to defy Zhu Tao. He knew how ruthless his father could be. I hope those two martial seals can be inherited multiple times. After your cousin inherits them, it will be your turn. Zhu Tao sighed. I hope so. Thinking of his cousin Wang Bin, Zhu Kuan fell silent. Huang Yuan was Zhu Kuan's gun, and wasn't he also a gun in his cousin Wang Bin's hands? Li Chen had already returned home. After receiving the delivery, he couldn't wait to enter a state of cultivation. He bought 10 tubes each of intermediate meditation and intermediate nutrition potions, and once again found himself out of money. Moreover, at a rate he absorbed them, he would finish all the potions by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Li Chen stayed at home until he had absorbed all the potions, which made the members of the Wild Wolf Mercenary group waiting outside very annoyed. They didn't have the guts to commit murder at home. They wouldn't be able to escape. 15 blood orifices, 1500 vitality, 150,000 pounds of punching power. Using the mountain suppression seal can unleash over 3 million pounds of force. Li Chen clenched his fist, revealing a satisfied smile. Moreover, his brain domain development had reached 11%, a double joy. With his current strength, he was not afraid of an average 4th grade warrior. After all, mastering A-level martial techniques was no joke. Li Chen felt for a flying dagger with his right hand. He had bought 20 flying daggers for emergencies. He strapped the dagger pouch to his belt and then went out. Zhang Meng insisted on celebrating his becoming a warrior and obtaining a genius training camp qualification. Li Chen couldn't refuse and had to agree. Riding his bicycle to the agreed place, he found Zhang Meng already waiting at the food stall. Li Zi, you did well. Breaking through to a warrior without a sound and giving Zhu Kuan a good beating. You're truly my brother. Zhang Meng patted Li Chen on the shoulder, proud of his brother's success. Meng Zi, you should also make plans. You can't just go with the flow, can you? Don't worry, I'm planning to apply to the mecha department. Do you think I play Star Wars for nothing? I'm the only one in Ning City with a king rank. Zhang Meng spoke about the game with extreme confidence. That's good to hear. When the two of us get to Jinwu University, let's show those geniuses what we're made of. Li Chen looked pleased. Definitely, by then we'll be punching martial artists, stepping on mechas, and embracing the senior sisters. Haha, damn it, you haven't even drunk yet and you're already getting tipsy. Today was a happy day. Li Chen and Zhang Meng finished a whole case of beer and 2 bottles of white liquor, drinking until after 11, and his head was a bit dizzy. After saying goodbye, Li Chen rode his bicycle home. The cool night breeze on his face sobered him up a little. He turned off the main road onto an uphill path, and after riding 300 meters, he would reach his neighborhood. This road only led to 2 neighborhoods, and at this time, there were hardly any people around. Due to the influence of dark energy, the plants on Jinwu Star were thriving. The trees lining the path were generally 2 stories high. At this moment, on one of the trees, 2 pairs of eyes were fixated on the approaching Li Chen. Kid, we finally caught up to you. A man wearing a pitch-black mask spoke in a hoarse voice. After this job, I'm going to stay at a club for a month, said another man with a white mask, his voice laced with amusement. For these 2 5th-grade martial artists, dealing with a 1st-grade martial artist was a piece of cake. They had already investigated Li Chen. He had just registered as a martial artist a few days ago, and no matter how talented he was, it was impossible for him to break through to the 2nd grade. Li Chen was unaware of the impending danger. His mind was filled with thoughts of how to make money. A skilled woman cannot cook without rice. Without money, he couldn't improve. Suddenly, he felt something fall from above. Looking up, he saw the black and white impermanence right in front of him. Am I in hell? Was Li Chen's first thought. Anyone who sees 2 people wearing black and white masks at night would instinctively think of the black and white impermanence. But he quickly realized that these were 2 martial artists, a strong aura of blood energy emanating from them as 2 large claws reached out towards him. Feeling the pressure from the claws, Li Chen understood that if he got caught, it would be over. The hair on his back stood on end, and the alcohol in his system evaporated instantly. Li Chen didn't panic, he dropped his bicycle and executed the gale step, his body tearing through the air as he dashed backward, narrowly avoiding the two large claws. The claws slammed into the ground, shattering the asphalt road. Kid, you're quite slippery, the hoarse voice chased after Li Chen, a fist imprint whistling through the air towards his back. Help! Li Chen shouted at the top of his lungs, hoping to make his pursuers hesitate. The martial guards reacted quickly. As soon as a report was received, they could reach any corner of Ning City within 3 minutes. The fist imprint chased after him, and 3 Li Chens appeared, with the imprint landing on one of them, turning him into nothingness. Damn! It gale step at the mastery level, the man in black exclaimed in frustration. Li Chen didn't just run away, his speed wasn't his advantage. His right hand reached for the throwing knife pouch, and as he turned back, he flicked his hand, sending a cold gleam flying towards the white-masked man's eyes. The mastery-level throwing knife from Little Li could hit any target within 100 meters. Just a little trick, the white-masked man gathered blood energy in his right hand and smashed his fist towards the throwing knife. Whoosh! The throwing knife curved, bypassing the white-masked man's fist, and continued to stab towards his face. Bastard! The white-masked man was startled, not expecting it to be Little Li's throwing knife at the mastery level. Golden Bell Shield. He barely had time to cast his defensive martial skill, enveloping himself in a golden bell. Ding! Sparks flew as the throwing knife struck the golden bell, producing a crisp metallic collision sound. A small hole appeared in the mask on the white-faced man's face, and a drop of fresh blood flew out. The white-faced man ultimately reacted too late and failed to completely block the flying knife. How does this kid have so many advanced martial arts skills? At that moment, both mercenaries shared a common doubt in their minds. I'm going to kill you. Hit by the ant in his eyes, the white-faced man was furious. The space ring on his finger glowed, and a slender sword appeared in his hand. Swish! The sound of sword energy tearing through the air, a beam of sword energy once again stabbed towards Li Chen's back. Li Chen split into 3 again, one illusion taking the hit while his true self continued to rush towards the main road. He understood very well that he was no match for these two, only by reaching the main road could he be saved. Let's see how well you can dodge. The black-faced man's voice was cold, and he quickly struck out with alternating fists, his hands turning into illusions. A series of 40 fist imprints covered a 10-meter radius in front of him, a wide area bombardment, an effective way to deal with advanced movement techniques. Li Chen felt the pressure coming from behind, and when he turned around he saw that the fist imprints had sealed off all his escape routes. Mountain Suppression Seal. Li Chen took a deep breath and slammed his right hand behind him. The pitch-black Mountain Suppression Seal distorted the air as it collided with the 2 fist imprints. Boom! A loud explosion echoed, the air burst apart, and the surrounding trees rustled in the wind. The mountain seal shattered, and the 2 dim fist imprints continued to fall towards Li Chen's back. Titan Body. A silver light shone on Li Chen's back, his blood energy merging into his flesh as if transforming into a steel body. Thud! A dull sound rang out, and Li Chen was thrown back, a burning pain in his back, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, already suffering internal injuries. Li Chen forcibly twisted his body, and after landing, he used the gale step to escape again. At his current speed of 20 meters per second, he was very close to the main road. He just needed to hold on for 5 more seconds. The 2 mercenaries also knew their time was limited, and the white-faced man's martial skills were finally ready. The slender sword in his hand turned into an illusion, continuously shooting out sword energy more powerful than a Gatling gun. Li Chen grabbed a handful of flying knives and threw them back, slightly blocking the sword energy's attack, buying himself more time. He unleashed the Mountain Suppression Seal again, the size of a desk, compressing the air and blocking in front of the sword energy. The mountain seal was torn apart by the sword energy, and Li Chen could only use the Titan body to forcibly withstand 2 beams of sword energy. The sound of flesh being sliced by sharp weapons echoed, and 2 wounds appeared on Li Chen's metallic back, blood instantly staining his clothes red. Although it looked serious, it was not fatal for Li Chen. Area attacks meant the power would weaken, and Li Chen could still endure. 2 seconds had passed, with 3 seconds left. The 2 mercenaries were slightly slower than Li Chen. They had only practiced D-level movement techniques and were merely at the proficient level, unable to match Li Chen's mastery of the gale step. Li Chen threw out 2 more flying knives, aiming for the eyes of the 2 men. The 2 mercenaries dared not take the hit head-on and could only use their martial skills to block the flying knives. With only 2 seconds left, the 2 mercenaries were anxious. The black-faced man launched another attack, his fists like cannonballs, a compressed fist imprint roaring through the air, chasing after Li Chen. Li Chen used the same trick again, consecutively slamming out 2 mountain suppression seals to block in front of the fist imprint. The ground was crushed by the shockwave of power, and the fist imprint broke through the mountain seal's obstruction, continuing to fall towards Li Chen. Li Chen's right hand turned silver, and he punched up towards the fist imprint. Crack! The sound of finger bones shattering echoed. The gap in their realms was too great, and the opponent's power was unbearable for Li Chen. He was thrown back again, and before he could land, the white-faced man's attack arrived. A sharp beam of sword energy chilled the skin, breaking through the distance and space, descending upon Li Chen's back. Li Chen, ignoring the pain, once again formed a seal and sent a mountain suppression seal crashing towards the sword energy. The sword energy tore the mountain suppression seal apart, landing on Li Chen's back and breaking through the defense of his titanium body, causing a wound. Li Chen's shirt was already stained red with blood, looking extremely disheveled. However, the injuries he sustained were not fatal. His mastery of the titanium body protected his internal organs. As long as a martial artist's internal organs were unharmed where their bones were not shattered extensively, it was not considered a serious injury. Li Chen executed the gale step and continued to flee towards the main road. His vital energy was nearly depleted, and the mountain suppression seal consumed a significant amount of it. Damn little cockroach. Seeing that Li Chen was only a few dozen meters away from the main road, the two mercenaries grew anxious. They had just unleashed a wave of attacks, and their own vital energy was insufficient. They could only use their martial skills again to launch another assault on Li Chen. Li Chen mobilized his vital energy, creating two phantoms to evade most of the attacks. His real body sustained a few more wounds but broke through to the main road. A blinding light shone on Li Chen as he spotted an approaching vehicle and quickly ran towards it. The two mercenaries hesitated for just a second before continuing their pursuit, confident that they could kill Li Chen within 5 seconds. Li Chen pulled out his last two flying knives, 2 points of silver light slicing through the low air, aimed at the eyes of the two mercenaries from two tricky angles. The two mercenaries had learned their lesson and immediately used defensive martial skills, avoiding vital points and facing the flying knives that could curve. Damn, the two mercenaries cursed as Li Chen's flying knives suddenly curved towards their vital points. This was universally recognized as the strongest vital point for men, and they jumped in fright, not wanting to suffer a catastrophic failure. Seizing the moment to block them, Li Chen dashed towards the vehicle. Call the police! Li Chen shouted angrily, hoping to deter the mercenaries behind him. Meanwhile, in the vehicle rushing towards them, Qin Yiman's eyes widened as she saw Li Chen covered in blood and fleeing for his life. She couldn't understand how a good student could end up in such a predicament. The small Li flying knives that Li Chen executed caught her attention. The mastery level of the small Li flying knives was exactly what she had been desperately seeking. Stop the car, Qin Yiman said. The driver slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a halt. Qin Yiman opened the car door and stepped out. Seeing the two mercenaries still chasing Li Chen, she produced two flying knives and hurled them directly at them. Her small Li flying knives were only at the proficient level, but she was a third-tier martial artist practicing an A-level breathing technique, with her punch power reaching 4.7 million pounds. The proficient level small Li flying knives could unleash nearly 20 million pounds of force. The flying knives, much faster than bullets, created explosive sounds as they passed, stirring up powerful air currents that sent the fallen leaves along the sides of the main road flying. The immense threat locked onto the two mercenaries, causing their hair to stand on end. It was the feeling of life being threatened. The black-faced man gathered his vital energy and used the defensive martial skill Iron Body, smashing his fist against the flying knife. His fist, comparable to steel, was pierced by the flying knife, and he was thrown back by the tremendous force, crashing into a large tree and breaking it in half. As for the white-faced man, he concentrated his blood energy into the fine sword in his hand and struck the flying knife, causing sparks to explode and illuminate a section of the main road. With a crisp sound, the fine sword broke in response. As the eldest daughter of the Qin family, Qin Yiman's flying knives were made from B-level materials. In contrast, the white-faced man, as a mercenary from a small group, wielded a fine sword made from C-level materials, a C-level weapon that could not withstand the immense force of the collision. After the flying knife shattered the fine sword, it deeply embedded itself in the white-faced man's body, only piercing his mouth and not causing a fatal injury. Run, the white-faced man hissed, calling to the black-faced man, who was spitting blood, and they fled. Butler! Qin Yiman shouted. At this moment, the butler who had already gotten out of the car flicked his fingers, and for streams of blood energy pierced through the air, striking the two mercenaries at the back of their knees with a speed that surpassed that of most martial artists, shattering their entire kneecaps. The two mercenaries fell heavily to the ground, the intense pain causing them to groan in agony. Thank you, Qin School Beauty, Li Chen said as he approached, sincerely expressing his gratitude. You just displayed your prowess a couple of days ago. How did you end up like this today? Qin Yiman's gaze was scrutinizing. I don't know either. I was riding my bike home when I ran into these two trying to assassinate me. I still don't know what happened, Li Chen replied, his expression helpless. Do you need to be taken to the hospital for that injury? No need for that, it's just a minor injury. I'll spray some medicine on it and sleep it off. Li Chen waved his hand in refusal. I just saw that your little Li flying dagger has reached mastery. I wonder if you could teach me a thing or two. Qin Yiman looked at him with anticipation. Ahem. I'm not even clear on my own students. How could I possibly understand how to be a teacher? Li Chen's face showed difficulty. He had many secrets and didn't want to have too much contact with unfamiliar people, especially someone like Qin Yiman from a prominent family. 100,000 a day. Qin Yiman blinked her eyes. You don't know, Qin School Beauty, but I'm a well-known gold medal instructor. Li Chen straightened his back, his face filled with confidence. In life, one can't be at odds with everything. One certainly can't be at odds with money. Tomorrow morning at 8, come to the Qin family estate. Qin Yiman rolled her eyes. Countless classmates had tried various ways to get close to her, yet here was Li Chen, acting as if he wouldn't associate with her unless it was for money, despite her being his lifesaver. While they were talking, the martial guards from the martial division had already arrived, took a statement from Li Chen on the spot, and then asked him to wait for news before taking the two mercenaries back to the martial division. Li Chen bid farewell to Qin Yiman and headed straight home. The bicycle on the slope had become a twisted heap of scrap metal, and Li Chen tossed it aside by the trash can without a second thought. Once home, he first took off his clothes and threw them in the trash, then took out some alcohol for disinfection, followed by a spray for his wounds. A tingling sensation came from the wound. This was the intermediate external injury spray that Li Ai had left at home, and it was very effective. When Li Chen said that resting for a night would be enough, he wasn't exaggerating, it really could heal. Aside from Ju Kuan, I really can't think of anyone else who would want to deal with me. Li Chen clenched his fists again and again. Ju Kuan rubbed against his bottom line. Great martial master. I will kill him soon. Li Chen muttered to himself. The genius training camp would be the place for his rise. After tidying up his mood, Li Chen went straight to bed. On one hand, he was exhausted, on the other, without the meditation and nutritional potions, his training effects were poor. He didn't need to train martial skills like others, he would improve his progress on his own anyway. Waking up, Li Chen washed up, ate a noodle, and then took a taxi straight to the Qin family estate. After paying and getting out of the car, Li Chen saw that the butler of the Qin residence was already waiting at the door. Mr. Qin, please follow me. The butler's demeanor was impeccable as he led Li Chen into the estate. The Qin family estate was vast, covering more than 20 acres, larger than an average park. The pillar of the Qin family was a martial sovereign, the strongest in Ning City, so it was normal for the residence to be grand. And this martial sovereign was Qin Yiman's father, which meant that Qin Yiman held a very high status in the Qin family and even in the entire Ning City. The reason she chose to attend number 5 middle school was entirely because the principal was her great-uncle. Passing by a large lawn, Li Chen was led along a small path to a massive building. This was the Qin family's training hall, even more magnificent than the gymnasium at number 5 middle school. Scattered Qin family disciples were training inside the hall, and Li Chen was taken to the 3rd floor, where Qin Yiman was already waiting at the flying dagger training area. Today, Qin Yiman wore a tight-fitting yoga outfit that perfectly outlined her graceful figure. Rich girls have good nutrition. Li Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As a normal young man, he couldn't help but glance at Qin Yiman a couple more times. Qin Yiman ground her teeth. This guy's gaze was filled with strong aggression, completely unaware of how to hold back. Have you looked enough? Qin Yiman said irritably. If I say I've looked enough, wouldn't that prove your charm is lacking? Li Chen raised an eyebrow. Nonsense. Let's get started. If you can teach Shaoli Feidao well, I can sell you a piece of information for free, Qin Yiman said. Compared to information, I prefer you to add money. Get lost. Li Chen began his first career in martial arts. Instruction. Although his martial arts were system-trained, his realm was solid and indistinguishable from his own cultivation. Therefore, teaching Qin Yiman, who had just entered the proficient realm of Shaoli Feidao, was not a big problem. Shaoli Feidao, every shot must hit the mark. It's not just about pursuing ultimate speed, you also need to focus on the agility of the flying knife. If you don't reserve any strength in each throw, it's unlikely to change direction. Li Chen started pointing out Qin Yiman's shortcomings in Shaoli Feidao, occasionally demonstrating as well. After half an hour of instruction, Li Chen felt too idle. Time was precious and shouldn't be wasted. He proposed to Qin Yiman to exchange a reward of 100,000 yuan for 10 vials of intermediate nutritional potions, to which Qin Yiman readily agreed. Soon, the 10 vials of potions were delivered, and Li Chen directly drank one, then activated the true martial breathing technique. With the mastery level breathing technique he could cultivate even while performing other martial arts. Li Chen secretly nodded. He was truly a master of time management. After half an hour of guiding Qin Yiman, they took a 10-minute break, mainly because Qin Yiman had been using Shaoli Feidao too much, which consumed her energy and blood. Qin, with your family background, it shouldn't be hard to find a martial arts instructor who can train Shaoli Feidao to a subtle level. Why did you only come to me at the last minute? Li Chen asked, voicing his confusion. Before you get paid, you call people schoolflowers, but once you get paid, you directly call them classmates. Qin Yiman expressed her dissatisfaction again. Classmates are more friendly. You might not understand Shaoli Feidao well enough. The complete Shaoli Feidao is an SSS level technique. Although the first layer is only a D-level technique, the difficulty of cultivation is very high. Many can reach the proficient realm, but very few can reach the mastery realm. In the entire Ning City, there are fewer than 5 people who can achieve this. The difficulty of controlling a weapon thrown out is completely different from that of a weapon held in hand. The other 4 people, for various reasons, couldn't be my instructors until you appeared, Qin Yiman said sincerely. So I'm that impressive? Damn, did I charge too little? Li Chen slapped his thigh, feeling like he missed out on a fortune. Qin Yiman ground her teeth again. Did she really think her money came easily? Li Chen spent the whole day carefully instructing, and at noon, he had the most expensive meal he had ever eaten at the Qin family. The meat was from a demon beast, its effects no worse than the nutritional potions, but the taste was far superior. The dishes were also extraordinary, being spirit herbs that had significant benefits for both the body and soul. What a rich family, Li Chen couldn't help but complain to himself. He wished he could be that rich too. He taught until 10 o'clock at night, and only then was he sent back home. After a day of absorbing the nutritional potions, Li Chen opened 9 blood vessels again. Xin Yiman also informed him of the identities of the 2 assassins who had targeted him. They were from the Wild Wolf Mercenary Group, a notorious mercenary group, and their leader, Wild Wolf, was a martial artist at the first level of the Divine Concealment Realm. However, the mastermind behind it, the martial artist, had not been traced. The 2 mercenaries insisted it was their own decision. However, Xin Yiman still revealed a piece of news. The butler of the Zhu family had contacted the Wild Wolf Mercenary Group, and Ningqing had little secret in the eyes of the Qin family. Li Chen was not too surprised. Only the Zhu Kuan family would do such a thing. He didn't say much. Hatred is repaid with hands, not words. After waiting at home until he finished his shower and had a late-night snack, he had completely absorbed 10 tubes of nutritional potions, and he successfully opened the 10th blood aperture. Now, he had a total of 25 blood apertures, with his vital energy reaching 2,500 and his punching power at 250,000 pounds. Xu Xiaoyao glanced at the system, a smile appearing on his face. Martial Arts Autonomous Cultivation System Host, Li Chen Realm, Blood Aperture Realm First Level, First Class Martial Artist, Brain Domain Development, 11% Vital Energy, 2500 Intermediate Meditation Method D Grade, Proficiency, 73%. Basic Body Refinement Technique, Subtle 42%. Fighting Technique, Subtle 56%. Literally Flying Dagger D Grade, Proficiency 74%. True Martial Breathing Method SSS Grade, Proficiency 21%. True Martial Seal SSS Grade, Proficiency 21%. Titanium Body C Grade, Proficiency 64%. Swift Wind Step C Grade, Proficiency 52%. Evaluation, still unsightly. It was the system's evaluation that dissatisfied him. He was clearly doing quite well. The night passed quickly, and Li Chen arrived at school early. Today was the day to go to the Ningqing Genius Training Camp. Qin School Flower, you're here too. At the school gate, Li Chen saw Qin Yiman getting out of the car. Just call me Qin classmate. Calling me School Flower makes it feel like you're after my family's money, Qin Yiman said irritably. Look at what you're saying. Just tell me how much you gained yesterday. Isn't my martial guidance worth it? That's true. Qin Yiman had to admit that Li Chen had a deep understanding of the little Li Flying Dagger. When we return from the training camp, if you're willing, I can still be your martial guide, but the price will be different. Li Chen rubbed his fingers together. My price is already unique in Ningqing. You can't raise it. Qin Yiman rolled her eyes. You will raise it. By then, my little Li Flying Dagger will conservatively reach the subtle realm, Li Chen said confidently. Qin Yiman looked at Li Chen in surprise, trying to see if he was bragging, but she couldn't tell. Li Chen looked sincere even when bragging. Alright, if you reach the subtle realm, 30,000 a day, Qin Yiman said generously. Rich lady, please support me. Get lost. Soon, Wang Feng also arrived, nodding briefly to the 2 before waiting aside. Wang Feng was a taciturn guy, at least that was Li Chen's first impression. A green military vehicle arrived at the school gate, and a female officer got out, taking out a form and checking it against the photos of the 3 of them. Sign here, get in the car, the female officer said briskly, directly handing the paper and pen to Li Chen and the others. Sitting in the military vehicle, they drove out of the city. The location of the Genius Training Camp was in the wilderness outside the city, which was the territory of demon beasts. However, it was only on the outskirts of the wilderness. A group of third-year students would find it deadly to venture deeper. The military vehicle drove out of the city, and it was Li Chen's first time entering the wilderness. His eyes filled with curiosity. The plants here generally grew very tall. Even the grass was 3 stories high, and the trees were often 30 meters tall. Li Chen also saw quite a few demon beasts, all of which were demon soldiers, with strength comparable to martial artists. The vehicle moved along a muddy road, and some demon beasts recklessly ran out trying to attack the military vehicle, but Li Chen only saw a flash of silver light, and those demon beasts all fell to the ground. Spirit Mind Master. Li Chen's eyes lit up. Spirit Mind Masters were a relatively special path among martial artists. They needed martial masters to open top-level soul-type divine stores, and their soul power had to increase significantly to become Spirit Mind Masters. Their main attacking force was soul power, which was very strange and difficult to deal with. Ordinary martial artists were unwilling to confront them, as it was easy to have their souls destroyed and become fools. Qin Yiman's eyes also revealed envy. There are no weaklings among spirit masters, as the soul-type divine treasures are all top-tier, and once activated, they won't be lacking. After more than an hour's drive through the wilderness, Li Chen and the others finally arrived at the base of the Genius Training Camp. The base was quite simple, surrounded by tall alloy walls with 2 neat rows of houses inside. Get out of the car, the female officer instructed Li Chen and the others before leaving directly, completely ignoring them. The 3 of them exchanged glances. They were the first to arrive from their school, which was closest to the city outskirts. With nothing to do, they could only find a shady spot under a tree to wait. It wasn't long before a military vehicle arrived, and 7 people got out. Judging by their uniforms, they were students from the 4th high school. After being dropped off by the soldiers, no one paid them any attention either. After glancing at Li Chen and the others, they also found a shady spot to wait. Then a minibus arrived, and more than 20 students from the 3rd high school got out. The students from the 2nd and 1st high schools needed a bus to fit in. About 50 from the 2nd high school arrived, while the 1st high school had over 100. Although we know that our 5th high school is the worst, experiencing it directly now, with only 3 spots, is really embarrassing, Li Chen said with a gloomy expression. If they got into a brawl, the 3 of them would be isolated and helpless. Wouldn't they just get bullied to death? Gather! The instructors all came out, and the leading instructor shouted loudly, startling most of the people. His voice was louder than the microphone. Girls in 2 rows, boys in 3 rows, from left to right, from short to tall, stand in line quickly, the instructor shouted again. Everyone gathered in front of the instructor, but since they hadn't practiced, their speed was very slow, taking over a minute to line up properly. Very good, 1 minute and 12 seconds. With your gathering speed, if an emergency occurs, I don't know how many lives would have been lost. You claim to be excellent students in your senior year, but in my eyes, you are just a bunch of trash that can't even line up properly. The chief instructor directly scolded them. Many students showed expressions of discontent. They were the pride of their respective schools, pampered by their parents and protected by their teachers, never facing anything but kind words. Today, being called trash, if it weren't for the fact that the other party was the chief instructor, some students would probably have already retorted. I see you are quite unconvinced. Good, I like rebellious spirits. I hope you can maintain this arrogance a month from now. Now everyone, get ready for push-ups, the chief instructor ordered again. Everyone quickly spread out and found their positions to lie down. For the first time doing push-ups, no need for too many. 1 minute and 12 seconds, that's 121. Since you're unconvinced, let's double it, so 242 it is, the chief instructor said, his tone revealing no emotion. Is that all? Many students thought they were martial artists, and before the meteor era, they were superhumans who could do 1,000 push-ups without breaking a sweat. But soon they realized they were wrong, very wrong. As a wave of pressure descended, they felt their bodies becoming increasingly heavy, and the weight was rising sharply. Li Chen felt as if he was carrying a small mountain. With his 250,000 pounds of punch power, he was struggling to hold on. His hands began to tremble, a sign that his body was entering overload. Just when Li Chen thought the pressure would continue to increase, he found that the pressure on him had stabilized. TSK, these little guys are in for a tough time. A group of proud young lads. If they aren't given a little lesson, how can the training proceed afterward? Boss, this advanced gravity divine treasure is truly enviable. It's an advanced divine treasure, and the boss has developed it to a deep level, with each little guy's gravity being different, just enough to maintain them at their limits. The instructors behind the chief instructor were transmitting sound, a small technique belonging to warriors, using the vibrations of their blood energy to send voices into each other's ears, a mandatory lesson for soldiers. 1. The chief instructor began to count. Li Chen slowly bent down, and as he pushed himself up, his hands trembled even more violently. The others were the same, their faces flushed, on the verge of collapsing at any moment. 2. The chief instructor's voice was slow and unhurried, as if he were playing. Li Chen completed another one, feeling like he was about to lose strength, and with over 200 more to go, he felt a bit desperate. Would this really not kill him? The titanium body feels humiliation, strives to improve, enters a state of enlightenment, progress increases by 10%, 20%. The titanium body reaches subtlety, enlightenment stops. The system's voice rang out, making Li Chen's heart leap with joy. Good, let the pressure come even more fiercely. Although the enhancement of the titanium body wouldn't increase strength, his endurance and defense had greatly improved, tripling directly. Although his hands were still trembling, Li Chen felt much better. It was as if he had been drowning and was now given a tube to breathe. 3. The chief instructor's voice continued, and everyone lay down again. They were all talented students. Although it was extreme, the first 10 could all complete it. By the 11th, someone couldn't go on and collapsed on the ground, not wanting to move at all. The chief instructor paid no mind and continued counting. With one person giving up, more and more students began to quit. By the 20th count, half were already lying on the ground. They felt that since they couldn't finish anyway, it was less tiring to give up early. By the 50th, only 9 could still hold on. Li Chen was one, Xin Yiman was still persisting, and the other 7 were students from other schools whom Li Chen didn't know. By the 60th, 4 more fell, and after 70, only 3 remained. Li Chen, along with 2 other guys, while Xin Yiman had also collapsed. 71, the chief instructor continued counting to himself. Li Chen's hands trembled as he went down and pushed up again, his veins bulging, his face contorted, looking as bad as it could get. The other 2 students were similar. At this point, every push-up was a breakthrough of their limits. One after another, soon another student fell, leaving only 2. The other was a big guy, over 2 meters tall, with bronze skin, clearly someone who had mastered body refining martial arts. 80. By the 80th push-up, another student fell, leaving only Li Chen still holding on. Countless times, Li Chen told himself to give up. After all, he had already persisted the longest, and his stamina was nearly at its limit, making it impossible to complete. Just as Li Chen was about to collapse, trembling, the system's voice rang out again. The basic body refining technique senses the host's Indomitable spirit, deeply moved, enters a state of enlightenment, progress increases by 10%. The titanium body senses the host's indomitable spirit, deeply moved, enters a state of enlightenment, progress increases by 10%. The basic body refining technique reaches a perfect realm, enlightenment stops. The titanium body reaches a perfect realm, enlightenment stops. Li Chen's body, which had already reached its limit, suddenly found new strength, with endurance and defense enhanced by 4 times. The chief instructor looked at Li Chen with slight surprise. He knew that this sudden ease in Li Chen's state must be due to a breakthrough in body refining martial arts. The other instructors also focused their attention on Li Chen, wanting to see how long he could hold on and if he could break the records of the past 3 sessions. The other students, however, had no strength left to watch, lying on the ground, unable to move their fingers, only able to listen to the instructor counting. As the instructor counted to 100, they were shocked beyond measure. Compared to themselves, 100 was an astronomical figure. Amidst the various thoughts of the crowd, the chief instructor continued counting 150, 200, 242, and Li Chen completed the task objective. The pressure suddenly vanished and Li Chen felt his body relax, exhaling deeply as he stood up. The others slowly rose as well. If the pressure didn't dissipate, they felt they might die. I used to think you were just a bunch of useless people who couldn't line up, but now I realize I was wrong. Not only are you useless at lining up, but you're also weak in stamina and spirit. You're nothing but a bunch of worthless trash, except for one student who performed well. He successfully completed the objective. The chief instructor's gaze was fixed on Li Chen. The others followed his gaze, seeing Li Chen in the uniform of the 5th high school, their eyes revealing either surprise or disdain, never expecting such a formidable person to come from there. Classmate, you have the right to let me know your name. Tell me loudly, what is your name? The chief instructor shouted. Reporting to the instructor, my name is Li Chen. Li Chen stood tall and proud. At that moment, he was the brightest star. Very good, Li Chen, you completed the objective, and you will be rewarded with 200 points. Thank you, instructor. Damn. 200 points, here 1 point equals the purchasing power of 1,000 credit points, that's 200,000. Damn it, if I had known I would risk my life to hold on. The other students looked on with envy and jealousy. Here, points were the only currency. Next, Li Chen, you can go to dormitory number 1 to rest. The others must complete all the push-ups before they can go back to rest. Oh, and let me tell you some good news, there are only half as many dormitory spaces as there are of you, and only the first half to finish will get to stay in the dormitory. The chief instructor smiled, thinking he was being humorous. At that moment, many students cursed inwardly. No dormitory meant they would have to sleep on the ground. Li Chen had no time to care about the others. The female officer who brought him gave him a smart wristband, and after binding it, his points were displayed on it. There was also a list of items for point exchange, potions, techniques, elixirs, weapons, everything one could need. Li Chen's attention was drawn to the potions. Intermediate nutritional potion, 10 points. Intermediate meditation potion, 10 points. Looking at the 200 points in his hand, Li Chen felt joy. That was 200,000, oh my god. He had no time to rest and went to exchange for 10 vials of nutritional potion and 10 vials of meditation potion. Upon returning to dormitory number 1, he began to cultivate. After drinking 1 vial of nutritional potion and 1 of meditation potion, Li Chen went to the training room, which was the most luxurious in dormitory number 1, even equipped with a training room. He first activated the titanium body, and the skin on every corner of his body turned silver. He took a machete from the weapon rack and tried to chop at his own arm. Even with all his strength, it only resulted in a minor injury. This defense, Li Chen exclaimed, was monstrous. Then he began to practice the Gale Step and the Little Flying Dagger. Self-cultivation could speed up his progress, and he needed to elevate these 2 martial skills. As for the true martial breathing technique and true martial seal, self-cultivation wouldn't speed up much, so he decided to go with the flow. While the other students were still struggling, Li Chen had already embarked on a rapid journey of progress again. With resources, his improvement speed was beyond imagination. On the first day, while the other classmates spent their time doing push-ups, Li Chen had already opened up 10 blood vessels, and his brain development increased by 1 point. Points, I need a lot of points. Li Chen went to sleep with great expectations. He hadn't slept long when, before dawn, a series of urgent whistles woke everyone up. The students who had collapsed on the ground to sleep instantly woke up when they saw the chief instructor starting the timer again, dragging their exhausted bodies to run quickly towards him. While running, they shouted loudly, "Everyone, gather quickly, the timer has started." The students resting in the dormitory, upon hearing the words timer, jumped out of bed and dressed at the fastest speed of their lives before rushing out. Having learned from the lesson of the morning, all the students, though utterly fatigued, lined up as quickly as possible according to the morning's formation. Many boys even wore their uniforms inside out. 46 seconds. Then run 46 laps, the chief instructor said expressionlessly. With the experience of this morning, everyone felt a tightness in their hearts. The track here was 1 kilometer per lap. Normally, running this many laps wouldn't be too much pressure for them. If they used their martial skills, they could even finish quickly. However, here, everything felt far from simple. The chief instructor had already been privately dubbed the Devil Instructor by the students. Everyone, come up in order to take A sealing bracelet, the chief instructor said, and the ring in his hand glimmered slightly, causing a pile of black bracelets to appear on the ground. Damn, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. The students felt despair. The sealing bracelets would seal all their blood energy, leaving them to rely solely on their physical strength to run. After taking turns to wear the bracelets, everyone began to run along the track. Because martial artists had very strong physiques, the first 20 laps went relatively smoothly. However, after 20 laps, some began to switch from a jog to a slow walk. They simply couldn't run anymore. Lap after lap, more and more students could not continue. The exhaustion from yesterday had not yet recovered, and now, this was too much for them to bear. A small portion could still persist, especially Li Chen, whose titanium body was perfected, greatly enhancing his stamina. He felt fine after running 30 laps. At this point, he was in a league of his own, having pulled a full lap ahead of the second place, and this distance continued to grow as Li Chen kept running while the second place had already started walking. 31, 32, 39, 45, 46. Li Chen finally finished, standing in front of the chief instructor. First, the chief instructor showed no surprise. Running today was actually easier than doing push-ups yesterday. Li Chen, you finished first, and I reward you with 200 points. You can go back to practice freely and gather again in the afternoon, the chief instructor said. Thank you, instructor. Li Chen saluted and then ran to the points exchange to trade for 10 tubes of nutritional potions and 10 tubes of meditation potions. Damn, is Li Chen some kind of special physique? How is his stamina so strong? A student couldn't help but complain. He's just a bit stronger in stamina. Martial artists ultimately rely on blood energy. How strong can a student from the 5th school be? He's just a bit outstanding now. Once formal martial training starts, he won't be at the top, a boy from the 1st school scoffed. Exactly, students from the 5th school probably don't even have 3rd grade martial artists. Once martial training starts, he'll show his true colors, perhaps out of jealousy or disdain. For the 5th school, many spoke with a condescending tone towards Li Chen. What do you mean? Is the 1st school so great that you can look down on others? Wang couldn't stand it and retorted. You 5th school students are trash. Who doesn't know that? Exactly, you refuse to admit you're useless. Go home, coming here is just wasting a spot. The students from the 1st school, being the majority, began to mock Wang Feng. You few, add 10 laps. The chief instructor pointed at the student who had just spoken, including Wang Feng. Damn, you 5th school kid, just wait and see. Those from the 1st school even grew to hate Wang Feng, blaming all the responsibility on him. Li Chen was completely unaware of all this. He had been diligently cultivating, and after drinking the potion, he actively practiced the little Li flying dagger and the gale step, getting closer to the micro realm in both martial arts. At noon, during lunch, he saw Wang Feng and 7 or 8 others still walking on the track, which surprised him. When he arrived at the cafeteria, many students were dragging their weary bodies in line for food. Were they not tired? They had just finished walking. At this moment, Li Chen was in high spirits, standing out. In contrast to the others, he joined the queue, slowly moving forward. Just as Li Chen was looking forward to the beast meat today, 3 people directly cut in front of him, completely ignoring his place in line. Seeing their school uniforms, they were students from the 1st high school. You 3, did your eyes fall at home? Can't you see I'm in line here? Li Chen coldly shouted. He was not someone to be bullied without a word. Oh, isn't this Li Chen? Sorry, we really didn't see you, one of them sneered. Yeah, we just didn't see anyone, the other 2 boys said with mocking smiles, completely disregarding Li Chen. Li Chen quickly realized they were looking for trouble. Get lost. Li Chen moved directly, using the mountain suppression seal. A large black seal the size of a dining table slammed towards the 3 students. Looking for death. The 3 students' eyes lit up with excitement. They had been waiting for Li Chen to make a move. Among the 5th high school students, the strongest, Qin Yiman, was only a 3rd grade martial artist. All 3 of them were also 3rd grade martial artists. They were not afraid of Li Chen. Breaking kill fist, 1000 extremes finger, crushing heart palm. The 3 students unleashed their signature martial arts, 3 attacks aimed at the mountain suppression seal. What? 3 horrified voices rang out, drawing the attention of the crowd. The 3 attacks were as fragile as bubbles before the mountain suppression seal, which continued to surge forward with overwhelming power towards the 3 students. The 3 students could only use defensive martial arts to withstand the impact. Bang! 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 The 3 disheveled figures crashed heavily to the ground, spitting blood continuously. In just one strike, the 3 third-grade martial artists were severely injured. Li Chen had already opened 37 blood vessels, with his vital energy reaching 3,700. Among the 3 students, 2 practiced C-grade breathing techniques, and 1 practiced a B-grade breathing technique. Even if all 120 blood vessels were opened, their vital energy could not compare to Li Chen's. Not to mention, the proficient-level mountain suppression seal could exert 21 times its power, while their martial arts were merely C-grade techniques at the proficient level, completely inferior to Li Chen. Hu Bing, Li Ran, Zhang Quan, how are you doing? Several students from the 1st high school gathered around, asking a pointless question. Get him. A student from the 1st high school, filled with blood energy, was about to make a move. Li Chen took the initiative, directly using the mountain suppression seal again. With his current strength, he was not afraid of anyone below the 4th grade martial artist level. There were no 5th grade martial artists among the crowd, and Li Chen was confident he could suppress them. Still dare to make a move. The students from the 1st high school were even angrier. They had always bullied others, and when did it become the turn of the 5th high school to provoke them? For the students of the 1st high school, as long as you dared to retaliate, it was considered provocation. The air exploded as the mountain suppression seal crushed through the air, slamming towards the students of the 1st high school. A multitude of martial techniques were unleashed, striking the mountain suppression seal, only to be crushed again. Absolute power brought absolute domination. 7 or 8 figures were sent flying, smashing several tables in the process. Li Chen stood in the center, exuding an aura of supremacy. How strong! This strength feels no less than a 5th grade martial artist. 5th high school actually produced such a character. Other students turned into onlookers, especially those from other schools who also looked down on the students from the 1st high school but were too weak to take action. However, there are quite a few 5th grade martial artists in the 1st high school, and there are even 2 6th grade martial artists. Li Chen is likely to be in trouble. Not enough strength to stick out, someone is going to get beaten up. Most students did not have high hopes for Li Chen's outcome. The strength of number 1 high school could crush the other 4 schools, and those who fought against number 1 usually did not end well. Look, Wang Bin is coming. Li Chen is in for a tough time, said a chubby boy. Suddenly, a figure swiftly swooped down from a low altitude like a blue phoenix, diving and pounced towards Li Chen. At that moment, Wang Bin's heart raced. He had always wanted to take action against Li Chen but had not found the opportunity. Now, with this rare chance, he was determined to cripple Li Chen. He was Zhu Kuan's cousin, and all of Zhu Kuan's actions were under his instruction. It was just that Zhu Kuan was too incompetent to complete his task. But it didn't matter, he was confident he could easily take Li Chen down. Wang Bin's right hand transformed into a claw, and before he even landed, a fierce claw shot towards Li Chen, the air exploding in its wake. Blue Phoenix Claw! Wang Bin shouted lowly, intending to crush Li Chen directly. Li Chen felt the overwhelming pressure from above as a massive claw, enveloping a 5-meter radius, reached for him. The powerful tearing force made his body ache. He felt even his titanium body was struggling to withstand it. Mountain suppression seal! Li Chen roared, sending a large seal up against the blue phoenix claw. The explosive sound was like 2 kilograms of explosives detonating, sending the surrounding tables and chairs flying. Even the steel furniture couldn't withstand the pressure and deformed. The mountain suppression seal was directly shattered by the blue phoenix claw, and Li Chen's gaze sharpened as 3 copies of him appeared and fled in different directions. Wang Bin controlled the giant claw to grab one of the Li Chens, crushing it instantly, but no blood spilled. He had caught an illusion. Let's see how well you can escape, Wang Bin sneered, as at that moment, another illusion of Li Chen vanished, revealing his true self. Wang Bin lunged again, darting out like a blue phoenix. He practiced the B-level breathing technique, blue phoenix breathing technique, along with the 5 techniques of the blue phoenix 6 forms. The blue phoenix claw and the blue phoenix spreading wings he was currently using were 2 of those techniques, both mastered to perfection, making him faster than Li Chen. Li Chen again created 3 illusions, but Wang Bin's hands clawed out in quick succession, sending 3 claw blades flying, shredding 2 of the illusions. The speed of a person's run could hardly compare to the speed of a martial technique's attack. It was like how no matter how fast an ordinary person ran, they could never outrun an arrow. Ding! A metallic clashing sound rang out from Li Chen's body. He had transformed into silver, his titanium body at its perfect state, fully titaniumized, with strong defenses. Die! Blue Phoenix charge! Wang Bin was enveloped by a blue phoenix, transforming into one as he charged towards Li Chen. He had killed a 5th-tier warrior with this strike before and didn't believe Li Chen could withstand it. The pressure grew closer, and Li Chen realized he couldn't dodge. He turned around, fingers forming a sword, and a blade of blood energy condensed into a flying knife aimed at Wang Bin's eyes. However, Wang Bin didn't care at all. The blue phoenix blood shadow easily blocked the blood energy knife. Mountain suppression seal! Li Chen formed a seal with his right hand, sending a large seal towards Wang Bin. Liao! A faint cry of a blue phoenix echoed as Wang Bin's blue phoenix expanded to 10 meters, violently shattering the mountain suppression seal. Li Chen's pupils contracted as he radiated blinding silver light, pushing his titanium body to the limit. 9 sword technique! A delicate voice called out from the side, and 2 sword energies tore through the air towards Wang Bin. Qin Yiman had made her move, using an A-level breathing technique along with the corresponding A-level martial skills. As a 3rd-tier warrior, she was among the best even among 5th-tier warriors. The 2 sword energies carried enough power to penetrate metal, striking the blue phoenix. Sparks flew as the highly compressed blood energy was comparable to metal. The blue phoenix was momentarily stunned, its impact speed significantly reduced, but it still couldn't completely block Wang Bin's charge. Die! Wang Bin descended upon Li Chen, crashing into him fiercely. Li Chen was knocked back, his body scraping against the metal floor, creating a shower of sparks, his school uniform torn and revealing his silver body. Boom! Li Chen crashed into the wall, producing a loud sound. Stop right there! Qin Yiman blocked Li Chen's path as Wang Bin continued to pursue. Get out of my way! Wang Bin's face showed anger as he prepared to shove Qin Yiman. Aside. Everyone, stop. The chief instructor rushed in from the doorway, a powerful pressure descending upon Wang Bin, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Very good, so energetic. Anyone who wants to fight, step forward. You better not think you're clever. The chief instructor scanned the room with a murderous look. No one dared to meet his gaze. It was a look that disregarded life, like a tiger staring at a sheep. As a soldier, the chief instructor had no doubt taken countless lives of demonic beasts, and his overwhelming killing intent was something the group of students could not withstand. Wang Bin glared fiercely at Li Chen and Qin Yimin before walking out. He had lost his chance. Li Chen shook his hands. He had used them to block Wang Bin's charge, and they were quite sore. However, it was not a big deal, as Qin Yimin's sword energy had helped him withstand most of Wang Bin's power. Thanks, sorry for dragging you into this, Li Chen said somewhat awkwardly to Qin Yimin. We're from the same school, we can't let them bully us. Wang Feng stood up for you against those from the first high school, and he's still out there running around, Qin Yimin replied with a smile. That guy. Li Chen's fondness for Wang Feng suddenly increased. A group of those involved in the fight came outside. The 10 students from the first high school that Li Chen had injured had blood at the corners of their mouths, looking quite disheveled. The chief instructor stood expressionless on the training ground, his eyes filled with killing intent, scanning the 13 people present. Very good, you may not have learned anything else here, but it seems you've picked up fighting on your own. I don't want to hear your excuses. Since you have so much energy, it would be wrong of me not to let you vent. Come, strike at me, the chief instructor said coldly. Everyone hesitated, no one dared to make the first move. On one hand, they couldn't gauge the chief instructor's intentions, and on the other, he was a grand martial artist. Wasn't going up against him just asking for death? What's wrong? I give you the chance to strike, and you don't dare? Then I'll go first. The chief instructor stepped forward, breaking through the air towards Wang Bin. Wang Bin's face stiffened. Who had he offended? He had just been pressured by the aura, and now he was the first to take a hit. However, feeling that the opponent's blood energy was similar to his own, his heart calmed slightly. The chief instructor's martial skills were not flashy. The blood energy condensed in his fist as he punched directly at Wang Bin's chest. Wang Bin did not sit idly by. He also condensed his blood energy and reached for the chief instructor's fist. But the chief instructor feigned a move, sidestepping, slightly turning his fist to bypass Wang Bin's attack and land directly on his chest. Wang Bin let out a muffled groan. It hurt so much. It wasn't that the injury was particularly severe, but after the chief instructor's blood energy struck him, it rapidly spread in all directions, like 100 needles piercing through his flesh. The intense pain was beyond imagination, causing tears to flow. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in Li Chen's mind. Observing the breaking army breathing technique at the subtle realm, the cultivation speed of the true martial breathing technique increases, progress plus 1%. Observing the breaking army 8 forms at the subtle realm, the cultivation speed of the true martial seal increases, progress plus 1%. Gale step plus 5%. Such good fortune. Li Chen's eyes lit up. The cultivation speed of the true martial breathing technique and true martial seal had always been a sore spot for him, and he hadn't expected to gain unexpected rewards here. But soon, he snapped out of his joyful state because the chief instructor's next attack was aimed at him. A powerful aura surged towards him, an intense killing intent enveloping him, causing the hairs on Li Chen's body to stand on end. The chief instructor felt like he was going to kill him. Li Chen's heart trembled slightly, a primal fear in the face of death. He bit his tongue to wake himself up, activated the titanium body to enhance his defense, and, with his right hand, pressed the mountain suppression seal against the chief instructor's fist. The chief instructor used the same trick again, once more evading Li Chen's attack, his fist smashing towards Li Chen's chest from the side. Li Chen executed the Gale Step, transforming into 3 phantoms. However, the usually invincible Gale Step faced a Waterloo this time. The chief instructor stepped forward, the air roaring, his fist chasing after Li Chen's true body and arriving right in front of him. Li Chen could only watch as the opponent's fist landed on his chest with a dull thud, followed by him being sent flying and crashing hard to the ground. A fiery pain surged in his chest. Even the perfect titanium body couldn't withstand it. After all, it was just a sea-level martial skill. The chief instructor had already reached Qin Yimin, shattering her sword aura with brute force, and then Qin Yimin fell to the ground. The chief instructor wouldn't let her off just because she was a girl, of course. He aimed for her stomach, causing Qin Yimin to nearly vomit up the meal she had just eaten. Then, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, the chief instructor knocked down each of the other 10 students from Class 1 with a punch. Get up! You're not allowed to stop until I say so, or you can pack your things and leave, the chief instructor barked coldly. Li Chen stood up and actively attacked the chief instructor. It was a rare opportunity for his martial arts progress to surge, and he wouldn't let it stop. Li Chen's hands swung out in succession, sending waves of blood chi flying knives towards the chief instructor. The chief instructor used the breaking army step to dodge most of the flying knives, and when he couldn't avoid them, he shattered them with the breaking army fist, a fist imprint tearing through the air towards Li Chen. Li Chen executed the mountain suppression seal, a seal the size of a sofa emanating a heavy aura, colliding with the fist imprint. The mountain suppression seal shattered the fist imprint and pressed towards the chief instructor. A glimmer of light appeared in the chief instructor's eyes. Although he maintained a similar level of chi and blood as Li Chen, he practiced B-level martial skills capable of unleashing 20 times the power at the subtle realm, yet he was actually unable to defeat Li Chen's martial skills? This kid, he can't have mastered A-level martial skills, can he? The chief instructor wondered. As he watched the mountain suppression seal descend, the chief instructor chose not to take it head-on. Instead, he used the breaking army step to reach a nearby student, grabbing him and throwing him towards the mountain suppression seal. Everyone present was speechless. Weren't they afraid of something going wrong? At that moment, the student being used as a shield was in despair. He had just experienced the power of the mountain suppression seal and now had to face it again. He could only exert all his strength to defend, knowing it would hurt. The battle continued, with the other students tacitly surrounding the chief instructor. If they couldn't win one-on-one, they would gang up. Unfortunately, ideals were full, but reality was thin. The chief instructor's combat experience was far too rich. Their attack had too many flaws, which the chief instructor exploited, causing them to harm each other. This battle could be described as a one-sided beating that lasted half an hour, with every part of Li Chen and the others' bodies radiating pain. Except for Li Chen, who could still barely stand, everyone else was already lying on the ground, gasping for air. After enough beating, the chief instructor left directly, and Li Chen went over to help Qin Yiman up. "You still have the strength to stand," Qin Yiman said weakly. "I'm a professional at taking hits," Li Chen replied proudly. Qin Yiman rolled her eyes again. What was he so proud of? Li Chen supported Qin Yiman as they walked towards her dormitory, and when passing by Wang Bin, Li Chen deliberately stepped on his face. Sorry, I thought it was a dead dog. Didn't expect it was you," Li Chen said with a face full of apology. "Li Chen, our matter isn't over." Wang Bin gritted his teeth, wishing he could skin Li Chen alive. "TCH, if you have the guts, hit me now," Li Chen sneered at him. "We'll see about that." Although Wang Bin's heart was ablaze with anger, he still managed to hold it in. After Li Chen sent Qin Yiman back to her dormitory, he quickly returned to his own room, eager to check the system panel. Martial Arts Autonomous Training System Host, Li Chen Realm. Blood Aperture Realm Level 1, First Class Martial Artist, Brain Domain Development, 12% Vitality, 3700 Intermediate Meditation. Technique, Mastery 83%. Basic Body Refinement Technique, Perfection 6%. Little Li Flying Dagger D-Class, Mastery 84%. True Martial Breathing Technique, Mastery 55%. True Martial Seal, Mastery 55%. Titanium Level Body C-Class, Perfection 1%. Swift Wind Step C-Class, Subtle 33%. Evaluation, still unsightly. The progress of the True Martial Breathing Technique and True Martial Seal increased by 34%, with mastery now over half, which was truly delightful. The Swift Wind Step also entered the subtle realm. After Li Chen demonstrated it, his speed increased threefold compared to the mastery realm, and he could create 6 phantoms, making it even more deceptive. After reaching perfection in the basic body refinement technique and the combat technique automatically merged with the basic body refinement technique, perhaps due to the nature of body techniques. After the fusion, the progress increased again, which made Li Chen very satisfied. He took out a bottle of nutritional potion and a meditation potion, drank them, and then lay down to rest. His body ached all over, and he had no desire to train. Besides, he had classes later, and without some rest, he didn't know how he would endure the afternoon. In the afternoon, the familiar whistle sounded again, and everyone quickly assembled. This time, it was not the chief instructor gathering them, but a tall and muscular instructor who looked intimidating enough to scare several people. "I am your defensive martial arts instructor, Zhao Gang. The importance of defensive martial arts goes without saying. It is the most crucial, as it can save your life in critical moments. This class will first assess your training in defensive martial arts. Then we will provide targeted guidance. I have practiced over 40 defensive martial arts, mainly D-class and C-class, which are the mainstream. I believe it will be helpful to you." Zhao Gang introduced himself first. "Alright, let's start the assessment. One by one, step forward, state your training realm and your defensive martial arts." Zhao Gang continued to shout. The first girl stepped up and began to report. Reporting to the instructor, "My name is Xia Yao, a third-class martial artist, and my defensive martial art is Water Element Shield." This girl was also the smallest among them, looking quite cute. "Okay, demonstrate your defensive martial art, then stand firm. I will use the vitality of someone at your realm and gradually increase the strength of my attack. The longer you hold out, the greater the reward." Zhao Gang smiled, though there was something chilling about that smile. Xia Yao activated the Water Element Shield, a blood aura shield enveloping her like waves. Zhao Gang produced an iron rod, thick as an arm, which looked quite intimidating. He approached Xia Yao and swung the rod down onto her head. Xia Yao was so frightened that she closed her eyes. It was terrifying. The iron rod could cover half her face. The others broke into a sweat, unable to imagine how painful it would be if the iron rod broke through her defense and struck her head. Bang! The water element shield blocked Zhao Gang's first strike, vibrating continuously as it absorbed the force. Then came the second strike. With Zhao Gang increasing his strength by 10%, the water element shield vibrated even more violently but still did not shatter. Bang bang bang! After 3 consecutive strikes, the water element shield was vibrating to its limit. The blood aura dissipated, reaching its peak. Zhao Gang did not stop, continuing to swing down, and the water element shield finally exploded, the iron rod landing on Xiaoyao's head with a dull thud. Li Chen watched as tears instantly shot out of Xiaoyao's eyes, and a large bump visibly rose on her forehead. Xiaoyao covered her head, tears welling up, wanting to cry but too scared to do so. Fail, go stand aside. Zhao Gang had no intention of being gentle. On the battlefield, there was no distinction between genders. Yes, instructor. Xiaoyao's voice was choked as she stepped aside and withdrew into herself. The second girl hesitated as she approached, already trembling a bit. Move faster, or I'll give you another hit. Zhao Gang shouted. The girl quickly ran to Zhao Gang and reported her realm on the defensive martial technique she had practiced. This girl fared worse. Her defense was broken after just the third hit, and the bump on her head was even larger. Then one by one, they took their turns, with the most anyone managing to last being 8 hits. According to Zhao Gang, anyone who couldn't last 10 hits would be considered failing. Li Chen calculated that to pass, one must master a C-level defensive martial technique. Although everyone here was talented, their main focus was on breathing techniques and offensive martial arts, and none had yet mastered a defensive technique. It wasn't until the 9th girl stepped forward that someone successfully lasted to the 12th hit. She was a genius. From the first high school, a 6th grade martial artist, the highest cultivation level in the group, and had always been the most dazzling presence in her school. Her name was Chu Piaoxue, a name full of poetic meaning, and her defensive technique was the ice shield from the 6 styles of snowfall. Above B-level breathing techniques, many martial arts are paired with breathing techniques such as Qin Yimen's 9-sword breathing technique and 9-sword formula, or Chu Piaoyu's snowfall breathing technique and 7 styles of snowfall. There was also Wang Bin's Qingpeng breathing technique and 6 styles of Qingpeng. Their martial arts inherently included offense, footwork, defense, and some even contained soul-related moves. This is the advantage of having a great martial artist as an elder. A great martial artist can create a complete set of martial arts, so their descendants don't need to piece together their techniques. When it came to Qin Yimen, Li Chen paid close attention. She also managed to last 12 hits, just like Chu Piaoxue. Women are not to be underestimated. These 2 girls put immense pressure on the boys. Then it was the boys' turn, and they began their journey of failure, each one pondering life with large bumps on their heads, feeling utterly despondent. If other students at the school saw this image, they would definitely suffer social death. It wasn't until Wang Bin's turn that he managed to last to the 11th hit. After that, before it was Li Chen's turn, no one had passed. Li Chen, 1st grade martial artist, titanium body. Li Chen reported simply. No way, this must be fake. He's only a 1st grade martial artist, he must be lying. Exactly, how dare he play such tricks, it's really embarrassing. A 1st grade martial artist rivaling a 5th grade martial artist? Does he think he's a monster? As Li Chen reported his realm, everyone began to murmur. They were unwilling to believe that such a formidable Li Chen was only a 1st grade martial artist, thinking he was deliberately hiding the truth. The reason, of course, was to last longer and earn rewards. Silence. Zhao Gang shot a cold glance, and everyone quieted down. Li Chen, since everyone has doubts, you should first do a blood aperture check. Zhao Gang took out a small machine from his spatial ring. This was a machine to detect the number of blood apertures opened within the body. Yes, instructor. Li Chen shrugged and placed his hand on the machine as instructed. A needle pierced Li Chen's hand, and a slight electric current coursed through his body. Then the screen on the machine displayed a number 38. 38 blood apertures. 1st grade martial artist, Zhao Gang announced. No way, he really is a 1st grade martial artist. Then what level of breathing technique and martial arts is he practicing? The level must be terrifying. Is there really such a person in Ningchen? The students were completely stunned, shocked by this fact. At this moment, Wang Bin's face was flushed. He was certain that Li Chen had a breathing technique above SS level, and he had to obtain it. He clenched his fists. Once the training camp ended, he would stop at nothing to snatch it from Li Chen. Use your defensive martial technique. Yes, instructor. Li Chen's body turned silver, shining brilliantly under the sunlight. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the iron rod struck Li Chen's forehead directly, yet he didn't even blink. It wasn't bragging. In the entire federation, there were hardly a few 1st grade martial artists capable of breaking through his defenses. As long as Zhao Gang maintained the strength of a 1st grade blood energy, Li Chen felt no fear at all. One strike after another, Li Chen appeared relaxed, easily taking 10 hits. Cough, cough, instructor, haven't you eaten? Li Chen raised an eyebrow and asked. Good kid, your perfect grade titanium body is even stronger than mine. Next, I will unleash the strength of a 2nd grade martial artist. Your rewards will double. The longer you hold out, the higher the rewards. If you can withstand it until I unleash the strength of a 3rd grade martial artist, the rewards will triple, Zhao Gang said with a smile. Alright, Li Chen grinned, as if he could see the points beckoning to him. One strike after another, Zhao Gang unleashed the blood energy of 80 blood points, delivering another 10 strikes, yet Li Chen still did not break his defense. Then Zhao Gang began to unleash the blood energy of 120 blood points. With the first strike, a faint red mark appeared on Li Chen's forehead. Zhao Gang had cultivated to the B-grade breathing technique with 120 blood points and 3,600 points of blood energy, which was lower than Li Chen's current 3,800. He was using the C-grade martial technique, mountain crushing rod, at the subtle realm, while Li Chen's titanium body was at the perfect realm. With higher blood energy and a higher level of martial technique, Zhao Gang struck 10 more times, leaving only deep red marks on Li Chen's forehead, a minor issue. Then Zhao Gang activated the power of 160 blood points. With one strike, Li Chen felt dizzy, his head spinning, and a sharp pain stung his tear ducts. It wasn't that he wanted to cry, it was just his body reacting uncontrollably. A small bump formed on his forehead, and he knew his defensive limit. A 4th-grade martial artist practicing the B-grade breathing technique needed a C-grade martial technique to reach the subtle realm to break through his defenses. None of the students here had martial techniques that reached the subtle realm, so his opponents were that small portion above the 5th grade. Li Chen could imagine that those students could think of it too. Crossing 4 realms to fight was a rarity in the entire history of Ning City, not exceeding a handful. Now, they were witnessing one, not knowing whether to feel sorrow or honor. The 11th strike begins. Each strike rewards 50 points. From the 11th to the 20th strike, the reward doubles, totaling 1,000 points. From the 21st to the 30th, it triples, totaling 1,500 points. The 31st strike is 200, for a total of 2,700 points, Zhao Gang announced, his tone filled with emotion. This was equivalent to a purchasing power of 2.7 million credit points earned in just 5 minutes, faster than he could make money. Thank you, instructor. Li Chen's expression was invigorated, he had struck gold. The other students were so envious that they were drooling. They had come here, endured hardships, and gained nothing, while Li Chen had already earned over 3,000 points. Comparing people really could drive one to despair. Then another student named Lei Gang qualified, equally tall and muscular, the kind that could scare little girls to tears. Zhao Gang admired him, perhaps finding a kindred spirit, and with everyone sharing the same name, they felt even more connected. The remaining time is for free practice. After the test, Zhao Gang announced the dismissal. Li Chen eagerly ran to the points exchange to check the redemption list. He planned to exchange most of his points for potions, intending to acquire a new martial technique. The first layer of the titanium body and the Gale Step were merely C-grade techniques, which he no longer found appealing. He browsed through the martial technique section and quickly spotted the redemption points for the second layer of the titanium body, 1,000. Li Chen gritted his teeth and purchased it directly. After receiving the technique inheritance, Li Chen was about to head back to practice. Student, for the second layer of the titanium body, it's best to pair it with titanium liquid. This way, your body can become as tough as alloy, the girl at the exchange reminded Li Chen. Li Chen's head throbbed. Wasn't it enough to practice martial techniques? Did he also need potions? However, he also understood that the titanium body was a body-refining martial art, and most body-refining techniques indeed had miraculous effects when combined with corresponding medicines. After all, it was difficult to enhance the physical body relying solely on vitality. How many points for a vial? Li Chen asked. 50, the young girl replied with a bright smile, but Li Chen's mood was clouded. He thought he had become wealthy, but now it seemed he was too naive. This titanium body could turn him into a pauper. I'll exchange for 10 vials to test the waters, Li Chen said with a pained expression. Back in his dormitory, Li Chen took out a disposable inheritance martial seal and pressed it to his forehead, beginning to accept the inheritance of the second layer of the titanium body. The second layer of the titanium body draws experience from the first layer, rapidly increasing cultivation. Progress plus 20%. Experience absorption complete. The cultivation speed of the second layer of the titanium body returns to normal. Li Chen glanced at the system and found that the cultivation progress of the second layer of the titanium body had reached 67% proficiency. Then he first drank the nutritional potion and the meditation potion and then took out the titanium potion, preparing to test its effects. He went to the bathroom, filled the bathtub with water, and then poured in the potion, turning the water silver. Li Chen stripped down and lay back, operating the titanium body, continuously absorbing the power of the potion. He felt his physical body growing stronger, transforming towards titanium alloy. He absorbed the potion quickly. 1 vial was completely absorbed in just an hour. Li Chen tapped his hands together, producing a clanging sound as if metal were colliding. This was quite astonishing. After all, Li Chen had not activated his vitality to perform the titanium body, it was purely the strength of his physical body. 50 points is worth it. If I cultivate to the extreme, even without activating my vitality, my body could rival B-grade alloys, greatly increasing my survival probability against various sneak attacks. Li Chen's eyes lit up. This was true defensive martial art. Relying on activated vitality was too limited. There were countless methods of sneak attacks, and it wasn't always possible to activate defensive techniques in time. By directly enhancing physical strength, he could perfectly solve the reaction problem. When the enemy meticulously planned a successful sneak attack, only to find that not even their skin was broken, TSK, one could only imagine how devastated they would be. However, thinking about how many vials of titanium liquid it would take to cultivate the second layer of the titanium body to perfection, Li Chen's expression turned bitter. He was poor, still too poor. Time passed as he cultivated, and with each passing minute, Li Chen grew stronger. By evening, he had successfully opened the 41st blood vessel, stepping into the ranks of second-grade martial artists. By the time he fell asleep, he had opened 45 blood vessels, and his brain domain activation level had also reached 13%. With 4500 vitality, most 4th-grade martial artists practicing B-grade techniques had lower vitality than him. Coupled with his mastery-level mountain suppression seal, Li Chen was confident he could suppress an average 5th-grade martial artist. Wang Bin, soon I will let you know why the flowers are so red. Li Chen's lips curled into a smile. The whistle sounded again, and all the students gathered once more. This time, their instructor had changed again. It was a frail man. I am your movement technique instructor, Liang Su. I have mastered 50 movement techniques, and the importance of movement techniques cannot be overstated. They are the most crucial among martial arts. As the saying goes, if you can't win, you must be able to run. Superior movement techniques can save your life at critical moments, Liang Su said with a serious expression. The students felt numb. Yesterday Zhao Gang said defensive techniques were the most important, and today you say movement techniques are the most important. Tomorrow, it won't be that offensive techniques are the most important, right? The first class will also test your level of movement techniques. Let me be clear, good performance will earn rewards, while poor performance will lead to punishment, Liang Su said with a malicious glint in his eyes. The students felt a chill. When it came to punishment, they were genuinely afraid. Liang Su led them into a large building. This was the wind pressure chamber, the place to test their movement technique levels. This is the wind pressure type. Do you see the small holes in the wall? These small holes shoot out marbles at a speed that's generally just a bit faster than a bullet, and there will also be chaotic winds interfering here. As usual, line up and report your realm, body technique, and martial skills, Liang Su said. Moreover, I will use the same martial skills as you, compressing my vital energy to be about the same as yours. If you can last longer than me, the rewards will be substantial, Liang Su added. However, the students did not show any signs of excitement. It was too difficult to earn rewards from the instructor. Let's begin, Liang Su said. Xia Yao, 3rd-grade martial artist, wind step. Xia Yao was the first. She stepped into the left side of the room center under everyone's gaze. Liang Su approached the control panel, input the parameters, clicked to start after 5 seconds, and then stood on the right side of the center. Whoosh! The air was pierced by a sound, and a marble shot towards Xia Yao, accompanied by mist. Xia Yao used the C-grade body technique, wind step, successfully dodging it. Liang Su also used wind step, starting to evade the marbles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More and more marbles shot out from the small holes, and fierce winds blew from all directions, strong enough to topple large trees, affecting Xia Yao and Liang Su's movements. After just 20 seconds, Xia Yao was hit by a marble. Fail. Step aside and watch closely. Liang Su continued to use wind step to test. As time passed, the marbles became denser, and the winds grew fiercer. Liang Su remained relaxed, as if he had merged with the wind. He did not forcefully resist the winds to stabilize himself, but instead used the wind's power to evade. At this moment, Li Chen was very happy because the system's voice sounded again. The wind step of the subtle realm, the training speed of Gale step increases, progress plus 10%. The wind step of the subtle realm can no longer enhance training speed. Gale step training speed resumes. Li Chen glanced at the system and found that Gale step had reached the subtle realm, with 80% progress, very close to perfection. Liang Su lasted a full minute before being hit by a marble. He paused the test and signaled for the next person to enter. Then Liang Su demonstrated a new body technique, but it was still a C-grade technique of the subtle realm, unable to accelerate the training of Gale step. Li Chen particularly hoped that Liang Su would master the perfect realm body technique so that his own technique could also reach perfection. One by one, the students took their turns, but none qualified. Lasting 30 seconds was considered passing, and at least a C-grade body technique had to reach the proficient realm to have a chance. It wasn't until Chu Piaoxua that the first qualified person appeared. Her Snowfall 7 styles included the Snowless Step, a B-grade technique, which, although at the proficient realm, was stronger than a C-grade technique at the proficient realm. She successfully lasted 1 minute and 10 seconds. Liang Su did not know the Snowfall 9 styles, so he chose a B-grade body technique, also reaching the subtle realm. Li Chen's Gale step accelerated again, directly reaching the perfect realm, which made him very satisfied. Then, besides Qin Yiman, another girl qualified, making a total of 3 qualified girls. When it was the boy's turn, it wasn't until Wang Bin that someone finally qualified. Then a slender boy qualified, agile like a monkey, with high attainments in body techniques. Finally, it was Li Chen's turn, and he walked out with a confident expression. Li Chen, 2nd-grade martial artist, Gale step. Wow, he's already a 2nd-grade martial artist so soon. Didn't he just have 38 blood vessels yesterday? Can he really open 3 blood vessels in half a day? Don't judge Li Shen with the perspective of an ordinary person. I wonder how Li Shen's body technique is. He looks so confident, it must be impressive, right? Many students had privately begun to call Li Chen Li Shen, the only true god of the training camp. With combat power that transcended 4 realms and perfect defensive techniques, he was truly worthy of the title of God. The test began, and a marble shot through the air towards Li Chen. He easily sidestepped, avoiding the attack. A strong wind swept in from the side, and Li Chen's body merged with the wind, continuing to evade the marble's assault. The relentless marbles were more terrifying than a machine gun's fire, yet Li Chen appeared relaxed and at ease, strolling through the first 30 seconds. One strike was enough to tell the difference. The other students could see that Li Chen's movement technique was above the subtle level. It wasn't until a minute had passed that Li Chen began to look serious, as the marbles now fell like rain. This not only tested his movement technique but also his reaction speed. With only 13% of his brain's capacity developed, his reaction was slower than others. He could only rely on his movement to compensate for his reaction speed. He was like a gust of wind, drifting in a small space, perfectly dodging the marbles' attacks, neither too much nor too little. After 10 seconds, the density of the marbles increased again, and Li Chen felt greater pressure. His body whirled with the wind, 9 Li Chen's moving in all directions, fully unleashing his gale step. Damn! 8 phantoms, perfect realm. What the hell, did he start training in the womb? Perfect defensive techniques, perfect movement techniques, is he even human? I told you to call him God Chu, Wang Feng said proudly, as if he were just as impressive. Liang Su also looked astonished. He had heard Zhao Gang mention a promising student named Li Chen yesterday, and it seemed he truly was a gem. His gale step was only at the subtle level. Perfection was not easily achieved. Aside from the originator, others needed both comprehension and opportunity to reach perfection, which was as difficult as climbing to the sky. Yet, Li Chen had already achieved perfection in 2 martial techniques, and he was only in his 3rd year of high school. Liang Su's expression grew serious. Losing to a student would be quite embarrassing. Although his martial technique level was slightly lower, his brain capacity development was much higher than Li Chen's, allowing for faster reactions, so he continued to hold on. After another 10 seconds, the difficulty increased again, and Li Chen's situation became perilous, with several marbles narrowly missing him. Liang Su's situation was even more dangerous. His reactions were quick, but his speed was insufficient, putting him in a precarious position. Finally, 2 seconds later, Liang Su was hit by a marble and had failed. Li Chen, however, continued to hold on, only being overwhelmed by the surging marbles at 1 minute and 41 seconds. No subsequent students qualified, and Liang Su began to award points. 1 minute later, for the first 10 seconds, each second earned 10 points. For seconds 11 to 20, each second earned 20 points. For seconds 21 to 30, each second earned 30 points. For seconds 31 to 40, each second earned 40 points. And for seconds 41 to 50, each second earned 50 points. Calculating this, Li Chen earned another 1050 points, breaking the 1,000 mark again. Everyone was stunned. This was Li Chen's cash cow. The test continued, but no other students managed to qualify. In the morning, there was a test, and after it, they were free to train. Li Chen returned to the dormitory, continued taking potions, and absorbed titanium extreme potions, further enhancing his physical strength. This constant feeling of becoming stronger was intoxicating for Li Chen. If this continued, he was confident he could sweep through the entire genius training camp in 10 days. The genius training camp lasted a full month, and Li Chen was curious about how many martial masters in the divine concealment realm he could suppress when he left. When I go back, the teacher might not even be my match anymore. TSK, the world changes too quickly. I hope teacher Lu's little heart can handle it, Li Chen thought, with a strange feeling as he went to the dining hall for a meal. This time, no one dared to provoke him. Li Chen was a tough nut to crack. Aside from Wang Bin and Xu Piaoxue, no one else had the confidence to suppress Li Chen. Wang Bin really wanted to take action, but he didn't dare. He was afraid of being expelled for repeatedly violating the rules. He couldn't give up the resources here. Although his father was a great martial artist and their family had considerable wealth, it was still far from the training camp of this official organization. Didn't you see that Qin Yiman's family had a martial ancestor overseeing them? All of them were here? In the afternoon, it was still Instructor Liang Su teaching. This time it was targeted instruction. After the morning's assessment, Liang Su already had a grasp of each student's movement techniques, martial skills, and realms. He had people enter the wind pressure chamber in groups of 10 to begin targeted guidance. Xia Yao, you're wind following. Step is too stiff. Follow the wind, follow the wind. What are you doing all day resisting the wind? Don't be afraid of falling. If you fall, you fall. The more you fall, the more experience you'll gain, Liang Su scolded. Su Rong, you're explosive. Step emphasizes an instant burst of tremendous power to propel yourself forward. Why are you cowering? Afraid your blood vessels will burst? Give me a burst of your blood energy until your meridians ache. Liang Su switched to another student to continue scolding. Soon, he had guided all 10 students and then switched to another group of 10. Li Chen was watching intently, listening carefully. His gale step was already perfect, and he was preparing to switch to a more advanced movement technique, just observing the characteristics of these techniques. When it was Li Chen's turn, the 9 students who went up with him had already been scolded once. Li Chen was ready to be reprimanded, but the development was unexpected. Classmate Li Chen is quite good. You all should learn from him. He is your best example, Liang Su praised. Damn, this is Li Xin. Xin Yiman and Chu Piaoxue both got scolded, but Li Xin received praise. If your movement technique is perfect, you can too. I'll pass. The breathing technique is already difficult enough. Where do I have time to study movement techniques? The other students felt off balance again. They also wanted to be praised. When they were praised before, it didn't feel like much, but now that they were here, it was either being reprimanded or scolded, and compliments had become a luxury. People only learn to cherish things when they lose them. After everyone had been guided, the afternoon class came to an end. Alright, everyone out. The wind pressure chamber is free today. Starting tomorrow, it will cost points. 5 minutes for 1 point. No bargaining, Liang Su announced. No way, it costs points? I still have 0 points. What should I do? How would I know? I also have 0 points. Those students without points were distraught. They had already experienced the benefits of the wind pressure chamber for movement techniques. It was very helpful. Just as they were preparing to hone their skills here, they found out they had to pay. This price has already been discounted by 50%. You should be grateful. If you say one more word, every week I will conduct a test. The 50 students who progress the slowest, you better be mentally prepared, Liang Su said. Woo woo. Many students were on the verge of tears. Li Chen felt indifferent. He had points. As for progress, he would concede second place. Who would dare claim first? He first went to the points exchange to trade for 5 bottles of titanium extreme liquid, 10 tubes of meditation potion, and 10 tubes of nutritional potion, then returned to the dormitory to continue his training. The next day, they were gathered by Instructor Pan Shi, who guided them in offensive martial techniques. The morning began with a routine assessment of martial skills, starting with Xia Yao. The test was simple. Everyone unified their energy to 1000 and then used their offensive martial skills to strike the force measuring device. Xia Yao, sea-level martial skill water. Element palm. After reporting her martial skill, Xia Yao approached the measuring device, struck out with a palm, and a palm print appeared on the device, displaying a number of 900,000. 900,000 pounds meant her martial skill had reached the proficient realm. One by one, the students stepped forward to test. Most of them were C-level martial skills, and most were at the proficient realm. Chu Piaoxue's Snowfall 7 Styles was a B-level martial skill, only cultivated to the skilled realm, but it was stronger than the proficient C-level martial skills. Xin Yiman's A-level martial skill, the 9 sword techniques, had also been cultivated to a proficient level, which, when calculated, was the highest among the girls, though her realm held her back. As for the boys, the vast majority were also proficient in C-level skills, while Wang Bin was at a B-level proficiency. When it was Li Chen's turn, he walked to the measuring device under the gaze of everyone present. Li Chen, A-level mountain suppression seal. Li Chen did not say true martial seal, only mentioning mountain suppression seal to avoid causing too much of a stir. However, an A-level martial skill could still create some excitement, as currently, only he and Xin Yiman practiced A-level martial skills. He actually practices A-level martial skills? What is his background? A descendant of a martial sovereign. But in Ning City, there is only the Qin family with a martial sovereign, right? I can't even comprehend B-level martial skills, yet Li Xin can cultivate A-level martial skills to such a profound level, it's heartbreaking. Pan Shi was also moved, focusing intently on Li Chen. The chief instructor and the 2 instructors in front were all full of praise for Li Chen, eagerly anticipating his performance in offensive martial skills. Li Chen condensed the mountain suppression seal and struck the measuring device, the roar sounding like an explosion. A huge number appeared on the screen, 2.1 million, the current highest, and Li once again became the center of attention. Is there anything Li Xin can't do? A student voiced everyone's thoughts. Pan Shi nodded as well. Reaching proficiency in A-level martial skills was already very impressive. After all, his own A-level martial skills were only at the proficient level. Alright, this Li Chen, I can't give him any pointers. Pan Shi felt the same frustration as the other 2 instructors. When another student tested, it was the turn of the burly Lei Gang, which stirred up another wave. Lei Gang's C-level martial skill, the Shattering Mountain Fist, had already reached a subtle level, and Pan Shi praised him, causing Lei Gang to grin from ear to ear. Truly a guy who couldn't hide his feelings. Li Chen, due to his proficiency in A-level martial skills, received another 1,000 points as a reward, and everyone had become numb, unable to envy him any longer. In the afternoon, there was targeted teaching on offensive martial skills. Pan Shi had a good grasp of the martial skills most students had mastered, making targeted instruction easy. As for martial skills that Instructor Pan Shi had not mastered, he would use similar martial skills to demonstrate to the students. For example, he would use a certain seal to help Li Chen verify the true martial seal. Li Chen gained a lot as the cultivation speed of the true martial seal increased again, getting closer to the subtle level. The next day was for teaching ranged attack martial skills, and the instructor was the female instructor who brought Li Chen to the training camp named Jiang Peipei. The name sounded a bit cute, but this instructor Jiang always had a cold expression, as if everyone owed her money and hadn't paid it back. In the morning, they tested everyone's progress in ranged martial skills, and the method was simple. Target shooting, of course, with moving targets. 10 machines would shoot out flying discs at high speed, and students needed to use ranged means to shatter the flying discs before they fell, otherwise they would be eliminated. During the test, Instructor Jiang would use the same martial skills as the students to compete, and the more flying discs shattered, the more points they would earn. It was still Xia Yao who tested first. Her ranged attack martial skill was called Water Element Bullet, shooting out beads condensed from blood energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the flying discs soared, tearing through the wind with a shrill sound. Instructor Jiang and Xia Yao extended their fingers, shooting out blood energy beads to shatter the flying discs. At first, the frequency of the flying discs was not high, increasing one level every 10 seconds. Xia Yao's water element bullet was only at the entry level, and she couldn't even last 10 seconds before being shot a cold glance by Instructor Jiang, nearly crying. Instructor Jiang's gaze was too lethal. Next, the students' levels in ranged martial skills were generally low. Chu Piaxue's ranged attack martial skill was also just a proficient C-level technique. Xin Yaman goes without saying, a D-level Little Flying Dagger at the proficient level. After all the girls finished their tests, Instructor Jiang's expression grew increasingly cold, and everyone fell silent, not daring to speak. You are the so-called talents of this year's Ning City, and this year's Ning City is a failure. Everyone knows that long-range combat skills are the most important, whether to snip the enemy or to block them. It is the best means. Yet your long-range combat skills are so pathetic. Instructor Jiang bluntly scolded, her disappointment palpable. The students hung their heads, lacking spirit, while Li Chen remained relaxed. As Instructor Jiang demonstrated a series of intricate long-range combat skills, his training speed with the Little Flying Dagger rapidly improved, now reaching perfection. It wasn't difficult to meet Instructor Jiang's standards, but since her Little Flying Dagger was also at the perfect level, Li Chen had little confidence in surpassing her in the competition. One by one, the students went up, and none stood out. Long-range combat skills were too difficult, and without special talent, the training speed was despairingly slow. Holding a weapon, changing direction is not hard, but for a weapon that has been thrown, changing its direction is incredibly difficult, unless one has opened their soul's divine store. Finally, it was Li Chen's turn, and everyone's gaze focused on him again. If anyone could satisfy Instructor Jiang, it was most likely Li Chen. Instructor Jiang also watched Li Chen. He had earned the praise of all the instructors. They had been responsible for this training camp for 3 sessions, and Li Chen was the most outstanding talent they had ever seen. He was even more remarkable than the previous Li AI, whom they thought could not be surpassed, yet Li Chen had once again refreshed their understanding. Moreover, they knew that Li AI and Li Chen were siblings, and both were so exceptional, which was truly astonishing. Li Chen calmly gazed ahead, waiting for the disc launcher to fire the discs. Whoosh! A disc shot up quickly, and Li Chen's right hand flicked out a blood-red flying dagger, leaving a trail of air as it shattered the disc. The first 10 seconds were just a single disc launcher operating, which was simple for Li Chen. Starting from the 11th second, 2 launchers operated, with the frequency of the discs increasing to 2 per second. Li Chen still managed easily. The perfect level of the Little Flying Dagger was no joke, hitting targets within 100 meters with ease. At the 21st second, 3 launchers operated simultaneously, and Li Chen was now using both hands, with 3 discs flying out in all directions every second. Li Chen's hands continuously flicked out, each flying dagger accurately shattering the discs. At the 31st second, 4 discs per second were launched, and the trajectories of the shattered discs began to become chaotic, darting left and right. Li Chen was fully focused, constantly changing the direction of his flying daggers to snipe the discs. Damn, Li Chen is indeed Li Chen, with flying daggers at this level. If it were assassination, I could only wait to die. I'm not afraid of your strong attack, high defense, or fast speed. I'm afraid of this kind of long-range technique that is so divine. If you haven't noticed him, you're already done for. A natural assassin. If Li Chen shows intent, he will definitely be specially recruited by the elite army, with limitless prospects. The students marveled. Spiritual masters were too scarce, and warriors proficient in long-range techniques were exceptionally rare. They were the snipers on the battlefield, taking enemy heads among millions, making it the easiest for them to achieve. There was an elite army specifically for decapitation operations, where the core of each squad consisted of such long-range warriors, while other warriors were responsible for clearing the way and protection, and they were responsible for the decapitation. Each one was an important talent for the Federation, with a prestigious status. By the time the 41st second began, with 5 machines operating, Li Chen started to struggle. After all, the Little Flying Dagger was just a D-level martial skill. He held on until the 54th second, with 6 chaotic discs flying every second, and Li Chen finally failed. Very good, I reward you with 1,000 points. But the first level of the Little Flying Dagger is too low. You can exchange for the second level. Instructor Jiang rarely gives praise. Thank you, Instructor. As for the others, practice your long-range combat skills 3,000 times. Before you go eat, Instructor Jiang said coldly. Ah! The students wailed, estimating they would starve to death after finishing. But no one dared to resist. Here, resistance meant double punishment. In the large cafeteria, only Li Chen was eating, and that feeling was quite bittersweet. In the afternoon, Instructor Jiang provided targeted instruction, and Li Chen once again gained a lot, making further progress with his Little Flying Dagger technique. In the evening, the chief instructor gathered everyone together and informed them that starting tomorrow, the mornings would be for practical combat drills and the afternoons would be for teaching. The practical drills would involve battling demon beasts. Let me tell you, every year there are students who die in practical combat. You need to be mentally prepared. In the largest cohort, the death toll was nearly 20%, so you better be ready. The chief instructor left behind those heavy-hearted students with that remark. Li Chen felt a bit nervous as well. After all, demon beasts were synonymous with terror. Every year, over 1 million lives in the Federation were lost to their claws. Between demon beasts, there was only life and death. However, he had been assassinated before, and his powerful blood energy and martial skills gave him confidence. By tomorrow, his blood energy would reach 7,500. It should be noted that even practicing an A-level breathing technique requires opening 187 blood vessels to reach this level. This meant that Li Chen's current blood energy was equivalent to that of a 5th-tier martial artist practicing an A-level breathing technique. In the outside world, many 9th-tier martial artists practicing D or C-level breathing techniques could not match his blood energy. Coupled with his mastery of martial skills above the realm, he had confidence in contending with those who had achieved the divine concealment realm through C-level breathing techniques. This training camp was indeed the place for his rise. After all, he had only been here for less than a week. With 3 weeks left, if things continued like this, achieving the divine concealment realm was not a pipe dream. Early the next morning, they were gathered by the chief instructor. The practical combat drills officially begin today. No more nonsense. If you want to earn more points, then kill more demon beasts. 1 point for a 1st-tier demon soldier, 10 points for a 2nd tier, 50 points for a 3rd tier, 100 points for a 4th tier, 200 points for a 5th tier, 500 points for a 6th tier, 700 points for a 7th tier, 1000 points for an 8th tier, 2000 points for a 9th tier, and 10,000 points for a 1st-tier demon general. When the chief instructor mentioned points, it stirred everyone's enthusiasm. After all, seeking guidance from instructors and even eating would require points, and various training facilities would also need points. Without points, they would find it difficult to move forward here. I must earn more points. I come from an ordinary background, and only here do I have hope of exchanging for a B-level breathing technique. I must get my hands on a B-level martial skill. Those talented individuals from ordinary backgrounds felt their fighting spirit rise. They had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Then let's set off. Centered around the training camp, hunt freely. If you encounter an insurmountable crisis, press the emergency button and an instructor will come to rescue you, but it may not be timely. Each rescue requires 300 points. You can decide for yourselves. Now, go. With a loud shout from the chief instructor, all the students left the training camp. Li Chen, Wang Feng, and Qin Yiman chose a direction to go, and they could choose to team up. To facilitate his training, Li Chen also spent 1,000 points to exchange for a space ring, which contained nutritional potions, meditation potions, and some flying daggers. Blood energy flying daggers were quite different from those made of alloy. Li Chen's current blood energy would dissipate rapidly after flying 100 meters, greatly reducing its power. Using alloy flying daggers, he could maintain strong lethality within 300 meters. Wang Bin looked at Li Chen's back, a murderous intent appearing in his eyes. The opportunity he had been waiting for had come, and the wilderness was the most suitable place for murder. He touched the space ring. Inside it was a satellite phone. He chose a direction and prepared to contact his family. Li Chen was unaware that another crisis was approaching. At this moment, he quickly headed towards the inner area of the wasteland, where the training camp was surrounded mostly by 3rd-grade demon soldiers, which he found unworthy of his time for points. A black steel pig, the size of a small car, charged out, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. Demon beasts generally possessed strong aggression. Upon seeing a human, they would attack without hesitation. A flying knife appeared in Li Chen's hand, slicing through the air and transforming into a point of silver light, aimed straight at the creature's eyes. The black steel pig reacted quickly, tilting its head slightly. As long as it didn't hit its eyes, it was confident in its skin, which was comparable to alloy. However, it soon realized something was wrong, as the silver light changed direction and aimed for its eyes again. It was too late to dodge, and it could only close its eyes. Blood burst forth. Li Chen's flying knife was even more terrifying than a large-caliber sniper rifle. Moreover, the quality of the flying knife was far superior to that of a bullet, as it tore through the eyelid, piercing into its eye, and then straight into the brain. The life force of demon beasts was incredibly resilient. Even after that, it did not die on the spot. It continued to charge towards Li Chen and the others. 9 sword technique. Qin Yiman shouted, and 2 sword energies whistled out, severing the black steel pig's 2 front paws. The black steel pig crashed to the ground, causing vibrations and leaving a long scratch of over 20 meters on the surface. It trembled slightly, trying to get up, but its head grew heavier and it finally collapsed on the ground, motionless. 4th-grade demon soldiers posed no threat to Li Chen and his companions. Li Chen took out a locator and placed it beside the black steel pig. Soldiers would come based on the locator to take the pig away. Demon beasts were treasures, whether for food, potions, or weaponry, they were all needed. Such a large demon beast could not fit into their space rings, so they had to rely on vehicles for transport, and the points they earned were deducted from the soldiers' deployment costs. Li Chen, your speed of growth and strength is despairing, Wang Feng said with admiration. Basic skills, don't overdo it. Li Chen led the way deeper into the wasteland, his target being 9th grade demon soldiers. Time was limited, so he could only choose those with high value. One by one, demon soldiers fell under Li Chen's flying knife. In front of the perfect level Little Li flying knife, the demon soldiers had no chance to evade. With his vitality already at 7,500, the flying knife shot out with over 7 million pounds of force. What could ordinary demon soldiers use to block that? After 2 hours of travel, the three of them finally arrived at a place where high-grade demon soldiers appeared. High-grade demon soldiers would bring their underlings. Li Chen was responsible for the big ones, while Qin Yimin and Wang Feng dealt with the underlings. 5 raging bulls charged in like a large truck. These were C-grade demon beasts, stronger than the black steel pig. Demon beasts were classified from D to SSS grade based on their bloodlines. The stronger the bloodline, the stronger the power at the same level, similar to human prodigies. One was 7th grade, while the other 4 were below 5th grade. Li Chen's flying knife swept out again, creating a wave of air. Moo! The raging bull bellowed, the air exploded, and the rolling shockwave swept away all the surrounding trees. Demon beasts did not understand martial techniques, but they had bloodline abilities which were not inferior to martial techniques. The ferocity of a C-grade bloodline beast had a power level comparable to C-grade martial techniques. The bloodline ability of the 7th grade raging bull had reached a proficient level, making it somewhat troublesome. The flying knife was impacted by the shockwave, greatly reducing its power and affecting its trajectory, landing on the raging bull's forehead, leaving a small red mark, which felt like a mere scratch to the bull. Seeing blood, the raging bull became even more furious, crashing through trees as it charged towards Li Chen. 9 sword technique. Qin Yimin struck twice in a second, 2 streams of sword energy piercing the bodies of the 2 wild bulls, diverting them. Meanwhile, Wang Feng unleashed 2 earthy yellow fist imprints, a C-grade martial technique, heavy earth fist, characterized by its immense force. The 2 fist imprints slammed into the last 2 wild bulls, drawing their hatred. Although this wasn't an online game, the beasts were inherently stubborn. Whoever attacked them, they wanted to kill. The 7th grade wild bulls moved their limbs, their blood and energy surging violently, turning their entire bodies a deep red. This was their bloodline supernatural ability, brutal charge. Even a building in their path would be smashed to pieces. Xiao Li's flying daggers lost their effect, but Li Chen remained calm. The limitations of D-grade martial techniques against high-level demon soldiers were within his expectations. Facing the charging 7th grade wild bulls, Li Chen formed a seal with his right hand and struck out fiercely. Mountain suppression seal. With a low shout, a seal the size of a tea table forcefully compressed the air and slammed towards the wild bulls. The wild bulls did not dodge. In their dictionary, the word dodge did not exist. The mountain suppression seal collided with the wild bulls like a massive explosion of high-yield explosives. Trees splintered, soil flew, and a large pit was left behind, while the wild bulls were violently sent flying backward. As the saying goes, what comes must go. The power of the mountain suppression seal completely exceeded their capacity to endure. Their hardest horns had already shattered, a large dent formed on their heads, and their eyes were burst by the overwhelming force. The wild bulls trembled as they crashed to the ground, their brains severely damaged, their consciousness blurred. At this moment, they couldn't even control their bodies. Li Chen paid them no more mind. The wild bulls were as good as dead. He turned his gaze to Qin Yimin and Wang Feng, and upon seeing they were safe, he felt relieved. He dropped a locator and waited for Qin Yimin and Wang Feng to finish. 5 minutes later, Qin Yimin finally wore down the 2 wild bulls, exhausting a considerable amount of her energy. As for Wang Feng, it took him over 10 minutes to take down 2 third-grade wild bulls, and he was now panting, having taken a couple of hits from the bulls, sustaining significant injuries. This was the nature of battle. Accidents could happen at any moment, and Li Chen did not intervene. They would have to adapt sooner or later. Continuing forward, they entered the area of high-level demon soldiers, where the density of beasts was slightly lower than before. After walking for about 10 minutes, they encountered another group of demon beasts. There were 3 patterned leopards. Although fewer in number than the wild bulls, their danger level had risen sharply. Not to mention that the leading leopard was an 8th grade demon soldier, while the other 2 were 6th grade demon soldiers. The patterned leopard belonged to the feline family, and it was well known that among animals of similar size, felines were nearly invincible. The patterned leopard was classified as a B-grade demon beast, making it quite troublesome. I might not be able to handle even one, Wang Feng said nervously. If he had to face one alone, his family might as well prepare for a feast. I can only barely cope. I might not be a match. Qin Yimin also grew tense, feeling immense pressure from the 6th grade patterned leopards. If she hadn't advanced to 4th grade, she would have had no hope at all. Don't leave my side, Li Chen said calmly. The 8th grade patterned leopard was stronger than him in terms of blood and energy. However, his reliance was on the mountain suppression seal. In the face of overwhelming power, everything could be flattened. 3 pairs of crimson eyes fixated on the 3 prey. Felines were not hasty in capturing their prey. They were patient, crawling forward in 3 directions, applying pressure on Li Chen and the others. Li Chen's eyes narrowed as the 3 patterned leopards drew closer. If they got any closer, he feared he wouldn't be able to protect himself from their combined attack. Therefore, he took the initiative, throwing a flying dagger straight towards one of the leopard's eyes. With a single thread pulled, the three leopards exerted their limbs, their muscles visibly rolling beneath their skin, the transition from stillness to motion occurring in an instant. Li Chen's flying daggers were swatted down by the leopard. Its dynamic vision was extraordinarily strong, and the supersonic daggers were knocked down with a single paw. Li Chen didn't even have time to control his direction. Be careful, Li Chen reminded, as he formed a seal with his right hand and sent the mountain suppression seal towards the 7th grade leopard. Xin Yiman and Wang Feng also took the initiative to attack. Xin Yiman unleashed the 9-sword technique, and waves of sword energy shredded the wild grass along the way, blocking the leopard's assault. Wang Feng also struck out with fist seals, sealing off the leopard's final attack route. The invincible mountain suppression seal was surprisingly dodged by the leopard, crashing into the ground and causing an explosion that sent all the grass and trees within dozens of meters into the air. The leopard's movements were also affected, and Li Chen continuously threw out 6 daggers, surrounding and stabbing at the 7th grade leopard. The leopard swatted its paws in succession, knocking 2 daggers away. The remaining ones it directly endured with its body, the daggers piercing in and leaving several wounds. However, they didn't cause much damage, unless the daggers exploded inside its body. Those left on the outside had limited effect on the beast. A body the size of a truck was no joke. The leopard lunged at Li Chen, its front paw tearing through the air towards him. Mountain suppression seal. Li Chen refused to back down, striking out another seal to clash with the paw blade. Relying on the power of the mountain suppression seal, he forcefully broke through the paw blade, but the leopard also smashed the mountain suppression seal with a single paw. Li Chen was fine, the leopard's attack was successfully blocked. However, Xin Yiman and Wang Feng could not hold it back any longer. Xin Yiman focused, her long sword transforming into an illusion as she engaged in close combat with the leopard, using her agility to maneuver and seek opportunities to inflict damage. At this moment, Wang Feng was in a tight spot. His agility was rated sea level, and compared to the agile leopard, he was at a disadvantage in speed and strength, completely being crushed. Just as Wang Feng was about to be swallowed by the leopard, Li Chen executed the perfect gale step, creating 8 illusions that instantly blocked in front of Wang Feng. The heavy mountain suppression seal struck again, sending the leopard flying several dozen meters. The 6th grade pattern leopard was far weaker in strength than the 8th grade pattern leopard, and Li Chen severely injured it with a single blow. The 8th grade leopard seized the opportunity, using its limbs to grip the ground and lunging at Li Chen once more. A gust of wind enveloped it, accelerating its speed. This was also its bloodline ability, and its speed was not slower than Li Chen's gale step. Li Chen's old strength had just run out, and new strength had not yet emerged. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, he decided not to. His skin instantly turned silver, shining brilliantly under the sun. He raised his fist and struck the leopard's jaw with a single punch. Let's see how you plan to swallow me, come on. Li Chen's blood surged, and a powerful force erupted, directly lifting the leopard's head. Li Chen was also slammed to the ground by the leopard's force, dragging a 20-meter-long scratch on the ground. Feeling the coolness behind him, Li Chen felt helpless. His body was comparable to titanium alloy and was unharmed. However, his school uniform couldn't withstand it and was now tattered, exposing his backside. Metal butt? Xin Yiman mumbled, having accidentally caught a glimpse from behind Li Chen. It was hard not to look. Under the sun, Li Chen was glowing. Not bad physique. Xin Yiman's face turned slightly red. It was her first time seeing a boy's body, and she felt embarrassed. But the leopard in front of her was oblivious to the situation, roaring as it lunged at her. Get lost. Xin Yiman unleashed sword energy from her long sword, blocking the leopard. At this moment, Li Chen also felt awkward. His ears were very sensitive, and although Xin Yiman only mumbled softly, he heard it clearly. The leopard lunged at him again with the force of the wind, and disregarding the embarrassment, he sent a mountain suppression seal towards it. A powerful wave erupted, and the fierce wind swept 3 feet off the ground. The leopard's pounce was thwarted, and Li Chen felt the wind at his feet as he darted out with 8 phantoms simultaneously. The leopard's pupils reflected 9 Li Chens, and under its dynamic vision, it discerned the real one. With a swish, 2 claw blades slashed towards Li Chen. Li Chen stepped firmly on the ground, soaring into the air like an eagle, leaping over the claw blades and descending above the leopard. The mountain suppression seal, carrying the force of shattering a small hill, pressed down on the leopard. With no escape, the leopard could only raise its front paws to collide with the mountain suppression seal. The immense power directly forced the leopard down, its 4 claws sinking into the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chen fell onto the leopard's back. His silver hands were like 2 alloy claws, thrusting forcefully into the leopard's body. A powerful surge of blood energy erupted from his hands, inflicting tremendous damage to the leopard's internal organs. The leopard let out a mournful howl, exerting all its strength to throw Li Chen off. Li Chen landed nimbly, his legs powering him as he pounced beside the leopard again, the mountain suppression seal striking out once more. At such close range, the leopard had no way to evade and bore the brunt of the blow. Blood erupted from the wound, the tremendous force nearly breaking its waist, sending the leopard flying sideways, crashing through several large trees, landing on the ground in a daze. Li Chen executed the gale step to pursue relentlessly, the mountain suppression seal smashing down on the leopard's head, delivering a fatal blow. He shifted his gaze to the other 2 battlefields, Wang was slightly gaining the upper hand against the heavily injured leopard, while Qin Yiman was in a precarious situation. Perhaps due to a lack of combat experience, she seemed hesitant under the leopard's close-range attacks, her face showing clear signs of tension, leading to some mistakes. The leopard's claws swiped at her, and had she not blocked with her sword, she would have likely sustained serious injuries. Her defensive skills were far inferior to Li Chen's. The leopard, understanding the need to capitalize on its advantage, lunged again at the flying Qin Yiman. Li Chen's feet carried him swiftly. In pursuit, a flying knife appearing in his hand, which he hurled directly. A glint of silver cut through the air, piercing the weak spot on the leopard's back. Li Chen felt a tightness in his chest. His attack seemed a bit unethical. The leopard leaped up entirely, experiencing a level of pain in its rear it had never felt before. It jumped 3 zhang high, letting out a horrific wail that left Qin Yiman stunned, unsure of what Li Chen had done to the leopard. Li Chen quickly arrived beneath the leopard, watching it fall, and delivered a mountain suppression seal to its belly, shattering its internal organs. The belly was a weakness for many demon beasts, and the patterned leopard was no exception. He swiftly dealt with the heavily injured one on Wang Feng's side, taking down 3 leopards in total, leaving behind a locator before continuing to search for other demon beasts. The morning passed quickly, and Li Chen's achievements were remarkable, although he hadn't found a 9th grade demon soldier to kill. He had taken down 2 8th grade, 2 7th grade, and over 20 below 6th grade. Once the soldiers finished tallying all the slain demon beasts, Li Chen's points were credited. A total of 5,100 points, an impressive haul for just one morning. Li Chen had never been so affluent. He hurried to the points exchange to redeem the 2nd level of the Little Li Flying Dagger, spending 1,000 points. He then chose a B-grade movement technique called Gale Step, which not only increased speed but also dealt considerable damage. After retrieving a one-time inheritance martial seal, Li Chen eagerly began to inherit the 2 martial techniques. The 2nd level of the Little Li Flying Dagger absorbs and merges with the 1st level. Cultivation progress skyrockets, progress plus 20. Absorption and merging complete. The cultivation speed of the 2nd level of the Little Li Flying Dagger returns to normal, current realm at 6%. Wind Step absorbs the insights of Gale Step, increasing the training speed significantly, progress up by 10%. Insight absorption complete. Wind Step training speed returns to normal, currently mastery at 10%. In the afternoon, students practiced according to their own plans. Since he had exchanged for 2 new martial arts techniques, Li Chen planned to take advantage of Instructor Jiang and Instructor Liang. When Li Chen approached the 2 instructors, other students discovered a new section in their life-saving wristbands, a leaderboard. Curiosity piqued, they clicked on it, and the first thing they saw was Li Chen at the top. Damn, 5100, Li Chen is really something, I'm not joking. Woo woo. I don't even have a fraction of Li Chen's score, I might as well be dead. Before you die, transfer your points to me, thanks. Get lost. At this moment, the students could only look up at Li Chen with admiration. The gap was simply too vast. I will catch up to you, Zhu Piaoxue said with determination, as she had always been. First, and would not allow herself to fall behind. She had also earned over 3,000 points, which was quite a lot, but she was always competitive. Not being first was unacceptable. Li Chen, you won't be bouncing around for long. Wang Bin's eyes showed jealousy, madness, and a hint of fear. The speed at which Li Chen's strength was increasing left him in despair. He no longer had the confidence to compete with Li Chen. Fortunately, he had already contacted his family today, and they would arrange for someone to deal with Li Chen in the next 2 or 3 days. Li Chen spent 100 points to ask Instructor Jiang to demonstrate the 2nd level of the Perfect Realm's Little Li Flying Dagger and his mastery of the 2nd level of Little Li Flying Dagger. Improved again, reaching 76% proficiency, very close to perfection. He then spent another 100 points to ask Instructor Liang to demonstrate the Gale Step at the Proficient Realm, bringing his Gale Step close to proficiency, which should be achieved in just a few days. Points come quickly, but they also go quickly. Li Chen sighed. His goal was to leave the training camp with a profound mastery of A-level martial arts, a long and arduous journey ahead. He spent the next time in the dormitory practicing, and the next day, Li Chen went out alone to hunt monsters. Qin Yiman and Wang Feng both refused to team up with Li Chen. They had their pride and didn't want to drag him down while also trying to earn points. Once was enough. So the 2 of them chose to team up together. Li Chen didn't say much, it was easier for him alone. That morning, Li Chen earned 5,300 points, and upon returning, he exchanged for the 3rd level of Little Li Flying Dagger, equivalent to a B-level technique. After merging insights, Little Li Flying Dagger reached the Proficient Realm, and then Li Chen sought out Instructor Jiang to demonstrate the 3rd level of Little Li Flying Dagger, elevating it to nearly the proficient level. Now, his ranged, defensive, attacking, and movement martial arts techniques had all reached at least B-level standards, getting closer to A-level martial arts. However, A-level martial arts required 10,000 points each, which was already a huge profit. If it were outside, one wouldn't even think about learning A-level martial arts without over 100 million credit points. Talents are always favored. After all, the Federation lacks strong individuals, and talents have a much higher probability of becoming strong. Progress was being made. In an orderly manner, his blood energy had now reached 8,500, opening 85 blood vessels, making him a 3rd-grade martial artist. His realm was at the bottom in the training camp, but his strength was undoubtedly the first. The points earned each day were a testament to that. One more morning, Li Chen walked alone into the depths of the wilderness. 5 gray wolves surrounded Li Chen, and at the leader's howl, the 5 wolves pounced on him from all directions. The smell of blood was detectable from afar. Li Chen really wanted to promote toothpaste among the monsters. Their breath was truly foul. Among the 5, the strongest had reached the 7th grade, and the weakest was at the 5th grade. As sea-level monsters, the gray wolves were quite formidable. 5 flying daggers appeared in Li Chen's hand, fanned out like a fan between his fingers. Li Chen's gaze swept over the attacking gray wolves. 5 flying knives tore through the air with a sharp whistling sound, aiming for the eyes of the 5 gray wolves. With the 3rd level of Xiao Li's flying knives, he was already able to launch multiple knives simultaneously. Under Li Chen's control, the 5 flying knives adjusted their trajectory and precisely stabbed towards the gray wolves' eyes. Awah! The 5 wolf howls caused an explosion in the air. This was the gray wolf's bloodline ability, the wolf howl, which shattered the air and caused a surge of blood energy, affecting the trajectory of the flying knives. However, Li Chen's strength had greatly increased, with 8,500 chi in blood, while C-grade demon beasts at the 9th rank only had around 7,200 chi in blood, and these gray wolves were at most of the 7th rank. Coupled with the B-grade mastery of Xiao Li's flying knives, which unleashed 15 times the power concentrated in such a small knife, it produced unparalleled penetrating power. Although the gray wolves avoided having their eyes pierced, the flying knives still lodged in their faces and directly penetrated their skulls, emerging from their backs. The 5 gray wolves howled in agony. Although they did not die immediately, the intense pain still significantly reduced their strength. The powerful kinetic energy also decreased their speed, and 5 more flying knives appeared in Li Chen's hands. 5 points of silver light burst forth, directly stabbing into their eyes, and the blood energy attached to the flying knives exploded, destroying their brains. The 5 gray wolves fell to the ground, and Li Chen dropped a locator before continuing forward. His target was the 8th and 9th rank demon soldiers, and he even wanted to find a demon general to test his skills. Meanwhile, 4 men were pursuing Li Chen's direction. "Boss, this kid caused Lao Wu and Lao Lu to rot in prison. Before I kill him, I want to torture him well," said a man as thin as a monkey, with a cruel expression. "Lao Si, is that all you want? Fine, he's delicate, so I'll leave him to you," the wolf gang leader said. Lao Si liked men. "Thanks, boss." Lao Si's face lit up. He liked student types the most. Lao Er and Lao San looked at Lao Si with disdain. During activities, they firmly refused to share a tent with him, who knew what might happen. This way, Lao Er carefully identified the traces left in the grass and continued to track Li Chen. The distance between the two sides was quickly closing. Every mercenary group had their own tracking skills, as dealing with demon beasts often required tracking techniques. After Li Chen dealt with an 8th rank demon beast and dropped the locator, it wasn't long before the 4 members of the wolf mercenary group arrived. Seeing the fresh wounds on the demon beast, they knew they were getting closer to Li Chen. "Damn! This kid's growth rate is really fast. He took down an 8th rank raccoon cat," Lao San said, his tone filled with shock. When he was the same age as Li Chen, he had just become a 1st rank warrior not long ago. "This is our last chance. We have to finish him off today, or who knows who will finish who off in the future," the wolf gang leader said, his killing intent even stronger. He hated geniuses the most and loved hunting them down. Li Chen was still searching for traces of the demon beasts, but the voices coming from behind made him stop. Turning around, he saw 4 men pushing through the grass towards him. "Little brother, why are you here all alone? This place is very dangerous," the wolf gang leader said with a friendly face. If it weren't for the scar on his face being too hideous, he would really look like a kind uncle. "Yeah, little brother, you must be lost, right? You should head in the opposite direction," Lao Er also said with a friendly expression. "I'm not lost, I'm here to kill demon beasts." "Are you brothers mercenaries?" Li Chen asked. "Yes, we have formed a mercenary group with a few like-minded people. While earning some extra money, we can also hunt demon beasts, which is a small contribution to society," the wolf gang leader said with emotion. They kept approaching Li Chen, adhering to their principle of ambushing the enemy rather than engaging in a frontal attack. The formation of the 4 seemed scattered, but it ensured that all 4 could strike simultaneously, sealing off all of Li Chen's escape routes. Li Chen frowned slightly. In the wild, there was an unwritten rule that unfamiliar people should maintain at least a 30-meter distance. After all, if one party had ill intentions, the other would find it hard to react if they were too close. However, these 4 had already crossed the 30-meter mark and were still closing in, and they didn't appear to be inexperienced newcomers who didn't understand the rules. Li Chen's heart stirred slightly. He had heard too many stories of murder and robbery in the wild. He secretly circulated his blood energy, the titanium body and true martial seal hidden and ready. If anything went wrong, he would unleash a thunderous strike. "He, little brother, you dare to venture deep into the outskirts of the wilderness at such a young age. We envy your strength," the 3rd one said, his eyes revealing envy, his acting impeccable. "Yeah, I'm so envious. Just die," the leader revealed a sinister grin. Secretly gathering his martial technique, blood energy coalesced into a blood wolf that charged fiercely at Li Chen. As a master of the divine concealment realm, the wild wolf leader had already activated his divine concealment, making him much stronger than an ordinary martial artist. The 2nd one then grabbed with his right hand, a claw blade slicing through the air, tearing towards Li Chen. The third and fourth also unleashed their signature martial techniques, sealing off Li Chen's escape from 4 angles. I knew you had something up your sleeve, Mountain Suppression Seal. Li Chen unleashed the Mountain Suppression Seal he had been holding. As long as the power was strong enough, why hide? A mountain suppression seal the size of a wall struck out, distorting the air with its immense force. The Wild Wolf mercenary group had only the leader as a master of the divine concealment realm. The others were merely martial artists practicing degrade techniques, ultimately just a second-rate mercenary group. Under the impact of the mountain suppression seal, the attacks of the second, third, and fourth were shattered upon contact. Only the leader's Blood Wolf collided fiercely with the mountain suppression seal. Like a missile explosion, a shockwave swept across a 100-meter radius, leaving the ground barren, scraping away 3 feet of earth. The Wild Wolf leader had activated a mid-level corrosive divine concealment, which quadrupled his blood energy and gave it corrosive properties. If his blood energy injured someone, the wound would rot quickly, making it quite troublesome. However, the Wild Wolf leader practiced a C-grade technique, and after activating the corrosive divine concealment, his blood energy reached 28,000 combined with his mastery-level C-grade martial technique, giving him a power of 12,000 tons. At this moment, Li Chen's blood energy had reached 9,500 and the mountain suppression seal had reached a micro-level, capable of enhancing his power by 28 times. Thus, the power of the mountain suppression seal could reach 13,000 tons. With one force overwhelming 10, although Li Chen's blood energy did not gain various properties from activating the divine concealment, his strength was enough to directly explode the Blood Wolf. What? The 4 members of the Wild Wolf mercenary group stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. Although Li Chen could kill an 8th-grade demon soldier, the Wild Wolf leader was a master of the divine concealment realm, far stronger than an ordinary martial artist. They never expected that Li Chen could actually shatter their leader's martial technique head-on. After the mountain suppression seal exploded the Blood Wolf, it continued to crush towards the 4. Blood Wolf shield. The Wild Wolf leader's blood energy surged violently, forming a Blood Wolf to protect him. He braced himself at the front, forcefully resisting the attack of the mountain suppression seal. The ground cracked, and the Wild Wolf leader was forced to retreat a few steps, each step leaving a deep footprint. But this also bought time for his 3 little brothers to evade, otherwise, the mountain suppression seal would surely crush them. Li Chen pressed the attack, 4 daggers appearing in his hands, and with his right hand gathering blood energy, he hurled the flying daggers. The speed of the flying daggers exceeded 10 times the speed of sound, so fast that the Wild Wolf leader and the others only saw Li Chen flick his hand before the daggers pierced their foreheads. The 4 of them unleashed their defensive martial skills, but apart from the leader, the defenses of the other 3 crumbled under the flying daggers as if they were made of paper. The daggers pierced through their defenses, going straight through their foreheads. A human is no different from a beast with a head of that size, and once the daggers went through, the 3 mercenaries died with their eyes wide open. The leader of the Wild Wolves had decent defense. After the dagger broke through, it only left a trace of blood. Bastard! The Wild Wolf leader never expected such a result. They had already planned to kill Li Chen and collect their commission, then go to the best club in Ning City for a night of revelry, but now several brothers had gone to hell. I will kill you. Blood Wolf slash. The Wild Wolf leader's spatial ring flickered with light and a blood-red long knife appeared in his right hand. He held the knife with both hands and angrily slashed at Huashan. A wave of blood-red blade energy shrieked through the air, slicing towards Li Chen. Gale step. A whirlwind surrounded Li Chen, and he stepped sideways with the wind, dodging the blade energy's slash. The mastery level. Gale step increased his speed 15-fold, and his body burst forth with a shockwave. The sound of the air exploding echoed. He was already capable of breaking the sound barrier. The howling wind rushed towards the Wild Wolf leader. The Gale step also had offensive capabilities, which was one reason Li Chen chose it. Comparable to a level 15 typhoon, the Wild Wolf's body was affected by the gale. His movements began to distort slightly. Li Chen stepped forward again, carrying the gale with him, and his right hand unleashed the mountain suppression seal, smashing the air apart. Blood Wolf slash. The Wild Wolf leader once again unleashed a fierce blade energy, colliding with the mountain suppression seal. The rolling shockwave created a large pit where the two fought, and the reputation of the divine concealment realm as a human-shaped missile was not without reason. In battle, it was like a missile bombardment. The mountain suppression seal, carrying the power to shatter mountains, crushed the blade energy once more. The micro-level A-grade martial skill was practically cheating. Relying on the Blood Wolf shield, the Wild Wolf leader managed to block the impact of the mountain suppression seal again, but his body could not stop retreating. He was already at a disadvantage. Li Chen, riding the gale, pursued the Wild Wolf, and the mountain suppression seal struck again, as if a wall forged from alloy was crashing towards him at supersonic speed. The distorted air signified its power. The Wild Wolf had just steadied himself, his internal blood energy still unstable, and could only forcefully hold up the Blood Wolf shield to withstand this blow. He felt as if he had been hit by a high-speed train. The Blood Wolf shield could not endure it and was directly crushed by the mountain suppression seal. He heard the sound of his bones shattering within, and his body flew backward at an incredible speed, breaking through a dozen trees. Cough cough. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. This strike had severely injured the Wild Wolf leader. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chen would not wait for him to recover. A flying dagger appeared in his hand, silver light bursting forth, a glimmer of cold radiance like a falling star shining, the dagger sparking as it was rubbed by the air. The wild wolf leader's back bristled with sweat and he was enveloped by death. He raised his long knife to block the flying dagger. Ding! A crisp sound echoed across the wasteland, sparks exploded, and the long knife was sent flying by the tremendous force, landing hundreds of meters away. Li Chen's right hand did not stop. Dagger after dagger flew out, 10 daggers in a second, 10 trails of energy appeared, blocking all retreat routes for the wild wolf. Blood wolf charge. A blood wolf charged out from him, colliding with the flying daggers. However, due to its injuries, the circulation of its blood energy was disrupted, weakening its power, and the blood wolf was torn apart by the daggers. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. 3 flying daggers pierced into his body. The blood energy on the daggers erupted, turning his insides upside down. Except for the heart that had already activated the divine concealment, all other internal organs were shattered. The wild wolf leader trembled as he knelt on the ground. He wanted to stand up, but all his strength had been stripped away. Li Chen appeared before him like a whirlwind. Who sent you? The other party's intent was too strong, he suspected. They were being manipulated. Wang family. The leader of the wild wolves uttered these 2 words and then collapsed to the ground. He was not a good person. The Wang family's erroneous intelligence had cost him his life, so he was more than willing to let Li Chen fight the Wang family. Regardless of who won or lost, it was good for him. Wang family, Wang Bin. A killing intent condensed in Li Chen's eyes. Last time Wang Bin caused him trouble, he hadn't had the time to settle the score. And now he had actually hired someone to kill him. He had a suspicion in his heart. The only thing that would warrant the Wang family's great martial artist to take action against him was the true martial breathing technique and the true martial seal. It was normal for Zhu Kuan to know he possessed the martial seal. The Wang family was much stronger than the Zhu family. The head of the Wang family was a peak martial artist, a figure of considerable standing in Ning City. A peak martial artist? Ha! Li Chen clenched his fists. It wouldn't be long before he could send the other party to the afterlife. However, he also became more alert. He had to be cautious when going out. Although he had some strength now, it was still far from enough. At least against most martial artists, he was not their match. Li Chen struck the ground with his palm, creating a large pit, and then tossed the 4 corpses into it. Of course, looting the bodies was a must. He took the space ring from the wild wolf leader, which contained high-grade nutritional potions and high-grade meditation potions, each requiring 2,000 points to exchange. Outside, they cost 200,000 per vial. For martial artists, making money was quick, but spending it was even quicker. With Li Chen's absorption speed, after advancing to the divine concealment realm, taking 10 vials a day would likely not be a problem. That would amount to 4 million a day. Thinking of this, he almost cried out loud, lamenting his own poverty. After burying the bodies, Li Chen continued to hunt demon beasts. Since he was poor, he had to work even harder to earn points. Once he left this place, such good fortune would be hard to come by. This time, he encountered a 9th-grade patterned leopard, a C-class demon beast, quite powerful, but it was still forcefully suppressed by Li Chen's mountain suppression seal. As he killed more demon beasts, a formidable aura began to coalesce around him, an invincible aura mixed with a killing intent. If an ordinary person saw him, they would likely retreat in fear. That morning, Li Chen earned 7,000 points, unsurprisingly placing first. Zhu Piaoshui also achieved a new high today, reaching 4,200 points, but the gap between her and Li Chen not only did not narrow but instead grew larger. However, she was not someone who would give up easily, exerting all her energy to train every day. Li Chen arrived at the cafeteria, scanning for Wang Bin, and saw him in a good mood, enjoying his lunch. Of course, he was in a good mood because after today, Li Chen would no longer exist, and he would obtain Li Chen's breathing technique and that powerful seal. In the future, he would reach new heights, becoming a martial king and enjoying immense power. Within the Federation, while he was daydreaming, a plate of food was placed on the table in front of him, and then someone boldly sat down across from him. Wang Bin was curious about who dared to sit opposite him. He had always kept to himself at school, not considering any classmates other than Zhu Piaoshui worthy of his attention or friendship. His father was a great martial artist, and he held a prestigious status, looking down on his classmates from the bottom of his heart. He glanced forward with a puzzled expression, and then disbelief, shock, and incredulity appeared in his eyes. In that moment, countless thoughts raced through his mind, and when his rationality returned, he finally confirmed that Li Chen was not dead and was sitting right in front of him. What's wrong? Surprised to see me? Li Chen's gaze was cold. I am indeed a bit surprised. We never got along, and seeing you affects my appetite, Wang Bin replied calmly. No matter whether Li Chen knew that the wild wolf mercenaries were being manipulated by his family, he would absolutely never admit it. The martial arts master was not just for show. With evidence in hand, what could a great martial artist do? You actually said you saw that I had no appetite? So you mean to say I'm ugly? Li Chen's gaze turned completely cold. From Wang Bin's earlier change in expression, he had basically confirmed that what the wild wolf leader said was true. As long as you know, Wang Bin said coldly. I'm so handsome, and you ugly monster, dare to insult me? I'll kill you. Li Chen threw a punch at Wang Bin's face. Are you crazy? Wang Bin activated the Qingpeng shield, a giant Qingpeng enveloping him. This was his strongest defensive martial skill. Li Chen transformed his punch into a seal, condensing a mountain suppression seal that directly slammed into the Qingpeng. The Qingpeng was instantly crushed. Li Chen's strength was now far superior to Wang Bin's. Although he was a 6th grade martial artist practicing a B-level breathing technique, his blood energy was still less than 7,000, not to mention the gap in martial skills. The mountain suppression seal struck Wang Bin, sending him flying like a cannonball, crashing directly into the alloy wall. Blood exploded from various parts of his body, and Wang Bin instantly became a bloodied mess, collapsing to the ground, having no strength left to stand. This was still because Li Chen didn't want to kill anyone here, otherwise, Wang Bin would already be a corpse. He didn't want to trade his life for someone else's. Everything happened in an instant. The students were stunned, having heard Li Chen shout a couple of times before he sent Wang Bin flying with a seal. They gaped, wide-eyed, unsure of how to react. The cafeteria fell silent, even the act of eating came to a halt. Quick, report to the instructor, a student from class 1 shouted. They had a grudge against Li Chen and wished for him to be severely punished, preferably expelled. Soon, the chief instructor arrived, first glancing at Wang Bin still lying on the ground. Wang Bin was not well liked, and no one went to help him. You two, carry him to the infirmary. Li Chen, come with me, the chief instructor said in a cold tone, as this was the second time Li Chen had crossed him. Li Chen obediently followed him out, having prepared himself for punishment. Even if he was punished, he still wanted to beat Wang Bin, otherwise he wouldn't be able to focus, affecting his training state. Do you know that taking action on your own, especially since this is your second offense, could get you expelled from the training camp? The chief instructor's icy gaze locked onto Li Chen, a strong murderous aura enveloping him, making his body feel cold. However, having killed many fierce beasts and even a few people, Li Chen was much calmer facing the murderous aura now. Chief instructor, both times they initiated trouble with me. The first time, they cut in line. I've been taught since childhood to be a civilized person. When faced with such uncivilized behavior, I have the responsibility and obligation to stop them. This time, it was because Wang Bin said I was ugly. You know, which person sees me and doesn't call me handsome? This is an insult to my character, and his dishonest and uncivilized behavior also requires me to correct him. Li Chen spoke with righteous indignation. At this moment, he was the light of justice. Oh, by your reasoning, should I give you an award? The chief instructor almost laughed in anger. That's not necessary, I prefer to be low-key. I just want to interact equally with the students and not create distance between us. Li Chen shook his head, indicating it was unnecessary. You're so eloquent, it's a shame you're not doing stand-up comedy. I believe my stand-up would be even more yellow. No more nonsense with you, run, keep running until nightfall. The chief instructor dropped a line and left. Yes, instructor. Li Chen started running. He accepted this punishment. He knew the chief instructor had shown leniency, otherwise he wouldn't have asked for a reason and would have directly expelled him from the training camp. Geniuses are favored everywhere, and that is the reality. When those students heard about such a punishment, some were happy while others were indignant, especially some students from the first high school who were all thinking about how Li Chen was expelled. However, during their time here, they understood one thing. Do not question the instructor's decisions. What they needed to do was obey. Li Chen kept running until the sun set, had dinner, and returned to the dormitory to continue his training. After absorbing 3 bottles of titanium extreme liquid, his physical body was significantly strengthened again. The next morning, Li Chen once again ventured deep into the wilderness alone. This time he was more skilled, knowing how to erase the traces he left behind. As he went deeper, all the beasts he encountered became points in Li Chen's hands. His feet stepped on fallen leaves, and the tall trees had leaves that were exceptionally large, even bigger than a person's face. Li Chen's pace was slow because it was too quiet here, not even the sound of insects could be heard. Unusual, very unusual. Li Chen was almost certain he had entered the territory of a powerful beast. Beasts above the level of demon generals have a strong territorial awareness and do not allow other creatures to enter their domain. Li Chen's gaze swept around, consciously increasing the distance between himself and the large trees. Earlier, a python had dropped down from a tree, trying to swallow him whole, which had startled him greatly. If it weren't for his keen intuition, he would have indeed been swallowed. Although he wouldn't die, he would surely have several nights of nightmares. After that, Li Chen dared not get too close to the large trees, consciously maintaining a distance and keeping an eye on the area above him. As Li Chen took another step forward, he felt a slight difference under his feet. The ground here suddenly felt much harder. But he didn't think too much about it, perhaps there were stones below. After walking a few steps, Li Chen suddenly found himself rising rapidly into the air, instantly reaching a height of 10 meters. If it weren't for his stable stance, he would have almost lost his balance. The sudden increase in weight startled him. Li Chen looked down and saw that he was standing on a hard shell. There were many such shells, and he also saw numerous blade-like insect legs, densely packed, almost triggering his fear of tight spaces. What a huge centipede, Li Chen exclaimed, already seeing a body that exceeded 10 meters, with many more buried in the ground that had not yet emerged. He recalled a movie from his past life, a Chinese ghost story, and it was quite similar to that centipede spirit. When he turned around, a fierce mouthpart was lunging towards him, and the strong Fishy smell made his stomach churn. Get away from me! Li Chen reacted quickly. His brain's development had reached 19%, just one step away from meeting the basic requirements for the divine concealment realm. Therefore, his reaction speed was fast and he instantly condensed the mountain suppression seal and blasted it out. The wall-sized mountain suppression seal stood like a solid alloy wall in front of the fierce mouthpart. A tremendous force erupted and the shockwave swept across 100-meter radius, breaking a tree that 10 adults could barely embrace in half. The mountain suppression seal was directly broken by a powerful force, and Li Chen was pushed back by the explosive force falling from midair. The centipede's head was also knocked back by the recoil of the force. However, the centipede reacted quickly, taking advantage of Li Chen's moment of being airborne and swung its body towards him. Its insect legs, comparable to alloy blades, tore through the air towards Li Chen's body, confident that even a city wall could be split open. Titan extreme body. Li Chen shouted angrily, his body instantly turning silver, transforming into something comparable to titanium alloy. Lightning-like explosions erupted as the insect legs struck Li Chen's body repeatedly, sending sparks flying like lightning snakes for dozens of meters. Li Chen was heavily struck and fell diagonally backward, the sound of explosions ringing out, and his falling speed had already broken the sound barrier. Bang bang bang! 3 large trees were struck by Li Chen, creating a big hole, and then they crashed heavily to the ground, causing the earth to crack. Li Chen lay in a large pit, with dozens of scratches appearing on his abdomen, streams of fresh blood flowing from the wounds. The centipede's legs were incredibly tough and sharp, almost comparable to C-grade alloy. The centipede's entire body lifted off the ground, its length exceeding 30 meters, and just looking at it was immensely pressuring. Its sinuous body whipped around quickly, and its mouthparts approached Li Chen rapidly, drawn by the blood scent emanating from him. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Li Chen clapped his hands on the ground and stood up. Mountain suppression seal. Li Chen shouted, the mountain suppression seal carrying the power to crush mountains, once again hurled towards the centipede. Chirp! The centipede let out a sharp screech, spewing out black venom from its mouthparts as if a pump was discharging water. The venom, with its strong corrosive power, splashed onto the mountain suppression seal, which began to dissolve rapidly. The centipede, with its dual horns, brutally tore apart the mountain suppression seal, which had already been corroded by more than half. The menacing mouthparts descended again, and Li Chen's expression grew serious. This centipede was much stronger than the wolf leader. Surrounded by a fierce wind, Li Chen was swept 10 meters away. The centipede's head slammed into the ground, creating a deep pit 20 meters deep. Seizing this opportunity, Li Chen once again condensed the mountain suppression seal and smashed it onto the centipede's body, the powerful force sending the centipede flying, sweeping through several large trees. However, the centipede's shell was too hard. Li Chen only saw some cracks, and the damage inflicted on the centipede was limited. With the strongest attack failing, Li Chen pondered his strategy against the enemy. Giving up was not in his character. Relying on his mastery of the gale step, he stood invincible. The centipede swung its tail, driving its sharp legs towards Li Chen. The wind rose again, and Li Chen created a human-shaped shockwave, easily breaking the sound barrier. To dodge the attack, the centipede's deep-set eyes fixed on Li Chen, its legs vibrating, producing a piercing metallic sound. Just as Li Chen wondered what the centipede was doing, suddenly over 100 legs detached from its body, slicing towards Li Chen at high speed. Bloodline divine ability, 100 legs strike. The hundreds of legs enlarged in Li Chen's pupils. If it weren't for his brain domain development, he would have struggled to track their trajectory. However, even if he could track them, dodging was completely impossible. There were too many, covering a 20-meter radius. Li Chen activated his titanium body, and the sound of metal clashing echoed as he was pushed back by the immense force, leaving deep scratches on the ground. A burning pain coursed through him, and Li Chen sustained several new wounds, blood dripping onto the ground. This divine ability's attack was too strong. Even his titanium body couldn't fully defend against it. The centipede's legs continued to slash, its form breaking the sound barrier as it quickly approached Li Chen. Its mouthparts opened again, venom shooting towards him. As long as the venom touched Li Chen's wounds, it was confident it could turn him into a pile of bones. Its poison, if it entered the body, would be unbearable for any strong opponent of the same realm. Li Chen understood this principle as well. The demon general's poison must not touch his wounds. That was common sense. He deployed the mountain suppression seal to block in front of him, keeping all the venom at bay. The centipede, with its dual horns, directly smashed the mountain suppression seal, and the venom continued to spray, its intent clear, to poison Li Chen to death. Li Chen had no time to deploy the mountain suppression seal. He transformed into a gale, moving quickly to evade the venom's attack. Watching the centipede's gaping mouth, Li Chen's mind stirred, and 5 flying knives appeared in his hand, 5 points of silver light bursting forth, piercing directly into the centipede's mouth. The flying knife advanced and plunged into the opponent's abdomen. Boom! Li Chen detonated the blood energy condensed on the flying knife, and 5 muffled sounds echoed from the centipede's body. Then the centipede let out a painful shriek, its internal organs shattered by Li Chen's blood energy. Only a peak martial artist of the divine concealment realm or a demon general would have refined all their internal organs, greatly increasing their defense. The Centipede was merely a first-tier demon general, having only refined its heart. Its other internal organs could not withstand the explosive blood energy and were directly shattered. Demon beasts have tenacious vitality, but damaged internal organs can lead to severe injuries or even death. The centipede thrashed wildly on the ground, plowing the surrounding earth dozens of times. Mountain suppression seal. Taking advantage of its suffering, Li Chen leaped into the air and struck down with the mountain suppression, the immense pressure creating shockwaves that spread in all directions. At this moment, the centipede, in so much pain it no longer knew how to evade, was smashed by the mountain suppression seal, driving it directly into the ground. Cracks spread across its shell, and blood oozed from the fissures. This blow inflicted significant external injuries. The pain coursing through the centipede made its eyes bloodshot, and it thrashed its body toward Li Chen, driven by a single thought: to drag Li Chen down with it. Seeing this, Li Chen knew that if he dragged it out, victory was assured, so he used the gale step to escape quickly. In terms of speed, he was faster. Screech! As the enemy ran further away, the centipede let out a frenzied shriek, its more than 200 legs shaking violently. Then, a cacophony of breaking air echoed through the jungle, and everything in its path was uprooted, the ground cracking. Li Chen glanced back and saw the terrifying legs rapidly closing in on him. Damn it, Li Chen could only once again activate the titanium body, trying to escape as fast as possible. There was no way to dodge such area bombardment. He didn't dare to stop and use the mountain suppression seal. Getting entangled with the centipede was no joke, and he didn't want to fight to the death. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of continuous metal clashing rang out from Li Chen's body, adding 2 or 3 more wounds. His back was severely damaged, blood staining his tattered clothes red. This was the second time he had been in such a dire situation. The last time was when he was ambushed by 2 members of a wild wolf mercenary group. Li Chen kept moving, using the force of the enemy's attacks to escape even faster. The centipede was completely mad, but its speed couldn't keep up. It could only despair as its internal injuries rapidly worsened, blood flowing from the corners of its mouth, spilling everywhere. Sensing the diminishing sounds behind him, Li Chen gradually came to a stop, changing direction to sneak back. He jumped onto a tree and saw the centipede lying motionless on the ground not far away, as if it were dead. Li Chen continued to approach, stopping about 50 meters away from the centipede, a safe distance. If the centipede made any sudden moves, he could escape in an instant. A flying knife appeared in Li Chen's hand, and he aimed it directly at the centipede's eye. Swoosh! The flying knife pierced through the eye, and the blood energy exploded in its brain, yet the centipede still showed no reaction. It should be dead. There's no response at all, Li Chen muttered to himself. Although he said the opponent was dead, his feet remained firmly planted in place, not daring to approach. He conjured another flying knife. The centipede still had one eye left, so he would strike that one too. The silver light burst forth, swiftly tearing through the air toward the centipede's other eye. Damn it, this old six! The centipede was speechless. It couldn't deceive Li Chen. It wasn't dead, just pretending to be in order to drag Li Chen down with it. But Li Chen was not fooled. It slightly tilted its head to evade the flying knife's attack. All the remaining hundreds of legs shot out. Since they were going to die anyway, those legs were of no use. So damn insidious. Seeing the centipede move, Li Chen immediately knew it was a trap. He activated the gale step and ran away quickly, escaping with the force of the wind. The insect's legs approached rapidly, but Li Chen maintained a distance of 50 meters. Although he couldn't completely evade it, the centipede didn't inflict any further injuries. Watching Li Chen still lively, the centipede showed a hint of regret in its eyes, then closed them, waiting for death. It was about to die. Li Chen turned back again, still keeping a safe distance of 50 meters, and bombarded the centipede with the mountain suppression seal 5 times until he crushed its head, finally feeling at ease. He approached the centipede and kicked it hard. "I let you ambush me," Li Chen said fiercely. However, thinking about the creature being worth 10,000 points, a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. A huge sum was about to arrive. He dropped a locator, took off his shirt, wrapped it around his waist, and headed back to the training camp. He wasn't an exhibitionist. The area around his waist was his bottom line and couldn't be exposed. After returning to the training camp and having lunch, the points were soon tallied, and seeing that Li Chen's points had actually reached 16,000, the other students were once again stunned. This, Chu Xiaoshua's expression revealed despair. She had just broken 5,000, while Li Chen had directly surpassed 16,000, a gap that made even this proud daughter of heaven feel hopeless. Li Chen held over 20,000 points and began to think about martial skills, primarily attack skills, which he lacked too much. He needed a weapon-based martial skill, as flying daggers were ranged, and in close combat he needed a weapon skill to break through the enemy's defenses. Li Chen returned to the points exchange center and spent 10,000 points to exchange for an A-level knife technique. He preferred bold and sweeping moves. Sword techniques were too delicate and not suitable for him. This martial skill was called the river-cutting blade technique, created by its founder who was inspired by the Great River. When the technique was perfected, a single slash could cleave a 5-kilometer wide river in two, hence the name river-cutting blade technique. After receiving the inheritance, Li Chen only reached the proficient level with the river-cutting blade technique, making it the martial skill he understood the least. As for finding an instructor to speed up his training, that was not possible, as the instructor for attack martial skills, Instructor Pancher, only knew one A-level martial skill, which was not the river-cutting blade technique. Li Chen could only look for opportunities to improve his training speed later. In the following week, Li Chen spent all day outside hunting monsters, as he didn't need an instructor's guidance and was too lazy to waste time returning. If it weren't for the dangers of the wilderness at night, he would have wanted to stay out there. His daily points remained above 15,000, and during this time, he learned 3 more A-level techniques. The 4th level of Little Li. Flying daggers had already been exchanged, along with a movement technique called Gale Step and the 3rd level of Titanium Body. With A-level martial skills covering various aspects of attack and defense, Li Chen had taken a small step toward his goal. Next, he aimed to break through to the 9th rank of martial artist and improve the cultivation level of his martial skills. Li Chen turned his gaze to the system page, a smile appearing on his face. Martial Arts Autonomous Cultivation System Host. Li Chen Brain Domain Development 21% Vitality 17,500 Realm Blood Aperture Realm 5th Level Intermediate Meditation Method Perfect 78%. Basic Body Refinement Technique Perfect 90%. True Martial Breathing Method SSS Level Proficient 70%. True Martial Seal SSS Level Subtle 6%. Little Li Flying Daggers A Level Proficient 97%. Titanium Body A Level Proficient 96%. Gale Step A Level Proficient 94%. River Cutting Blade Technique A Level Proficient 85%. Gale Step B Level Subtle 3%. Swift Wind Step C Level Perfect 57%. Evaluation Unwatchable. The system's evaluation didn't sit well with him. What did unwatchable mean? Just ask him where he wasn't the most eye-catching one? At this time, it was already evening and Li Chen did not stay in the dormitory but headed to the largest building here. That was the Central Training Hall, rarely used, a place where the instructors trained together. They were both instructors and soldiers, needing to gather here for training in the morning. Li Chen came here because he received an invitation from the instructor to train together in the evening. Although it was said to be a joint exercise, it was actually the instructor's way of asking for guidance without losing face. Li Chen had already completely surpassed the instructors in martial arts cultivation, so it was no longer the instructors guiding him, but rather him guiding the instructors. When Li Chen arrived, 5 instructors were already there, doing basic training under the lead of the chief instructor. "Eo, you're here, we've all been waiting for you," Zhao Gang called out loudly. Among the instructors, he was the most honest, practicing defensive martial arts and serving as the tank in the team, truly a role for a straightforward person. "Hello, everyone," Li Chen greeted with a smile. Seeing Li Chen arrive, all the instructors stopped their training. "Come on, let's have a match at the 3rd level of Titanium Body." Zhao Gang couldn't wait. "Alright," Li Chen readily agreed, his body shining with a dazzling silver under the lights, and Zhao Gang opposite him also shone with silver. Both stomped heavily on the ground, the alloy floor resonating with a deep sound as the two brutes collided. Fiery red lightning erupted from the point of impact, like metal clashing, with red light continuously exploding, both fighting fast and furiously, completely abandoning all techniques, relying only on the most primal clash of strength. "Ha, this is exhilarating, this is a true man's duel," Zhao Gang exclaimed, his face full of excitement, a battle fanatic. Li Chen also felt exhilarated, he enjoyed this kind of straightforward fighting style. Li Chen's fist struck Zhao Gang's chest, while Zhao Gang's leg pushed against Li Chen's stomach, both of them retreating, then stomping heavily to stabilize their bodies before charging forward again, their bodies creating shockwaves as they collided once more. The fight lasted for about 10 minutes before both stopped, still wanting more. Instructor Zhao, cultivating the titanium body involves merging blood energy into the flesh, forming a structure similar to titanium alloy. You might want to observe titanium alloy closely, it would be beneficial for your cultivation of the titanium body, Li Chen said. After the battle, it was Li Chen's time to guide. "Reading physics books feels like reading a foreign language to me." Zhao Gang scratched his head. He wasn't afraid of fighting, but when it came to studying, he felt a bit intimidated. Li Chen shrugged, indicating he couldn't help. Next was a duel of body techniques with instructor Liang Su, both employing the hurricane step, which was also a technique with offensive power. Blood energy erupted from their blood points, stirring the air and forming a whirlwind around their bodies. The two whirlwinds collided with a thunderous roar, their speed surpassing 3 times the speed of sound, the air currents causing everyone's clothes to rustle. The opposing whirlwinds clashed, destroying each other's structures. The air flowed chaotically, as if a level 20 typhoon was rampaging through the hall, some alloy equipment being swept against the walls, creating loud crashing sounds. Blades of wind collided in the air, capable of leaving shallow scratches on B-grade alloys, illustrating their power. Li Chen manipulated the whirlwind to continuously unleash wind blades towards Liang Su. Liang Su was doing the same, but it was evident that Li Chen's whirlwind was twice as powerful as Liang Su's. With their blood energy being roughly equal, Liang Su's whirlwind was torn apart by Li Chen's whirlwind in just a few minutes. Then Li Chen pointed out the key points of cultivating the hurricane step to Liang Su before starting to fight with instructor Zhang Peipei. The two stood at opposite ends of the training hall, 100 meters apart, quietly facing each other. At the moment their gazes met, both moved their hands. Li Chen swung his arms repeatedly, sending flying knives made of condensed blood energy slicing through the air towards his opponent. Both moved quickly, able to unleash dozens of flying knives every second, the knives changing trajectories in mid-air, engaging in sniping and counter-sniping. Whoever is hit by the other's flying knife first loses. In the center of the training hall, blood and energy continuously exploded as the two flying knives collided. It was even more thrilling than two snipers shooting at each other, both sides fully focused, maneuvering their flying knives to intercept the opponents while breaking through their defenses to strike back. However, it was clear that Li Chen had the upper hand as the point of collision of the flying knives kept moving closer to Instructor Jiang. In less than 10 minutes, one flying knife broke through Instructor Jiang's defenses and pierced her body. She lost this match. Following that, Li Chen guided Instructor Jiang on the training insights of the little Li flying knife. Then came the match against the chief instructor, who practiced an A-level seal technique. Although Li Chen had not practiced this particular technique, he had already mastered the Jinwu seal, an SSS-level martial skill, to a profound degree and naturally could offer guidance to the other party. After returning from the training hall, Li Chen saw the students still discussing their training in various corners and did not join them. Even the instructors needed his guidance. These students were far from his level. Li Chen would occasionally offer pointers to Wang Feng and Qin Yiman, as the two had firmly stood with him against the first high school back then, so he wouldn't be stingy. The next day, Li Chen originally planned to delve deeper into the wilderness to hunt demon generals, but the chief instructor notified everyone to stay at the training camp today for an exchange with students from Anqing training camp. Rather than an exchange, it was more of a challenge. Anqing was right next to Ningqing, and the distance between the two training camps was not far. Every year, there would be exchanges between the two camps. The chief instructor specifically instructed him not to lose face for the Ningqing training hall, and Li Chen acknowledged this. While waiting in the dormitory, at 9 o'clock, he heard the whistle and came out. Everyone followed Instructor Zhao Gang to the training hall, where they found other instructors present. The chief instructor was conversing with a middle-aged man in military uniform who had 3 students standing behind him. It was obvious who the other party was. Today is the day for the Anqing training camp to exchange with our camp. Those 3 are the 3 most outstanding students from Anqing, 2 of them at the 7th rank and 1 at the 6th rank. Anyone who wants to exchange with them can step forward, the chief instructor said to the students. The vast majority of students did not move. It was a joke. Many of them were below the 5th rank, so they wouldn't go up to seek humiliation, and they hadn't received any instructions from the instructors. Li Chen, Chu Piaoxue, and Qin Yiman stepped forward. The instructors had instructed them to definitely participate. Old Su, how about we adopt a knockout system for this exchange? Both sides take turns sending someone up, the loser goes down, and the winner stays up. After all, both sides have 3 people, so it's quite fair, the chief instructor from Anqing said with a smile. Old Lin, it seems you have a lot of confidence in your students, planning to take on 3 at once? Chief instructor Su understood the implication. This kind of mechanism is usually proposed by someone confident in their ability to take on multiple opponents. They are indeed excellent, especially Meng Jian, who practices an A-level breathing technique and has reached the 7th rank. His strength can contend with an average demon general. Zhang Xiu and Huang Can are not bad either. They both practice B-level breathing techniques, Lin Wu said without modesty, stating the facts. Indeed impressive, I can handle it myself. Su Chang had no objections. He had absolute confidence in Li Chen. Even if the other 3 little brats teamed up, they wouldn't be enough for Li Chen to deal with in just 2 moves. Oh, it seems Old Su, you also have a lot of confidence in your students. Lin Wu was surprised. A 7th rank warrior practicing an A-level breathing technique is hard to find in a small city. Does Ningqing have one? He was reluctant to believe it. I still have a bit of confidence. Su Chang said no more. Everything would reveal itself in due time. Did you all hear that? Decide your battle order among yourselves, Su Chang said. To the 3 of them. Yes, instructor. You too. Lin Wu said to the 3 students from Anqing. Who goes first? Qin Yiman asked. If you want to make a move, it's best to do it before me. Li Chen's face was beaming with confidence. I know you're the strongest. Qin Yiman replied irritably. You go first, I'll be second. Chu Piaoxue said to Qin Yiman. All right. Qin Yiman had no objections. They had also discussed the order over there, and the boy named Huang Can stepped forward first. He crossed his arms and looked casual. Who wants to come up and take a beating? Huang Can's gaze was provocative. He came here to show off. Damn, this guy is so arrogant. Who does he think he is? Don't forget we have Li Shen, and both Chu Piaoxue and Qin Yiman are no pushovers. Exactly, Li Shen, give him a good beating. The other students from Ningqing training camp were furious at being looked down upon. A bunch of cowards who don't even dare to step up. What right do they have to talk? Huang Can sneered at the students from Ningqing. Damn, I really want to go up and hit him. The students from Ningqing were even angrier. Less talk, bring it on. Qin Yiman stepped forward with her sword in her right hand. Girl, don't cry later, I won't. Go easy on you. Huang Can muttered. Take this. Qin Yiman couldn't be bothered to waste words and unleashed the 9-sword technique, a stream of sword energy whistling towards him. Oh, you've got quite the temper. Wang Can chuckled lightly, moving his feet, leaving a trail of star marks behind him. The 7-star step, a B-grade movement technique which he had already mastered. Wang Can dodged the sword energy and a long sword appeared in his hand. 7-star sword. Wang Can shouted, his long sword flicking, sending 7 streams of sword energy towards Qin Yiman in the positions of the Big Dipper. Wang Can practiced the 7-star breathing technique and the accompanying martial art, the 7-star sword technique. The 7 streams of sword energy sealed off Qin Yiman's escape routes, but she had no intention of dodging. With her long sword, she created illusions, and 7 streams of sword energy shot out, breaking through Huang Can's sword moves. At this point, Huang Can was already close to Qin Yiman, stepping forward, his footwork connecting the star marks into a picture of the Big Dipper. He unleashed 7 swords from 7 directions, each aimed at Qin Yiman's blind spots. Qin Yiman remained calm, her footwork leaving behind sword light as she moved, her long sword leaving 7 sword marks, blocking Huang Can's 7-star sword. The long sword vibrated continuously, producing a melodious sword chant as streams of sword energy surged towards Huang Can's 7-star sword shield. The distance was too close for Huang Can to evade. He held his long sword upright in front of him, a stream of sword energy enveloping him, blocking the onslaught of sword energy. The sharp sword energy dispersed, creating sparks on the alloy floor. Although Qin Yiman's realm was lower, her A-grade breathing technique and A-grade martial arts were stronger than B-grade martial arts, so the difference in strength between the two was not significant. After several exchanges, both sides were evenly matched and there was no one-sided situation. Good. Go Qin Yiman. Beat that rat-eyed guy to death. The students from Ningqing cheered for Qin Yiman. 7-star conjunction. Huang Can shouted, unleashing 7 silver streams of sword energy like falling starlight towards Qin Yiman. 9 swords returned to 1. Qin Yiman shouted, 9 streams of sword energy converging like a peacock spreading its tail, then condensing into a 5-meter-long sword energy that fiercely stabbed out, colliding with the star-like sword energy. The sword energy wreaked havoc, the air being sliced into fragments, and the chaotic sword energy shot in all directions. Fortunately, the observing students were far enough away, otherwise they would have been affected. In this clash, the two were still evenly matched, both wielding sword light, colliding once more. In the center of the arena, one figure left star marks with each step, while the other left sword light, the star marks and sword light intertwining, the 2 long swords colliding more than 10 times per second. Silver snakes danced wildly, sword energy crisscrossed, as the 2 sword masters showcased a high-level battle for the students. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as the 2 figures staggered backward, their martial skills clashing once more, the immense force preventing them from maintaining their stance. During the retreat, Qin Yiman produced a flying dagger in her hand, flicking it with a flourish, the silver light bursting forth as the dagger sliced through the air, rapidly approaching Huang Can, leaving a trail of energy in its wake. With the first layer of Xiao Li's flying dagger technique, Qin Yiman finally reached a mastery level under Li Chen's guidance. Unexpectedly, Huang Can had the same idea. A long silver needle appeared in his hand, and as Qin Yiman's dagger shot out, he thrust the needle forward. The flying dagger and the silver needle collided, both falling to the ground. Damn, you're so sneaky. For a girl, Huang Can scoffed, disdain written all over his face. Shut up, Qin Yiman retorted angrily, raising her sword to continue the attack. I think this battle should be considered a draw. What do you think, old Lin? Su Cheng suggested. He was already quite satisfied that Qin Yiman managed to tie, as he was counting on Li Chen. Alright, Huang Can, step down, Su Cheng said, not expecting much from Huang Can, but rather from Meng Jian. Yes, instructor, Huang Can replied, stepping back. Qin Yiman returned to Li Chen's side. Chu Piaoxue stepped forward, her main attack method in the Piaoxue 7 styles relying on her palms. She wore a pair of ice silk gloves made from the silk of a B-grade demon beast, the ice snow silkworm, which were quite resilient. Her opponent was Zhang Xiu, another girl wielding a long flute, a rather obscure weapon. Please, Chu Piaoxue said with a cold arrogance. Please. Zhang Xiu responded like a refined lady, her appearance gentle and demure. Zhang Xiu took the initiative, thrusting the long flute directly at Chu Piaoxue, a wave of energy shooting from the flute towards her face. This was the B-grade martial skilled 12 styles of the cave flute, a technique that combines swordplay with sonic attacks. Chu Piaoxue struck out with her palm, the temperature dropping rapidly. Utilizing the Piaoxue breathing technique combined with the corresponding medicinal concoction she had cultivated, her blood energy exhibited an extreme cold effect akin to a weakened version of the ice god's concealment. A palm-sized snowflake burst forth from her hand, shattering the wave of energy. Chu Piaoxue's blood energy was 1,000 times stronger than her opponent's, giving her a natural advantage. The snowflakes continued to fly towards Zhang Xiu, leaving a trail of ice crystals on the ground, the extreme cold causing moisture in the air to rapidly freeze. Zhang Xiu twirled the flute in her hand, creating a blood energy shield that blocked the snowflakes. However, Chu Piaoxue's attack came again, bringing forth a storm of snow, her palms striking in succession, sending flurries of snowflakes that tore through the air. These snowflakes possessed enough power to sever a D-grade alloy the size of an arm. Zhang Xiu stepped back, her feet moving in a dance as she pointed the flute, releasing waves of energy that struck the snowflakes, shattering them. But due to the disparity in strength, she was forced to retreat continuously. Piaoxue. Chu Piaoxue. Called out, her figure spinning as a whirlwind appeared, carrying snowflakes that swept towards Zhang Xiu. Zhang Xiu's expression turned serious as she placed the flute to her lips, a melody resonating as a wave of sound erupted, colliding with the snowstorm. The snowflakes shattered, transforming into a flurry of snow, while the whirlwind continued, eroding the space of the sound waves. The sound wave attack retreated step by step, revealing the gap in strength between Zhang Xiu and Chu Pao Xue. Ultimately, the snowstorm completely tore apart the sound waves, enveloping Zhang Xiu. I lost, Zhang Xiu admitted, not wanting to sustain serious injuries from the match. Good. Well done, Chu Pao Xue. The students from Ningqing cheered. Their admiration for Chu Pao Xue's strength evident, especially since Anqing had been so arrogant. They were eager to crush their spirit. Tap tap tap. Meng Jian slowly walked forward, his expression calm. Although Chu Pao Xue had displayed formidable strength, he remained confident. The cheers of the students also came to a halt. Meng Jian was the strongest student. In Anqing, only by crossing this great mountain could one claim victory. You are not my opponent, Meng Jian's calm voice was like stating a fact. Strength cannot be proven by words. Chu Pao Xue's voice remained as cold as ever. Go ahead and make your move, perhaps the three of you can team up. I don't mind. Meng Jian's gaze swept over Li Chen and the others, his calm eyes revealing a sense of superiority. Damn, this guy is even more arrogant. Who does he think he is? We have Li Shin. Don't end up crying here after failing to take a single hit. Exactly, even Li Shin isn't this cocky. What gives him the right? Meng Jian's words once again provoked the nerves of the students from Ningqing. They were infuriating. You should first get past me, Pao Xue. Chu Pao Xue circled around, and the hurricane snow reappeared, rapidly swirling towards Meng Jian. The snowflakes scraped against the alloy floor, causing sparks to fly. After all, this was B-grade alloy. The hurricane snow, beneath its dazzling exterior, concealed immense danger. Meng Jian stood quietly in place, only moving when the hurricane snow approached him. Heavenly origin vital energy. He spread his hands, and a blood-red energy coalesced into a protective barrier around him. The hurricane snow struck the barrier as if cutting against an alloy wall. Meng Jian held up the barrier, advancing towards Chu Pao Xue. Her strongest move couldn't even break his defense. Chu Pao Xue's expression grew serious. She didn't give up and struck out with both palms, sending waves of snowflakes slicing through the air, hitting the barrier. The crisp sound of shattering echoed throughout the training hall, the sound of snowflakes breaking. Meng Jian did not use a second move. He simply approached Chu Pao Xue while maintaining the barrier. Chu Pao Xue retreated, trying to create distance to wear him down. But as Meng Jian stepped forward, the barrier created a shockwave, rapidly closing the distance to Chu Pao Xue. Snowflakes trailed behind her, her footwork leaving no trace, making her seem like a snow spirit. Meng Jian, on the other hand, was domineering and reckless, charging forward. He practiced the A-grade martial technique, the Heavenly Gang formula, reaching a mastery level. In terms of both realm and martial skill level, he was superior to Chu Pao Xue, who soon found herself unable to evade as Meng Jian closed in. Heavenly Gang slash. Meng Jian's right hand swung down like a great blade, a blade-shaped energy slicing through the air towards Chu Pao Xue's body. Ice shield. Extreme cold descended, and the entire training hall was showered with ice crystals. A thick layer of ice shield stood in front of Chu Pao Xue, exuding an indestructible aura. However, the hard ice shield melted quickly upon encountering the energy, like fresh snow meeting the sun. The blade-shaped energy cleaved through the ice shield and continued to descend upon Chu Pao Xue. Carrying the wind and snow, she moved with the storm. The energy struck the ground, leaving a deep gash. If it were outside, it could probably cleave into the earth for hundreds of meters. You can't escape. Meng Jian stomped heavily on the ground, causing the alloy floor to tremble. He changed direction and continued to chase after Chu Pao Xue. A powerful pressure surged from behind. When Chu Pao Xue looked back, Meng Jian was less than half a meter away from her. The energy was about to collide with her. She could only summon the ice shield again, and then her body was slammed against the alloy wall of the training ground at an incredible speed, as if hit by a train. The ice shield shattered, and she fell to the ground, her entire skeleton feeling as if it had shattered. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. She had sustained internal injuries, the gap in strength too great. Next, Meng Jian didn't spare Chu Pao Xue. Another glance, a defeated opponent wasn't worth his attention. This guy is so arrogant, I really want to take him down. Daring to injure my goddess, I will fight him. Bro, you go up and fight, I'll cheer you on. Damn, I was just saying. Chu Pao Xue's injury filled the students with righteous indignation, wishing they could rush over and grind Meng Jian into the ground. Unfortunately, their strength was insufficient, and they could only place their hopes on Li Chen. This kid doesn't know how to hold back, but maybe he didn't expect his opponent to be so tough, Lin Wu said. It's normal to get hurt during sparring. This Meng Jian seems a bit arrogant. He should know that just recently he was easy to break and his character still needs some honing, Su Chang remarked pointedly. He does need to be honed, but there's no rush. University is a place for slow refinement, Lin Wu replied nonchalantly. Maybe he doesn't even need university, Su Chang said mysteriously, about to get beaten up anyway. What was the point of waiting for university? At that moment, all eyes were on Li Chen as he walked out, his expression calm, as if he were completely unconcerned with the strength Meng Jian was displaying. "Why don't you three come at me together?" "I'm in a hurry," Li Chen said, glancing at Meng Jian and his companions. "You have to get past me first, don't end up unable to take a single hit," Meng Jian said slowly, surprised that someone was being so arrogant in front of him for the first time. "Just you? I'm not bragging, I'll stand here and let you hit me. If you can make me take a step back in 3 moves, I'll admit defeat," Li Chen said flippantly. "Wow, this kid is even more arrogant than I am," Wang scoffed. Zhang Xiu looked at Li Chen with skepticism, wanting to see if he was just boasting. A mocking smile appeared on Meng Jian's lips. Ordinary practitioners wouldn't dare to let him hit them while standing still. A martial artist, why would he? If a martial artist doesn't expose themselves or undergo testing, others have no way of knowing their realm. If Meng Jian knew that Li Chen was only a 5th grade martial artist, he would probably be laughing his teeth out right now. "Come on, I'm just standing here." Li Chen beckoned to Meng Jian. "Looking for death? You can't blame anyone else." Meng Jian raised his right hand and pressed it towards Li Chen. A powerful palm of energy came crashing down towards Li Chen. Even a 10-meter thick concrete wall could be shattered with a single strike. He wanted to see what Li Chen was made of. Li Chen stood with his hands behind his back, watching the energy palm descend upon him. His body quickly titaniumized, and when the palm struck, it produced a loud metallic clash. Boom! A huge sound made the students' hearts skip a beat. The entire venue fell silent. Li Chen, who had taken the hit without moving an inch, stood firmly in place. At this point, Li Chen's vitality had reached 18,500, while Meng Jian's was only close to 11,000. The third layer of the titanium body is an A-grade technique, and now he had cultivated it to an almost microscopic level, and all that titanium liquid he absorbed wasn't for nothing. Li Chen was very confident in withstanding his opponent's attack. Meng Jian frowned. Although he hadn't used all his strength, he had still exerted 70% of it. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't have been able to take a hit without retreating. Huang Can and Zhang Xiu's expressions also revealed shock, unable to believe Li Chen's strength. Lin Wu's gaze was fixed on Li Chen, which was indeed unexpected for him. "Come on, continue. That palm felt pretty good, much better than technician number 68, Li Chen said with a faint smile. "Ha!" Meng Jian exhaled, becoming completely serious. "Damn, Li Chen, why do you feel like you often go to clubs, just like your dad?" Xin Yiman huffed, wishing she could knock a big bump on Li Chen's head. "Energy slash." He clasped his hands together, and a blade-shaped energy surged across 20 meters, carrying the power to split mountains and rivers, slashing down from above Li Chen's head. Even if there was a mountain in front of him, it would be split in half by the energy. Li Chen quietly watched the energy descend, striking his forehead. Clang! A loud noise erupted, sparks flying dozens of meters, illuminating the training hall in fiery red. Li Chen's head tilted back slightly, but that was all. His feet remained firmly planted, not retreating an inch. "Not bad, I almost split my acne open." Li Chen rubbed his forehead. It actually hurt quite a bit, but he didn't show it. Face was paramount. "There's one more move, seize the opportunity." Li Chen raised an eyebrow. "I don't believe it." 3 points returned to origin. Meng Jian clasped his hands into claws, and 2 highly concentrated energy spheres appeared in the center of his palms. He brought his hands together, and the powerful energy spheres erupted with immense, repulsive force. But he gritted his teeth, firmly merging the 2 highly concentrated energy spheres together. His hair flew wildly, and his clothes rustled from the dispersing energy. Waves of shockwaves spread from the energy spheres. Even the mere dispersing power was unbearable for a 5th-grade martial artist, so one could imagine the might of this move. "Back off!" Meng Jian shouted angrily, pushing the energy spheres outward, distorting the air in their wake. This time, Li Chen didn't keep his hands behind his back. He spread his feet apart, settling into a horse stance, then crossed his arms in front of him. Everyone's eyes were stung by the sudden bright light, and when the energy spheres collided with Li Chen's hands, a violent explosion occurred. It was like a missile detonating, and the powerful shockwave sent some students flying, crashing hard against the alloy wall, sustaining serious injuries. They stared in shock, fixated on the center of the explosion. Even from this distance, they couldn't withstand it, and they had no idea what was happening to Li Chen at the epicenter. As the bright light faded and everyone's vision cleared, they saw a handsome guy standing there in a horse stance, bare-chested. His shoes couldn't withstand the force beneath him and were completely destroyed, leaving shallow footprints on the floor. The muscles of his upper body were clearly defined under the lights. "Wow, those muscles, love it. Li Chen is so handsome, you guys should just let me have him." "Xia Yao, why are you touching me? You little girl, you're not imagining me as Li Chen, are you?" a girl screamed. "Ah, sorry." Xia Yao's face turned bright red. She had been thinking too far ahead, even coming up with names for children. With Li Chen, the boys all started to cheer. "Not bad physique." Qin Yiman took a few glances. Li Chen straightened up, and his bones crackled loudly. That massage was intense. I'll book you again next time." A smile crept onto Li Chen's lips. Meng Jian remained silent. His strongest strike had failed to even push his opponent back a step, and he felt utterly defeated inside. At the In-City training camp, he had maintained an invincible record since he entered Ning City's overall Strength was slightly weaker than in city, but he had encountered the anomaly that was Li Chen. Now it's my turn, are you ready? I'm about to strike. Li Chen continued. Bring it on. Meng Jian collected himself, refusing to give up the fight. Mountain suppression seal. Li Chen shouted, and a large, earth-colored seal the size of a two-story building pushed forward, its immense power compressing the air until it exploded. Standing in front of the mountain suppression seal, Meng Jian felt a sense of insignificance, as if standing at the edge of a mountain facing a towering peak. This was an unstoppable force. Heavenly Gang Shield. He could only unleash all his blood energy, condensing a thick energy shield to protect himself. Boom! A loud roar echoed, and a figure slammed against the alloy wall, falling to the ground. It was none other than Meng Jian. In the eyes of the onlookers, the mountain suppression seal ruthlessly crushed the energy shield and then collided with Meng Jian. He was sent flying back with a shockwave, crashing heavily against the alloy wall. Li Chen had held back, otherwise, Meng Jian would have been seriously injured. Now, he only suffered a slight internal shock and a trip to the infirmary for some medicine would have him recovering quickly. I lost. Meng Jian's expression was dejected, a stark contrast to his previous pride and confidence. Young man, the future is yours, Li Chen said before stepping back. Li Shen is still so good at pretending. When it comes to pretending, I only recognize Li Shun. Li Shun, awesome. Li Shun, awesome. The students of Ningqing were all cheering, surrounding Li Chen, with some boys lifting him up and tossing him into the air. Old Lin, how about it? This student is not bad, right? Su Cheng's mouth was harder to suppress than an AK, almost laughing out loud. Old Su, you really hit the jackpot this year to have such a student emerge. Jinwu University might not be without opportunities. Lin Wu spoke with envy. Being able to teach such a student means that when the student succeeds in the future, there will be plenty of material to boast about. Do you know that Martial King? Back in the day, I taught him. You have no idea how I taught that certain Martial King back in the training camp. Thinking of such a scene, Lin Wu felt very envious. Look at what you're saying, this is a reflection of my teaching level. Keep bragging. Lin Wu showed disdain on his face. The exchange competition ended here, with Anqing coming in full of confidence and leaving in a dejected manner, which was quite dramatic. The students of Ningqing training camp resumed their regular training mode, while Li Chen couldn't wait to enter the wilderness to hunt demon beasts. At his current level, he earned over 20,000 points every day, which made Li Chen very satisfied. He finally experienced a sense of wealth. For days passed again, and on this day, Instructor Jiang urgently summoned all the students of the training camp, looking as if something extremely important was happening. As for the other instructors, they had already left. They had important tasks. The students saw Instructor Jiang standing in front with a stern expression. We received news from the Ningqing Martial Artists Association that a large wave of demon beasts is rapidly heading towards Ningqing. Ningqing is now under serious threat from the beast tide. All students, return to Ningqing with me immediately to protect it together. This is a military order. Instructor Jiang said seriously. Yes, Instructor. The students responded in unison. Although they had many questions and uncertainties in their hearts, their training had instilled a bit of a soldier's demeanor in them. Li Chen, Qin Yuman, Zhu Praoxue, come with me. The rest of you, get on the bus. Yes, Instructor. The other students rushed onto the bus, while the three of them followed Instructor Jiang to a military jeep. Everyone got in the car, and Instructor Jiang stepped on the gas, the powerful acceleration pushing them back. It was no joke to go from 0 to 100 in 3 seconds. You three are stronger, so you'll return with me first, Instructor Jiang explained. What level is this? Beast Tide? Li Chen asked. It appears to be Class A. We've detected traces of a demon commander, Instructor Jiang replied. Class A. Pressure was evident in the eyes of the three, as the demon commander was on the same level as a human martial sovereign, and the strongest in Ningqing was only a martial sovereign. This was definitely not going to be an easy battle. Will other cities send support? Li Chen asked another crucial question. Not just Ningqing, nearby cities have also detected traces of the beast tide. We can only rely on ourselves. Understood. Li Chen leaned back in his seat and said no more. Instructor Zhang's high-speed driving. It took less than an hour for them to return to Ningqing. The beast tide was attacking the city gate in another direction, and the military jeep sped quickly towards the southwestern city. Li Chen looked out the window at the other side of the highway, where there was already a serious traffic jam. He saw several accidents, and many people were fleeing from the southwestern city. Li Chen and the others were going against the flow, becoming an unusual sight. 40 minutes later, the military jeep entered a military camp, which was now the highest decision-making place in Ningqing. When a beast tide occurs, the city immediately enters a wartime state, with the military taking over the jurisdiction of the city, and other departments must cooperate unconditionally. Instructor Jiang got out of the car and went to the meeting, while Li Chen and the others found a place to sit down. As students, they were only to follow orders. Decisions and tactics had nothing to do with them. In less than 10 minutes, Instructor Jiang ran back. Follow me, he said, leading them to a corner. The cause of this beast tide is that the cultists of the Ancient God Society brought a monster egg into Ning City. It is an egg of a monster lord's offspring, which is why the monster lord launched the beast tide against us, Instructor Jiang explained. The origin of the beast tide. Currently, we don't know where the cultists have hidden the monster egg, and your task is to assist the personnel from the Martial Division in finding it. He assigned the task to Li Chen and the others. After giving the instructions, a staff member from the Martial Division handed each of them a headset and a LifeWave sensor, then informed them of their patrol area before leaving. The headset was used for communication, and when placed in their hair, it could receive messages. As for the LifeWave sensor, it was used to detect the monster egg. The life waves of monsters were different from those of humans, and as long as the sensor was within 10 meters of the monster egg, it would react. Fortunately, such a living creature could not be placed in a spatial ring, or the difficulty of the task would increase 100-fold, as the spatial ring could isolate all sense. The reason they were asking students like Li Chen to assist in this task was that students would not attract attention, and the ancient god society would not be overly cautious. Moreover, Li Chen and the others were quite capable and could handle various situations. They left directly for the patrol area, which was a commercial street. The monster egg could be in any corner, so no place could be overlooked. The staff from the Martial Division drove them to their destination and then left. Li Chen glanced at the once bustling commercial street, which had now become desolate. With the beast tide approaching, very few people were interested in shopping. Even most shops had closed, making Li Chen and the others appear somewhat out of place. In this situation, if the cultists see us and don't suspect anything, then they must be out of their minds. Li Chen shrugged. Indeed, at this time, students would definitely be ordered to stay at home by their parents. Qin Yiman frowned. If they raised the suspicions of the cultists from the ancient god society, they would be in an extremely dangerous situation. Chu Piaoxue remained silent, also feeling that there was a problem. It's fine, I have an idea, follow me. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. Qin Yiman and Chu Piaoxue showed curious expressions, wondering what Li Chen could do. Li Chen followed his memory to a clothing store, which was somewhat special, selling some chamois clothing for both men and women. But now the glass door was closed, the shop owner might have already gone home. Excuse me, Li Chen said as he gently pressed against the glass door, shattering it, and he stepped inside first. Have you gone crazy? You still have the mind to steal clothes. Qin Yiman stared at Li Chen in shock, her eyes revealing disdain. I'm not stealing, I'm just not paying. Li Chen gave her a light knock on the forehead, causing Qin Yiman to tear up from the pain. She wanted to dodge but couldn't. I'll fight you. Qin Yiman pretended to grab Li Chen's arm to bite him. Li Chen casually sidestepped, easily avoiding her. Her reaction speed was far too slow. Stop messing around, let's get to business, Li Chen said seriously. I want to see what you can do. Qin Yiman's teeth itched, wishing she could bite Li Chen to death. These clothes are really special. Qin Yiman entered the store and looked at the chamois clothing, momentarily unable to find the right words to describe them. Chu Piaoxue also showed a strange expression. She preferred sharp, professional clothing, and these complicated outfits left her unsure of how to wear them. Don't just stand there, each of you grab an outfit, Li Chen urged. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't want to steal someone else's clothes, especially not these kinds. Qin Yiman was getting worked up again. Chu Piaoxue remained silent. It was hard for her to accept wearing such clothes. I already said it's a purchase. Isn't it like a self-service store then? Li Chen said irritably. That's not okay either. I don't like wearing these kinds of clothes. Qin Yiman's face was filled with 100 refusals. Do you think I like wearing them? This is exactly my plan. If I change into these clothes, I'll dress up as a little punk, and you two can dress up as little girls. Walking down the street like this, people will just think we're three problem youths looking for excitement. It would be even more reasonable if you two pretend to be my girlfriend. Li Chen laid out his plan. What kind of ridiculous plan is that? And who wants to be your girlfriend? Qin Yiman's voice surprisingly carried a hint of shyness. So what good ideas do you have? Li Chen shrugged. Qin Yiman was at a loss for words. As for Chu Piaoxue, she had already started looking for clothes, constantly reminding herself that it was all for the mission to protect the safety of Ning City. Changing into a different outfit was nothing. Learn from classmate Chu. Li Chen shot a disdainful glance at Qin Yiman. You. Qin Yiman ground her teeth again, unable to hold back her urge to bite Li Chen. However, she obediently went to choose clothes. Li Chen scanned the area and then locked onto a unique blue outfit, not because he liked it, but because it was distinctive enough. He picked a suitable size, chose a pair of leather shoes and a wig, then walked into the fitting room. He took off his school uniform and tossed it into his space ring, then changed. Looking in the mirror, with his wild hair and slanted bangs, dressed in a blue suit that exposed his chest, tight 9-point pants, and leather shoes, he felt a strange sensation he couldn't quite describe. If a familiar person saw him, he would undoubtedly dive into a sewer. He stepped out of the fitting room just as Chu Piaoxue and Qin Yiman had finished choosing their clothes. Ha ha ha, you. Qin Yiman pointed at Li Chen, laughing so hard she couldn't speak, clutching her stomach, the laughter so intense it hurt. Chu Piaoxue also showed a smile, perhaps feeling it was disrespectful. She covered her mouth with her hand, but her eyes couldn't help but reveal her amusement. What are you laughing at? Li Chen said irritably. He casually grabbed 2 temporary tattoos, one for his chest and one for his wrist. Now it felt right. Chu Piaoxue and Qin Yiman also chose their outfits and entered the fitting room. When the two opened the fitting room door, they both looked down, a bit hesitant to face Li Chen. Pretty pale, was Li Chen's first thought. Both girls chose JK skirts. The difference was that Qin Yimin picked a plaid shirt while Chu Piaoxue chose a white shirt, her fair legs exposed, slightly dazzling. Especially the white shirt and JK skirt combo had a strong appeal to young men. Combined with Chu Piaoxue's cold goddess face, Li Chen's heart fluttered slightly. The outfits they chose were actually quite normal. They just hadn't tried this style before and were a bit unaccustomed to it. Just wear a wig and casually stick on a couple of small tattoos on your arms, Li Chen said. Qin Yimin followed suit, going all out for the act. Soon, the two girls completed their transformation. Qin Yimin, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and pay. The payment code is over there. Li Chen pointed to the payment code. You want me to pay? Qin Yimin's anger flared up again. It wasn't her idea. You're the richest, who else should pay? Remember to include the door fee. Don't be angry, don't argue with someone like him. Qin Yimin patted her chest, scanned the payment code, and directly paid 30,000 credit points. The clothes and the glass door were more than enough. A little rich girl wouldn't be stingy. Meanwhile, in a house, a handsome guy in a red suit listened to the payment notification on his phone, looking completely bewildered. Wealth from the sky? Li Chen and the others came out of the store, preparing to patrol the desolate commercial street. Li Chen slightly opened his arms, giving Qin Yimin a look. What are you dawdling for? Qin Yimin said, speechless. You're the one. Dawdling. If you want to pretend to be my girlfriend, how can you do it without holding my hand? Li Chen said, exasperated. I think you're just taking advantage of us under the guise of a mission. Qin Yimin gritted her teeth. TCH, what advantage? Can a little girl like you take? Li Chen scoffed. I'll bite you to death. Qin Yimin lunged at him, but Li Chen held her forehead back with his right hand, preventing her from getting close. Stop playing around, it's for the mission, Li Chen said. Sternly. On the other side, Chu Piaoxue gently linked her arm with Li Chen's. Li Chen glanced at her, and Chu Piaoxue's eyes darted away, a faint blush creeping up her cheeks. It was her first time being so close to a boy. Learn from classmate Chu. Humph. Once the mission is over, I'm challenging you to a duel. Qin Yimin reluctantly took Li Chen's other hand. Her right hand stealthily landed on the soft flesh at Li Chen's waist, squeezing hard, but his skin felt as tough as alloy. Little girl, do you think my titanium gel is easy to absorb? Li Chen chuckled inwardly. Does this count as having one on each side? A scummy thought crossed Li Chen's mind. The three of them strolled through the commercial street, and although the few passers-by were quite tense, they still stole glances at Li Chen and the others. With their appearance and actions, it was hard not to attract attention. Under normal circumstances, someone would have definitely taken a photo of them, but no one had that thought. Now, they walked around the street without any discoveries, and the sensor in Li Chen's arms showed no response. In such a large Ning city, the chance of cultists hiding here was indeed very small. No abnormalities found on Ninghai Street, Li Chen reported into his earpiece in a deserted corner. Continue the patrol, a voice came from the earpiece. They could only keep patrolling, and Li Chen occasionally let out some flirtatious remarks to better fit his current image. By the afternoon, Li Chen was feeling a bit hungry, so he wanted to find a place to eat. Let's grab something to eat first. I'm hungry, Li Chen said. Don't you have any nutrient solution? Qin Yimin asked. It's not the same. Drinking nutrient solution doesn't feel like eating. That restaurant in the middle of the street just opened. Let's go eat there. Li Chen led the way to the restaurant. The restaurant was called Changzhou Restaurant, and it was said to have the support of a great martial artist behind it, still operating at this time. Welcome, how many are you? The hostess, although surprised by Li Chen's appearance and the fact that he was with two girls, did not show any unusual expression. They were professionally trained and would not laugh no matter how funny it was, unless they couldn't help it. 3 of us, we need a private room. Li Chen pretended to look very generous. Please follow me. A waitress led Li Chen and the others to a small private room. As soon as the waitress left, Qin Yimin immediately let go of Li Chen's hand and sat down on a chair. Women are so heartless, once they're done, they throw you away without hesitation. Sigh. Li Chen sighed. Don't give me that, just enjoy it secretly, Qin Yimin retorted. What's there to enjoy? Little girl. Li Chen's gaze suddenly swept over Qin Yimin's chest, the meaning unspoken. You jerk. Qin Yimin was furious. She was born at the end of the year, making her half a year younger than her classmates, and she hadn't fully developed yet. After casually ordering a few dishes and finishing quickly, they prepared to leave. Before leaving, they decided to use the restroom first, having not gone for quite a while and feeling a bit urgent. As they walked towards the restroom, passing by the doors of various private rooms, just as they were passing one, the sensor on Li Chen's chest suddenly vibrated. The 3 of them paused in unison, exchanging glances, realizing the incredulity in each other's eyes. Could it be? Are we the protagonists? And this is happening to us? They did not act rashly and continued toward the restroom, but Chu Piaoxue stopped at the end of the corridor, carefully observing whether anyone would come out of that private room. Li Chen arrived at the restroom, and after confirming it was empty, quickly reported the information. Keep an eye on them, don't act rashly, wait for support. A command came through the earpiece. The 3 of them simply returned to their own private room, with Li Chen pretending to play on his phone while keeping a close watch on the situation at that private room. Soon, he noticed the door to the private room open and 5 people hurriedly left. Each of them carried a backpack, looking like tourists. Damn, the information leaked? Li Chen cursed inwardly. In such a situation, it was hard not to think that someone inside had tipped them off. They've run away, Li Chen said back in the room, also reporting to the higher-ups. Then the 3 of them followed those 5 people out. Yiman, I love both of you, why can't you understand me? Li Chen suddenly shouted. Xin Yiman was taken aback for a moment, then realized Li Chen was trying to act. I can't accept a love involving 3 people, it's too crowded. I'm out, too. Make way for you. Xin Yiman pretended to be angry and jogged out. After all, those 5 people were also jogging. If they didn't have a reason to follow, it would be strange not to attract attention. Yiman, listen to me. I won't listen, I won't. Listen. Xin Yiman covered her ears and ran faster, with Li Chen chasing behind. Only one. Xu Piaoxue shouted as well, chasing after Li Chen. The 5 people heard the voices and turned to look, nearly blinding themselves with the sight. The setup and the melodramatic plot were just ridiculous. They didn't pay much attention and rushed straight out of the hall without even paying the bill. Wait, you haven't paid, the cashier shouted urgently. But the 5 people ignored her. Right now, they were fleeing for their lives. Who had the mind to pay? Security, the cashier yelled, and the 4 security guards at the entrance noticed the situation and blocked the door. Deal with them, the leading young man barked, and the other 4, filled with vigor, unleashed their martial skills, directly overpowering the 4 security guards. They were all at the divine concealment level, while those guards were low-tier martial artists, no match at all. Blood splattered, leaving the welcoming girl at the entrance stunned. Her clothes were soaked in blood, and even her face was covered in it. With a roll of her eyes, she fainted. The cashier and a few others in the hall, witnessing this, wished they had 2 more legs to escape, screaming as they fled. Only Li Chen and the other 2 were still arguing while getting closer. Damn it! Li Chen cursed inwardly. The situation had escalated suddenly, and he had no time to intervene. Now he was about 10 meters away from those 5 people. Seeing this, he could only act to prevent these crazed cultists from leaving, not knowing what other terrible events might unfold. 5 flying knives appeared in Li Chen's hand. With a flick, they shot out at breakneck speed. Watch out, the leading cultist shouted angrily, but the distance was too close. The flying knives, exceeding 10 times the speed of sound, almost instantly reached them. All 5 were martial artists at the divine concealment level with keen senses, and when they felt something was off, they activated their defensive martial skills. Unfortunately, the speed of the flying knives was too fast. For 3 of the cultists, their defensive skills had just begun to rise when the knives pierced through their defenses and stabbed into the back of their heads. The physical defense of the divine concealment level, tempered by blood energy, was comparable to D-grade alloy, but it couldn't withstand Li Chen's flying knives. The B-grade alloy knives easily broke through their skin, stabbing in from the back of their heads and exiting through their foreheads. 3 cultists fell to the ground dead. As for the other 2, their defensive martial arts were similar to the titanium body technique, allowing them to activate their defenses quickly, and their physical bodies had already been tempered to the level of C-grade alloy. Therefore, the flying knife only left a wound, and the immense force caused their bodies to stumble forward a few steps. Xin Yiman and Xu Piaoxue also struck at the same time. Xin Yiman thrust her long sword, merging 9 sword energies into one, piercing through the air and striking at the back of one cultist's heart. Xu Piaoxue unleashed a blizzard, bringing extreme cold, enveloping the 2 cultists in a whirlwind of snow and continuously attacking them. However, their strength was slightly lacking, and they did not inflict significant injuries. You few are seeking death. The remaining 2 cultists' eyes filled with intense killing intent. Su Pang, you go first, the leader commanded. Yes, boss, one cultist quickly left, his figure breaking through the sound barrier. You 2 go chase, Li Chen said. Xin Yiman and Xu Piaoxue said nothing more and directly crashed through a glass window to pursue. Die for me, fire dragon chaos. A cultist struck out with his palm, and a fire dragon roared forth, its extreme heat melting the floor tiles. The fire dragon surged forward, aiming to block Xin Yiman and Xu Piaoxue. Mountain suppression seal. Li Chen shouted, the mountain suppression seal exploding the air and standing before the massive fire dragon. Flames erupted, engulfing the entire hall, more terrifying than the explosion of a large bomb, with the surrounding walls bursting open to reveal the alloy inside. Modern buildings must be filled with alloy to pass inspection. The strength of martial artists is too great, and steel and concrete pillars can be destroyed in an instant, leading to the collapse of the building. The searing flames broke through the mountain suppression seal's barrier and descended upon Li Chen, turning his clothes to ashes, but fortunately, his key parts remained covered. He had exchanged 3,000 points for a pair of underpants made of ice silkworm silk, which had strong protective capabilities. Why not change into a full set of combat gear? Simply put, it was too expensive, and he couldn't bear to part with it for now. Li Chen's entire body turned silver, resisting the scorching flames, but he was continuously pushed back. The opponent's attack was too strong for him to withstand. Divine Concealment's second layer. Li Chen's expression grew heavy. Although he had killed many demon generals, they were all first tier. He had never killed a second-tier demon general, as his strength was insufficient. Die. The cultist descended with flames, slapping his palm towards Li Chen, a fiery handprint forming as it came crashing down. He activated the intermediate fire divine concealment, combining it with the fire dragon breathing technique and accompanying martial arts, unleashing super high temperatures and power. The mere emitted heat was already unbearable for Li Chen. If it weren't for the titanium body having reached the subtle realm and absorbing so much titanium liquid, this battle would have been even more difficult. Hurricane Step. A gust of wind enveloped Li Chen, allowing him to quickly evade the opponent's attack. A flying knife appeared in his hand, transforming into a silver light as it stabbed towards the opponent. The cultist's feet erupted with flames, propelling him forward. This was his movement technique, Fire Burst Step. Li Chen controlled the flying knife to change direction, continuing to pursue the opponent. The knife's agility surpassed that of wielded martial arts. Little Li's flying knife at the subtle realm? The cultist's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Li Chen's youthful appearance, and his killing intent escalated to another level. Killing a prodigy would yield great rewards in the ancient god society. Since he couldn't dodge, he simply chose not to, his body transforming into lava. The flying knife struck the lava, leaving only a shallow wound, which was not a big deal for a martial artist. I cannot let you go. The cultist spread his arms, and a fire dragon over 10 meters long appeared again, swirling around his body. Roar! The fire dragon howled, charging towards Li Chen with raging flames and power. The air twisted, and Li Chen saw the cultists becoming hazy. The temperature had already exceeded 5,000 degrees Celsius, enough to melt alloys. Li Chen's body was surrounded by a hurricane, rapidly changing direction with it, but the fire dragon relentlessly pursued him. It was only a matter of time before it caught up. Mountain Suppression Seal. Li Chen could only unleash his strongest martial technique. The Mountain Suppression Seal, the size of a small house, exploded the air as it descended into the hall. The sudden brightness made Li Chen squint. The fire dragon collided with the Mountain Suppression Seal again, like a missile hitting its target. The explosive force created a powerful airwave, shattering all the glass in the shops across the street. The marble pavement was also lifted and then shattered. Cracks appeared on the Mountain Suppression Seal, and wild flames seeped through the fissures, which grew larger and larger. The Mountain Suppression Seal could no longer withstand the pressure and exploded again. The gap in power was too great for martial techniques to bridge. The fire dragon rampaged, descending before Li Chen. A long knife appeared in Li Chen's hand, and he wielded it with both hands, striking fiercely at the fire dragon. Break the river! Li Chen shouted angrily, unleashing a 10-meter-long blade aura that slashed down towards the fire dragon with the momentum of severing a great river. The blade aura scattered, leaving deep scratches on the alloy floor, but the fire dragon ruthlessly shattered the blade aura and crashed into Li Chen. The power of the break the river technique, which he had just mastered, was still not strong enough. Li Chen was violently sent flying, crashing into the wall of a building across the street. The surface tiles shattered instantly as he collided with the alloy, pain coursing through his body, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Li Chen was seriously injured. Before he could wipe the blood from his mouth, the cultists rushed out from the hotel, clapping their hands in succession, sending fireballs the size of cars crashing down towards Li Chen like falling meteors. Surrounded by the hurricane, Li Chen quickly dodged, the continuous explosions ringing out, making the street seem as if it were under missile bombardment. Fireballs struck the ground, exploding and destroying half the street. This was the power of a martial artist. With each level of advancement, their strength could achieve tremendous leaps. Only then could they faced the monstrous techniques of beasts the size of trucks or small mountains. Fortunately, Li Chen's hurricane step had also reached the mastery level, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to evade. The cultists, wielding flames, descended again, and the fire dragon rampaged, unleashing its strongest martial technique once more. Wherever the fire dragon passed, the marble on the ground was destroyed by the powerful shockwave. The fire dragon flew at incredible speed, and Li Chen knew he couldn't dodge it. Mountain Suppression Seal. Li Chen once again unleashed a martial seal the size of a two-story building towards the fire dragon. He was once again knocked away by the fire dragon, flying backward for over 100 meters, leaving a deep scratch on the street. At this moment, his titanium body began to show signs of melting. His skin had been scorched by the flames, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his injuries worsening. The titanium body feels immense shame, striving to improve. Cultivation speed greatly increased. The hurricane step feels immense shame. Cultivation speed greatly increased. Just as Li Chen was contemplating a strategy, the system's voice echoed in his mind. When the acceleration of cultivation ended, Li Chen found that his titanium body had reached perfection, and the hurricane step had also reached a subtle level. The timing couldn't be better. A smile appeared at the corner of Li Chen's mouth as the melted skin on his chest rapidly healed. The perfected titanium body increased his defense and recovery ability by 7 times. After the hurricane step reached a subtle level, his speed also increased by 7 times. Watching the fire dragon still diving down, Li Chen stood up, made a starting motion, and with a step, his body broke the sound barrier as he charged towards the fire dragon. Is this person insane? The cultists looked on in astonishment. With the strength Li Chen had displayed, colliding head-on with the fire dragon would only lead to a quicker death. However, it was just to his liking. He controlled the fire dragon, carrying flames at a faster speed towards Li Chen. Under the illumination of the flames, Li Chen's body emitted a dazzling silver light. At the extreme speed of both sides, Li Chen and the fire dragon collided like a comet striking the earth. There was no violent explosion. Instead, Li Chen, like a sharp knife, directly and forcefully split the fire dragon in half. His exposed body was only slightly red, and the injuries were not severe. This is impossible. The cultist looked incredulous, unable to understand why Li Chen's defense had reached such a level in just a few seconds. And his speed. The cultist's pupils constricted as Li Chen, carrying a whirlwind, reached a speed of twice the speed of sound, much faster than him. Li Chen, surrounded by the whirlwind, charged towards him. Before the whirlwind even arrived, the battle attire on his body was already rustling in the wind. Flame. Resistance. The cultist could not allow Li Chen to collide directly with him. He spread his arms, and flames erupted from his body, more powerful than a missile explosion. The whirlwind created by Li Chen was shattered by the flames. He clapped his right hand, and the mountain suppression seal descended from the sky, pressing down on the cultist. The rolling flames quickly dissipated under the immense force, and the mountain suppression seal landed on the cultist's head, the powerful pressure causing the alloy floor beneath him to crack. Break for me. The cultist's body was engulfed in flames as he pushed his palm towards the sky, a massive fiery handprint slamming onto the mountain suppression seal. A thunderous roar erupted. The two were evenly matched in this exchange. A flying knife appeared in Li Chen's hand, bursting with silver light, and it instantly descended upon the cultist's brow, embedding a small portion into it. The cultist's entire body transformed into lava, greatly increasing his defense, but it could not completely block Li Chen's flying knife. Get lost. The cultist unleashed the fire dragon's impact again, the fire dragon rampaging towards Li Chen with a roar. Li Chen, surrounded by the whirlwind, moved rapidly, even faster than the fire dragon. This was the power of the A-level body technique in the subtle realm, faster than the enemy's attack speed. Li Chen continuously threw flying knives, their speed so fast that they could even curve. The cultist had no choice but to endure. Soon, over 20 flying knives were embedded in his body. Each caused minor injuries, but the cumulative effect of over 20 wounds had already affected his ability to fight. Moreover, having fought Li Chen for quite some time, and being in the territory of the Martial Division and the Martial Artist Association, he realized that if he didn't leave soon, he might not be able to escape at all. Therefore, flames erupted beneath him, and he shot off in another direction like a cannonball. Trying to escape? Li Chen, carrying the whirlwind, quickly closed in on him. His speed was much greater, and he soon caught up to the cultist from behind. Mountain suppression seal. Li Chen shouted again, and the massive martial seal descended from the sky, pressing down on the cultist. The fire dragon roared, shattering the mountain suppression seal and howling towards Li Chen. The shining silver Li Chen did not hesitate to collide with the fire dragon, passing through its body and continuing the pursuit. One flying knife after another erupted with a speed and power more terrifying than a sniper bullet, striking the cultist and turning him into a porcupine. Stop! Li Chen lunged forward, reaching out his right hand towards the cultist. The cultist had no choice but to turn around, sending a fiery palm towards Li Chen. Li Chen disregarded it, forcefully tearing apart the fiery palm imprint with both hands, then landing in front of the cultist. His hands struck continuously, engaging the cultist in close combat. The body tempering technique itself included close combat skills, and his body tempering had reached a perfect realm, making his close combat ability several levels higher than that of the cultist. His fists rained down on the opponent, the immense power causing the wounds on the cultist's body to burst with blood. The cultist grew anxious. He wanted to unleash the fire dragon impact to push Li Chen away, but Li Chen's fist struck him, disrupting the flow of blood energy in his meridians, leaving him no chance to execute his attack techniques. At this moment, he could only confront Li Chen head-on. Li Chen was like a master of boxing, effortlessly using various techniques, and with his faster speed, he treated the cultist like a punching bag. Do you dare to oppose our ancient god society? The cultist's eyes were filled with threats. A bunch of rats. Do you really think you're important? Li Chen scoffed. If you kill me, wait for our ancient god society to take revenge. Not only will you die, but your family and friends will all be buried with you, the cultist said, his bravado faltering. Is the ancient god society just good at empty threats? Li Chen showed no fear. Once he chose the path of a warrior, he never feared threats. Die for me. Suddenly, a dagger appeared in Li Chen's right hand, and he plunged it violently into the cultist's eye, blood bursting forth, destroying the cultist's brain. Li Chen exhaled, finally done. The sound of an explosion reached his ears as a middle-aged man in uniform approached him. It was the police officer who had rushed over after receiving the news. It seems I arrived late, the officer said awkwardly, as others had already finished the job. You arrived just in time. There's still a fish that slipped through the net. I'll be right back, Li Chen said. No need, I'll go. The officer stopped Li Chen and quickly dashed towards the direction of the battle. Qin Yiman and Chu Paoxue had yet to subdue their opponents. Not long after, Li Chen sensed that the battle in that direction had ended. The officer was a powerful figure at the 6th level of the divine concealment, capable of ending the fight in an instant. The officer dragged back the last cultist and returned with Chu Piaoshui and Qin Yiman. Li Chen noticed that both of them had sustained significant injuries. The pressure of the divine concealment realm was a bit much for them. The officer opened the cultist's backpack and pulled out a pale blue egg. Without thinking, it was clearly a monster egg. Looks like we're lucky. We completed the mission on the first day. Li Chen smiled. However, he noticed that Chu Piaoshui and Qin Yiman both dared not look at him, their faces flushed. What's wrong with you? After a battle, why are you acting shy? Battle syndrome? Li Chen asked curiously. You aren't wearing clothes, Qin Yiman murmured. Li Chen had a handsome face and a great physique, with well-defined abs and a decent chest, which was quite a shock for the two young girls, Qin Yiman and Chu Piaoshui. Almost forgot about this. Li Chen slapped his forehead and took out his school uniform from his spatial ring and put it on. He didn't feel too embarrassed. After all, he was only missing the most crucial pants, so he just treated the place like a beach. It's not that easy. This is indeed a monster egg, but it's not the one we're looking for. The officer shook his head. What do you mean? The three of them looked puzzled. Could there be many monster eggs here? This is a monster egg laid by a great demon, not a demon lord's. The ancient god society may act recklessly, but they are very cautious, splitting their forces and having both real and fake, the officer said with a slightly serious tone. Truly cunning. Li Chen gritted his teeth, having gone through so much effort only to find a counterfeit. However, you killed 4 cultists, captured 1 alive, and obtained a monster egg from a great demon. Considering you are still students from the training camp, there will be point rewards, the officer continued. How much? At this, Li Chen was no longer sleepy. The specifics need to be negotiated with the higher-ups. It won't be less anyway, the officer said before leaving with the captured cultist and the monster egg. Other officers would naturally come to handle the scene. When the other officers arrived, Li Chen and the two of them continued patrolling the commercial street as the mission was not yet over. Li Chen changed into a set of flashy clothes again and wandered around with Chu Piaoshui and the 2 little girls. By nightfall, they chose to take shifts, with Li Chen on duty for the first half of the night and Chu Piaoshui and the others taking the second half. The two of them went directly to the Changzhou restaurant to rest. Li Chen whistled, his hands in his pockets, wandering the streets like a little hoodlum. The residents who had business outside saw Li Chen and avoided him from a distance, lest they attract trouble. Now it's really true that people dislike me. Li Chen shook his head, not caring. By 2 o'clock, Chu Piaoshui and another girl came to take over, and he returned to the room shared by the 2 women to sleep. After washing up and lying on the bed, he could still smell a hint of fragrance on the sheets, unsure if it was left by Chu Piaoshui or Qin Yiman. It was a standard room with 2 beds. Exhausted, Li Chen quickly fell into a deep sleep. The alarm clock rang at 8, and after about 5 hours of deep sleep, Li Chen regained his energy. He washed up and went to the second floor, where Chu Piaoshui and the other girl had already ordered breakfast, and Li Chen joined them. Halfway through the meal, the air raid siren echoed throughout the city. The beast tide had arrived. Li Chen heard the sound of dense explosions, the sound of laser cannons detonating. Although the previous firearms had lost their effectiveness, the mechs excavated from the ruins had not. Under the scientists' research, the Federation produced many new types of weapons, and every city wall was equipped with laser cannons, which were the main means of dealing with demon generals and demon soldiers. Li Chen opened the Warrior app, which had a live broadcast of the battle, viewable only by warriors. He saw countless demon beasts rushing towards Ning City. The weeds on the plains outside Ning City trampled flat, dust billowing, and the ground shaking continuously. Even through the screen, it felt immensely pressuring. Under the assault of over 300,000 demon beasts, martial artists and grand martial artists seemed insignificant, easily overwhelmed. Laser beams shot out from the city walls, striking the demon beast horde. Brilliant light erupted, sweeping across hundreds of meters, flesh and blood flying, the ground stained red. Many demon beasts had already turned to bones before even approaching Ning City. At the same time, many massive demon beasts, as large as trucks, used their powers to block the lasers. Reaching the level of great demon generals, the power of their bloodline abilities was enough to rival laser cannons. The demon beasts on the ground were not the main threat. The most terrifying were the flying demon beasts in the sky. In the sky, the number of flying demon beasts exceeded 30,000. Flying at an altitude of 10,000 meters, making it difficult for laser cannons to hit them, they were agile and generally flew at speeds exceeding 3 times the speed of sound. Attention all warriors in the city. Attention all warriors in the city. Flying demon beasts are about to enter the city. Please prepare. Other ordinary residents, please close your doors and windows and take precautions. The loudspeakers in various places continuously broadcasted this message. Let's go to the rooftop. Li Chen stuffed a steamed bun into his mouth and quickly ran towards the elevator. Qin Yiman and Chu Piaoshui followed. Flying demon beasts could cause immense destruction to the city, and they had to assist the military in the cleanup. Mechs flew up from the military camp, each at least 2 stories high, with the largest being as tall as 5 stories. Mechs were the main force against flying demon beasts. An estimated 3,000 mechs took to the sky, heading towards the flying demon beasts. The cost of mechs and their maintenance was high, and Ning City only had this many in service. The distance between the 2 sides quickly closed, and the mech's palm retracted, revealing an oversized gun barrel. Light shone brightly as beams of laser transformed into a rain of lasers covering the flying demon beasts. The flying demon beasts emitted high-pitched cries, and a powerful shockwave erupted, colliding with the lasers. Most flying demon beasts were adept at sound wave abilities, which were their primary area attack method. The chest of the mech split open, revealing a cannon with a diameter of over half a meter, a strong light overshadowing the sun's rays. Then, the laser cannon traversed the sky, breaking through the defenses of the flying demon beasts and landing among the horde. Wherever it passed, demon generals and below were directly vaporized. With the air defense weapons on the city walls, half of the flying demon beasts had already been eliminated before they entered the city. However, the flying demon beasts were too fast, and soon they crossed the defensive line of the city walls, entering the airspace above the city. They plummeted rapidly, heading towards the residential area, and the air defense weapons on the city walls dared not fire again. A shot landing in the residential area would be a grave sin. The mechs also ceased their laser attacks, their hands extending once more, and various laser weapons appeared in their grasp. There were laser swords, laser knives, laser axes, and laser clubs, a dazzling array, primarily depending on the pilot's will. The demon beasts had scattered to various corners, and the mechs also dispersed, pursuing the demon beasts. At this moment, Li Chen stood on the balcony, holding a flying knife. Dealing with flying demon beasts required the most important long-range attacks. Warriors needed to reach the martial sovereign realm to fly, putting Li Chen and his companions at a natural disadvantage against the flying demon beasts. A steel-winged eagle dove down from the sky, its wingspan exceeding 10 meters. This was a demon general. It opened its beak, and blades of wind descended from the sky, cleaving down towards a building. The wall shattered directly, revealing the alloy inside, and under the continuous assault of the wind blades, the alloy began to crack. Except for a few buildings, such as the Chinzhou Tavern, which belonged to a great martial artist, most buildings used D-grade alloys. After all, alloys were expensive, and it was impossible for all buildings to use C-grade or B-grade alloys. If no one intervened, that building would be torn apart by the steel-winged eagle. At this moment, many rooftops had warriors stationed, and where the steel-winged eagle descended, Li Chen and the others were nearby. Throughout Ning City, there were many warriors, but not all had the confidence and courage to face the demon beasts directly. Many were hiding in their homes. Only warriors of the 5th rank and above would be forcibly conscripted, with severe penalties for those who disobeyed. The steel-winged eagle was about 1,000 meters away from Li Chen. He threw out the flying knife in his hand. 5 flying knives created 5 waves of air, instantly landing on the steel-winged eagle. It was evident that the body of the steel-winged eagle erupted with 5 massive sparks, and its entire body was sent flying sideways. Blood burst forth, and the steel-winged eagle let out a cry of agony as the 5 flying knives pierced through its defenses, entering its body and destroying its internal organs. It fell onto the rooftop, producing a muffled sound. The micro-level flying knives, combined with Li Chen's current vitality of 22,500, created astonishing lethality. "You stay here, I'll go hit and run," Li Chen said to Qin Yiman and the others. Before they could respond, he jumped to the rooftop of another building. With his strength, jumping a few hundred meters was effortless. Whenever he spotted a flying demon beast, Li Chen would throw out a flying knife. The flying knives were merciless, reaping the lives of the demon beasts. Demon soldiers were almost always one-hit kills. Only demon generals and above could become Li Chen's opponents. At this moment, above Ning City, a satellite was monitoring the entire area. This was a military satellite deployed during wartime. Its purpose was to keep track of the dynamics of Ning City and serve as a powerful deterrent against those who sought to disrupt order during the war. Everything was under surveillance. Those who dared to act recklessly could expect to be shot down. In the monitoring room, many people in military uniforms sat, their eyes glued to the computers in front of them, watching the status of every area, reporting any emergencies immediately. On the various screens, it was evident that the situation in Ning City was not good. Multiple buildings had been destroyed under the attacks of the flying demon beasts, and even a great demon general had directly demolished an entire building, resulting in heavy casualties among the residents inside. Some flying demon beasts also descended to low altitudes, unleashing sonic wave techniques, shattering many windows, and the powerful sound waves entered the homes of residents, causing significant harm. This is war. The dead only exist in fairy tales. Although there are no statistics yet, the estimated casualties in Ning City have exceeded 2,000, and this number continues to grow. Captain, 2 kilometers south of Southeast City 5th Middle School, there is a large demon general level Qingpeng, a scout, reported. 2 kilometers south of Southeast City 5th Middle School, a large demon general level Jinpeng is there. The captain quickly reported to the higher-ups of the Legion, who then dispatched a powerful martial artist to handle the situation. The entire Ning City was thrown into chaos, with over 10,000 flying demon beasts rampaging everywhere, wielding incredible mobility, making it extremely difficult to target them. The number of mechas was severely insufficient, and the martial artists with strong long-range skills were extremely scarce, leading to the current situation. Li Chen, who had reached the subtle realm of the 3rd layer of the flying dagger technique, became a dazzling presence. Wherever he went, any flying demon beast he encountered was struck down by his flying daggers. A 9-rank demon soldier-level Black Eagle shed its feathers, which shot into the windows of residences like flying daggers. Screams erupted from within, as if being swept by a powerful Gatling gun. The walls could not withstand the Black Eagle's feathers, which pierced through, leaving the residents nowhere to hide, turning them into sieves. Damn beast, die! Li Chen leaped into the air, a blood-infused flying dagger shot out instantly, crossing a distance of 1,000 meters. Before the Black Eagle could react, the dagger pierced its head, destroying its brain in an explosion of blood. The Black Eagle fell to the ground, creating a large pit. The Central City Elderly Home needs support. The Central City Elderly Home needs support. An urgent message came through Li Chen's earpiece. Not far from me, Li Chen changed direction and quickly headed towards the elderly home. Don't be afraid, everyone, the martial artists will fend off the demon beasts. A young girl tried to suppress her fear and comforted the elderly. Little girl, we are not afraid, we are old, and if we die, we die. An elderly man shook his head. Yes, if we put others in danger because of us, that would be our sin. Most of the elderly had calm expressions. Having lived this long, they had experienced beast tides no less than 3 times, and most of their loved ones had died in those tides, which is why they had come to this place, having long since let go. They were all gathered in the basement, with tremors constantly shaking the ground. The battle outside was fierce. Because there were over 200 elderly people concentrated here, the rich life force attracted 5 flying demon beasts. All 5 were at the demon general level, with the strongest reaching the 6th rank, a peak existence among demon generals. The elderly home had a martial artist stationed there, and with 3 more martial artists coming to assist, along with over 10 other martial artists, it had not collapsed immediately. However, the situation was not optimistic. While there were 4 martial artists, among the 10 or so others, only one was a high-ranking martial artist, while the rest were mid to low-ranking, making it a significant disparity against a demon general-level Qingxuan. The Qingxuan dove down, directly breaking through the attacks and defenses of those martial artists, snatching one up in its mouth and swallowing it whole. Its wings swept across 3 martial artists, shattering them instantly. This Qingxuan was a C-class ferocious beast, a 2nd-rank demon general, not something ordinary martial artists could contend with. Old 5, a middle-aged man cried out in grief, as one of the slain was his own brother. I'll kill you. The middle-aged man raised his knife, unleashing a blade of energy towards the Qingxuan. The Qingxuan's eyes showed a mocking expression. It could have dodged but chose to take it head-on. The blade of energy struck its feathers, exploding into countless sparks, but only a few feathers fell. The middle-aged man's attack couldn't even break its defense. The blue falcon flipped over and flew back, its wings flapping fiercely, creating a powerful gust that lifted all the facilities in the courtyard into the air. About 10 martial artists struggled to maintain their balance against the raging wind. Blades of wind howled out with the hurricane, slicing towards the martial artists. Its bloodline naturally possessed the ability to control the wind. As a C-grade ferocious beast, its wind manipulation was comparable to that of a martial artist who had unlocked the basic wind god's hidden treasure. The path of bloodline cultivation for demon beasts and the path of divine treasure cultivation for martial artists were 2 different roads. The advantage of the bloodline path lay in specialization and rapid enhancement, while its drawback was the singularity of power. The advantage of martial artists unlocking divine treasures was the possession of multiple abilities, enhancing their overall strength, but the drawback was the difficulty of improvement, and sometimes they could access many paths but lacked mastery, rendering them ineffective. One defensive martial technique after another was unleashed, but under the wind blades, they were as fragile as tofu. This strike caused 5 more martial artists to crash to the ground. Damn it, you're going to die. Let's fight it to the death. The surviving martial artists shed blood tears. Living people turned into a pile of flesh right before their eyes. How could they not go mad? They were filled with rage, unleashing explosive martial techniques to fight the Blue Falcon desperately. Explosive martial techniques came at the cost of shattering blood vessels. Even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, their blood energy dissipating like flowing water, and if they lost, it would be the end. The Blue Falcon looked on with disdain. Ants were always ants. And no matter how hard they fought, they remained ants. Damn beast, die! Li Chen had already approached within a kilometer, witnessing everything that had just happened. The tragic deaths of his kin made his eyes bloodshot. They were vibrant lives. Fathers, children, forever left on this land. A flurry of blood energy flying knives descended at speeds exceeding 10 times the speed of sound, the sound of them slicing through the air comparable to a mecha flying by. The Blue Falcon sensed the threat and turned its gaze towards the incoming flying knives. The stronger the power, the sharper the dynamic vision. Scenes that ordinary people could not capture were crystal clear in its eyes. The flying knives reflected in its pupils, their rapid speed posing a threat. Caw! The Blue Falcon let out a high-pitched cry, and a shockwave erupted, instantly destroying the concrete beneath it, turning it to dust that scattered in all directions. Those martial artists who had not yet managed to evade were directly blown over 100 meters away, their fates unknown. The shockwave collided with the flying knives, causing a violent explosion that shook the buildings. The blood energy flying knives were ultimately no match for the B-grade alloy knives, all scattered by the shockwave. Li Chen had a limited number of flying knives, having used them all earlier, and could only condense knives from his blood energy. Amidst the collision of flying knives, Li Chen soared like a great rock, covering nearly 1,000 meters in an instant. Mountain Suppression Seal. Li Chen's voice echoed in the void, and a seal the size of a building burst through the air, pressing down towards the blue falcon. The blue falcon spread its wings, forming a barrier. To protect itself, the ground cracking as the powerful impact felt like a meteor striking the earth. A large pit appeared beneath the blue falcon, the immense force breaking its feathers, but the injuries were not severe. The blue falcon burst forth from the dust, its speed exceeding 4 times the speed of sound, its beak piercing through the airflow as it charged towards Li Chen. Weighing over 30 tons, the blue falcon's impact at 4 times the speed of sound generated enough kinetic energy to easily destroy a mountain, not to mention its vast blood energy and powerful bloodline abilities. Li Chen was surrounded by a hurricane, the strong airflow propelling him quickly, trying to evade the oncoming threat. However, compared to the blue falcon, his speed was at a disadvantage. Running could never match flying. Unable to evade, he decided not to. Li Chen stopped, rapidly titaniumizing his entire body. He firmly planted his feet on the ground, the hurricane swirling around him, forming a powerful barrier. The blue falcon arrived in an instant, its beak piercing through the hurricane, and then its entire body dove into the whirlwind, crashing towards Li Chen with immense force. One slash to sever the river. Li Chen held the knife with both hands, striking fiercely at Manhwa. A 30-meter-long blade of energy surged forth, cleaving into the azure falcon. The feathers on the azure falcon emitted a hazy blue light, refined by the blood energy, and in the face of Li Chen's attack, it activated its defensive powers, unwilling to take the blow with its body. The blade energy collided with the azure falcon, slowing its speed once more, but it still could not prevent the impact. The falcon's beak struck Li Chen, who braced himself against it with both hands. The blood energy surged violently, and a 1,000-ton force erupted from his body, firmly resisting the onslaught. As a practitioner of the SSS breathing technique, his blood energy was stronger than that of most beasts of the same rank, but the azure falcon was a second-tier demon general, its blood energy surpassing his. Li Chen could not help but stagger backward, crashing hard against a wall. The wall shattered, and the sea alloy inside was dented by his impact. However, with his perfect-grade titanium body, Li Chen only felt a dull ache in his chest and did not sustain serious injuries. The azure falcon's eyes showed an incredulous expression. This tiny human warrior, not even a martial master, could actually withstand such a collision. Get lost. Li Chen formed a seal with his right hand, and the mountain suppression seal shot out from his palm. The massive azure falcon was caught off guard and was blasted away by the mountain suppression seal, leaving huge skid marks on the ground. Flying knives pierced through the air, 2 of them aimed at the falcon's eyes. The azure falcon shielded its head with its wings, causing the flying knives to shatter, feathers scattering and blood spilling. Li Chen's flying knives left 2 wounds on the azure falcon. A fierce killing intent appeared in the falcon's eyes, but it did not lose its rationality. Its greatest advantage was flight. It flapped its wings and soared rapidly into the sky. Li Chen's mountain suppression seal had just been unleashed when it evaded the attack. The azure falcon flew to a height of 100 meters, its gaze locked onto the ant on the ground that had injured it. Caw! It let out a high-pitched cry again, flapping its wings, and powerful air currents roared downward, slicing through the air and engulfing Li Chen. Hurricane. Li Chen executed the hurricane step, enveloped by the whirlwind, moving quickly on the ground to dodge most of the airblade's attacks. Even if he couldn't avoid them all, the hurricane would block the airblades. This movement technique balanced offense and defense, which was why it caught Li Chen's eye. The only drawback was its difficulty to master, but to Li Chen that was hardly a concern. He was determined to excel. The azure falcon's eyes filled with anger. That ant had too many tricks, and it was helpless against its area attacks. It descended slightly, opened its mouth, and unleashed a powerful sound wave that exploded the air. The strong sound wave descended, destroying the hurricane that enveloped Li Chen. He faced the shockwave directly, his body shining with a dazzling silver light under the sun. The sound wave struck him, causing countless sparks to fly, and the ground beneath him shattered continuously, sending him into a massive pit. Yet, Li Chen stood upright, blocking the powerful sound wave, though his clothes sadly turned to ashes once more. Damn it, my newly changed suit. Li Chen was furious. It had cost him several hundred credit points. Besides his points, he only had a little over 1,000 credit points to begin with. This loss was equivalent to wiping out half of his wealth. How could he not be angry? The azure falcon was unaware of Li Chen's distress over his clothes. It only found him extremely troublesome. Such a powerful attack was barely able to break through his defenses. The falcon's claws reached down towards Li Chen, 2 massive claw marks descending from the sky, the air exploding as they approached him. Even C-grade alloy, the azure falcon was confident it could tear apart. Mountain suppression seal. Li Chen raised his right hand to the sky, the mountain suppression seal bursting through the air, colliding with the claws. The tremendous force shattered the walls of the old folks' home, leaving only the alloy framework standing. The mountain suppression seal was crushed by the immense power, and the 2 claw marks continued to descend towards Li Chen. Ha! Li Chen forcefully struck Manhwa again, unleashing the Duanjiang sword technique, with powerful sword energy slicing through the air, shattering a claw mark. Another claw mark gripped Li Chen, leaving 5 deep scratches on his titanium alloy-like body. Blood flowed from the scratches, but the injury was far from fatal. Li Chen raised his right hand and a flying knife pierced the air, striking fiercely on the opponent's head, creating another wound. Li Chen's hands became a blur as flying knives shot out, 10 knives, piercing the air every second, akin to a human Gatling gun. The Ching Sun's body was bombarded by the flying knives, feathers scattering as wounds appeared, blood raining down and staining the ground red. Under Li Chen's bombardment, Ching Sun had to ascend to a higher altitude, changing its form to evade the flying knives. At the same time, feathers shot out from its body, raining down on Li Chen like flying knives. Two Gatling guns fired at each other. Li Chen circled like a whirlwind, leaping continuously, attacking while dodging, testing both their offensive and evasive skills. Li Chen's whirlwind steps had reached a profound level, making him more agile than Ching Sun. The attack power of the flying knives and feathers was similar, but Li Chen's flying knives could turn at will, with a significantly higher hit rate. After more than a minute of mutual bombardment, Ching Sun ceased this unfavorable behavior. It flew thousands of meters high, its eyes fixed on Li Chen, the hedgehog feeling at a loss. Apart from its strongest claw strike that could break through defenses, other attacks seemed redundant, and it found itself battered by the opponent's strikes. Li Chen calmly faced off against it. It was nearly impossible for him to kill the opponent unless it foolishly chose to fight him on the ground. The best outcome would be for the opponent to retreat, allowing him to protect the old folks' home. Ching Sun shifted its gaze to the base of the old folks' home, sensing the presence of many humans, knowing that it was a refuge for them. As long as it could break in, it could slaughter many humans and achieve great merit. Not wanting to entangle with Li Chen, its only goal was to kill. It descended to a height of 100 meters above the ground, rapidly circling the old folks' home while continuously emitting sound wave attacks. The alloy framework of the building vibrated under the sound wave assault, the vibrations reaching the basement and causing a loud rumble. The elderly covered their ears. They were ordinary people, and this powerful sound wave penetrated through the alloy, though significantly weakened, was still unbearable for them. For a short time, it was manageable, but Ching Sun continued its sound wave attack, and some elderly people's eardrums had already burst, blood flowing from their nostrils. It wouldn't take long. If the continuous attack lasted a minute, half of the elderly inside would die. Damn it! Li Chen realized this as well. Sound wave attacks were one of the nemesis of alloy buildings, as solids can transmit sound, a principle of nature. Li Chen pushed off the ground, leaping high to the rooftop of the courtyard. Watching Ching Sun rapidly circling the courtyard, Li Chen waved his hands continuously, sending flying knives of energy slicing through the air, landing on Ching Sun. At such a high speed, only Xiao Li's flying knives could hit the opponent. Ching Sun was once again enveloped in a hazy green light, a bloodline divine ability known as the Wind Shield, relying on defensive powers to hold on, continuing its sound wave attack. Attention, warriors of the Zhongqing old folks' home. Ching Sun's attacks are seriously endangering the lives of the elderly. Please ensure to repel it. An urgent notification came through Li Chen's earpiece. The girl in the basement reported the situation to the martial arts division, which then issued orders to Li Chen and the others. No, at this rate, it will be hard to even injure it in the short term. Li Chen forced himself to calm down. The more urgent the situation, the calmer he needed to be. I must get in close and hit it hard. An idea flashed through Li Chen's mind. He locked onto the flight trajectory of the Blue Falcon, various calculations flashing through his mind. Li Chen pushed off hard with both feet, launching himself into the sky like a cannonball. A mocking glint flashed in the falcon's eyes. A mere martial artist dared to ascend and battle it, truly ignorant. It twisted its body, preparing to evade Li Chen's attack and then use him as a target later. Control. Li Chen's vital energy erupted, altering his ascent trajectory, turning himself into a controlled flying knife. As he changed direction, he quickly closed in on the Blue Falcon. The falcon, caught off guard by Li Chen's ability to change direction, realized it was too late to dodge. It unleashed a powerful sonic attack aimed at Li Chen, intending to knock him to the ground. Break the river. In midair, Li Chen slashed like a knife cutting through Manhwa, his blade energy tearing through the sonic shockwave, creating a gap as he rapidly ascended, finally nearing the Blue Falcon. Get lost. Li Chen raised his blade again, blood energy condensing on the blade's surface as he executed the break the river technique. The long knife shattered the air and struck the Blue Falcon. Lightning like sparks erupted, feathers fell, and blood burst forth. This knife was made of B-grade alloy, renowned for its toughness and sharpness. The long knife directly breached the falcon's defenses, slicing through its skin and flesh, the blade energy wreaking havoc on its insides. Chirp! The Blue Falcon cried out in pain, its blood energy surging as its wings struck Li Chen fiercely, sending him crashing to the ground. Li Chen coughed twice, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The rapid descent had injured his insides. The Blue Falcon ignored Li Chen, flapping its wings to escape quickly. Severely wounded, it was now afraid, knowing that continuing the fight could cost it its life. Li Chen propped himself up and rushed into the building, making his way to the basement entrance via the stairs. He pressed the doorbell, waiting for the alloy door to open. A girl saw Li Chen through the surveillance camera. Having been in despair, she suddenly felt hope. They were finally saved. She dragged her heavy body to the door and pressed the button to open it. The mechanical sound echoed as the door opened. Li Chen, illuminated by the corridor lights, radiated a silver glow, which, for the people here, symbolized the light of hope, having just fallen into deep despair. This is a healing potion. Hurry and give it to the elderly. Li Chen pulled out 10 vials of intermediate healing potions from his spatial ring. These potions were effective for martial artists and worked well for ordinary people. A little for each person was enough, and 10 vials were more than sufficient. Although Li Chen valued his points, he was not stingy when it came to spending them when necessary. Thank you, martial artist, the girl said, her face filled with gratitude. You're welcome. Li Chen left the potions and walked away. The situation was urgent, and there was no time for him to stop. Once outside, Li Chen surveyed the 4 nearby battlefields, one of which was the most intense, a clash between peak martial artists and peak demon generals. Li Chen knew he was not yet qualified to participate. He looked at the other 3 battlefields, one of which featured a martial artist in dire straits. He was a first-tier martial artist facing a second-tier demon general, a significant power gap, and he was barely holding on. The sound of the air being torn apart echoed as blood energy flying knives rained down like starlight towards the second-tier demon general. It was a red-headed sparrow, a C-grade demon beast, naturally possessing the ability to control basic flames, making it quite troublesome. It continuously spewed flames from its mouth, engulfing the martial artist, who could only raise his defensive techniques to withstand the onslaught. Facing a flying demon beast, he had little recourse. His ranged attack techniques were too weak. The flying knives fell like raindrops upon the red-headed sparrow, the immense force striking it sideways, blood bursting forth as Li Chen's flying knives left countless wounds on its body. Chirp! The red-headed sparrow cried out in pain, turning its head to fixate on Li Chen, the one who had harmed it. Chirp! The red-headed sparrow screeched again, unleashing fireballs the size of rooms from its mouth. The fireballs fell like meteorites, hurtling towards Li Chen. Hurricane! Li Chen shouted angrily, his body swirling around the hurricane, moving swiftly to evade most of the fireball attacks. For those he couldn't avoid, the hurricane could block some of the power, and then he would endure the bombardment of the fireballs with his titanium body. The explosions were dense and continuous, comparable to a heavy bomb barrage. Leaving the ground he passed through ravaged by flames, resembling a post-war wasteland. Looking at the red-headed sparrow hovering 100 meters in the air, Li Chen could only use his flying daggers for long-range sniping. The mountain suppression seal and the broken river blade technique were too slow. At such a distance, the red-headed sparrow could easily dodge. The sound of air explosions rang out as the flying daggers sliced through the air, leaving trails of energy before striking the red-headed sparrow. Blood burst forth continuously, feathers scattered, and blood splattered. Li Chen's flying daggers were far more terrifying than sniper bullets, carrying over 10,000 tons of force, capable of piercing through a mountain. The red-headed sparrow was engulfed in flames, blocking the onslaught of the flying daggers, but the daggers were too powerful for it to fully defend against. The red-headed sparrow was battered and bruised, forced to quickly gain altitude to avoid the onslaught. Li Chen emerged from the flames, his silver body shining brilliantly in the fire's reflection. He was least afraid of this area bombardment. It posed little threat to him. Thank you, young brother, for saving me, said the battered martial artist, his skin severely burned over large areas. If Li Chen hadn't arrived, he wouldn't have been able to endure much longer. It's all for Ning City, Li Chen replied, not taking credit. His gaze was fixed on the red-headed sparrow circling above. Out of caution for Li Chen, it did not descend but also did not leave, searching for an opportunity. After circling for a while, it ultimately chose to leave, opting not to engage. Here, Li Chen turned his attention to another battlefield where a first-grade martial artist was locked in combat with a first-tier demon general, both sides still evenly matched. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chen charged out from the rooftop of a building, quickly approaching the corrupted crow. The corrupted crow's blood energy possessed powerful corrosive abilities, and the battlefield was shrouded in darkness, with buildings and ground corroded into a pockmarked state. Mountain suppression. Seal. Li Chen rapidly closed in on the corrupted crow, a seal the size of a house descending from above with unmatched force. The black crow attempted to dodge, but it was too close and couldn't react in time. Its dark blood energy erupted, forming a corrosive field to block the mountain suppression seal's attack. The blood energy on the seal was quickly corroded, but ultimately the seal remained largely intact as it landed on the corrupted crow, pressing it down towards the ground. Decapitating. Spear. The martial artist below seized the moment, his long spear striking like a snake's head, a silver spear light shooting skyward, piercing fiercely into the corrupted crow's belly. Blood erupted as the spear penetrated, leaving a gaping wound. Li Chen continuously shot flying daggers, piercing the crow's head, leaving it pockmarked and exposing the skull within. His body quickly descended, landing on the opponent's neck. The corrupted crow, under relentless attack, was dazed and unable to control its movements. One blade cuts the river. The blade energy condensed on the alloy knife as Li Chen's muscles tensed, channeling all his strength and blood energy. The long knife slashed horizontally, cutting through the corrupted crow's neck, severing it halfway. Then, with another slash, the blade energy erupted, completely severing the crow's neck. The corrupted crow fell to the ground, devoid of life. Bathed in blood, Li Chen radiated overwhelming blood energy, like a god or a demon. The spear-wielding martial artist was intimidated by Li Chen's aura, momentarily too afraid to approach and greet him. Li Chen's body was surrounded by the hurricane, quickly moving to other areas. The remaining 2 battlefields had demon beasts that were too powerful for him to intervene. He leaped onto the rooftop, overlooking the nearby area. A level 8 flying demon beast was closest to him. He quickly approached with a wave of energy, and a flying knife pierced into the creature's head, killing it instantly. Li Chen became a star of rescue, moving through the battlefield and taking down one flying demon beast after another. At this moment, his performance had caught the attention of the reconnaissance battalion, which reported his situation. Up the chain. The battalion commander watched Li Chen's performance, wishing he could immediately recruit him into the army. Such a talent would be a loss for the military if he did not join. Micro-level Little Li Flying Knife. Li Chen, a senior student from Ningxing No. 5 High School, a true talent, the commander said, his eyes shining with fervor as he watched Li Chen display his prowess on the screen. Commander, the situation at the orphanage in Zhongqing is urgent. Requesting support. A scout reported. Send a signal to the nearby warriors, the commander ordered. He then took out a communicator and directly connected it to Li Chen's earpiece. Li Chen, I am the commander of the Ningxing Military Reconnaissance Battalion. The situation at the orphanage 6 kilometers to your west is urgent. Please go and provide support. Received. Li Chen's calm response came through the communicator. He quickly headed towards the orphanage. In an old neighborhood of Ningxing, 5 people were huddled in a house. 5 backpacks lay on the ground, one of which contained a demon beast egg. One person was on the phone, and a gloomy voice came from the other end. You need to find an opportunity to eliminate a person named Li Chen. He is the son of the 2 researchers from the Qinglong group from years ago. I have sent the information to your phone, and I will send you his location shortly. The gloomy voice instructed. Understood, Deacon. The person hung up the phone, and a document arrived on his mobile. It contained Li Chen's photo, strength, and martial skills. Then, another message appeared showing the Zhongqing orphanage. Li Chen. The young man from the Ancient God Society quietly put his phone in his pocket. I have something to take care of, he said briefly before leaving the house and quickly heading towards the Zhongqing orphanage. Going as a group would be too obvious, the entire city was under surveillance, so he decided to go alone for more concealment. At this moment, Li Chen had already arrived at the orphanage. There were many flying demon beasts attacking the orphanage, with only 2 demon generals present, but both were exceptionally powerful. One was a 6th-tier demon general, and the other was a 4th-tier demon general, both exuding overwhelming energy that pressed down on the rescuing warriors, making it hard for them to breathe. There were also over a dozen flying demon beasts at the soldier level, currently destroying the ground near the orphanage, trying to break into the basement. As soon as they broke in, their sonic wave techniques could kill the people inside. Die! Li Chen shouted, his hands striking out in succession, manifesting a series of blood energy flying knives that quickly tore through the air. Heads exploded one after another. They were merely demon soldiers, not enough for Li Chen to kill. Only the remaining 2 demon generals posed a problem. The 6th-tier demon general was being held back by a 6th-tier martial artist, stabilizing the situation. The 4th-tier demon general had only 2 martial artists restraining it, one at the 3rd tier and the other at the 2nd tier, both practicing sea-level breathing techniques. In the divine space they opened, the highest was just an ordinary martial artist at the intermediate level, completely no match for the hawk. The hawk's wingspan exceeded 20 meters, larger than a fighter jet. It dove down, evading the 3rd-tier martial artist, and its claws reached for the 2nd-tier martial artist. The air exploded as it grabbed. If the 2nd-tier martial artist hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been severely injured. He was only grazed by the eagle's claws, but the impact sent him crashing through the air and into the wall, blood spraying from his mouth. Qingfeng Sword Chi, the 3rd-tier martial artist shouted, thrusting his long sword to unleash a 50-meter-long sword chi, carrying the power to split mountains and rivers, striking the hawk's back. Sparks flew as it created deep holes in the concrete floor. Feathers fell, but no blood was seen. The 3rd-grade martial artist found it difficult to break through the protective divine ability of the eagle. The eagle swooped down, hanging upside down, its cry piercing the air, unleashing sound waves that destroyed everything nearby. The fitness equipment in the orphanage, made of D-grade alloy, was twisted into a spiral by the sound waves. Azure-edged sword chi. The 3rd-grade martial artist held his sword with both hands in front of his chest, enveloped by a sword aura. As the sound waves descended, the sword aura continuously flickered and ultimately could not hold up. The 3rd-grade martial artist was struck by the sound waves and slammed against an alloy wall. The eagle's claws left massive claw marks as it reached down towards the base of the orphanage building, intending to tear open the basement. Not a chance! Li Chen shouted angrily, a gust of wind blocking the claws. The wind was shredded, revealing Li Chen, shining with silver light. Mountain suppression seal. Li Chen formed a seal with his right hand and slowly pushed it forward. The massive mountain suppression seal, imbued with powerful force, collided with the claw marks. A tremendous roar erupted as the mountain suppression seal shattered, and 2 terrifying claw marks continued to reach for Li Chen. The eagle's bloodline allowed it to wield the power of basic metal, combined with its divine abilities, making its attacks extraordinarily sharp. One slash to cut the river. Li Chen held his sword with both hands, striking down like a mighty mountain, the sword energy surging, aiming to break the heavens with his blade. The sword energy sliced through the low air, creating a massive scar that collided with the claw marks. Fire snakes flickered, the earth cracked, and the sword energy was shattered by the claw marks. The gap in strength was too great. Li Chen had no choice but to fully unleash his titanium body, gathering power in both hands to push against the claw marks. The overwhelming force fell upon his hands, causing blood to burst from his arms. Even the perfect level titanium body could not defend against the opponent's attack. The immense power coursed through his hands and into his body, causing it to crack as well. And then Li Chen was blasted away like a cannonball, crashing into the alloy wall, leaving a human-shaped dent in it. But blood sprayed, and Li Chen felt a fiery pain in his internal organs. With just one strike, he had sustained serious injuries. It was important to note that he was only a 6th-grade martial artist, while the opponent was already a 4th-tier demon general, with a vast difference in realms. The eagle ignored Li Chen, its claws striking out again, continuing to reach for the basement. Thick earth wall. The 2nd-grade martial artist, enduring his injuries, summoned the power of his blood and divine concealment. He clapped his hands on the ground, causing it to surge, and a thick earthen wall rose up, exuding a toughness comparable to ordinary C-grade alloy. He activated the intermediate earth divine concealment, allowing his blood energy to become as heavy as the earth itself, combined with the martial technique earth wall, providing formidable defense. However, the eagle was simply too strong. Its claw marks struck the earthen wall, creating 2 massive gashes, and the 2nd-grade martial artist could not withstand the opponent's attack. 3 azure-edged swords. The 3rd-grade martial artist unleashed 3 sword energies with 1 strike, hitting the claw marks. 1 slash to cut the river. Li Chen also suppressed his injuries and unleashed a soaring sword energy, striking at the claw marks. With the efforts of the 3, they finally shattered the claw marks. The eagle's eyes flashed with irritation. The 3 ants were constantly bothering it. Since that was the case, it would first eliminate one of the ants. It flapped its wings, reaching maximum speed, and dove rapidly towards the 2nd-grade martial artist. The sound wave attack erupted, and powerful sound waves descended, shattering the 2nd-grade martial artist's earthen shield. Blood flowed from the 2nd-grade martial artist's 7 orifices as he fell to the ground, watching helplessly as the eagle's massive beak opened, ready to swallow him whole. You won't! The 3rd-grade martial artist's long sword left phantoms in the air, unleashing waves of sword energy that howled through the air. The sword energy continuously struck the eagle, attempting to block its advance. However, the eagle was determined to eliminate one of them first. Its feathers, protected by blood energy, emitted a serene blow. Although the sword energy could break through defenses, the injuries caused were limited. Li Chen also realized the urgency of the situation. He first unleashed a mountain suppression seal to block the eagle's descent. The eagle's beak condensed a sharp spike of blood energy in front, shattering the mountain seal. The eagle continued to plummet, ready to swallow the 2nd-grade martial artist whole. Get out of the way! Li Chen took advantage of the recent distraction, rushed to the side of the 2nd-grade martial artist, grabbed his ankle, and yanked him back. The 2nd-grade martial artist rolled on the ground, bloodied and covered in dirt, looking even more miserable. Thank you, but next time, could you change your position when saving someone? Thanks, the 2nd-grade martial artist thought. After throwing the man away, Li Chen found himself in crisis as the eagle's beak lunged toward him, aiming to swallow him whole. Damn it, I won't let you swallow me. Li Chen concentrated his blood energy into a flying knife, which shot into the eagle's mouth and pierced through to its belly. The flying knife exploded, violently impacting the eagle's internal organs. The eagle screeched in pain, snapping its beak and catching Li Chen inside. Get off me! Li Chen stood in the eagle's mouth, blood energy surging as he pushed against the beak trying to close. He did not want to be swallowed. The belly of a monster could corrode even metal, and he had no desire to experience that. Beep! The eagle screeched, unleashing a powerful sound wave from its mouth, hitting Li Chen immediately. The sound wave flooded into his ears, causing his head to buzz and leaving him dazed. Blood poured from his ears, nose, and eyes due to the proximity. And the eagle's painful strike, even his titanium body couldn't fully defend against it. With blood bursting from his body, Li Chen's injuries worsened, and he was slammed to the ground by the sound wave, creating a large crater. Cough, cough, cough. Blood surged into his throat, causing him to cough repeatedly, each cough bringing more blood and worsening his internal injuries. Li Chen felt unbearable pain throughout his body, struggling to stand. The eagle descended, intent on killing him first. To hell with you, eagle. Watch my sword. A third-grade martial artist landed in front of Li Chen, kicking him away. He then thrust his sword, unleashing sword energy to block the eagle's attack. Big brother, thank you. Li Chen rolled and crashed against a metal wall, finally stopping, spitting out another mouthful of blood. That kick from the third-grade martial artist was no joke. He took out a bottle of intermediate healing potion from his spatial ring and poured it into his mouth. Under the potion's healing, his injuries slowly began to recover, and Li Chen finally regained some strength, struggling to stand up. At this moment, the third-grade martial artist was struggling against the eagle, clearly at a disadvantage. Li Chen watched anxiously, but given his current condition, rushing in would be suicide. Fortunately, at a critical moment, a fourth-grade martial artist descended from the sky, slapping the eagle away. Leave this to me, you all focus on healing, the 4th grade martial artist declared with authority. Li Chen exhaled, releasing the pressure, and walked away from the battlefield. This was not a place for healing. He moved 1,000 meters away, finding an uninhabited house, and jumped through the window. He took out a bottle of disinfectant and sprayed it on his wounds. Hiss. Li Chen inhaled sharply. It hurt like hell, and he wished he could tear that eagle apart. After disinfecting, he took out an intermediate external injury spray and applied it to his body. The torn wounds began to heal slowly, showing quick results. Li Chen then pulled out a nutritional potion and a meditation potion to restore his blood energy and spirit. The ongoing battle had drained a significant amount of both. At this moment, Li Chen was unaware that someone was quietly following him, having already reached the bottom of the building. Li Chen was on the 3rd floor, and that person entered through the broken door, moving quietly, afraid of making any noise. That would alert Li Chen. He held his breath and arrived at the door of the house where Li Chen was. The main door had already been destroyed, and his gaze passed through the doorway to see Li Chen sitting cross-legged on the ground. At this moment, Li Chen was less than 10 meters away from him. As a 5th grade martial artist, he had activated 5 divine stores, 3 of which were primary divine stores and 2 were intermediate divine stores. Even though he was only practicing sea-level breathing techniques, the primary divine stores doubled his vital energy, while the intermediate divine stores quadrupled it. In total, he could enhance his vital energy by 14 times, reaching 108,000. By the way, advanced divine stores could increase vital energy by 6 times, top tier by 8 times, and supreme divine stores by 10 times. Moreover, each divine store had its own characteristics. The increase in vital energy was just the foundation, while the characteristics were the most important. For example, the Supreme Life Divine Store could increase lifespan and recovery ability by 10 times. The Supreme Explosion Divine Store could enhance explosive power by 10 times, and as one's realm increased, any attack would be equivalent to a nuclear explosion, which was extremely terrifying. Although Wei Chang had not activated any powerful divine stores, he possessed a penetrating divine store that could enhance his penetration ability by 4 times. A steel needle appeared in his hand, and he was confident that he could pierce Li Chen's head with a single strike. Li Chen inexplicably felt a sense of panic. After the development of his brain domain increased, his spiritual awareness became powerful, allowing him to sense impending danger. At that moment, Li Chen's heart suddenly raced, as if he were facing a great crisis. He reflexively jumped up, and suddenly a sharp pain pierced through his chest, a steel needle penetrating through the center of his chest, spraying blood everywhere. A tremendous force propelled Li Chen out onto the balcony. Just sensing the power of the needle, he knew he was absolutely no match for it. Fear gripped his heart. If he hadn't jumped up suddenly, the needle would have pierced his head, and even a deity couldn't save him. What a pity, but you still have to die. Wei Chang stepped forward, his entire being crashing through the air, rapidly closing in on Li Chen. Li Chen saw a young man in sportswear, wearing a black mask, quickly approaching him, the overwhelming aura emanating from him instilling fear. It was a suppression of life levels. Run! Li Chen had only one thought, as a hurricane enveloped him, swiftly carrying him away. Help! Li Chen's voice carried far and reached the ears of the martial arts staff, who quickly reported his situation. At the same time, the scouts also saw Li Chen's predicament, as a person continuously shot steel needles from their hand, piercing through Li Chen's body. If it weren't for Li Chen relying on his incredible speed and the opponent's ranged attacks being only at a proficient level, he would have already perished. But at this rate, Li Chen couldn't hold on much longer. The distance between them was rapidly closing, and the opponent had already begun to unleash their martial skills. Cutting slash. A long knife appeared in Wei Chang's hand, and a blade of energy sliced through the air, vibrating over 100 times per second. This was the power of the intermediate cutting divine store, which greatly enhanced cutting strength and was very effective against defensive martial skills. With this strike, he was confident he could cut Li Chen in half. At this moment, Li Chen couldn't care less about the intense pain in his body. The overwhelming life and death crisis enveloped him, and he knew that if he couldn't dodge, he would be finished. Hurricane step deals a great humiliation. Cultivation speed greatly increased. Cultivation progress plus 20%. Hurricane step reached perfect realm. Cultivation speed restored to normal. Everything happened in an instant. The hurricane surrounding Li Chen expanded from a diameter of 5 meters to 10 meters. His own speed increased by another 7 times, and the hurricane's defensive capability was enhanced by another 7 times. However, due to the absolute gap in strength, even reaching the perfect realm of hurricane step couldn't resist Wei Chang's blade energy. The blade energy, carrying its powerful cutting force, directly tore a gap in the hurricane and continued to slash towards Li Chen. Rise! Li Chen merged into the hurricane, his figure rapidly rising hundreds of meters with the storm. When the hurricane step reached perfection, he gained the ability to fly with the wind. Narrowly avoiding the slicing edge of a blade, Li Chen glanced down and saw the stunned assassin. He was swept away by the hurricane in one direction. Compared to the true freedom of flight of a martial arts master, he still had a long way to go, but for now, it was enough. At least his opponent was helpless against him. Wei Chang threw several steel needles at Li Chen, but from such a distance, Li Chen could easily evade them. The great rock rises with the wind, soaring straight up 90,000 miles. Li Chen felt a surge of pride. After more than half a month in this world, he finally experienced the sensation of flying. At this moment, the scout and the company commander watching Li Chen also showed signs of shock. The hurricane step was an A-level martial skill, and Li Chen, a high school senior, had actually reached perfection. This was simply terrifying. To think that he, a great martial artist, was only proficient in B-level movement techniques, the comparison was utterly humiliating. Consider yourself lucky. Wei Chang quickly fled, knowing he had been exposed and that the police would surely come after him. Li Chen landed on the ground and quickly left under the eaves, finding an uninhabited house to slip into. It's too dangerous, damn it, who wants to kill me? Li Chen was furious, but he didn't even know who his enemy was. The opponent wore a mask, obscuring their face. Wang family, ancient god society, or someone else? Several thoughts flashed through Li Chen's mind, but he couldn't be sure. He could only hope that the martial arts division could capture the assailant and extract useful information. But he knew it would be difficult. Most of the martial arts division's energy was focused on defending against the beast tide, and the attack had come suddenly, with the enemy retreating quickly, making capture unlikely. Strength, it's still a lack of strength. Li Chen clenched his fists. If he were strong enough, who would dare to assassinate him? Enduring repeated assassination attempts, he was truly fed up with this life. Li Chen, report your current situation, came the voice of the company commander through his earpiece. I'm fine, just injured quite a bit. I estimate I need a day to recuperate. After resting, return directly to the military camp. Yes, sir. After the call ended, Li Chen's mood calmed. Returning to the military camp aligned with his thoughts. Staying in Ning City meant he had to be wary of hidden schemes. After all, a thief can only operate for so long before being caught. Sooner or later, something would happen. He rested in place for a day without disturbance, and after a day of cleanup, most of the flying monsters had been killed and the rest had fled, so the issue of flying monsters was temporarily resolved. However, Ning City was now a scene of devastation, with buildings in ruins, many facades exposing their metal interiors. Some entire structures had been destroyed, a testament to the power of the great demons, which even sea-level alloys could not withstand. As for the casualty numbers, none had been announced yet, but it was estimated to be no less than 10,000. This is war, always accompanied by brutality. Walking on the bumpy road, Li Chen thought of many things. He had accumulated a lot of anger but had no outlet for it. He successfully returned to the military camp, where the staff of the martial arts division brought him to a building. Inside, there were about 20 people scattered about, young and middle-aged, both men and women. Li Chen didn't recognize any of them and could only find a place to sit. When the others saw Li Chen's youthful face, they all showed expressions of surprise. Li Chen didn't know why he was brought here, but they did. Everyone who came here had one thing in common: they were all proficient in long-range attack martial skills, at least at the sea-level proficiency or above. Long-range attacks in war were akin to snipers of the past, the assassins of the battlefield. They came here to prepare for the role of a sniper. It is well known that mastering long-range martial arts is difficult, and the youngest among them is already 25 years old. Seeing Li Chen, who looked like a high school student, they couldn't help but feel surprised. Little brother, I wonder what kind of long-range martial arts you practice and what level you have reached. As soon as Li Chen sat down, a middle-aged man beside him asked enthusiastically. At this moment, it was Li Chen's turn to be surprised. Martial arts training is a personal secret, and usually, people wouldn't ask such abrupt questions. Little brother, you still don't know why you're here? Seeing the surprise in Li Chen's eyes, the middle-aged man asked another question. I really don't know. I was brought here directly by someone from the martial arts department. Li Chen shook his head. Those who can come here have all reached a certain level in long-range attack martial arts. The military intends to let us temporarily join the sniper battalion and take on the role of snipers. For example, I have mastered the sea-level martial art decapitation boomerang to the proficient level. Everyone here at least has this standard. You are quite young, yet you have managed to train your long-range martial arts to this extent. You must be a genius. The middle-aged man expressed his envy. I'm not a genius, I just trained the Little Flying Dagger to the subtle level, Li Chen replied modestly. Although the first level of Little Flying Dagger is a D-level martial art, at the subtle level it can exert 8 times the blood energy. Compared to the 9 times of a C-level proficient, it's just a bit less, and it's stronger in control. At your age, having such a level is already very enviable. The middle-aged man naturally assumed that Li Chen had only trained the first level of Little Flying Dagger. If he knew that Li Chen had trained the third level to the subtle level, he would probably not have this slightly surprised expression. He might not even believe it. It's all luck. Li Chen didn't elaborate further. Everything would be proven on the battlefield. Saying it now wouldn't necessarily make others believe him. Youth is so humble. While they were chatting, a female soldier in military uniform walked in. Li Chen recognized her. It was none other than Instructor Jiang. It made sense, as Instructor Jiang was a spiritual master and should be serving in the sniper battalion. In the military, it was perfectly normal for her to come here to lead them. Given the current urgent situation, you have all been summoned here because of your long-range attack capabilities. We are about to ascend the city wall to snipe all the monsters that want to breach it. Follow me, Instructor Jiang commanded decisively and led the way outside. The military camp was right by the city wall. They jumped directly onto the wall as soon as they reached the entrance. Once on the wall, they witnessed the brutality of the war. Compared to the battles with flying monsters inside the city, this was the main battlefield, a meat grinder. At this moment, all the laser cannons on the city wall had been shut down and retracted back into the wall. The monsters had come close, and if they didn't retract, the cost of repairing them would be too great. The martial artists had already exited the city to confront the enemy, determined to block the monsters' assault on the wall. Although the wall was over 100 meters high, it could only stop low-level monster soldiers. High-level monsters could jump up at any time. The main function of the wall was to set up laser cannons. Relying solely on the wall would not stop the monsters. The monsters were desperately trying to jump onto the wall and break into the city to cause destruction. One after another, the monsters charged, attempting to break through the martial artists' defense line. The martial artists fought bravely, risking their lives to hold the line. However, Ning City was ultimately a small city with fewer than 150,000 martial artists, while the number of monsters exceeded 300,000, double that of the martial artists. If it weren't for the laser cannons eliminating nearly 100,000 monsters, the situation for the martial artists in Ning City would be even more dire. They might have already been completely defeated. The monsters held the overall advantage, and one by one, they broke through the martial artists' defense line, leaping onto the city wall. At this moment, when my sniper battalion launched their attack, I saw flying knives, flying swords, steel needles, boomerangs, triangular darts, and so on, shooting from their hands, killing or repelling the incoming demon beasts. Each of you find a gap to fill, Commander Zhang ordered. Yes, sir. Li Chen and the others scattered, searching for suitable positions. The defensive wall was too long, and there were too few snipers like Li Chen to establish a dense defense line. Li Chen found a large gap to stop and observed the battlefield below. He was about 1,000 meters away from the snipers on either side, meaning he needed to hold a 1,000-meter defense line, preventing the demon beasts from landing on the wall or jumping directly into the city. A truck-sized poisonous toad, exuding toxic gas, broke through the warrior's defense line, leaping at supersonic speed towards the section of the wall Li Chen was responsible for. The two adjacent soldiers were watching closely. Li Chen's young face made it hard for them to believe he could take on such a heavy responsibility, as they were the last line of defense. And this poisonous toad was an 8th-tier demon soldier. Li Chen's expression was calm. It was just a demon soldier. As long as it wasn't a demon beast with an A-class bloodline or above, he felt no significant pressure. A blood-chi flying knife was pinched between his fingers, and with a flick of his right hand, he exploded the air, sending the blood-chi flying knife with a trace of air pressure instantly arriving in front of the poisonous toad's eye. The flying knife shot into its eye, surpassing its reflex speed, and the blood-chi exploded in its head, directly destroying its brain. The toad's body, due to inertia, continued to crash towards the wall, but it had already lost its life force. Li Chen slapped out a palm, and a blood-chi giant handprint struck the poisonous toad, stopping it and slamming it down in front of the wall. What incredible speed and strength! Who is this young man? His strength is so formidable? The two adjacent soldiers were filled with various thoughts, shocked by Li Chen's power. They felt reassured. With Li Chen's ability to kill an 8th-tier demon soldier in an instant, even if they encountered a typical demon general, they could hold out for a while. While Li Chen was paying attention to any demon beasts charging up, he was also watching the battle in the sky, which belonged to the martial sovereign and the demon commander. The key to victory lay with them. The outcome between Qinhe, the martial sovereign, and the Qingping demon commander was the true determinant of the battle. The martial sovereign's strength was overwhelming. With a single palm strike, even 10,000 martial artists could not withstand it, and the vast majority of grand martial artists could not endure a single blow. This was because the martial sovereign had already opened the Dantian space, resulting in a tremendous change in the capacity of blood chi. Most importantly, the martial sovereign could also draw upon the dark energy of heaven and earth for attacks, which was 10 times more powerful than blood chi, making it extremely difficult for anyone below the martial sovereign to resist. Not to mention that the martial sovereign typically practiced breathing techniques above A-class, and their martial skills were also above A-class. All these factors combined created an abundance of powerful martial artists under the martial sovereign. Those who could stand against the martial sovereign with the strength of grand martial artists were treasures of the Federation, renowned throughout the entire Federation. Qingli, if you do not retreat, I will surely slay you with my sword, Qingyi declared, wielding a long sword, casually unleashing sword energy that spanned kilometers across the sky. Qinghe, hand over my son, or I will bloodily wash Ning City, the Qingping demon commander shouted angrily. Once demon beasts reached the level of great demon generals and refined their throat bones, they could speak human language, as their intelligence was no less than that of humans, making it easy for them to learn the Federation's language. They would also give themselves names. Qingli was the name of this Qingping demon commander. Your son was taken by the Ancient God Society. If you want him, go find the Ancient God Society, Qinghe replied. I don't care what society you belong to, anyway, it was you humans who took him, and he is in Ning City. If you don't hand him over completely, I will never let this go. The wings of the blue beast flapped with a span of over 100 meters, creating a hurricane with a diameter of 100 meters that swept through the sky carrying countless wind blades towards Qinhe. Wherever the hurricane passed, the 300-meter high peaks were instantly torn apart, reaching the realm of a martial sovereign or perhaps even a demon commander, truly possessing the power to overturn mountains and seas. The sword energy and hurricane rampaged in the sky, making Li Chen yearn for such power. He longed to master this strength to easily annihilate the likes of the Wang family. Another 7th-grade demon soldier broke through the defenses and leaped towards Li Chen's line. A blood-chi flying knife shot through the air, directly killing it. Li Chen also paid attention to the situation of the two soldiers nearby. Both were high-grade martial artists, one practicing the little Li flying knife, the other practicing archery techniques. Their strength was decent, but Li Chen considered himself far superior to both. Whether in blood-chi intensity or martial arts realm, he was much stronger. Every moment on the battlefield was excruciating. It wasn't long before Li Chen killed 6 demon beasts that charged at him, and for the time being, he felt no significant pressure. However, while he could hold his ground, the other snipers could not. The soldier next to him was responsible for a defense line, and a demon general charged up. As an 8th-grade martial artist, he simply could not withstand it. It was a black-striped leopard, a first-tier demon general. After breaking through the defense line, it sprinted forward rapidly, easily surpassing the speed of sound, and then leaped onto the city wall. That soldier drew his bow, shooting 9 metal arrows at the black-striped leopard in quick succession, a C-grade martial technique, 9 stars in a row. In midair, the black-striped leopard had nowhere to evade, nor did it need to. A shadow burst forth from its body, directly blocking the 9 arrows. Roar! The black-striped leopard let out a deafening roar, the powerful sound wave overwhelming, causing the soldier to stagger backward, the difference in strength too great. Damn it! I need to call for help, the soldier cursed, then reached for the alarm on his waist. Meanwhile, Zhang Peipei, stationed in the center of the city wall, received the distress signal. She stood on a sword, swiftly heading towards the direction of the call for help. As a spirit thought master, she could fly without needing to advance to the martial sovereign level, and her speed was incredibly fast, which was something other martial artists envied about spirit thought masters. Zhang Peipei's speed approached 7 times the speed of sound, taking only 2 seconds to reach the soldier's location. Even traversing the entire defense line, she would need less than 10 seconds. If martial artists who mastered profound long-range techniques were the snipers of the battlefield, then spirit thought masters were the firefighters, rushing to where the danger was most urgent. A blood-chi flying sword appeared beside Zhang Peipei, and in the next moment, under her mental control, the flying sword would shoot out, striking the black-striped leopard down with lightning speed. However, before she could act, a flying knife had already landed on the black-striped leopard, exploding at its neck, creating a gaping hole, blood spraying, and the black-striped leopard's body was sent flying. Following that were continuous flying knives. For Li Chen, the airborne demon beasts were live targets, each flying knife falling like starlight, with the black-striped leopard being the endpoint of that starlight. Roar! The injured black-striped leopard howled at the sky, 3 shadows bursting forth from its body, colliding with the flying knives. However, with a blood chi of 23,500 and having reached the subtle realm of the 3rd layer of the little Li flying knife, Li Chen's explosive power was stronger, not to mention that the high-speed rotating flying knives inherently possessed immense penetrating power. The blood chi flying knives pierced through the shadows, then continuously struck the black-striped leopard, leaving it covered in countless wounds. The black-striped leopard's body was repeatedly knocked away, interrupting its charge towards the city wall, forcing it to descend to the ground. Li Chen, seizing the advantage, unleashed a flurry of phantom-like strikes, leaving behind trails of energy marks, culminating in the black-striped leopard's body bursting forth in a spray of blood. Li Chen's later flying daggers were all aimed at the first wound, and with the subtlety of the little Li flying dagger technique, he hit precisely where he aimed, never missing. The black-patterned leopard had no leverage in mid-air and could only endure Li Chen's attacks. Unfortunately, it was ultimately lacking in strength, and Li Chen's flying daggers completely tore open its neck, causing it to crash to the ground, gasping for breath. This guy has gotten stronger, Zhang Peipei said with a complex expression. Her student was too extraordinary, putting immense pressure on her as an instructor. Since the situation had been resolved, Zhang Peipei recalled her flying sword and returned to the center of the city wall's defense. Thank you, little brother, a soldier, using a bow and arrow, sincerely expressed his gratitude to Li Chen. You're too polite, this is what I should do, Li Chen replied humbly, holding deep respect for the soldiers defending their homeland. As time passed, the pressure on the soldiers and martial artists at the front line grew increasingly intense. Human stamina was ultimately limited, and as their strength waned, more and more demon beasts broke through their defenses, lunging at the city wall. Initially, they could control the situation, allowing only the lower-ranked demon soldiers to come through while the higher-ranked demon generals held the line. However, as the situation worsened, the lower-ranked demon generals at the front could no longer afford to be so selective, and now even the mid-ranked demon generals began to breach the defenses. Faced with an increasing number of stronger demon beasts, the last line of defense that Li Chen and his companions held was under immense pressure. The newcomers like Li Chen were faring better, but the others had already been fighting for a day and a half, and their physical and mental stamina was severely depleted. They were already exhausted, and now faced with even greater pressure, their ability to hold on was a testament to their unwavering resolve. Blood-red flying daggers shot from Li Chen's hands. He not only defended his own line but also assisted the soldiers on either side in holding the line. His breathing technique was an SSS-level true martial breathing method and he had mastered it, quickly refining nutrient solutions and meditation potions. He continuously poured bottle after bottle into his stomach, restoring his stamina and spirit. When it came to prolonged combat, Li Chen was not at all lacking. This was also the confidence that allowed him to wield the literally flying daggers so recklessly. He had become a Gatling gun of flying daggers, unleashing a continuous stream that claimed the lives of demon beasts. With his assistance, he and the soldiers on either side were still managing to hold their ground. In other areas, however, the defenses had reached their limits. Zhang Peipei was constantly darting across the battlefield, her flying sword striking with lightning speed, killing one demon beast after another that broke through the line. But as more and more defenses encountered problems, she began to struggle to manage both ends, and after such a long time of fighting, she was already exhausted. In some urgent areas, she could no longer provide timely support. At that moment, a demon beast had already landed on the city wall, being desperately held back by a soldier trying to prevent it from entering the city. But it was clear that the soldier was no match for the beast, and it was about to breach the city, causing destruction. "This can't go on," Li Chen said, his eyes filled with urgency. "A problem in one area could lead to issues in others. This might be the beginning of a complete collapse." He had to do something within his capabilities. Waiting passively for the demon beasts to charge was too passive. He needed to take the initiative. He looked toward the front line, where the real battlefield was. If that area could be stabilized, then their rear could hold firm. He glanced at the other three spiritual masters on the battlefield. They were playing the same role as Zhang Peipei, acting as fire extinguishers at the front line. He saw them darting back and forth in midair, taking down or injuring demon beasts, saving martial artists who were about to meet their end at the jaws of the beasts, and blocking many that were breaking through the line. Hurricane step. Li Chen's body whirled in a whirlwind, like a rock soaring with the wind, carried by the hurricane as he flew toward the front line. What the hell is that? How did that person fly up? There's nothing under his feet. How is he flying? Martial Sovereign? Uninformed. That's a perfect level hurricane step. It allows flight. Only you're informed. Why don't I see you flying? Perfect A-level martial skill. Do you think anyone can achieve that? Even among martial sovereigns, there are very few who can. Li Chen instantly became the focus of many gazes. Flying, even if it was an unconventional flight, was enough to draw everyone's attention and envy. "This kid is too impressive," Zhang Peipei murmured. Seeing Li Chen flying towards the front lines, she roughly understood his intention. He was going to the front lines to put out the fire. The front lines were about 2 kilometers from the city wall, and Li Chen arrived quickly. He scanned the battlefield below, where a martial artist was about to be devoured by a demon beast after its defenses were breached. Swish! A flying knife pierced the air, arriving in an instant, directly entering the demon beast's brain and destroying it. The martial artist had already prepared for being swallowed, his eyes closed, when a muffled sound rang out in front of him. He opened his eyes to see the demon beast collapsed, a wound on its head gushing blood. He looked up to the upper right and saw a young man standing in the center of the hurricane, his hands continuously waving, sending flying knives to reap the lives of the demon beasts. A phrase appeared in the martial artist's mind like a god descending. At this moment, Li Chen was like a deity controlling the hurricane. Li Chen's targets were mainly focused on high-level demon soldiers and low-level demon generals. He could kill these demon beasts, and even if he couldn't, he could at least inflict significant damage. He wasn't staying in one place. He controlled the hurricane, moving across the battlefield, and wherever he passed, the flying knives created dense shockwaves, harvesting the lives of the demon beasts. Even Xinhe, high in the sky, cast a glance at Li Chen, a new battlefield firefighter, which was of great significance. There were only 4 in Ning City, so one could imagine how rare such a role was. The high-ranking officials of the Legion were also paying attention to Li Chen, eager to pull him into the Legion immediately. Such a martial artist was a strategic talent. Li Chen didn't think too much. He had the ability, so he stepped forward. "Die!" Li Chen shouted again, sending a flying knife towards the eye of a first-level demon general. It clashed with a martial master, its form unable to stop retreating, revealing a flaw. The flying knife descended before its eyes. It shook its head to dodge, but the flying knife could also curve. It could only close its eyes and quickly cast a defensive spell, but unfortunately, the flying knife was too fast. Before the defensive spell could unleash its power, the knife struck its eyeball. The flying knife pierced into the brain, then shattered it. The violent blood energy rampaging through the brain, turning it into a mush. It instantly lost all strength and fell to the ground. "Well done." The martial master gave Li Chen a thumbs up, and Li Chen nodded in response, continuing to attack other demon beasts. There were indeed demon beasts attacking him, but at this moment, Li Chen was over 1,000 meters above the ground. He could react to ordinary attacks and evade them. Those demon beasts had no chance to continuously attack Li Chen, only able to take opportunities to strike, which had little effect on him. A loud rumble came from above, and Li Chen looked up to see a sword energy piercing through Qing Li's defenses, sending it flying. Blood sprayed as Qing Li was knocked back 1,000 meters in the air, a large gash appearing on one of its wings, making its flying posture uncoordinated. "Retreat!" Xing voice came down from the sky, and the demon beasts fought while retreating back into the hills. The martial artists stopped after chasing for a distance. They couldn't be too far from the city wall, or else, in case of an accident, they wouldn't even have the chance to escape back to the city. There were no victorious cheers. This was merely a temporary ceasefire. Xing would never give up so easily. The warriors, burdened with heavy hearts, began to collect the bodies of their fallen comrades. Looking at the familiar faces, now reduced to cold, broken corpses, many warriors were left speechless with grief. Some had even been swallowed whole by the demon beasts, leaving no trace behind. Li Chen gazed at the shattered ground below, blood flowing through the ravines, forming a stream of crimson. Much of the blood had already seeped into the earth, staining it a dark red. Numerous warriors knelt before the bodies, weeping, their eyes vacant, as if their souls had been drawn out. They witnessed their friends and family die before their eyes, and even with the resilience of warriors and soldiers, they could not escape the overwhelming sorrow. One day, I will put an end to the chaos caused by the demon beasts. Li Chen's eyes filled with killing intent as he clenched his fists, returning to the city wall with the force of a hurricane. Good job, little brother. Incredible, a perfect hurricane step. Little brother, you must take care of us in the future. Li Chen was treated like a hero, with many warriors gathering around him, eager to build a good relationship. With the talent Li Chen had displayed, his future was destined to be bright. You all flatter me, I just did what I could. Li Chen cupped his hands in salute. Li Chen, come with me, a cool voice called from above the crowd. It was Zhang Peipei arriving on her sword. Alright, brothers, let's talk again when we have the chance. Li Chen cupped his hands again as the crowd parted, following Zhang Peipei into an office. Accompanying him were three others, the other three spiritual masters. Li Chen had a hunch they were battlefield firefighters, likely summoned for a specific task. This is Li Chen, this is Zhou Meng, this is Zhang Tao, and this is Bai Xiaojing. Zhang Peipei introduced them briefly, mainly introducing Li Chen to the other three. Nice to meet you all, Li Chen said. Heroes emerge from youth. Li Chen, I saw your performance, it was remarkable. Zhang Tao was the first to shake Li Chen's hand. After a brief handshake with the three, they each took their seats, waiting for Instructor Zhang's orders. Instructor Zhang was the captain of the sniper battalion, and these three spiritual masters were under her command. Generally, a battalion commander needed to be a great martial artist, but considering Zhang Peipei's status as a spiritual master, no one objected. After all, her role on the battlefield surpassed that of great martial artists. Moreover, her strength was not inferior to some great martial artists. Li Chen, since you have perfected the hurricane step and gained the ability to fly, the higher-ups have decided to temporarily assign you as a battlefield firefighter. After this battle, you can continue your studies. What do you think? Zhang Peipei's gaze was fixed on Li Chen. I will follow the command of my superior. Li Chen immediately stated. Zhang Peipei's question was not one he could truly refuse. Those above the 5th rank must obey military orders during wartime, as stipulated in the federal constitution. There's nothing else. Today, I just wanted you to get to know each other and then wait for further orders, Zhang Peipei said before leaving for a meeting. After a brief exchange with Zhang Tao and the others, Li Chen returned to the room assigned to him, waiting for the next command. Until the next morning, Li Chen had not received new orders, and the demon beasts had not launched another attack. After breakfast, Instructor Zhang found Li Chen and asked him to assist the martial division in continuing to clear out the ancient god cultists in Ning City. To completely resolve this war, there were currently only two paths. One was to find the demon beast egg of Qing Li's son, and the other was to kill Cheng Li. The second path was clearly more difficult, so the current efforts were mainly focused on the first path. The cultists were hiding too deeply. The martial division had nearly searched all of Ning City, finding several demon beast eggs from demon generals or great demon generals, and had killed over a dozen cultists. However, the demon beast egg of Qing Li's son is currently missing without a trace. Taking advantage of this ceasefire period, the Martial Artists Association has decided to intensify efforts and mobilize more martial artists to join the search. As a special talent, Li Chen's task remains that of a firefighter. Beicheng will become his area of responsibility, where he will need to provide quick support wherever assistance is requested. Li Chen arrived at the rooftop of the tallest building in Beicheng, dressed in a black combat suit and wearing a pitch-black mask. The combat suit and mask are made from the silk of an 8-legged spider at the Demon General level, capable of withstanding battles at the Grand Martial Master level. This was a reward from the Legion. Highly valuable, typically only obtainable through military merit, requiring 500,000 military merits. Li Chen's military merits have not yet been counted, but it is estimated that he does not have enough for this set of combat gear. Li Chen sat down on the rooftop, waiting for rescue orders. After not receiving any orders all morning, he spent a peaceful morning cultivating on the rooftop. In the afternoon, his headset rang with a directive. He discovered traces of cultists 10 kilometers to the east and needed to provide support. Li Chen stood up, pushed off with his legs, and his body whirled like a hurricane as he quickly headed east. At his current speed, exceeding 4 times the speed of sound, 10 kilometers would only take a few seconds. From his high vantage point, Li Chen saw 3 uniformed police officers engaged in battle with 4 cultists. All were at the Martial Master level, with the strongest being a 3rd-tier Martial Master on each side. The others were second-tier martial masters, and since the police were down one person, the situation was unfavorable, with 2 police officers already injured. Li Chen pinched 3 flying knives between his fingers, also a reward from the Legion, 300 made of C-grade alloy and 50 made of B-grade alloy. For dealing with martial masters, C-grade alloy flying knives were already sufficient. The 3 flying knives shot through the air, leaving 3 trails of energy, the air emitting a sharp whistling sound, and the sound waves rolling. However, most of the building's glass had already shattered, so it did not have a significant impact. Li Chen. Both the cultists and the police recognized Li Chen's identity. He was a celebrity in the martial artist circle of Ningqing, and even with a mask he could be recognized. His perfect level hurricane step had become his trademark. The flying knives arrived in an instant, sealing off all escape routes for the 3 cultists. Get lost. The 3 cultists unleashed their martial skills to knock down the flying knives. The 2 police officers seized the opportunity to attack, causing the 3 cultists to become flustered. Li Chen continued to launch flying knives from various directions toward the vital points of the 3 cultists, who had to be fully alert to respond. However, they could not afford to ignore the attacks from the 2 police officers, and the situation began to turn, with the 3 cultists becoming restrained and falling into a disadvantageous position. If they were not careful, they could be wounded by Li Chen's flying knives breaking through their defenses. Damn it! The 3 cultists were furious. Li Chen treating them as targets truly made them anxious. But they were helpless. Li Chen floated 1,000 meters in the air, and they had no way to counter him as their long-range martial skills were sparse and posed no threat to Li Chen. Run! The strongest cultist pushed back the 3rd-tier martial master police officer with a palm and led the escape. Want to leave? Li Chen raised his eyebrows, and 5 flying knives shot out, blocking their escape route. A gnarled tree appeared above the head of the cultist, blocking the flying knives. He activated a wood-type divine concealment, a defensive martial skill he had developed by combining the characteristics of divine concealment. Li Chen was still a 7th-tier martial artist, and the difference in blood energy was too great. Although the flying knives left deep gashes on the tree, they could not completely break through. Unable to stop the strongest cultist, Li Chen continued to use the little flying knife to block the other 3 cultists, sealing off their path forward. With the entanglement of the 2 police officers, they had no way to escape. Soon, 5 more martial artists arrived to provide support, and after a fierce battle, they either killed or captured the 3 cultists on the spot. Li Chen returned to the previous rooftop, continuing to wait for orders. No orders were received that day, and he did not rest at night. A martial artist could endure a week of continuous work, and in special circumstances, everyone was working non-stop. Li Chen was no exception. It wasn't until the next day that Li Chen received a rescue order to assist the police in capturing 3 cultists. Li Chen was unaware that, from a distance, a pair of gloomy eyes was watching him. As long as someone was determined, they could track Li Chen's movements. This person was Wei Chang, who had attempted to assassinate Li Chen last time. After his previous mission failed, he was severely reprimanded by his superiors. Had it not been for the special circumstances, he would have faced punishment. This time, he received orders to eliminate Li Chen, and if he failed again, he could only atone with his life. However, he did not act rashly. Li Chen was certainly under close military scrutiny, and with his mastery of the perfect realm hurricane step and the perfect realm titanium body, even he would find it difficult to kill Li Chen in one strike. As long as Li Chen survived a single blow, he could quickly escape. Therefore, he needed to plan. He needed a foolproof opportunity. He took out a communicator to make arrangements, and a conspiracy against Li Chen unfolded once more. Wei Chang quietly left, beginning to execute his plan. An hour later, Li Chen received orders for support 12 kilometers to the west. He used the hurricane step to quickly head to the destination. There were only 2 people at the scene, a cultist and a police officer, both 2nd-tier martial artists, but the cultist's breathing technique and martial skills were clearly stronger, overpowering the police officer. At this point, the police officer's clothes were already stained red with blood, and he had 2 wounds on his head, looking quite dire. Just as Li Chen arrived, the police officer was struck in the chest with a palm, causing him to spit blood and fly backward, carving a long skid mark on the ground. The cultist moved quickly, approaching the police officer, ready to finish him off. Li Chen threw out 3 flying knives, which sliced through the air, intercepting the cultist's path. The cultist used a defensive martial technique to block the flying knives and continued to close in on the police officer, determined to kill him. Li Chen had no choice but to position himself in front of the police officer, relying solely on the little flying knives. He could not completely stop the cultist. The cultist's strength was above average among 2nd-tier martial artists. A glimmer of joy flashed in the cultist's eyes. The fish had finally taken the bait. He quickly descended in front of Li Chen, fingers curled into claws, reaching for Li Chen's neck. Li Chen rapidly titaniumized his body, ignoring the cultist's clawing attack, and swung his long knife towards the cultist's neck with a desperate intent. Ultimately, the cultist retreated. He knew Li Chen's defense was formidable, and he could never kill Li Chen in one strike. On the contrary, if he were to be hit by a knife, it would be absolutely unbearable. Li Chen's long knife slashed horizontally, sending a wave of knife energy towards the cultist. Endless rivers. The cultist pushed with both hands, his blood energy transforming into surging waves, blocking the advance of the knife energy. He activated a mid-level sea god's concealment, allowing the blood energy to surge forth like a tumultuous sea. The rolling blood waves blocked Li Chen's knife energy, continuing to surge forward, aiming to wash Li Chen away like sand. Mountain Suppression Seal. Li Chen remained unfazed, striking out with a seal. The massive Mountain Suppression Seal slammed forward, resisting the onslaught of the blood waves. Ocean Vortex, the cultist shouted angrily, his blood energy forming a vortex to trap Li Chen. Hurricane. Li Chen stomped heavily on the ground, summoning a hurricane that kept the blood energy vortex at bay, protecting himself and the police officer. Hee, Li Chen, this time you can't escape. A voice came from behind Li Chen. He turned to see Wei Chang, the one who had tried to assassinate him last time. With a wolf in front and a tiger behind, and needing to protect a police officer, his situation began to grow perilous. But Li Chen was not flustered. He could fly, and with his perfect level titanium body he would at most be injured, so escaping was not a big problem. Hurricane. Step. Li Chen's body was surrounded by a whirlwind, which lifted him and the officer into the air. At that moment, a large hand grabbed his ankle, pulling him back down to the ground. Li Chen turned to see the mocking eyes of the officer. A trap? At this point, how could Li Chen not know? This officer was an undercover agent of the Ancient God Society, and everything was a trap aimed at him. This world was never bright, darkness lurked everywhere. Li Chen, I told you, you can't escape. Wei Chang wore a confident smile, and he was now less than 30 meters away from Li Chen, a dangerously close distance. Not to mention that Li Chen was already under the control of his own people, unable to dodge. You really went to great lengths to deal with me, even exposing your undercover. Li Chen said calmly. Although his situation was dire, he never despaired. One undercover agent for the life of a genius, worth it. Wei Chang, along with another cultist, approached Li Chen from both sides. Kill me, and you won't get away. You don't need to worry about that, you can go die now. Cut and slash. Wei Chang, unwilling to waste more time, produced a long knife in his hand and slashed horizontally, the blade's energy vibrating 100 times. In a second, bringing immense cutting power down upon Li Chen. The undercover agent at Li Chen's feet held onto his ankles tightly, and his defensive martial arts were similar to the titanium body, turning his entire body into a steel color, gripping Li Chen's legs with all his might. Even if Li Chen attacked him, he would never let go. The cultist in front also struck again, a torrent of blood energy rushing forward like a great river. This was the most dangerous moment for Li Chen. One misstep, and he could completely fall here. Mountain Suppression Seal. Li Chen ignored the cultist's attack and sent a Mountain Suppression Seal towards Wei Chang's blade energy. The invincible Mountain Suppression Seal was quickly sliced apart by the blade energy. Wei Chang, as a 5th-grade martial master, was too strong, easily overpowering Li Chen with just his blood energy. Not to mention that the blade energy carried immense cutting power, capable of slicing through C-grade alloys. The blade energy tore through the whirlwind's defense and continued to descend upon Li Chen's body. One slash to cut the river. Li Chen held the knife with both hands, gathering blade energy on the blade and fiercely slashing down at the incoming blade energy. A strong vibration coursed through his hands. The immense power combined with the vibration made it impossible for Li Chen to hold onto the long knife, which was knocked away. Li Chen could only exert all his strength to activate the titanium body. The blade energy struck his chest, cutting into his battlesuit. The battlesuit could withstand battles at the martial master level, so it was naturally not cut through. However, the high-frequency vibrating power of the blade energy transmitted through the battlesuit to Li Chen's body. Even with the defense of the titanium body, he could not fully withstand it. Li Chen felt his entire skeleton vibrating as if it were about to fall apart, and this vibration also affected his internal organs, which were on the verge of shattering. The cutting power continued to persist. If this continued, he would definitely not be able to endure it. His internal organs had already developed cracks, and he spat out blood continuously, the situation extremely critical. At this crucial moment, the perfect 100% progress of his basic body refinement technique jumped another point, reaching a brand new level. Body refinement essence 1%. The basic body refinement technique had disappeared, replaced by body refinement essence. At this moment, Li Chen finally understood the martial arts realm above perfection, which was the essence, a power that only martial kings could typically master. He had surprisingly grasped it at the martial artist level. Although he had only mastered 1%, the essence was a high-level power, possessing incredible might. Body refinement essence, once unleashed, could significantly enhance physical constitution. Even a martial king's body, mastering 1% of body refinement essence, could double its constitution, demonstrating the power of the essence. And such a terrifying power of the profound meaning, when placed on the martial artist Li Chen, results in a 100-fold enhancement. This is still the result of Li Chen feeling that if he continued to improve, his physical body would not be able to withstand the explosive power of the profound meaning and would have to stop. If he disregarded everything, the increase would be even greater. Stop. Li Chen's hands gripped the blade. Aura. Heh, naive, Wei Chang scoffed. His blade aura was not something Li Chen's hands could catch. But soon, he could no longer laugh. Li Chen's hands sparked continuously against the blade aura, as if it were cutting through alloy. Li Chen's hands truly blocked his blade aura. Although due to insufficient power, Li Chen was still pushed backward by the blade aura. The undercover agent holding him was also dragged along the ground. As for the attack from the cultist behind Li Chen, he completely ignored it, unable to break through his defenses at all. When the power of the blade aura was exhausted and disappeared between Li Chen's hands, he stopped and calmly looked at Wei Chang. "You, a 5th grade martial artist, aren't that impressive," Li Chen said lightly. "You? How is that possible?" Wei Chang completely lost his composure. A 7th grade martial artist had been blocked by a mere 5th grade martial artist. What a joke. Even the best students at Jinwu University couldn't do that against a 7th grade martial artist. The other two cultists also looked horrified, unable to believe that Li Chen had blocked Wei Chang's attack like that. Taking advantage of the moment when the undercover agent was stunned, Li Chen exerted force with his legs and kicked him away. A whirlwind surrounded him as he quickly soared into the air. Li Chen was far from as calm as he appeared. After unleashing the body-tempering profound meaning, his physique had indeed increased 100-fold, but his blood energy was instantly drained by more than half. At this moment, 245 blood orifices were empty. If Wei Chang attacked again, he would be completely finished. "Bastard, I was played." Wei Chang finally reacted. No matter how Li Chen had raised his defense, his blood energy was his absolute weakness and might not last long. He was just stunned by Li Chen and didn't react in time. Furious, he slashed again, but Li Chen dodged, quickly rising to a height of 1,000 meters, walking away without looking back. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Wei Chang was so angry he felt like his lungs would explode. He had exposed an undercover agent to create this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and now it was all wasted because Li Chen escaped. Even if he successfully left Ning City this time, the Ancient God Society would not let him go. "Go!" Wei Chang suppressed his anger and prepared to flee. "Go? Where do you think you're going?" A cold voice came from the air. Jiang Peipei, with a frosty expression, stood in midair on her flying sword, her murderous gaze fixed on them. After the scout reported Li Chen's danger to Jiang Peipei, she had arrived on her flying sword. Traveling at 7 times the speed of sound, it didn't take long to traverse all of Ning City. Jiang Peipei? A hint of terror appeared in Wei Chang's eyes. He was a 5th grade martial artist, while Jiang Peipei was a 6th grade. Although it was only 1 grade difference, the gap between them was like heaven and earth. Jiang Peipei had opened 1 top-tier soul divine store, 3 advanced divine stores, and 2 intermediate divine stores. In terms of blood energy and abilities, he was far inferior to her. Jiang Peipei could easily be regarded as an ordinary great martial artist. At this moment, Li Chen also noticed Jiang Peipei's arrival and decided to stay in mid-air to observe the follow-up. "Instructor Jiang, this guy has tried to assassinate me multiple times. You must not let him go. Look, your proud student almost didn't make it," Li Chen complained, pointing to the blood still oozing from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, blood was still flowing from his mouth, and he took out a bottle of intermediate healing potion and drank it. His insides felt a tingling sensation indicating that they were recovering. "Anyone who dares to touch my people will die." Jiang Peipei saw Li Chen's wound, and the coldness in her eyes intensified. 3 blood-chi flying swords shot out from her hand, breaking through 10 times the speed of sound, covering a distance of 1,000 meters in an instant, aimed at the 3 cultists. Cutting slash. Wei Chang's long knife vibrated violently, striking the flying sword. Bang! A loud noise erupted, the air exploded, and a shockwave devastated the ground. Wei Chang was struck by the immense force, crashing hard against the alloy wall of a building, shattering the alloy and penetrating through the entire structure, landing on the street next door. With just 1 blow, Wei Chang could no longer withstand it. His tiger's mouth burst, his hands trembled, and he nearly dropped his knife. As for the other 2 cultists, they were pinned to the ground by the flying swords, their bodies torn apart by the tremendous force. If Jiang Peipei hadn't decided to spare their lives, they would have already been dead. 8 more blood-chi flying swords shot out, pinning the hands and feet of the 2 cultists to the ground, preventing them from committing suicide. The blood-chi, once infused with divine thought, would not easily dissipate. As for Wei Chang, he was once again sent flying by the flying sword, crashing into the alloy wall, spitting blood, and his long knife had already fallen to the ground. His meridians were torn apart by the immense recoil, making it difficult for him to mobilize his blood-chi. Similarly, 4 blood-chi flying swords shot out, pinning his hands and feet to the wall. Jiang Peipei landed in front of Wei Chang, coldly gazing at the cultist. Li Chen, having regained his strength, also landed, looking at Wei Chang with a face full of schadenfreude, as if to say, "You wanted to kill me, now look at your misfortune. Li Chen, you will definitely die. No one targeted by our Ancient God Society can survive." Even in such a situation, Wei Chang did not forget to threaten. "If the Ancient God Society is so powerful, why haven't I seen you cause trouble for Lord Martial Emperor?" Li Chen scoffed. Wei Chang's face stiffened. If they had the ability to trouble the Martial Emperor, wouldn't this federation be under their rule? After the resurrection of the Ancient God, even the Martial Emperor will have to submit. The Ancient God is supreme. For the glory of the Ancient God. Wei Chang looked up at the sky with a gaze full of sanctity, as if he could see the Ancient God, then his eyes began to slowly empty. Ancient God powder. Jiang Peipei frowned slightly, not expecting that Wei Chang actually had ancient god powder, a poison that directly targets the brain, usually placed in the mouths of those from the ancient god society. Once crushed, even divine beings cannot save them. Ancient god powder is very precious, not every cultist possesses it. Wei Chang having it proved he knew quite a few secrets. The other two cultists did not have ancient god powder, and Jiang Peipei approached them, flicking her fingers to unleash 2 streams of qi, knocking them unconscious. I will take them back for interrogation. Any information will be relayed to you, Jiang Peipei said to Li Chen. Thank you, Instructor Jiang. You should return to the military camp. You are targeted by the ancient god society. It's very dangerous, Jiang Peipei said with a slightly serious tone. Okay, I feel unsafe without you by my side. I want to be with you, Li Chen said with a grin, moving closer to Jiang Peipei. You cheeky brat, Jiang Peipei spat, then took Li Chen back. The two flew quickly through the sky, one exuding the grace of a sword cultivator, while the other looked a bit disheveled. Instructor Jiang, can't you let me stand on it? Li Chen clutched the sword hilt, being carried along by the flying sword, his body swaying due to the high speed, looking quite awkward. Jiang Peipei completely ignored him, letting him be bold enough to tease the instructor. Back at the military camp, Li Chen's hair was blown up in all directions, and he touched his nose with a disgruntled expression, realizing he should be careful not to tease the instructor in the future. Of course, that would be a different story once he became stronger. The next day, an urgent alarm sounded in the military camp. The demon beasts were attacking the city again. Li Chen still played the role of a battlefield firefighter, his body suspended in the hurricane, throwing flying knives to wreak the lives of the demon beasts. This time, Xingli did not make a move, leaving everyone wondering what he was plotting. He also did not see any traces. The movements of the big shots were not something Li Chen could know. The battle lasted a day, and it was only at night that the demon beasts began to retreat. Once again, many martial artists' lives were forever left on this land, and flames appeared on the battlefield as martial artists bid farewell to their friends and family. The flames flickered on the ground like starlight, and it is said that after a person dies, they transform into stars to watch over their family in the sky. At that moment, Li Chen wished that this legend were true. Sigh. Leaving behind a sigh, Li Chen returned to his room to continue his training. One can feel sorrow, but one cannot live in sorrow forever. Only through diligent training can one hope to quell the disaster of the demon beasts. The next morning, the demon beasts came to attack the city on time again. Li Chen did not know how long this war would last or when reinforcements would arrive. The continuous bloodshed had nearly numbed him. All he could see was killing everything in sight. The malevolent aura surrounding him grew stronger, and even low-level martial artists would feel an involuntary fear just from a glance at him, as if facing a butcher who regarded life as nothing. During the prolonged battle, Li Chen's martial skills progressed rapidly, and his combat awareness and experience also improved quickly. He had already become a qualified warrior. At night, during the ceasefire, a sword light suddenly illuminated the city of Ning, and a figure stepping on a flying disc was destroyed by the sword light as it quickly fled through the sky. Then, a powerful explosion echoed throughout half of Ning City, startling everyone who did not understand what had happened. The only thing that could be confirmed was that martial sovereign Qin he had made his move. Everyone recognized that iconic 9-sword technique. Then, Li Chen saw a figure swiftly approaching the city wall, moving so fast that the air seemed to distort. Xingli, take your son and get lost. Xin, he said, tossing a demon beast egg into the hills. A gigantic Qingpeng flew out from the hills, clutching the demon beast egg in its beak. Retreat! Xingli flew back into the depths of the wilderness, and then the hills were engulfed in dust as the demon beasts retreated. This war came to an end in such a manner, with Qin he personally taking action to find the deacon of the ancient god sect, killing him with his own hands and seizing the demon beast egg. A strange meaning flickered in Li Chen's eyes. In his view, this was actually a compromise from the human side. Li, do you think we aren't tough enough? Zhang Tao said, standing beside Li Chen. A little bit, Li Chen replied. Sometimes, life is the most important thing. Face can be set aside in front of the lives of everyone in Ning City, Zhang Tao said, hinting at something. In his youth, he was also very headstrong, valuing honor above life, but as he aged and experienced more, his perspective began to change. Brother Zhang makes a good point, Li Chen acknowledged. But as long as my fists are strong enough, it will be the demon beasts who have to compromise with me, Li Chen added in his heart. Thus, the war came to an end. Jiang Peipei found Li Chen and told him that she would return to the training camp to continue training the next day. Early the next morning, Li Chen saw Qin Yimin and Chu Piaoxue, whom he hadn't seen for a few days. The two had been assisting the martial division in capturing cultists within the city, and after several battles, their expressions had noticeably hardened. Two beauties, long time no see, Li Chen greeted, as they had pretended to be his girlfriend before, and the three had a good relationship. Chu Piaoxue smiled and nodded. She was used to being aloof and did not like to talk. But Li Chen was already very satisfied. This was the first time he had seen Chu Piaoxue smile, as if everyone owed her millions before. Beauty Chu, I think you should smile more, you look much better when you do, Li Chen said, glancing at Qin Yimin. Li Chen, I'll bite you to death. Qin Yimin lunged at Li Chen again, but he blocked her head with one hand, leaving her in a state of helpless rage. Suddenly, Li Chen felt as if he had fallen. into an ice cave, as if he were being stared at by a demon prince. He wanted to shout for help, but he couldn't even move his mouth. Yiman, what are you doing? A deep voice came from behind Li Chen. Qin Yiman heard the voice, tilted her head slightly, and saw Qin He, who was blocked by Li Chen. Dad! Qin Yiman ran towards Qin He with a beaming face and then grabbed his hand to act cute. Qin He affectionately patted Qin Yiman's forehead. She was his precious darling. At this moment, Li Chen's body finally began to slowly regain sensation, but his mood did not lighten. How to deal with teasing his daughter in front of a martial sovereign? Waiting online, very urgent. Aren't you going to introduce me to your friend? Qin He said to Qin Yiman. Dad, this is Chu Praoxue. We've been chasing cultists together these days. He's a comrade. As for him, his name is Li Chen, a classmate from Mozhong, a brat who bullies me all day long, Qin Yiman said, her teeth involuntarily grinding when she mentioned Li Chen. Miss, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't talk nonsense. When have I bullied you? Li Chen felt bitter inside. Such words in a father's ears would definitely not lead to anything good. Sure enough, Qin He's gaze became dangerous again. Bully? To what extent? Holding hands, hugging? Or has it already? Qin He thought of many things in an instant, his breath starting to fluctuate. The more he thought, the more twisted his thoughts became, and the angrier he got. Ahem. Nice to meet you, Uncle Qin. I was just joking around with Qin classmate. I never meant to bully her, Li Chen hurriedly explained, sensing the danger. Oh, is that so? It's fine for classmates to play around, but bullying is going too far, Qin. His words were pointed. Uncle Qin is right, classmates should care for each other. No, help each other, Li Chen quickly corrected himself, feeling Qin He's increasingly dangerous gaze. That's more like it. Come visit me sometime. You two chat. First, I have a meeting to attend. Qin He came over and patted Li Chen's shoulder, causing Li Chen's body to thud. One could imagine how strong the force was. Li Chen stood firm. Brother Koan had said that if you make a mistake, you must admit it, and if you get hit, you must stand your ground. Let's see if you dare to bully me again in the future. Humph. Qin Yiman said proudly. The kid doesn't dare. Li Chen forced a smile, as Qin He hadn't walked far yet. Hee, you look just like a sycophant. Qin Yiman covered her mouth and chuckled. I'll make you a sycophant. Li Chen flicked his finger against Qin Yiman's forehead, producing a dull sound. It was clearly a good hit. Qin He had already entered the conference room, and the door was closed. He was no longer afraid. Ah, Li Chen, you brat. Qin Yiman rubbed her forehead and lunged at Li Chen again, only to be held back by him. This kid. Qin He, who had entered the conference room, showed an odd expression. The martial sovereign's spiritual sense was very powerful. He was fully aware of the commotion outside. He really wanted to go back and hang Li Chen up for a beating for bullying his precious daughter as soon as he turned around. Qin Wuzong, sit, the corps commander gestured to Qin He. Qin He sat down, officially starting the meeting. Chu Praoxue had a slight smile at the corner of her mouth. Sometimes, Li Chen and Qin Yiman acted just like children. Thinking of her own childhood, Chu Praoxue's smile faded. She had hoped more than once to have an innocent childhood, but unfortunately, she did not have that fortune. Zhang Peipei quickly found the three of them and drove them back to the training camp. Other students from the training camp would also return to continue their training camp life. There are only 10 days left in the training camp. You all need to make the most of it. Upon arriving at the training camp, Zhang Peipei left a sentence and then left. 10 days, huh? Li Chen's eyes sparkled with determination. In these 10 days, he must earn as many points as possible and then exchange them for a large batch of cultivation resources to take back. Once he steps out of this door, there won't be another chance like this. Chu Praoxue's eyes revealed her resolve. She needed points as well. On the other hand, Qin Yiman remained calm. The daughter of a martial sect leader, she didn't have to worry too much about resources. In a corner, a pair of eyes filled with hatred stared intently at Li Chen. Waste. The people from the ancient god society are all useless. Why can't they kill him? Why? Wang Bin roared in his heart. Time and again, he believed Li Chen was doomed, yet Li Chen repeatedly turned danger into safety, steadily increasing his strength. And the gap between them grew wider. Li Chen sensed something and turned to look, only to see Wang Bin quickly shift his gaze, looking guilty as if he were a thief. Wang Bin. Wang family. A killing intent flickered deep in Li Chen's eyes. He would not spare anyone who harbored ill intentions toward him. He exhaled, knowing the time wasn't right. The most important thing now was to increase his strength. Just as Li Chen was about to head back to his dorm, his phone buzzed with a message. He opened it to find a delightful notification. Dear martial artist Li Chen, your points and battle merit rewards have arrived. Please check. Li Chen took out his points wristband and found that his points had indeed increased significantly, directly adding up to 150,000. This was a reward for killing cultists, seizing demon beast eggs, and rescuing other martial artists. His total points now reached a staggering 300,000, enough to shock anyone who heard it. With excitement, he opened the martial artist app to check his battle merit. He clicked on his personal information and saw that the number behind battle merit was no longer 0, but a 6-digit figure, 350,000, assessed based on his overall performance on the battlefield, even higher than his points reward. It made sense. As a battlefield firefighter, Li Chen had killed numerous demon beasts and saved many martial artists, contributing far more than in the city. This time I've hit the jackpot, Li Chen smiled with satisfaction. This was all money, equivalent to several 100 million credit points in purchasing power. Becoming rich overnight was nothing compared to this. Gaining such a massive amount of points only excited Li Chen for a minute before he calmed down and began hunting demon beasts in the wilderness. He left early and returned late every day, guiding the instructors in martial skills at night. His martial skills had improved again, making it easier for him to teach. Time flew by in this regular routine, and Li Chen maintained a pace of at least 50,000 points daily, rapidly accumulating points. Today was the last day. Tomorrow, these students would pack up and return to school to continue their studies. For the other training camp students, today was a day to test their training results, as all students would participate in a grand competition to verify their strength. However, Li Chen didn't participate at all. Beating up little kids was pointless. The other students didn't want him to join either. With their small frames, they wouldn't even be able to withstand a single strike from Li Chen. Li Chen looked at the system panel, his gaze revealing satisfaction. Martial Arts Self-Cultivation System Host, Li Chen Brain Domain Development, 24% Vitality. 35,500 Realm, Blood Aperture Realm 9th Layer Intermediate Meditation Method, Perfect 100%. True Martial Breathing Method SSS Level, Proficient 89%. True Martial Seal SSS Level, Subtle 9%. Little Flying Knife A Level, Subtle 5%. Titanium Body A Level, Perfect 4%. Hurricane Step A Level, Perfect 4%. A Level, Proficient 60%. B Level, Subtle 60%. C Level, Perfect 72%. Body Refinement Secret 1% Evaluation, slightly noticeable. His blood apertures were just 5 short of being fully opened, and then he could prepare for the breakthrough to the Divine Concealment Realm, meeting the conditions tonight. Martial skills have made significant progress in all aspects, especially the intermediate meditation technique, which only needs one more step to reach the realm of the profound. He is very much looking forward to it. He knows how powerful the force of the profound is. 100-fold increase is no joke, equivalent to having practiced a perfect level SS class martial skill. With 35,500 vitality, when he uses the mountain suppression seal, he can enhance his strength by 28 times, allowing Li Chen to unleash nearly 50,000 tons of force. A third-grade martial master practicing a C-level breathing technique if the opponent activates all basic divine seals, each divine seal enhancing vitality by 2 times, that would be 6 times, reaching 43,200, which is slightly higher than Li Chen. However, among martial masters, there are not many who have a higher level of martial skill training than Li Chen. The explosive power of their martial skills might even be lower than his. Coupled with Li Chen's strong defense and agile movement techniques, he now has the confidence to confront an average 3rd-grade martial master head-on. Moreover, even a 6th-grade martial master would find it difficult to kill him. Possessing the profound and the ability to fly allows him to escape with ease. If I can activate a supreme divine seal, then I would also be a strong contender in the divine seal realm. Li Chen's eyes revealed ambition. If he were to open one, it must be the best. At this moment, Li Chen has arrived in an area where demon generals are active. After casually killing a 1st-grade demon general, he advanced about 5 kilometers and encountered a giant earth brown bear. The earth brown bear is a sea-level ferocious beast with average bloodline power and divine abilities. This particular earth brown bear is a 3rd-grade demon general, exactly the opponent Li Chen was looking for. When demon beasts meet humans, there is no need for words, they just fight. The earth brown bear raised its front paw and slammed it onto the ground, charging at Li Chen like a massive truck. Its speed is much faster than that of a truck, creating explosive sounds as it plowed a huge trench in the earth. Its fur was enveloped in a layer of earthy yellow light. The large brown bear naturally possesses the primary earth power. Its vitality is heavy as the earth itself. Combined with the bloodline divine ability, Earth Shield, it can exhibit extremely strong defensive power. Li Chen produced a flying knife made of B-grade alloy in his hand, and the knife shot through the air towards the earth. The earth brown bear heavily slapped the ground with its front paw, causing the earth in front of it to rise, forming a solid earthen wall to block the flying knife. The flying knife, carrying unparalleled power, had strong penetrating ability while spinning at high speed. The 100-meter-thick earthen wall was pierced by the flying knife, landing on the earth brown bear's earth shield. The earth shield dented inward, and the flying knife spun rapidly, like a power drill boring through a wall. At the same time, the tremendous impact caused the charging earth brown bear to momentarily halt, the explosive air shattering nearby trees. A small hole appeared on the earth shield, and the flying knife penetrated the earth brown bear's defense, landing on its eyelid. As long as the earth brown bear isn't foolish, it knows to close its eyes. Blood erupted. Its eyelid could not stop Li Chen's flying knife. The earth brown bear's eyeball was pierced by the flying knife, but the knife's power was exhausted, failing to cause further harm. That was enough. At the start, the earth brown bear had already lost an eye. Li Chen pressed the attack, and another flying knife was launched towards the earth brown bear's other eye. Roar! The earth brown bear was furious at this moment, letting out a roar and slamming its hands on the ground. The earth erupted in a series of explosions, creating a barrier in front of the flying knife. This was its other divine ability, Earth Chain Explosion. Once unleashed, it can shatter mountains into dust. Yet, this still could not stop Li Chen's flying knife. The knife, like a streak of light, pierced through the waves of explosions and continued towards the earth-brown bear. The earth-brown bear slammed the ground again, raising a thick earthen wall dozens of meters high to block the flying knife's advance. Nail! The flying knife landed on the earth shield, sparking thousands of flames. This time, the flying knife was successfully defended against. The earth-brown bear continued its charge, carrying the weight of 10,000 tons, aiming to smash Li Chen into meat paste. A gust of wind enveloped Li Chen, and the earth-brown bear collided with the whirlwind, its body deflected by the high-speed rotating wind. Roar! It unleashed a series of explosive attacks on the ground towards Li Chen, with continuous explosions erupting from beneath his feet, as if bombers were launching missiles one after another. Rise! Li Chen merged into the whirlwind, his body rapidly lifting off. At the same time, his entire form turned silver, the perfect level titanium body manifesting, and the shockwaves from the explosions hit him without causing any harm. Not to mention, his battlesuit had strong defensive capabilities. Watching Li Chen ascend, the earth-brown bear was momentarily stunned. How could it fight an enemy that could fly? It did not give up, opening its mouth without a roar, but a series of earth arrows shot out rapidly towards Li Chen. The earth-brown bear's third divine ability was the earth arrow, its long-range attack technique. Li Chen moved quickly with the whirlwind, dodging the earth arrows. When he couldn't evade, he shot out flying knives to shatter the arrows. Next came Li Chen's offensive time, with flying knives falling like meteorites, continuously striking the earth-brown bear. Wounds began to appear on the bear's body, its fur soaked in blood. Flying, he firmly held the initiative, leaving the earth-brown bear with no chance to escape. Li Chen manipulated the whirlwind, trapping the bear. Although it could rely on its immense strength to break through the whirlwind, its speed was greatly reduced. Mountain suppression seal. Li Chen formed a seal with his right hand, and a 5-story tall seal descended from the sky. The bear was like a rampaging demon, suppressed by the celestial seal. The mountain suppression seal pressed down on the bear, causing its limbs to tremble. Most importantly, the flying knives embedded in its back were forced into its body by the seal, damaging its internal organs. The bear grew weaker. While the external injuries from the flying knives had little effect, the internal damage was a serious wound for anyone. One seal after another fell from the sky, the ground cracking under immense force. At this moment, the bear stood in a deep pit, its limbs sinking into the ground, trying to escape, but Li Chen's continuous suppression left it disoriented. One knife cuts the river. Li Chen held the knife with both hands, 100-meter long blade aura aimed to sever the great river, striking the bear with unmatched momentum. At this point, due to the damage to its internal organs, the bear could no longer muster its blood energy, and the earth shield could not withstand the sharpness of the blade aura. A large gash appeared on the back of the bear's neck, blood spraying forth, quickly forming a pool of blood at the bottom of the pit. Roar! The bear howled in pain, a massive earth arrow exploding through the air towards Li Chen. A desperate struggle. Li Chen swiftly dodged with the whirlwind. The opponent's attack, fueled by its blood energy, couldn't even touch his shadow. Cut the river. Another blade aura tore through the air from above, completely severing the bear's head. Truly hard to kill. This is just the weakest third-grade demon general. Li Chen dropped a locator and then headed back to the training camp. Upon returning to the training camp, he saw the training ground bustling with activity. All the students and instructors gathered together for a bonfire party. A cute little girl was dancing in the middle of the crowd. It was that little girl, Xia Yao. She was already very adorable, and with her charming dance, many male classmates were filled with desire, thinking about how to ask her out for dinner after returning. Li Chen also walked over. During this time, he had built decent relationships with many people, and it was good to gather once before the event ended. Li Chen is back. Someone with sharp eyes was the first to notice him. The entire scene fell silent. To many students, Li Chen was the undisputed king. The king had returned, and they could only wait in solemnity. Although Li Chen had not fought with other students again, the enormous points he earned daily made it clear that his strength was now beyond that of ordinary demon generals. Besides Li Chen, the only ones who could rival a demon general were Chu Piaoshui and Qin Yimin, but even they could only hold their ground. They could never hope to kill one. The gap compared to Li Chen was simply too vast. Everyone seems lively, Li Chen said with a smile, squeezing into a spot between Chu Piaoshui and Qin Yimin. With so many seats, why sit here? Qin Yimin muttered. This place isn't your home. I can sit wherever I want, Li Chen replied defiantly. Qin Yimin ground her teeth, eyeing Li Chen's exposed arm, wanting to bite it again. Li Chen's muscle definition is impressive, Qin Yimin noted, her face suddenly flushing a bit. If he weren't such a jerk, he'd actually be quite handsome. Various inexplicable thoughts crossed Qin Yimin's mind. What are you staring at me like that for? I warn you, don't get any ideas, Li Chen said, looking wary. Go die. Qin Yimin threw a punch at Li Chen's face, but he didn't even dodge, not even using his titanium body technique. Ah! Qin Yimin cried out in pain. Li Chen's face felt like a metal wall. My titanium fluid wasn't absorbed for nothing. Li Chen shot a sidelong glance at Qin Yimin. Xiaoxue, what are your plans after we go back? Li Chen suddenly leaned closer to Chu Piaoshui. Chu Piaoshui's face turned bright red. In her life, no man had ever gotten this close. The strong masculine scent filled her nostrils. Combined with Li Chen's invincibly handsome face, even the usually cold Chu Piaoshui felt her heart racing. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why does your face feel so hot? Li Chen asked in surprise. Nothing, it's the fire. Chu Piaoxue pointed at the flames. In the middle, her gaze flickering. Oh, Li Chen realized. I'm planning to continue participating in the wilderness trials after I go back. Chu Piaoxue stated her plan. She needed to hunt demon beasts to acquire more resources. Her family wasn't well off, and her current strength was largely thanks to the strong support from her school. The school had pinned its hopes on her, sparing no effort in providing techniques and resources. But it wasn't enough, she needed more resources and faster progress. She wanted to get into Jinwu University, and without the God Concealment Realm, her hopes were slim. I have the same plan, shall we go together? Li Chen raised an eyebrow. Chu Piaoxue nodded gently. Damn Li Chen, he can't resist a pretty girl. I'm a great beauty too, you know? The more Qin Yiman thought about it, the angrier she became. Taking advantage of Li Chen's inattention, she bit down on his arm. This time she was clever, channeling her energy into her teeth, leaving a row of marks on Li Chen. What are you doing, you little dog? Have you gone rabid? Li Chen gave her a light smack on the head, causing Qin Yiman to clutch her forehead and tear up. It hurt too much. Other students watched as Li Chen flirted with the two beautiful girls, their expressions subtly changing. The male students' eyes turned bloodshot, wishing they could kill Li Chen and take his place. As for the female students, they wished they could replace Chu Piaoxue or Qin Yiman. They wanted to be that close to Li Chen too. He was handsome, strong, acted justly and dominantly, and had high prestige. It was hard for girls not to like such a guy. But Li Chen was too outstanding. They didn't dare approach him and could only silently bury their feelings deep in their hearts. At this moment, Wang Bin wanted to kill someone. He had pursued Chu Piaoxue for a long time, but she had never given him a good look, not even willing to speak to him, always maintaining her aloof goddess demeanor. Now, seeing her act like a little girl in front of Li Chen made him incredibly jealous. The bonfire party continued late into the night, and Instructor Zhao Gang even sang a song, causing everyone to search for something. If you asked them what they were looking for, they were looking for the tune. Instructor Zhao Gang wanted to sing again, but the chief instructor kicked him out, saying that if he kept singing, they would lose 2 years off their lives. All good things must come to an end. When the bonfire burned out, it was time for everyone to disperse. The next morning, Li Chen, Qini, and Wang Feng, 3 students from Class 5, were sent back to their school by Jiang Peipei. On the way, Li Chen looked out the window, memories from this period flooding his mind. Although it had only been less than a month, it felt like a long time had passed. So much had happened during this time: conflicts in the cafeteria, the first kill of a monster, the first kill of a demon general, a beast tide attacking the city, chaos caused by cultists, assassination attempts, battlefield sniping, and firefighting on the battlefield. Fragmented memories flashed through his mind. He had unknowingly experienced so much, facing life-threatening situations 3 or 4 times. Instructor Jiang, after this parting, I wonder when we will meet again? Li Chen turned to Jiang Peipei and said, "It's simple, join our legion, and you can see us every day." Jiang Peipei replied without changing her expression. She was actually tasked by the higher-ups of the legion to recruit Li Chen. All the way, she had been thinking about how to broach the subject. Their legion was just an ordinary one, and recruiting a prodigy like Li Chen was nearly impossible. Oh, what are the benefits of joining the legion? Li Chen asked with interest. The military is the largest force in the Federation, and the military god is the strongest in the Federation. The military's techniques and resources are the most abundant. If you join us, we can offer you a B-level training contract, which is better than what most true martial academies offer their students, Jiang Peipei explained. B-level? Why not A-level? Li Chen focused on this point. A-level training contracts require you to open a supreme divine vault, Jiang Peipei said, pursing her lips. This was a hard condition. Although Li Chen seemed extraordinary now, the opening of a divine vault was random. While the higher the level of cultivation techniques, the greater the chance of opening a powerful divine vault. As long as it remained unopened, there was always the possibility of an accident. No one could guarantee that Li Chen would be able to open a supreme divine vault. Isn't it just a supreme divine vault? When I get back, I'll open one for fun, Li Chen said proudly. If you can open a supreme divine vault, we can naturally offer you an A-level training plan. Thank you for your kindness, but I still plan to take a look around True Martial University, Li Chen said with a smile, looking rather smug. You're teasing me. Jiang Peipei raised her eyebrows, and a flying sword was suddenly pointed at Li Chen's neck. No, let's talk it out, Li Chen said, feeling the coldness at his neck, his legs instinctively drawing back. A woman's mood could indeed change in an instant. Humph. Jiang Peipei snorted coldly, not bothering to argue with Li Chen. Their hopes were not high, they were not an elite legion, and their appeal to Li Chen was limited. When they returned to the entrance of Class 5, the 3 of them bid farewell to Jiang Peipei, looking at the school they hadn't seen for a month with a hint of nostalgia. Home, Li Chen said as he found his bicycle, preparing to go home. Aren't you going to class? Qini asked in surprise. What class? I'm not bragging, but I could easily suppress Teacher Lu with one hand, Li Chen boasted. Oh, really? A voice came from behind. Teacher Lu had just come out of the school gate's convenience store after buying something and heard Li Chen's shameless bragging. Haha, good morning, Teacher Lu. Goodbye, Teacher Lu. Li Chen quickly rode away on his bicycle, eager to escape the awkward situation, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Giggle. Genie laughed out loud, rare to see Li Chen in such a predicament. Wang Feng's mouth twitched, wanting to laugh but not daring to. How was your experience at the training camp? Teacher Lu asked Genie and the others. Just average. Xin Yiman's eyes revealed a hint of dejection. Compared to Li Chen, she felt too ordinary, only a 6th grade martial artist at this point. Wang Feng shook his head, he was even worse off, nearly a 4th grade martial artist. However, with Li Chen's support, he had switched to a B-grade breathing technique and a corresponding B-grade martial skill, significantly enhancing his strength. But with Li Chen around, who would dare claim to have made great progress? Where's that kid Li Chen? Lu Gao had already lost hope. The 5th school was indeed the worst, and competing for resources with students from other schools in the training camp was quite difficult. Well, I don't know how to put it. Xin Yiman hesitated, unable to find the right words to describe Li Chen's progress. After all, Li Chen was now preparing to break through to the Divine Song realm. You all have worked hard, the college entrance examination is just a month away. Keep it up. Lu Gao thought Li Chen's progress was even worse, and since Xin Yiman felt embarrassed to say more, he didn't press further. Okay. In the principal's office, the principal excitedly slammed the table and stood up. The training camp's evaluations of the students had already been sent back to the principals of each school. The principal looked at the 4-character evaluation of Li Chen and was overwhelmed with excitement. A peerless genius. The training camp's evaluation of Li Chen was only 4 words, but it was an extremely high assessment. One must know that the military was pragmatic and wouldn't make grand claims. This time for the college entrance examination, our 5th school is going to make a name for itself. The principal laughed so hard he could hardly close his mouth. What do you mean make a name for yourself? Are you going out to entertain guests? A voice interrupted the principal's daydream. Wife, that's not what I meant. Come and see for yourself. The principal said excitedly, as only the principal's wife could enter without knocking. At this moment, Li Chen had already returned home. Looking at the pile of potions in his spatial ring, he revealed a satisfied smile. With over 800,000 points, he had exchanged them for a heap of resources. He had also upgraded to a medium-sized spatial ring with 100 cubic meters of space, as he needed to go to the wilderness for training, and a small ring wouldn't suffice. Li Chen entered the training room and began to break through to the Divine Song realm. All 360 of his blood vessels had been opened, and his brain domain development had exceeded 20%, fully meeting the conditions to unlock the Divine Song. The Divine Song is contained within the 5 Viscera and the Naiwan Palace. A person can unlock a total of 6 Divine Songs, which is why the Divine Song realm has only 6 levels. As for which Divine Song can be unlocked, it is random, and no one can say for sure. Even if one practices the corresponding breathing technique, such as Chu Pia Shue's Snowfall breathing technique, it only increases the probability of unlocking an ice-type Divine Song. As for whether one can unlock a low-level or mid to high-level water-type Divine Song, that is hard to say. Generally, the stronger the breathing technique or martial skill, the greater the chance of unlocking a powerful Divine Song. Li Chen operated the second layer of the true martial breathing technique, with blood energy flowing between the veins and blood vessels, ultimately converging into the heart. Boom! A rumbling sound emanated from within Li Chen's body as the blood energy opened the Divine Song hidden in his heart. The first attempt was unsuccessful, but Li Chen was not anxious. After repeated attempts, finally, after more than 50 strikes, he opened up a new space within his heart. A wonderful feeling surged in Li Chen's heart. He seemed to see various kinds of power: fire, the ocean, the earth, explosions, life. He knew that it was time to randomly unlock the Divine Song, and he couldn't help but feel nervous, eagerly hoping to unlock a supreme Divine Song. At that moment, his body-tempering principles began to operate automatically, and the various images he saw quickly faded away, leaving only one, a gigantic, ancient god, whose mere physical presence gave Li Chen an unparalleled sense of oppression. The space opened in his heart began to emit a cluster of flames. This was divine fire, a sign of successfully unlocking the Divine Song. The cultivation of the Divine Song realm involves nurturing divine fire until a divine spirit is cultivated within the divine fire. This divine spirit is not a true deity but merely a name, and divine fire is also a term of reference. Li Chen immediately realized which type of divine treasure he had activated, the Supreme Body Refinement Divine Treasure. The purpose of this divine treasure is to enhance his physique by 10 times and increase his blood energy by 10 times. This increase in blood energy is different from the tenfold enhancement provided by the divine treasure. The blood energy boosted by the divine treasure is based on the peak martial artist's blood energy. For example, when Li Chen is at his peak as a martial artist, his blood energy is 36,000. Each time he activates the Supreme Divine Treasure, he can increase his blood energy by 360,000. However, the tenfold blood energy enhancement from the Supreme Body Refinement Divine Treasure is an overall increase in blood energy. Now, with one activation of a Supreme Divine Treasure, his blood energy can reach 360,000, and after the tenfold amplification from the Supreme Body Refinement Divine Treasure, it would be 3.6 million. This is the true power of the supreme divine treasure. Activating one makes him an absolute powerhouse in the realm of divine treasures. The blood energy surged and quickly entered the divine fire space, where it was being refined by the divine fire, rapidly becoming more solid. Once a wisp of blood energy was the size of smoke, now it was only the size of a toothpick, highly concentrated. Li Chen felt a strong sense of hunger and took out a tube of high-grade nutritional potion and swallowed it. Each tube costs 2,000 points, and on the outside it would cost 200,000 credit points each, very expensive. The true martial breathing technique operated quickly, refining the potion into blood energy, continuously filling the divine treasure space. Li Chen calculated that each tube could convert 20,000 blood energy. Without leaving home, he drank a total of 178 tubes before feeling a sense of fullness. His current blood energy value had reached 3.6 million, and under the nurturing of this blood energy, the divine fire in the divine treasure space was rapidly growing. In about a month, I should be able to nurture a divine spirit, Li Chen estimated. Only after nurturing a divine spirit can he activate the next divine treasure. There are a total of 6 divine treasures, and if nothing unexpected happens, Li Chen would need half a year to reach the peak of the divine treasure realm. Too slow. The true martial breathing technique is about to break through to the subtle realm. At that time, my speed will greatly increase. My initial goal is to reach the peak of the divine treasure realm before entering university. Li Chen set a cultivation goal for himself. Time flies, 3 days have passed just like that. Li Chen sighed, thinking about his improvements over the past 3 days, and felt happy again. Now his blood energy had surpassed that of most martial artists, and with his powerful martial skills, he had no rivals except for those martial artists who had also activated the supreme divine treasure. The true martial seal can be cultivated to the second layer now, the C suppression seal, equivalent to an S-level martial skill. Now that I have reached the subtle realm, I can unleash 40 times the power of my blood energy. Combined with my 3.6 million blood energy, I might not be unable to defeat a great martial artist. Li Chen's pupils flickered with a ghostly light. Shu Kuan's father, Zhu Tao, and Wang Bin's father, Wang Xiao, are both great martial artists. Perhaps soon, he would be able to send them to their end. Wang Xiao is a high-grade great martial artist, just wait a little longer, it won't be long. Li Chen concealed his killing intent deep in his heart, allowing the other party to live for another 2 months, but no more than that. With his current strength, the training room at home couldn't withstand his turmoil. One strike would cause the entire building to collapse. Next, I need to change my training plan for martial skills. The mysteries can directly activate the corresponding divine treasures. Now that the intermediate meditation method has reached the realm of mysteries, practicing the soul mystery, I no longer need to worry about the divine treasure of the Naimon Palace. I should be able to activate the supreme soul-type divine treasure. Li Chen pondered again. For body refinement and soul, I still need the supreme divine treasures in the aspects of speed, life, explosion, and defense, so that I won't have any weaknesses. Li Chen stroked his chin, planning for the future. Among them, he need not worry about speed and defense. The Gale Step, Storm Step, and Titanium Body had all reached the perfect realm and could reach the realm of mysteries within a month or 2. As for life and explosion, he needed to practice the corresponding martial skills. The lower the level, the better, so that he could quickly reach the realm of mysteries. There are quite a few techniques to extend lifespan, such as the longevity technique, the youth technique, and the Xuanwu technique, as well as explosive martial skills like fireball technique, flame explosion technique, and nuclear explosion fist. Thinking of it, Li Chen opened the warrior app. He now had battle achievements, so exchanging for 2D level martial skills was a piece of cake. He selected the first layer of the longevity technique and the first layer of the nuclear explosion fist, both D-level martial skills, placed the order, and deducted 200 battle achievements. After that, Li Chen prepared a meal, and just as he was about to eat, a one-time inheritance martial seal was delivered to him. After finishing his meal, he inherited the 2 techniques. The insights within were not profound, and both martial skills were merely at the proficient level. However, there was no rush. Relying solely on automatic cultivation, he could quickly reach the realm of understanding, as they were just D-level martial skills. With his realm already improved, the next step was to make money. Opening the Supreme Divine Vault was powerful, but the resource consumption made Li Chen feel pained. Filling his blood energy cost an equivalent of 360,000 points in high-grade nutrient solution, and Li Chen currently had only about 10 vials of high-grade nutrient medicine left, which wouldn't last long. He opened Qixin and sent a message in a group of 3, which included him, Zhu Piaoxue, and Qin Yuman, to facilitate communication since they were preparing to go to the wilderness for training together. 2 beauties, do you miss me? I want to beat you up / super fierce, was Qin Yuman's reply. Have you advanced to a martial master, was Zhu Piaoxue's response. Yes, the open divine vault is just average, only the supreme divine vault. The 2 girls were speechless, really wanting to beat Li Chen up. His smug demeanor was truly infuriating. Are we setting off for the wilderness tomorrow? Sure. Okay. Then Qin Yuman will drive to pick us up tomorrow morning. Li Chen also sent his location. Zhu Piaoxue sent her location as well. Bastard, I'm not picking you up. Be good, listen to me, or I'll give you a smack on the head. I'll tell my dad you're bullying me. You're not a kid anymore. Why are you always looking for your parents? You're the one not a kid. I'm only 17, 1 year younger than you. Alright, I know you're young / side-eye. Yeah, I'm going to kill you. Chu Piaoxue looked at the screen and smiled. They were really two big kids. If only I could also open the Supreme Divine Vault. Chu Piaoxue revealed a hopeful light, but she knew the hope was slim. Ahem, a weak cough came from outside the room. Chu Piaoxue collected her thoughts, opened the door, and saw her pale-faced mother. Mom, have you taken your medicine? I've taken it, but I'm still like this. I often think, if I were gone, you wouldn't have to be burdened. Mom, don't say that. If you go, I can't live either. Chu Piaoxue's voice was choked with sadness. Silly child, always talking nonsense. Chu Ro stroked Chu Piaoxue's cheek. She should be the happiest at this age, yet she always seemed burdened with worries, all because of her. Mom, I'm going to train with friends tomorrow. You must remember to take your medicine on time. Friends? A look of surprise appeared in Chu Ro's eyes. It was the first time in all these years she had heard her daughter mention friends. Friends are good. Are they male or female? Chu Ro showed an interested expression. Mom, what are you talking about? Chu Piaoxue became shy, revealing a little girl's demeanor. Mom has been through it all, I understand. Bring them home for me to meet another day. Chu Ro smiled. If her daughter had someone to accompany her, she would feel more at ease. Mom, I won't talk to you anymore. Chu Piaoxue's face turned red, looking extremely cute. The next day, Li Chen received a message from Qin Yiman and walked outside the community. Bastard, I sent you a message in advance, and you still don't know to come down. Qin Yiman looked displeased. You girls can't be trusted. When you say a moment, it's an hour. Li Chen replied. Qin Yiman really wanted to step on the gas and leave quickly. Seeing Li Chen made her grit her teeth in anger. Li Chen sat in the passenger seat. And a luxury car was just a luxury car. The experience was extraordinary. Being rich is good, Li Chen said enviously. You have enough money to buy a car now, Qin Yiman retorted. It's different. I want to buy it myself, while you just enjoy the benefits. That feeling is different, Li Chen shook his head. If you can't speak properly, just shut up, Qin Yiman snapped. Following the address given by Chu Piaoxue, Li Chen and the others arrived at an old neighborhood where bicycles and electric scooters were darting around, the roads were bumpy, and trash was everywhere. Piaoxue lives in this place. Qin Yiman showed surprise, not knowing how to describe it. Home is just a nest, it doesn't matter how it is, Li Chen said nonchalantly. At the intersection ahead, Chu Piaoxue stood alone, like a plum blossom proudly blooming in the cold snow, her white combat uniform making her look like a princess. The gazes of those around her brushed past her, as she was simply too dazzling. Piaoxue, beautiful. Li Chen rolled down the window and leaned out to greet Chu Piaoxue. Chu Piaoxue smiled, making the sunlight even brighter, leaving many passers-by in a daze. In a nearby building, Chu Ro saw the smiling Chu Piaoxue and Li Chen through the window, her eyes revealing an inexplicable expression. This kid looks quite handsome, he matches Piaoxue. Chu Ro looked at Li Chen as if she were looking at a son-in-law. Li Chen had no idea he had been regarded as a son-in-law by an elder. If he knew, he wouldn't know how to react. Thank you, Yiman, Chu Piaoxue said as she got into the car. Why be polite to a rich dog? Li Chen interjected. I really want to throw you out and crash you. Qin Yiman was furious, thinking he was the rich dog. With this car of yours, it's not enough for me to exert a finger's strength, Li Chen scoffed. If you're so great, why don't you fly up and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? With your level of ambition, I'm destined to step on the sun and conquer the stars and the sea. Look, there are a bunch of cows flying in the sky. In the back seat, Chu Piaoxue watched the two bickering and felt a long-lost warmth. They arrived at the parking lot at the South City Gate, and after verifying their identities, the three headed straight out of the city. As Li Chen and the others were leaving the city, a message was sent to Wang Bin's phone. Wang Bin found his father, and a conspiracy against Li Chen was set in motion again. They ran at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour for almost an hour before slowing down. They had entered an area inhabited by monsters and couldn't be too reckless. Nowadays, there were no rescue wristbands. Pressing it would summon an instructor for help, and now everything relied on themselves. Walking in the quiet forest, the three kept silent. One of the survival rules in the wilderness was to speak less and observe more. Li Chen scanned everything around, paying special attention to the large trees overhead. Fearing that a python might fall and swallow them, just thinking about it was terrifying. Qin Yiman and Chu Piaoxue also remained vigilant, watching the ground, as they had previously encountered monsters emerging from the ground, which had scared them into screaming. Every monster was an excellent predator. Li Chen's senses were sharp, feeling the slight vibrations of the ground. Be careful, retreat, Li Chen whispered, and the three quickly backed away. Boom! The ground exploded, dirt flying everywhere as a massive earth dragon burrowed up from the ground. Its fierce jaws were lined with sharp teeth. If they hadn't retreated just now, they would have likely been swallowed whole. The earth dragon was over 30 meters long, and its massive body did not hinder its agility as it slithered toward Li Chen and the others. The ground rolled violently, spreading towards Li Chen and the others like waves. The earth dragon was a B-rank demon beast, although it was only a second-tier demon general, its strength was quite impressive. It wielded the power of the earth, causing the ground to tremble and turn into a swamp-like existence, swallowing even fallen leaves into the mire. Drink, see suppression seal. Li Chen shouted, his right hand forming a seal as he slowly pressed down. A seal the size of a small mountain emerged from the air, engraved with 9 lines, with 5 lines representing the 5 lakes and 4 lines at the bottom representing the 4 seas. If it were a perfect level sea suppression seal, it would reflect a clear image of the 5 lakes and 4 seas, symbolizing that the sea suppression seal could harness the power of the 5 lakes and 4 seas. Limited by his realm, Li Chen could not achieve that earth-shattering power, but with 3.6 million blood energy amplified by the sea suppression seal by 40 times, that power amounted to a staggering 7.2 million tons. Nowadays, a million tons was defined as 1 dragon's strength, and Li Chen could unleash the strength of 7 dragons. The immense power distorted the air, and the powerful force destroyed all the trees within a radius of several hundred meters. The ground was pressed into a deep pit, and the earth dragon was pinned down, unable to move even slightly under the pressure. Before the sea suppression seal even landed, its body could no longer withstand the pressure and began to crack, blood gushing out and shooting 10 meters away. Boom! The earth shook, and the place where Li Chen and the others stood was on a mountain about 300 meters high, halfway up. As the sea suppression seal descended, the mountain trembled as if it had encountered a magnitude 20 earthquake, shaking violently before beginning to collapse. When the dust settled, Li Chen and the others stood in the whirlwind, looking at the vanished mountain with a sense of helplessness. As for the earth dragon, not a trace remained. Li bastard, are you here to demolish mountains or to kill demon beasts? Qin Yiman voiced her inner doubts. It's my first time taking action after advancing to the divine concealment. I couldn't control the force. I won't make the same mistake next time, Li Chen said, scratching his nose. Let's go. With such a commotion, a big guy is likely to come, Xu Kaoxue reminded. Let's go. The 3 of them moved sideways for several dozen miles, leaving their original location. We're very close to the ruins of Maochang. How about we head that way? Li Chen suggested. Okay. The 2 women had no objections, and they headed towards the ruins of Maochang. After the meteor fell, the demon beasts awakened their bloodlines first. The dark energy was abundant at that time, allowing many demon beasts to evolve rapidly, and within 2 years, powerful demon generals began to appear. Meanwhile, human firearms lost their effectiveness, and demon beasts rampaged, destroying city after city, leading to many urban ruins in the wilderness. Many demon beasts were entrenched there, and most mercenary groups went there to hunt demon beasts and complete mercenary tasks. The demon beasts they encountered along the way were not strong. The strongest was only a first-tier demon general, easily taken down by Qin Yiman and the other 2. They were here for training, not for leisure. The corpses of the demon beasts were stored in Qin Yiman's spatial ring. She had borrowed a high-level spatial ring from Qinhe, which had 3,000 cubic meters of space, capable of holding many demon beasts. This made Li Chen envious of the wealthy. High-level spatial rings were something he couldn't afford now. Looking ahead, a scene of ruins unfolded, with abandoned buildings overgrown with vines scattered throughout the debris. The ruins of Maochang had come into view for Li Chen and the others. From time to time, booming sounds echoed from various places, with clouds of dust rising as broken buildings collapsed. That was the sound of battles between warriors and demon beasts, or between demon beasts themselves. Like humans, demon beasts were also filled with the law of the jungle, scheming against one another. Unless there was a demon commander or higher leading them, they were just a scattered mass. Back then, I don't know how many people were left here forever, Li Chen remarked, feeling emotional. During the first 10 years of the demon beast chaos, the number of deaths was staggering. Rough estimates indicated that over 2 billion humans had died on Jinwu Star during that time. What a heavy and heartbreaking number that was. Many of these city ruins, at least half of the people will remain here forever, Qin Yiman sighed. The 3 of them walked cautiously towards the ruins of Mao City. Every city ruin was a gathering place for demon beasts, and this was their territory. A moment of carelessness could lead to being trapped here forever. A dozen massive wild cattle were leisurely grazing ahead, the smallest of them the size of a heavy truck. Qin Yiman took out a telescope and looked at the wild cattle. She saw clusters of flames appearing within the wild cattle, some with 3 clusters, some with 2. This was the divine fire ignited in the wild cattle's organs. Demon beasts cultivate their bloodlines, but they also ignite the divine fire in their organs. However, their divine fire serves only one purpose: to purify their bloodlines. With this telescope, Qin Yiman could clearly see the specific realms of demon beasts below the demon generals. The strongest is a 4th grade demon general, 2 3rd-grade demon generals, 4 2nd-grade demon generals, and 7 1st-grade demon generals, Qin Yiman said. We can take them down. I'll go first. I'll leave 1 1st-grade demon general for you, Li Chen said. The 2 women nodded. The blood energy flowed within Li Chen's body, and 5 blood energy flying swords appeared between his fingers. With the current high concentration of blood energy, the flying swords looked like blood-colored alloy blades. The air was suddenly torn apart by 10 cracks as Li Chen flung his hands out. The flying swords pierced through the air, creating deep scratches along their path. The air shrieked, the wind howled, and sand and gravel flew, the tremendous noise showcasing the power of the flying swords. The distance between them and the wild cattle was just over 1,000 meters, and in the blink of an eye, the flying swords had already descended upon the 10 wild cattle. Li Chen targeted only the wild cattle below the 2nd-grade demon general. They couldn't react at all. The flying swords pierced their bodies and the blood energy erupted, turning everything inside them into a meat paste. The 10 wild cattle bled from all 7 orifices and fell to the ground, dying without pain, their brains unable to process what had happened. Moo! The remaining wild cattle's eyes turned blood red and they all let out frenzied mooing, the sound waves exploding and destroying everything within 100 meters. But as the flying swords pierced through the air again, apart from one first-grade demon general, all the other wild cattle fell dead. The wild cattle were only C-grade demon beasts. The strength of a 4th-grade demon general was comparable to a martial artist practicing C-grade breathing techniques and opening 4 primary or intermediate divine stores. How could they be Li Chen's opponents? 3 million blood energy was enough to crush them, not to mention the perfect-grade Shaoli flying swords. Unless it was a demon general with an S-grade bloodline or above, even if the opponent was a 6th-grade demon general, Li Chen wouldn't feel any pressure. Alright, you go ahead, Li Chen said casually. You're really not human, Qin Yiman remarked. Astonished that a first-grade martial artist could slaughter demon generals, it was inhuman. You're the one who's not human. If you don't hurry, it'll run far away, Li Chen retorted. Zhu Piaoxue had already swiftly floated forward with the snowflakes, looking like an ice and snow fairy. Qin Yiman also stepped on the swordlight, quickly chasing after the fleeing wild cattle, which were now terrified, as if their whole family had suddenly become wealthy. The 2 women intercepted the wild cattle and began a fierce battle, back and forth. They still looked like high school students, while Li Chen's strength had already surpassed many university students. After spending over 10 minutes, the 2 women finally subdued the wild cattle, sustaining some minor injuries, and were now applying injury spray. They packed all the wild cattle into their spatial rings. The high-level spatial ring was quickly filling up, and the wealth gained from trading them would exceed 10 million credit points. Continuing towards the center of the ruins, the demon beasts they encountered grew stronger. Every city ruin had a demon commander stationed, with many demon generals, while the rest were demon soldiers. As for the demon soldiers, they didn't qualify to enter the ruins and could only be scattered in the jungle and grasslands. Boom! A violent rumble came from the right front, catching the attention of Li Chen and the others. Then came a series of continuous explosions, rapidly approaching them. Li Chen saw 3 people fleeing rapidly, and behind them, explosions were occurring one after another. Caw! A crisp cry came from the sky, and a fire pheasant with a wingspan of over 30 meters was engulfed in flames, continuously spewing huge fireballs that fell to the ground, causing intense explosions. 6th-tier demon general, A-grade fire pheasant, Qin Yiman said with a serious tone. If Li Chen weren't here, she wouldn't even be able to escape at this moment. When Li Chen noticed the fleeing trio, they also spotted him and changed direction, charging straight towards them. They're leading the disaster away. How despicable! Qin Yiman scolded. Don't be so angry. In the wilderness, lawlessness is the nature of most people, Li Chen replied, feeling no anger. The ugliness of human nature has always existed. 3 little brats. I hope they can attract the fire pheasant for a few seconds, the leader of the Black Panther mercenary group thought coldly. Their mercenary group had over 20 members, but now only the 3 of them remained, facing the imminent threat of total annihilation. 1 6th-tier martial artist, 2 5th-tier martial artists. Qin Yiman stated the opponent's levels. Although the leader of the Black Panther was at the same level as the fire pheasant was an A-grade demon beast far stronger than him, and it could fly. He could only flee in despair. Caw! The fire pheasant let out another cry, and a fiery red beam shot from its mouth, heading straight for the heads of the 3 mercenaries. The intense heat made Li Chen feel scorched even from a kilometer away, while Qin Yiman and the others needed to activate their defensive martial skills. Together, block it! Black Panther shouted, an axe appearing in his hand, and a beam of axe light shot up into the sky, attempting to split the heavens in 2. The powerful axe light collided with the fire beam, creating a dazzling light that hurt the eyes, but the axe light was ultimately extinguished under the fire beam. The power difference was just too great. The bloodline ability of the fire pheasant was similar to a high-level flame divine concealment, while Black Panther's strongest was only a mid-level divine concealment, which was simply incomparable. Ocean Shield. A 5th-tier martial artist raised both hands to the sky, blood energy transforming into rolling waves, which condensed into a blue water shield to block the fire beam. Black Panther had another 5th-tier martial artist also activated defensive martial skill, and the 3 defensive shields stacked together, fighting for their survival. Boom! The water shield was evaporated by the fire beam, and the explosive steam instantly spread for a kilometer. The ocean shield was broken, followed by the shadow shield raised by Black Panther. He activated a mid-level shadow divine concealment, mainly to develop the ability of this concealment. Not all martial artists could develop every divine concealment, as those lacking talents simply didn't have the energy for it. The shadow shield was like countless ghostly figures condensed together, but under the fierce fire beam, the ghostly figures quickly vanished and the shadow shield shattered, leaving only the last martial artist's tree cage. Blood energy transformed into tree vines as thick as a thigh, intricately intertwined to form a solid cage protecting them inside. However, it was still useless. The fire beam easily burned the vines, about to completely break their defenses. Attack! Black Panther shouted again, swinging his axe upward in a desperate stance. The other 2 martial artists also drew their weapons, making a final stand. 2 martial skills collided with the fire beam. Why only 2 martial skills? Because Black Panther was merely pretending to fight, having no intention of blocking at all. He transformed into 9 shadows and quickly fled towards Li Chen and the others. Black Panther, I curse your ancestors. Black Panther, screw your mother. Just before the violent explosions erupted, 2 curses rang out. The 2 martial artists never expected that their brother, who had fought alongside them for years, would be so despicable as to use their lives to seek his own survival. Wonderful! Li Chen clapped his hands, applauding this wonderful scene, which was far more entertaining than any melodramatic TV series. The 3 of them showed no signs of acting. After all, they were not performing, everything was happening for real. Hee hee, what a pity for those 2 lovely girls. The Black Panther wickedly glanced at Chu Kaoxue and Qin Yiman. If it weren't for the need to escape, he would definitely enjoy himself today. He leaped over Li Chen and the others, planning to let them attract the attention of the Fire Phoenix. The Fire Phoenix indeed noticed Li Chen and the others continuing to emit intense flames from its mouth as fireballs like hot air balloons began to gather, preparing to descend. Did I let you go? Li Chen wore a cold smile. A hurricane with a diameter of 50 meters surrounded his body, trapping the Black Panther inside. What? Feeling the strong force whipping against him, the Black Panther's pupils constricted, realizing he had kicked a steel plate. But with the arrow on the string, he had no choice but to shoot. His axe gathered countless shadows, transforming into a pitch-black axe light, cleaving towards the hurricane. This axe light could easily cut a mountain in half. However, when it struck the hurricane, it was torn apart. The current hurricane spun over 100 times per second, its powerful winds uprooting trees hundreds of meters away, demonstrating its might. 10 flying knives pierced through the air, stabbing at the Black Panther from various angles. A strong sense of crisis enveloped the Black Panther, sending chills down his spine. Shadow Shield. The Black Panther once again unleashed his defensive martial skill, his blood energy transforming into countless shadows that enveloped him, obscuring Li Chen's line of sight as he moved quickly. He knew he couldn't block it, he only sought to evade. But Li Chen's flying knives were too fast and too powerful. The shadows were penetrated, and as soon as the Black Panther moved, a flying knife struck him, piercing through several blood holes from front to back. His organs were penetrated, and his divine space shattered as a result. The Black Panther's entire body was ignited by divine fire, his blood energy turning into flames that burned him. Ah! A scream came from above as a body engulfed in flames crashed down. A typical 6th-grade martial artist was no match for Li Chen. Li Chen once again felt his own strength. This was the power of the SSS-level breathing technique combined with the strongest divine space, the most powerful technique, creating invincibility. At this moment, large fireballs had already fallen from the sky, crashing onto the hurricane. Continuous explosions erupted, flames rolling like a powerful missile bombardment. The hurricane was destroyed. After all, the hurricane step was not a defensive martial skill. Defense was merely an accessory. It was a movement technique. Li Chen held Qin Yiman with his left arm and Chu Kaoxue with his right, quickly leaving under the hurricane's embrace, avoiding the flames' bombardment. At this time, Qin Yiman and Chu Kaoxue's faces turned bright red. Li Chen's arms exuded strong power, and his body radiated a scorching warmth. It was the first time they had ever been embraced around the waist by a male peer. Li Chen stopped and set the 2 girls down. Hey, what's wrong with you? Your faces are so red. Did the flames burn you? Li Chen asked in surprise, as most of the heat was blocked by the hurricane, so it shouldn't have been possible. And no. Qin Yiman stammered, unsure how to explain. Chu Kaoxue was so shy she couldn't say a word. You stay here, I'll play with it, Li Chen said, and with that he flew into the air with the hurricane, facing the sharpness of the Fire Phoenix. Caw! Seeing this tiny human not fleeing, the Fire Phoenix let out an angry cry, feeling its dignity was being challenged. Li Chen was unaware that a bird could have so much inner drama. He held a blood energy flying knife in his hand, the knife streaking through the sky like a falling star, leaving a fleeting trace. Caw! The Fire Phoenix sensed a strong threat from the flying knife, almost as if facing a great demon. Its beak shot out a red beam of light, more powerful than a laser and equally fast, colliding with the flying knife. The dazzling light obscured the sun's rays, and the flames shattered, exploding in a highly concentrated fire that swept across a 100-meter radius. A powerful shockwave of air blasted outward, affecting even the ground thousands of meters below. Such a strong battle fluctuation caught the attention of many demon beasts and martial artists in the ruins. What's going on? The Fire Phoenix is fighting a hurricane? Can you have a little common sense? That's the perfect hurricane step. His teammate next to him gave him a smack on the head. Perfect hurricane step. Could it be Li Chen? Did you go to a massage parlor and have your brain pressed out? Li Chen was just a martial artist half a month ago. How can he fight a 6th-tier demon general now? I told you to stop going to those places, but you wouldn't listen. Captain, you haven't been any better. You often ask me to cover for you while you help your sister-in-law. I went to persuade the technician to take the graduate entrance exam. Can I be as shallow as you? The martial artists were discussing, unsure which martial artist had managed to cultivate the hurricane step to such a level. The hurricane swept up grass, trees, and dust, obscuring Li Chen's figure, making it hard for them to see through. As for some demon beasts, they moved closer, hoping to pick up the scraps. Faced with flying figures, they had no other way but to scavenge. Nearby, there were a few flying demon beasts, but their levels were low, who would dare to participate in the battle against the Fire Phoenix. The flying knife tore through the light and continued to shoot towards the Fire Phoenix. In the contest of martial skills and divine abilities, martial skills triumphed. The bloodline ability of the Fire Phoenix was equivalent to an A-level martial skill, but it had only developed to the proficient level, falling 2 realms short of the perfect little Li flying knife. Not to mention, its blood energy was about 600,000, nearly 1/6 of Li Chan's. Even if the bloodline ability amplified the power of its blood energy 6 times, there was still a significant gap. Roar! The Fire Phoenix shone with a blinding light, and powerful flames erupted from its body. This was its defensive divine ability Fiery Fury, which balanced defense and attack. The explosive flames blocked the forward momentum of the flying knife, which struggled like a boat rowing against the current, but under the immense force, it still pressed forward unwaveringly, ultimately reaching its destination. The flying knife landed on the Fire Phoenix and then pierced in. Blood energy erupted, and fiery feathers flew. A bare patch appeared on its body. A wound the size of a table opened up on its belly. No blood spilled out, as the searing flames had already sealed the wound. The recovery ability of demon beasts was generally stronger than that of humans, and one could see its wound already growing flesh. A-level demon beast, it really has some tricks, Li Chen thought to himself. However, it didn't matter. He didn't believe the opponent's recovery ability could outpace the speed at which he could inflict damage. Mountain Suppression Seal. Li Chen's blood energy erupted, his right hand forming a seal, the Mountain Suppression Seal. The size of a small mountain condensed 5 mountain patterns on it, representing the 5 sacred mountains. Once perfected, it could project the images of the 5 sacred mountains onto the Mountain Suppression Seal. The air distorted as the massive Mountain Suppression Seal exploded through the air, pressing down towards the Fire Phoenix. The flames on the Fire Phoenix became even more violent, turning into another small sun. It flapped its wings, and the dense flames gathered like a river of fire, forming a gigantic meteor that charged towards the Mountain Suppression Seal. Like a meteor colliding, the dazzling light was incredibly brilliant, and the surging flames formed a massive mushroom cloud in midair. The meteor exploded, flames scattered like feathers across the sky, while the Mountain Suppression Seal, bearing the power of the 5 sacred mountains, although already showing signs of breaking, still pressed forward relentlessly towards the Fire Phoenix. The Fire Phoenix continued to flap its wings, strands of flames like brilliant fireworks, but these fireworks had missile-like power. The dense explosions filled the view. This was the art of explosion, the blossoming of power. The Town Mountain Seal fell on the body of the Fire Phoenix with its last bit of strength. Although it wanted to dodge, the immense pressure held it down, making it unable to escape. Its body continued to plummet, stabilizing only after descending several hundred meters, the flames igniting its feathers dimming slightly. The Town Mountain Seal had already injured it. Roar! The Fire Phoenix let out an angry screech, flames erupting from its mouth once more. Just as Li Chen thought it would attack, the Fire Phoenix turned and fled, moving at incredible speed, like a falling star heading deep into the ruins. Li Chen was speechless. The dramatic display followed by such a hasty retreat was truly embarrassing. A flying knife sliced through the sky, leaving a long trail of air as fiery feathers scattered, and the Fire Phoenix escaped even faster. Li Chen did not pursue. He dared not enter the depths of the ruins, fearing that disturbing the demon commander would leave him with no chance to escape. Flying demon beasts are indeed troublesome. Li Chen shook his head. Those that could fly had a natural advantage in fleeing. Li Chen landed on the ground, and at this moment, the 2 women had also recovered from their embarrassment, feigning calmness, though their eyes still dared not meet Li Chen's gaze. Li Chen approached the corpse of the Black Panther. Looting corpses was a means to get rich quickly. Haven't some novel protagonists suppressed the universe by looting corpses all the way? He took off the spatial ring, and his consciousness penetrated inside. It was a mid-level spatial ring. Just this ring alone was worth 30 million. As for the items inside, they were various potions, including high-level nutritional potions, high-level meditation potions, and shadow potions that assisted in cultivating the shadow technique. Li Chen counted them up. Their value was around 100 million. All accumulated by the Black Panther mercenary group over the years. Martial artists made money quickly, but spent it even faster. It was hard to have much savings. Li Chen let out a surprised sound. A map appeared in his hand, showing several place names. In the center of the map, there was a red dot with the words Blood Serpent Fruit written on it. Blood Serpent Fruit, an A-level spirit fruit, can rapidly nourish blood energy, greatly benefiting both martial artists and masters. Could this be the so-called treasure map? Li Chen exclaimed in delight. He handed the treasure map to Qin Yuman, who was well versed in such matters. It is indeed a treasure map, and this mark below is the seal of the Tianxian Trading Company. It should be an item auctioned by them, so it's real, Qin Yuman said. TSK, what a find. Could it be that the Black Panther was after the Blood Serpent Fruit and was chased by the Fire Phoenix? Li Chen speculated. Very likely, the 2 women nodded. I'll go up and compare it first. Li Chen took the map and flew into the sky, carefully checking. It didn't take long for him to identify the location. From high above, everything was clear, making it most convenient for the map. Let's go in this direction, Li Chen said. Will we slow you down? There must be many high-level demon generals there, and even great demon generals might appear. Chu Piaoxue hesitated. Xin Yimin was also a bit hesitant. They didn't want to be a burden. Why worry so much? If anything happens, I'll take you both and fly away quickly. Even great demon generals can't do anything to me, Li Chen said confidently. At this, the two women's faces turned red again, recalling the recent intimate moments. Why are your faces red again? Did relatives come to visit? Is there a uniform date for girls? Li Chen remarked, feeling he had learned something new. Get lost. Xin Yimin kicked at Li Chen, who did not dodge. Xin Yimin covered her foot as if she had kicked a metal wall. Why don't you ever learn your lesson? Li Chen spread his hands. Jerk, always bullying me. Xin Yimin gritted her teeth. You're the rich one. If I don't bully you, who will? Li Chen said with righteous indignation. You're the rich one, Xin. Yimin lunged at Li Chen, ready to bite him, but was once again held back by Li Chen. Stop messing around, let's go. If we delay, we might not even find the fruit skins. Li Chen led the way toward their destination. The two women followed closely behind, trailing Li Chen. They felt a strong sense of security, as if no matter what happened, Li Chen could protect them. A subtle sweetness blossomed in their hearts as they gazed at Li Chen's back, their eyes sparkling with hidden light. They exchanged a glance, quickly averting their eyes, afraid that their innermost secrets would be discovered by the other. But how could a girl's thoughts remain hidden from another girl? The destination was about 50 kilometers away. If they moved at full speed, Li Chen could reach it in less than a minute. However, this was a wasteland, the territory of demon beasts, and he was not a martial sovereign, so he couldn't move at full speed. Along the way, various demon beasts obstructed their path, but due to Li Chen's strength, each one fell to the ground. The more demon beasts he killed, the more Xin Yimin's spatial ring became full, forcing her to discard the weaker ones to make room for stronger ones. As the sun set, its warm rays fell upon the earth, comforting the life that lingered there. Li Chen and the others had to stop their advance. Visibility was poor at night. Although martial artists had significantly enhanced vision and night vision capabilities, some demon beasts could hide their tracks very well at night, becoming dangerous predators. Therefore, Li Chen decided to find a place to rest and casually chose a slightly intact building. With a sweep of his hand, he cleared all the dust inside. Let's settle here for the night, Li Chen said, clapping his hands. The two women had no objections. It was the best choice. Li Chen took out a portable cooker from his spatial ring, preparing to make some dinner. After drinking nutritional supplements all day, he felt a bit bland. He cut a large piece of meat from a wild bull, planning to make steak for dinner. He took out clean water, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, and soon a cozy home was formed. Although the house was dilapidated, the main members of the family were people. As long as people were present, home could be anywhere. It was just a bit strange to have two female hosts in the house. Just as Li Chen was about to start cooking, he was stopped by Chu Piaoxue. Let me do it, she offered eagerly. Are you sure you won't make any dark cuisine? Li Chen asked skeptically, recalling the disastrous meal made by his sisterly AI, which had left him too afraid to let her near the kitchen again. He also held a very conservative attitude towards beautiful women's cooking skills. I've always cooked at home. Chu Piaoxue shot Li Chen a glance, exuding an indescribable charm. That's good, Li Chen said, feeling relieved. You little girl, learn from the beautiful Chu. Look at you can't do anything, Li Chen disparaged. Xin Yimin again. Xin Yimin wanted to say that they had the best chef at home, but thinking about saying that in front of Chu Piaoxue felt inappropriate, so she forced herself to hold back. I'll bite you to death. Xin Yimin could only pounce at Li Chen again, only to be pinned down once more. Chu Piaoxue's cooking skills were undeniable, evident from her deft knife work. The rich aroma of meat wafted into the air, enticing their appetites. When the steak was placed on the plate, Li Chen couldn't wait to take a bite. Li Chen gave a thumbs up. It was really good. Xin Yimin also took small bites, fully displaying the grace of a young lady. The three of them enjoyed a warm dinner in the dilapidated house, the atmosphere quite pleasant. After the meal, Li Chen guided Chu Piaoxue and Xin Yimin in their training. He could instruct them on breathing techniques and martial skills, his martial arts cultivation surpassing that of the teachers at their school. The two women listened intently, occasionally practicing to verify what they learned, feeling they had gained a lot. As the night deepened and it was time to sleep, the atmosphere became subtle. A man and two women sharing a room at such a young age inevitably led to a hint of flirtation. The two women fell silent, hesitant to speak, afraid to mention the word sleep. You two sleep first, I'll keep watch, Li Chen said. Okay. The voices of the two girls were like mosquitoes as they took out a tent from the spatial ring, then pulled out blankets and pillows, preparing to rest. Piaoxue, let's sleep together, Xin Yimin suggested after thinking for a moment. Okay, Chu Piaoxue did not refuse either. The two of them crawled into the quilt, ready to zip it up and sleep. Li Jerk, we need to change into our pajamas. No peeking. Xin Yimin poked her head out and warned Li Chen fiercely. You're just a little girl, what's there to see? Li Chen scoffed. My figure is great. You're more confident than CEO Sun, who has to hold a meeting with the audience. Xin Yimin didn't reply, zipping up the tent as she began to change into her pajamas. The rustling sounds came from inside, which Li Chen didn't want to hear, but unfortunately his ears were too sensitive. Some enchanting images flashed through his mind and he quickly recited a phrase, Umatba, form is emptiness, emptiness is form, where there is emptiness, there is form. Before long, slow breathing sounds filled the tent. The two girls were tired and quickly fell into deep sleep. Li Chen took out a blanket and lay on the ground, not sleeping, but thinking about many things. The whole night, Li Chen did not wake the two girls. It was enough for him to keep watch alone. With his advancement to the divine concealment realm, he could go a month without sleep. No matter how this world changed, the sun still rose every day, bringing vitality and hope to the world. Zhu Piaoxue felt the light and opened her eyes, looking at Qin Yiman, who was tangled around her like an octopus. She smiled helplessly. What a little girl. Zhu Piaoxue moved slightly, wanting to get up, but Qin Yiman wrapped around her again, and Zhu Piaoxue could only cough lightly. Qin Yiman opened her sleepy eyes and then realized her current situation. Sorry, I'm used to hugging a pillow at home, Qin Yiman said shyly. It's fine. But Piaoxue, your figure is really good. I wonder which bad guy will get lucky in the future, Qin Yiman said with a mischievous smile. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhu Piaoxue's face turned slightly red. This topic was too forward for her. It's not nonsense, we will all have our lucky men one day. Oh, then which man do you want to get lucky with? I'll only know when I meet him. Cough cough, this is the wild, not your boudoir, Li Chen said helplessly. He didn't want to eavesdrop, but being so close made it hard not to hear. The two girls then remembered that Li Chen was still there, and their faces turned red again. Then the two began to change into their combat outfits and walked out of the tent. Li Jerk, why didn't you wake us to change shifts? I did, but you were sleeping like a dead pig. I couldn't wake you up. You're the one sleeping like a dead pig. Qin Yiman was quite annoyed with Li Chen early in the morning. After washing up, Zhu Piaoxue prepared a bit of breakfast and everyone ate before continuing towards their destination. At this point, they had ventured deeper into the ruins of Mouse City, frequently encountering high-level demon generals, and their bloodlines were getting stronger, often in groups. However, in front of Li Chen's little flying daggers, this was not a problem. By the afternoon, they finally approached their destination. Nearby, they sensed the fluctuations of battle. Li Chen and the others glanced over and found that other martial artists were also heading in their direction. Could it be that this map is being sold in bulk? Li Chen said darkly. It's possible. If sold individually, the Black Panther mercenary group might not be able to afford it, but in bulk, the price would be much cheaper. Of course, there would be many more competitors, Qin Yiman analyzed. Put on your masks, Li Chen said. The three took out their masks and put them on, looking like anything but good people. When out in the world, it's better not to reveal one's identity. Offending people is too common. They crept to a stop about 2 kilometers from the location of the blood dragon fruit, and indeed saw the figure of the fire pheasant. It fell beside a small tree, and Li Chen saw that the tree was bright red, adorned with about 10 blood-red fruits. At this moment, the fruits were faintly emitting a red bloodlight, almost ripe. When the blood fruit emitted a blinding light, it would be time for it to mature, and the timing was just right. Li Chen and the others were hiding in a dilapidated building, observing carefully. He scanned the surroundings and saw 2 other teams also secretly watching that way. There might be other teams that hadn't been discovered yet. To seize the blood dragon fruit, a fierce battle was inevitable. Everyone was slowly waiting, just waiting for the blood dragon fruit to mature, which would be the moment of earth-shattering significance. Those 2 teams each have a 6th-grade martial artist stationed, Qin Yiman said as she put down her binoculars. Without martial artists of that level stationed, who would dare to covet the blood dragon fruit? Li Chen thought it was quite normal. The sun was setting in the west, and the afterglow of the sunset spilled over the earth, filled with affection for the world. As the last rays of the sun faded away, the red light emitted by the blood dragon fruit grew more intense, as if it were about to replace the sun, turning the surroundings into a fiery red. Roar! A violent beast roar reached Li Chen and the others' ears, startling other monsters. Dust billowed as one beast after another rushed over. The momentum of the fire pheasant began to explode with full force, declaring its status. This was its territory. Some weaker beasts hesitated and stopped, but others were not afraid of the fire pheasant. They also wanted a share of the spoils. A massive tiger leaped 100 meters high and then crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up rolling dust, proclaiming its presence. Tiger-type monsters generally had strong bloodlines. Li Chen had witnessed the previous monster tide, which were mostly above A-grade bloodlines. This was a golden-haired tiger that wielded the power of metal, its fur radiating a dazzling golden light even in the evening. Such a show-off, as if afraid others can't see it, Li Chen scoffed. Tiger-type monsters are kings of the same level, they are inherently proud, Zhu Piaoxue said. Boom! Another heavy thud sounded as a 6-story tall gorilla crashed down from 100 meters high, shaking the nearby dilapidated houses to the ground. This was a King Kong, with a very powerful bloodline. Ape-type monsters were also overlords among beasts, not inferior to tiger-type monsters. The King Kong was also a 6th-grade monster general, A-grade bloodline, and it was unclear if it was intentional, but it landed right next to a mercenary group, a total of 7 people led by a 6th-grade martial artist. Your grandpa, the leader cursed, spitting out a mouthful of dirt. Before he could complain further, the King Kong's attack arrived, its fist the size of a small house, smashing down on them. Are you afraid of me? The leader held a heavy hammer with both hands, his muscles tensing. He activated a high-level power divine concealment capable of unleashing 6 times the strength. Combined with his main cultivation method, the barbarian elephant breathing technique and the 6 styles of the barbarian elephant, all his blood energy transformed into physical strength enough to push mountains. The double hammers collided with the King Kong's massive fist like a missile explosion, the airwave sweeping across 1,000 meters, creating a large pit. The leader staggered back a few steps, finding himself at a disadvantage in the clash of power. However, he had teammates. They all began to attack the King Kong. And with the captain, they were in a state of equal strength. This mercenary group is not very lucky, Li Chen muttered. Other monsters and martial artists did not intervene. Their primary target was the blood dragon fruit, which was almost ripe now. Roar! The golden-haired tiger's fur stood on end, its throat emitting a low growl as it stepped forward. It was about to make a move. Another team of mercenaries also began to slowly surround the fire pheasant. Roar! The blazing fire pheasant let out a threatening cry, ready to fight to the death, but it couldn't intimidate anyone. Those who dared to come naturally dared to seize. We're going too. Li Chen jumped out of the building with the 2 women and approached as well. Sensing the familiar scent on Li Chen, the fire pheasant grew even angrier, but amidst its fury, there was a hint of fear. It was no match for Li Chen. As the distance closed, the atmosphere became increasingly tense, and a slight anomaly preceded a chaotic battle that shook the heavens and the earth. The light emitted by the blood dragon fruit reached a new level, reaching its peak, fully matured. The fire pheasant opened its mouth and aimed to swallow the entire blood dragon tree. Others would never agree to that. They had been on guard long before. Roar! The fierce tiger roared. A blinding golden light erupted from its body, and its gaping mouth seemed to hide a golden sun. A beam of golden light shot towards the fire pheasant, arriving in an instant. Light-based martial arts or divine abilities were among the fastest attacks. The fire pheasant was blasted away by the golden light, and the golden-haired tiger pounced, carrying a whirlwind, lunging towards the fire dragon tree, wanting to devour it alone. Not a chance. Members of another mercenary group sprang into action, their martial arts sweeping low, sending the golden-haired tiger flying. Roar! The golden-haired tiger, seeing that humans dared to provoke it, pounced directly at the mercenary team after landing. The powerful malevolent aura made the mercenaries' faces tense. The pressure from a tiger-like demon beast was indeed immense. But at this point, they could not retreat, unleashing their martial arts to confront the golden-haired tiger. Now's the time. Li Chen, surrounded by a whirlwind, quickly approached the blood dragon tree with the 2 women. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, although others were fighting the demon beasts, they all focused their minds on the blood dragon fruit. The fire pheasant opened its mouth, and a pillar of fire erupted like a volcanic explosion, charging straight at Li Chen, more terrifying than a high-speed train collision. Get lost, mountain suppression seal. Li Chen pushed up with his right hand, forming a seal. The mountain suppression seal, the size of a 5-story building, imprinted with 4 mountain patterns, collided fiercely with the fire pillar. Ultimately, Li Chen's strength prevailed. The mountain suppression seal blasted the fire pillar, and the explosive flames swept across a 1,000-meter radius. The blinding firelight turned the ruins within a 10-mile radius into a fiery red. Li Chen continued forward, now only 100 meters away from the blood dragon tree, just a moment away from reaching it. A powerful wind pressure came from the side, and a massive fist burst through the whirlwind surrounding Li Chen, crashing down towards the 3 of them. The golden giant had abandoned its opponent to strike at Li Chen. The golden giant only cultivated its physical body, and its explosive power could shatter mountain peaks. Break the river. Li Chen held his sword with both hands, striking down like a mountain, 100-meter-long sword energy, illuminating the night sky. The blinding firelight lit up the dark day, and the scattered sparks raged across the land like lightning snakes. The clash of sword light and iron fist was like 2 high-speed trains colliding. Li Chen blocked the giant's iron fist, his steps unyielding as he continued to approach the blood dragon tree. You 3 little brats, this blood dragon fruit is ours, roared the leader of the barbarian elephant mercenary group. The double hammers came crashing down, 2 hammer strikes the size of buildings falling towards Li Chen's head, blocking his path, each to their own ability. Li Chen unleashed the mountain suppression seal, the air exploding as it collided with the hammer strikes that seemed ready to break the heavens. Under Li Chen's 3.6 million vitality, even the barbarian elephant, known for its strength in Ning City, fell to the disadvantage in the collision. The hammer strikes were crushed by the mountain suppression seal, which, under Li Chen's control, pressed down towards the barbarian elephant mercenary group. Li Chen was getting closer to the blood dragon fruit, only 10 meters away now. Screech! The blue fire pheasant let out a high-pitched cry, and a rain of fire fell from the sky like shooting stars, bombarding Li Chen relentlessly. Stay behind me, Li Chen said to the 2 women. His entire body turned silver, completely ignoring the area attack of the fire feathers. Braving the bombardment of flames, he approached the fire dragon tree. Roar! The golden-haired tiger let out a threatening roar, completely abandoning its opponent and pouncing towards Li Chen. The diamond, the fire phoenix, as well as the barbarian elephant and the heavy earth mercenary group also launched their attacks simultaneously. The leader of the Heavy Earth mercenary group, Heavy Earth, derived his name from having opened a high-level gravity divine treasure, allowing him to manipulate gravity. Li Chen felt the gravity pressing down on him increase 100-fold. His physical body was fine, but his internal organs felt uncomfortable. This was still because the hurricane had blocked half of Heavy Earth's martial prowess. Li Chen was uncomfortable, and the two women were even worse off, barely able to stand. Prolonged exposure to this state could lead to internal organ failure and death. Get lost! A flying knife appeared in Li Chen's hand, slicing through the air straight towards Heavy Earth's face. Heavy Earth sensed a serious threat and had to stop. His martial technique to block the flying knife. You two hurry and pick, I'll hold them off. Li Chen exuded an aura of one man standing against 1,000. Upon hearing this, the two women reached out to start picking the blood dragon fruit. The spiritual fruit was not easy to harvest. It could withstand the battle aftermath of so many martial masters and demon generals, so its resilience was extraordinary. The two women held B-grade alloy flying knives, slowly grinding them down. Li Chen calmly watched the martial artists and demon beasts surrounding him. The golden-haired tiger roared through the mountains and forests, its violent roar mixed with sharp metal energy, leaving countless deep holes in the ground as it charged forward. The diamond still smashed out with an iron fist, creating fist imprints the size of a small house, carrying the momentum of splitting mountains and cracking seas, hammering towards Li Chen. The barbarian elephant's dual hammers came crashing down, its massive elephant legs appearing in midair, heavily stomping down towards Li Chen as if trying to crush an ant. The fire phoenix erupted with blinding flames from its mouth, a meteor falling with a long tail of fire. If any of them were in Li Chen's position, they would undoubtedly flee in panic. The sheer number of attacks at the same level was too much for them to dare to take head-on. However, Li Chen showed no fear. He formed seals with his hands, the left hand forming the mountain suppression seal, and the right hand forming the sea suppression seal. The two great seals burst through the air, as if celestial seals from the heavens had descended to the mortal realm. The mountain seal condensed the power of the 5 great mountains, while the sea seal gathered the strength of the 4 seas. The two great seals collided with all the attacks. The night sky within a 20-mile radius was illuminated, and a booming sound echoed like the wrath of a thunder god descending with world-destroying thunder. Punishment. The violent shockwave caused the golden-haired tiger and the others to lose their footing, their figures beginning to retreat. Amidst the raging flames, a shattered great seal continued to roar out, targeting the golden-haired tiger. The sea suppression seal, as a micro-level S-grade martial technique, had a power of 40 times that was no joke. Roar! The golden-haired tiger gathered golden light in its claws and heavily struck the sea suppression seal. In everyone's gaze, the golden-haired tiger was crushed back hundreds of meters, leaving a trail of blood. In this collision, it was utterly defeated. The flying knife sliced through the air, heading towards the other martial artists and demon beasts, its sharpness resembling that of a legendary sword cultivator, dazzling and chilling to the bone. They had no choice but to respond with all their might, but the flying knife was too fast, its power too strong, and it could even curve, resulting in blood holes appearing on them, forcing them to retreat. We're done picking, Qin Yiman exclaimed joyfully. Let's go. Li Chen, surrounded by a hurricane, lifted the two women into the air. His situation would be much safer at a higher altitude. However, just as they had just taken off, Li Chen felt a powerful threat descend, even stronger than the previous ambush. Be careful, Li Chen whispered. He locked his gaze on the direction from which the danger was coming. In the dim environment, he saw a wisp of dark light rapidly descending before him. The hurricane was easily torn apart, and the dark light resembled a poisonous needle, a strange aura of blood entering the tip. Li Chen felt a slight dizziness in his head. This attack indeed carried a deadly poison. Li Chen did not want to test the potency of the opponent's poison. A B-grade flying knife appeared in his hand, shining with brilliant light as it collided with the dark light. Chirp chirp chirp. The sound of corrosion came from the blood energy attached to the flying knife, and the toxicity of the ghostly light was very strong, at least on par with the high-level venom of the divine concealment. The invincible flying knife was, for the first time, met with a significant obstacle, struck down to the ground by the ghostly light. As for the ghostly light, it was also shattered by the flying knife, presenting a state of equal strength. The sound of breaking air howled across the land. A long-tail needle pierced through the hurricane, quickly stabbing towards Li Chen. A black scorpion at the level of a great demon general, Qin Yiman exclaimed. The great demon general, like the great martial master, had already begun to temper their entire skeleton. The skeleton would be refined to a level comparable to B-grade alloys or even stronger. Stronger bones could unleash greater power and generate more potent blood energy. It could be said that even the most ordinary great demon general or great martial master would have blood energy not lower than 5 million. Each elevation in realm is a qualitative transformation, not to mention that to advance to a great martial master, the prerequisite is to cultivate a B-grade breathing technique or higher, so the foundation of blood energy would not be too low. After the enhancement of the divine concealment realm and the strengthening of the skeleton, the power after advancing to a great martial master is extraordinary. The same goes for the great demon general. After the martial general stage, they gradually elevate their blood to above B-grade, and then refine their skeleton to advance to a great demon general, making their strength formidable. The tail needle exerted immense pressure on Li Chen, and the ghostly light enveloped the tail needle, the intense toxicity corroding the air. Chu Piaoshui and Qin Yiman breathed heavily. Even the dissipating toxic gas was hard for them to bear. Their confidence was once again shaken. Following Li Chen, they felt they were nothing but a burden. The determination to become stronger was firm in their hearts, and the imposing figure of Li Chen standing before them was increasingly etched into their minds. Ocean Suppression Seal. Faced with the attack of the great demon general, Li Chen could only unleash his strongest martial skill. The Ocean Suppression Seal, as large as a 5-story building, carried the power of the 4 seas, the hazy blue light revealing the vastness of its strength. The immense wave of power completely destroyed the hurricane, and the bodies of the 3 fell to the ground, continuously retreating. The black scorpion's tail needle was also repelled, and Li Chen, who executed the Ocean Suppression Seal, undoubtedly reached the standard of a great martial master. The 2 women, under Li Chen's blood energy protection, were fine, but other demon beasts and martial artists were sent flying by the residual force, crashing heavily to the ground. Those mercenaries with slightly lower realms spat blood midair as if they had been struck by a high-speed moving mech. Run! The barbarian elephant and heavy earth quickly lifted their injured companions and turned to flee without hesitation. Having survived until now, they understood one principle very well: never engage in battles. At the level of a great demon general, a casual strike could kill them. The great diamond hesitated for a moment before fleeing. It possessed high intelligence. The fire pheasant circled in the sky with a reluctant cry, looking for an opportunity to pick up the scraps. As for the golden-haired tiger, it cautiously observed from a distance, equally unwilling to escape just like that. In the dimness, a massive black scorpion finally revealed its full form, its tail over 30 meters long, swaying slightly and emitting intense toxic gas. The surrounding plants quickly turned pitch black, losing all vitality. The deadly poison spread towards Li Chen and the others, intending to turn this place into its domain. A pair of deep eyes locked onto Li Chen. This human strength surprised it, as it clearly did not sense the aura of the same realm. Human prodigy, leave the blood dragon fruit behind, the black scorpion spoke. The blood dragon fruit is with me. If you have the ability, come and take it. Li Chen replied calmly, letting it test the strength of a great demon general. Truly arrogant, the black scorpion said no more, its scorpion tail transforming into an illusion as it struck, the toxic ghostly light falling like raindrops, dense and unavoidable. The hurricane rose into the air, the powerful winds sweeping everything around into the sky, blocking the ghostly light. The ghostly light broke through the hurricane's defenses, raining down on Li Chen. At this moment, Qin Yiman and Xu Piaoxua had already retreated to a distance. The black scorpion couldn't be bothered with them. If she wanted them dead today, they wouldn't see tomorrow. Li Chen radiated a silver glow, looking like a silver figure. The perfect level titanium body was unleashed, standing still, waiting for the rain of ghostly light to fall. The intense poison gas fell upon Li Chen but was blocked by the silver glow. He was absolutely unafraid of such concentrated attacks. He spread his arms wide, gazing up at the starry sky, as if welcoming the ghostly light. When the ghostly light finally ceased, Li Chen reluctantly withdrew his gaze from the stars. Is that all? A smile curled at the corners of his mouth, his sarcasm fully charged. Roar! The golden-haired tiger glanced at Li Chen in fear before leaving. It knew there was no chance to slip through his defenses. Then let me try this move, ghostly poison light. The black scorpion roared angrily, aiming its tail at Li Chen, condensing ghostly light at the tip of its tail, like a laser cannon gathering energy. Hiss! The sound of air being corroded and pierced echoed as a massive ghostly blue beam shot towards Li Chen, carrying the power to penetrate mountains and the toxicity to corrode life. 4 miles. Come on, Sea Suppression Seal. The Sea Suppression Seal, gathering the power of the 4 seas, erupted with deep blue light, resembling a vast ocean condensed into a martial seal. The blue light illuminated the sky, with ghostly blue and deep blue colors clashing and eroding each other, vying for dominance in the heavens. Waves of shockwaves erupted from the collision of the Sea Suppression Seal and the ghostly blue beam. The air completely expelled from the area, and the ground cracked rapidly, with fissures spreading like a spider web across the earth. Li Chen pushed against the Sea Suppression Seal with both hands, advancing against the ghostly blue beam. With each step, the ground trembled. The black scorpion also pressed forward against the ghostly blue beam, leaving deep footprints in the earth, the distance between them closing. Finally, they were within close combat range. The black scorpion's tail pierced the air like a thunderbolt, tearing apart the Sea Suppression Seal, which was losing its power. Ha! Li Chen did not dodge. His fist, bursting with silver light and the power of blood energy, smashed towards the incoming scorpion tail. He was unafraid of a direct clash. The silver fist collided violently with the ghostly blue scorpion tail, both carrying ferocious power and an unstoppable momentum. Li Chen's body staggered back 2 steps, and the scorpion tail was similarly flung upward. It should be noted that Li Chen's supreme body refinement technique amplified his blood energy, and his physique was enhanced tenfold. He was not weaker than high-level demon generals. Coupled with the perfect titanium body's 35-fold enhancement, even against a great demon general, Li Chen dared to clash head-on. Come again! Li Chen stepped forward, his body exploding through the air, fierce and unmatched, arriving before the black scorpion. The black scorpion felt humiliated. A human had actually delivered itself to its mouth. Its front limbs swept towards Li Chen like mechanical arms. The small fist collided with the mechanical limb, like a ping-pong ball against a soccer ball. However compact and powerful, the silver light erupted, standing firm against the ghostly blue light, both forces rebounding, each retreating 2 steps. Li Chen's fist rose again, as if lifting a mountain, carrying the weight of a mountain as he smashed it down towards the black scorpion. The black scorpion's front limb was itself a small mountain, it never retreated from its proud physical form. A tremendous roar echoed like a divine punishment descending from the heavens. In the eyes of Chu Piaoshui and the other woman, they saw a tiny figure, like a dragon-slaying warrior, using a body tempered countless times to confront the evil dragon. The tiny body erupted with great energy. The nitrogen in a human comes from cosmic explosions, and the iron from supernovae. Humanity is a creation of the universe. Therefore, the human body is a vast universe, capable of unlocking various miraculous divine treasures and unleashing boundless power. Li Chen was surrounded by a whirlwind, throwing punches at the black scorpion, whose agility was far inferior to his, gradually falling into a situation of being beaten. Although its hard shell protected it, its dignity was being rubbed into the ground by Li Chen. Enough, the black scorpion roared, its tail striking like a dragon's tail, sweeping towards Li Chen. In another powerful collision, the poisonous scorpion took the opportunity to create distance. It no longer wanted to engage in close combat with Li Chen and had effectively conceded. A deep blue beam of light shot towards Li Chen like a laser again. Li Chen's feet firmly planted on the ground, his right hand pushed out the town sea seal. Once again, a world-shaking collision occurred, forming a massive pit centered on the impact. One blade cuts the river. Li Chen held the blade with both hands, striking down like a mighty mountain, the 100-meter-long blade. Energy aimed to split the mountains and seas. The blade energy spanned the sky, tearing through the dim earth. The deep blue light condensed on the scorpion's shell, forming an indestructible mechanical body. The black scorpion did not retreat an inch, braving Li Chen's blade energy. The blade energy surged, leaving deep imprints on the surrounding earth. A flash of silver appeared as little Li's flying knife was launched, a point of silver brighter than a meteor shot towards the black scorpion's eyes. The scorpion's tail swung, blocking the attack. Even with the flying knife's extraordinary penetrating power, it only left a small notch. Great demon general, you do have some skill, Li Chen said in a deep voice. Mountain suppression, sea suppression. Li Chen mobilized all his energy, bursting forth from his hands. 2 great seals squeezed out of the air, carrying the power to suppress mountains and seas, aiming to pin the black scorpion down beneath them. The poisonous scorpion's 2 front legs and tail attacked simultaneously, 2 beams of toxic laser colliding with the 2 seals. Dust billowed, and as the whirlwind passed, when everything settled, only a devastated land remained, with no other traces. At this moment, Li Chen held Chu Piaoshui and Qin Yiman on either side, using the whirlwind step to ascend rapidly into the sky. Although he was unafraid of the black scorpion, he did not forget that this was the territory of the demon beasts. Encountering another great demon would be troublesome. The faces of the 2 women were flushed, feeling the intense masculine aura from Li Chen, their hearts racing. Li Chen flew directly to the edge of the ruins. The blood dragon fruit was already in hand, and they could refine it to enhance their strength before hunting demon beasts. Landing on the ground, Li Chen naturally released his hands, but the 2 women felt a sense of loss. Strange, are you afraid of heights? Why do your faces turn as red as a monkey's but every time we fly? Li Chen expressed his confusion as a typical man. You're the monkey but... Qin Yiman pinched the soft flesh at Li Chen's waist, twisting it hard. The pain shot through her fingers as she forgot how strong Li Chen's metallic skin was. Little brat. Li Chen flicked her forehead, making her cover her head and want to fight back. After some playful banter, they found a dilapidated house, swept away the dust with a gust of wind, and took out stools and chairs to sit together, preparing to cook dinner. Chu Piaoshui made 3 dishes, and the 3 of them enjoyed warm meals together, feeling warmth in their hearts. After finishing the meal, it was naturally time to divide the spoils. The 2 women took out all the blood dragon fruits, a total of 13, for Li Chen to distribute. Distribute according to need. 1 blood dragon fruit can definitely open 80 blood vessels. Piaoshui is an 8th grade warrior, so 1 fruit can reach 9th grade, and then another can be used to open and fill the divine treasure space. The little girl is a 5th grade warrior, needing 2 fruits to advance to 9th grade, and 1 more to open the divine treasure. You both need to advance to the divine treasure so that you can fight alongside me. Li Chen distributed the 5 blood dragon fruits. We've all been given too much. Chu Piaoshui dared not take it, she was just a bystander and couldn't afford it. Qin Yiman also didn't dare to take it. The value of the blood dragon fruit lay in its ability to be quickly refined, and it had to be completely refined within 5 days of ripeness, or the blood energy inside would rapidly dissipate. Therefore, there was almost no stock in the market. It was a rare spiritual fruit that one could encounter, but not seek. Otherwise, with her family's financial resources, buying some to quickly elevate her realm would definitely not be a problem. Look at you, only 17 or 18 years old, why are you dawdling like old maids? Li Chen feigned dissatisfaction. But Chu Piaoshui still didn't dare to take it. No buts, hurry up, if you don't take it, I'm going to get angry, and when I get angry, even I am scared. I will repay you, Qin Yiman said seriously as she picked up a blood dragon fruit. No need to offer yourself, Li Chen grinned mischievously. You wish, Qin Yiman retorted angrily. You're the one wishing. Average guy. Lowly girl. Narcissist, little girl, I'll bite you to death. Zhu Piaoxue silently picked up a blood dragon fruit, thanked Li Chen, and resolved in her heart to repay him in the future. After their playful banter, the three began to refine the blood dragon fruits. Li Chen quickly swallowed one, and it felt like fire ignited in his belly, with surging blood energy rapidly growing. Li Chen controlled the newly born blood energy, continuously channeling it into the divine storage space, where the divine fire began to grow rapidly under the nourishment of the blood energy. The two girls also started refining, each quickly opening their blood orifices, rapidly pushing towards the peak of martial artists. Li Chen's speed of refining the blood dragon fruit was fast. He could completely refine one in about 2 hours. By the second night, he had refined all 8 blood dragon fruits, and the divine fire in the divine storage space had grown robust, filling the entire space. At this moment, a divine spirit was being born, and once the divine spirit was fully formed, he could continue to open the next divine storage. According to Li Chen's estimate, the divine spirit would be completely generated in about 10 days. Looking at the system panel again, in 10 days, the Gale Step could also be upgraded to the Profound Realm, just in time. The two girls were still refining, and Li Chen did not disturb them. They would need another day or two. It was already night, and he silently kept watch for them. Whenever a beast approached, a flying knife would shoot out, taking its life. The beasts outside the ruins could not withstand Li Chen's knife at all. The next day, Li Chen came out of the house, not going far, practicing various martial skills, actively cultivating to enhance his speed. He didn't want to waste a single minute. On the second night, Zhu Piaoxue finally opened her eyes, her face showing joy. Seeing Li Chen, her expression became excited as she was about to share the good news with him. Shu, Li Chen made a quiet gesture, pointing to the still meditating Qin Yiman, then gestured outside. Zhu Piaoxue understood and followed Li Chen outside the house. The starlight was twinkling, and after the meteor fell, the self-purification ability of the true martial faith had greatly enhanced. The industrial waste had long been purified. No matter where on the planet, one could see the magnificent starry river at night. What divine storage did you open? You look so happy, Li Chen said with a smile. I opened the top-level ice divine storage, and because of the blood dragon fruit, each blood orifice has reached 60 in blood energy, just like practicing an S-level breathing technique, Zhu Piaoxue said, smiling again at this. Congratulations, your strength has greatly increased. Thank you. Zhu Piaoxue sincerely thanked Li Chen again. No need for such formality, give me something practical, Li Chen said with a mischievous smile. What practical thing? Zhu Piaoxue's face showed nervousness, her cheeks flushed again, and she tightly gripped the hem of her clothes, looking shy. Of course, you should cook me a few more meals, Li Chen said. Oh. Zhu Piaoxue's tone was filled with disappointment. It turned out she had overthought things. What did you think it was? Li suddenly leaned closer to Zhu Piaoxue. Zhu Piaoxue's face turned even redder. Li Chen's breath brushed against her nose, and her head felt slightly dizzy, leaving her frozen in place for a moment. I didn't. Zhu Piaoxue dared not look into Li Chen's eyes. Li Chen secretly laughed, teasing the little girl was really interesting. He reached out and lightly scratched Zhu Piaoxue's nose. Zhu Piaoxue lowered her head, trying to find her toes but couldn't see them. The two walked inside, and Zhu Piaoxue sat in the corner. Recalling Li Chen's earlier actions, her mind wandering with thoughts, occasionally stealing glances at Li Chen's profile, afraid he would notice. A girl's thoughts are always as poetic as they are elusive. The next evening, Qin Yiman finally opened her eyes, her face also showing joy. She didn't want to ask, the harvest must have been significant. I unlocked the top-tier divine treasure. Qin Yiman jumped up and lunged at Li Chen. Li Chen thought she was going to bite him and was about to dodge, but she didn't seem like she would. A fragrant breeze enveloped him as Qin Yiman unexpectedly hugged him. Li Chen felt something unusual in his embrace and momentarily froze, unsure of what this little girl was up to. Realizing the masculine aura in her arms, Qin Yiman suddenly realized what she had done, instantly letting go and lowering her head, too embarrassed to speak. Her toes nearly dug into the floor. It was too awkward to have actively hugged this rascal Li Chen. Next time you take advantage of me, you need to give me a heads up, Li Chen said with a tone of disdain. You rascal, you take advantage and then act innocent. Qin Yiman gritted her teeth. What advantage can a little girl like you take? I'll bite you to death. After some playful banter, Qin Yiman revealed her awakened divine treasure, the top-tier Gengjin divine treasure, which could enhance the sharpness and speed of sword energy by 8 times, making it extremely powerful. The two girls went outside to test it out. Zhu Piaoxue struck out with a palm, and icy winds descended, freezing everything within 100 meters, turning it into an icy realm. As for Qin Yiman, her sword energy surged, tearing through the air and leaving deep scars on the ground that stretched 400 meters. Their vitality had now reached 170,000, stronger than many 4th-grade martial masters, and with the characteristics of the top-tier divine treasure, they could be considered strong even among martial masters, giving them greater confidence in taking the entrance exam for Jinwu University. Today was a joyful day. The three of them prepared a sumptuous feast together, and Li Chen even brought out a bottle of drinks. They toasted and spent a pleasant evening together. The Next morning, someone came to find Li Chen and the others. It was a staff member from the Qin group, mainly to retrieve the corpses of the demon beasts from Qin Yiman's ring. They also brought 2 high-level spatial rings, allowing them to carry more demon beast corpses. The Qin group itself had a business for purchasing demon beasts, and since it was the young lady Qin Yiman, the price she received was the highest. There was no need to deliver them personally. A great martial master came to collect them, and such status could really solve many problems. Li Chen and the others continued their trials. The 2 girls were no longer just bystanders, as they could handle ordinary 5th-grade demon generals. With Li Chen, who was strong enough to rival great martial masters, their combination ranked among the best in the entire Ning City. There were only a little over 20 great martial masters in Ning City. The 3 continued their training for 5 days, during which they had staff come every other day to take back a batch of demon beast corpses, yielding great results. Today, they decided to return to Ning City. With 20 days left until the college entrance examination, Li Chen needed to build momentum. Every year, the college entrance examination is broadcasted live across the entire federation, and each student has a live account. During the exam livestream, all the earnings go to the examinees. This is an opportunity for those from ordinary backgrounds but with exceptional talent to earn a significant amount of money. In the past, there were indeed cases of candidates earning hundreds of billions at once, but that could only be achieved by the most dazzling candidate. Therefore, the month leading up to the college entrance examination is a time for candidates to build momentum. Only by establishing a reputation early on can they attract more public attention and receive more rewards. As for how to create this momentum, it's simple: challenge other candidates. The federal media has a section dedicated to reporting on these challenges during this time. As long as you are strong enough to make the front page, your fame will naturally rise quickly. Li Chen, as a poor child, would not let such an opportunity slip by. Zhu Piaoshui and Qin Yiman also had similar intentions. Regardless of their family backgrounds, who wouldn't want to earn a little more? The 3 headed towards Anqing, unaware that someone was waiting for them, having waited for several days. A plump middle-aged man leaned against a large tree, paying attention to the information on his phone. Although he had waited for several days without receiving the news he wanted, he was not in a hurry. Having journeyed from a small figure to his current position, he had experienced much and had long since shed the restlessness of his youth. Ding dong. The phone chimed with a message again. He opened it to find only a coordinate. Finally got it, Zhu Tao said with a cold smile. He was Zhu Kuan's father, and it was he who instructed Zhu Kuan to find a way to seize Li Chen's martial seal. Unfortunately, Zhu Kuan was useless, having been severely injured by Li Chen, and didn't even dare to go to school. Zhu Tao had witnessed Li Chen's performance during the Beast Tide and knew that with Li Chen's growing strength, it would be easy for someone below the Grand Martial Master level to fail. What a pity! Wei Chang is such a waste, incapable of achieving anything, otherwise I wouldn't need to take this risk. Zhu Tao expressed his dissatisfaction. He had endured a lot to reach his current status, but this assassination attempt on Li Chen, whether successful or not, meant he had to leave. However, he was originally a member of the ancient god society, so he had places to go. Still, who would want to live in the shadows when they could live in the light? He stood up and quickly headed towards the coordinates. With his speed, he would definitely be able to intercept Li Chen and the others. The 3 of them were not in a hurry on their journey, chatting and laughing, unaware that danger was approaching. After a few days of training, their friendship had rapidly deepened, filled with jokes and heartfelt conversations. It was then that Li Chen learned of Zhu Piaoshui's bittersweet past. Her father was the current head of the Lu family, a powerful martial family with immense influence in the Federation. By rights, with such a background, Zhu Piaoshui's status was beyond compare, 100 times stronger than Qin Yiman's. There was an insurmountable chasm between a martial king and a martial sovereign. However, Zhu Piaoshui's mother, Zhu Rou, was merely a tragic figure who had been deceived by her father, Lu Tianba, during his youthful escapades. Lu Tianba had originally been betrothed to the daughter of another martial king family, but after Zhu Rou became pregnant, he unhesitatingly kicked her aside. Zhu Rou was desperate and contemplated suicide, but thinking of the innocent child in her womb, she persevered. After giving birth, she hoped to live a quiet life with Zhu Piaoshui, but the winds of fate were relentless. During her pregnancy, Lu Tianba married his fiancée, and the news spread everywhere. Zhu Rou, seeing the headlines featuring Lu Tianba, bled from her clenched fists. Lu Tianba's wife somehow learned of Zhu Rou's existence and one night confronted her, personally crippling Zhu Rou's cultivation, leaving her weaker than an ordinary person, sickly and dependent on medicine to survive. Fortunately, Lu Tianba's wife did not harm Zhu Piaoshui, perhaps out of indifference. Zhu Rou took Zhu Piaoshui and traveled through the districts, eventually settling in the small city of Ningcheng. Listening to Zhu Piaoshui's emotionless recounting, Li Chen felt a twinge of sympathy for the girl. Zhu Piaoshui practiced diligently, hoping that one day she could confront the Lu family and seek justice from Lu Tianba and his wife. The Wu Wang family is high above, and seeking an explanation from them is not that simple. Don't worry, I'll help you, Li Chen said seriously. At that time, the three of us will go together and make the Lu family give you an explanation. Qin Yiman was also full of bravado. She was very loyal. You 3 shouldn't get involved in this matter. Zhu Piaoxue shook her head, saying that outsiders getting involved in the Wu Wang family's affairs could easily bring trouble upon themselves. Your temperament is too soft. Don't worry, it's just the Wu Wang. Give me a year and I'll make him understand how hard my fist is, Li Chen said confidently. With the confidence to unlock 6 supreme divine treasures, he believed he could take down the Wu Wang in no time. Li bastard, although you're very narcissistic, I find this statement quite pleasing, Qin Yiman said. Whether you find it pleasing or not has nothing to do with me. I wasn't saying it for you to hear. I'll bite you to death. Their playful banter brought Zhu Piaoxue back from her heavy thoughts. No matter what the future held, at least during this time, she was very happy and had gained 2 deep friendships. Oh, Zhu Tao? Qin Yiman suddenly exclaimed, seeing Zhu Tao standing ahead, a prominent figure in Ning City whom she recognized. Zhu Tao. A strong killing intent appeared in Li Chen's eyes. The Shu family had always wanted him dead, and he had not forgotten that. Zhu Tao naturally saw Li Chen and the others moving closer to them. The visitor is not friendly, Zhu Piaoxue remarked. Clearly coming for me, they can't wait any longer. Li Chen's tone was unreadable, but the 2 women could sense the chill within. You actually didn't run upon seeing me? Well, running wouldn't help. It's better to wait for death and avoid much suffering, Zhu Tao said with a smile on his face. Zhu Tao, do you dare to make a move against me? Qin Yiman shouted angrily. Miss Qin, in the past, I indeed wouldn't dare, but today is different. Today, I can only let that Qin He guy experience the pain of losing a woman, Zhu Tao said with a mocking smile. Zhu Tao, I was just about to look for you, Li Chen said coldly. Looking for me? Interesting, you've achieved a little success and now look down on others, Zhu Tao sneered. A senior high school student actually saying he wanted to find him, a great martial artist, was absurd. I wonder if that fool Zhu Koan has healed. I heard he hasn't been to school. He wouldn't be hiding at home crying to you, his old man, would he? Sharp-tongued, after today, I'll make sure Koan has time to urinate on your grave. Zhu Tao's gaze turned completely cold. I'll send the 3 of you to hell for a reunion. No need to thank me. Zhu Tao made his move, a metal knife appearing in his hand. Flames spreading and burning on the surface of the knife. The cultivation method he practiced was the same as Zhu Kuan's and B-level flame breathing technique, along with the accompanying flame knife technique, which he had created himself. Zhu Tao casually raised the knife and swung it, a 20-meter wide flame blade cutting towards Li Chen and the others. They were just 3 students, easily killable. As he expected, Li Chen unleashed the mountain suppression seal, which was easily shattered, and then his titanium body was also cut, leaving a deep wound, blood flowing uncontrollably. Li bastard, are you okay? Qin Yiman looked sorrowful, tears welling in her eyes. Zhu Piaoxue's eyes were also red, supporting Li Chen with a pained expression. Damn, women are indeed born actors. It has nothing to do with age, Li Chen thought to himself. All of this was part of their earlier blood-boiling discussion. With his abilities, facing Zhu Tao head-on was not a problem. However, killing him would not be so easy, so he needed an opportunity, a chance to seriously injure Zhu Tao. Only then could he be foolproof, hence this act. Hee, I thought you had some ability, is this all? Zhu Tao dragged the knife on the ground, slowly approaching Li Chen. He enjoyed the fear and struggle of his prey before death. It was the most wonderful thing in the world. It's hard to imagine how normal someone's mind could be to join the ancient god society. The 2 women dragged Li Chen backward, leaving a trail of blood. If you kill us, my father will never let you go. Qin Yiman shouted coldly. A flower in a greenhouse, you shouldn't go outside. It would be much better to stay at home and be the princess of the Qin family, Zhu Tao mocked with a smile. At this moment, he was less than 10 meters away from Li Chen, a distance that was no different from being close for a martial artist. Li Chen's hands were held tightly by the 2 women, and he had no mind to feel anything unusual. His hands were secretly gathering energy and blood. Finally, after the energy and blood had gathered, he struggled slightly with his hands, which was the signal. The 2 women felt the unusual movement in their embrace, and their hearts were shy, but not thinking about other things. They were already prepared to act. Li Chen clapped his hands, and the mountain suppression seal and the sea suppression seal were unleashed simultaneously. This was his strongest attack. Zhu Piaoxue's body was surrounded by ice and snow. And with a palm strike, the ice and snow gathered into a 10-meter wingspan ice phoenix, howling towards Zhu Tao. As for Qin Yiman, 9 sword energies merged into one, tearing through the air and piercing towards Zhu Tao's forehead. What? Zhu Tao was shocked. The attacks from Li Chen and the 2 women made him feel a life and death crisis. His eyes revealed a strong sense of disbelief. He couldn't understand why 3 high school seniors could be so powerful. Instinctively, he activated the defensive martial technique, flame shield, and violent flames erupted from his blood orifices, forming a flame shield in front of him. However, the distance was too close. The flame shield had not even gathered half of its usual power before Li Chen's attack arrived. The mountain suppression seal gathered the power of the 5 mountains and directly shattered the flame shield, then heavily struck Zhu Tao's body. Zhu Tao's flesh had been tempered to be comparable to sea-grade alloy, but under the power of the mountain suppression seal, it was still insufficient. The sound of his hard bones cracking echoed as he was thrown away, blood spraying everywhere. The even more powerful sea suppression seal, gathering the power of lakes and seas, descended from the sky, pressing down on him, causing a violent earthquake to erupt, and a deep pit appeared in front of Li Chen and the others. The ice phoenix carrying an ice storm fell into the pit and the crisp sound of ice shattering rang out as Zhu Tao was struck again. Then, a sword energy with a strong sharpness landed on him, leaving a blood hole deep into his organs. If it weren't for his bones being sufficiently hard, his body would have been pierced through. However, his lung was pierced and the divine treasure inside his lung was damaged, severely affecting his strength. Not to mention Li Chen's attack, which caused cracks to appear in all his bones. His talent was limited and he had only refined the lowest level of snake bone, which was not strong enough. The bones refined by a grand martial master have 4 levels: snake bone, python bone, flood dragon bone, and dragon bone. Each level has a huge difference in strength. At this moment, Zhu Tao's strength could not even be half of its potential. Just as he stood up, the intense sharpness made him feel cold all over. A silver light flashed and a flying knife fell like a meteor, stabbing towards his forehead. Flame knife! Zhu Tao roared, wanting to vent all the frustration in his heart. He had played such a good hand, yet he still prided himself on being an old hand in the game. The flame knife collided with the flying knife and a tremendous force was transmitted from the alloy knife to his body, causing Zhu Tao's feet to sink into the ground. The force was too strong. If it weren't for the alloy knife blocking it, his head would have definitely been pierced through. But it was not the time for him to feel relieved. A continuous barrage of flying knives came like raindrops, stabbing at his body from various tricky angles. Flame shield! Zhu Tao had no choice. Relying on his knife skills, he couldn't completely block them and could only use a comprehensive defensive martial technique. The result was that he simply couldn't withstand it. The rapidly spinning flying knives had powerful penetrating power, capable of piercing through a mountain. The flying knife pierced through the flame shield and landed on him, leaving many blood holes in his body. No way, I have to escape. The great martial artist had a tenacious vitality. Even in this state, Zhu Tao had not completely lost his ability to resist. Flames erupted from his feet, like 2 missiles exploding beneath him, the powerful explosive force propelling him into the air. However, what met him was Li Chen's town sea seal. Looking at the deep blue seal, vast in power like the ocean, blocking his way, despair appeared on his face. A moment of carelessness had led him to a situation of certain death. Flame blade! Zhu Tao exerted all his strength to unleash another flame blade attack, but his power was severely diminished, and the flames were drowned by the ocean. The town sea seal, carrying unmatched strength, suppressed him once again into the deep pit. Cough cough cough. Zhu Tao coughed up blood. All his ribs were broken, piercing into his internal organs, blood gushing out. He thought of his son, who had also had all his ribs shattered by Li Chen, and he never expected that both father and son would suffer the same fate. Ice and snow descended, sword energy broke through the air, and Chu Piaoshui and Qin Yiman did not stop their attacks, continuously inflicting damage on Zhu Tao. A flying knife made of A-grade alloy appeared in Li Chen's hand, shooting out with high speed, the spinning knife creating a whirlwind. Zhu Kuan saw the flying knife but was already too weak to stop it. He was too heavily injured. The knife pierced through his forehead and then shot out from the back of his head, deeply embedding itself in the ground. Zhu Tao's eyes widened. He died with his eyes open, unexpectedly falling at the hands of 3 little brats, and he was unwilling. But no matter how unwilling he was, he could not turn back the tide. He could only blame his carelessness for being ambushed up close by someone of the same level and 2 others comparable to high-grade martial artists, falling into an absolute disadvantage. Zhu Tao, you won't be the last. Li Chen's gaze was cold. Zhu Kuan, Wang, Bin and his son, and all those who conspired against his life would all die. Li Chen jumped down from the deep pit, took the opponent's ring, and then prepared to leave. He had no intention of collecting Zhu Tao's body. He should be left here to feed the beasts. Should I notify my dad and see how he handles it? Qin Yiman looked at Li Chen with a questioning gaze. That works. Li Chen nodded. Zhu Tao's death, whether due to his identity as a great martial artist or the hidden connections behind him, would cause quite a stir. He also didn't know how to handle it properly, and it would be more convenient for Qin He to investigate the forces behind Zhu Tao. Qin Yiman took out a satellite phone. The wilderness could only be contacted through satellite phone. Upon hearing that his precious daughter had been attacked by a great martial artist, Qin He erupted with rage, nearly blowing up the villa. He shot through the sky like a meteor, and the entire Ning city echoed with the sound of powerful explosions, leaving everyone confused about what urgent situation had caused Qin Wuzong to be so anxious. The regiment commander became tense and immediately ordered the reconnaissance camp to carefully observe the movements of Qin Wuzong and the wilderness. In less than a minute, Qin He landed beside Li Chen and the others, his powerful aura causing the grass and weeds within 1,000 meters to bow down, as if welcoming the arrival of a king. Yiman, are you okay? Qin He nervously grabbed Qin Yiman's shoulders. Dad, I'm fine. Qin Yiman comforted her father's anxious heart. Damn Zhu Tao, how dare he touch my daughter? Qin He slammed down, turning Zhu Tao into dust. If Zhu Tao were still alive, he would make him wish he were dead. Dad, calm down, you're getting old and shouldn't get angry. Qin Yiman patted Qin He's back. I'm still young. You little girl, how did you provoke Zhu Tao? Qin He asked in confusion. Cough cough. Uncle Qin, he came for me. Li Chen said awkwardly. You brat, causing trouble and still daring to bring my daughter out, I'll skin you alive. Qin He glared at Li Chen with anger. His precious daughter had almost been lost. He was now itching to kill, unable to imagine what he would do if his daughter were harmed. A powerful momentum surged forward, and the ground beneath Li Chen's feet cracked continuously, making it difficult for him to withstand even with his current strength. The martial sovereign was too strong, far surpassing the great martial masters. He was already a pillar of the Federation. Dad, if you keep this up, I'm going to get angry. Qin Yiman stood in front of Li Chen, glaring angrily at Qin He. Fine, if you want to protect him, I'll just have to strip his tendons right now. Qin He was even angrier. He sensed a troubling sign that his daughter was actually opposing him for a boy her age. This was no different from a daughter he had painstakingly raised, bringing home a punk and saying he didn't understand him. In a father's eyes, all men who approached his daughter were punks. I'm not talking to you anymore. Qin Yiman pouted, turning away and refusing to look at Qin He. Yiman, I was just joking. Qin He forced a smile, fearing his daughter would ignore him. You're being mean to me. I'll tell Mom. What's the point of telling Mom? Dad is just concerned, Qin He said with a forced smile. Li Chen felt like laughing. The dignified martial sovereign actually had such a side, but he had to hold it in. He had no doubt that if he laughed out loud, Qin He would really want to skin him alive. Kid, tell me the whole story. Qin He once again put on a stern face towards Li Chen. It's like this, it all started with his son Zhu, and so on and so forth. Li Chen briefly explained the situation. Your father is Li Xiong? Qin He asked. Uncle Qin knows my father? Li Chen was puzzled. His parents were only at the martial master level. What connection could they have with someone like Qin He, a martial sovereign? I met him once at the Qinglong group. No wonder Zhu Tao wanted to kill you. If he dares to kill Yiman, the possibility of him being a cultist of the ancient god society is very high. Wanting to kill you is not surprising. Qin He analyzed, and the situation gradually became clearer. But Li Chen was even more confused. Why was it reasonable for a cultist to want to kill him? Come on, I'm just a small martial master. I can't handle this kind of scare. The ancient god society, as the Federation's #1 terrorist organization, had many martial kings. If they targeted him, wouldn't he be walking on thin ice? This matter is not suitable for me to discuss in detail. If you want to understand, you'll naturally know when you reach the martial sovereign level. Perhaps you could ask your sisterly AI as well, Qin He said without elaborating. Li Chen felt that this matter was not simple. Even Qin He, a martial sovereign, treated it with such caution. Why doesn't my sister tell me if she knows? Li Chen muttered. Your strength is insufficient. Knowing too much would only add to your troubles, Qin He replied. But my sister is just a great martial master. How would she know if she's not a martial sovereign? Didn't you see the newly released list of titled Great Martial Masters a couple of days ago? Your sister is on it, ranked 5th. Titled Great Martial Masters have authority equivalent to that of a martial sovereign. Qin He looked at Li Chen with a strange expression, not understanding how these siblings could be so oblivious. My sister is always very busy. We rarely keep in touch. Being 5th is too embarrassing for our Li family, Li Chen shrugged, expressing his disdain for his sister. You brat, being able to kill a great martial master is indeed impressive, but don't be too confident, Qin He said, speechless. Did he not know the value of being in the top 10 of titled great martial masters? They were monsters capable of challenging martial sovereigns. Zhu Tao is not clean, and the Wang family is also not clean. First, let's give the Wang family a taste of our strength. Once I find evidence, I'll send them to the afterlife. Qin He's tone revealed a cold decisiveness. Dad, how do you plan to handle this matter? Qin Yiman asked. First, control everyone in the Zhu family, then comprehensively suppress all of the Wang family's businesses. And once we find evidence, wipe them out completely. Dad is so domineering. Don't you see whose dad it is? You are this one. Qin Yiman gave a thumbs up. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Qin He's phone rang. He took it out and saw it was a call from the regiment commander. Commander Su, there's no beast tied. It's just some matters concerning my daughter. There's nothing to worry about, Qin He explained, causing a misunderstanding. After returning to Anqing, Qin Yiman went home with Qin He, while Li Chen sent Xu Piaoxue back to her community before heading home himself. He picked up his phone and thought about sending a video invitation to his sister. It wasn't long before his sister answered, her face covered in a mask with cucumbers on her eyes, leaning close to the screen. Sister, what kind of mask are you wearing in broad daylight? Li Chen complained. You don't understand anything. Skincare doesn't have a time limit. With this stunning face of mine, if I don't take good care of it, wouldn't that be a disservice to the gifts from heaven? Li AI was even more narcissistic than Li Chen. I heard you got a title? Only 5th place. That's quite embarrassing for your brother, isn't it? Li Chen scoffed. Little brother, has it been too long since I last beat you? Are you itching for it? Li AI's eyes glinted dangerously. Next time we meet, who teaches whom is still up in the air, Li Chen retorted disdainfully. With your pathetic grades, just getting into a martial arts university would be a miracle. Then you better open your dog eyes wide and watch how your little brother gets into Jinwu University and takes you along for the ride. I'll be waiting. Sister, I want to ask if there are any secrets about our parents' deaths back then? Li Chen asked in a low tone. There are indeed, but it's not something you should know right now. I will avenge our parents' death. You little brat shouldn't think too much about it, Li AI said seriously. If you won't say it, I'll find out soon enough. Li Chen pouted, confident he could achieve the Title of Grand Martial Master within 6 months. What a narcissistic little brat, Li Ai thought, not believing her brother, who couldn't even grasp a D-level breathing technique, could achieve much. This isn't narcissism, it's confidence. Sister, just wait to be shocked by your brother's strength, Li Chen said passionately, delivering his lines with a touch of teenage drama, while Li Ai rolled her eyes. Stop bragging. Are you trying to die? Li Ai sneered. I won't die, but I might find life boring, Li Chen replied with a grin. A chat box from Qin Yuman popped up, and she sent a message. Sister, I can't talk to you anymore. I have something to do, bye. Li Chen hung up the video call directly. Hey. On the other end, Li Ai was furious. How could he just hang up? She was determined to give him a good talking to next time they met. Grinding her teeth in frustration, Li Chen opened Qin Yuman's message. Zhu Kuan is currently residing at the Wang family and shows no signs of leaving. So cautious, Li Chen clenched his fists. He had asked Qin Yuman to help track Zhu Kuan because he wanted to eliminate the threat completely. But with Zhu Kuan hiding in the Wang family, he had no chance. Wang Xiao was a high-ranking Grand Martial Master, far stronger than Xu Tao, and he was not a match for him at the moment. Just consider it a few more days of life for you. Li Chen suppressed his killing intent, waiting until he was strong enough to take down both Zhu Kuan and the Wang family. At that moment, the Wang family was under a tense atmosphere. The Martial Artist Association had announced that Zhu Tao attempted to kill Qin Wuzong's daughter and was shot dead on the spot by Qin Wuzong. The Wang family had been involved in all of Zhu Tao's actions, and they feared he would expose them. Seeing that the Martial Artist Association and the Martial Masters had not taken further action, they finally felt relieved. However, before they could catch their breath, their subordinates reported that the Qin group was launching a full-scale attack on their business. Many partners, to avoid suspicion from the Qin group, issued statements unilaterally terminating their cooperation with the Wang group. The Wang group's various businesses quickly fell into a state of stagnation. This left the Wang family both angry and helpless. Qin He had struck against them, and they were still only speculating that Zhu Tao's actions were related to them. If there was solid evidence, it would mean a direct confrontation. Bastards, useless. All of them are useless. Wei Chang, Zhu Tao, they can't even handle 3 little brats. At that moment, Wang Xiao was furious in his study, smashing even his favorite vase into pieces. Qin He, you are courting death. Wang Xiao's face was twisted with rage, wishing he could devour Qin He's flesh and drink his blood. The Wang family's group, which had been painstakingly built over the past 40 years, now seemed to be on the verge of collapsing back to the days before liberation. Calming himself, he approached a bookshelf, reached for a vase, and gently turned it 3 circles to the left and 3 to the right. Click. The sound of machinery whirring, a small door appeared in the wall. Wang Xiao stepped inside, entering a secret chamber. Inside was only a computer. Wang Xiao powered it on, entered an 18-digit password, and then logged into a mysterious website. The interface looked like a chat page, and Wang Xiao clicked on one person's avatar, sending a video invitation. Soon, the video connected, and a masked figure appeared in Wang Xiao's view. Elder, Zhu Tao has failed the mission, and now Qin He is intervening, putting our actions in a passive position, Wang Xiao reported honestly. Wang Xiao, you have disappointed me greatly. 2 orphans? Li Ai can be excused. By the time we found her, she had already become the top scorer in the regional college entrance examination and was taken away by the head of the punishment hall of Jinwu University. We had no chance. But this Li Chen, an orphan living under your watch for 2 years, and you couldn't kill him. Now the situation has turned out like this. What punishment do you deserve? The elder was extremely furious, wanting to directly storm into Ning City and eliminate this useless Wang Xiao. Elder, I deserve to die 1,000 deaths, but with Qin He intervening, I have been targeted, making it difficult for me to take action against Li Chen personally. Wang Xiao knelt on the ground, expressing his remorse. Knock, knock, knock. The elder did not respond, tapping his fingers on the armrest, contemplating a strategy. I will arrange for someone to kill Li Chen during the college entrance examination. You must not expose yourself. What you need to do now is to protect your own life first, the elder said indifferently. Yes, elder, Wang Xiao replied respectfully. Noticing that the computer had been silent for a minute, he finally raised his head, only to find that the elder had already ended the video call. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he felt surrounded by the breath of death every time he reported to the elder. Since the elder had given the latest instructions, he no longer sought opportunities to kill Li Chen but instead focused all his efforts on dealing with the business crisis brought by Qin He. At this moment, Li Chen was discussing how to make a name for himself with Qin Yuman and Chu Piaoxue. After deliberation, they decided to go to the state city. Each major district would have a state, and Ning City belonged to the South Ridge District, Yunzhou. Each state city was a large city, with many martial sects stationed there, and some large cities even had martial kings. With many strong practitioners gathering, the martial arts level in large cities was far superior to that in small cities. For instance, Ning City No. 1 High School, the best school in Ning City, would only rank at the bottom in Yun City. As for the capital of the district, it was even more crowded with strong practitioners and prodigies. 90% of the top scorers in the college entrance examination were born in the capital. Shin Yiman said she had already bought tickets for 9 o'clock in the morning and they would set off together tomorrow morning. He initially disagreed with Shin Yiman going out, but after some persuasion, Shin Yiman managed to change his mind. The security in the state city was much tighter, and with his daughter's current strength not being weak, having already activated the top-level divine treasure, she wouldn't be easily bullied. Especially Li Chan. Although he found him quite displeasing, he knew that Li Chan was a prodigy capable of countering great martial masters and wouldn't easily encounter danger. There were no issues on Chu Piaxue's side. Her mother was very supportive of her going out. Especially after Chu Piaxue returned from her training, her smile had noticeably increased and she would occasionally blush as if recalling something. As someone who had been through it, Chu Ro certainly understood what was happening and was happy to let Chu Piaxue go back. She knew her own body wouldn't last long, and the sooner her daughter found a place to settle down, the better. Piaxue, remember to bring your classmates over to play next time. I saw that boy, he really does seem to attract little girls. Chu Ro reminded Chu Piaxue before they left. Mom, what are you talking about? Chu Piaxue said with a playful pout, her face warm enough to fry an egg. Alright, you've grown up, you can make your own decisions. Remember to take your medicine on time, Chu Piaxue reminded her. Don't worry, I won't leave before I see you get married. Mom, if you keep talking nonsense, I won't pay attention to you. Okay, go talk to that handsome guy, he's already at the corner. Chu Ro looked through the window and saw Li Chen in Shin Yiman's car. It was still Shin Yiman who was responsible for picking them up, after all, she had a car. I'm off. Chu Piaxue turned into a gust of wind and jumped down from the 6th floor, swirling like ice and snow, gently landing on the ground. This girl, does she have to be in such a hurry? Chu Ro shook her head and laughed. Li Chen saw a beautiful figure approaching quickly like an ice and snow spirit. Piaxue, no rush, there's still time, Li Chen called out. By the time he finished speaking, Chu Piaxue had already arrived. It was just a short distance, and she made it effortlessly. V-room. The engine roared as they headed to the high-speed train station. Leaving the car in the parking lot, the three of them took out their phones and didn't wait long in the waiting hall before the train arrived. Shin Yiman had booked tickets, naturally opting for business class. She reserved a private room with 4 chairs and 2 beds. Having money is great, Li Chen remarked. Come on, didn't you already get the credits from selling the demon beasts? You have several hundred million now, does this even matter? Shin Yiman replied irritably. Right. Now, Li Chen was the richest but also the stingiest. It's different, this is my hard-earned money, it feels different from taking it from home. I want to experience what it's like to be a rich second generation, Li Chen said with a hint of longing on his face. When you sleep later, prop your pillow up a bit, you'll have everything in your dreams, Shin Yiman teased. Sleeping is so boring, let's play Do Di Zhu. Li Chen pulled out a deck of cards. Sure, Chu Piaxue readily agreed. I'll let you both win, Shin Yiman said disdainfully. You better keep your word. Li Chen rolled his eyes and started dealing the cards. If you lose, you have to draw a turtle on your face. Li Chen tossed a black pen after dealing the cards. Draw it, who's afraid? Shin Yiman retorted. A 2, a straight, good, you 2 farmers lost. Li Chen clapped his hands and picked up the black pen. Don't move. Li Chen leaned close to Chu Piaxue, looking at his handsome face up close, causing her heart to flutter as she forced herself to stay calm. The more Li Chen drew, the bigger his smile became. He truly was a painting genius. Hee, so ugly. Shin Yiman laughed until her stomach hurt. What are you laughing at? It's your turn, Li Chen said with a sidelong glance. Shin Yiman instantly stopped laughing. But the smile wouldn't disappear, it would only shift, and Chu Piaxue burst into laughter. She took out a mirror to look at her face, and an incredibly ugly turtle appeared on her forehead, making her laugh at her own ugliness. In the next round, Li Chen was still the landlord but lost. The 2 girls, with mischievous smiles, each took turns drawing turtles on Li Chen's face. Laughing and shaking with glee, Li Chen glanced at the artwork on his face, not caring. When playing games, one should let loose. The 3 of them played for 2 hours, their faces covered in turtles. By this time, the high-speed train had entered Yun City, and the 3 of them washed their faces before waiting for the train to arrive. Soon, the train came to a stop, and Li Chen and the others stepped out of the high-speed train station, feeling the prosperity of the big city. Li Chen and Shin Yiman had been here before, so it wasn't too novel for them, but Chu Piaxue looked curious. It was her first time visiting another city since she could remember. Yun City was much more prosperous than Ning City, with towering buildings, shops lined up in rows, bustling pedestrians, and a rich atmosphere of worldly life hitting them. They took a taxi and headed straight for the central square of Cloud City. At this time of year, almost every major city in the Federation sets up numerous arenas for high school seniors to challenge each other. The location for the arenas in Cloud City is the central square, the largest square in Cloud City, where the most foot traffic occurs. Challenging here can attract a lot of attention. Are you 3 planning to compete in the arenas? The driver was a friendly middle-aged man. Yes, Li Chen admitted generously. Where are you from? Ning City. You young people are ambitious, but to be honest, there's a big gap between small cities and big cities. Recently, many students from small and medium cities have come to challenge, only to be easily suppressed by local students. Many have been discouraged, so you should be mentally prepared, the driver advised. Don't worry, big brother, I'm here. So the students of Cloud City should be prepared, Li Chen said, his face beaming with confidence, sunlight streaming through the window onto his face, making him look spirited. Hee hee, such vitality. Are these two your classmates? The driver changed the subject with a smile. Yes, we are classmates and good friends. By the way, who is the most famous high school senior in Cloud City right now? Li Chen shifted the topic. If we're talking about the most famous high school senior right now, it would be Deng Zixiao from Cloud City Yulian High School, a third-grade martial artist who has unlocked the top-level Thunder God's Vault. When he strikes, it's like a thunderstorm. I've seen it once, and it was truly like a deity descending. The driver's eyes revealed envy and fear, recognizing the power that could easily kill him. Now that I'm here, he won't be the most famous anymore, Li Chen said as he got out of the car. They had arrived. What a cocky young man. If you're not reckless when young, what's the point? The driver didn't believe him, but he didn't know that soon the name Li Chen would resonate throughout Cloud City, becoming a household name. The central square was packed with people, and in the center, there were continuous booming sounds from ongoing battles. Surrounding the square were 10 large screens broadcasting the fights in the arenas for those on the outskirts to watch. Li Chen glanced around. Everyone daring to step onto the arena was a martial artist, and at the very least, they had unlocked advanced divine vaults. This was a big city. Its foundation was not something a small city could compare to, and any one of them could easily sweep away all the high school seniors from a small city. Li Chen didn't feel threatened by these students. The strongest ones were not on the arena. The top 10 high school seniors. In Yunzhou, Deng Zixiao, Mubai, Chen Xiolu. Xin Yiman opened the Federation News app and clicked on the section for famous figures, then selected the South Ridge region of Yunzhou, where she saw the top news report. Attached below were their battle videos, and they were indeed strong. Xin Yiman admitted she was not their match. Her realm was too low. Li Chen revealed his fighting spirit. Being strong was good. Being weak was meaningless. Let's go, I'll take you in, Li Chen said. As the two girls were curious about how Li Chen would squeeze in, a gust of wind wrapped around them, lifting them into the air and flying towards the arena. Dad, look, someone is flying in the sky. Wow, that's the perfect realm's hurricane step. Amazing. Plus, where did this powerhouse come from? Is he also here to challenge? As soon as Li Chen appeared, he shocked the crowd in the square. A perfect level A-class martial skill was a rare sight even in a big city, and usually only martial sects could achieve it. Li Chen landed directly beside the arena, and the people on the ground automatically stepped back, showing respect and awe for a strong person. Li Chen was unaware that while he was flying, several media outlets and streamers had already captured the scene. Just that one flight made everyone aware of who Li Chen was. Comments flooded in, asking for detailed information about Li Chen, and of course, many also sought information about Qin Yiman and Xu Piaoxue, the two beautiful girls who attracted the attention of many male admirers. Li Chen focused on the battle in front of him. The intense waves of power felt like a gentle breeze to him. Blade of the Gale. A student unleashed their strongest martial skill. A continuous barrage of wind blades swept their opponent off the stage, securing victory. Who wants to challenge? The victor shouted, exuding an air of dominance. I'll go first. Qin Yiman jumped up. Ningcheng's Qin Yiman challenges. Qin Yiman cupped her fists in salute. Ningcheng? Never heard of it. Nia Feng frowned. Watch the sword. Qin Yiman wasn't angry. A long sword appeared in her hand, and the sword energy howled out, spanning the entire arena. Wind blade. Nia Feng struck out with his right hand. A fierce wind surged, coalescing into a wind blade that collided with the sword energy. But soon, his pupils constricted. The sharpness of the sword energy exceeded his imagination. The wind blade was torn apart by the sword energy and continued to stab towards him. Gale step. He merged into the raging wind, quickly dodging. Sword step. Qin Yiman stepped on the sword light, rapidly closing in on him, the sword energy continuously tearing through the air, stabbing towards Niafeng. Her sword energy was incredibly fast. Niafeng couldn't evade it at all. The speed of the sword energy increasing eightfold was no joke. Niafeng could only use defensive martial skills to protect himself. The violent wind howled, forming a hurricane to block the sword energy. However, under the sharpness of the metal energy, the hurricane was pierced through, and the sword energy struck Niafeng, knocking him off the stage. Wow! This Qin Yiman is not only beautiful but also incredibly strong. I'm in love. I wonder if she has a boyfriend. I'm just single. Bro, you're probably going to be single for life. Stop daydreaming. You bastard. As soon as Qin Yiman appeared, she stunned everyone with her stunning beauty and sharp sword energy, leaving a deep impression on all. Her battle video was quickly uploaded to the Yunzhou section, and the view count skyrocketed. Many people learned that a powerful girl had come to Ningcheng. On the other side of the arena, another match concluded. Xu Piaoxue, carrying the wind and snow, landed on the stage like an ice and snow spirit, also drawing attention. Ningcheng's Xu Piaoxue here to challenge. Bring it on. Xu Piaoxue struck, covering the arena with a flurry of ice and snow, a beautiful yet deadly crisis hidden beneath. Her opponent's defenses were broken by the ice and snow, sending them off the stage. The two girls opened with a bang, and then it was Li Chen's turn. Another arena decided a victor. Li Chen stepped into the air, descending with the hurricane. Show off. Is the perfect gale step really that impressive? It really is. Have you mastered the Gale Step? Wah! I'm just getting the hang of it. Ningqing's Li Chen challenges. Li Chen cupped his fists. Luocheng's Luo Yang, please make your move. You better be careful. This stone of mine is quite powerful. Li Chen tossed a piece of rubble he picked up from the roadside. Arrogant. Seeing Li Chen actually use a stone to fight, Luo Yang felt deeply insulted. It was just a stone. He could crush it with a finger. What an arrogant kid. Beat him up. Make him regret it. Li Chen's arrogance stirred up the crowd's anger. Many reporters and streamers' eyes lit up. They loved students with character as they brought topics to discuss. This was Li Chen's intention, to make a name for himself. Being arrogant and domineering was a good path. Be careful. Li Chen clutched the rubble in both hands and then flung it out. The rubble ignited flames from the intense friction with the air at high speed. In an instant, the rubble struck Luo Yang's shoulder. Li Chen didn't want to hurt anyone. Luo Yang couldn't react in time. The speed of the rubble exceeded his dynamic vision's ability to capture it. He felt a sharp pain in his shoulder and then he was already pushed off the stage. Being knocked off the stage meant defeat. He hadn't even realized what happened before he lost. Damn, that technique is like Little Li flying dagger. What level of Little Li flying dagger is this? Mainly his strength. His blood energy is very strong. This is a very strong opponent. Although only a glimpse of Li Chen's limitations, one can still infer his power. Next, Li Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a lonely master. I will fight you. A tall and mighty boy jumped onto the stage, landing on the alloy platform with a dull thud. Clearly a strength-type contestant. Luo Shan, please give me guidance. The newcomer had a serious expression. Luo Yang was his classmate and good friend. They needed to maintain Luo Cheng's reputation. As a medium-sized city, they absolutely could not lose completely to a small city like Ningchang, or they would be ridiculed when they returned. Luo Shang is a second-grade martial artist with a top-level divine concealment and a high-level divine concealment. Practicing an A-level breathing technique, his blood energy has reached 200,000. Plus the characteristics of the two divine concealments, his strength is considered top-notch in Yun City. This will be a good show. Luo Shang had struck out more than a dozen times, leaving a strong impression on everyone. His iron fists were ferocious and unmatched. Indestructible. Shield. To avoid repeating Luo Yang's mistake, Luo Shang first unleashed his strongest defensive martial skill. Combined with his high-level diamond divine concealment, the defensive shield he raised was as solid as a city wall. A fragment of stone appeared in Li Chen's hand again, although his opponent was strong, with a base of 3.6 million blood energy and the Little Li flying dagger exerting 35 times its power. He was very confident. One force can overcome 10 skills. All the flashy techniques are just paper tigers. Luo Shang's expression was not good. He was on high alert, yet Li Chen still appeared completely unconcerned. Using a fragment of stone against an enemy was simply an insult. Come on! Luo Shang shouted angrily, already prepared. Li Chen flicked the fragment of stone with his fingers, and the air in front of him exploded. The stone turning into a meteor as it shot towards Luo Shang. Diamond Fist. A blinding golden light erupted from Luo Shang's fist as if the sun had exploded. This was the power of the top-level diamond divine concealment, greatly enhancing his physical strength. Li Chen did not maneuver the stone to avoid Luo Shang's fist. Although it was simple for him, he wanted to crush his opponent. The fist collided with the stone. The rich golden light was overshadowed by flames. The stone was completely shattered, but the force from the stone poured entirely onto Luo Shang's fist. The golden light exploded, and Luo Shang's indestructible shield was torn apart by the stone dust. A tremendous force struck Luo Shang. He pressed his feet firmly against the ground, but still could not prevent his body from being pushed back. His battle boots wore down half the sole from the friction, leaving 2 black streaks on the A-level alloy platform. Luo Shang, filled with immense unwillingness, lost his footing and fell off the stage. He was defeated by an unstoppable force. Thank you for your guidance, Li Chen said flatly, as if defeating Luo Shang was a trivial matter. Damn, Luo Shang actually lost in one move, and it was to a piece of stone. Although he acted tough, he really is strong. Let me tell you an even more explosive piece of news. He is a first-grade martial artist, said a person holding a realm-sensing telescope, looking shocked. The strongest divine concealment. It must be the strongest divine concealment. Once the news of the strongest divine concealment broke, the entire square erupted. None of the senior students in this year's Yun City had unlocked the strongest divine concealment. Generally, only in places like the capital, where hidden talents abound, could one expect to find a prodigy who had unlocked the strongest divine concealment. Quick, contact the editor-in-chief, reserve a front-page spot for me. Hurry up and edit, spend money to buy traffic and get the video out quickly. The reporters and anchors were very excited. This was big news, a story that could break through state limits and trend in a major region. Even in the entire Federation, the term strongest divine concealment was very eye-catching. Is there anyone else? Li Chen stood on the stage with his hands behind his back, exuding unmatched dominance. For a moment, no one dared to engage in a hard battle. There were no particularly strong students present today. They also needed to cultivate, only coming by every few days to maintain their popularity. Seeing that no one was willing to fight, Li Chen left behind a more pretentious remark. Who can take on my stone? When can I draw my blade? Tomorrow night at 8. I will be here on time. The top 10 of Yunzhou. I await you. Li Chen's body swirled with a hurricane as he left with Chu Paoxue and Qin Yiman. They had also fought 2 matches and emerged victorious. The three wanted to find a place to stay, but after searching several hotels, they found no rooms available. Too many people had come to Yun City during this time. Finally, Qin Yiman suggested trying the most expensive hotel, as ordinary people wouldn't spend there. Li Chen arrived at the only 6-star hotel in Yun City, which indeed wasn't fully booked, but there was only one room left. The 2 girls hesitated slightly, but Li Chen did not hesitate. They were together in the wilderness, so they were used to it. Li Chen decisively paid for a week's stay, entered the room, opened the window, and looked down at the entire Yun City from above. Finally understanding the reason for its high price, it was equipped with a training room, and Li Chen went straight to the training room. His body refinement divine abode had already birthed a divine spirit, which appeared as a little person radiating a wild aura, bathing in divine fire. Upon closer inspection, it was a miniature version of Li Chen. The divine spirit had been born, and it was time to open the second divine abode. Just in time, the Gale Step had also reached the realm of profundity, adding a speed profundity to Li Chen's list of profundities. Li Chen began to operate the true martial breathing technique, starting to impact his lungs. After over 60 impacts, a space appeared in his lungs, and countless divine abodes flashed through his mind. However, when the speed profundity began to operate automatically, Li Chen directly opened the strongest speed divine abode. On one hand, his basic blood energy increased by 360,000, and with the enhancement from the strongest body refinement divine abode, it could reach a full 7.2 million. On the other hand, his speed increased tenfold. Li Chen's current speed could be said to be unmatched among martial masters. Li Chen began to down high-grade nutritional potions, and the space of the strongest divine abode started to fill with energy and blood. At this rate, it would take about 3 days to fill the space completely. Li Chen was not in a hurry. 3 days would pass quickly. However, the consumption of high-grade nutritional potions was significant. If it weren't for Li Chen hunting numerous monsters in the wilderness, he wouldn't be able to sustain it. A smile appeared on Li Chen's face. Another strongest divine abode. Although he had anticipated it, he was still very happy. When Li Chen came out of the training room, seeing the smile on his face, Qin Yiman and Chu Paoxue had their suspicions. "You bastard, you didn't open another strongest divine abode, did you?" Qin Yiman's tone was incredulous. "Qin, little girl, your judgment this time is quite good. The strongest speed divine abode is just average," Li Chen said casually, but the pride on his face was impossible to hide. "Can't you just stop showing off?" Qin Yiman gritted her teeth. "Not showing off is even harder to bear," Li Chen grinned mischievously. "Following you really is a blow to my confidence," Chu Paoxue said with a bitter smile. Being with Li Chen constantly reminded her that she was an ordinary person, and the glory bestowed by Ningqing No. 1 High School made her blush more and more. "Don't worry, following me will definitely ensure that you both start with top-tier divine abodes." Li Chen waved his hand grandly, like a martial emperor in the world. "Look, there's a wild bull flying in the sky." Qin Yiman pointed out the window. "Let me tell you, there is a bit of a pattern to opening divine abodes. The deeper you master martial skills, the greater the possibility of opening strong divine abodes. Even D-grade martial skills can have miraculous effects. You can practice some D-grade martial skills," Li Chen advised. "Do you think we are like you? Just practicing one set of martial skills feels strenuous. Adding a few more would only slow our progress." Qin Yiman pouted, finding it too difficult. "With my guidance, you actually fear that your martial skills won't improve? That's an insult to me as your gold medal mentor." Li Chen pretended to be displeased. The little girl was wrong. "Mentorly, please take a seat and I will help you with a massage." Qin Yiman, hearing that Li Chen was willing to guide her, pulled him to sit on the stool and began to massage his shoulders. A bit more strength, it's a bit hard." Li Chen had a proud look on his face. "Is this strength suitable?" Qin Yiman increased her pressure. "Not bad, very perceptive, just a little worse than the ladies at the club." Club, you lecture." Qin Yiman used her blood energy to give Li Chen a hard press. However, Li Chen felt nothing. The titanium liquid was not absorbed for nothing. Do you often go to the club?" Chu Paoshue's tone carried a hint of disappointment and a bit of nervousness. She didn't understand why. After all, where Li Chen went was his freedom. "I haven't been there yet. Maybe I will in the future." Li Chen's tone was uncertain. Zhang Meng had always wanted to take him there, mainly because Zhang Meng's father had drunkenly revealed the good things about the club, making Zhang Meng itch with desire. But Li Chen refused, not for any other reason. At that time, he wasn't yet 18 and couldn't get in. "Please don't go to such places." As soon as Chu Paoxue said this, she was taken aback. It wasn't her place to manage this. "Not going is fine, but you have to help me with massages often," Li Chen teased. "Big lecture, Paoxue, don't fall for this bastard." Qin Yiman said indignantly. "That's not impossible." Chu Paoxue blushed after saying that. What was she even talking about? "Ha ha, Paoxue, you are really interesting. Come help me massage my legs." Li Chen laughed heartily. Chu Paoxue sat down next to Li Chen and helped him massage his thighs. Deep down, she felt no aversion, just very shy. Li Chen was overjoyed. Having two beautiful women massage him greatly satisfied his vanity. After a while, the three of them went to the training room, where the two women ordered a few D-level martial arts techniques, the same as Li Chen's, to facilitate his guidance. Li Chen practiced while guiding the two women's martial arts, continuing until evening. The three of them went to the hotel lobby for dinner, which was very expensive, so they let Qin Yiman, the wealthy one, pay the bill, saving money. Was Li Chen's principal? After all, his family wasn't well off, right? Back in the room, a problem lay before them. One bed, how could three people fit to sleep? We two will sleep in the bed, the sofa is yours. Qin Yiman took the bed first, signaling Chu Piaoxue to hurry up. Gender equality, we need fair competition. Li Chen refused, it wasn't the wild, he wanted to sleep in the bed too. You, a big man, still have the nerve to compete with us? That's gender discrimination, I can sue you. Then how do you propose we compete fairly? Very simple, rock paper scissors. Fine, let's do it, I don't believe two of us can't beat you. Qin Yiman said proudly. A smile appeared at the corner of Li Chen's mouth. This wasn't about probability, he was quick on the draw and could easily cheat. The three began to play rock paper scissors. In the first round, Li Chen observed the two's moves. He reacted quickly, directly matching Chu Piaoxue's paper to eliminate Qin Yiman. Then he played against Chu Piaoxue, seeing her about to throw scissors. He quickly threw rock to win. It was very simple, relying entirely on reaction and speed to crush them. Destiny has favored me, thank you. Li Chen jumped up and lay on the bed. A 6-star hotel bed was indeed comfortable. You cheated. Qin Yiman protested. If you have the ability, you can cheat too. Li Chen scoffed. I'm so mad. Piaoxue, let's go take a shower. Qin Yiman pulled Chu Piaoxue toward the bathroom. Together? Chu Piaoxue said awkwardly. She wasn't used to showering with others, even if the other person was a girl. What are you afraid of? We can wash each other's backs. Qin Yiman forcibly dragged Chu Piaoxue inside. Soon, the sounds of their playful banter came from inside, and Li Chen felt dry and parched, reciting Buddhist scriptures in his heart. Two girls wrapped in bathrobes came out like water lilies. Emerging from the water, their two pairs of fair little legs exposed to the air, leaving Li Chen dumbfounded, nearly causing a nosebleed. Pervert, don't look. Qin Yiman threatened fiercely. TCH, I wasn't even looking at you. Piaoxue, hurry and hide, don't let this bastard take advantage. Qin Yiman blocked Chu Piaoxue. It's fine. Chu Piaoxue said softly. At least Piaoxue knows the situation. Little girl, why aren't you moving aside? Li Chen waved his hand to shoo them away. I won't let you see. Qin Yiman had a spoiled look on her face. I can't be bothered with you, I'm going to take a shower. Li Chen walked into the bathroom. Not long after, Li Chen came out wrapped in a towel, his bare upper body exposed to the air, muscles like hard stone. A strong male hormone radiated from him, causing both Qin Yiman and Chu Piaoxue to blush. At the same time, such a good figure, the two girls muttered to themselves. Occasionally, they stole glances at Li Chen, afraid he would notice. Girls also like to look at handsome guys, especially someone like Li Chen, who was the campus heartthrob. After drying his hair, Li Chen drank a few tubes of high-grade nutritional potions and meditation potions, then directly lay down on the bed to sleep. The two girls snuggled on the sofa, with Qin Yiman pouting. She had never slept on a sofa at her age. Chu Piaoxue, however, felt nothing. She could sleep anywhere, not picky at all. The three quickly fell asleep, and not long after, Qin Yiman groggily got up to go to the bathroom, then rubbed her eyes and habitually lay down on the bed. Li Chen was in deep sleep and didn't notice, and Qin Yiman soon fell into deep sleep as well. Next morning, Li Chen woke from a dream of youthful recklessness, a dream that felt particularly real, as if a beautiful girl was sharing the bed with him. He woke up feeling unsatisfied, then noticed something was off. Why did it feel like someone was holding him? Groggily, he looked at a pair of delicate white arms, undoubtedly belonging to a girl. The softness of the arms felt somewhat familiar to Li Chen. A dream within a dream, interesting. He thought he was still dreaming, but he quickly realized something was wrong. This bed, this ceiling, wasn't this a hotel room? And this face, wasn't it Qin Yiman? What the hell? What's going on? Li Chen was shocked. He couldn't handle such a sudden turn from Qin Yiman, especially since her pajamas had lost a few buttons in her sleep. Li Chen caught sight of two white peaks, the view resembling a volcanic eruption, causing his nose to heat up and blood to spurt. Instinctively, he reached to wipe it, but as he moved, Qin Yiman woke up. Li Chen's body tensed, already anticipating what would happen next. Sure enough, a sharp scream made his eardrums ache. Bastard! Qin Yiman realized she was holding onto Li Chen with both hands and feet. Scared, she kicked him off the bed. Li Chen, you bastard! Qin Yiman pointed at him, so angry she couldn't speak, tears welling up in her eyes. The scream also woke Chu Piaoxue, and the scene before her made her mind race, conjuring up all sorts of inappropriate images. Let me clarify, it's not my fault, I don't know anything. Li Chen recited a classic scoundrel line. You ran onto the bed and still say it's not your fault. Miss, you need to understand, this bed is mine. Shouldn't you have been sleeping on the sofa? Li Chen's tone was filled with helplessness. I'm not listening, I don't care. Qin Yiman covered her head with the blanket, unable to face the reality that it was indeed her who had climbed onto the bed. She remembered getting up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom and then running to the bed. She wished she could just disappear on the spot. She was still alive, but in this society, she felt like she was already dead. Li Chen pulled out a tissue to wipe the blood from his nose. It was too difficult, he was just an 18-year-old boy, how could he withstand such a test? Chu Piaoshua's eyes, filled with curiosity, swept back and forth between Li Chen and Qin Yimin. She really wanted to know what had happened, but couldn't bring herself to ask. Li Chen went into the bathroom, cleaned up the nosebleed, and then came out in a new set of combat clothes, his face already returning to calmness. As for whether his heart was peaceful, only he knew. Qin Yimin was still hiding under the covers, too afraid to face anyone. I'm going out for breakfast first, Li Chen said, leaving with a sense of fleeing. Chu Piaoshue came to the bedside and tugged at the blanket, but Qin Yimin clung to it tightly. He's gone, it's just me here, Chu Piaoshue said helplessly. Ugh, so embarrassing, I don't want to live anymore, came Qin Yimin's voice from under the covers, on the verge of tears. Nothing really happened, just think of it as hugging a pillow. How can that be? What else can we do? Do you want him to take responsibility for this? I don't want him to take responsibility. Then it's settled. Just pretend it never happened. That would be unfair to that jerk. Qin Yimin said resentfully. Right, it would be unfair to him. Get up, change your clothes, and let's have breakfast, Chu Piaoshue said with a hint of amusement in her tone as the drama from the television played out in reality, feeling both speechless and entertained. Thinking of Li Chen's handsome face and perfect figure, Chu Piaoshue suddenly had a terrifying thought. It must be very comfortable to hug him, right? A flush of embarrassment crossed her face as she felt ashamed of her own thoughts. Li Chen ate breakfast slowly, not daring to go back, and later saw Qin Yimin and Chu Piaoshue come down as well. When Qin Yimin saw him, she snorted coldly and pretended not to see. But she was still forcibly pulled by Chu Piaoshue to sit next to Li Chen. Ahem, this afternoon. The student council at the square will probably be quite strong, so you all need to be careful, Li Chen said, bringing up a serious topic. I'll act according to my abilities, those top-tier ones, I really can't compete with, Chu Piaoshue replied. Qin Yimin buried her head in her porridge, not daring to speak. Breakfast ended in a subtle atmosphere, and the three of them returned to the training room to continue their practice. As they trained, the unusual feelings in Qin Yimin's heart gradually faded. She was originally a carefree person. In the evening, under the eager gazes of many, Li Chen brought the two girls to the edge of the square's arena amidst the swirling winds. They've arrived, finally arrived, everyone. This is the Li Chen who defeated two prodigies with a piece of rubble. The arrogant kid is here. Sisters, he's really handsome, come quickly. My goddess is here too. The jerk Li Chen, hurry up and return my goddess to me. Many reporters and streamers had already taken their positions and started their live broadcasts, waiting for Li Chen's arrival. After a day of build-up, Li Chen's fame had already spread. Whether it was his handsome appearance or his powerful strength, he attracted a lot of attention. A person jumped onto the fighting arena, slapping away the two who were in combat. Li Chen, come and fight, a loud shout drew everyone's attention. Yunzhou's 10th, Xin Ming, 3rd grade martial artist, practicing A-grade breathing technique, with 2 advanced divine treasures and 1 top-tier divine treasure, proficient in A-grade martial skills. A good show is about to unfold. Quick, 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 zoom in. The crowd erupted. They didn't expect the excitement to start right away, as Li Chen was challenged by Xin Ming. Li Chen floated down, like an unparalleled young master from ancient times. Ningqing's Li Chen. Yunqing Xin Ming, come. Xin Ming signaled Li Chen to make a move. He wanted to defeat Li Chen decisively to proclaim Yunqing High School's superior status. Li Chen once again produced a piece of rubble in his hand. If he hadn't activated the second strongest divine treasure, he really wouldn't have had the confidence to defeat Xin Ming with just a piece of rubble. But today was different from yesterday. Although the vitality in the speed divine treasure space hadn't been fully replenished, his total vitality had already reached 5 million. This is a massive number, surpassing that of many great martial artists. If you can push me back a step with gravel, then I admit defeat. Xin Ming's face was grim. A prominent figure like him was actually being looked down upon like this. The onlookers unanimously believed that Li Chen was too arrogant, and Shen Ming was far stronger than Luo Shang and Luo Yang. Then you better be ready to take it. Li Chen swung his right hand, and the gravel, infused with violent power, ignited from the friction with the air and shot towards Xin Ming. Breaking army spear. Xin Ming thrust his spear forward, and a massive gray wolf roared out from the spear tip. The overwhelming aura made the spectators feel oppressed even from a distance. The gravel did not dodge or evade, colliding head-on with the ferocious gray wolf. The wolf, capable of shattering mountains, was pierced by the gravel, leaving a transparent passage through its body. The fiery red gravel magnified in Xin Ming's pupils, his expression shifting from confidence to shock. Break for me. The spear, like a dragon, descended with a cold gleam, carrying immense penetrating power onto the gravel. Shen Ming activated his top-tier penetrating divine concealment, and the martial skill he unleashed possessed formidable penetrating strength. He could pierce through 10 centimeters of C-grade alloy with a single thrust. The gravel was indeed penetrated by the spear, but the force attached to the gravel could not be pierced. The power surged like a tsunami, transferring from the spear to his hand. The spear vibrated rapidly, and Shen Ming felt as if it were a struggling dragon, difficult to control. He gritted his teeth, gripping the spear tightly. If he dropped it, he would lose face terribly. The consequence of this was that all the force had to be borne by his body, the power capable of destroying mountains crashing down on him. Shin Ming did not want to retreat, but before the overwhelming force, his persistence was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Thud thud thud. He stepped heavily on the arena, trying to stabilize himself, but he couldn't hold on, inching closer to the edge of the stage. Anyone with keen eyes could see he was about to fall. Sure enough, Shin Ming stepped into thin air and fell hard to the ground, his face burning with pain, not from the fall, but from embarrassment. He felt he had lost face terribly and wished he could dig a hole to hide in. Whoa whoa whoa, damn. Shin Ming actually couldn't withstand his gravel. How strong is he? That's the recognized 10th in Yunzhou. A fierce dragon crossing the river, a fierce dragon, has come to Yun City. Brothers, our Li god is invincible. Sisters, this is our male god. I can't take it anymore. My legs are weak. He's too handsome. The overwhelming cheers swept across the entire square, and Li Chen's strength exceeded everyone's expectations once again. The quick-witted editor had already written the report and posted it in the trending section. Title: Small but Powerful. Such a title attracted a large number of netizens' attention. After clicking in, aside from sending greetings to the editor's family, they were also captivated by Li Chen's ferocity. Li Chen's search volume was rapidly rising, trending on Yunzhou's hot search. Who else? Li Chen asked arrogantly with his hands behind his back. I want to hit him too, Qin Yiman whispered to Chu Piaoxue. Li Chen looked too much like a bully. Well, that is indeed a bit arrogant. Chu Piaoxue pondered her words. The thoughts of the two women mirrored those of many others, but thinking of Li Chen's strength, their anger slightly cooled. Compared to losing face, they might as well be angry. After all, life is meant to endure hardships. After waiting for a while, no one stepped up until someone jumped from outside the square, covering a distance of 2,000 meters and crashing onto Li Chen's stage. Yun City Sudong, here to challenge. A slender young man with a cold expression, carrying a large knife on his back, was Sudong, the 5th in Yunzhou. Coming from a martial arts family, his large knife made many senior students gasp for breath. He had always been a prominent figure in Yun City. With a cold exterior and a stern personality, he was a young man of great character. Ningchun Li Chun. Facing the young man, Li Chen felt as if he were confronting a sharp dagger. An ordinary martial artist would weaken by 3 points just under Sudong's imposing gaze, struggling to muster the courage to strike. Sword master, I have some understanding of swordsmanship as well. How about we have a duel? A metal knife appeared in Li Chen's hand, its dark red surface stained with the dried blood of a demon beast. A thick aura of blood emanated from the knife, and a murderous energy began to radiate from Li Chen, causing those martial artists who had never tasted blood, as well as ordinary people, to look at him with fear, as if facing a cold-blooded killer. A knife? Sudong's eyes sparkled with intensity. He had a deep interest in opponents who wielded knives. Then let's have a duel. Sudong drew a large knife from behind him, a stronger blade aura erupting from him. He was a pure knife master. Li Chen also emanated a blade aura, but it was not as pure as Sudong's. After all, he had many techniques, and the knife was not his strongest method. First style of the slaughtering knife: endless slaughter. A thick killing intent erupted from Sudong. Since he began his training as a martial artist, he had ventured into the wilderness, and more demon beasts had died at his hands than at Li Chen's. A blood-red blade energy, infused with a powerful killing aura, slashed down towards Li Chen's head, the rich scent of blood piercing Li Chen's nostrils, making his head spin slightly. The killing intent was too fierce. One knife to sever the river. Li Chen struck with the force of Manhwa, unleashing a blade energy that carried the momentum of splitting a great river. The air emitted a sharp explosion, unable to withstand such powerful blade energy. The two blade energies collided in the middle, scattering powerful blade energy and leaving dense scratches on the A-grade alloy. Although shallow, this was still A-grade alloy. The dissipating blade energy shot into the sky, leaving a trail that stretched for 1,000 meters. Sudong's A-grade slaughtering knife technique had reached a refined level, surpassing Li Chen's severing river technique by a tier. However, Li Chen's strength was greater, even facing an opponent with 2 top-tier divine treasures and a 3rd-tier martial artist with a high-level divine treasure. They still presented a situation of equal footing. The voice of the system echoed in Li Chen's mind. Sudong's slaughtering knife technique began to enhance the speed of Li Chen's severing river technique, soon reaching a refined state. Again! Li Chen's enthusiasm surged as he wielded the knife with both hands, striking out again with an even stronger blade energy aimed at Sudong. Second world, slaughtering the world. Sudong also slashed out a knife, infused with the will to slaughter the demon beasts of the world, the thick killing intent staining the air blood red. The two even more powerful blade energies collided, rolling waves of force radiating from the arena, pushing back the onlookers who were forced to retreat by the fierce wind. The power was too strong. The deafening roar made ordinary people cover their ears, as if thunder had exploded beside them, plunging them into a brief state of deafness. Ultimately, Li Chen's blade energy was superior, suddenly increasing in strength by 7 times, a force Sudong could not withstand. The blade energy descended upon Sudong's head. Facing this overwhelming crisis, Sudong remained calm, as he was already accustomed to it. Blade barrier. Sudong executed a defensive martial technique, the blade energy piercing the heavens, a heavy blade aura enveloping him. At that moment he perfectly embodied the concept of unity between man and blade. The severing river blade energy struck. The blade barrier, a blinding light erupting, dazzling the eyes of the crowd, more intense than a light bomb explosion. When all the fluctuations settled, the blade barrier surrounding Su Dong had shattered, and his figure had retreated to the edge of the arena. I lost, Su Dong said decisively, his face showing no signs of frustration. A momentary defeat meant nothing to him. He was a true warrior. His father was a soldier, and under his influence, he possessed the soldier's tenacity and resilience. Thank you for the match. You were strong, Li Chen said sincerely. You are even stronger. I look forward to our next battle. Su Dong transformed into a flash of blades, rushing out of the square, coming and going in a hurry. Today ends here. I will be waiting for your challenge at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Li Chen jumped down from the ring, handing it over to Chu and the others. The two women also jumped onto the stage, fighting 3 matches in a row, with wins and losses, gaining a lot. Li Chen stood in the midst of the storm, taking the two women away, returning to the hotel once again. Li Chen left, but the storm he caused created a sensation online. Yunzhou 10th defeated with 1 stone. Yunzhou 5th repelled with 2 blades. Li Chen, the fierce dragon from a small town, reveals an unstoppable dominance. Whether in short videos or news reports, the views about Li Chen rose rapidly. In Yunzhou, many people came to know this powerful talent from Anqing, and even in the entire Nanling region, Li Chen gained a certain level of fame. The strongest divine treasure, the unfathomable martial arts, the handsome appearance, and the arrogant dominance attracted the attention of many. At this moment, the most intense reactions came from Ningqing, especially from the 5th middle school. Although they thought Li Chen was impressive, they never expected him to be this formidable. Wang Feng had said that Li Chen was fierce in the training camp, but the Ningqing training camp was just a small town camp. Compared to the big cities, it was like heaven and earth. Yet Li Chen, upon arriving in Yun City, displayed an invincible dominance which they never anticipated. The principal was so excited that he nearly smashed the table. He was thrilled that the worst 5th middle school had produced such a true dragon. Who would dare to show him a bad face in the future? He took out his phone and quickly dialed the number of the principal of the 1st middle school. Old Song, have you seen the video online? Yes, the one about my student Li Chen. Impressive, right? I'm quite pleased that our 5th middle school's teaching level has improved. On the other end of the line, Principal Song of the 1st middle school had a terrifyingly dark expression, feeling like he had been slapped in the face. He watched the battle video of Chu Piaoxue, whose strength had far exceeded his expectations, but compared to Li Chen, she seemed somewhat overshadowed. There was no way to refute it. Li Chen also paid attention to the news online. He opened the section of fame across the world, selected the Nanling region, and found that the homepage was still dominated by students from Nanling City. Li Chen showed a look of dissatisfaction. The sensation he caused was not enough. To make big money in the college entrance examination, he had to stand out in the region. There's still time. Li Chen glanced at his imposing figure, telling himself not to rush. After practicing with the 2 women for a while, it was time to rest again. It's time for rock paper scissors, Li Chen said. I won't guess. I want to sleep in bed. Xin Yiman directly climbed onto the bed and refused to move. Li Chen had no choice but to go to the sofa to sleep. Chu Piaoxue's eyes sparkled with something unusual, not knowing what she was thinking. In the middle of the night, Li Chen felt someone sleeping beside him. Having learned from last night's lesson, he didn't sleep too deeply. He opened his eyes and met a pair of bright, shy eyes, the rosy cheeks, a beautiful sight in the world. Chu Piaoxue's heart was racing. She didn't understand her mysterious actions. Perhaps the scene from that morning had impacted her, or maybe other thoughts were at play. She regretted it deeply, feeling like she had lost her mind. She simply closed her eyes, pretending to be sleepwalking, tightly hugging Li Chen with her hands and burying her head in his neck. What's going on? Li Chen doubted he was dreaming again, giving himself a slap on the left hand. Smack! A sound, and he realized it really hurt. Chu Piaoxue was amused by Li Chen's action, and on a whim, she kissed his cheek, then felt a rush of heat all over, burying her head in his neck, not daring to look at him. Li Chen touched the spot where he was kissed, revealing a silly smile. It felt like he had been kissed, truly like a dream. Feeling the warmth from those around him, Li Chen turned and embraced the girl in his arms. If the girl was bold enough to take the initiative, what was there for him to fear? The two fell asleep with a myriad of thoughts, but neither of them slept well. It was strange for 2 young bodies to be so close and still find rest. Li Chen dared not go too far, fearing he might scare Chu Piaoxue, so he could only endure the discomfort and try to calm his restless heart. When he woke up, he found that the person in his arms was no longer there. Chu Piaoxue had gotten up early to practice. She couldn't let Qin Yiman see her lying on the sofa with Li Chen. Li Chen felt a sense of loss, the faint fragrance lingering on his shoulder making him feel quite attached. After washing up, he arrived at the training room, where Chu Piaoxue was avoiding Li Chen's gaze, not daring to look at him. What's wrong? Did you sleep with someone last night, and now you're turning your back on them today? Li Chen said with a mischievous smile. Of course not. Chu Piaoxue wished she could disappear into the measuring device. Once the hormones faded and rationality took over, the bravery from last night had long since been thrown into the Arctic Ocean. Oh, so it turns out I was dreaming. The dream felt so real that I couldn't tell the difference. Chu Piaoxue didn't dare to respond and could only practice her martial arts, pretending not to care. It wasn't long before Xin Yiman also got up. It was another day of training. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Li Chen arrived at the central square on time. His graceful figure descended under the lights like a hurricane, and once again, the arena was empty, reserved specifically for Li Chen. This was the status earned through battle, the uncrowned king of Yunzhou. The intense flashes of cameras illuminated the arena completely, with over 100 media outlets present, and the number of streamers was in the thousands. The name Li Chen had become synonymous with traffic. Who dares to fight? Li Chen's voice echoed far and wide, exuding an overwhelming presence. A person jumped up. He had been waiting there. This person was Chen Xiaolu, ranked 3rd in Yunzhou. She was also the strongest female high school student in Yunzhou, one of the hottest competitors, rivaling even the top-ranked Deng Zixiao, as her beauty naturally attracted a massive following. Especially with her bold outfit, the concentration of hormones in the air skyrocketed. Countless naive boys had their phone screens filled with images of Chen Xiaolu. She wore a lace outfit, her snow-white skin partially visible, evoking a sense of dreamy allure. The imagined beauty was the most perfect kind. Her lower half was clad in an ultra-short skirt, her fair thighs sealed in black stockings, which also sealed the rationality of many male compatriots. Xiaolu, I love you. Xiaolu, you're the most beautiful. Xiaolu, I want to have your babies. A group of fans screamed. The scene was shocking, and Li Chen was a bit worried that if he won today, he might not safely return to the hotel. As a healthy man, Li Chen couldn't help but steal a few more glances at her. It was a natural reaction, unrelated to morality, and all men could testify for Li Chen. Bah! Big pervert. Xin Yiman glared at Li Chen disdainfully. Is it just me who likes this kind of outfit? But it's so embarrassing. Chu Piaoxue seemed to think of something, her face reflecting the glow of the setting sun. Yun City's Chen Xiaolu, please give me your guidance. Ning City's Li Chen, please. Li Chen, shall we make a bet? Chen Xiaolu didn't rush to make a move but instead said something that surprised Li Chen. If I remember correctly, Article 13 of the Federal High School Regulations states that students are not allowed to participate in any form of gambling. If discovered, they will face disciplinary action or expulsion, Li Chen pondered. Ha ha ha, what is Li Chen thinking? That's hilarious. Goddess Chen wants to bet with him and he actually brings up the school rules. This Li Chen is too interesting. Li Chen's response left everyone astonished. Who would have expected such an answer? Interesting, how do you remember the school rules? Chen Xiaolu's eyes sparkled with interest. Wait until you copy it 100 times, then you'll remember, Li Chen said in a flat tone, unaware that the people below were laughing so hard their stomachs hurt, as it seemed Li Chen was still a problem student at school. Interesting, take this. Chen Xiaolu swung the long whip towards Li Chen. The whip moved like a dragon, its surging power transmitted to the tip. The whip had a characteristic: the tip could concentrate the force of the strike and release it. A cold gleam shot out from the whip's end, like a black scorpion's tail shooting a beam of light. The speed of the cold gleam was fast, no less than Li Chen's flying knife, and in an instant it was already in front of him. Li Chen did not counter or dodge, as if he were stunned, causing everyone's hearts to race. Taking a whip from Chen Xiaolu was no joke, especially since Li Chen hadn't even had time to use his defensive skills. Just at the critical moment, a silver light burst forth from Li Chen's body, shining brilliantly under the lights. The fiery snake splashed, and the cold gleam struck Li Chen's chest as if hitting a solid alloy wall. Li Chen glanced at his chest, leaving only a small mark, which was harmless. Quite comfortable, like acupuncture. Li Chen revealed 2 rows of neat and white teeth, but this comment made Chen Xiaolu feel uncomfortable. Wow, your muscles look really solid, let me try my python constriction. Chen Xiaolu quickly approached Li Chen, and under the influence of her blood energy, the long whip began to grow and extend rapidly, transforming into a giant python. The python coiled around Li Chen's body and then tightened quickly, capable of twisting even an alloy pillar into a twist. However, Li Chen did not dodge or evade, standing quietly in place. The giant python, with its immense constricting power, fell upon him, but the light erupting from Li Chen became even more dazzling. Open for me. Li Chen pushed with both hands, the rolling blood energy within him flowing like a river, and a mountain crushing force erupted from his hands, forcibly prying the giant python open. Chen Xiaolu's brows furrowed slightly. Before coming, she had thought Li Chen would fight her with flying knives or sword techniques, but she never expected that she couldn't do anything against him relying solely on defense. Not bad, not bad, better than a massage. Li Chen twisted his neck left and right, producing cracking sounds like a massage, feeling relaxed all over. Damn it, why do I feel like this guy is teasing my goddess? Be confident, yes, your goddess is giving him a massage. Bastard, I want to kill him. Li Chen's arrogance once again stirred up public outrage, but the reporters and anchors were thrilled. Arrogance was good, the more arrogant, the better. They had already thought of the headlines. Yunzhou's third goddess massages, Li Chen says it's very comfortable. Massage experience officer Li Chen, first try of Yunzhou's third goddess's massage technique. Such headlines would surely provoke explosive reactions. As for whether the public would curse their entire family, they didn't care, they just wanted traffic. What other techniques do you have? Bring them on, Li Chen raised an eyebrow, utterly carefree. There are many techniques, just afraid. You can't handle it, handsome, Chen Xiaolu smiled with infinite charm. Don't worry, I'm still young, you don't need to worry about my stamina, Li Chen teased. Mom, I want to go home, this isn't something a child should hear. Woo-woo, how come I, a kindergarten kid, don't quite understand? Is this something you can listen to for free? Their conversation left the onlookers exchanging glances. This was a competition arena, not their private bed. Dragon dive. Chen Xiaolu unleashed her strongest martial skill, her body swirling around, concentrating all her power into the long whip, which shot towards Li Chen's chest with immense penetrating and constricting force. The air emitted a sharp, piercing sound, and a shockwave erupted, striking Li Chen hard in the chest. Drink! Li Chen shouted angrily, his body standing firm like a stabilizing needle, the tip of the long whip piercing his chest, unleashing even more dazzling lightning. The lightning splashed out 100 meters away, illuminating the night sky. A small dent appeared on Li Chen's chest, but under the stimulation of his blood energy, it quickly recovered. Nice one, Li Chen gave a thumbs up to Chen Xiaolu. Chen Xiaolu looked speechless, her strongest attack couldn't break through his defense, and now she was feeling a bit defeated, questioning her life choices. I lost, Chen Xiaolu said straightforwardly. With Li Chen relying on his defense, it was impossible for her to win. She shot out of the square like a wild goose. I'll still come to you for a massage next time, Li Chen called out loudly. Chen Xiaolu landed on the ground, stumbling and almost twisting her ankle, straining her back. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? Li Chen's voice echoed across the square. No one responded. It was a joke. Even the third-ranked from Yunzhou couldn't break his defense. Would they just go up to tickle him? Seeing no one stepping up, Li Chen jumped down, leaving the stage for others. Chu Piaoxua and Qin Yiman took the stage again, battling 3 rounds, with wins and losses. The 3 were surrounded by a whirlwind as they returned to the hotel, another day of showing off their dominance. At this moment, news about Li Chen was once again flying everywhere, with many discussing who was stronger between Li Chen and Deng Zixiao. Since Deng Zixiao had gone to challenge other major cities and couldn't return for the time being, fans from both sides were engaged in a war of words on various platforms, and Li Chen's fame was growing louder. Yunzhou's fastest senior. Yunzhou's toughest high school student. The high school student who monopolizes the 3 goddesses. Each headline was very eye-catching, and clicking on them led to reports all about Li Chen. While Li Chen and the others were practicing in the training room, the doorbell unexpectedly rang. Li Chen opened the door to see a young man accompanied by a middle-aged man standing at the entrance. The young man was someone Li Chen recognized, a well-known figure in Yunzhou, none other than Mu Bai, the second-ranked in Yunzhou, who had always been at the forefront of the Yunzhou sector. Li Chen was unsure why they were looking for him. If it was a challenge, they could easily do it in the arena. Are you looking for me? Li Chen asked, his tone filled with doubt. Can't we come in to talk? Mu Bai said with a smile. Whatever you want to discuss can be done here. I'm curious how you found out my room number. Isn't a 6-star hotel supposed to keep that confidential? Li Chen frowned. This is my family's hotel. It's easy for me to know your room, Mu Bai replied proudly. I want to know how you plan to handle leaking private information, Li Chen said coldly. Li Chen, this isn't Ning City. Watch your words. Some people are not someone you can offend. Mu Bai's eyes narrowed. In all of Yunzhou, the Mu family's power ranked in the top 3. Who would dare offend them? Oh, is that a threat? Li Chen's voice turned icy. He hated being threatened, yet there were always those who liked to threaten him. The commotion caught the attention of the 2 women. Mu Bai, peering through the door, saw the beautiful faces of Qin Yiman and Chu Piaoxua, and thought about how Li Chen was sharing a room with them, enjoying the blessings of having both by his side, which filled him with intense jealousy. Although he wasn't lacking in women, he had never possessed someone like Chu Piaoxua. Chen Xiaolu had never even looked at him. He had no way with her, as she was the daughter of the head of the Yunzhou martial arts house, an official big shot. You can think of it that way, Mu Bai did not deny it. What threat could someone from a small town pose to him? Let's go, and by the way, let's leak the information about this hotel. Casually leaking private information, Li Chen called to the 2 women, preparing to leave. I didn't let you go. Mu Bai stood in front of Li Chen. Oh, just because of you? Young man, you have some skills, but this is not a place for you to act wild. The middle-aged man behind Mu Bai spoke up. A powerful aura pressed down on Li Chen. This was a great martial master, much stronger than Zhu Tao. Li Chen coldly glanced at the 2, the atmosphere tense and ready to explode. He wanted to leave, and the great martial master couldn't stop him. I came here to tell you one thing. Tomorrow, Deng Zixiao will return to Yun City. After you defeat him, I will challenge you, and then you will lose to me. Remember, this is a notification. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of Mu Bai's mouth. He enjoyed this feeling of bullying others with power. Oh, being an actor without a performance fee is not suitable. After the deed is done, I'll give you 1,000 as a performance fee. Mu Bai's expression was as if he was bestowing a great favor upon Li Chen. This is the second in Yunzhou, truly a disgrace to Yunzhou. Qin Yiman sneered, unable to tolerate such a bully. Qin Yiman, right? If you stay alone in this room tonight, I'll pretend you never said anything. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen to you. Mu Bai's eyes revealed a lewd glint, and anyone could understand what he was thinking. I'll chop you up. Xin Yuman, with her fiery temper, couldn't stand anyone teasing her except for Li Chen. She thrust her sword directly at Mubai's eyes. Heh, if you strike first, then you can't blame me. Mubai's fingers transformed into a jade-like appearance and reached out to grab Xin Yuman's sword. The second in Yunzhou, he was confident he could take down Xin Yuman. Xin Yuman's sword was caught, unable to move at all. The gap in their realms was too great. Mubai was a third-grade martial master practicing an S-grade breathing technique, his blood energy enough to crush. Get lost. Li Chen made his move. Xin Yuman could only let him bully her. No other man could touch a hair on her. He directly unleashed the town sea seal, a palm-sized deep blue martial seal condensed in his palm, a highly concentrated town sea seal even more powerful. Mubai felt a strong threat and realized that Li Chen's displayed strength on the arena was only half of what he could do. Uncle Quan, Mubai shouted urgently. Your opponent is me. Mu Quan arrived late but quickly, his palm turning jade green as he struck towards Li Chen's town sea seal. Boom! A loud explosion sounded as both of them pressed all their power tightly in their palms. The concrete beneath them exploded, revealing a metal floor made of B-grade alloy, which was not severely damaged. The entire hotel shook, and the guests in other rooms thought there was an earthquake. Li Chen staggered back a dozen steps. The gap in power was too great. This Mu Quan had completely condensed his python bone, his blood energy enhanced by 80 times compared to when he was in the divine concealment realm. His blood energy far exceeded Li Chen's. If it weren't for the strength of Li Chen's town sea seal and his own physical strength, he would have been seriously injured by now. Oh, so powerful, I can't let you live. A killing intent appeared in Mu Quan's eyes. A second-grade martial master who could take his palm without injury, he certainly understood what that represented, an unparalleled genius with 2 supreme divine concealments activated. He became completely serious, his whole body turning jade green, stepping forward to chase Li Chen. The jade green palm drove all his strength down towards Li Chen's head, aiming to crush it. Killing someone from a small city in Yun City would have consequences, but he could bear them. Li Chen knew he couldn't take it head-on, but his expression remained calm. It wouldn't be so easy for the great martial master to kill him. A whirlwind surrounded him, and his body quickly dodged along with the wind. The supreme speed divine concealment increased his speed tenfold, leaving behind after-images. At this moment, Mubai was also attacking the 2 women. After Li Chen dodged Mu Quan's attack, 5 flying knives made of A-grade alloy shot out from his hand, aimed at Mubai from 5 directions. Mubai's body was covered in sweat, a powerful death threat enveloping him. His entire body turned into jade, and a defensive shield made of jade enveloped him. But that was not enough. The flying knife pierced through the defense shield and struck his jade-like body. Even the S-class skilled jade body could not withstand Li Chen's flying knife. The knife embedded itself in his body, and the blood energy contained within it exploded, creating 5 bloody holes in Mubai's body, damaging even his internal organs. The tremendous force sent Mubai flying, and his body crashed heavily against the alloy wall, blood gushing out uncontrollably. You're seeking death. Mu Quan's eyes turned blood red, his protection had failed. As the captain of the guard, he had reached the end of his rope and would face severe punishment. Only by killing Li Chen could he lessen his guilt. The entire room was illuminated by a green light, which shone through the windows and reached thousands of meters away. A massive green palm print enveloped the entire room, with Li Chen and the other 2 within its attack range. Li Chen's pupils constricted. He was not worried about himself, but Xin Yuman and the other would definitely not hold up. He transformed into a whirlwind, holding onto Chu Piaxue and the other, then exerted all his strength to activate the titanium body. The palm print was already upon them. A thunderous force struck Li Chen's back. Even the invincible titanium body could not withstand it, as the power penetrated through his skin and into his bones and internal organs. Li Chen felt intense pain, blood spewing from his mouth, and he was thrown away while holding the 2 women. Just as he was about to crash into the alloy wall, he forcibly twisted his direction and quickly fled down the corridor. Even while escaping, he did not forget to eliminate Mubai. A flying knife tore through the air and shot towards Mubai's head. This knife was enough to take Mubai's life. At this critical moment, a green finger ray struck the flying knife, altering its trajectory and causing it to hit the alloy wall, which, even though it was B-class alloy, was penetrated. Mu Quan was drenched in sweat. Just a little more, and Mubai would have died. If Mubai died, he would be worse than dead. He never expected Li Chen to be so reckless, daring to kill the Mu family's young master in Yun City. Audacious was an understatement. He wanted to pursue, but given Mubai's condition, he did not dare to chase, and, moreover, he believed he could not match Li Chen's speed. He chose to stay behind to check on Mubai's injuries and report the matter to the Mu family. Injuring someone from the Mu family in Yun City would not go unpunished. Li Chen, carrying Qin Yiman and the other, crashed through the glass of the corridor and then, surrounded by a whirlwind, quickly left the air outside. He headed straight to the central square. He needed to expose this matter first to stir public opinion, which might allow the 3 of them to survive the impending storm from the Mu family. At this moment, the challenges in the square were still ongoing, and the square was still crowded. The iconic whirlwind arrived, and everyone knew Li Chen had come. Li Chen landed directly on a stage, and as the crowd looked on in confusion, they saw him spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, his chest stained red. The two women looked anxious as they supported Li Chen, tears welling in their eyes, struggling not to cry. "Li bastard, are you okay?" Qin asked, flustered. Hurry, and heal." Chu Piaoxue took out advanced external injury spray and high-grade healing medicine. Qin Yiman also reacted quickly, pulling out the external injury spray to apply to Li Chen's wounds. As for Chu Piaoxue, she let Li Chen lie in her arms, feeding him the healing medicine. In truth, Li Chen could stand firm, but if he could lie in Chu Piaoxue's embrace, why bother standing up? What the hell is going on? What happened to Li Chen? Who could hurt him? Has Deng Zixiao returned? Does Deng Zixiao have that ability? Li Chen's injuries caused a stir. Who could injure Li Chen, who even Chen Shelu could not break through? Those moving slowly were still discussing, while the quick reporters had already rushed onto the stage with microphones. "Mr. Li Chen, I am a reporter from the Yun City Daily. May I ask what happened to you?" One reporter asked, rushing in front of Li Chen. "I was attacked by Mu Bai and his guards," Li Chen replied. "Mu Bai from the Mu family?" the reporter asked uncertainly. "Yes." Li Chen nodded. "I suddenly remembered I have something to do. Let's talk next time." The reporter quickly fled the scene at a faster pace, not forgetting to take the photographer with him. They were from a small newspaper. How could they dare report negative news about the Mu family? Many media outlets and anchors who had been rushing forward suddenly froze in their tracks and then turned to leave, not wanting to provoke them. "Honey, have you given birth to the fifth child?" "I'm on my way." "What? Grandma fell?" "I'm coming back." "You want to get back together with your ex?" "I'll send you a ring right away." One by one, the reporters and anchors pretended to have urgent matters and quickly left. Even many onlookers dispersed, showing the Mu family's power in Jin City. But not everyone left. There were still some scattered students and a few bold mercenaries, and one media outlet remained at the scene. "Mr. Li Chen, hello, I'm a reporter from the Nanling Evening News. You mentioned that Mu Bai attacked you with bodyguards. Could you tell us what happened?" a female reporter asked. The Nanling Evening News is one of the official media outlets of the Nanling region and has no qualms about the Mu family. At this moment, the female reporter was very excited. This was big news, an exclusive report. It was like this: we were staying at the Muyun Hotel, and then Mu Bai came directly to my door, threatening me and asking me to cooperate with him in a play, making me pretend to lose to him in tomorrow's challenge. He was extremely arrogant and rude, saying he was the king of Yun City, that even the head of the Wu family had to serve him tea, and the president of the Martial Artists Association had to serve him food, even the governor of the region. Ahem. Mr. Li, how is your injury now? Have you reported it to the Wu family? The female reporter quickly interrupted, as he had already mentioned the regional governor. If he continued, would he say the federal president had to wash Mu Bai's feet? "My injuries are very serious. My bones and internal organs have been severely injured, and my life is in grave danger. As a loyal youth to the Federation, I make a serious accusation against the Mu family," Li Chen said indignantly. This incident was broadcast live, and the news spread widely, with people from all over the Nanling region entering the live stream to follow the matter. Li Chen was now a celebrity, having been attacked. This was a serious issue, and everyone was paying attention to the follow-up. If Mu Bai remained unharmed and Li Chen continued to be persecuted, they would definitely lash out against the Mu family online. As for offline activities, netizens only engage in online peak competitions. Offline is another division, and they generally do not participate. The female reporter was very professional and knew what the public was concerned about, conducting a thorough report with Li Chen on the matter. This incident was rapidly spreading, with almost every city in the Nanling region having citizens paying attention to it. This represented a conflict between the common people and the martial arts elite, a very sensitive and attention-grabbing topic. Principal Li Chen and Qin Yiman are in trouble. Lu Gao called the principal of the 5th high school. "What happened? What trouble are they in?" The principal was anxiously pacing. These were his two precious students. They were attacked by the Mu family in Yun City. Li Chen was seriously injured and is being reported by the Nanling Evening News. "Damn it, the cursed Mu family, I'll handle this." The principal of the 5th high school had his wife open the live broadcast of the Nanling Evening News and quickly dialed the president of the Ningxing Martial Artists Association. At this time, Qin He also received news from the housekeeper. He flew into the sky and headed towards Yun City. Daring to touch his daughter, he would also confront the Mu family. Jiang Peipei reported this matter to the regiment leader, who decisively reported it upwards, as Li Chen was a promising candidate for the military, requesting higher-ups to intervene for protection. At Xinwu University, in the Hall of Punishments, Li Ai was reporting her work to the hall master. Her roommate rushed in, holding a phone. "Xiao Ai, it seems your brother is in trouble." "What?" Li Ai's aura erupted. Who dared to touch her brother? She snatched her roommate's phone to understand the situation, and was about to rush out to settle accounts with the Mu family. "Xiao Ai, don't be anxious," the voice of the palace master calmed Li Ai down. "It will take you 2 days to get there, which is too long." "I will handle this matter," the palace master said. "Thank you, teacher." Li Ai expressed her gratitude. The palace master was a martial king. If she was willing to speak, what was the Mu family? The trial is about to begin, so prepare well. Don't worry about other matters. Yes, teacher. Li Ai calmed down, but a voice in her heart insisted that after the trial, she would make the Mu family pay the price. Her brother was not someone anyone could touch. In Yun City's martial house, this matter had also reached here. Shaoli, why are you in such a hurry? A stern-looking middle-aged man stopped a young officer who wanted to report. To the house master. Master Mu, I have something to report to the house master. Is it about Li Chen? Yes. I will handle this matter. Is it appropriate to disturb the house master over such a trivial issue? But, what, can't my position as deputy house master command your attention? The stern middle-aged man's face turned serious. Master Mu, you are being too harsh. The young officer felt that this matter was inappropriate. Master Mu was the second uncle of Mu Bai, and it was absolutely wrong to leave it to him to handle. However, the higher the rank, the more oppressive it was, not to mention several levels above. He had no way to resist. Mu Qing rushed to the square with two subordinates. He was there to quell the matter, and as for how to quell it, it was naturally to place all the blame on Li Chen, as this was the territory of the Mu family. A powerful aura descended from the sky, and two uniformed officers landed from above. The aura of the martial sect was unrestrained and unreserved, directly suppressing Li Chen and the three others, as well as the reporters. Li Chen felt suffocated, let alone Qin Yiman, Chu Piaoxue, and the reporters and photographers. The newcomers are not friendly, for words appeared in Li Chen's mind. The martial house is handling matters. Bystanders should retreat. The senior officer behind Mu Qing said coldly. Why are you using intimidation against the victim? Do you not respect federal law? The female reporter questioned angrily. This is not your concern, and who says he is the victim? They are all criminals who intentionally harmed others. Now we are here to apprehend them. If you dare to obstruct us, you will be treated as accomplices. The senior officer replied indifferently. As reporters, we have the right to cover social events. This is a right granted to us by federal law. Surely, you two officers understand federal law? The female reporter spoke with righteousness, earning a look of admiration from Li Chen. How brave she was to question the martial sect back then. Li Chen, Qin Yiman, Chu Piaoxue, you three are accused of intentionally harming others and deliberately damaging others' property. Here is the arrest warrant. You may remain silent, but everything you say will be used as evidence in court. The senior officer produced an arrest warrant, which was still fresh, just stamped by Mu Qing. Mu Qing said nothing. He had already given these three high school students from a small town a huge favor by coming here. You really have a knack for turning black and white upside down. Wearing this uniform is an insult to the uniform, Li Chen mocked. No matter who the martial sect or the big shots of the martial house were, he was not one to bow to the powerful. Daring to slander the officers will add to your crimes. Mu Qing's voice was like the king of hell pronouncing the cycle of life and death, so cold and so high above. Honestly, come back with me and confess everything. Spending your life in prison is the best outcome for you. The senior officer approached Li Chen and the others with 3 alloy handcuffs. This matter has been live-streamed in its entirety. I hope you provide a reasonable explanation to the public, the female reporter said solemnly. Tonight, the martial house will announce the details of this matter. The senior police officer no longer paid attention to the female reporter and prepared to make an arrest. He was looking forward to seeing Li Chen and the others resist so he could shoot them on the spot for resisting arrest. Li Chen wanted nothing more than to slap this senior police officer to death, but he knew he was no match for him. This was a very powerful grand martial artist, not to mention that the martial sect master was still here. Qin Yiman and Chu Piaoxue tightly held Li Chen's hand, signaling him not to act impulsively. At least you know your place. Put them on obediently, the senior police officer said, throwing the alloy handcuffs on the ground and looking down at Li Chen and the others. You are not qualified to judge me. I am a family member of the martial sect master. According to federal law, the judgment of the martial sect master and their family must be conducted by the regional martial department, Qin Yiman said coldly, her gaze fearless as she met the senior police officer's eyes. A hint of surprise appeared in the senior police officer's eyes. He never expected that a person from a small town would actually be a family member of the martial sect master. They hadn't even checked the backgrounds of Li Chen and the others, who would waste time checking the background of someone from a small town? Mu Qing also frowned. Involving the family of a martial sect master made things complicated. While he wasn't afraid, he indeed had no authority to arrest anyone. Every martial sect master was a pillar of the Federation, and both they and their families received strict protection from the Federation, making it not so easy to handle. If the regional martial department were to handle it, the entire process must be made public to avoid persecution of the martial sect master and their family. What are you two waiting for? Are you also family members of the martial sect master? The senior police officer directed his anger at Li Chen and the others. If Li Chen moved any slower, he would have to teach the two a lesson. I'm not a family member of the martial sect master, but my sister Li Ai is a titled grand martial artist, and her status is equivalent to that of a martial sect master. You have no right to judge me either, Li Chen said with a mocking expression, eager to see how this matter would end. Is that what you say it is? The senior police officer felt the situation slipping out of control. Speaking without thinking, a police officer should know that what he said must be backed by evidence. Suspecting Li Chen without evidence was already a dereliction of duty. Is it that you can't check? Well, you, a senior police officer, aren't even qualified to pull up my records, Li Chen scoffed. Alright, you, put them on. The senior police officer pointed at Chu Piaoxue, the last soft target left to squeeze. You have no right to manage her, mind your fingers. You are insulting the family of a titled grand martial artist, Li Chen said. Coldly. Chu Piaoxue looked surprised. How was she a family member of a titled grand martial artist? Although her biological father came from a martial king family, it had nothing to do with her and she didn't want to be involved at all. Seeing the surprise in Chu Piaoxue's eyes, the senior police officer realized Li Chen was lying. Why don't you tell me who in her family is a titled grand martial artist? There isn't a single titled grand martial artist with the surname Chu, the senior police officer said angrily. She is my wife. How is she not a family member of a titled grand martial artist? Li Chen said confidently. At that moment, Chu Piaoxue's face turned bright red. She was suddenly a wife? This development was too fast. She needed some time to digest it. Xin Yiman also rolled her eyes secretly. Indeed, when men lie, they don't even blink. You scoundrel, do you have a marriage certificate? The senior police officer was so angry he laughed. Did he really think he was a fool? As a police officer, how do you not understand federal law at all? The federal marriage law states that common law marriages are also marital relationships. All you need is proof from the community or workplace. Do you want me to have Ningqing No. 5 middle school issue you a certificate? Li Chen teased. As long as he needed it, the principal of No. 5 middle school would definitely issue it to him immediately. He was the school's treasure. You, the senior police officer, was so furious he couldn't speak, his aura surging, wishing he could immediately strike Li Chen dead. Everything you do is under the watch of millions of people. The female reporter pointed to the camera that was still live streaming. The senior police officer turned his pleading gaze towards Mu Qing. This matter was beyond his ability to handle. Not only are you the family members of the martial sect, but the victim Mu Bai is also a family member of the martial sect. Your actions give the martial house the right to take you back for assistance in the investigation, Mu Qing said with a dark expression. I need to add something to your words. You have the right to ask us to assist in the investigation, but we also have the right to refuse. Everything will be handled by the regional martial department, Li Chen sneered, as if he hadn't studied the relevant laws. Mu Qing's anger surged as he considered how to deal with this situation. He didn't want to exchange the life of a martial sect member for the lives of 3 little brats. Let the martial department handle it? The Mu family had no justification in this matter, and the outcome could be unfavorable for him. He didn't expect that someone from a small town would have such a background. Mu Qing, what a grand display of martial sect authority. Are you seeking death? A furious shout came from the sky. A 1,000-meter-long sword aura descended from above, slashing towards Mu Qing. Xin He, if you take the initiative to attack this office, I can kill you. Mu Qing roared in anger, and a white jade palm print shot from his hand, colliding with the sword aura. The powerful sword aura shattered the palm print. Xin He's strength was greater, and in the entire Yunzhou, his power was among the top. The sword aura knocked Mu Qing back, and 9 sword lights descended from the sky. The 9-sword technique wielded by Xin He was too powerful. Mu Qing's body could not stop retreating, leaving 9 wounds on him, blood staining his uniform, completely losing his previous authority. Are you done making a scene? A commanding voice approached from afar, and a middle-aged man in a police uniform flew over quickly, the air bursting with sound as he broke the speed of 20 times the speed of sound. The newcomer was Qin Chao, the martial chief of the martial house. The second in command of the entire Yunzhou, only subordinate to the president of the Yunzhou Martial Association. Xin He sheathed his sword. He still had to give face to Chen Chao. Chief, he attacked me first. I demand that he be arrested. Mu Qing said angrily. Are you ordering me? Chen Chao coldly stared at Mu Qing. He already knew about this matter. Mu Qing was abusing his power for personal gain, and now he was still chattering, which was truly disgusting. I dare not. Mu Qing finally realized the other party was his superior, and he had become accustomed to commanding speech. Since this matter involves multiple martial sect family members, it will be handled by the Nanling Martial Department. Before the Martial Department sends someone, you cannot leave Yun City. Chen Chao made the decision. We have no objections, Xin He responded first. I have no objections either, Mu Qing said, though unwilling. He did not dare to say otherwise. What a lively scene. Where is the madman who severely injured my son? I would very much like to meet him. A middle-aged man in a suit descended. What a pretentious appearance, Li Chen judged inwardly. The newcomer bore a 6-point resemblance to Mu Bai, and without asking, it was clear he was Mu Bai's father, the head of the Mu family, Mu Quan. Who injured my son Mu Bai? What, do you dare to act but not take responsibility? Mu Quan coldly scanned Li Chen and the others. Are you out of your mind? I'm the only handsome one here, is there any need to ask? Besides, when it comes to madness, who can compare to your son? He says the chief has to serve him tea, and the president has to serve him food. The president. Stop your nonsense. Is this how you speak to a martial sect member? Mu Quan said darkly. The chief was still here. How would he feel hearing this? Is this how you speak to the heir of the Federation? Li Chen said proudly. His words drew everyone's attention. The heir of the Federation. How could he say that so casually? Who do you think you are, the heir of the Federation? Mu Quan scoffed. Since the first grade of elementary school, the textbooks have told me I am the heir of the Federation. What, are you saying the Federation textbooks are wrong, or that the Federation is deceiving us, mocking us? The entire venue fell into silence. Who would have thought this phrase could be used like that? Truly a sight to behold. Sharp-tongued and cunning, you destroyed my family's hotel and even injured my son. I will definitely report this to the Marshal Department and have you punished. Mu Quan sneered. He had already made arrangements with the Marshal Department and found the best lawyer to coordinate with Mu Bai's testimony, even altering the scene to their advantage. Strange, are you the head of the Marshal Department? Li Chen feigned surprise. Of course not, the head is Lord Chen Chao. I thought you were so imposing that you were the head. Turns out you're not. Li Chen displayed a look of sudden realization. Qin Yiman laughed out loud and Xu Piaoxue also struggled to suppress her laughter. Li Chen's ability to talk big was truly impressive. Sorry, I just thought of something happy. My goldfish at home is about to give birth. Qin Yiman quickly explained. Mu Quan realized he had come over unnecessarily. Li Chen and the others were completely different from the other young people, not taking him, a martial sovereign, seriously at all. Tomorrow morning, the Marshal Department people will arrive. You'd better prepare your evidence. After giving his instructions, Chen Chao left directly. You'd better pray you don't end up in prison for life. Mu Quan sneered and left as well. Mu Qing also took the senior police officer and left, leaving only Li Chen and the others, along with reporters and photographers. Kid, have you held on long enough? At this moment, Qin He's gaze was murderous, even more so than when he looked at Mu Qing earlier. He saw his daughter's hand clasped with Li Chen's, and not only that, Li Chen was also holding Chu Paoshue's hand with his other hand. What is this? His precious daughter was straddling two boats? Nice to meet you, Uncle Qin. Li Chen finally realized. He was still holding the hands of two girls. It wasn't his fault, they had grabbed his hands first. Qin Yiman also came to her senses, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What to do? It seemed her dad misunderstood, and it was hard to explain, especially since she already felt guilty and didn't know how to clarify. She could only lower her head, not daring to meet her father's eyes. Seeing his daughter's guilty expression, Qin He, as someone who had been through it, understood her thoughts all too well. He was furious, wanting to slap Li Chen to death. You brat have grown some skills, you come to Yunzhou and still don't know how to restrain yourself. This is the second time you've put Yiman in danger. Last time it was Zhu Tao, this time it's the Mu family. Next time, are you going to provoke the Martial King, huh? Qin He pointed at Li Chen's nose and scolded him. It hadn't been long since the last incident, and now he was in trouble again. He didn't even want to provoke the Mu family. A senior high school student was simply audacious. Dad, why don't you distinguish right from wrong? We did nothing wrong, that bastard provoked us first. Qin Yiman said with a face full of grievance. You only know how to speak for him, you'll drive me to death. Sooner or later. After this matter is settled, you're not allowed to go out. Qin He said angrily. If I can't go out, then I won't, I'll just stay in for the rest of my life. Qin Yiman also threw a tantrum. If I don't come, you'll all end up in prison for life. The outcome is still uncertain. You few might even have your college entrance examination qualifications revoked. Do you understand what you've done? Qin He grew more and more furious. He knew that if they were convicted of intentional injury, all three of them would face criminal penalties, their college entrance examination qualifications would be directly cancelled, and they could even be detained or imprisoned. With the Mu family's capabilities, it would be easy for them to turn black into white. He suspected they had already set everything up, and if they weren't careful, it would be a huge problem. They provoked us first, is it wrong for us to fight back? Qin Yiman protested. Where's the evidence? What evidence do you have to prove he struck first? Do you have surveillance, or a recording, or witnesses? Qin He questioned. Qin Yiman was at a loss for words. They really had nothing. Do you believe that tomorrow there will be a whole bunch of staff from the Muyun Hotel testifying against you for intentional injury? The hotel will also be arranged to resemble their crime scene. Tomorrow, with all the witnesses and evidence present, what do you have to win? Qin He pointed out the crux of the issue. Li Chen and the others were left speechless, as if the situation was not that simple and they were still too young. So what should we do? We can't just let them bully us without retaliating, right? That bastard even wants me to stay at the hotel and apologize. Qin Yiman said, feeling wronged. What? That bastard really said that? I'm going to kill him right now. Damn his ancestors to the 18th generation. Qin He erupted in anger, furious that someone would have such ill intentions towards his daughter. Cough, cough, Uncle Qin, don't be anxious. That bastard Mu Bai is probably recuperating at the Mu family right now. It would be hard to kill him if you go. We should think this through, Li Chen suggested cautiously. Qin He had just said he was impulsive, yet he was already turning to kill someone who was really being impulsive here? I must kill him, even the King of Heaven can't stop me. Qin He was furious. Dad, let's not rush. We need to find a place to discuss how to deal with the people from the Marshal Department. Qin Yiman said, linking her arm with Qin He's to calm him down. I'll call the entire legal team from the group to come over and discuss it with them. At the very least, we need to make sure this matter ends up in A stalemate where no one can do anything to the other, Shinhee said, regaining his composure. Follow me. Shinhee led Li Chan and the others to a villa. He entered a password and the door opened. He walked in. First, Dad, is this your house? Shin Yiman's eyes widened in surprise. How did she not know? Could it be that Dad had another home outside? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. This is provided by the Yunzhou Martial Artist Association for the Yunzhou Martial Sovereign. I only came once during the handover. I've never lived here, Shinhee explained. Clarify the details of what happened, Shinhee instructed. Dad, it's like this. We were originally practicing in the hotel room when someone knocked on the door and Li the bastard went to open it. Wait, why was he in your room? Shinhee pointed at Li Chen and asked. Because we were all staying in the same room, Shin Yiman said bluntly. What? I'll kill you. Shinhee slapped at Li Chen, furious that his precious daughter had been deceived. It's a misunderstanding. I slapped on the sofa. Li Chen activated his titanium body to the fullest but still couldn't withstand it. He crashed against the alloy wall and his injuries returned to square one. If it weren't for Shinhee's moment of rationality, Li Chen would have been killed. Dad. Shin Yiman was furious, not understanding what had gotten into Shinhee. She and Xu Piaoxue quickly ran to Li Chen's side, each supporting him, one spraying external injury spray, the other feeding him healing medicine, already working in perfect harmony. It's good enough that I didn't kill him. The more Shinhee thought about it, the angrier he became. How could his daughter share a room with a man? He couldn't accept it. The main reason is that all the hotels are fully booked recently. We searched many hotels and found no rooms. It was only at the Muyu Hotel that we found one room. In the wilderness, the three of us are used to staying in the same dilapidated house, so we didn't think much of it, Li Chen explained. He wasn't angry. If he were Shinhee and heard that his daughter had been in the same room with a man for several days, he would have killed that man too and told the police that when he saw him, he was in pieces. Continue explaining what happened, Shinhee snorted. When we opened the door, we saw Mubai and his bodyguard. Li Chen continued to recount the entire incident and Shinhee listened carefully, his brow furrowing. The incident happened suddenly. Li Chen and the others had no recording, no video, and there was no hope for surveillance footage. The Mu family would have deleted it long ago if they weren't foolish. The three of them were all involved parties and couldn't testify for each other, which meant there were no witnesses, and that was very unfavorable. Shinhee tapped his right hand on the table, feeling that all aspects had fallen into an unfavorable situation. The best outcome now was to let everything get bogged down in red tape. As for bringing down Mubai, that was a very difficult task. After all, the other party had already been severely injured by Li Chen and could easily pose as the victim. Why don't we free our minds? We are already at a disadvantage in this matter. We can think outside the box and expand the situation, Li Chen pondered. Oh, do you have any ideas? Shinhee glanced at Li Chen, a young man. How comprehensive could his thinking be? With Mubai's style of doing things, he must have harmed quite a few people in Yin City. We can dig up those stories and tarnish his reputation. Well, not exactly tarnish, since it's the truth. We can even let him get caught up in a series of lawsuits to buy us some time, Li Chen proposed. You brat really have a lot of cunning ideas, Shinhee said, surprised that a high school senior like Li Chen understood common business tactics. I think it's feasible. Those previous victims were afraid to speak up because they had no backing and feared retaliation. I can be there backing and promise them they can settle in Ning City. There should be people willing to step forward, Shinhee contemplated. We can leverage the power of the media to put these victims' stories online and create a stir, distracting the Mu family. Li Chen continued to elaborate. Alright, I'll have the Qin family's security team come over to protect the lawyers, reporters, and anchors as they gather evidence from these victims, Shinhee decided. You all think about how to narrate the events tomorrow and how to respond to the other side's attacks. They will definitely try to bite back and you must not fall into their verbal traps. Communicate well with the lawyers tonight, Shinhee reminded again. In a situation where both sides had similar backgrounds, everything returned to the normal process, presenting evidence, discussing the law, and acting according to legal procedures. 2.5 hours later, a large team of lawyers, security personnel, and media from the Qin group all arrived. The media began to dig deep into the traces left on the Yun City network, uncovering all of Mubai's dark history. The Qin family could suppress the matter, but they could not completely eradicate it. Mubai indeed had a lot of dark history he had been accustomed to, wielding power in Yun City, and had even violated many young girls, leading to some tragic suicides. Many families had been ruined because of him. One outstanding student from Yun City No. 1 High School had been ruined after offending him, and his entire family had been persecuted, leaving him as a cripple wandering the streets. Shocking case after shocking case emerged. This world was never fair. Faced with the powerful Mu family, many people had grievances with no place to voice them. Mu Qing, the deputy governor, could suppress many cases. Power is everything. If I were the martial king, the Mu family would only be polishing my shoes, Li Chen thought to himself, feeling even more the importance of power and a stronger urgency to grow stronger. Li Chen and his companions were guided by 3 lawyers who taught them how to avoid verbal traps. Tomorrow's trial would be broadcast live to the public, and saying the wrong thing could be nearly irreversible. Li Chen and the others memorized everything carefully, although they understood a little bit of law. It was far from enough compared to the lawyers. One should not challenge someone else's profession. That night, many people in Yun City were asleep, but tonight, the city was rife with undercurrents. The Qin Group's media found many people who had suffered persecution from the Qin family. Many were afraid to accept interviews, but some with deep-seated grievances were willing to risk everything to share their stories. They also preserved a lot of evidence, which the media put online. The next morning, many people habitually opened short video platforms and discovered that today's style had changed, especially the people of Yunzhou, who came across numerous videos about the Qin family's harm to the public. The shocking images stirred anger as they saw the fallen prodigies, the violated girls, and the tragic faces of the families of the girls who had committed suicide. The flames of anger burned fiercely in the hearts of many. They furiously criticized online, tagging the account of the Yunzhou martial government. Even under the organization of some concerned individuals, many people took to the streets to protest, holding high banners calling for the downfall of the Mu family. Some victims knelt at the gates of the martial government, holding evidence in their hands, surrounded by many citizens, as various media and streamers broadcasted everything live online, waiting for the developments. At that moment, inside the martial government, all the leaders were in a meeting. This incident was significant and had already caused a serious public opinion storm. Governor Chen Chao sat at the head of the table, silent and not speaking, while others also remained quiet, contemplating how to address the situation. Let's hear your opinions. Currently, over 100,000 people are gathered at the gates, and both the Regional Martial Association and the Regional Martial Department are paying attention. Just now, Minister Zhang called me, insisting that we must handle this matter well and give the public an explanation, without any mistakes. Deputy Governor Mu, you speak first. Chen Chao's gaze was fixed on Mu Qing, his eyes stern, as so much had happened, and Mu Qing had contributed greatly. Governor Chen, colleagues, what is happening outside is a malicious event instigated by certain individuals to incite public emotions. The matters they are discussing are all recorded in our case files. They are speaking nonsense. We need to demonstrate the martial government's decisiveness and arrest all those spreading rumors, Mu Qing said solemnly. Arrest them? Go ask the 100,000 citizens outside if they agree. Ask the 200 million citizens of Yunzhou if they agree. Ask Minister Zhang if he agrees. Have you become so accustomed to wielding power that you disregard the public? Chen Chao's tone was severe, and anyone could see his strong dissatisfaction with Mu Qing. I have not considered this properly. I will follow Governor Chen's orders. Mu Qing thought bitterly, wanting to curse Chen Chao but daring not to express it. The difference between being a deputy and being the governor was vast. The others exchanged glances. In this situation, it seemed some things could be set in motion. Another deputy governor gave a knowing look to the director of Yun City. The director understood that if he wanted to climb the ranks, he needed to start making his presence known, so he raised his hand. Director Su, you speak, Chen Chao indicated. Governor Chen, leaders, hello everyone. The current situation in Yun City is my dereliction of duty, and I will first reflect on myself. The victims outside had all come to report their cases to the Yun City Martial Department. While our Martial Department was tracking the cases, Deputy Governor Mu said these matters would be handled directly by the martial government and took away the evidence we had collected. Fortunately, everyone in our department has the habit of keeping records. If there are any missing or unclear parts in the martial government's case files, they can be compared and verified in our Yun City Martial Department's archive. My statement is complete. Director Su's expression was calm, completely ignoring Mu Qing's murderous glare. He was waiting for an opportunity, and that opportunity had arrived. As the director of the martial department in the capital, he was already a member of the martial government's leadership team. If Mu Qing went down, along with the maneuvering of another deputy governor, he had a good chance. Oh, since that's the case, immediately arrange for people to bring over the relevant files from the martial government and the Yun City Martial Department, and have all the police involved in the related case inquiries come here. No one is allowed to leave or make phone calls before they arrive in this conference room. Chen Chao ordered. Yes. Everyone could only respond. This was not a discussion. At this moment, Mu Qing was extremely anxious. He never expected that the Yun City Martial Division would keep a record of the case. After he took over the case, he directly added some charges against the victims to conclude it. Without evidence to support it, if the two files were compared, his side would definitely have discrepancies. The people from Mu Qing's faction were all very worried. They knew things had escalated. Whether it was about being pragmatic or eliminating dissent, Chen Chao had made it clear that he intended to take action against Mu Qing, and they did not want to be collateral damage. Director Chen, I want to report. Deputy Director Mu, the head of the intelligence division, shouted. Speak. Chen Chao replied. The martial division was in turmoil because of this incident, and after today, no one knew how many people would be forced to step down. Meanwhile, online, the situation was even more chaotic. Many citizens had gathered outside the Mu family estate, throwing eggs, stones, and even feces inside. Ordinary people certainly wouldn't be so bold. This was all arranged by Chin-hee, who was secretly monitoring the situation. If the Mu family dared to suppress them with force, he would intervene. Although he wasn't a match for Mu Quan, he could hold his own for a while. Mu Quan also didn't dare to kill him. He was acting on behalf of the people, occupying the moral high ground. Damn it. Mu Quan smashed a pile of his beloved vases in his study. He never expected that just after one night, Chin-hee and the others would create so much chaos. He forcibly calmed his anger, picked up the phone, and began dialing a number. Director Liu, may I ask where you are now? Mu Quan said with a flattering tone. The person sent by the Martial Division to handle this matter was Director Liu, one of the most important connections for the Mu family. Brother Mu Quan, Yun City is in an uproar. This matter is difficult to handle. An elderly voice came from the other end of the line. Director Liu, all the evidence is conclusive. Li Chen intentionally harmed my son. I ask that you handle this matter fairly. There are too many issues. It will be very difficult to resolve quickly. Therefore, I must trouble Director Liu further. Also, regarding the land in Nanling City, I need your help to plan it well. I lack the foresight for planning, and holding on to that land would be a waste. Yes, this matter is quite serious. I will handle it swiftly. The elderly voice carried satisfaction. Thank you very much, Mu Quan said, his tone filled with gratitude and a smile. After hanging up, the smile on Mu Quan's face faded. Truly an insatiable wolf. Mu Quan clenched his fists. That piece of land in the capital was extremely valuable. He had expended a lot of effort to acquire it, and now he was about to give it away just like that. As the clock struck 10, the turmoil in Yun City intensified, and the investigation team from the Martial Division finally arrived. Li Chen, along with his lawyer and Chin-hee, went directly to the Martial Artists Association, where the investigation would take place. Upon entering the Martial Artists Association, they saw Mu Quan accompanied by Mu Bai and Mu Quan. At this moment, Mu Bai was completely wrapped in bandages, looking quite miserable. Entering the courtroom, 5 people were already seated at the front. 3 of them were wearing police uniforms, members of the Martial Division's investigation team. The other 2 were the president of the Yunzhou Martial Artists Association and the chief judge of the Yunzhou Intermediate Court. In the back, various media outlets were present, ready to live broadcast the entire event. Many citizens set aside their tasks to tune into the live stream following the developments of the case. Li Chen and his group sat across from Mu Quan's group, creating a courtroom atmosphere. This trial meeting is regarding the case of intentional harm against Mu Bai and Mu Quan by Li Chen, Qin Yiman, and Chu Piaoxue. The process will be open, fair, and just. Now both sides will begin to present the details of the case, starting with Mu Bai. Director Liu, sitting in the middle, spoke, causing Li Chen and the others to furrow their brows. Mu Bai glanced at Li Chen, his eyes filled with pride, confident that no matter the means, he would ultimately win. Leaders, media representatives, and the countless citizens, I am Mu Bai, and I am now making a statement regarding the incident where Li Chen and others intentionally harmed me. After finishing, Mu Bai pretended to bow towards the podium and the press seats. On May 19 at 10 o'clock in the evening, I came to the hotel with Mu Quan to check on the work. According to the staff, there was a complaint from a guest in room 3008 stating that there was noise every day that affected his rest. After hearing this news, in accordance with my responsibilities as the general manager of the Mu Yun Hotel, I went to room 3008 to knock on the door, intending to persuade the guest not to make noise. When the door opened, it was Li Chen who answered, and inside were Qin Yiman and Chu Piaoxue. I told Li Chen about the guest's complaint, but unexpectedly, it provoked his anger. He directly attacked me, and even attempted to kill me. If it weren't for Mu Quan being there, I might not have had the chance to speak here. Their behavior is despicable, suspected of intentional injury, attempted murder, and intentional destruction of property. The relevant complaint records and witnesses have already arrived at the door. You can inquire. I ask you all to give me justice. After finishing, Mu Bai bowed again in 2 directions. He truly skilled at reversing black and white. Li Chen sneered inwardly. Please bring in the witnesses, the presiding judge called out. 3 people were brought in, a hotel staff member and 2 hotel guests who lived next to Li Chen. They presented the complaint records and testified that they had indeed heard the conversation at Li Chen's door, confirming that Mu Bai approached Li Chen to address the noise issue. Their statements were as solid as if they had witnessed it firsthand. Li Chen, with both witnesses and evidence present, what else do you have to say? Director Liu asked Li Chen. I have much to say. First of all, I do not agree with your initial statement, Director Liu. Li Chen stood up, calm and composed, completely ignoring the warning glance from Chin-hee. The public, who were concerned about the matter, were astonished by Li Chen's boldness, as he immediately questioned the presiding judge of the incident. They also felt there were issues with Director Liu's statement, but how could they refute someone from the military department? Do you know that I represent the Southern Ridge Military Department? Are you questioning the Southern Ridge Military Department? Director Liu said with a smile that did not reach his eyes, directly placing a hat on Li Chen. Director Liu, I cannot wear such a large hat. I am only addressing your statement. You defined the 3 of us as perpetrators without any interrogation and labeled Mu Bai as the victim. I find this inappropriate. Furthermore, the 3 witnesses, the staff member need not be mentioned as he is certainly working for the Mu family. As for the other 2 witnesses, they claim to have heard our conversation, which is quite interesting. As far as I know, the Mu Yun Hotel is said to be so soundproof that even a great martial artist cannot hear anything. They are merely martial artists. Could their hearing be better than that of a great martial artist? I seriously doubt the credibility of these 3 witnesses. My statement is complete. Li Chen sat down. First of all, on my way here, I began collecting evidence regarding this matter. So far, the 3 of you have not provided any evidence to support your claims in the report, while Mu Bai has provided evidence to substantiate the events. How interesting, you have no evidence but claim that others' witnesses are lying. This is not a place for you to make baseless claims. Everything must be based on evidence. If you cannot provide evidence to prove that the other party has harmed you, then you are the perpetrators, Director Lu said with a stern expression. What a clever way to shift concepts. Li Chen felt anger rising within him, not expecting that the military department's representatives would collude with the Mu family. In such a vast federation, it was truly disappointing to see it like this. They all have backgrounds and still suffer this kind of treatment. How much darkness is there in this world, and how many people are being persecuted? Where can they seek justice for their grievances? Li Chen clenched his fists tightly on his thighs. One day he would eliminate all the pests harming the Federation. Opposite him, Mu Bai and Mu Quan crossed their arms, looking at Li Chen and the others with a mocking expression, as if to say that no matter how much they struggled or sought attention, it was all in vain. This farce ends here. Since Li Chen, Chu Piaoxue, and Qin Yiman cannot provide evidence to support their claims, while Mu Bai's side has 3 witnesses, I now announce. Wait. The president of the Yunzhou Martial Artists Association interrupted Director Lu's judgment. Director Lu's face showed displeasure, but the president of the Yunzhou Martial Artists Association was of a higher rank than him, being the top authority in Yunzhou. The Martial Arts Division, Martial Arts Bureau, and Martial Arts Department were all subordinate departments of the same level Martial Artists Association. He came from the Martial Arts Department but was just a director, not a minister-level official, and thus ranked lower than President Deng. Therefore, although displeased, he did not explode. President Deng, what insights do you have? Director Lu asked, suppressing his temper. Director Lu, I wouldn't dare to claim any insights, but the review process of this matter seems too hasty to me. To make a decision without any on-site evidence is unacceptable. If this is truly how it is done, I would be ridiculed by 200 million people in Yunzhou, President Deng said slowly. Moreover, without evidence proving oneself as a victim, it implies being a perpetrator. I don't know how Director Lu reached this conclusion, or if there are new regulations in federal law that I am unaware of. President Deng continued leisurely. Li Chen looked at President Deng in surprise, never expecting him to speak up for him. Generally, people from the Martial Artists Association only listen and do not express opinions in such matters. President Deng is questioning my judgment as an old police officer on this case. I wonder how President Deng, the governor of Yunzhou, intends to judge this case? Director Lu said with a smile that did not reach his eyes, implying that the Martial Arts Department was the professional body for handling cases, while the Martial Artists Association should focus on people's livelihoods. How to judge is your business, but your judgment must provide a reasonable explanation to 200 million citizens. A spark can start a prairie fire. We must not let the entire South Ridge region's 3 billion population express confusion or dissatisfaction with our judgment. At that time, even if we retire, we would still be held accountable, President Deng said calmly. Damn it, this Deng Yu is deliberately going against me. What relationship does he have with Li Chen to offend me like this? I am from the Lu family. Director Lu cursed inwardly. He did not expect Deng Yu to disregard the face of a member of the Martial King family. Lu Tianxi, my teacher personally contacted me, and someone from the military also relayed a message. You, a member of the Martial King family, are not enough to be taken seriously, Deng Yu thought. He also did not expect that Li Chen could attract the attention of his teacher, who was a Martial King and the Martial King of Jinwu University, a position of great prestige incomparable to the Lu family's Martial King. In that case, let's go to the hotel for on-site evidence collection, Director Lu said. Everyone walked out of the Martial Artists Association towards the hotel. However, upon arriving at the entrance, they found a massive crowd gathered, over 300,000 people, blocking all the streets. Many were holding banners and waving flags, and to the left front, 3 people were kneeling on the ground, each holding a piece of cardboard that listed the crimes Mu Bai had committed against them. In this situation, driving through was impossible, they could only fly. But even flying over was not that easy. Just as Director Lu was considering taking everyone to fly over directly, President Deng spoke up. Dear fellow citizens, what is this about? Chairman Deng spoke first, saying it would be strange to let you go to the hotel to gather evidence. Mu Bai, you won't be able to leave here. What he said, even Jesus couldn't take you away. Chairman, you must stand up for us. Chairman, my daughter died so tragically. It was him, that beast Mu Bai, who caused it. A woman screamed, wishing she could swallow Mu Bai whole. Chairman, that scum Mu Bai broke my son's legs in the street, ruined his cultivation. I, a white-haired person, send a black-haired one to the grave. An elderly man, gray-haired, ragged, and hunched over, wept in pain. Chairman, stand up for the people. Chairman, stand up for the people. The crowd surrounding them roared, shaking the heavens. Ladies and gentlemen, today Director Liu from the Martial Department has come on behalf of the department. If you have any grievances, you can approach him. Chairman Deng pointed to Director Liu. Director Liu turned pale. Damn it, this is putting him on the hot seat. Director Liu, you must stand up for me. Director Liu. Everyone rushed towards Director Liu, a tide of people that made him involuntarily take a step back. This is the power of the people. When they come together, the impact and strength they bring can change the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I am here specifically to handle the matters concerning Li Chen and Mu Bai. Your issues will be followed up in detail by the Yunzhou Martial Office, and I will ensure you receive justice, Director Liu said, trying to keep calm. He didn't want to get involved in these matters. Director Liu, with Mu Qing in the Martial Office, we won't get justice. Yes, Mu Qing is Mu Bai's uncle, always been that beast's shield. Director Liu, you must stand up for us. Others were unwilling to let Director Liu leave just like that, and even the woman and the old man directly grabbed his pant leg. Under everyone's gaze, Director Liu dared not evade or push them away. Every action would be magnified under the public eye. Director Liu, this is what the people expect. You cannot disappoint their wishes. If we don't get an explanation for the people of Yunzhou today, how can we leave? Chairman Deng seized the moment, saying, You can't leave today until these matters are resolved. But the task given to me by the Martial Department is to handle the matters of Li Chen and Mu Bai. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to intervene in these issues, Director Liu said, showing a troubled expression. The matters of Li Chen and Mu Bai only involve a few people, but what happens here concerns 200 million citizens. There are priorities. I personally believe that the matters of 200 million citizens are more important. What do you think, Director Liu? Chairman Deng said with righteous indignation. I certainly think the matters of 200 million citizens are more important. Director Liu had no other choice but to agree. If he dared to say otherwise, he could be ousted today. The Federation is not solely dominated by the Liu family. In that case, gather all the people from the Martial Office, bring the documents regarding these matters, and resolve everything in front of 200 million citizens. No one is allowed to leave until it is resolved. All members of the Martial Association come out to maintain order and prepare logistics. We cannot let our citizens go hungry or thirsty. Chairman Deng waved his hand decisively. Yes, Chairman, his secretary quickly issued the orders. Director Xie, call the judges from the court over. Anyone who has committed any crimes will be dealt with according to the law, with no leniency. Do you understand? Understood. Director Xie also picked up the phone to start notifying. Soon, members of the Martial Association began to set up tents, establishing a temporary office. Chairman Deng personally took charge, looking as if he wouldn't rest until everything was resolved. Food and drinking water supply points began to be set up for all citizens to use for free. The people from the Martial Office, led by Chen Chao, all arrived, along with the personnel from the Intermediate Court. All mainstream media were invited to come forward and broadcast live about the events here. Such a significant action drew the attention of the entire South Ridge region. The president of the Regional Martial Artists Association and the Minister of Martial Affairs personally conveyed orders, insisting on providing the public with a satisfactory explanation. President Deng's lips curled into a smile. The nature of this matter had already been determined. Unless the martial emperor intervened, Mu Bai was doomed. He had already informed Chen Chao yesterday, and today, no matter what, Mu Bai would be convicted, leading to Mu Qing's downfall. With the criminal record of Yun City's martial affairs, all evidence pointed to Mu Bai's crimes, as well as Mu Qing's abuse of power to cover up the facts. Under such irrefutable evidence and overwhelming momentum, neither Director Liu, Mu Quan, nor Mu Qing could resist. Silence. Director Xie struck the table with a wooden hammer, and everyone quieted down as the verdict was about to be announced. Defendant Mu Bai is found guilty of intentional injury, rape, intentional homicide, robbery, and disturbing public order. He is sentenced to death, deprived of all rights for life, to be executed. Immediately, Director Xie declared. As for Mu Qing, the martial sect leader, he would need to be tried by the regional high court, but the outcome was bound to be unfavorable. Good. Great. Thank you, Martial Artists Association. Thank you, Martial Affairs. A thunderous cheer erupted from the square in front of the Martial Artists Association, applause resounding as cheers echoed throughout various places in the South Ridge region. Mu Bai's execution brought great relief to the people. Citizens, please be quiet. President Deng stood up. The crowd's cheers subsided, and after this incident, President Deng's authority in front of the public was greatly enhanced. He was quite satisfied. On the negative side, it could be said that he had failed in governance, leading to such a scandal. But on the positive side, he had provided a reasonable explanation to the 200 million citizens of Yunzhou, which could also be considered a significant achievement. He had a martial king mentor, and the classification of this matter as a good deed was essentially a done deal. Yunzhou has suffered so many injustices. As the president, I have not done enough. I would like to apologize to all citizens. President Deng bowed to the public. Clap, clap, clap. The applause thundered, and this gesture from President Deng further elevated the public's goodwill towards him. I have witnessed the handling of these injustices. The mastermind Mu Bai has already confessed, but Mu Qing and many officials from the martial affairs have concealed the facts and wronged innocent citizens, which is equally heinous. I now announce the immediate removal of Mu Qing from the position of deputy minister, and he will be tried by the martial affairs and the high court. As for the others, Director Chen, you are to be taken back to prison immediately and await trial, President Deng announced. Yes, President, Chen Chao responded. Yes, President, Director Xie also agreed. President is mighty. President is a just ruler. Waves of synchronized shouts echoed in the sky. Injustices will eventually be rectified, although, for the victims, that day has come too late. The public began to disperse under the guidance of the staff of the Martial Artists Association. Li Chen sat in a tent, witnessing the entire event unfold. He remained silent, and no one knew what he was thinking. Mu Bai had been executed, yet he did not feel overly happy. All of this, everything the public cared about, the injustices of the people, perhaps in the eyes of some, were merely pawns in a power struggle, and he was one of those pawns, a piece to topple Mu Qing, the deputy minister. As for Mu Bai and him, in the eyes of some, their matters were never important. President Deng, now that other matters have been dealt with, what about Li Chen's case of intentional injury? Director Lu spoke again. He no longer dared to underestimate President Deng. He was a very difficult character. Since his arrival, everything indicated that this was President Deng's territory, operating according to his will. The Mu family boasts 2 martial arts masters, one of whom is even the deputy governor, yet it is still not enough. If I remember correctly, Director Xia has just stripped Mu Bai of his lifelong rights. Does Director Lu understand the meaning of this? President Deng feigned confusion. I understand. I will return to the martial department first. When you have time, President Deng, you must come to the martial department for tea so I can extend my hospitality, Director Lu said enthusiastically. Certainly, certainly. Perhaps I will soon be transferred to Nanling City, and at that time, I may need Director Lu's assistance with work, President Deng replied with equal enthusiasm. Certainly, certainly. The corners of Director Lu's mouth twitched. He had intended to pressure the other party with his position in the martial department, but unexpectedly, the other party countered by mentioning a potential promotion to a leadership role in the Regional Martial Arts Association. Director Lu, I am wronged. I am wronged. On the other side, Mu Bai, controlled by the police, was still shouting. Director Lu did not spare Mu Bai another glance. A second-generation martial artist who couldn't even clean up after himself had brought this fate upon himself, and there was nothing he could do to save him. At this moment, Mu Quan's face was as dark as water. His son had been sentenced to death, and his brother had been dismissed from his position, awaiting punishment from above. He had just wanted to explode, but the presence of big shots like Chen Chao and Deng Yu from Yunzhou was locking onto him. Any sign of unrest would invite a storm of attacks. He hated it, hated Li Chen for causing so much trouble, hated Director Lu, who he had paid a hefty sum to, for not daring to utter a word during the recent interrogation, and hated everyone here. However, he did not understand the power of public sentiment. When the evidence is conclusive, witnesses are abundant, and the public is furious, even Director Lu would be powerless to turn the tide, merely swept along with the current. All obstacles in the path of the united masses would be crushed. He said nothing. It was useless to speak. Here, the upper echelons of Yunzhou wanted to divide the Mu family's cake, and now that he was weak, it was pointless to say anything. Dad, save me. I don't want to die, Dad. Mu Bai's face was filled with terror. When he was killing others, he had never thought that death could be such a terrifying thing. Watching his son's desperate and miserable appearance, Mu Quan closed his eyes. He could not face it. Dad. Mu Bai was being dragged toward the transport vehicle, his voice filled with despair. All along, his impression of his father was that of an omnipotent figure, yet today he had actually abandoned him. Dad, you must kill that Li Chen kid for me, avenge me. Mu Bai's voice was filled with intense hatred, his bloodshot gaze turning toward Li Chen, wanting to devour him. Say one more word, and believe it or not, I'll go dance on your grave? Li Chen replied coldly. Li Chen, you won't live long, you will definitely die. I'll be waiting for you down there, ha ha ha. Mu Bai had already gone mad. Li Chen felt a pair of cold eyes staring at him. His eyes met a pair of gloomy, cold, and cruel eyes. Li Chen raised an eyebrow at Mu Quan, trying to scare him. He wasn't someone who could be intimidated. Mu Quan directly soared into the sky and left. And Director Lu also took the people from the martial department away, causing the scene to grow quiet. Just as Li Chen was about to leave, a staff member from the Martial Arts Association found him, saying that President Deng was looking for him. Li Chen followed the staff member to President Deng's office, unsure of what this big shot wanted with a small fry like him. I've met President Deng. Thank you for restoring my justice, Li Chen expressed gratefully. Have a seat. What do you think about today's events? President Deng unexpectedly asked Li Chen. Look with my eyes? Li Chen hesitated. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. Not serious at all. President Deng laughed heartily, shaking his head. I tend to speak without restraint, afraid of offending people. Li Chen decided to play it safe first. Go ahead, I'm not that petty. President Deng waved his hand. I feel like I've become a pawn in a power struggle, and I really dislike this feeling, Li Chen stated frankly. You have such deep insights, that's great. However, everything is about going with the flow. The main thing is to protect you. My junior sister is truly valued by the teacher. She personally told me to look after you. By the way, your sister is my junior sister, Deng Yu said. With a smile. Please thank your teacher for me. Li Chen didn't expect such a relationship. I will tell her. Let me give you two pieces of advice. Strength and power are the two most powerful weapons for self-protection. I hope you can comprehend this soon. Also, my useless son, Deng Zixiao, will come back tonight to challenge you. You young people should have a good exchange. Now, go back. Deng Yu sent him off. I've learned a lot, thank you, President Deng. Li Chen stepped out and found Xin He and the others waiting outside. What did the president want with you? Xin Yiman asked nervously, fearing Li Chen had signed some unequal treaty inside. Nothing much, he's my sister's senior, just a simple introduction, Li Chen said without elaborating. Now that it's over, you three prepare to go back with me, Xin He said, as staying in Yun City was dangerous for them. Uncle Qin, I still need to complete a challenge with the president's son tonight. Can I finish the challenge before returning? Li Chen requested. Sure, Xin He nodded. At 8 o'clock. In the evening, Li Chen arrived at the central square on time with the two girls, Xin He and another. Li Chen! Li Chen! Li Chen! The entire square was shouting Li Chen's name. After the events of the day, his reputation had risen to a new level. Li Chen landed on a stage that was already occupied by a young man. He stood there quietly, with lightning flashing around him. No one dared to challenge him. Before Li Chen arrived in Yun City, he was recognized as the #1 high school student in Yunzhou. He was Deng Zixiao, a 4th-grade martial artist who had opened 2 top-tier divine stores and 2 advanced divine stores. One was a top-tier Thunder divine store and the other was a top-tier Penetration divine store. He had fused the characteristics of both top-tier divine stores, unleashing thunder that was both violent and possessed. Powerful penetrating force. Li Chen stood on the stage facing Deng Zixiao directly. Deng Zixiao from Yun City. Li Chen from Ning City. Please, please. As soon as the words fell, a thunderbolt as thick as an arm struck the ground where Li Chen stood. However, Li Chen reacted quickly, dodging with the force of a hurricane. Thunder and lightning erupted continuously on the stage, bolts of lightning exploding from Deng Zixiao's hands, chasing and bombarding Li Chen. Li Chen didn't want to test the power of the opponent's thunder, just the aura it emitted made him feel like he was being pricked by needles, and being struck would be absolutely unbearable. He wasn't just avoiding, flying knives left trails in the air, shooting towards Deng Zixiao from various angles. Deng Zixiao was surrounded by flashing lightning, moving like a bolt of lightning, dodging Li Chen's flying knives. Wind and thunder wreaked havoc on the stage, with lightning flickering in the hurricane and the thunder mixed with the wind. Many people could no longer see the situation on the stage. The two were moving too fast, only able to hear the sound of air being continuously shattered. Damn, this is just like watching special effects. This is way better than special effects. It's real. Look, my hair is all standing up. Don't say that, your hairstyle is quite unique. Don't talk about me, you can look in the mirror. The power of thunder filled the air with dense thunder particles. As the thunder and wind stopped, the two stood on opposite sides again. In the competition of speed and long-range attack skills, neither side had the advantage. Next, it was time for both sides to get serious. Warm-up is over. Li Chen stretched his muscles. You are the first peer from Yunzhou to make me serious, Deng Zixiao said sincerely. You are too, Li Chen nodded in agreement. The pressure has been put on by these two. Under the arena, Chen Xiaolu ground her teeth and said, what does this mean? Do they not catch their eye? I really want to chop them into bald heads, Su Dong said, stroking the big knife in his hand. Why don't we all attack them together, all at once, and beat them into panda eyes? Shan Ming suggested. You lead the way? Chen Xiaolu shot him a sideways glance. Sister Lu, you are the strongest among us. You are the one everyone looks up to. You should lead. Shin Ming shook his head vigorously. Do I look like a fool? You bastards, you sell out your teammates faster than anyone else, Chen Xiaolu scoffed. She didn't trust these people at all. On the arena, new movements emerged as Li Chen formed a seal with his right hand. The mountain suppression seal, as large as a 5-story building, condensed the power of the 5 mountains and pressed down on Deng Zixiao's head. A violet aura radiated from the arena, forcing even Chen Xiaolu and the others to pull back. The power was too strong. 5 extremes thunder. Deng Zixiao shouted angrily. 5 thunderbolts as thick as thighs fell from the sky, carrying violent thunderous power and immense penetrating force. The thunder occupied the 5 extremes, landing on the mountain suppression seal, quickly spreading, penetrating into the seal, covering it inside and out. Thunder exploded, and the entire mountain suppression seal was torn apart by the thunder. Thunder cage. Under Deng Zixiao's control, the thunder transformed into a large net that trapped Li Chen, the thunder net continuously shrinking, leaving Li Chen with no way to escape. Li Chen's hair stood on end. The particles of thunder in the air were too dense. If a high-level martial artist entered, they would be electrocuted in seconds. Break the river. Li Chen held the knife with both hands, striking like a force of nature. The blade energy crisscrossed the entire arena, carrying the power to break the great river as it struck the thunder net. The blade energy and thunder wreaked havoc across the arena. The blade energy was eroded by the thunder, and the thunder was torn apart by the blade energy. A gap appeared and Li Chen, surrounded by a whirlwind, quickly rushed towards the gap. Deng Zixiao's mouth curled into a smile, waiting for him to charge out. He pointed at Li Chen. The thunder surrounding his body all converged towards his fingertip. A silver sun rose amidst the thunder, its brilliance as dazzling as the sun, coating the entire square in silver. A thunder dragon roared out from Deng Zixiao's fingertip, bringing destruction to the world. The thunder dragon's serpentine body exceeded 30 meters, instantly reaching Li Chen's front. The thunder dragon lunged at him. The powerful thunderous force made Li Chen's body slightly numb, and this was under the premise of using the titanium body. If hit by the thunder dragon, he would likely convulse on the spot, foaming at the mouth. Ocean suppression seal. Li Chen's blood surged, the rich blood energy illuminating the square in red. The air exploded. A deep blue seal, condensing the power of the 5 lakes and 4 seas, descended. Looking at the seal was like seeing a vast ocean. The power of the ocean suppression seal was like a tsunami, vast and unending, crashing against the thunder dragon. Sudden brilliance caused the spectators to temporarily go blind. Even closing their eyes felt dazzling. Wave after wave of massive fluctuations surged from the arena, pushing the crowd back continuously. The sound of the ocean rolling and the thunder dragon roaring echoed in the arena. In the eyes of those strong ones, the thunder dragon was crushed by the deep blue seal. The shattered seal carried the power to destroy mountains, continuing to press towards Deng Zixiao. Thunder barrier. Violent thunder erupted from Deng Zixiao's body, forming a solid barrier. This thunder barrier carried the ferocity and penetrating power of thunder, providing strong defense. The ocean suppression seal pressed down. The thunder barrier first dented, then was shattered. Deng Zixiao's hands gathered 2 thunder light balls, slamming them onto the ocean suppression seal. The thunder balls exploded like missiles. The explosive thunder swept across a 100-meter radius, and the shattered ocean suppression seal was ultimately destroyed. However, Deng Zixiao could not withstand that immense force, and his entire body was sent flying out, landing outside the arena. As he hit the ground, his hands were still trembling. The power was too strong. Even his Thunder King body struggled to bear it. From the moment he was born, Deng Zixiao exhibited an extraordinary physique. When he was young, he could hold onto electric wires without any issue, only feeling a slight tingling sensation. After testing, it was found that he had a natural affinity for lightning particles within him, which is a characteristic of the Thunder King body. Since the era of meteorites, due to dark energy, various special physiques have emerged. These special physiques, if properly developed, at the very least possess the potential to achieve martial sovereign status, with some even having the potential to become martial kings. The Thunder King body has the strength to achieve martial king status, and currently, the Thunder King of the Federation is one who has attained martial king status through the Thunder King body, gaining great fame in the Federation. However, special physiques are very rare. Among all the senior students in Yunzhou, Deng Zixiao is the only one known. Even in a large district, there would be no more than a handful. Thank you, Li Chen said with a faint smile. Impressive. That last move was an S-rank martial technique, right? You've actually cultivated it to such a subtle level. You truly are extraordinary, Deng Zixiao said with a bitter smile. Once he activated his Thunder King body, he had an exceptional comprehension of lightning martial techniques, yet he had only mastered the S-rank technique, Thunder Transformation Dragon Art. He had not even begun to glimpse the subtle level. It would take a long time before he could reach that level. However, Li Chen, who did not have a special physique, had actually reached that level, which was quite absurd. Just basic skills. I'm an ordinary person, just a bit faster in martial arts cultivation. Li Chen feigned humility, but the slight lift of his chin revealed his inner pride. We'll see the real results during the college entrance examination. Deng Zixiao transformed into lightning and darted out of the square. He needed to return to continue his training. Li Chen did not leave. He waited for Chu Piaoxue and Qin Yiman to finish their 3 challenges before they followed. Qin, he back to Ning City. After we return, you all stay well at the Qin family. You're not allowed to go out before the college entrance examination starts, Qin, he emphasized. Okay, we'll listen to Uncle Qin. Li Chen had no objections. Right now, Mu Quan definitely wanted to take him down, so staying at the Qin family was the safest option. But my mom. Chu Piaoxue hesitated, worried about Chu Rou. Just bring her over to live with us. It's no big deal, Qin Yiman said, linking arms with Chu Piaoxue. Wouldn't that be too much trouble? Chu Piaoxue didn't want to inconvenience others. We're good sisters, what's the big deal? Qin Yiman pretended to be displeased. Thank you, Chu Piaoxue said softly. Li Chen left Yun City, but his legend spread everywhere in Yun City. New king ascends. Li Chen rides high on the Thunder King body. Li Chen's strength makes the Thunder King body feel overwhelmed. Great strength and high endurance make the strongest man. Posts online top the Yunzhou trending searches, and Deng Zixiao looked at these headlines, his face turning green. Damn those editors, he really wanted to unleash a thunderous destruction on them. Hee hee, Li Jerk, look at these trending topics, they're really interesting, Qin Yiman said. As the 4 of them sat in a high-speed train compartment, showing Li Chen the trending search interface of Yunzhou. Li Chen remained indifferent. He had long accepted the editor's dark humor. Meanwhile, Qin Yiman and Chu Piaoxue were laughing joyfully. After getting off the high-speed train, a luxury business car was already waiting. After picking up Li Chen and the others, they went to Chu Piaoshue's home to pick up Chu Ro. On the train, Chu Piaoshue had already told Chu Ro about the move. Chu Ro did not refuse. She understood that as ordinary people, they were insignificant in the face of martial sovereigns. Having experienced despair once, she did not want her daughter to go through the same. Upon returning to the Qin family estate, He arranged for a vacant villa for Li Chen and the mother-daughter duo to live in. The villa was large enough to accommodate several more people. The next day, Li Chen and the others walked to the main villa where Qin Yiman called them to have breakfast together. He sat at the main table. After finishing breakfast, he took out a pile of spirit fruits from his spatial ring. This is the blood python fruit. Compared to the blood flood dragon fruit you obtained, it is significantly inferior, but it is very useful for refining blood energy and condensing divine fire. Although your strength is decent now, you all need to at least improve by one realm to achieve good results. Each of you gets 30 pieces, consider it a gift. From me, your elder, he said. Chu Piaoshue was still hesitating, while Li Chen had already expressed his thanks. Li, you really are not polite at all. Qin Yiman rolled her eyes. An elder's gift, I dare not refuse. You wouldn't understand, Li Chen replied matter-of-factly. Only you know so much. Qin Yiman laughed in anger. Learn more from your brother in the future and you can be as knowledgeable as I am. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. Pa, shameless. Chu Piaoshue also thanked Qin. She would repay this kindness in the future. Chu Ro watched Qin Yiman and Li Chen bickering happily, then looked at her own Piaoshue, who seemed like a dull gourd, and shook her head secretly. One must strive for the one they like. After breakfast, the three of them ran to the training room to practice together. Qin had to handle the affairs of the Qin group and couldn't stay here all the time. As for why he felt so at ease, it was because this estate had a powerful protective force. Even a martial sovereign would find it difficult to breach. Chu Ro returned to the villa. She had her own matters to attend to. The effect of the blood python fruit was not that strong, so after consuming it, they just let their breathing technique absorb it automatically without needing to sit in meditation to focus on mobilizing their blood energy. This allowed the three of them to practice martial arts together. Mainly, Li Chen was teaching the two girls. Under the guidance of Li Chen, a top-notch instructor, the two girls quickly absorbed the combat gains from this period, and both their breathing techniques and martial skills were rapidly improving. However, no matter how fast they improved, they still couldn't see Li Chen's tail, but fortunately, after experiencing more setbacks, their psychological endurance naturally strengthened. They practiced all day, and after dinner in the evening, Li Chen and the others returned to their villa. It was still early, and after a bit of digestion, Li Chen and Chu Piaoshue went back to the training room to practice together. As for Qin Yiman, she stayed at home obediently. With Qin around, she didn't dare to wander off. Li Chen was guiding Chu Piaoshue in practicing the first layer of the titanium body. You need to treat yourself like a piece of iron, and the blood energy is the hammer, constantly forging your body with the blood energy, Li Chen said. As he spoke, he placed his hand on Chu Piaoshue's back, sensing the forging of her blood energy. The force is not enough, and the subtlety is lacking. You need to be more focused, Li Chen said. Chu Piaoshue suppressed the strange feelings in her heart. She was wearing a thin training outfit, and Li Chen's hand was very warm against her back, making her heart flutter, and it was difficult to concentrate for a moment. She took a deep breath and focused on operating the blood energy according to the path of the titanium body, striking every inch of her flesh. Li Chen showed a satisfied expression. Teaching a top student was quite easy, and Chu Piaoshue's talent was very good. He withdrew his hand and sat cross-legged beside Chu Piaoshue, looking at the beauty right in front of him. Chu Piaoshue had long eyelashes, a delicate nose, a hint of red lips, a perfect profile, and skin so flawless it seemed to glow. Li Chen found himself entranced. Although Chu Piaoshue had her eyes closed, the hot breath beside her made her aware that Li Chen was very close to her. Her heart was slightly flustered, and her fluttering eyelashes revealed her inner turmoil. Li Chen's lips curled into a smile. She was truly a shy girl. He reached out and gently scratched Chu Piaoshue's nose. Chu Piaoshue opened her eyes, shyly glanced at Li Chen, and noticed the heat in his gaze, causing her to lower her head. I wonder who it was that wanted to hold someone to sleep at night, now pretending to be unfamiliar. Ah, truly heartbreaking for a naive young heart, Li Chen lamented. I didn't. Chu Piaoshue wanted to explain, but found that no matter how she explained, it was wrong, her ears turning completely red. Ah, so cute, Li Chen said, reaching out to pinch Chu Piaoshue's little face, and she did not shy away. She looked at the chest, so close to her, slowly leaning against it, pressing her face against Li Chen's chest, wrapping her arms around his waist, listening to the sound of his heartbeat, feeling very at ease. Li Chen also reached out to wrap his arms around Chu Piaoshue's slender waist, his restless heart gradually calming down. The two maintained this position for half an hour, feeling their hearts drawing closer rapidly. Ding dong. The sudden doorbell startled them like frightened deer. Go open the door, it's my mom, Chu Piaoshue said, her voice tense, as if she had been caught doing something wrong. Okay. Li Chen was also a bit flustered, almost forgetting that the girl's mother was still here. He forcibly suppressed his unease and opened the door. Xiaoxue, when practicing, you must also pay attention to relaxation and moderation. It's 10. o'clock, you need to prepare to rest, Chu-ro said. Okay, auntie, we'll go rest now, Li Chen replied with a smile. After Chu-ro left, she just reminded them once. Li Chen looked at Chu Paoxue, who was still pretending to practice seriously, and found it amusing. She didn't even dare to face her mother. Xiaoxue, we need to rest, Li Chen whispered. I'll go back to my room now, Chu Paoxue said, escaping as if she had been caught, having detected the teasing in Li Chen's tone. That night, Li Chen was restless and hardly slept, constantly recalling the scene of hugging Chu Paoxue and occasionally the graceful figure of Qin Yiman flashed through his mind. The next day, seeing the bloodshot in his eyes, Chu Paoxue was surprised, not knowing what Li Chen had been up to last night. Did you not sleep well last night? Chu Paoxue asked. In confusion, the bed here was very comfortable, how could he not sleep well? I had nightmares sleeping alone last night, Li Chen said unconvincingly. Chu Paoxue's face turned red instantly and she hurried downstairs. They were preparing to have breakfast again. Life was still the same as yesterday, with just over 10 days left until the college entrance examination, and suddenly time felt insufficient. In the evening, Li Chen noticed the door opening by itself, and a charming figure slipped in, then burrowed into his blanket. Chu Paoxue quietly hugged Li Chen, burying her head in the crook of his neck and fell asleep. Li Chen was overjoyed and hugged her to sleep. Although the quality of sleep was poor, his mood was good. They lived on the second floor, while Chu-ro lived on the first floor. Otherwise, even if Chu Paoxue had 10 times the courage, she wouldn't dare to come over. The next day, when he woke up, Chu Paoxue was no longer in his arms. She had gotten up early, afraid of being discovered by Chu-ro. Thus, the days passed quietly, fulfilling, and happily. Time flew by, and with only 4 days left until the college entrance examination, Li Chen finally opened a new divine treasure. The ultimate explosion divine treasure, his nuclear explosion. Fist's first level had already reached the realm of profundity. 3 ultimate divine treasures. Because of the ultimate body refining divine treasure, my blood energy can reach 10.8 million. Incredible. Li Chen was overjoyed. Because he opened the ultimate explosion divine treasure, he also exchanged all his battle achievements for the first 4 levels of the nuclear explosion fist, equivalent to A-level martial arts. After absorbing the insights from the inheritance martial seal, he had already reached the proficient level. Combined with his blood energy and the ultimate explosion divine treasure, he could unleash tremendous power. Now, any punch he threw was equivalent to a large missile explosion. After mastering the nuclear explosion fist, Li Chen's area attack capability was greatly enhanced. If he were surrounded, a single punch could destroy all his enemies. Chu Paoxue and Qin Yiman also opened their second divine treasures, both top-tier divine treasures, with Chu Paoxue unlocking the top-tier sealing divine treasure, which, combined with the top-tier ice divine treasure, could tightly restrain their enemies. Qin Yiman activated the top-tier speed divine concealment. As a swordsman, she was even more graceful, her figure swaying as sword energy attacked the enemy from all directions. The strength of the 3 had greatly increased, raising their expectations for the college entrance examination to a higher level. With 4 days left, Li Chen and the others focused on solidifying their realms and adjusting their mindsets, waiting for the day of the exam when their sharp blades would be unsheathed. The night before the exam, Chu Paoxue once again nestled into Li Chen's embrace. Paoxue, do your best tomorrow, Li Chen said, stroking Chu Paoxue's delicate face. You too. Looking at the enchanting face so close to him, Li Chen couldn't help but lean in. Chu Paoxue closed her eyes, and the 2 inexperienced young people felt the warmth and softness of each other's lips. After a long while, they parted, holding each other tightly as they drifted into a wonderful dream. They did not take that final step, not for any particular reason, but simply because Chu Paoxue did not agree. The next day, Li Chen and Qin Yiman returned to the long-missed No. 5 high school, having not been there for a month. For a genius student like Li Chen, the school did not have a strict requirement to attend, and the entire federation was the same. Otherwise, how could those students challenge and make a name for themselves everywhere? Li Chen and Qin Yiman had long been the prominent figures of No. 5 high school, and their arrival naturally attracted the attention of many classmates. Bold female students even ran over to ask Li Chen for autographs. After signing a few, Li Chen noticed too many people had gathered and quickly found an excuse to leave. Today was the liberal arts exam, lasting a whole day. With Li Chen's brain development level, it was no problem for him to remember everything at a glance. Although he spent very little time studying liberal arts each day, he was confident he would score high. He had done the liberal arts questions from previous years, scoring at least 950 out of a total of 1,000. Little Li, you're impressive. You've been out for a month, and your fiancé has come out. Zhang Meng, with his loud voice, rushed over to give Li Chen a hug. But Li Chen coldly avoided him. He could only embrace the opposite sex now, it was a habit. You even got the school beauty, awesome. Zhang Meng's face showed a lewd smile. Do you believe I'll pull your tongue out? Qin Yiman's eyes revealed danger. Little Li, you're not doing well. It's obvious you're under your wife's control. Zhang Meng completely ignored the warning, as he was always cheeky. Clang! A long sword was placed against Zhang Meng's neck, making his legs go weak. It was over. He had gone too far. You brat, do you have confidence in the mech exam? I'm waiting to dominate Jinwu University with you. Li Chen patted Zhang Meng's shoulder. Don't worry, I can't say I'll get second, but first is definitely no problem, Zhang Meng boasted. You're even more pretentious than I am, Li Chen looked at him with disdain. Li Chen, Qin Yiman, you're here. Wang Feng also came over. He had been training in the wilderness with his father's mercenary group and had already advanced to a 4th grade warrior. There was definitely no hope for Jinwu University, but he was sure he could get into a mid-ranking martial arts university. Wang Feng, why do you look like a native? Li Chen teased, as Wang Feng's skin was already dark, and after living in the wilderness he was now quite tanned. What do you think I am, living in a big villa, flirting with beautiful women, enjoying a carefree life? Wang Feng replied irritably. Ha, it's not as good as you say. I can only say you can't imagine my happiness, Li Chen laughed, as he had indeed been very happy during this time. The three were speechless. This kid Li Chen was always so infuriating. If they could beat him, they would really want to give him a good thrashing. The 4 of them found their exam rooms and seats according to the information on their admission tickets. As the bell rang, the liberal arts exam officially began, with 3 subjects in the morning and 3 in the afternoon. Time flew by quickly under their pens, and many students were scratching their heads as the questions were too difficult for them. Li Chen felt fine. If it weren't for the rule against submitting early, he could have left ahead of time. After the exam, I bid farewell to my classmates and followed Qin Yiman back to the Qin family estate. Zhu Piaoxue also returned with us and asked about our confidence in the liberal arts subjects. The 3 of us felt quite assured, but the main concern was the martial arts exam scheduled for tomorrow. The location chosen for the martial arts exam was an island in the ocean. Due to its oceanic setting and size, there weren't many powerful demon beasts there. The strongest were only at the level of great demon generals, making it very suitable for the college entrance examination. Almost every major district would select a suitable island as the examination venue, and this had long been a tradition. The college entrance examination, being one of the most important days in the Federation, was taken very seriously, and each examination site would have a martial king overseeing it. Even the lofty martial emperor would secretly intimidate the demon beasts in the ocean, as the ocean's expanse was much larger than that of the land, and the strength of the demon beasts in the ocean surpassed those on land. Fortunately, oceanic demon beasts had no interest in the land, otherwise human survival would be even more difficult, and it would be uncertain if we could survive at all. That night, Zhu Piaoxue still crawled into Li Chen's bed as usual. The next morning, just as dawn broke, the 2 of them got up, and they all gathered at the playground of Ningqing No. 1 High School. Watching Li Chen swagger in with the 2 girls, countless male classmates felt their hearts shatter. Their goddess was actually following Li Chen like a little girl, and they couldn't accept it. However, no one dared to provoke Li Chen, who didn't know of his reputation by now. 2 murderous gazes were fixed on Li Chen, belonging to Zhu Kuan and Wang Bin. The person they could have easily crushed had unexpectedly grown to this level, far beyond their imagination. During this time, they had not dared to go out, hiding in the Wang family estate, fearing that a flying knife would come from nowhere and take their lives. Li Chen sensed the malice and spotted Wang Bin and Zhu Kuan. He glanced at them without much concern. If it weren't for the presence of Wang Xiao, a peak martial master, he would have sent the 2 to reunite with Zhu Tao long ago. But it wouldn't be long. As soon as he opened another divine treasure, he was confident he could eliminate Wang Xiao without anyone noticing. Now, he dared to confront Wang Xiao head-on. Wang Xiao had merely tempered his python bones. However, it would create too much noise, and he would definitely be stopped by the Martial Division and the Martial Artist Association, potentially getting into trouble, so he suppressed the restlessness in his heart. Feeling the disdain in Li Chan's eyes, Wang Bin and Zhu Kuan were even more furious, but they could only seethe in impotent rage. Li Chen, this time you're dead for sure, just enjoy your moment of pride, Wang Bin sneered inwardly. He had learned from his father that the elders of the Ancient God Society had personally arranged for someone to target Li Chen during the college entrance examination. Li Chen was doomed. According to seat numbers, board the plane. The principal of No. 1 High School shouted. At this point, 3 military planes were ready on the playground. Due to advancements in energy technology, modern passenger planes were generally quite large, easily accommodating 1,000 people. In a small city like Yun City, there were fewer than 3,000 candidates participating in the martial arts exam, so 3 planes were more than enough. Fierce winds erupted from the bottom of the planes as they began to ascend straight up. These planes used demon cores from wind-type bloodlines as their driving energy, providing tremendous wind power. Demon beasts that reached the demon commander level would condense demon cores within their bodies as energy cores. The strength of a demon commander could easily support a plane, even lifting a mountain 1,000 meters high. The planes began flying south, and shortly after leaving the city, 100 mechas took off from the military camp surrounding the planes. This was the escort force, led by 5 martial sect-level mechas, with the rest being master-level mechas. The planes flew southward. Ningqing was not far from the coast, and it didn't take long to reach the airspace above the ocean. After more than half an hour, a massive island came into view for all the candidates. Inside the plane, there was a large screen that projected a 360-degree view of the scenery for everyone to observe. This island covers an area of about 10,000 square kilometers. With dense hills throughout, apart from the coastal areas, it is hard to find any flat land. As the plane descended, Li Chen and the others exited the aircraft and began to wait quietly according to an officer's command. At every airport, 100,000 candidates would land, and this island has a total of 10 airports, with about 1 million candidates from the Nanling region participating in the martial arts examination. Each year, plane after plane landed, and candidates continuously emerged, standing in formation. An hour later, all the candidates at this airport had arrived. A middle-aged man in military uniform flew into the air, capturing everyone's attention. Now, I will explain the rules of this martial arts examination. First, collect your drones in order. These drones will follow you, live streaming all your actions and recording all the beasts you kill, tallying your points. You can check your points and rankings through the wristbands you have. The highest scorer will receive a full score of 1,000 points, while others will be scored proportionally. Furthermore, candidates are not allowed to fight each other. Anyone who ambushes or actively attacks others will have their examination qualifications revoked and will face corresponding penalties. Teaming up is also prohibited. Everything must rely on yourself. The deeper you go into the island, the stronger the beasts will be. The center is the territory of the great beasts, so you must act according to your abilities. The specific rules for earning points can be checked on the wristbands. Now, begin collecting your equipment and wait for orders to act in unison. After the officer finished speaking, all the candidates began to collect their drones and wristbands in order. Li Chen received his drone and started inputting his candidate number to activate it, as the drone's camera began to work automatically, capturing Li Chen in its lens. This is the latest generation of military drones, powered by high-energy crystals, capable of flying for 3 days and nights. Moreover, it is made of B-grade alloy, able to withstand the aftermath of battles involving great martial artists. With ultra-high-definition cameras, long-range capabilities, and fast, sensitive automatic tracking, it can be said to be the best partner for live streaming. The drone hovered above Li Chen's side, and simultaneously, images began to appear in the martial artist app's livestream of the examination. The live stream has started. Quick, search for Li Chen. The principal of the 5th school exclaimed excitedly on stage, as all the students from the 5th school were organized to watch the live stream of their candidates. On the largest screen in the center, it was only natural that Li Chen's live stream was being played. Senior Li is so handsome. That profile, I love it. This isn't a beauty filter. Li Chen's looks are incredible. The young girls fixated their gaze on Li Chen's face, while others barely glanced. More and more people began to flood into Li Chen's live stream, and the number of viewers was rapidly increasing. As the top candidate from Yunzhou, Li Chen's popularity was unmatched. Coupled with his looks, having the stunning Chu Piaoxue as his fiancée, and his ambiguous relationship with Qin Yiman, along with the ongoing drama with the Mu family, he was a hot topic with immense attention. The Nanling region has a total of 10 states, and Li Chen's popularity quickly entered the top 10, ranking 6th. The candidates ahead of him were all students from the capital who had started to make a name for themselves early on. The first place, Yi Xing, is the offspring of a martial king, having been surrounded by a halo since childhood. The second place is Lu Ruxu, known as the first goddess of the third year in Yunzhou. Beautiful women always have an extraordinary allure, and there's no denying that. Li Chen had seen videos of Lu Ruxu, and she was indeed beautiful, existing on the same level as Chu Piaoxue and Qin Yiman. However, Lu Ruxu's family background is special. It is said that her parents are big shots in the military, adding a mysterious color to her identity. Being in the capital also means higher exposure, which earned her the title of the first goddess of high school in Yunzhou. Li Chen was unaware of the situation in his livestream. To allow students to focus on the examination, the drone's communication function had not been activated for the time being. They could only increase their heat through the performance of hunting demon beasts. The martial arts exam officially begins, an officer announced loudly from mid-air. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of blood and energy erupting rang out continuously as the candidates plunged into the hills like sharp swords. At this moment, Li Chen had already stepped onto the hurricane, rising into the air, feeling the meaning of the phrase to stand atop the peak and overlook the mountains more deeply. In this examination venue, Li Chen was not the only one flying. There were also a male and a female candidates soaring into the sky. The male candidate activated a top-tier gravity divine treasure, altering his gravitational stance to float. The female candidate activated a top-tier wind divine treasure, possessing extraordinary control over the wind, her body swirling around the hurricane, flying into the air just like Li Chen. However, their speed was far inferior to Li Chen's. With the supreme speed divine treasure, Li Chen's speed increased tenfold, propelling him like a rocket towards the hills. The demon beasts near the airport did not interest Li Chen at all. They were merely demon soldiers, not even demon generals, and he couldn't be bothered to engage. He had already understood the scoring rules. First grade demon beasts were worth 10 points, second grade 50, third grade 300, fourth grade 500, fifth grade 1000, sixth grade 2000, seventh grade 4000, eighth grade 6000, and ninth grade 8000. For demon generals, first stage was 10,000, second stage 20,000, third stage 40,000, fourth stage 60,000, fifth stage 80,000, and sixth stage 100,000. For great demon generals, first stage was 200,000, second stage 400,000, third stage 600,000, and fourth stage 800,000, with a total of 4 realms. To simplify calculations, the bloodline level of the demon beasts was not considered. After all, the demon beasts were chosen by the students themselves, and if one insisted on challenging an S-grade bloodline demon beast, there was nothing others could do. Li Chen created a wave of air, pushing the hills behind him as he had already penetrated 100 kilometers into the island. This area belonged to the demon generals, and Li Chen slowed down, stepping down gracefully from mid-air, walking through the void with utmost elegance. When he descended to a height of 200 meters above the ground, he stopped. He scanned the hills below. Due to the frequent hunting and battles of the demon beasts, many trees had been destroyed, so the view from above was not completely obstructed. Two first-stage demon generals were fighting each other, both wanting to devour the other. Li Chen concentrated his energy into two blood knives, waved his hand, and the flying knives shot through the air like meteors, leaving two trails of energy, and in the blink of an eye, struck the foreheads of the two demon generals. Before they could react, the flying knives had already penetrated their heads, and the blood knives exploded. Due to the characteristics of the Supreme Explosion Divine Treasure, the explosive power increased tenfold, directly shattering the heads of the two demon generals, earning him 20 points. Li Chen maintained a leisurely pace as he glided through the air, sending flying knives from his hand. Whether it was a first-stage demon general or a sixth-stage demon general, none could withstand his flying knives. One knife, one kill, never missing. The little flying knife in Li Chen's hand was a deadly weapon. Those who saw the knife would die. Li Chen particularly enjoyed hunting social demon beasts like wolf-type, cow-type, and monkey-type demon beasts. With a single strike of the nuclear explosion divine fist, the highly concentrated blood energy coalesced into a blood-colored small sun. As the small sun descended, a violent explosion obliterated the entire mountain, leaving a giant pit over 100 meters deep in the ground, with not even a trace left of those demon beasts. This power is not an exaggeration to call him a humanoid super missile launcher. So terrifying. Is this really a high school student? Even a grand martial artist who has trained for many years wouldn't be this formidable, right? I am a grand martial artist, and I can responsibly say that I am not a match for classmate Li Chen, a verified grand martial artist commented in the barrage. Li Chen couldn't see the barrage, but the audience could send and view it, exchanging their opinions with each other. Li Chen's points were rapidly increasing. In just 1 hour, his score had already surpassed 1,000,000. If it weren't for the time wasted searching for demon beasts, and with many powerful students already entering this area to hunt monsters, his speed of earning points would be very fast. With flight, ultra-long-range sniping, and extremely strong area attacks, Li Chen's speed in harvesting points is unmatched by many. He opened his wristband to check the rankings. He was in 4th place, with the first being Yi Xing, the Prince of Martial Arts, the second being Lu Ruxu, the daughter of a military bigwig, and the third a student named Zhuge Tiankai. That name was truly eye-catching. Li Chen also checked the points of Chu Tao Shui and Qin Yiman. Both had already exceeded 100,000 points, ranking within 1,000, which was quite good. If they maintained this, their hopes of entering Jinwu University were very high. He also saw that Deng Zixiao was ranked 6th in the entire Nanling region. Deng Zixiao, with her Thunder King physique, was a dazzling presence. Li Chen maintained an S-shaped path, harvesting both horizontally and vertically. The invasion of candidates also fully alarmed the demon beasts on the island. Under the command of the great demon generals, the demon beasts deep within the island began to gather, forming a powerful tide of demon beasts that quickly surged outward. The test had just begun. Every year during the martial arts college entrance examination, many candidates would fall. It was normal for 10 to 80,000 to die in an examination room, and even with a rescue button, the military often couldn't arrive in time. This is the path of a martial artist, paved with countless bones. Li Chen could already see the rolling smoke and dust surging in the distance. In the sky, dense swarms of flying demon beasts were also rapidly swooping out. Keek, demon beasts, I want you to become my points. Li Chen's eyes shone with a fervent light. The viewers in the livestream were speechless, while others feared the beast tide like scorpions and tigers. Li Chen actually looked quite excited. Is this the mindset of a prodigy? Truly different from ordinary people. Ding ding ding, the demon beast tide will reach the outskirts in 10 minutes. Please pay attention. All candidates, please pay attention. The wristband emitted an alarm. Demon beast tide, I'll retreat to the back and let the other students block them in front while I pick up the scraps. Should I retreat back to the airport? The demon beast tide is deadly. Come on, my big knife has long been eager to taste blood. The news of the demon beast tide caught the attention of all candidates, revealing various choices. Some were sinister, some cowardly, some resolute, while others, in the eyes of the audience, seemed to have gone mad. Li Chen stepped into the hurricane and charged straight towards the incoming flying demon beast army. Because the demon beasts needed to split into 10 directions to attack, the number of flying demon beasts heading towards Li Chen was about 10,000. Although their momentum couldn't be described as earth-shattering, it was still overwhelming. However, Li Chen was unafraid. The strongest were just the great demon generals. Today he, Li Chen, would show the world how domineering and unparalleled a man born for the battlefield could be. Flying demon beasts ruled the sky. They were the masters of the air. And humans had always had to rely on mecha armies to fight back. This was experience and common sense. But today, the viewers in Li Chen's livestream saw a man wanting to use his flesh and blood to block the army of flying demon beasts. Their first reaction was that this person was crazy. Their second reaction was that this person was seeking death. Apart from these two reasons, they couldn't find a justification for a third-grade martial artist charging towards over 10,000 flying demon beasts. Li Chen's solitary charge towards the flying demon beasts appeared so tragic and desolate to the viewers in the livestream. The wind is bleak, the waters of the river are cold, the brave man goes, never to return. This line of comments flooded the screen. Drunkenly lying on the battlefield, do not laugh. How many have returned from battles throughout history? Li Chen thought of the martial artists who had died in the last Beast Tide, feeling emotional. However, in the eyes of the public, Li Chen's selfless act quickly raised their admiration for him, and many began to send gifts, especially those wealthy individuals, sending hundreds of rockets at once. The ones who give the most rewards are those large groups and big companies. They mainly want to boost their visibility through gifting, with a wave of gifts exceeding 1 million, which is quite terrifying. Li Chen was enveloped by a violent hurricane with a diameter of 100 meters. At this moment he resembled a deity descending from the heavens. The distance between both sides was rapidly closing. For both parties whose speed surpassed the speed of sound, it wouldn't take long to cross the entire South Island, let alone rush towards each other. The distance had already shrunk to less than 2 kilometers. With Li Chen's current strength, he could clearly see the forked feathers on the flying demon beast and distinctly observe the madness and killing intent in the beast's eyes. Rays of light began to shine. The flying demon beasts above the demon generals had already started to unleash their bloodline powers, aiming to eliminate the ants ahead. Li Chen's right fist was also gathering blood energy, a blood-red sun rising, then crashing down like a falling star towards the flying demon beast. The divine powers collided in mid-air, creating a violent explosion that formed a fierce shockwave, shaking the ground 1,000 meters below. With the strength of one person, Li Chen was at a disadvantage against tens of thousands of flying demon beasts. Countless divine powers bombarded Li Chen. Even a great martial master would find only death facing such a barrage. However, Li Chen showed no fear. His body merged with the hurricane, and with the might of the supreme speed divine concealment, he moved like lightning, instantly shifting 1,000 meters to evade all attacks. Let you taste the power of my little Li flying dagger. Li Chen spread his arms, blood energy erupting from his body, and blood energy daggers began to coalesce in front of him, quickly exceeding 1,000. Go! With a wave of his hands, the blood energy daggers tore through the air, shooting towards the swarm of flying demon beasts in unpredictable trajectories. To the viewers in the livestream, it looked like a rain of flying daggers. The speed of the daggers surpassed 10 times the speed of sound, and in an instant, many flying demon beasts didn't even have time to deploy their defensive powers. The daggers pierced into the bodies of the demon beasts and then exploded, under the force of 10 times the explosion power, equivalent to 1,000 small, orderly missiles detonating. Blood rained down, and in an instant, over 1,000 flying demon beasts fell. Let me kill him, a great demon general shouted in anger, then broke through the air, rapidly charging towards Li Chen. This was a golden feathered eagle, said to inherit a trace of the bloodline power of the golden winged rock. Its golden feathers shone with a golden light under the sun, with a wingspan exceeding 50 meters. It was a third-tier great demon general. The golden winged rock is known as the fastest in the world, and the golden feathered eagle, with its faint bloodline, also ranks among the upper echelons of speed among demon beasts of the same tier. A beam of golden light rushed towards Li Chen, carrying a rolling wave of air. Speed, you say? A smile appeared on Li Chen's lips. If relying solely on the speed divine concealment, his speed wasn't much faster than the opponent's. But let's not forget, he also mastered the essence of speed, capable of increasing his speed 100-fold. 2. Conserve blood energy. Li Chen slightly activated the power of the speed essence. Even so, his speed increased 10-fold again. His entire being left a long phantom, rapidly circling around the swarm of demon beasts. Blood energy daggers fell like raindrops, densely exploding in the air, resembling a mech unit in continuous bombardment. One person, exuding the momentum of a mech unit. This is Li Chen. This is the perfect level of little Li flying dagger. The ground continuously emitted muffled sounds, as one flying demon beast after another fell to the earth. Damn it! The golden feathered eagle was furious, but Li Chen was far too fast for it to catch up. At this moment, 5 more great demon-level flying demon beasts were jointly surrounding Li Chen. However, in the three-dimensional space of the sky, blocking a super-fast human was no easy task. Their divine powers couldn't lock onto Li Chen at all, and they could only watch helplessly as he wreaked havoc. After the bombardment of flying daggers, nearly half of the flying demon beasts had fallen, and the remaining ones were all above the 4th rank. They maintained their defensive abilities at all times, and with their powerful physiques, they were quite resilient. Scatter, attack the warriors with various options. The golden winged eagle could only disperse the remaining flying demon beasts. Gathering them together would only make them targets for Li Chen. Li Chen single-handedly broke apart the formation of the flying demon beasts, a feat that even a mech battalion would find difficult to achieve. Well done. 666. What a thrilling bombardment of flying daggers. Li Chen is amazing. Li Chen's performance completely conquered the watching crowd, and cheers erupted in many places in Yunzhou, celebrating Li Chen's bravery and strength. They were strongly impressed by him. The popularity of Li Chen's live stream rapidly rose, directly reaching the top level. No other student had the courage to confront the demon beast army alone like Li Chen did. This is the influence of a hero. Even if you are a prince of martial arts, a wealthy young master, or a stunning beauty, you cannot compare, because heroes are the hope of the Federation, and at this moment, Li Chen was seen as a hero by many in the crowd. Human, do you only know how to run? Do you dare to challenge me one-on-one? The golden-winged eagle shouted angrily, having suffered a setback in speed for the first time. It was furious. Oh, you think I won't dare? Li Chen's indifferent voice came from the hurricane, which stopped, revealing him standing in mid-air, looking down at the golden-winged eagle. Then come to the death. The golden-winged eagle's eyes were filled with murderous intent, staring intently at Li Chen. Then I'll send you down to meet your ancestors, with one slash to sever the river. Li Chen shouted, and a blade of energy 100 meters long split the air in two, charging towards the golden-winged eagle with an unstoppable momentum. A mere trick. The golden-winged eagle fully spread its wings, and a pair of illusory wings unfolded from its body, spanning over 200 meters. The enormous wings flapped, gathering golden blood energy, creating a golden river that surged forward in the sky, drowning the blade energy. The golden-winged eagle was an A-class demon beast, with all its bones except for the skull fully tempered, and its bones had reached the level of serpent bones, with blood energy surpassing 30 million, enough to crush Li Chen in terms of blood energy. Its abilities were comparable to A-class martial techniques, and it had already reached the mastery level, capable of destroying several mountains with a single strike. The golden river of blood energy rushed forward, carrying the ferocity of the river and the sharpness of metal. Ocean suppression seal. Li Chen's blood energy surged like the ocean, and the air in front was explosively expanded by the violent force, squeezing out a massive seal from the air. The deep blue ocean suppression seal gathered the power of the four seas and collided violently with the golden river. The explosive airflow distorted the sunlight, and the rolling shockwaves swept across the sky, the intense roar sounding like thunder striking the world. The golden light overshadowed the sunlight, relying on its powerful blood energy, even if it was insufficient in terms of ability. The golden-winged eagle's technique still overwhelmed Li Chen's ocean suppression seal. So it really doesn't work? Li Chen murmured to himself. Without using the power of the profound meaning, he was still not a match for a third-rank great demon general. Li Chen is still too ambitious. He is only a third-grade martial artist, yet he dares to challenge a third-rank great demon general. Isn't this ridiculous? Even the young martial king couldn't reach this level back then. This Li Chen is too arrogant. He has a speed advantage but chooses to clash head-on with the demon beast. What a fool. Once someone becomes famous, they attract all kinds of fans, both fervent supporters and detractors. Seeing Li Chen so overconfident, many mocking voices appeared in the comments. Li Chen was unaware of all this. He dared to confront head-on because he had his confidence. He no longer held back, activating the power of body refinement, rapidly condensing his blood energy, spinning quickly, with his meridians faintly aching. Li Chen increased the power of his blood energy tenfold before stopping. Although the total amount of blood energy within him remained unchanged, with the enhancement of the profound meaning, 1 unit of blood energy could exert the power of 10. His 10 million blood energy was enough to unleash the power of 100 million, and this was the profound meaning, the exclusive power of the martial king. Mountain suppression seal. Li Chen formed seals with both hands, condensing the power of the 5 mountains into a massive, earth-colored seal that roared forth. This mountain suppression seal towered over 100 meters, resembling a mountain peak. A tremendous force emanated from the seal, and even through the screen, the people could feel the overwhelming power capable of crushing mountains. A golden river flowed through the sky, crashing into the mountain suppression seal, which stood firm like the unyielding Mount Buzhou. Go! Li Chen thrust his hands forward, and the mountain suppression seal pushed against the force of the golden river, moving upstream towards the golden-winged eagle. The golden river was shattered by the force, and the mountain suppression seal descended with overwhelming power, making the golden-winged eagle feel a grave threat. With wings to support the heavens, the illusory wings behind the golden-winged eagle flew out, attempting to support the base of the mountain suppression seal. The seal, carrying immense power, landed on the wings, unleashing a more powerful shockwave that shattered the peaks below by 1,000 meters. Under the pressure of the mountain suppression seal, the wings continued to fall, unable to hold up against the might. A mortal trying to support the heavens was ultimately like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating their own strength. The powerful suppressive force pressed down on the golden-winged eagle, causing its body to descend uncontrollably. It knew that if it were pinned down, the best outcome would be severe injury. Feathers like swords, the golden-winged eagle roared in anger, and countless feathers shot out, transforming into golden blades. Each feather was equivalent to a flying sword made of B-grade metal. The dense barrage of feathers, exceeding 10 times the speed of sound, struck the mountain suppression seal, leaving numerous craters. Even a 1,000-meter-high mountain could be turned into a sieve by the golden-winged eagle. However, the mountain suppression seal condensed hundreds of millions of tons of force into a 100-meter-high seal with blood energy highly concentrated, comparable to alloy. Golden light erupted as the mountain suppression seal in a domineering manner knocked down the feathers. The damaged mountain suppression seal still bore unmatched power as it pressed down on the golden-winged eagle. Golden aurora. The golden-winged eagle transformed into a beam of golden light, fleeing rapidly. It did not want to experience the feeling of being suppressed. "Didn't you say you wouldn't stop until one of us is dead?" Li Chen said mockingly. Could the opponent match his speed? He stepped through the void, approaching rapidly with a hurricane and A-grade ally flying knife appearing in his hand. The flying knife tore through the air, descending upon the golden-winged eagle at a speed difficult to capture with the naked eye. The golden-winged eagle's feathers were covered in golden light, its defensive technique. However, against the flying knife enhanced by 10 times the blood energy, its defense was far from sufficient. The flying knife pierced into its body, entering its internal organs, and the blood energy attached to the knife exploded, shattering its insides. Because the golden-winged eagle's internal organs had been tempered, they did not completely shatter. "Help me!" At this moment, the golden-winged eagle could no longer care about its pride and cried out for help. A 4th-tier great demon, the black feather eagle, rushed towards Li Chen. As an A-grade demon beast, it was stronger than the golden-winged eagle and was one of the overlords of Nanyu Island. Rolling black mist emanated from the black feather eagle, enveloping the sky and concealing the form of the golden-winged eagle. "Wind, come!" Li Chen manipulated the hurricane, descending into the black mist and gathering all the mist together. "Die for me!" Li Chen shot out 2 flying knives again, which arced towards the golden-winged eagle. "Get lost!" The golden-winged eagle roared, golden blood energy surging like waves, blocking the attack of the flying knives. Spinning rapidly, with powerful penetrating force, it tore open 2 paths through the golden blood energy. The golden-winged eagle closed its wings, protecting its head, knowing it could not evade the turning flying knives. Swish! The sound of flying knives piercing through the body, 2 flying knives directly penetrated the wings and landed on the head of the golden-feathered eagle. The sound of its skull shattering echoed. The flying knives entered the golden-feathered eagle's mind, and a burst of blood energy exploded, destroying its brain. The golden-feathered eagle let out a tragic scream, bleeding as it fell from the sky. A 3rd-tier demon general, dead. "You are dead." The black-feathered eagle spat out thick black mist. Its bloodline harnessed the power of darkness. As long as the enemy was hit, they would fall into a state of weakness, and their brains would become confused, as if drunk, at the mercy of others. Hurricane. The hurricane surrounding Li Chen became even more violent, blocking all the black mist outside. Li Chen quickly left with the hurricane. After using the power of the profound meaning, his blood energy was already less than half, and he could not afford to exhaust himself against the black-feathered eagle. Dark rain. The black-feathered eagle was unwilling to let Li Chen go, and beams of pitch-black light shot rapidly towards Li Chen, covering all his escape routes. The black light broke through the hurricane's defense. The hurricane was not strong against this kind of point-to-surface attack. Li Chen's entire body quickly turned silver. Under the power of the body tempering profound meaning, the defense of his titanium body rapidly strengthened, exuding an immortal aura. The black light struck Li Chen, leaving behind numerous dents, but could not break through his defenses. Li Chen took advantage of the attack's force to leave the battlefield even faster. The black-feathered eagle let out an angry cry, having killed thousands of its kin, including a 3rd-tier demon general. It could only watch as Li Chen escaped, its fury burning like fire. But Li Chen's speed was too fast, so fast that it could only watch helplessly as he left. "Eat all these humans!" The voice of the black-feathered eagle spread across 100 miles. It could only vent its anger on the other candidates. The other candidates cried out in despair. Some timid ones quickly pressed the emergency button and were rescued by nearby soldiers. Those who were lucky but lacked strength became the food of the demon beasts. The federal college entrance examination had always been very brutal. Now, with the situation surrounded by demon beasts, students could not grow up in a greenhouse. The college entrance examination was a battlefield, and only those who stood out from the battlefield were the talents needed by the Federation. Those flowers in the greenhouse who cultivated quickly but became weak on the battlefield were not the talents the Federation needed. Wasting so many resources to send them to die on the battlefield was a waste of the Federation's resources. Li Chen returned directly to the vicinity of the airport, swallowing bottle after bottle of high-grade nutrient solution. The true martial breathing technique operated, quickly restoring the consumed blood energy. "This kid is the talent we need in the military." The major general presiding over this examination site praised Li Chen without reservation. "Aide, after the college entrance examination ends, make contact and do your utmost to recruit him to the military. This kind of talent grows best in the military," the major general instructed his aide. "Yes, General," the aide replied. Li Chen's performance was noted by many soldiers. Soldiers respect the strong the most. Although Li Chen was a senior high school student, being able to kill a 3rd-tier demon general could not be viewed through the lens of a student. If he entered the military, Li Chen would definitely start as a regiment commander. At this time, many factions in the Southern Ridge District reported on Li Chen's strong performance. In the college entrance examination, single-handedly facing the flying demon beast army, forcefully killing over 4,000 flying demon beasts, including a 3rd-tier demon general. Such achievements, not to mention A senior high school student, even among students of true martial university, were rare. With a population of 3 billion in the Southern Ridge District, the number of people entering Li Chen's live broadcast room had already reached 1 billion. Excluding those who were not concerned about the college entrance examination, Li Chen's viewership equaled the total viewership of all other senior high school students in the Southern Ridge District. And Li Chen was receiving rewards every moment. The more attention he garnered, the more willing big companies and groups were to spend money on advertising, pouring in millions. To know that this part of the reward completely belongs to the students, Li Chen at this moment still does not realize that his wealth is increasing every second. One by one, students were brought back by soldiers. Some intact, some with broken arms and legs, and even some wrapped in white cloth. Li Chen saw all this and could only sigh inwardly at the cruelty of war. He could only hope that Qin Yimin and Chu Piaoxue were safe. In the entire examination area, these two were the ones he cared about the most. The hills continued to erupt with thunderous sounds, battles occurring at all times, and the candidates' scores were rapidly increasing, but none could compare to Li Chen. His score had already exceeded 10 million, far ahead of the other candidates. There was a reason why spiritual masters and martial artists with advanced long-range attack skills held such high status. They were the harvesters of the battlefield, with one person capable of equaling a battalion or even a regiment. After recovering his vitality, Li Chen stepped into the hurricane, quickly descending into the hilly terrain where the battlefield was in full bloom, with battles occurring in every direction for hundreds of miles. It was now easier for Li Chen to find demon beasts wherever there was fighting. There were demon beasts. He focused his gaze on the areas with intense battle fluctuations, where high-level demon generals and great demon generals were making their moves. The candidates here were at a disadvantage, severely testing their survival abilities, with very few candidates possessing the combat power of great martial masters, less than 10, including Li Chen. However, there were more than 20 great demon generals coming to this examination area. Thunder continuously fell from the sky, and Li Chen saw Deng Zhixiao fighting against two great demon generals, relying on her extraordinary burst of speed to evade. Li Chen quickly arrived, and the deep blue sea suppression seal fell, instantly killing a first-level great demon general, a howling moon wolf. The tremendous force erupted, causing 3 nearby peaks to collapse, leaving a pit 200 meters deep in the ground, along with a flattened corpse. Although cooperation was not allowed, saving people was permitted. "Keep it up," Li Chen said to Deng Zhixiao. Deng Zhixiao was speechless, only able to curl her lips and continue to confront the remaining great demon general, confident in her one-on-one abilities. Li Chen swiftly swept through the air, throwing flying knives that harvested the lives of demon beasts one after another. Many students facing despair suddenly found the demon beasts attacking them exploding, dazedly looking up to see a dashing figure quickly retreating, casting grateful glances. "Damn it!" The black feather eagle swallowed a candidate and then saw Li Chen harvesting its kin, roaring in anger as it charged at Li Chen. "I can't be bothered to waste time with you." Li Chen used the essence of speed, leaving the black feather eagle eating dust behind him while he continued to reap the lives of demon beasts. "Damn it, you little brat, up ahead. If you keep running, I'll go slaughter other humans," the black feather eagle threatened. "What a pathetic provocation, but you don't think I'm afraid of you, do you? I'm not killing you, I just don't want to waste time on your 800,000 points." Li Chen stopped, a mocking expression on his face. "Am I only worth 800,000 points? The black feather eagle was even angrier upon hearing that number. "Is your head not right? Is that what you're focused on?" Li Chen was baffled by the black feather eagle. "Die!" A black laser as thick as a barrel shot out from the black feather eagle's mouth, rapidly heading towards Li Chen, more terrifying than the city defense laser cannons of Ning City. "Break the river!" Li Chen wielded his knife downward, the body tempering essence activated, powerful blood energy painting the sky red. 1,000-meter-long blade aura crossed the sky, cleaving the laser beam in half. The violent blade aura split the laser, and dark blood energy erupted, enveloping the area for thousands of meters, blocking Li Chen's line of sight. "What's with this bird, acting like a squid?" Li Chen said impatiently. The black mist quickly spread towards Li Chen, attempting to pull him into the darkness. Li Chen's head wasn't damaged, so he certainly wouldn't fall for the other party's tricks. A massive hurricane swept forward, gathering all the black mist. A black wind blade, cutting across 100 meters, shot out from the black mist, aiming to slice Li Chen in half. The 1,000-meter-long blade energy crisscrossed the sky, shattering the wind blade. The black-feathered eagle burst out from the black mist, strands of black light connecting to form a net, quickly wrapping around Li Chen, creating a cage to trap him. "Let's see where you can escape to." The black-feathered eagle lunged in front of Li Chen, its wingspan exceeding 60 meters, making it look like a small mountain. Compared to him, a small mountain crashing in at over 10 times the speed of sound, one can imagine how powerful it was. "Do I need to escape?" Li Chen sneered. The sound of roaring waves echoed in the sky. The deep blue seal reflecting the vastness of the lakes and seas, with violent and endless power condensing on the smashing towards the black-feathered eagle. The black-feathered eagle was shrouded in thick black mist, carrying a strange dark power, colliding violently with the a tremendous roar echoed in the sky, and the rolling shockwaves swept across thousands of meters, destroying mountain peaks. The two Figures were sent flying in the sky, the force of the collision too powerful for either to bear. Li Chen's body turned silver, directly breaking through the dark prison, crashing into the ground and sinking 100 meters deep. The black-feathered eagle also crashed to the ground, raising clouds of dust and collapsing a mountain peak. Cough cough. Li Chen jumped out of the deep pit, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His internal organs hadn't been fully tempered, and such a powerful impact had injured them. The black-feathered eagle took to the air, feathers falling to the ground, a large patch of its back bare, with wounds crisscrossing caused by its own feathers. The two returned to mid-air, looking at each other's disheveled appearances, revealing disdain in their eyes, secretly thinking how pathetic the other was. While the candidates were fighting fiercely here, no one noticed two figures lurking beneath a great river. They had been hiding there for several days. Before the candidates arrived, they were already present. One was a person, and the other was a dragon, a black dragon, almost identical to the Eastern divine dragon in everyone's impression, except it had only one horn, and its scales were pitch black. This was a black dragon, the son of the demon beast Black Dragon King. Fifth Prince, it's time for us to take action. This time, we must make the Southern Ridge District suffer heavy losses. A young man in a black combat suit revealed a cruel expression, showing a thirst for blood and slaughter. He was one of the sons of the ancient god society, ranked 4th, known as the Fourth Son. His strength ranked 4th among those under 20. In the ancient god society, very powerful. The flesh of human prodigies is truly drool-worthy. The Fifth Prince's eyes also gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. Having paid such a great price to invite the Sea Clan's demon emperor to act, if we can't eliminate the prodigies of the Southern Ridge District, we might as well commit suicide to apologize. The Fourth Son was also watching Li Chen's livestream. His primary task this time was to kill Li Chen. Li Chen, your strength is decent, but just decent, the Fourth Son sneered. The river they were in began to churn, signaling that the Sea Clan's demon emperor was starting to act. A 300-meter-long great white shark lurked in the depths of the sea, its power spreading throughout the entire southern island along the river. The demon emperor's power was enough to destroy the entire southern island, easily permeating the river of an island. Gather for me, the shark emperor bellowed, and the power lurking in the river erupted, enveloping the entire island with immense strength. Li Chen was still battling the black-feathered eagle when he suddenly felt a force descending upon him like heavenly might, rendering him unable to move. The black-feathered eagle across the way was the same. It seemed that all the candidates on South Island and the demon beasts were similarly immobilized by the might of heaven. This towering power gathered the demon beasts and candidates into a 200-mile radius centered around the Fifth Prince or the Four Divine Sons. Then, a layer of water curtain enveloped this area, trapping them inside. The candidates and demon beasts shook their dizzy heads, not understanding what had happened. Shark King, why do you strike against the human race? Are you trying to provoke a war between the two races? A voice boomed as someone descended from the sky, echoing into the sea. You are not qualified to question me yet, it's just a little game. Whether they can survive is up to them. Do not attempt to attack the water curtain, or they will all die, the Shark King said before diving deep into the sea. The transaction was complete, and what happened next was no longer its concern. Damn it! The Gun King landed in front of the water curtain, sensing its profound water laws. He couldn't break through. The Demon Emperor was on a different level compared to the Martial King. He could only take out a communicator to send a message to the Martial Emperor, but there was no response for a long time. He was anxious, his spear constantly striking the ground. His son was still inside, and he wished he could rush in immediately to annihilate all the demon beasts within. Gun King, the Martial Emperor is completely held up and cannot come, a major general said as he flew into the sky. He also relayed this matter to the military's higher-ups but received bad news. The four Martial Emperors were all detained. This was a plan implemented by the Ancient God Society, in conjunction with the demon race, aimed at slaughtering the senior students in the South Ridge region. Outside, people were anxiously pacing, while the candidates inside were equally frantic. Some candidates near the water curtain attempted to attack it, but it was futile, like an ordinary person trying to punch a stone mountain. Li Chen furrowed his brows and approached the water curtain, launching a flying knife that struck the surface. There was no response. The flying knife lost all its power upon contact with the water curtain and fell to the ground without even causing a ripple. Sea Suppression Seal. Li Chen unleashed his strongest martial skill, a mountain-like sea suppression seal crashing against the water curtain, yet it also failed to create any waves. Ah, don't waste your energy, this is the divine power of the Shark King, a force of the laws. Without mastering the laws, all attacks against it are ineffective. A pair of blood-red wings appeared behind the four divine sons, soaring into the air, their voice reaching all the candidates' ears, filling them with despair. With so many demon beasts around, there was no escape, only a dead end. Moreover, this was clearly a conspiracy. The four divine sons were well aware of it. This was a figure listed on the federal wanted list, practicing the SSS level technique, the Blood Sea Demon Cannon, at the second grade martial master level, possessing the essence of dragon bones. Their strength was second only to that of a titled martial master, but given time, they would surely step into the ranks of titled martial masters. Four divine sons, Gu Yuchen? Li Chen also spotted the four divine sons. He had followed the federal wanted list and even fantasized about capturing one for the bounty. Now the bounty was right in front of him, but he felt no joy. The situation was dire. He understood Gu Yuchen's strength. He was formidable and a very troublesome character. With so many demon beasts around, he wasn't afraid. With his speed, he could easily circle around them. But the other candidates were in trouble, especially Chu Taoshui and Qin Yiman. He couldn't help but worry. However, he dared not approach the two women, as the black-feathered eagle and Gu Yuchen were both fixated on him. Bringing those two troubles over would be a real headache. A pitch-black dragon soared through the dark clouds, causing all the candidates' pupils to constrict once more. All demon beasts, kill for this prince. Ao! Aoshan let out a piercing dragon roar. The son of the Black Dragon Emperor, 5th Prince Aoshan. Finished, everything is finished. This is an SSS-level demon beast, a great demon general. Who among us can stand against it? Help! I don't want to die. Many candidates had already collapsed, trapped in this damned place, with the enemy so powerful that they saw no hope of survival. All of this was being broadcast live for the public to see, and at that moment, the entire Yunzhou populace was in an uproar. A high-stakes college entrance exam had unexpectedly taken such a disastrous turn. The phone lines of the military were overwhelmed with calls. Faced with such a situation, the public could think of no other solution but to call the police. All media outlets were reporting on the incident, and soon, it spread beyond the South Ridge region to the entire Federation. The citizens of the Federation were aware that there was a major problem at the examination site in the South Ridge region, where 1 million candidates faced the danger of total annihilation. In an instant, the Federation was plunged into panic and riots, with countless citizens gathering in front of the Federation Martial Artists Association, demanding that the president must save the candidates in the South Ridge region. At that moment, all the high-ranking officials of the Federation were holding an emergency meeting. The impact of this incident was too great. If not handled properly, it would cause immense panic among the public, and have a severely negative effect on society, as well as deal a significant blow to the credibility of the Federation Martial Artists Association. We should turn off the live broadcast of the South Ridge candidates, one high-ranking official suggested. Nonsense. The public has the right to know. The candidates inside are connected to millions of families. Their parents are watching everything about their children. If you turn off the broadcast, how will you explain it to those parents? Another official slammed the table. Is there any way to break through and get the students out, or send strong fighters in? Another high-ranking official proposed. The power at the level of laws cannot be broken unless the martial emperor intervenes. Otherwise, it will only lead to destruction inside. The Federation president shook his head. This won't work. That won't work. What are we to do? The high-ranking officials were at a loss. This was the power of the sovereign. Apart from forces of the same level, no strategy could work. This was an era where power reigns supreme. At this moment, apart from the candidates, the most desperate and heart-wrenching were the parents of the candidates in the South Ridge region. They stared intently at the live broadcast, fearing for their children's safety. But what they feared most was exactly what happened. Power, no. A middle-aged man cried out in anguish as he watched his son being torn apart by a demon beast. Beside him, a woman fainted, unable to accept the reality that her child was gone. Xing'er, Xiao Meng. This scene unfolded in many households. The power of the demon beasts was stronger now. Previously, there had been a vast area for students to escape and military rescue, so the death rate could be managed. Now, there were only candidates left, and the military had been completely excluded by the Shark Emperor, causing the death rate to rise rapidly. Damn it! At this moment, all the teachers and students of the 5th high school clenched their fists, watching their classmates being torn apart by the demon beasts. Many female students were already crying out loud, mourning for their deceased seniors. Li Chen, you must be okay. The principal gritted his teeth. It wasn't that he didn't care about the other students, but if a prodigy like Li Chen fell before he even rose, it would be a loss for the entire Federation. Great. The Ancient Gods Association has done an excellent job this time. Some were cheering, and Mu Quan was one of them. His son had already been executed, and now his enemy Li Chen was facing certain death. How could he not cheer? Wang Bin and Zhu Kuan exchanged glances in the military camp at the airport, both noticing the hidden smiles in each other's eyes. They had long given up on the exam and returned to the airport, now watching Li Chen's live broadcast, waiting for him to be killed by the 4 Divine Sons. With the 4 Divine Sons personally intervening, it was naturally an easy task, and they did not believe there would be any unexpected outcomes this time. Jinwu University, where Li Ai's dormitory was filled with joy as she watched her brother Li Chen display his prowess. Li Ai felt fortunate to be part of it. Her brother had finally made something of himself, and she was celebrating with her roommates. However, a sudden change brought the atmosphere in the dormitory to a freezing point. Li Ai had already sought help from her teacher, but the news she received left her greatly disappointed. Even the martial king was helpless. She could only stare intently at Li Chen in the live broadcast, fearing that this might be the last scene of her brother's life, not even noticing her nails digging into her palm. The situation Li Chen faced was one of pain for his loved ones and joy for his enemies. The outcome was pulling at the hearts of countless people. Gu Yuchen and the Black Feather Eagle approached Li Chen from 2 directions. Black Feather Eagle, leave him to me. You go kill the Others, Guyu said in a deep voice. The black feather eagle fixed its gaze on Guyuchen. It was a demon beast, and no ancient god or divine child could command it. Listen to him, Ao Xian ordered, and the black feather eagle shot a resentful glance at Li Chen before heading off to kill other candidates. Black feather eagle, your opponent is me. A stunning woman stepped onto a lotus flower and flew into the sky to confront the black feather eagle. It was Lu Ruxu, the first goddess of Yunzhou High School, a spirit master and a 5th-tier martial artist, incredibly powerful. The lotus flower beneath her feet was her signature weapon, combined with her SSS level technique, the Qinglian Divine Cannon, capable of unleashing tremendous power. Ao Xian, die. A young man with a resolute and cold expression pointed his gun at Ao Xian. He was Yi Xing, the most prestigious high school student from Nanling, the son of the Gun King, who had unlocked the existence of the strongest destruction divine vault. Yi Xing, with just you, do you dare challenge me? Ao Xian replied disdainfully. Possessing the strongest bloodline and divine abilities, along with the realm of a 2nd-tier demon general, he completely disregarded a 5th-tier martial artist. Battling beyond one's level was as easy as drinking water, but it depended on who the opponent was. Who could defeat this noble demon prince? He couldn't think of anyone and had never encountered such a situation. Every prodigy automatically sought out the great demon generals. If they didn't step up, the other candidates would be quickly slaughtered. Li Chen calmly watched Guyuchen, this unprecedented formidable enemy who cultivated the SSS-level Blood Sea Demon Cannon and had unlocked the strongest Sea God Vault, refining dragon bones. Everything was top tier. His blood energy was already close to 90 million, combined with his SSS level martial skills that had reached a proficient level, unleashing 60 times the power, capable of generating nearly 300 million tons of force. What incredible might! A mountain range could be destroyed with a single strike. If it weren't for Li Chen mastering the power of the mysteries, he would be no match. The gap in realms was too vast, a full 5 minor realms apart, especially since it crossed a major realm. Li Chen, you should feel honored that I will personally kill you, Guyuchen said with an air of arrogance. As a divine child, few could catch his eye, and Li Chen was not one of them. How do you talk to your father? Li Chen replied flippantly. Even in the face of the murderous and insane divine child, he remained indifferent. This kid still has the mood to joke around. Li Ai ground her teeth, feeling worried, while Li Chen appeared unconcerned. Do you know how annoying your mouth is? Guyuchen's gaze turned cold. Did he dare to be tough when death was imminent? Just kidding. Do you know how many girls would circle Jinwu Star just to kiss this mouth? Too bad you're an ugly loser who doesn't understand the joy of being handsome. Li Chen shook his head, not forgetting to glance disdainfully at the other's face. Guyuchen's anger ignited. He hated being called ugly because he truly was not good-looking and refused to accept this fact. I will tear that mouth of yours apart. A sea of blood spread from Guyuchen. A terrifying blood energy surged into the sky, distorting the very air. Are you trying to scare your father? Li Chen scoffed. Blood demon, appear. Guyuchen's hands fell into the sea of blood, which churned violently, and 100-meter tall blood sea giant rose from the depths. Merge! Guyuchen shouted again, and a gaping hole opened in the chest of the blood demon, swallowing him whole. The blood demon's back unfurled a pair of massive wings, which flapped and exploded the air, propelling the blood demon towards Li Chen at high speed. Before the blood demon arrived, the compressed air rushed towards Li Chen, causing the hurricane surrounding him to sway violently. Die for me! Guyuchen's voice echoed from within the blood demon, and its right hand transformed into a gigantic blood-colored leech, coiling towards Li Chen, intent on draining his blood. I hate soft-bodied creatures. Li Chen's gaze was icy, and a 1,000-meter-long blade aura sliced through the air, colliding with the blood-colored leech. The clash of blade aura and blood energy was a confrontation of dominance and evil. At that moment, Li Chen was a hero charging towards the demon with his sword. The blade aura dissipated, but the blood-colored leech continued to coil towards Li Chen. Even with the enhancement of his body-forging essence amplifying his blood energy tenfold, Li Chen's martial prowess was at a disadvantage. The blood-colored leech quickly surrounded Li Chen, tightening its grip with its massive body. Li Chen felt as if he were trapped within a circular high wall, which was rapidly closing in, crushing everything inside. Mountain Suppression Seal. Li Chen activated his body-forging essence, rapidly increasing the strength of his blood energy, and a yellow-brown mountain appeared, enveloping him. The blood-colored leech wrapped around the Mountain Suppression Seal, its powerful binding force attempting to crush it. However, the Mountain Suppression Seal stood firm in the air like an unbreakable mountain. Open for me! Li Chen roared, his blood energy surging like a roaring river, the sound of crashing waves echoing from within him as the Mountain Suppression Seal expanded, forcibly pushing the blood-colored leech away. What kind of martial skill is this, capable of unleashing such immense power? Guyuchen furrowed his brows. How could someone so far beneath him suddenly erupt with such strength? Life and death martial skills did exist, but he had never heard of one with such a strong amplification. If there were a martial king beside Li Chen, they might have realized he was using the power of essence, but from behind the screen, they could not see through it, perhaps too afraid to think in that direction. You tell me a martial artist has mastered the power of essence? Are you kidding me? Li Chen broke free from the blood-colored leech's restraints, surrounded by a whirlwind, quickly creating distance. With a push of his right hand, over 100 blood Energy-flying knives tore through the air, shooting towards the blood demon. Tidal waves of blood. The blood demon roared, and blood energy formed massive waves, surging in all directions. The blood energy flying. Knives fell into the sea of blood, quickly dissolving. The blood energy cultivated from the blood sea demon tome could rapidly dissolve others' blood energy. Hee, long-range attacks are useless against me, Gu. Yu Chen said mockingly. As a prodigy, he would not easily allow others to unleash long-range martial skills to target him. Even against a mind master, he felt no fear. Troublesome. Li Chen's gaze was cold. The little flying dagger was merely a test. Gu Yuchen was hidden within the blood demon, and he couldn't pinpoint his location, making it difficult to hit, especially with this bizarre sea of blood still present. The sound of air being explosively compressed echoed continuously as the blood demon flapped its wings, rapidly pursuing Li Chen. Hurricane. The hurricane enveloping Li Chen swept across the land, rushing towards the blood demon. Blood sea vortex. Gu Yuchen grinned wickedly, and the sea of blood spun rapidly, forming a vortex that rotated in the opposite direction of the hurricane, colliding with it. The clash of wind and waves unleashed a tempest. Blood waves splashed everywhere, and blood rain fell from the sky. The plants below were drenched in blood rain, their green leaves quickly turning yellow. This blood energy could erode vitality. The blood sea demon tome. The use of the word demon is quite fitting, Li Chen noted as he observed the now withered forest below, his evaluation of the blood sea demon tome rising to a new level. Li Chen, is escaping all you can do? Gu Yuchen continued to mock. What are you so proud of? If I were 2 realms higher, I could beat you into calling me daddy. Li Chen scoffed. Hee, ridiculous. Gu Yuchen certainly didn't believe it. What threat could a 5th-grade martial artist pose to him? But Gu Yuchen didn't believe it. There were some people he was willing to believe, perhaps they could only choose to believe. President, I suggest we send in a blood dragon fruit to help Li Chen quickly elevate his realm. There might still be hope, a senior official proposed. What good is elevating 2 realms? Is it useful? Another senior official questioned. Otherwise, are we just going to wait here and be cursed by the public? The casualties have already exceeded 20%, rapidly approaching 30%. Do you understand the severity of the situation? Let's treat a dead horse as a live one. Angry Wave King, you go make a small incision. Your mastery of the water principle is nearly at its peak. Making a small incision should be no problem. Then notify Li Chen to go get it via drone, the president instructed. Yes, President. A rugged-looking middle-aged man left the conference room and quickly flew to South Island. Blood extraction. The blood demon extended his right hand, grasping at Li Chen. Li Chen's blood energy surged, as if it were about to burst out of his body. The blood sea demon tome can control the blood energy of others. At this moment, Li Chen's blood energy was in operation, suddenly pulled by an external force, causing severe damage to his meridians, directly tearing them apart. Blood surged up his throat, and he spat it out. Damn it! Li Chen cursed inwardly. The influence on his blood energy operation halted the execution of his martial arts. The hurricane dissipated, and his figure began to fall. The greatest impact of the torn meridians was that he could no longer operate his blood energy beyond its limits. Otherwise, the cracks in his meridians would only expand, leading to major trouble. He swallowed a high-grade healing potion to quickly repair his meridians. Li Chen, die for me. At this moment, the blood demon hovered above Li Chen, its 2 massive hands coming down to smash him into a pulp. Titan body. With no way to evade, Li Chen could only activate the Titan body to withstand the blow. The 2 blood-red hands, carrying immense force, slammed down on Li Chen. If he hadn't forcibly activated the body refinement principle to enhance his blood energy and physique, he would have truly been turned into a pulp. Even so, due to the impact of the torn meridians on his blood energy operation, the power of his divine abilities was also diminished. Li Chen's entire body was crushed by the immense force, his bones cracking, already showing signs of fracture. His internal organs were also severely affected, showing signs of rupture. Only Li AI screamed, unable to bear looking at the screen, fearing to see Li Chen turned into a pulp. Li Chen, you must hold on. Many citizens clenched their fists, praying for Li Chen. Ah, good, good. Mu Quan cheered eagerly, hoping to see Li Chen turned into a pulp. Wang Bin and Zhu Kuan felt their lips twitching more than an AK. If it weren't for the venue, they would have been celebrating and popping a bottle of 82 cola right now. Li Chen's situation tugged at the hearts of billions. Amidst many gazes, the blood demon's giant hand spread open, and Li Chen fell down. Although his shirt was already stained red with blood, he remained intact. Hurricane. The hurricane descended as Li Chen activated the speed principle, quickly creating distance. Blood energy extraction. The blood demon attempted to extract Li Chen's blood again. However, with the Titan body activated, Li Chen's defense increased significantly, blocking the opponent's strange blood energy control. Can you escape? Gu Yuchen, like a cat playing with a mouse, manipulated the blood demon to condense blood spears, each one breaking through the air, creating shockwaves as they rapidly shot towards Li Chen. Hundreds of blood spears blocked all of Li Chen's escape routes. Li Chen, helpless, summoned the deep blue sea suppression seal, using the overwhelming power of the ocean to block the impact of the blood spears. The meridians were shattered once again, and Li Chen continuously spat out blood. Ultimately, the difference in realms was too great, and the power of the Blood Sea Demon tone was too strange. Li Chen was caught off guard. Li Chen, I am the Angry Wave King, can you hear me? A deep voice came from the drone above. I can hear you, Li Chen replied, unsure of why the Martial King was looking for him. Face this direction and come to the edge of the screen. I will give you a blood dragon fruit. The drone continued to speak. Blood dragon fruit? I'm on my way. Upon hearing about the blood dragon fruit, Li Chen felt invigorated. This was a spiritual fruit that could only be produced by bathing in the blood of the Dragon King, and its effects were 100 times stronger than the blood flood fruit. Moreover, it could be quickly refined. If he obtained one, he was confident he could quickly open 2 divine stores and adjust his state to its peak. Li Chen unleashed his maximum speed and quickly arrived at the edge of the barrier. Struggling in vain, you can't escape. Gu Yuchen was not in a hurry and pursued Li Chen. Li Chen landed on the ground and then noticed a fist-sized gap in the barrier through which a dragon-shaped blood-red spiritual fruit was pushed in. Li Chen, I hope you won't let the Federation down, came the voice of the Angry Wave King from the gap. Don't worry, soon I will show these bastards who their daddy is, Li Chen said as he directly swallowed the blood dragon fruit. A massive surge of blood energy erupted from the blood dragon fruit, flowing through Li Chen's meridians and into one of his kidneys. What excited Li Chen even more was that his meridians were also being repaired by this immense blood energy, and his shattered internal organs and bones were being restored, rapidly returning him to peak condition. Blood dragon fruit? Who sent the blood dragon fruit in? But even if he opens 2 divine stores, what difference does it make? The gap in realms is still too vast. It's better than having no hope at all. The arrival of the blood dragon fruit at least proved that the Federation had not given up on the candidates from the South Ridge region, so there was still hope. Hee, do you really think that opening 2 divine stores will change anything? How naive. Gu Yuchen arrived, the blood demon wielding a blood spear over 100 meters long, thrusting it towards Li Chen. Li Chen executed the hurricane step to quickly evade, and the blood spear struck the ground, its immense penetrating power driving deep into the earth for over 1,000 meters. Blood Sea Vortex. The blood demon unleashed the blood sea again, sweeping over 1,000 meters and trapping Li Chen. The blood sea spun, forming a vortex that pulled Li Chen towards its center. Die for me. The blood spear pierced through the air with the force to obliterate entire mountain ranges, thrusting towards Li Chen. Get lost. Li Chen gathered the sea suppression seal, its power surging like a small lake, directly blocking the blood spear. Within Li Chen's body, a space was once again opened up inside his liver. The divine store activated, and the essence of life circulated. Li Chen activated the strongest essence of life, enhancing his lifespan and recovery ability tenfold. The divine store space was quickly filled, and Li Chen's blood energy increased by 3.6 million. Although facing Gu Yuchen's 90 million blood energy, this increase didn't have much effect. However, under the circumstance of the tenfold enhancement from the body refinement essence, it equated to an increase of 36 million blood energy, which made a difference. Open up. Li Chen raised the ally knife, and the knife energy, spanning 1,000 meters, cut through the blood sea vortex like a heavenly blade cleaving down, directly splitting the blood sea vortex in half. Gu Yuchen, today I will let you know who your daddy is. Li Chen's lips curled into a sinister smile as he unleashed another 1,000-meter knife energy towards the blood demon, aiming to cleave him in two. I want to see how long you can keep this up, Gu Yuchen said, unhurried, as the blood spear clashed with the knife energy. The immense force from the blood spear transmitted to his body, and the 100-meter-tall blood spear was also pushed back. Good. At that moment, countless spectators in the live broadcast room jumped up in excitement. It had been too despairing before. Not only Li Chen, but the situations of the other prodigies were even worse. At this moment, Yi Xing's spear had already been knocked to the ground, and numerous torn wounds appeared on his body. If it weren't for another candidate pulling him back, his body would have been torn in half by Ao Xian's dragon claws. Lu Ruxa was also struggling. The gap in their realms was too great. She couldn't break through the defense of the Dark Eagle, but the dark power of the Black Feather Eagle was continuously eroding her flesh. Deng Zixiao, Chen Shelu, and Shen Ming were all struggling as well, as if they would be completely crushed in the next moment. Li Chen pressed down on Gu Yuchen, allowing the suppressed feelings of the crowd to be released. Although they understood that such explosive methods couldn't last long, what if Li Chen had always been a miracle maker? I'll chop you to pieces, you bastard. Li Chen raised his long knife again, the blade energy slicing through the sky, splitting it in two. The blood demon raised a blood spear, once again blocking Li Chen's attack, the immense force pinning him to the ground, collapsing the mountains. At this moment, Li Chen's liver burned with divine fire. God quickly came into being, and then the continuous blood energy surged towards the last organ, the spleen. The divine storage space was broken open. The immortal principles born from the titanium body operated, opening the strongest immortal storage. The immortal storage allowed the blood energy to condense with immortal characteristics, enhancing defensive martial skills by tenfold, and the blood energy would condense tenfold, making the refined martial skills 10 times tougher. Li Chen was now refining blood energy flying knives, comparable to B-grade alloy flying knives, saving a lot of money for future purchases. The divine storage space quickly filled with blood energy, increasing by 3.6 million, bringing the total blood energy to 18 million. Moreover, due to the enhancement of vitality, his physique became even stronger, and operating the body refining principles would easily allow for a 15-fold increase in blood energy. 18 million increased by 15 times, equating to 270 million blood energy. So it's the blood demon, huh? Let you taste the power of a nuclear explosion. Nuclear explosion divine fist. Li Chen sheathed his long knife, and with his right hand, he condensed a blood-colored sun. The scorching blood energy began to distort the air, igniting the jungle below, setting it ablaze. A fist imprint, burning like a small mountain, descended from the sky, pressing down on the blood demon. How is this possible? Gu Yuchen's calm demeanor was gone, as Li Chen repeatedly refreshed his understanding of martial artist power. This definitely wasn't a titled grand martial artist, disguised as a martial artist. Endless sea of blood. The rolling waves of blood surged into the sky, blocking the descent of the fist imprint. The nuclear explosion divine fist, like a nuclear bomb, unleashed an earth-shattering explosion. Now, the nuclear explosion divine fist was struck from the hands of a martial artist, yet it exhibited power not inferior to that of a titled grand martial artist. The entire enclosed space trembled, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had passed through. Many candidates and demon beasts lost their balance and fell to the ground, followed by a powerful shockwave sweeping through, uprooting trees. Centered around the blood demon, the hills within a 5-mile radius were completely destroyed, and beyond that, there were bare hills, sitting like bald heads in a row. A mushroom cloud rose, shooting straight into the sky, with waves of scorching heat roasting the earth. Such power was akin to a small nuclear bomb. Everyone watching was stunned. They expected Li Chen to unleash even stronger power, but they didn't anticipate such might, as if a martial sovereign had been released. When the blood flames dissipated, a brand new basin appeared before everyone, and a broken blood demon lay on the ground. As the wind swept by, the blood demon shattered, revealing Gu Yuchen inside. At this moment, there was still fresh blood at the corner of Gu Yuchen's mouth, as that last strike had caused him internal injuries. Isn't this the 4 divine sons of the ancient god society? Don't you know you're not allowed to sleep here? Li Chen's teasing voice echoed down from above. Dying of laughter. Gods can't sleep. This Li Chen is the most down-to-earth prodigy I've ever seen. I love him, I really do. I like his carefree and unrestrained demeanor. Carefree and unrestrained? If you like him being handsome, just say it directly. There's no need to beat around the bush. Try getting a rough man to say that line. Would you still love him? For the former, I am 1. For the latter, I am 0. I love them both the same. Damn, I'm out. Attention all units, soap picking warning. The barrage began to lighten up, and Li Chen's performance gave them a lot of confidence. It would be hard to lose. Li Chen, I really underestimated you, but defeating me won't be that easy. Gu Yuchen spread his blood wings and soared into the sky again. I don't think so, little Li flying dagger. Hundreds of blood-red flying daggers condensed in front of Li Chen, a highly concentrated blood energy resembling an alloy. With a wave of his hand, all the flying daggers shot out rapidly, like blood-colored meteors falling. Blood shadow heavy. Gu Yuchen continuously transformed into blood-colored phantoms, his whole body shrouded in blood energy, making it hard to distinguish between the real and the illusion. 10 blood-colored figures darted through the sky, disrupting Li Chen's line of sight. For a short time, Li Chen indeed couldn't discern Gu Yuchen's true form and could only shoot 10 flying daggers at each blood-colored figure. One by one, the blood-colored figures were pierced by the flying daggers, all of them fakes. Body transforms into blood python. Gu Yuchen's true form coalesced into a massive blood-colored python. The python's skin was very slippery and extremely tough, possessing formidable defensive power, a defensive martial skill from the Blood Sea Demon Cannon. The flying daggers struck the blood python, all being deflected by its skin, but due to the immense power and sharpness, the python couldn't completely negate the damage, leaving 10 huge gashes. The blood python's size surged, becoming a 100-meter giant beast. The blood python quickly swung its body in the air and shot towards Li Chen. Its massive mouth opened wide, ready to swallow Li Chen whole. A ridiculous technique. A person should look like a person. Li Chen scoffed. See suppression seal. Li Chen no longer delayed. As other candidates were already struggling, he had to provide quick support. The sky echoed with the sound of raging seas as Li Chen's blood energy surged within him. The blood energy erupted, forming rolling waves, a massive lake of blood energy suspended in the air. The blood energy lake condensed into a deep blue seal, the power of the entire lake converging downwards to suppress the blood python. A seal with a radius of 1,000 meters made the 100-meter blood python seem relatively small. The immense pressure bore down, and Gu Yuchen felt it was hard to move. The powerful pressure pressed down, making it difficult to maintain his form in the air. He wanted to evade, but it was like a lone boat caught in the center of a whirlpool, utterly helpless. The sea suppression seal pressed the blood python down to the ground, causing the earth to tremble, the soil rolling around like ocean waves. Mountains were pushed away by the soil, collapsing and mixing into the mudslide. When the sea suppression seal dissipated, a limp figure lay at the bottom of the pit, blood staining the surroundings red. Gu Yuchen was bleeding all over, his body crushed. Internal organs were damaged, bones shattered, except for the part that had been refined into dragon bone. All other bones were broken. However, even so, Gu Yuchen was still alive. As long as the dragon bone was intact, it could continuously produce blood energy to heal his injuries, which was the strength of the dragon bone. Unfortunately, Li Chen wouldn't give him the chance. Cough cough. Gu Yuchen coughed up blood again. I am the son of the ancient god society. You cannot kill me, Gu Yuchen said, his tone fierce but weak. Just a mere son. Am I proud to be the successor of the Federation? A flying dagger appeared in Li Chen's hand, blood energy condensing, ready to take Gu Yuchen's life in the next moment. If you kill me, the ancient god society will never let you go, nor your family. Your friends, everyone will pay for your death. One day, I will send all the people from the ancient god society to accompany you. On the road to the underworld, you won't be alone. The flying knife pierced through the air, leaving a long trail of flame, and then stabbed into Gu Yuchen's forehead. With his brain destroyed, Gu Yuchen's eyes lost all their luster. The infamous Gu Xinhui's 4 divine sons met their end. Just like that. Li Chen clasped his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky, pondering how lonely invincibility could be. Li bastard, stop pretending. Yi Xing is about to be killed. A sharp cry pulled Li Chen back to reality. He shot Qin Yiman a disdainful glance, his regal demeanor completely shattered. His gaze turned to the battlefield between Yi Xing and Ao Xian, where he saw Yi Xing struck by a pitch-black, mysterious light, his body crashing through several mountain peaks, his life uncertain. Ao Xian wanted to deliver another blow, but was held back by another candidate who was also from the capital and had always ranked behind Yi Xing and Lu Ruxu. His name was Zhong Yuan. A 5th-grade martial artist, he was quite powerful, but compared to Ao Xian, he was far from enough. If it weren't for his awakening of the strongest immortal divine treasure, which made him relatively tough, perhaps both he and Yi Xing would have already met their end. Ao Xian, your father is here. Li Chen stepped on the hurricane, his body bursting through the air, quickly approaching Ao Xian. Gu Yuchen is just a waste, and the Gu Xinhui is a bunch of useless people. Ao Xian cursed inwardly, unable to even deal with a 3rd-grade martial artist, leading to such a situation. With a flick of its tail, it sent Zhong Yuan flying, then its vertical pupils locked onto Li Chen. It sensed a powerful threat from Li Chen. Its strength was greater than Gu Yuchen's, with a natural bloodline. Divine ability that allowed it to cultivate much faster than ordinary martial artists. Its bloodline divine ability had already reached the mastery level, equivalent to the mastery level of SSS grade martial arts, capable of unleashing 90 times its power. The Black Dragon belonged to the Dragon Clan, naturally mastering the powers of water and wind, and the Black Dragon also wielded the power of extreme poison. The poison of the Black Dragon is one of the most terrifying poisons in the world. A single drop can kill all life in a large lake. In fact, there was once an undercover agent from the Gu Xinhui in the Federation, who used the Black Dragon Emperor's venom to poison a Federation martial king, and even the martial emperor couldn't save him in time, which was extremely terrifying. The Dragon Clan's body does not have a size advantage. As a great demon general, Ao Xian's size is only about 10 meters. Unlike many other demon beasts, great demon generals typically exceed 50 meters in size, like a moving small mountain. Ao Xian, your father is here, and you still won't kneel to welcome him? Li Chen scolded, as if reprimanding a rebellious child. Do you know that insulting the demon emperor means no one in heaven or earth can save you? Ao Xian said coldly. If the Black Dragon Emperor is so powerful, why hasn't he called me father? Li Chen had no respect for the so-called demon emperor. Enemies wouldn't spare you just because you respected them. You're looking for death. Ao Xian was furious. It had encountered many prodigies from the Federation, but this was the first time it met someone as mouthy as Li Chen. Even martial kings had to show basic respect to the demon emperor, yet this little martial artist Li Chen showed no respect whatsoever. I must be crazy. No wonder the students in Ningxin call Li Chen Li God. His guts are too big. Whether the Black Dragon Emperor is impressive or not has nothing to do with calling him father. Even a worm shouldn't casually call others father. I must be out of my mind. Although what Li God said was quite refreshing, the demon emperor is not someone to offend so easily. The crowd was astonished by Li Chen's audacity, daring to mock the demon emperor. This was a nationwide live broadcast. As long as the Black Dragon Emperor wasn't deaf, it would know this news. Ao Xian rode the dark clouds, quickly charging towards Li Chen. It intended to brutally crush this human who dared to insult its father. Am I supposed to be afraid of a mudfish? Li Chen also rode the hurricane, charging towards Ao Xian. On the ground, a pitch-black stream of light and a silver stream of light collided at rocket-like speed. Thunder roared, and at that moment, the physical strength of the two was no less than B-grade alloy. The intense collision sparked countless lightning snakes. A loud boom echoed through the sky, resonating throughout the enclosed space. Then everyone saw the continuous lightning snakes exploding in the air. It was a man and a dragon colliding freely in the sky. With the characteristics of the titanium body and the enhancement of the immortal mystique, Ao Xian's defense increased significantly. When Li Chen's fist collided with Ao Xian's sharp dragon claws, it only left shallow scratches. Ao Xian, the divine dragon, swung its tail, crushing the air and sweeping it towards Li Chen. The immense force caused the air to roll, generating a gust of wind that howled away into the distance. Li Chen's right foot also swung out, and just seeing the sparks from the friction of his shoe against the air indicated the tremendous power contained in that kick. The collision of the dragon's tail and his foot created an explosion of air akin to a small nuclear bomb. The bodies of the man and the dragon flew backward. In midair, the force was too strong for both to maintain their forms. With the physical contest concluded, it was time for the clash of martial skills and divine abilities. Watch as I split you in half. Li Chen struck with a powerful blow, the blade energy slicing through the sky, parting mountains and rivers in its path. Roar! Aoshan let out a piercing dragon roar, opening its mouth to unleash a toxic dragon breath. This dragon breath was an essential ability for all dragon kin. It formed a black toxic river that engulfed the blade energy, the dissipating poison hissing as it corroded the air. The blade energy was nearly eroded by the poison, while the toxic gas was also dispersed by the blade energy, spreading outwards. Clouds and rain turn. Aoshan howled wildly, the dark clouds beneath it rapidly expanding, covering a radius of 2,000 meters. The dense clouds cast a massive shadow on the ground, and a fierce wind arose, driving the clouds swiftly towards Li Chen. Hurricane. A colossal hurricane swept across the land, lifting flowers and trees high into the air before tearing them to shreds. The hurricane rushed towards the dark clouds, gathering wind and clouds, stirring the heavens. Playing with wind in front of me? Aoshan's proud voice echoed from within the clouds as the hurricane merged with the dark clouds, quickly changing direction to sweep towards Li Chen. You've really shot yourself in the foot, Li Chen muttered to himself. From within the dark clouds, raindrops began to fall, increasing in number and forming a torrential downpour. This rain, infused with Aoshan's potent poison, fell to the ground, causing plants to quickly turn black, even the soil becoming charred. The storm swept across the land, shrouding the world in a suppressed atmosphere, as if every living being's heart was weighed down by a massive stone. Such might was truly terrifying, possessing a hint of the legendary celestial being's ability to manipulate the heavens. Of course, the beings of today understood that these so-called celestial beings were merely powerful warriors. The current martial emperor, before the meteor fell, who would dare to doubt his divinity? That was an existence capable of destroying a great city with a single strike, with an unknown lifespan. After all, the oldest martial emperor was only over 200 years old, showing no signs of aging. He even claimed to be in excellent health, able to climb 5 flights of stairs in one breath. The wind and rain quickly descended, trapping Li Chen within. The raindrops struck his silver body, and black spots began to appear. Aoshan's poison was too powerful, even corroding Li Chen's current defenses. I should really learn a martial skill similar to the Qi shield, Li Chen muttered. Let you taste the flavor of a nuclear explosion. In the face of such area attacks, the best method was to counter with area attacks. Another mushroom cloud rose, the explosive blood flames clawing at the air, clearing all the dark clouds. The nuclear explosion Divine Fist, as the Federation's #1 fist technique, needed no further explanation regarding its power. With Li Chen's current blood energy comparable to 270 million, the might was particularly terrifying. Roar! Aoshan let out a high-pitched dragon roar, the dragon's voice resonating, invoking the divine ability, Dragon. Roar! The sound of the dragon's roar entered Li Chen's ears, directly seeping into his mind, making his head spin. This dragon's chant was a soul attack technique. Damn it, making noise should come with a fine. Do you have the money for that? Li Chen was quite irritated. The dragon's roar was something his titanium body couldn't withstand, making him feel as if he were on a roller coaster. Get lost. Li Chen formed a seal with his right hand, and a large, earthy yellow seal descended from the sky. The mountain patterns of the 5 great mountains on the seal had vanished, replaced by the illusory shadows of 5 great mountains. It was hazy and unclear, but one could still feel the grandeur of the 5 peaks. At this moment, the mountain suppression seal had surged to a height of 300 meters, truly resembling a spiritual mountain pressing down. The powerful suppressive force of the mountain suppression seal pressed down on Aoshan, forcing it down from midair. The immense pressure also silenced it, and Li Chen felt a lightness throughout his body, no longer having to endure the deafening magical sound. Tear the heavens, dragon claws. Aoshan rolled its body, and 4 dragon claws reached for the sky, wanting to tear the heavens apart. 4 towering dragon claws appeared, each one 100 meters in size. The 4 dragon claws grasped the mountain suppression seal from 4 directions, unleashing the divine power to tear the heavens, causing cracks to appear on the seal, with violent blood energy erupting from the fissures, creating a fierce storm. Shatter for me. Aoshan's entire body emitted a dark glow, pushing its power to the limit forcefully, tearing the mountain suppression seal apart. But before it could catch its breath, a massive lake appeared in the sky, then condensed into a deep blue seal that continued to press down. The shadows of rivers and lakes appeared on the mountain suppression seal, and the overwhelming power surged like a tide. In Aoshan's perception, it felt as if an ocean had risen into the sky and was now falling. Tear the heavens, dragon claws, open for me. The 4 enormous dragon claws reappeared, carrying the might to tear the sky and the deadly poison that could devastate the world, gripping the 4 corners of the sea suppression seal. However, while the hard mountains could be torn apart, how could the boundless ocean be ripped asunder? The sea suppression seal trembled, waves of shock like tsunamis crashing against the 4 dragon claws. The dragon Claws were pushed back by the immense force, and the sea suppression seal fell mercilessly, aiming to drown the world. Ao Xian was pressed beneath the sea suppression seal, then fell into the hills, causing the hills to roll and the earth to crack, a powerful earthquake ravaging the land. When the deep blue seal dissipated between heaven and earth, a pit several kilometers wide was left on the ground, with a battered black dragon lying limp at the bottom of the pit. Even its horn had broken off. The dragon scales exploded, leaving wounds on its body, dragon blood staining the earth. The once lofty dragon prince now looked as disheveled as a stray dog by the roadside. The powerful life force was at work, and the wounds on Ao Xian's body were continuously healing. However, while external injuries were easy to heal, internal injuries were hard to recover from. Ao Xian's current state was poor, with the bones of its tail already broken. Li Chen stepped through the void, landing beside Ao Xian, looking down at this noble black dragon prince from a height. Ao Xian, have you ever thought it would end like this? Li Chen's tone was contemptuous, daring to be reckless before the god of Li. Death was its only fate. You, how could you be so powerful? Ao Xian couldn't fathom why a 5th-grade martial artist was so strong. Even if one practiced an SSS-level breathing technique and opened 5 supreme divine treasures, it shouldn't be possible to be this powerful. The vast difference in blood energy was simply unbridgeable. What's there to be confused about? I am your father. A father beating his son is just a casual thing, right? Li Chen said matter-of-factly. The dragon emperor cannot be insulted. You are seeking death. If looks could kill, Li Chen would have been torn to shreds by Ao Xian's gaze at that moment. I don't know if I will die, but I do know you are going to die. Li Chen shook his head. You need to think clearly. I am not like Gu Yuchen. Although he is the son of God, he only has one martial king master. My father is the Black Dragon Emperor, the supreme of the demon clan. If you kill me, you will face the relentless pursuit of the demon clan. Ao Xian threatened even as death approached. I already said, today, I am your father. How do you speak to your father? Li Chen reprimanded. I curse your grandfather. Ao Xian was so enraged that he spat out a mouthful of blood. A long knife appeared in Li Chen's hand, and without further ado, he swung it down towards Ao Xian's head. Blood sprayed. As a dragon's head fell to the ground, and Ao Xian died without understanding why Li Chen dared to kill him. Good. Well killed. Li Shun, awesome. From now on, you are my god. So impressive. First killing the son of God, then the prince. Li Shin is the only true god of the younger generation. At this moment, the entire federation was engulfed in a sea of excitement, spreading the news and celebrating as the people moved from despair to hope, finally releasing the oppression and pain in their hearts. Meanwhile, in Li Chen's livestream, gifts were pouring in so much that the platform began to lag as the Federation's citizens showered him with gifts, especially the parents of the candidates from the Nanling region who were sending gifts in large amounts. Li bastard, hurry and save him. Xin Yiman's voice came through again, disrupting Li Chen's moment of invincibility. Coming. Li Chen flew into the sky, raining down flying knives that took the lives of demon beasts. He swiftly maneuvered through the air, and wherever he passed, no demon beast could withstand his flying knives, not even the Black Feather Eagle, the overlord of Nanyu Island, which was killed by Little Li's flying knife. With Li Chen's presence, the powerful demon beasts were quickly slain, and the surviving candidates helped each other, taking about 2 hours to slaughter all the visible demon beasts. What was originally supposed to take 3 days for the college entrance examination could now be concluded early, with no demon beasts left to kill. At this moment, Li Chen stood before Yi Xing, who was gravely injured, with severe damage to his internal organs and meridians, unable to absorb even healing potions. At this rate, he was left with only one path: death. The Gun King outside watched his son, who was on the brink of death, through the livestream, and even with the resolve of a martial king, he couldn't help but shed tears. He hated himself for not being strong enough to break through the water curtain and save his son. At this time, there was still no news from the martial emperor, and he had already lost hope. Many talented candidates from the capital surrounded Yi Xing. Yi Xing's prestige in the capital was equivalent to Li Chen's status in Ning City, upright and respected. The atmosphere was heavy. On one hand, too many candidates had died this time, nearing 40%, with many classmates and friends buried here. This was the cruelty of war. The demon beasts and ancient gods had always been the Federation's great enemies, and this incident was just one of countless others. On the other hand, seeing his longtime idol about to fall into eternal sleep filled their hearts with sorrow. Open his mouth. Whether he can live or not depends on his fate, Li Chen said. His words ignited hope among the surrounding candidates and many citizens. Li Chen had always been a miracle maker. Perhaps he could bring about another miracle this time. Lu Ruxa pried open Yi Xing's mouth, and Li Chen took out a dagger, closing his eyes and slicing his palm, feeling no pain. Sorry, I took the wrong flying knife. I was too hard, Li Chen said apologetically. Everyone was dumbfounded. Brother, can you be a bit more reliable at a time like this? Li Chen switched to a large flying knife made of A-grade alloy, made a cut in his palm, and blood quickly flowed out. Can't waste it. It's precious. Li Chen quickly dripped the blood into Yi Xing's mouth. He did this because the medicinal power of the blood dragon fruit in his body had not been fully digested, and at this moment his blood carried the powerful restorative properties of the blood dragon fruit. On the other hand, he activated the strongest life divine store, and the blood itself carried immense vitality and healing abilities. Nowadays, with a dual approach, there is indeed a chance. Li Chen's blood flowed into Yixing's body through his mouth, rapidly repairing his internal organs, and then the blood began to repair the meridians along the circulatory system. Yixing's weak breathing gradually stabilized, and his snow-white face gained a hint of color. "It's working, that's great!" Lu Ruxu exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. She had always had feelings for Yixing, but he, being as dense as a log, had never noticed, always accompanied by his long spear. "That should be enough," Li Chen said as he began to withdraw his hand, feeling a bit anemic. "Wait!" Lu Ruxu grabbed Li Chen's hand, preventing him from pulling away. "Just a moment longer, he hasn't woken up yet." Lu Ruxu looked anxious and pleading. "Classmate, if this goes on, I'll be the one lying down." "Next," Li Chen said gloomily. "Beauty, this is my blood, not water. Will it even help Yixing wake up?" "Classmate, you are a spiritual mind master, you can use your spiritual sense to check his condition. He has no resistance now, you can operate freely," Li Chen said helplessly. This isn't good, is it?" Lu Ruxu lowered her head, thinking it would be embarrassing to see Yixing completely exposed from the outside. Classmate, what's with that glimmer of expectation in your eyes?" Li Chen secretly rolled his eyes. "If you want to see, why be shy? It's fine, I consent on his behalf, I guarantee he has no objections." "We all support you," Li Chen said. The onlooking classmates nodded eagerly, of course, they were all for the spectacle. Lu Ruxu placed her hand on Yixing's chest, feeling the marble-like muscles and the warmth from his body, making her even more bashful. "What a great physique," was Lu Ruxu's first thought. "Classmate, don't just touch, hurry up and check, I can't hold on much longer," Li Chen teased. "Oh, okay." Lu Ruxu finally snapped back to reality and got down to business. Her spiritual sense penetrated into Yixing's body, discovering that his meridians and internal organs had indeed been repaired. His heart was beating strongly, and his body was in excellent condition. Yixing sensed something unusual within him, opened his eyes, and saw Lu Ruxu's hand on his chest, while another hand was dripping blood into his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. The metallic taste made him choke, and he coughed out the fresh blood he had just ingested. "My blood!" A cry of despair startled him, and he saw a handsome classmate looking at him with a resentful expression. "Yixing, you're awake." Lu Ruxu leaned closer, looking at him with surprise. Feeling the other's breath on the distance of less than 10 centimeters, Yixing felt a bit uncomfortable and instinctively leaned back. Lu Ruxu's eyes showed disappointment. Was she really that unlikable? "Ah, I'm dizzy." Li Chen fell, crashing into Yixing's back, causing him to lurch forward, and Lu Ruxu's small face was right in front of him. The outcome was predictable. Their lips met, soft and warm, leaving both parties stunned and frozen. "Oh, I'm not dizzy anymore." Li Chen stood up again. The others looked darkly at him. "Come on, can you act a little better? Your acting skills are worse than a pretty boy's." I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Yixing instinctively retreated, his face showing unprecedented panic, even more than when he fought Ao Xian. "Classmate, billions of people are watching, how can you be so irresponsible?" Li Chen patted Yixing's shoulder. "Ha?" Yixing then noticed that many drones were currently focused on them. Lu Ruxu covered her face with her hands, partly because she was blushing, and partly because she didn't want anyone to see the smile at the corner of her mouth. "This is crazy, today's youth really know how to have fun. I came to check on his injuries, not to watch and show off. I just had to see this part. Li Chen is truly an excellent flirt, unlike my sons, who don't understand how to cooperate with their father at all." The atmosphere in the live broadcast room became lively again. A talent like Yixing falling at such a young age was a loss for the Federation. At that moment, the water curtain finally shattered, revealing a kind-looking old man in midair who had retracted his hand, having dispelled the water curtain. The power to break the laws was unmistakably that of a martial emperor, the principal of Jinwu University, the Blade Emperor Xiao Luo. After the Blade Emperor broke the water curtain, he vanished, leaving the rest to the soldiers present. Just then, a powerful wave of energy descended, and a man with a figure like a gun landed on the ground. Everyone recognized him. It was the Gun King Yi Wutian, a man whose name, appearance, and essence were all imposing. Seeing his father, the flustered Yixing felt as if he had seen a savior and hurried over. "Dad!" Yixing noticed the bloodshot eyes and knew his father must have been very worried. "It's good that you're fine." The Gun King nodded, saying no more. He turned his gaze to Lu Ruxu, his eyes softening. "Xiaosu, come over to our house more often." The Gun King smiled. "I've met Uncle Yi, I will come to bother you," Lu Ruxu replied, her eyes filled with joy and shyness. Had she passed a test of the boyfriend's father? When would they get married? What kind of dowry should she prepare? The more she thought, the further her imagination wandered, already thinking of names for their future children. "You're always welcome. You and Yixing are the same age, so you should communicate more," Yi Wutian said with a smile. "I will," Lu Ruxu replied shyly. The Gun King's gaze turned to Li Chen, revealing gratitude. "You're quite remarkable, you're the hero of this battle, and the Federation will not forget your contributions. If you need anything, come find me in the capital." The Gun King patted Li Chen's shoulder, although he made no promises. The words of a martial king were as heavy as a mountain. "Okay," Li Chen nodded, "such matters could be agreed upon later." Under the leadership of the Major General, the soldiers all entered, tending to the injured students and, most importantly, properly handling those who had fallen, waiting for the arrival of the deceased's parents. Li Chen and the other candidates who were not seriously injured were arranged to be sent back to their respective cities by military aircraft. After exchanging contact information with the other newly acquainted students, Li Chen bid farewell and boarded the plane back to Ning City. On the way back, there was no need to adhere to seat numbers. Li Chen sat with Qin Yiman on his left and Chu Piaoxue on his right, with two beautiful women beside him, the fragrance wafting from their noses helped his weary body relax. Li Chen was indeed very tired, his meridians were burning with pain, the power of the profound meaning was too strong, and after operating for so long, it had placed a heavy burden on his body. However, the live broadcast had not yet ended, and he couldn't lose his heroic and invincible image in front of billions of viewers, could he? As he relaxed, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he closed his eyes, falling asleep. His head tilted to the right, resting on Chu Piaoxue's shoulder. Chu Piaoxue turned to glance at Li Chen, her eyes filled with concern. She knew he wasn't as relaxed as he appeared. Qin Yiman shot Li Chen a disdainful look. Even while sleeping, he had to take advantage. She yawned, leaned back against her seat, and soon fell asleep as well, leaning to the right and resting on Li Chen's shoulder. The classmates nearby looked at Li Chen with envy, wishing they could take his place. In his sleep, Li Chen felt his neck damp and began to wake up. He reached out to touch his neck but found a soft, smooth face instead. Li Chen opened his eyes to see Qin Yiman sleeping against his shoulder, a glistening thread hanging from the corner of her mouth, which was the reason for his damp neck. Oh no, Li Chen complained, as he slowly lifted Qin Yiman's head. But Qin Yiman had lost her support, perhaps her sense of security as well, and turned to hug Li Chen, continuing to sleep. Oh my goodness. Li Chen felt numb. He. A triumphant laugh came from Chu Piaoxue beside them. You just enjoy the misfortune, Li Chen said helplessly. You've made a fortune, what more do you want? Chu Piaoxue whispered. What do you think I want? You don't know? Li Chen leaned close to Chu Piaoxue's ear, his warm breath making her neck flush. You're not serious, Chu Piaoxue mumbled. Seriousness is for outsiders, why should a couple be so serious? Li Chen continued to laugh. Who said we're a couple? Chu Piaoxue's cheeks turned red. Whoever blushes is the one. The monkey's face is the reddest, you go be a couple with the monkey. How do you know our monkey's face is the reddest? Do you want to have a monkey with me? Thinking so far ahead? I'm not talking to you anymore. Chu Piaoxue turned her face away, feeling shy. Feeling the plane descending, Ningcheng had arrived. Wake up. Li Chen tapped Qin Yiman's forehead. Don't move. Qin Yiman's tone was lazy with a hint of coquetry. You soaked my clothes with your drool. Li Chen complained. Drool? What? Drool? Qin Yiman opened her sleepy eyes and then realized she was hugging Li Chen in an ambiguous position. What are you doing? Qin Yiman crossed her arms. Miss, what are you doing? Look at your masterpiece. Li Chen pointed to his neck. Only then did Qin Yiman feel the coolness at the corner of her mouth. She touched it and wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in, utterly embarrassed. She covered her face, not wanting to face this reality. Stop covering up, hurry and help me clean it up. Can't you clean it yourself? I'm a guy, how could I carry tissues with me? Why can't a guy carry tissues? TSK, you got me wet, and now you won't even help me clean it? I didn't do it on purpose. The atmosphere became strangely quiet, the conversation felt increasingly off, as if the scene was simple, the characters were simple, but the actions were complex, like lines spoken by movie protagonists. Li Chen realized it and fell silent. Qin Yiman, however, was oblivious and tossed a pack of tissues to Li Chen. With the little episode over, the plane landed on the playground, and outside came a thunderous cheer. Welcome home, hero Li Chen of Ningcheng. Li God, I love you. Li God, you are the only God. Li Chen leaned to the window and was taken aback. The entire playground was filled with people, and eye-catching banners fluttered above the crowd, all welcoming him. Am I really this popular? Li Chen stroked his chin, his tone filled with pride. Don't get too proud. Qin Yiman disapproved. You're just jealous. In such a situation, the other students didn't dare to get off first. Li Chen took the lead and stepped out of the cabin. When they saw Li Chen, the cheers on the playground reached a new level, truly deafening. Li God! Li God! Li God! The crowd chanted Li God, and seeing the excitement of the people, Li Chen's vanity was greatly satisfied. Hello everyone, thank you. Li Chen waved to everyone, and the scene became even more fervent. Li Chen walked down the stairs. Standing in front of him were the big shots of Ningcheng, the president of the Martial Arts Association, the director of the Martial Arts Bureau, the commander of the Ningcheng Legion, the principals of 5 high schools, and even Qin he had come. Good kid, you didn't bring shame to our 5th High. The principal of 5th High was practically floating with pride. Having such a student emerge from their school, wouldn't resource allocation have to be considered? The president of the Martial Arts Association had just spoken with him, filled with praise, and mentioned resource support. It's all thanks to the education from the principals and teachers. Li Chen smiled, understanding the ways of the world. It mainly relies on your personal effort. The principal laughed heartily, and Li Chen was truly remarkable. This is Wei Yi. I won't introduce Qin Wuzong, you know him better than I do. This is the president, this is the director, and these are the principals from other schools. The principal of number 5 high school introduced. I've met the president, the director, and all the principals, Li Chen said politely. Heroes emerge from youth. Li Chen, you are the hero of Ning City. On behalf of all the parents of the candidates from Ning City, I sincerely thank you. The president extended his hand. I am truly honored. Li Chen grasped the president's hand with both of his. Now the whole of Ning City is welcoming your return. Would you like to say something to them? The president pointed to the cameras over by the reporters. Please, president, you go first. Li Chen gestured for the president to start. You are the main character. I won't intrude. Then I will respectfully follow your lead. Li Chen stepped in front of the hundreds of cameras. Dear fellow townsfolk of Ning City, I am Li Chen. Thank you for your love and support. Everything I have done is out of duty and responsibility as a member of the Federation. In this incident, the other candidates fought valiantly as well. Compared to those who have sacrificed, what I have done is insignificant. To their parents, I want to say your children are exemplary. They are heroes who fought against the demon beasts. Here, I pay my respects to the heroes who sacrificed their lives and their families. Li Chen saluted solemnly. Everyone else also saluted solemnly for a minute in silence for the deceased. Once again, thank you for your love and support. I will work hard to cultivate and become stronger to eradicate the chaos caused by the demon beasts, Li Chen declared with a powerful vow. Good. The president shouted, followed by applause that echoed throughout Ning City. Li Chen declined the invitation from the big shots of Ning City to have dinner together, citing the need to rest. He wasn't fond of socializing. Li Chen, along with 2 girls, returned to the Qin family with Qin He, where the Qin family would host them. Li kid, I have to thank you this time. Without you, Yimin would have been in trouble. Come, I'll toast you. Qin He raised his glass. Uncle Qin, that's not right, I should toast you. Li Chen stood up, showing great respect for Qin He, who had taken care of him. Alright, let's skip the formalities. Let's drink enough today. No refusals, Qin He said boldly. Dad. Qin Yimin didn't want her father to get completely drunk. Little girl, hurry up and eat well, then go to sleep. I want to drink well with Uncle Qin, Li Chen retorted. Hey, you jerk, Qin Yimin gritted her teeth. Uncle Qin, come on, let's drink together. Li Chen raised his glass. Let's drink together. Qin He also raised his glass. One cup after another, neither of them used their blood energy to counteract the effects of the alcohol, and since the wine was brewed with spiritual herbs, it was quite potent. Each of them downed a pound of liquor, their faces turning red, and their speech began to slow down, a sign of intoxication. Qin go, listen to me, Li Chen said, wrapping his arm around Qin He's shoulder. Alright, Li bro, you speak. Qin He also embraced Li Chen's shoulder. At this moment, Qin Yimin facebombed, unable to watch as her classmate was acting so chummy with her father. Zhu Piaoxua quietly took out her phone to record this scene. If Li Chen ever bullied her, she would pull out this video to embarrass him. Li Chen didn't remember how he got back to his room. When he woke up, he was already in his own room, and he had mostly forgotten about last night's events. His phone kept buzzing with notification sounds. Li Chen opened his phone and found a bunch of messages congratulating him on being the top scorer in the South Ridge region. He scored first in the martial arts exam with 1,000 points and 954 in the written exam, totaling 1954. Now the entire South Ridge region was reporting on his achievement as the top scorer. Although he had long anticipated it, when the news was finally announced, Li Chen was still very happy. He was also the top scholar, and from now on, his older sister wouldn't be able to act so smug in front of him. He replied to his friends' messages one by one, and after responding to Zhang Meng called him with a video. Li Chen answered and saw Zhang Meng's excited face close to the screen. Did I interrupt you guys? Zhang Meng asked gossipingly. What nonsense. TSK, staying at a female classmate's place, hungover, not getting up in the morning, putting all this together, it's hard not to think too much. Zhang Meng said cheekily. You better stop browsing inappropriate stuff online. How did your mech exam go? Li Chen asked. Just so, not as good as you, 6th in Nanling. Zhang Meng shook his head inside. You brat, go ahead and laugh, put on a show. Ha ha ha, just thinking about how we brothers will sweep through Jinwu University in 2 months and charm all the beautiful senior sisters makes me so excited. Zhang Meng was already daydreaming. Be careful not to get hooked. After chatting with Zhang Meng and agreeing to meet up tonight, Li Chen got up to take a shower, still reeking of alcohol, which he found quite uncomfortable. After showering, he noticed the signal light on his phone flashing continuously. He opened his phone and found that the live stream rewards and the bonuses for defeating Gu Yuchen and Ao Xian had come in. Li Chen counted 12 digits, my goodness, over 200 billion credit points, becoming rich overnight was nothing compared to this. This was mainly because Gu Yuchen and Ao Xian had stirred up trouble, drawing the entire Federation's attention to the martial arts exam in the Nanling region. After he heroically dealt with the 2 troublemakers, over 10 billion people rewarded him, resulting in a substantial amount of tips. Moreover, the military also rewarded him with a large number of military merits, 5 million military merits. Li Chen jumped up in excitement. He wouldn't have to worry about resources for a long time. He also saw a second-class merit medal on his personal page. It's worth noting that very few people in the entire Federation could earn this medal. With this medal, Li Chen, as a high school student, could enter any university in the Federation without taking an entrance exam. Li Chen opened the door and found Xu Piaoxue coming up the stairs. Awake, little drunkard? Remembering last night's events, Xu Piaoxue couldn't help but smile. How did I get back last night? Of course, I dragged you back by your feet. Xu Piaoxue teased. Ha ha, how did you do on your exam? With you, the guy with over 100 million points, how do you think my results would be? Converted, my martial arts exam score is 80 plus my liberal arts, a total of 1040. Xu Piaoxue rolled her eyes. She earned 8 million points for killing monsters in the martial arts exam, which is quite high in any year, but since scores are proportionally adjusted against the top score, with Li Chen scoring 1000, she only got 80. Not just her, there were fewer than 200 people in the entire Nanling region who scored over 1000, and they were all around 1100, which was definitely at the bottom among all regions. However, Jinwu University recruits candidates based on ranking, not scores, and she ranked 167, while Jinwu University would admit 500 candidates from the Nanling region, so she could definitely get in. Ha ha, blame it on me being too outstanding. Li Chen scratched the back of his head, imagining the despair of other candidates facing their scores, which would follow them for life. You just enjoy it. Xu Piaoxue rolled her eyes, exuding a captivating charm in Li Chen's eyes. Where's your mom? Li Chen asked. Mom went to learn cooking from the chef here. Xu Piaoxue replied. You dare to laugh at me when your mom's not around? Li Chen stepped in front of Xu Piaoxue and hugged her. What are you doing? Xu Piaoxue didn't expect Li Chen to suddenly do this. What do you think I'm doing? I'm hugging you. It's broad daylight. So that means I can hug you at night? Ignoring you. Why are you ignoring me? Yes. Then let's kiss first. Li Chen went in for a kiss. Xu Piaoxue's whole body stiffened and Li Chen's courage grew bolder. After a long while, their lips parted and Li Chen playfully scratched Xu Piaoxue's nose. Her flushed cheeks were truly tempting. Is it more comfortable to hold me or to hold Yimin? Xu Piaoxue teased. Aha, the principal called me to school. I have to go now. Li Chen jumped down from the second floor and fled in a hurry. Flirtatious big radish. Xu Piaoxue muttered. Li Chen was brought to Wuzhong by the Qin family's butler. His current situation was very dangerous. The ancient god society had issued a kill order against him, and there were many who wanted his life. Although the butler was just a great martial artist, he was a mecha master at the martial sovereign level, with a martial sovereign mecha stored in his spatial ring, capable of unleashing martial sovereign combat power. This was also the key reason why Qin he felt safe to handle affairs outside. With the butler around, the Qin family was very secure. As for the Demon King and the ancient god society's martial king attacking, it wouldn't be that easy. The federal martial kings were not to be underestimated. Li Chen arrived at the principal's office, where he saw not only the principal but also 5 other people, both men and women, including one in military uniform. Li Chen knew their identities. They were recruitment mentors from prestigious federal schools, along with military personnel, all there to recruit him. The principal had briefly explained the situation to him, advising him not to rush and to wait for the right offer. The protagonist has arrived. As for where Li Chen goes, it depends on your discussions, the principal said. Sitting back calmly. Student Li, I am the recruitment director of Southern Martial Arts University. Southern Martial Arts University has always been among the top 3 in the Federation, with a strong faculty and a vast number of martial arts techniques. If you are willing to join us, you can choose any SSS level technique, 5 SS level techniques, and 10 S level techniques, along with 1,000,000 contribution points. A middle-aged man with glasses spoke first. Thank you for your generous offer. I will consider it carefully, Li Chen replied politely. Hu Lao-san, how do you have the face to say you're among the top 3? In the Federation? Weren't you 4th in last year's college competition? A middle-aged man with a big belly mocked. Li Lao, your Beiyuan Martial Arts University has always lost to us. Have you forgotten? The glasses man retorted coldly. That was then, this is now. Do I look like I did before? Now we Beiyuan are 3rd, the big-bellied man scoffed. Li Lao, hurry up and make your conditions. I don't have time to waste with you, a seductive woman scolded. Humph. Li Lao snorted but did not explode. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes, indicating he had a psychological shadow regarding this seductive woman. Student Li, come to Beiyuan. The students there are real men. We guard the borders, eat demon beast meat, and drink demon beast blood. Of course, we can meet the conditions offered by Southern Martial Arts Academy. Coming here is definitely the right choice, and you can choose any mentor, Li Lao promised. Thank you, I will consider it carefully. Li Chen maintained his polite demeanor. Enough, you 2 losers, get out of the way. The seductive woman pushed aside Hu Lao-san and Li Lao, stepping in front of Li Chen. She wore a charming smile that could enchant any young man, but fortunately, Li Chen had been through many trials and did not show any unusual reaction. Chen Xiaoyao looked surprised. She hadn't seen such a composed young man in a long time, well aware of her allure over younger men. Student Li, I am the recruitment director of Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. Imperial Capital Martial Arts University was once the best university in the Federation, and I won't even mention the strong faculty. There are 4 martial kings. If you come to us, the conditions are the same as Baiyuan, but we can offer you 2 million contribution points, and you can even choose me as your mentor. Chen Xiaoyao suddenly leaned closer to Li Chen, her fragrant breath stirring excitement. Thank you for your generous offer. I will definitely consider it carefully. Li Chen leaned back slightly, creating some distance. It wasn't shyness, but rather the overwhelming presence of this woman that instinctively made his body retreat. If you answer like that, it will hurt someone's feelings, Li Xiaoyao said with a teasing tone. The others in the room felt goosebumps rise, secretly cursing her as a fairy. They were all in their 30s, yet she still pulled this kind of act. Director Li, let's not stray off topic, a calm voice interjected. A handsome man approached. He was the admissions mentor from Jinwu University. Li Xiaoyao cast a resentful glance at the handsome man and quietly stepped aside. In the entire Federation, there were few peers she would show respect to, but this man was one of them, especially since she had feelings for him. Li, I am Chang Yi, the admissions director of Jinwu University. I won't go into detail about Jinwu University. It was founded by the Blade Emperor and has held the top position since its inception. I see you have a fondness for blades. Once you enroll, you can study the Blade Emperor's Breaking Heaven blade technique, and the principal has agreed to personally guide you 3 times. The other conditions are the same as those in the Imperial capital, and you can choose any martial king as your mentor, Chang Yi said. Thank you for the kindness of the Blade Emperor and the mentor. I will seriously consider it, Li Chen replied. He was indeed tempted. If the Blade Emperor personally guided him, his swordsmanship would surely improve rapidly, saving him a lot of time. However, he still wanted to see what conditions the military could offer. Li, I am Captain Wang Xian from the 1st Corps of the Southern Military District, here on behalf of the military district to discuss your potential enlistment. The soldier spoke. Thank you for the military district's kindness and your presence. Our military has the most powerful warriors and the most resources. If you join us, you can choose any SSS level technique, any corps, with a merit of 2 million. Why not take up the sword and fight on the battlefield? That is the true home for us warriors. Thank you again for the military's kindness. I will seriously consider it. Ahem. I shouldn't be speaking, but the conditions you are offering are quite similar to those of other districts' top students. Our Li Chen is a hero. This is not the treatment a hero deserves, the principal said mysteriously. Upon hearing the principal speak, Li Chen, who initially wanted to express his stance, no longer felt rushed and found a seat to sit down. He shouldn't be the anxious one. The principal drew angry glares from several people, but as an old fox, he was not afraid of them. Li, if you join our Southern Martial Arts University, we can directly grant you high-level resource exchange privileges, Hu Laozhen pondered. We in the Northern Plains can do that too. We in the Imperial Capital can manage as well. I can offer top-tier privileges, Chang Yi mused. When the mention of top-tier resource exchange privileges came up, the other mentors were dumbfounded. Top-tier resources were the rarest, and each school had very few. Exchanging one meant losing one. This included SSS-level techniques, SSS-level weapons, top-tier potions, and top-tier spiritual herbs, all of which required top-tier resource exchange privileges to redeem, otherwise contribution points were useless. Even among the many mentors, none had top-tier resource exchange privileges, yet they were offering it to a student? Jinwu University was indeed impressive. They wanted to speak up, but they had not been given that authority. Our military can only offer high-level resource exchange privileges, Wang Xian said, his tone somewhat helpless. The military's operations had to follow procedures and approvals, and his freedom was far less than that of the schools. Director Chang is still generous. The principal gave Li Chen a knowing look. Li Chen understood. It seemed that this top-tier resource exchange privilege was truly precious, and it was about time. I choose Jinwu University. Thank you to the military and the 3 major universities for their kindness. Li Chen stood up to express his gratitude. Sigh. Li Lash shook his head and left, still unable to compete with Jinwu University. Hu Lao-san also left, and Li Xiaoyao cast a resentful glance at Wang Xian before walking out. Li, I look forward to you joining the military after graduation. Wang Xian has also left. You won't regret this decision. This is our admission notice. Chang Yi handed Li Chen a finely crafted booklet. Thank you, Director Chang. Li Chen took it, and then Chang Yi also left. Principal, thank you. You are our best graduate from number 5. High school. Securing resources for you is what an old man like me should do. Remember to come back to your alma mater often, the principal said with a smile. Definitely. Li Chen left number 5 high school and returned to the Qin family. His high school life officially came to an end. Now he was a prospective college student, just waiting for the school year to start. He entered the training room. There was one last divine treasure left, and it was time to unlock it. The last divine treasure was located in the Naiwan Palace, different from the other locations. Here, it was 100% soul-type divine treasure. It was just a matter of which type to unlock, as there were many soul-type treasures. Common ones included soul resilience, soul split, soul insight, soul perception, and so on. Li Chen urged his divine consciousness continuously, impacting the Naiwan Palace's location, and finally, a grayish space opened up. The essence of the soul circulated and Li Chan's soul divine treasure was successfully unlocked. Supreme Divine Control Divine Treasure, Li Chen murmured, joy shining in his eyes. The Supreme Divine Control Divine Treasure enhanced mental power tenfold, and the ability to control objects was also enhanced tenfold, including the strength, speed, and distance of control, making it the most coveted divine treasure for a mentalist. Naturally, Li Chen became a mentalist. After becoming a mentalist, the little Li flying dagger could unleash 10 times its power in his hands, which was terrifying. Blood-red flying daggers appeared before him, swirling and dancing around him under the control of his divine consciousness, greatly enhancing his mastery. Wang family, you should no longer exist. A strong killing intent appeared in Li Chen's eyes. He had waited a long time for this day. Tonight, the Wang family will become a thing of the past, Li Chen murmured to himself. When night fell, Li Chen took Chu Piaoshui and Qin Yiman in the car driven by the butler to the chosen restaurant. He had already arranged for Zhang Meng and Wang Feng to join them for a graduation party. He had very few friends, and these 4 were among his rare companions. The restaurant was not high-end. Li Chen preferred a lively atmosphere where everyone could shake dice, boast, and sing without anyone caring. Put on your masks and hats, Li Chen reminded them before getting out of the car. With his current fame, if he didn't cover up, he would probably be surrounded by a crowd. The 3 concealed themselves and then directly entered the reserved private room under the guidance of the waiter. Zhang Meng and Wang Feng had already arrived and were looking at the menu. Little Li, come on, it's time to order, Zhang Meng called out. What's the rush? Are you going to starve? I haven't eaten anything today just to treat you. You're ruthless. Ladies first, Zhang Meng handed the menus to Qin Yiman and Chu Piaoshui. Zhang Meng, who are your sisters-in-law? Qin Yiman's gaze was dangerous. Chu Piaoshui nearly lowered her head, not refuting. Of course, it's you 2 school beauties. I really envy Little Li. I'm clearly more handsome than him. Zhang Meng said with a tone of grievance, wondering why no girls liked him. If you keep talking nonsense, you're paying the bill tonight. Qin school beauty, don't be like that. I'm a poor guy. The group began to chat. Wang Feng's grades were good. He had no problem applying to Nanling Martial Arts University, the best university in the Nanling region, and he was very satisfied. He thanked Li Chen again for teaching him martial arts, otherwise he wouldn't have had much of a chance. If nothing unexpected happened, the 4 of them would all enter Jinwu University. Zhang Meng, Qin Yiman, and Chu Piaoshui had already filled out their applications, but the results would be announced 3 days later. What majors did you apply for? Zhang Meng asked, knowing he would definitely choose the mecha major without a doubt. I haven't decided yet. I can choose any major in any mentor. Li Chen shook his head. Jealousy can change a person's appearance completely. Little Li, I'm so damn jealous of you. Zhang Meng gritted his teeth. What if I told you I was given 2 million contribution points and personally taught by the Blade Emperor 3 times? Wouldn't you cry? Li Chen teased. Heaven, strike down this pretentious fool. Zhang Meng wailed, comparing. People can be infuriating. Wang Feng could only shake his head in lament. He couldn't compare. He was just an ordinary high school graduate. The 2 girls also secretly pouted. They had nothing. I applied for the swordsmanship major, Qin Yiman said. I applied for the ice arts major, Chu Piaoshui said. I chose the earth element major. Wang Feng also stated his intention. After chatting for half an hour, Li Chen went to the restroom. He casually entered one, and his gaze turned cold. He hadn't forgotten that he had an important task to do tonight. The restaurant he chose was not far from the Wang family estate, specifically selected for ease of execution. Before him, 10 bloodthirsty flying knives materialized, and under his mental control, they flew out from the ventilation shaft, heading towards the Wang family estate diagonally across. His mental awareness could sense everything around him, even better than his eyes. The flying knives quickly approached the Wang family estate under the cover of night. The Wang family had operated in Ning City for many years, so the estate was large, covering over 5 acres. This was the city center. Although Ning City was just a small town, it was still quite valuable. Li Chen's flying knives crossed over the wall, then through the garden, entering the main villa. The 10 flying knives arrived at the open windows, and Li Chen used his mental awareness to observe everything happening in those rooms. Bastard! What demon beasts! What ancient gods! All trash, trash, trash! At that moment, Wang Bin was in the training room, raging as he punched the sandbag, venting his anger. Shu Kuan stood by, afraid to speak, fearing Wang Bin's wrath would turn on him. But his silence didn't mean Wang Bin wouldn't vent his anger on him. Shu Kuan, it's all your fault, you useless piece of trash. With so many opportunities, 2 whole years, and you still couldn't eliminate Li Chen. Look at the mess we're in now. Wang Bin's eyes glinted with bloodthirst. He was furious and wanted to kill. It's my fault. Shu Kuan, though angry inside, dared not retort. A furious Wang Bin could do anything. What good is admitting fault now? Go die. Wang Bin punched Shu Kuan, who managed to raise his blood defense but still ended up spitting blood. A dog-eat-dog situation, how interesting. Li Chen smirked. In another study piled high with books, Wang Xiao was pacing back and forth, feeling very anxious. The Son of God had fallen, and the entire ancient god society was furious. Although the massacre of The South Ridge District candidates was a decision made by the higher-ups of the Ancient God Society. The direct cause was the desire to kill Li Chen. After discussions among the higher-ups, they decided to finalize the matter. If everything went smoothly, he would be in the clear, but now that things had gone awry, he would definitely be pushed out to take the blame. The higher-ups of the Ancient God Society had yet to make a decision on how to handle the situation, and he was extremely uneasy, knowing he would face dire consequences but not knowing how was a terrible feeling. Finally, he received a message on his phone and quickly opened the mechanism, revealing the entrance to the secret room. Just as he was about to take action against Li Chen, a thought crossed his mind. He wanted to see what Wang Xiao was up to. At that moment, Wang Xiao was in a state of panic, not noticing a flying knife following him closely to the secret room. Wang Xiao opened his computer, entered the password, and then clicked on the video invitation. The video connected, and the elder's eyes were fixed on Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao lowered his head, not daring to make eye contact. The elder would definitely be implicated because of this matter and might have already been removed from his position. Wang Xiao, you useless fool, I've caused you great trouble. Elder, I seek forgiveness. Wang Xiao immediately knelt on the ground. What good is kneeling? The Son of God died because of you. Kneeling won't be enough to atone for your sins. The elder grew more and more furious, thinking that if he were in front of Wang Xiao, he would definitely slap him to death. Wang Xiao lowered his head, not daring to speak, saying too much would only lead to more mistakes. The president and the others have made a decision regarding this matter. I am no longer an elder. This time, I am conveying the final command to you. You must incite a riot in Ning City. Since Li Chen dared to kill the Son of God, let the people of Ning City pay for him. The more you kill, the better. Only by killing enough to reach 100,000 will you have a chance to survive. The elder's voice was icy. To him, the lives of 100,000 people were just a number. Elder, to atone, there is Qin He in Ning City. Although my subordinates are eager to kill, as long as he intervenes, the riot will be quickly suppressed. Wang Xiao directly knocked his head against the ground. Waste. Is your brain only filled with brute force? A bunch of ordinary people without cultivation can easily be wiped out with bombs or poison, the elder scolded angrily. Understood, Wang Xiao's voice came from the ground. Remember, this is your last chance. You are an elder of the Ancient God Society, understand the consequences of running away. After the elder finished speaking, he hung up the call. Wang Xiao stood up from the ground, his face showing madness, struggle, and fear. In the end, his expression returned to one of cruelty and determination. At this point, there was no choice but to kill. He took out his phone and began dialing a number. Madam, prepare enough laser bombs and gas bombs, get ready to act tomorrow night. Understood, a female voice came from the other end. The Wang family had been in business for many years, so it was not surprising that they could obtain laser bombs and gas bombs. Truly inhumane, Li Chen's face revealed a strong killing intent. He never expected the Ancient God Society to be so insane as to demand 100,000 lives to accompany Gu Yuchen in death. He suppressed the killing intent in his heart. Since he had discovered this matter, he might as well eliminate all the minions of the Ancient God Society in Ning City. He didn't have that power, but Qin He did. Wang Zhao's wife's identity was mysterious and had never been revealed. Only Qin He had a chance to investigate. He unleashed his blood energy, isolating all sound, and then called Qin He to inform him of his discovery. Wang Xiao, truly seeking death. Qin He's voice came through the phone, filled with killing intent. I will handle this matter, Qin He said. Uncle Qin, I have only one request. Wang Xiao, Wang Bin, and Zhu Kuan must die at my hands, Li Chen said firmly. All right, Qin He agreed. Li Chen returned to the private room where Wang Feng and Zhang Mang were drinking happily while the two women were having juice as they didn't like alcohol. Little Li, you're so young and already constipated, Zhang Mang shouted. You're the one who's constipated. Come on, let's play dice. Tonight, I'll get you drunk, Li Chen shouted back. If we're going to play, it's no fun with just the three of us. The two school beauties have to join in too, Zhang Mang mumbled. Fine, but they can just drink soda. The private room was lively, but the entire Ning City was brewing with undercurrents, with both the Wang and Qin families making big moves. To prevent leaks, Qin He only deployed the carefully trained dark guards of the Qin family. They were the sharpest sword of the Qin family, and Qin He's most capable assistants. Li Chen and the others played until late at night before heading home. This time, Li Chen secretly urged his blood energy to refine the alcohol so he didn't get drunk. Back at the villa, after taking a shower, Li Chen stood by the window looking at the brightly lit Ning City, so harmonious and peaceful. Yet, there were deranged individuals intent on disrupting this tranquility. The door opened, and Xu Piaoxue walked in wearing pajamas. You have something on your mind tonight, Xu Piaoxue said. Indeed, beneath the calm surface of Ning City, there are dark currents, Li Chen confessed. The Wang family's plan to Xu Piaoxue, she was someone he could fully trust. Damn the Wang family, damn the Ancient God Society. Xu Piaoxue's pretty face was filled with anger. Her kind heart could not accept such a brutal plan. Don't worry, Uncle Qin will handle it well, and I will personally destroy the Wang family. Li Chen's eyes were filled with determination. You're still young, don't always take everything upon yourself, Xu Piaoxue said with concern. How am I still young? We can legally get a marriage certificate now, Li Chen replied, dissatisfied. Who is getting a certificate with you? Xu Piaxue's voice grew softer. It's sad, you actually don't want to get a certificate with me, Li Chen said with a sorrowful expression. I just don't want to, Xu Piaxue teased. Then let's get in the car first and we'll settle the ticket later, Li Chen said, pulling Xu Piaxue close and leaning in. Li Chen still couldn't manage to get in the car. Xu Piaxue insisted that they had to follow the proper procedure and buy a ticket. First, Li Chen had no choice but to endure a long, hot night. One day, the three of them were practicing in the training room, waiting for news from Qinhe. In the evening, Qinhe returned and called them together. The Wang family will act tonight. The bombs and gas bombs have already been delivered to the Wang family's west warehouse. They will be transported out by truck tonight and distributed throughout Ning City. If they successfully detonate, at least a quarter of Ning City will turn to ruins, Qinhe said. Damn it, Li Chen said coldly, and the four of them were furious. This time, it's not just the Wang family, the Martial Artists Association and the Martial Arts Division also have insiders assisting them. The Federation has been severely infiltrated, Qinhe said, his expression grim. Without the cooperation of insiders, it would be impossible for the Wang family to transport so many bombs and gas bombs. Sigh, internal troubles and external threats, Li Chen lamented. Once Wang Xiao arrives at the warehouse, we will take action, he said. Okay. They waited for news until 2 in the morning when Qinhe finally received a message from the Dark Guards. Let's go, Qinhe said. Qinhe soared into the night sky, while Li Chen took to the skies on his sword, bringing Qin Yiman and Xu Piaxue to the warehouse. Both of them were quite strong and could be of help. They landed about 1,000 meters from the Wang family's warehouse, where a figure in a black robe and mask emerged from the shadows. Master, Wang Xiao and his family are all inside, along with that Zhu Kuan. They are unifying the activation of the bomb devices, the figure in black said. We can't let them activate it, let's go in, Qinhe said, leading the charge and crashing through the air to land inside the warehouse. At that moment, there were about 30 people in the warehouse operating the bomb devices. The sudden noise startled them. When they saw Qinhe appear, fear spread across their faces. With a martial sovereign present, they had no chance to resist. Qinhe. Wang Zhao's face turned extremely ugly. Why did Qinhe arrive at such a critical moment? He hadn't received any news. How could this matter have been exposed? Then he saw Li Chen, along with Qin Yiman and Xu Piaxue. Although there were only 4 of them, he knew he had no chance left. Li Chen. Wang Bin's eyes turned bloodshot. Li Chen had become his inner demon. Everyone is here. A family should be complete. Today, I will send you all to hell to accompany your divine son, Li Chen said with a cold smile. Young man, don't be too impulsive, a woman in a qipao spoke up. She was Wang Zhao's elusive wife. She managed all of the Wang family's dark guards and unsavory businesses. If young people aren't impulsive, what do you call them? Not every young person is as useless as your son, Li Chen mocked. He. The woman let out a cold laugh but said nothing more. Secretly, a steel needle shot towards the back of Li Chen's head. Ding! A crisp sound rang out behind Li Chen as a flying knife intercepted the steel needle. I didn't expect you to be a spirit master, Li Chen said. It's me who didn't expect it. Truly, you seem to have everything, the woman replied, her tone filled with disappointment, still wanting to eliminate Li Chen first. I'll block Qinhe, you deal with the others. The woman said. You want to block me? Qinhe squinted, realizing this woman had some skill. You have to try first. The woman chuckled, and countless steel needles pierced through the air, shooting towards Qin. A sword aura appeared, blocking all the steel needles. Qinhe unleashed a wave of energy and charged at the woman. A disc appeared beneath her feet, propelling her through the top of the warehouse and into the sky. Shadow guards, eliminate them for me, Wang Xiao commanded, and more than 20 shadow guards drew their daggers, rushing towards Li Chen and the others. However, the Qin family's shadow guards also arrived, intercepting Wang's guards. Wang Xiao, even Jesus can't save you today, Li Chen declared, his aura locking onto Wang Xiao. Let me see just how much you weigh. Wang Xiao's aura began to rise, a 4th grade martial master, having refined all his bones. Wang Xiao had refined the bones of a python, enhancing his vitality 80-fold, consistently ranking in the top 3 in city. Not bad, but not enough. Li Chen continuously condensed his vitality into flying daggers, and soon 100 flying daggers under his mental control shot towards Wang Xiao from all directions. Xingpeng technique. Wang Xiao shouted, his vitality forming into a green phoenix, and he transformed into the phoenix, rapidly shooting towards Li Chen. The flying daggers struck the green phoenix, but the overwhelming power and penetrating force rendered Wang Zhao's defensive technique ineffective. The daggers struck him, creating numerous bloody holes. The immense force caused Wang Xiao to stagger backward. The gap in strength was too great. Once a mountain blocking Li Chen, Wang Xiao was now easily crushed. In just over a month, Li Chen had made such progress, truly unprecedented. Wang Xiao crashed against the alloy wall, his meridians damaged, unable to circulate his blood. Energy. Dad. Wang Bin's face showed fear. His invincible father had been defeated in one move, and so miserably. It's your turn now. Li Chen turned his gaze to Wang Bin and Zhu Kuan. No, don't kill me. Zhu Kuan knelt on the ground, desperate to live. Spineless coward, living is just a waste of food. Li Chen struck out with a palm, a blood energy imprint landing on Zhu Kuan, destroying everything within him. 4th-grade martial artist could be killed with ease. You can't kill me, you can't kill me. As Li Chen approached, Wang Bin kept retreating. A month ago, Li Chen had been an ant in front of him, someone he wouldn't even bother to kill himself. But just a month later, the once insignificant ant had grown into a dragon that he had to look up to, the stark contrast nearly driving Wang Bin mad. Do you still remember our first meeting, your lofty demeanor? I remember it vividly, Li Chen said flatly. I was wrong, it was all my fault. I shouldn't have coveted your martial seal. Wang Bin's voice trembled with fear. I used to fantasize about standing before you as a strong person, but now it feels tasteless. You can all go die. Li Chen waved his hand, and a flying dagger pierced through Wang Bin's mind, dead beyond recovery. Li Chen! Wang! Xiao gritted his teeth and stood up, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. Don't look at me like that, it makes me feel like the villain. Li Chen flicked his finger, and a flying dagger shot through the air, once again piercing Wang Xiao's head. With his meridians destroyed, Wang Xiao was like a lamb to the slaughter before him. He glanced at the other battlefield. The Qin family's shadow guards, along with Chu Piaoshui, firmly held the upper hand and would soon end the fight. Looking up at the battle in the sky, it was clear that the mentalist was indeed powerful. A great martial master could actually hold out for so long against a martial sect master. Li Chen stepped into the whirlwind, quickly ascending to the high ground. He saw Qin He manipulating the dark energy of the heavens and earth, suppressing the woman. Otherwise, the mentalist was too agile to catch. Waves of sword energy, thousands of meters long, crisscrossed the sky, continuously slashing towards the woman. The woman could only evade. She was no match for a head-on confrontation. When she truly could not escape, she resorted to defensive martial techniques. Countless steel needles formed a metallic river, colliding with the sword energy. The sword energy shone brightly like the sun, sending all the steel needles flying. As the sword energy descended, it struck the woman, causing her to be thrown back, blood spraying forth as she coughed up more blood. 9 massive sword energies stood behind Qin He like a peacock spreading its tail. He was about to unleash his ultimate technique, the 9 swords uniting. Uncle Qin, let me handle this. Let them reunite as a family, Li Chen spoke up. The sword energies behind Qin He dissipated. He trusted Li Chen's strength. Li Chen was now nearly at the level of a titled grand martial artist. Let's see just how strong you are, you monster who can kill the 4 divine sons. Raining pear blossoms, countless steel needles once again formed a river, aiming to drown Li Chen. Countless blood chi flying knives appeared. Li Chen's blood chi was so refined that he hardly needed the alloy. Flying knives. The flying knives tore through the air, and the blood-red river flowed in midair, colliding with the steel needle river. Endless sparks of lightning and fire erupted as the steel needle river was devoured by the flying knife river. Li Chen, wielding the power of the profound, was truly formidable. The flying knife river surged toward the woman, leaving no escape route above or below. Devouring black hole. The light surrounding the woman was consumed, and a pitch-black vortex enveloped her. She activated the advanced devouring divine concealment, which, combined with her martial techniques, possessed immense devouring power. The blood chi flying knives fell into the black hole vortex, their blood chi rapidly consumed. However, Li Chen's blood chi was extremely refined. The woman's devouring force was insufficient, and the flying knives still broke through the black hole's obstruction, landing on her. Her skin had turned pitch black. She had mastered the S-rank defensive martial technique, Black Flood Dragon Body. The flying knives struck her skin as if hitting an alloy wall. The S-rank defensive martial technique was incredibly powerful. Bloom, flames. Li Chen possessed the strongest explosive divine concealment. All the blood chi flying knives exploded, resembling a mech battalion conducting a carpet bombing. The thunderous roar echoed throughout the city, and a woman with charred clothing was sent flying through the air. Her hair turned into a tangled mess. Li Chen stood on his flying sword, surrounded by a whirlwind, leaving a long phantom in his wake. His speed astonished Qin He. It was so fast that it was comparable to his own. One flying knife after another shot from Li Chen, like meteors, toward the woman. Spirit thought armor. The woman cried out, and the disc beneath her feet scattered, transforming into metal parts that adhered to her body, forming a suit of armor. This was a spirit thought armor made of A-rank alloy, usable only by spirit thought masters. You can't kill me. A cold voice came from within the armor. A-rank alloy was difficult for ordinary martial masters to destroy. The black hole vortex reappeared, swallowing all of Li Chen's flying knives. Flames erupted continuously from within the black hole, and when the flames dissipated, the woman stood in her armor, showing no signs of her previous disarray. Li Chen, opposing the ancient gods will lead to death even for a martial king, let alone you, a martial artist. You'd best keep your friends and family on guard. After speaking, the woman, clad in armor, quickly fled into the sky. That turtle shell won't protect you, and it's too naive to run away in front of me. Li Chen stepped on his flying sword, surrounded by a whirlwind, shooting out like a laser. Whirlwind! Li Chen shouted, and a massive whirlwind surged forward, trapping the woman. Break! Thousands of steel needles converged into a gigantic steel pillar, tearing a gap in the whirlwind. However, as the woman emerged from the gap, what awaited her was a massive, earth-colored seal resembling a small mountain. The mountain-suppressing seal revealed a hazy image of the 5 mountains, the air bursting with power, while the woman's body was suppressed by an immense force, causing her to begin descending. Break! Thousands of steel needles once again coalesced into a massive steel pillar, thrusting towards the Town Mountain Seal. A tremendous shockwave swept through the sky, and the Town Mountain Seal forcefully shattered the steel pillar, crushing it onto the woman. The woman fell like a meteor, crashing into a square, creating a large pit, and the entire square was engulfed in a powerful earthquake, with concrete being destroyed and even the underground D-grade alloy being completely overturned. Cough. Cough. The woman's cough echoed from within the armor. Although the armor was not broken, the immense force transmitted through it was unbearable for her. At that moment, her internal organs and bones were in turmoil, and a mouthful of fresh blood rose to her throat. A powerful pressure descended again, and a deep blue seal fell from the sky, carrying an even more colossal and invincible force. The overwhelming pressure pinned her to the ground, making it difficult even to stand. She could only once again unleash her defensive martial arts, but all defenses felt utterly powerless against the relentless force. The devouring black hole was crushed, and the immense power passed through the armor onto her body, causing it to tremble continuously, her muscles tearing and her internal organs cracking. Wow! The blood that had risen to her throat could no longer be contained and was spewed out. An A-grade alloy knife appeared in Li Chen's hand. He intended to cleave his opponent to death. At this moment, all the strong warriors in Ning City were rushing towards the side. The commotion was so great that it was hard not to notice, and the martial department's phone was overwhelmed with calls. "We are dealing with the ancient god cultists. You don't need to approach." Xin He's voice spread throughout Ning City, reassuring the public. With Wu Zong still present, they were safe. "Li Kid, let me handle this. This set of armor is very useful to you, and it would be a waste to destroy it," Xin He said as he approached Li Chen. "Alright then." Li Chen retracted his long knife. Xin He landed beside the woman, dark energy continuously gathering, suppressing her movements. "Xin He, although you are strong, it won't be so easy to kill me without damaging the armor," the woman said coldly. "I have my own methods." Xin He said no more, placing his hand on the armor, a surge of power descending, causing the armor to vibrate violently, shaking over 10,000 times in a second. The intense vibrations made it impossible for the woman to control the armor. The strongest vibration, divine concealment, hidden so deeply, the woman said in despair, as Xin He had never shown this ability before. "You know too much," Xin He said, pointing a finger at her forehead, the powerful vibration destroying her brain. "Uncle Xin, you're not going to kill me to silence me, are you?" Li Chen said, slightly pulling back. "Are you serious about taking half a step back?" Xin He thought to himself, speechless. "If you dare to bully Yiman, I will make you feel the power of vibration," Xin He said with a cold smile. "I wouldn't dare." Li Chen shook his head vigorously. This Uncle Qin was definitely a tough old coin. The strongest divine concealment had managed to remain hidden for so many years. The Wang family had already been destroyed, but this matter was not over. Those in the Martial Association, as well as the internal traitors in the Martial Department, including the president and the director, were personally involved in capturing them. The entire Ning City was in a major upheaval. The Wang group was thoroughly investigated, and individuals were being arrested and imprisoned. This incident had far-reaching implications. Not only in Ning City, but the neighboring city was also in turmoil, and the large city of Luo City was even more turbulent, with laser bombs and gas bombs all produced there. It even involved the Luo City Legion, where someone had leaked the core technology of the laser bombs. There were too many traitors, and this matter had drawn the high-level attention of the Southern Ridge District, with the Martial Department sending senior officials down to directly handle it, following the leads to capture a large number of cultists. However, these were all official matters. Li Chen dealt with the Wang family, this tumor, and temporarily found peace. Hearing from Qin he had once again made a great contribution, and they were discussing how much military merit to award him. "TSK, my military merit is higher than that of many great martial masters," Li Chen said happily. "As long as he waits for the divine to refine the spirit, he can begin to break through to the great martial master. The great martial master refines the bones from the limbs to the ribs, then to the spine, and finally to the skull, divided into 4 stages, hence the 4 ranks of the great martial master. The refined bones are further divided into 4 levels: snake bones, python bones, flood dragon bones, and dragon bones, which can enhance vitality by 40, 80, 120, and 160 times, respectively. A great martial master who refines snake bones increases their vitality by 10 times with each rank they advance, and so on. With Li Chen's level of vitality, refinement, and ambition, he naturally aimed to refine dragon bones. Refining dragon bones requires consuming top-grade bone refining liquid, with 1 bottle costing 2 million. Some have calculated that to refine all the bones into dragon bones, one would need 1,000 bottles, amounting to 20 billion credit points. Every strong individual is built up with resources, and fortunately, Li Chen is now quite wealthy, so he doesn't have to worry about money for his cultivation in the great martial master and martial sovereign realms. Once he reaches the martial king stage, it will be another level, where many cultivation resources cannot be solved with money. Li Chen trains with the 2 women every day, and at night, he falls asleep holding Chu Piaoxue, making for a joyful yet torturous life. After being cooped up in the Qin family for 5 days, he felt the urge to go out and train. Qin Yiman and Chu Piaoxue agreed, as they had both advanced to the 3rd rank of martial master. Chu Piaoxue had unlocked the top-level gravity divine storehouse, allowing her to fly, albeit a bit stiffly, which made Qin Yiman envious for quite some time, as she was the only one who couldn't fly among the three. Qin Yiman had unlocked the top-level penetration divine storehouse, increasing the penetration ability of her sword energy by 8 times, one of the most sought-after divine storehouses for sword cultivators. The two of them were able to advance to the 3rd rank of martial artists so quickly thanks to Li Chen using his military achievements to exchange for a large batch of blood python fruits for them. As they were all on the same side, Li Chen was very generous. Li Chen also bought many potions for Zhang Meng to help improve his brain domain development. For a mecha master, talent is the most important, and the higher the brain domain development, the better. One day, Zhang Meng called Li Chen via video, and during their casual chat, Li Chen sensed that Zhang Meng had something he wanted to say but was hesitating. Mengzi, what's wrong? Are you feeling down? Li Chen teased. You're the one who's down, I just have a little issue, Zhang Meng replied, his tone dropping. There was indeed something he wanted to ask Li Chen for help with, as Li Chen was now his strongest connection. If you have something to say, just say it. You don't want to sulk and make me guess your thoughts, do you? Oh, no wonder you managed to charm 2 campus beauties, you're starting to study the minds of young girls. Spit it out already. Little Li, here's the thing, every summer vacation, Yunzhou holds a mecha training camp for young people who are passionate about mechas and have talent to get familiar with them in advance. I want to go, but the spots are limited, and I don't even have a way to sign up, Zhang Meng said straightforwardly. You brat, let me ask around for you. Li Chen hung up the video call. He found Deng Zixiao and sent a video invitation. He had added quite a few contacts of prodigies from the Nanling region. The video connected quickly, and Deng Zixiao appeared on the screen shirtless. Hey, you're being a pervert, Li Chen complained. No matter how much of a pervert I am, I'm not as much of a pervert as you. Who's straddling 2 boats? Deng Zixiao retorted. Old Deng, look at what you're saying. If you had the ability, you could do it too. I'm not as good as you, so what? You only come to me when you need something. I have a small favor to ask. Isn't Yunzhou holding a mecha training camp? I have a talented friend who wants to go. He ranks 6th in the college entrance examination, Li Chen stated directly. Send me his name, citizen, ID number, and phone number, Deng Zixiao replied casually. As expected of the president's top student, so domineering. Li Chen gave a thumbs up. Alright, if you dare let Ao Shin call you dad, then my dad would probably seem like just another passerby in your eyes, Deng Zixiao said irritably. Look at what you're saying. My admiration for President Deng is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River. Stop it, I have to hang up. Li Chen hung up the phone. Knowing people makes things easier. Without realizing it, he now had some connections. Even the king of guns had his contact information. How many young people could be that impressive? A few minutes later, Zhang Meng called for a video chat. Wow, Little Li, that's amazing. I just received the confirmation for my mecha training camp registration, and they told me to report in 3 days. Zhang Meng said excitedly. Alright, look at how excited you are. When Brother Li makes a move, you'll know if it's real. Brother Li, you're my real brother. Get as far away as you can. Not long after, Zhang Meng's father actually called Li Chen personally to thank him and wanted to treat him to a meal. Li Chen felt quite awkward and kept saying no. He grew up with Zhang Meng, and he respected Uncle Zhang very much. How could he accept thanks from an elder? That night, Chu Piaoxue skillfully opened the door and came in. Li Chen was already lying down but was scrolling through his phone. Why aren't you asleep so late? Chu Piaoxue directly lay on top of Li Chen. If you didn't come, how could I sleep? Li Chen pinched Chu Piaoxue's nose. Who knows, maybe you were expecting other girls to come too. That's true, I have a lot of expectations. Scumbag, heartbreaker. Chu Piaoxue rolled her eyes. What I'm expecting isn't that, I want to eat you. Li Chen flipped over, pinning Chu Piaoxue beneath him and a suffocating long kiss made her cheeks flush with red. I'm going to sleep now. Chu Piaoxue, fearing Li Chen would continue to tease her, quickly hugged him and lay her head on his chest to sleep. One day, this little demoness will wear me out. Li Chen laughed, patting Chu Piaoxue's back. You don't want to? I do. Another night of happiness and torment passed. The next day, before dawn, Li Chen, Qin Yiman, and Chu Piaoxue packed up and left Ning City, heading straight into the wilderness. To avoid attracting unwanted attention, Li Chen took the 2 girls high into the sky and then dove into the wilderness. This time our goal is to cross this stretch of wilderness and reach the seaside to watch the sunrise, Li Chen pointed at the map, setting the goal for this adventure. Go. Qin Yiman clenched her fist, having been cooped up at home, finally able to let loose. Li Chen watched the excited Qin Yiman with a teasing glint in his eyes and suddenly relinquished control over the flying sword beneath her feet. Oh my god! Qin Yiman screamed as she began to fall towards the ground, the sudden loss of weight making her cry out. Chu Piaoxue gave him a roll of her eyes. As soon as they were out of Uncle Qin's sight, Li Chen couldn't wait to tease Qin Yiman. You bastard, you! Came Qin Yiman's angry shout from below. Li Chen stepped on his flying sword and quickly dove down to catch up with her. Such foul language, I won't take responsibility for that, Li Chen teased. I'll kill you. Qin Yiman pulled out a wooden sword and lunged at Li Chen. He easily pinched it between 2 fingers. Beg me. Li Chen said with a smile. Beg your grandpa. Then I won't care. Just wait. To fall and become disabled. Li Chen shrugged. You jerk. You say, Prince, please save me. Dream on. Then I won't care. Ah, you're going to make me mad. I'll die with you. Qin Yiman burst with anger and charged at Li Chen, then hugged him tightly, looking like she wanted to take them both down together. Ha, I told you to notify me in advance if you want to take advantage of me. Li Chen teased. I'll bite you to death. Qin Yiman bit down on Li Chen's arm and he didn't dodge, he wasn't afraid. Hard as a rock. Qin Yiman disdainfully let go of Li Chen's hand, unable to bite through at all. Steady yourself. Li Chen wrapped one arm around Qin Yiman's waist, then burst into speed, quickly rising to the side of Chu Piaoxue with his other arm embracing her. Then, they soared through the sky at incredible speed, surpassing 10 times the speed of sound. The demon beasts on the ground heard the roaring sound from above, but when they looked up, they only saw a wave of air lingering in the sky. Wow! Qin Yiman screamed with joy. This was much more thrilling than skydiving. Chu Piaoxue remained composed, but an excited smile appeared on her face. After flying at high speed for more than 10 minutes, Li Chen finally landed with the two women on the ground. I really want to fly. When can we unlock the ability to fly in the divine treasure? Qin Yiman said with anticipation. With me around, unlocking the top-level soul is no problem, so you can fly with peace of mind then, Li Chen said confidently. That better be true. Qin Yiman rolled her eyes at him. Here comes a big one, Chu Piaoxue reminded, as they saw a giant black bear over 50 meters tall, continuously crashing into trees as it ran towards them. A level giant black bear, first-tier great demon general. You two can play first, Li Chen said casually. I know you're strong, Qin Yiman said, as a long sword appeared in her hand. She immediately unleashed 9 sword energies combined into one, 100-meter-long sword energy tearing through the air towards the giant black bear. Humans, you are seeking death. The deep voice of the giant black bear boomed. It gathered dark blood energy in its palm, wielding the power of darkness, and swiped at the sword energy. The sword energy shattered, ripping apart the ground, and the bear's speed slightly faltered. Qin Yiman's current strength was no less than that of an average martial master. Roar! The giant black bear pounded its chest with both hands, letting out a roar, and a powerful sound wave surged forward, creating a massive shockwave that destroyed everything in front of it. Ice Phoenix Charge. Chu Piaoxue was surrounded by ice and snow, which coalesced into an ice phoenix with a wingspan of over 30 meters, diving towards the giant black bear with a trail of frost. Watch the old bear's dark energy blast. The giant black bear embraced the air with both hands, dark blood energy continuously gathering, and a 20-meter diameter dark energy sphere appeared, which the bear then pushed out. The dark energy sphere collided with the ice phoenix, not producing a violent explosion, but rather a blend of ice and darkness, with the cold trying to freeze the darkness and the darkness attempting to erode the frost, both sides contesting in mid-air. Sword energy charge. Qin Yiman shouted, condensing dozens of sword energies over 10 meters long behind her, directing them towards the giant black bear. Dozens of sword energies surged forward, creating waves of air as they rushed towards the giant black bear. Brave charge. The giant black bear dropped to all fours, enveloped in a dark light shield, moving its limbs as the ground trembled, charging head-on against the dozens of sword energies with a brutish stance. The clash of brutality and technique, the conflict of wildness and spirit, caused the sword energies to shatter, but the bear's charge was also halted. Ice seal for 1,000 miles. Chu Piaoxue was ready, her right hand covered in frost, emanating an extreme cold aura. She slapped the ground, causing a burst of cold air that covered the earth in ice. The frost rapidly spread, surrounding the giant black bear with an eerie sealing power and immense gravity. Chu Piaoxue had figured out a way to merge the powers of the 3 divine treasures. The giant black bear shivered. It couldn't withstand this cold, even its thick fur was no match. Moreover, the powerful gravity pressed down on it as if it were carrying a mountain hundreds of meters high, a strange force suppressing its blood energy and weakening its spirit. This was the power of sealing. The giant black bear felt its strength suppressed by at least 30%. Unity of man and sword. Qin Yiman stepped forward, her whole body shooting out with the sword, a sword aura enveloping her, merging her and the sword into one. In an instant, she closed the distance, seizing the moment when the giant black bear's strength was suppressed. I'm going to smash you. The giant black bear stood up, its blood energy surging towards the sky, the power of darkness rapidly spreading, devouring the life force of the surrounding plants. All the blood energy gathered on the front paw, and with a swipe, it struck down towards Qin Yiman. The sharp sword aura fell upon the bear's paw, its brilliance piercing through the darkness like sunlight, driving straight into the heart of the black bear's claw, then sinking into the entire forelimb. The sword aura erupted, and streams of sword energy shot out from the black bear's forelimb, spraying blood wildly. Roar! The black bear howled in pain, its entire right forelimb's muscles severed by the sword energy, even the bones suffering significant damage. The right forelimb hung limply, and a powerful sound wave erupted from its mouth, overwhelming Qin Yiman. Qin Yiman raised her protective sword aura, stepping on the sword light, retreating with the force of the sound wave. Ice storm. A voice called out from behind, and a powerful storm descended, engulfing the black bear. The black bear roared in anger, black blood energy rolling out, resisting the encroachment of the ice and snowstorm. At that moment, the snowflakes, like alloy boomerangs, continuously sliced through its flesh under the influence of the hurricane. 10,000 swords returned to the nest. Shin Yaman pressed down on her sword with both hands, and streams of sword energy surged forth, hundreds of sword energies howling as they stabbed towards the black bear from all directions. The black bear, its strength suppressed, began to suffer injuries continuously, and after more than 20 minutes, the two women finally brought it down. During this time, other demon beasts of the Great Demon General level came to assist, but were easily slain by Li Chen's flying knives. Thus, Li Chen and the others continued their journey towards the seaside, killing demon beasts along the way. Li Chen also made a few moves, and so far had not encountered any opponents of the Great Demon General level. He specifically practiced a newly learned defensive martial technique, A-level Qian Kuan Wu Ji, raising a Tai Chi defensive shield that could not only block attacks but also redirect them, using force against force. The reason he chose it was that the complete Qian Kuan Wu Ji was an SSS-level defensive martial technique, and he planned to exchange for the complete version after arriving at Jinwu University. By evening, the three of them successfully arrived at the seaside. There were also many demon beasts by the sea, and some amphibious demon beasts were slaughtered by the three of them. Li Chen set up a tent and took out hot pot equipment, and the three of them started a hot pot inside the tent. At this time, the sun was setting, and their shadows were elongated, intertwining together just like their hearts. The sunset by the sea was beautiful, and the three of them stared blankly at it. Shin Yaman even took out her phone, and the three of them took many group photos. The two women each linked their arms with Li Chen facing the sunset, the red sunlight shining on their faces, painting their cheeks with a joyful red. If it weren't for the chaos caused by the demon beasts, it wouldn't be bad to find a house by the sea to live in, Li Chen said with a tone of longing. If one could live quietly, who would want to live in turmoil? This is the meaning of our existence as warriors, to quell the demon chaos and bring peace to the world, Shin Yaman said, leaning on Li Chen's shoulder. That day won't be far off. The demon beasts will end in my hands, Li Chen said, his face brimming with confidence. They say confident boys are the most handsome, and the sunlight outlined Li Chen's distinctly shaped face, leaving the two women somewhat dazed. A cool breeze brushed against their cheeks, and the two women lightly kissed Li Chen's face. Li Chen grinned foolishly, holding the two women tighter. Such days were simple yet happy. In the evening, the three continued to practice martial techniques, progressing together. You little rascal, you keep watch. The two of us beauties are going to sleep for our beauty rest. See you in the morning, Shin Yaman said, pulling Chu Piaoxue into the tent to rest. What watch? Men need beauty sleep too. Li Chen followed them in. I see you don't just want to sleep for beauty sleep, Shin Yaman said teasingly, knowing exactly what Li Chen was thinking. My thoughts are quite simple. Li Chen's smile was clearly deceptive. If we don't keep watch and the demon beasts come, won't we all be eaten? Chu Piaoxue said irritably. You underestimate the vigilance of a spirit master. No beast can approach us. Within 1,000 meters, Li Chen said confidently. Go to sleep, it's late. Li Chen lay directly in the middle of the bed. The two girls were helpless against Li Chen's thick skin and could only lie on either side of him. Little rascal, is it more comfortable to hold me or to hold Piaoxue? Shin Yaman turned to him, her fingers circling on Li Chen's chest, making him feel a tickle in his heart. I'm asleep, Li Chen refused to answer such a hellish question. You've been quite happy these days, right? Piaoxue has been sneaking into your bed quite a bit? Shin Yaman teased. Chu Piaoxue's face turned red instantly. How did Yaman know? How do you know? Li Chen was curious. Was a girl's intuition really that accurate? When we were staying at the hotel in Yun City, I saw Piaoxue running to the sofa. I'm not blind. Shin Yaman rolled her eyes. Ah ha ha. Li Chen laughed awkwardly. Chu Piaoxue buried her face in Li Chen's neck, too shy to face anyone, feeling embarrassed that her initiative was known by others. You little rascal, you haven't bullied Piaoxue, have you? Shin Yaman looked at the two with suspicion. I would like to, but Piaoxue isn't willing, Li Chen said helplessly. Big pervert. Shin Yaman pinched Li Chen's chin. You're the one always taking advantage of me, and you dare call me lecherous? Li Chen raised an eyebrow. You just want to take advantage and act innocent. If you dare to flirt with other girls, I'll take Piaoxue and fly far away. Shin Yaman said firmly. With you two, this life is enough, Li Chen said as he wrapped his arms around the two girls, who leaned their faces against his chest. The two girls exchanged glances, both noticing the mischievous glint in each other's eyes, and then simultaneously reached out to tickle Li Chen's armpits. I'll tickle you to death. Shin Yaman laughed. Dare to tickle me? Let's see who surrenders first. The three of them played around in the tent for a while, their joyful laughter never ceasing. I can't take it anymore, I surrender. Shin Yaman begged for mercy. Let's see if you dare to rebel again. Li Chen gave Shin Yaman's bottom a light slap, causing her to shudder, her face flushed with embarrassment. The playful noise quieted down, and their breathing rose and fell with the waves until dawn. In the morning, the three of them leaned against each other, watching the sun rise from the sea, bringing warmth to all things in the world. What's going on? Li Chen exclaimed in surprise as the sunlight ahead began to distort and the waves started to surge and roll, as if a colossal creature was rising from the depths of the sea. The sudden commotion made the three of them stand up, weapons appearing in their hands, ready for any unusual situation. Waves of invisible energy surged from the ocean. Li Chen and the others knew this was the dark energy of the world. Only a peak martial artist, with their bones fully tempered, could sense it and then use dark energy to open up their Dantian space. The fluctuations of dark energy triggered a riot among the ocean beasts and nearby amphibious beasts. Their bloodlines told them that a treasure was about to emerge. In Li Chen's eyes, a sharp horn rose from the seabed. A structure, a relic is emerging. Qin Yiman exclaimed. They were very familiar with the term relic, as today's martial arts had been perfected by finding various techniques from relics. However, they had never encountered a relic before, and today they finally did. The sharp horn rose higher, and more sharp horns appeared, with buildings coming into view for Li Chen and the others. Eventually, an island emerged. Li Chen looked down from the air, and the entire island was about the size of a small town, still very well preserved. The inheritance inside is likely still intact. Li Chen's expression changed. Submitting to the inheritance could earn him military merit, and he didn't want to miss out. But obtaining the inheritance won't be that easy. Li Chen looked at the monstrous beasts rolling on the sea surface, the ones rushing from the land behind him, and the ones flying swiftly from the sky. This was the realm of the monsters, and they were just 3 humans, naturally at a disadvantage. Monster Commander. Li Chen's gaze became serious as he looked at the silver-striped tiger soaring through the sky, riding the fierce winds, its silver fur shimmering brilliantly under the sun. This was an S-rank bloodline monster commander, incredibly powerful. Just the aura it emitted made him feel immense pressure. If he unleashed his full strength, possessing the power of a titled grand martial artist, he could contend with an average monster commander. However, this silver-striped tiger was not an average monster commander. Its strength had reached the peak of a first-tier monster commander, making it very difficult for him to face. Moreover, his explosive power was not long-lasting, which was the most critical point. If he weren't a spirit master now, with greatly increased flying speed, he would have planned to avoid confrontation. Boom! A massive wave erupted on the sea, and a gigantic lightning eel leaped into the air with the waves. This was also a monster of commander level, with an S-rank bloodline. Its body stretched over 100 meters long, and just looking at it made one feel suffocated. The human form was too insignificant before the monsters. At this moment, the entire island had completely emerged from the water, the waves rolling and rushing outward. Monsters below the rank of commander were directly swept away by the waves. No matter how strong they were, they remained small in the face of nature's might. The violent dark energy began to stabilize, but no monsters had yet charged onto the island, as a layer of water curtain enveloped the entire island. Within the water curtain, Li Chen sensed a familiar aura, the aura of the water laws. So he did not act impulsively. This was something he could not break through. The top 20 can enter. A gentle voice came from the center of the island. After the voice sounded, a whirlpool appeared on the water curtain, which was the entrance. 20 spots, so few. Li Chen was startled. Hold on tight. Li Chen reminded the 2 women, and the flying sword beneath his feet accelerated rapidly, the air exploding, sending rolling shockwaves outward. The 3 of them transformed into a flying sword, quickly approaching the entrance, a mere 10 kilometers away. At Li Chen's current speed of 10 times the speed of sound, they arrived in an instant. However, as he wanted to enter, the monsters here would not allow it. Human, you shall not pass. The silver-striped tiger roared, transforming into a streak of silver light as it quickly approached the entrance. A beam of silver light shot out from its mouth, akin to a high-level laser cannon firing. Before the silver beam reached him, Li Chen felt a stinging pain on his skin. This silver beam carried powerful penetrating force infused with light energy, along with intense heat. Hurricane! Li Chen shouted, merging into the hurricane to evade quickly. The silver beam struck the sea surface instantly, penetrating hundreds of meters of seawater, revealing the muddy seabed. A violent explosion erupted from the seabed, sending waves hundreds of meters high, and many sea monsters were blasted out of the water. Blood rain falling. In just one strike, dozens of monsters suffered an unwarranted disaster. Li Chen stood on the flying sword, riding the hurricane, and continued to shoot toward the entrance. Ahead, some monsters were leaping from the sea surface, heading toward the whirlpool. Get lost! Li Chen's fist gathered blinding light, unleashing the nuclear explosion fist, a mushroom cloud rising, and the raging blood flames surged forth, even sending those high-ranking monsters flying. Li Chen dove into the flames. Although his vision was consumed by the fire, his spirit sense could still clearly see the entrance. Be careful! Li Chen warned. The 2 women, in his spirit sense, dozens of barrel-sized lightning bolts fell from the sky, covering the area completely. This was the work of the lightning eel, which had made its move. At the same time, in Li Chen's perception, the sea surface within a radius of several thousand meters began to churn, forming towering waves crashing down toward this place. Sea monsters, 90% of them mastered water-based powers. Sea suppression seal. Li Chen's right hand propped up the sky, and the rolling waves, under the manipulation of the sea suppression seal, quickly converged into a deep blue seal. This was the strongest sea suppression seal Li Chen had ever unleashed, and he hadn't expected that on the sea. The sea suppression seal could be enhanced, multiplying its power several times. The sea suppression seal collided with the lightning, and to the eyes of the external demon beasts, all they could see was the rolling blood flames with thunder flashing, waves surging, and the furious waves exploding in all directions, carrying the powerful force of lightning. A hint of meat scent wafted into Li Chen's nostrils. Without looking, he knew that many demon beasts had been cooked by the lightning. The dead demon beasts exclaimed, "Damn, I really admire the lightning eel using lightning power on the sea. Isn't that just asking for trouble?" The Tai Chi defensive shield that Li Chen had raised was also blown apart by the intense thunder, and he protected the two women beneath him as the thunder struck his silver body, causing him to feel a tingling sensation all over. Danger descended once more. As silver light bullets rapidly descended, the silver light tiger was not idle. "Damn it, is this never ending?" Li Chen said impatiently. As a good young man, why should he suffer such treatment? "Hurricane!" Li Chen shouted, unleashing the strongest power of the hurricane step, creating a hurricane that spanned 100 meters, connecting heaven and sea, raising giant waves to block the attack of the silver light bullets. Intense bright lights exploded continuously, and all the silver light bullets detonated, the violent brilliance tearing the hurricane apart. Li Chen once again raised the Qinkuan Wujie divine ability. The black and white defensive shield was raised and spun rapidly, transferring the explosive power of the light. However, the force was too strong. Even his proficient Qiankuan Wujie could not fully defend against it. The two women also simultaneously cast defensive skills to assist Li Chen. With the power of the light, Li Chen successfully dove into the vortex, securing 3 spots. Once inside, all external fluctuations were irrelevant. The law's water curtain isolated all external disturbances. Although the fluctuations from their recent battle were strong, they were still insignificant in the face of the law. How could an ant shake an elephant? Roar! A roar echoed as the silver light tiger also burrowed in. Die! The silver light tiger opened its massive mouth, ready to unleash its divine ability to tear apart Li Chen and the others. Li Chen remained unfazed, completely ignoring the opponent. Brr! The silver light tiger let out a full belch, failing to activate any divine abilities. "Dumb tiger, stay aside," Li Chen said, hands on his hips, showing a mocking expression. He had just realized that martial skills could not be used here for the time being, and there was a force pressing down on them. Li Chen couldn't even fly with his sword. Otherwise, he would have rushed inside to search for treasures instead of wasting time here with the demon beasts behind him. "Human kid, you can't leave this sea area." The silver light tiger coldly glanced at Li Chen, observing the ruins. Although demon beasts had no interest in human techniques, the spiritual herbs cultivated by humans were of great use to them. Moreover, they would not allow humans to take away the inheritance and treasures from this place, as that would be a provocation. The lightning eel also followed in, and upon entering, it found that all the lightning constantly flickering around its body was absorbed into itself. This situation shocked it, and when it tried to mobilize its power, it discovered that its strength was suppressed, realizing that this place of inheritance temporarily did not allow for any attacks. One by one, demon beasts entered, and soon 20 spots were filled. Those who could enter were at least great demon generals. The scene was very quiet, unable to use their powers. Everyone was cautious and observing carefully. In the center of the ruins, a figure quickly flew towards them, drawing everyone's attention. A woman? Li Chen frowned. Could this be a survivor from the previous era? But thinking about it, that was impossible. Among all the developed ruins, there had been no life surviving from the previous era. As it got closer, Li Chen realized that this person was not a real human. She had no breath of life. "This is a bionic puppet," Xin Yiman said. "It's truly real if you don't pay attention. There's no difference from a person, just with 2 blue lines on the face," Li Chen whispered. The puppet landed in front of Li Chen and the others, its eyes glowing blue as it scanned them, presumably collecting data. "This place is the ruins of the Haina tribe. According to the rules of inheritance, you must undergo a trial to enter the tribal land and obtain the inheritance. Any intruders will be killed without mercy." The puppet's voice was cold, leaving no doubt that it would kill. Puppets are emotionless killers. Li Chen knew about the Haina tribe. It was a branch of the sea tribe, humanoid in appearance but not human. According to the records unearthed from the ruins, the Haina tribe was quite powerful back in the day, with legendary deities overseeing them. This should be a place where a branch of the Haina tribe survived. The first trial is a battle against puppets of the same realm. The victor will gain the right to choose a palace, while the loser will be expelled. "Follow me," the puppet said, walking towards the nearest palace. Li Chen and the others followed. No one was willing to give up. The puppet placed its hand on the palace door, which lit up, scanning the puppet's palm. The door opened, and everyone entered the palace. The interior of the palace was vast, covering thousands of square meters, with puppets of various genders standing around. One by one, enter the center and begin the trial, the puppet instructed. "You human brat, go first." The silver light tiger coldly stared at Li Chen. "Go to hell." Li Chen replied coldly. He didn't mind going first, but definitely not at the command of a beast. "You're seeking death." The silver light tiger's gaze was indifferent, its killing intent surging. "If you keep babbling, I'll kill you." The puppet's gaze locked onto the silver light tiger, a powerful aura erupting, causing the silver light tiger to tense up. What? A strong presence. This was the aura of a third-tier demon commander, capable of crushing it. The situation was stronger than the person, and the Silverlight Tiger had no choice but to shut its mouth. Li Chen provocatively glanced at the Silverlight Tiger. It deserved it. You go. The Silverlight Tiger commanded a large demon general-level armadillo. The armadillo dared not resist. The hierarchy among demon beasts was strict, and it couldn't defy a demon commander's orders. The armadillo walked to the center of the palace. The pressure on it began to dissipate, and its aura as a second-tier demon general started to surge. 2 beams of light fell upon it, and Li Chen and the others noticed that among the puppets surrounding the palace, one puppet's eyes lit up, already activated. The puppet erupted with an aura of a second-tier martial master, but its power was far greater than that of the armadillo. The puppet kicked off the ground and charged at the armadillo, a metal spear appearing in its hand. With a thrust, a water dragon coalesced, roaring towards the armadillo. Tear apart with iron claws. The armadillo, resembling a pangolin, was covered in steel-like armor and was 100 times larger. It extended its claws and tore forward, 2 claw blades ripping through the air, aiming to shred everything in its path. The armadillo could tear apart mountains with this ability, showcasing its strength. However, before the water dragon, the claw blades capable of rending mountains were obliterated. The water dragon was like the ocean's waters converging, its sheer weight enough to crush everything. Not bad. It should be roughly equivalent to practicing an S-level breathing technique, then opening 3 high-level divine stores, 2 mid-level divine stores, and refining the python bone of a second-tier martial master, Li Chen commented, sensing the water dragon's power and making a comparison. The water dragon, carrying the force of hundreds of millions of tons, struck the armadillo, which glowed with a steel-like light, its defensive abilities pushed to the limit. The armadillo was sent flying by the water dragon, crashing into the wall, where both the walls and floor were reinforced with the power of laws, making it impossible for them to be destroyed no matter how hard they tried. The shell of the pangolin cracked open, blood dripping onto the ground, suffering a serious injury from a single blow. Unqualified, expel. The female puppet's face was cold, and as her voice fell, an invisible force descended upon the pangolin, sending it flying out of the doorway, beyond the water curtain. So difficult. The great demons whispered among themselves, most of them or a great demon beasts, lacking any confidence against such puppets. You go first. The Silverlight Tiger continued to command the great demons. They lined up, and 13 of them failed, being expelled. The 14th great demon succeeded. It was a golden crab, an S-grade bloodline demon beast, relying on its strong defense and sharp pincers to push the puppet to the wall, becoming the first to succeed. Qualified, stay over there for now. The female puppet's tone softened slightly, finally acknowledging one that passed. The last great demon stepped up but failed. At this point, only Li Chen and 2 demon generals remained who had not yet gone up. I'll go. The Silverlight Tiger jumped to the center, feeling confident after seeing the performance of so many puppets. A powerful puppet activated, its aura reaching the peak of a first-grade martial grandmaster, on par with the Silverlight Tiger. A fierce battle erupted, with the Silverlight Tiger wielding the powers of light and gold, causing the entire hall to explode with golden light. However, the force of the laws prevented Li Chen and the others from being affected. The puppets here were uniformly controlled by water powers, as they were made by the Haina clan. Water dragons and silver light beams clashed, shockwaves erupting continuously. Li Chen frowned slightly. The Silverlight Tiger was very strong, and he felt a bit of a gap. The battle lasted for more than half an hour, and the Silverlight Tiger, at the cost of serious injury, finally forced the puppet to the wall, achieving victory. Then the Thunder Eel stepped forward. The clash of thunder and waves gave the Thunder Eel an advantage due to its mastery of water powers, winning in less than half an hour. Only Li Chen and the 2 remaining humans were left in the arena. All eyes were focused on the 3 of them. Who goes first? Li Chen asked. I'll go first. Qin Yiman, being impulsive, drew her sword and walked to the center of the palace. A puppet activated, also at the 3rd-grade martial master level, its aura comparable to a martial master practicing an S-grade breathing technique with 3 advanced divine stores. Although its strength was decent, Qin Yiman pressed down with her long sword, and the sword energy howled out, directly pushing the puppet back to the wall. 3 top-tier divine stores were far superior to 3 advanced divine stores. Human prodigies, all should die. The killing intent in the Silverlight Tiger's eyes escalated. The Thunder Eel, however, paid no mind. Sea-clan demon beasts generally did not hold grudges against humans, as their needs for living space were different, making it unnecessary for them to be at odds. The previous attack on Li Chen and the others was purely out of competition for relic quotas. Then it was Chu Piashua's turn, who also easily defeated a puppet, a blizzard sweeping over the opponent and pushing it to the wall. Li Chen walked in with his arms crossed, and a 6th-grade martial master level puppet charged out. Retreat! Li Chen shouted angrily, and a shockwave erupted, rolling towards the puppet and directly sending it flying. A puppet of the same realm was child's play to Li Chen, like a toy. This kid, could it be Li Chen? The Silverlight Tiger's eyes flickered. Demon beasts had no network, so it only knew that Li Chen had killed Prince Ao Xian. However, it did not know what Li Chen looked like. It only recognized the strong among humans, as their images spread throughout the demon beast world. Considering how close this was to Ning City, and how young and monstrous he was, it felt almost certain If I kill him, I can obtain a huge reward. The Silverlight Tiger's greed surged as the Black Dragon Emperor's bounty on Li Chen was enough to drive demon beasts mad. Sensing the Silverlight Tiger's even stronger killing intent, Li Chen glanced at it, not caring too much. You are quite impressive. The female puppet praised Li Chen, whose displayed strength was not much different from that of the Saint of the Haina clan's branch. Thank you, beautiful sister. Li Chen smiled. The light in the puppet's eyes flickered, although she was a puppet who would mind being called beautiful. Indeed, girls all fall for this, and puppets are no exception. Li Chen chuckled inwardly. You have all passed the test and can choose a palace for yourselves, then receive a basic reward, the female puppet continued. The palaces are divided into the Weapon Palace, Pill Palace, Spirit Medicine Palace, Cultivation Palace, and Technique Palace. You may begin choosing now. I choose the Spirit Medicine Palace. The Thundereel spoke first, as spirit medicine was most useful to it. The Silverlight Tiger did not rush to choose, it was waiting for Li Chen to choose first. Which one do you choose? Li Chen asked the two girls. I'll try the Cultivation Palace and see if I can gain something. Qin Yiman pondered. I want to go to the Cultivation Palace too, Zhu Piaoshui agreed. I'll go check out the Pill Palace, Li Chen said. The three made their choices, and the Silverlight Tiger also chose the Pill Palace, just like Li Chen. Don't resist, once you finish choosing, the reward rules will automatically bring you back, the female puppet said. After she finished speaking, a force descended upon the three and two beasts, swiftly transporting them through the ruins and into their chosen palaces. Li Chen and the Silverlight Tiger entered the Pill Palace, which was vast, not just a large hall but also many courtyards, and a large square, likely a place where the Haina clan's alchemists once practiced. At that moment, Li Chen and the Silverlight Tiger were in the square. After landing in the square, Li Chen noticed something unusual. There was no rule suppressing their powers here. Li Chen, you die. The Silverlight Tiger's face twisted in rage. It had guessed correctly that the power of the ruins rules was limited and would not protect every place, allowing for a fight here. It lunged directly at Li Chen, its massive mouth wide open, ready to swallow him whole. Its teeth were the sharpest weapons, comparable to A-grade alloy. You think I'm afraid of you? Li Chen snorted coldly, his right hand forming a seal and launching it out. The mountain suppression seal, comparable to a small mountain, exploded through the air, blocking the Silverlight Tiger's path. Roar! The Silverlight Tiger roared, unleashing a powerful silver sound wave that crashed against the mountain suppression seal. The seal vibrated continuously, cracks spreading across it. The Silverlight Tiger's strength was too great for the seal to withstand. Hurricane! A hurricane descended, enveloping Li Chen, who merged into the storm and quickly moved to the side of the Silverlight Tiger. The silver Soundwave surged forward, but upon reaching the edge of the square, it was blocked by a force. The buildings surrounding the square were protected by the rules. Hundreds of bloodlights suddenly appeared, and blood-chi flying knives shot towards the Silverlight Tiger under Li Chen's command, arriving in an instant due to the characteristics of the Divine Guardian Divine Vault. However, as a demon commander, the Silverlight Tiger's brain was highly developed, and it reacted quickly. Its silver fur shone with blinding silver light as it activated its defensive supernatural power. The Thunder Serpent wreaked havoc, and the blood-chi flying knives struck the Silverlight Tiger as if hitting an A-grade alloy wall. Although they left scratches, the wounds were shallow. With the Silverlight Tiger's recovery ability, it would soon heal. The Silverlight Tiger exerted its limbs, transforming into a silver streak of light charging rapidly towards Li Chen. Mastering light-based powers, it moved quickly, making it difficult for Li Chen to evade in this confined space. Break the river! Li Chen slashed with force, a blade of energy 1,000 meters long sweeping across the entire square, descending upon the Silverlight Tiger's head. A silver light beam shot out from the Silverlight Tiger's mouth, carrying immense sharpness and heat, enough to shatter the river-slicing blade of energy. The silver light beam descended, striking Li Chen's Tai Chi defensive shield, which spun rapidly, transferring the beam's power. However, his proficiency was too low. Even with the support of the immortal Divine Vault and the immortal Mystique, he still could not withstand it. The silver light pillar fell on Li Chen, and he was struck by a violent force, crashing directly into the barrier of laws. However, having already activated the titanium body, Li Chen was not severely injured. The power of the Supreme Life Divine Concealment was in operation, and the wounds on his body were healing rapidly. Before Li Chen could catch his breath, the Silver Light Tiger's attack came again. Flowing light arrow, the Silver Light Tiger roared, as silver blood energy quickly gathered, channeling dark energy to form a silver light arrow. It was as if a celestial being was drawing about to shoot an arrow. A massive silver light arrow pierced through the air, creating rolling shockwaves that surged outward. Even an ordinary great demon could not withstand the impact of this shockwave. The powerful shockwave slammed into Li Chen, suppressing his movements, and it was too late to dodge. Ocean Suppression Seal. The blood energy surged within him like a rushing river, and the deep blue seal reflected the hazy shadows of the 5 lakes and 4 seas. The Ocean Suppression Seal, infused with the power of the 5 lakes and 4 seas, violently collided with the silver light arrow. Rolling waves surged in all directions, crashing against the barrier of laws with a thunderous roar. The silver light shattered, and a blinding brilliance erupted, causing Li Chen to squint. The light fell upon him and his already titanium body began to melt. Even his powerful recovery ability could not keep up. Control. Li Chen raised the Qian Kuan Wujizao to reduce the damage he sustained. At that moment, the silver light tiger had already pounced closer, opening its massive mouth to swallow Li Chen whole. I want to see how tough your insides really are. Hundreds of flying knives appeared, shooting towards the silver light tiger's mouth under the control of his mind. The silver light tiger decisively closed its mouth. It did not want to experience whether Li Chen's flying knives were sharp enough through its innards. It raised its front paw, glinting with cold light, and swiped at Li Chen. One paw shattered Li Chen's protective barrier and then landed on him, sending him flying sideways with tremendous force, crashing into another direction's wall. 5 deep wounds appeared in his chest, blood splattering everywhere. And Li Chen touched his chest, feeling a fiery pain. The silver light once again pierced his eyes, and he saw large silver light orbs descending upon him. I'll settle the score with you later. Li Chen stepped on his long sword, his divine body surrounded by a whirlwind, rushing quickly towards the entrance of the primary pill chamber, where he saw a vortex, the entrance to the pill chamber. A tremendous explosion engulfed Li Chen, and he spat out another mouthful of blood, but he successfully dove into the vortex. When his vision cleared, he found himself in a palace filled with pills. Blood Chi Cultivation Pill, Opening Vein Pill, Awakening Concealment Pill, Bone Tempering Pill. A dazzling array of pills lay before him, and Li Chen was envious, wanting to take them all, but it was impossible. At that moment, the silver light tiger also squeezed in, not making any further moves, as fighting was not allowed here. It coldly glanced at Li Chen, and upon seeing that the large wound on his chest had already healed partially, its killing intent intensified. With explosive power, swift speed, and strong life force, Li Chen was a versatile prodigy, destined to become a significant threat to demon beasts as he grew. If you're not convinced, come and fight me. Li Chen raised his chin defiantly, looking quite arrogant, as if even passing dogs would want to take a bite out of him. Treasure your last moments. The silver light tiger scanned the pills, then used its blood energy to swallow a bottle, a surge of power appearing to take it away. You're the one. Li Chen picked up a bottle of strengthening god pill. He only had the last soul divine concealment left to give birth to a deity, and the strengthening god pill was just right. A surge of power brought Li Chen back to the puppet Great Hall, where everyone else had already returned. He had wasted a bit of time with the silver light tiger. What happened to you? Seeing Li Chen's tattered battle attire and the still unhealed wound on his chest, the two women became anxious. It's nothing, just a wild cat scratched me. I'll be fine soon. Li Chen comforted them, holding their hands. That dead tiger, I'll skin it sooner or later. Xin Yiman said hatefully. Chu Piaoxue also stared coldly at the silver light tiger, but the silver light tiger didn't care at all. They were just two weaklings easily crushed with a single palm. How was your harvest? Li Chen asked. We had a great harvest. Piaoxue and I both opened a supreme divine vault. Mine is the supreme Starlight Divine Vault, and Piaoxue's is the Supreme Ocean Divine Vault. Xin Yiman transmitted with blood energy. Congratulations to you both, Li Chen said, happy for them. Both divine vaults suited their cultivation systems perfectly. The Starlight Divine Vault could harness the power of starlight, enhancing the might of sword energy, making it even more terrifying. Chu Piaoxue's Ocean Divine Vault combined with the Ice Divine Vault was simply a perfect match. The two women smiled at this thought, and what made them happiest was that they had qualified to follow Li Chen. The Supreme Divine Vault was the stepping stone to becoming a strong practitioner. To temper the dragon bone, one could not do so without a Supreme Divine Vault. Without the dragon bone, it was impossible to open a top-tier blood mansion space in the Dantian. 1 step stronger means stronger at every step. 1 step weaker means weaker at every step. This is the law of martial arts. Now that they had the stepping stone to become strong practitioners, how could they not be happy? You have 7 days for independent cultivation, after which you will decide whether to proceed to the second round of tests, the female puppet said, and then fell silent. Just right. Li Chen took out a strengthening pill, a bottle containing 10 pills, and directly tossed one into his mouth to begin refining it. Streams of refreshing medicinal power entered his Naiwan palace, rapidly filling the entire divine vault space with strengthening divine thoughts. After about 5 hours, Li Chen finished absorbing 1 pill and, feeling the changes in the divine space, revealed a delighted expression. These 10 pills could likely allow his divine vault to give birth to a deity. If such good things are available as a primary reward, then the mid-level and high-level rewards must be even better, Li Chen thought, getting excited. Everyone was cultivating. The Silverlight Tiger and the Thunder Eel had also received pills and spiritual herbs, which they needed to absorb and refine. As for the two women, they took out blood python fruits to begin refining, filling the newly opened divine vault space with blood energy. On the 4th day, Li Chen opened his eyes, a deep light shining within them. His divine vault had finally given birth to a deity. He had now reached the pinnacle of the divine vault realm and could begin tempering his bones. Since there was still time, Li Chen decided to try refining. The blood energy surged, accelerated through the blood orifices, enhanced by the characteristics of the divine vault, continuously washing over Li Chen's limbs. The realm of a grand martial master is the dragon transformation realm. On one hand, the pursuit of this realm is to condense the dragon bone, and on the other hand, it signifies a key stage in the transformation into a dragon. Blood orifices, divine vault, dragon transformation, these 3 steps are all foundational realms. And the dragon transformation realm can fully reflect a person's foundation. Whether one becomes a snake, python, flood dragon, or dragon can almost be determined by the achievements in this realm. The bones began to strengthen under the wash of blood energy, faint patterns appearing on Li Chen's bones. From the subtle lines, one could see the outline of scales. When the surface of the bones is completely covered with scale patterns, that is when the bone tempering is complete. By the shape of the scales, one can know what realm their bones can reach. If the shape is that of snake scales, then it is snake bones. Python scales correspond to python bones, flood dragon scales to flood dragon bones, and dragon scales to dragon bones. The naming of these 4 levels comes from this and is not arbitrary. Currently, the patterns are still faint, and Li Chen is uncertain about which type of scales they are. However, he is confident that he will definitely be able to temper dragon bones. If he can't do it, then who can? With the strongest blood orifices, 6 supreme divine vaults, and the top-tier techniques, if he, with such top-tier configurations, cannot succeed, then no one can. Li Chen continuously used his vital energy to cleanse his bones, but the progress did not satisfy him. After 3 days of refining, the patterns on his bones had only deepened slightly. He had no idea how long it would take to completely engrave the scales. This was just for his limbs. There were still the ribs, spine, and skull to refine. He couldn't fathom how long it would take to finish everything. According to Li Chen's estimation, it would take at least a year. For many, this speed would already be like flying, but Li Chen was not satisfied. He wanted to become stronger quickly. He had offended too many people now: the Mu family, the Ancient God Society, and the Black Dragon Emperor. The latter 2 were colossal forces, and without advancing to the martial emperor level, he felt no sense of security. At the very least, he needed to become a martial king. If he couldn't win, he still hoped to escape. Alright, 7 days have passed. Prepare to start the challenge. This time, you will challenge a puppet that is 1 realm higher than you. The challenge begins now, the female puppet announced. I'll go first. The Thunder Eel stepped into the center of the hall, and a 2nd-grade martial zone level puppet appeared. With just 1 strike, the Thunder Eel was severely injured. The higher the realm, the greater the gap between each small realm. The martial zone realm is known as the Blood Mansion realm, where one opens up the Dantian space. This space is named the Blood Mansion, where blood energy merges with dark energy to form a sea of blood. This is the first level of the Blood Mansion realm, Blood Sea realm. Then, the 5 spirits within the 5 organs enter the Blood Sea to condense the Divine Platform, which is the 2nd level of the Blood Mansion realm, Divine Platform realm. Finally, the 9 layers of the Divine Platform are completely refined, and the 5 spirits leap from the Divine Platform, creating a passage that connects the Blood Mansion to the Naiwan Palace. The 5 spirits merge with the spirits in the Naiwan Palace, achieving a complete unity of essence, energy, and spirit, thus attaining the merging spirit realm. Each small realm of the Blood Mansion can be regarded as a major realm. To fight beyond one's level at the martial zone stage is not just difficult, it is as challenging as becoming a titled Grand Martial Master. In just 3 moves, the Thunder Eel was sent crashing against the wall and then transmitted out. The Silver Light Tiger stepped forward, but it too was defeated in 3 moves, sent out looking disheveled. As it left, it shot Li Chen a murderous glance. There was no need to think, it would definitely be waiting for Li Chen outside. This is bad, they are waiting outside and might even notify other powerful beasts. It will be hard for us to leave, Xin Yiman said with a grimace. Why did something go wrong every time they came out? She glanced at Li Chen beside her and understood. Given Li Chen's knack for attracting trouble, it would be strange if nothing happened. She had heard that protagonists of every era, due to their overwhelming fortune, often saw their friends and family easily sacrificed. She needed to become stronger quickly. Whatever comes, we will face it. We will take it step by step. We can't contact the outside world now, Li Chen said bluntly. It was still Qin Yiman who took the lead. As a 4th-grade martial master, her opponent was a puppet equivalent to a 5th-grade martial master. Because she had already opened the strongest star-like divine vault, every time she drew her sword, the light of the stars gathered in the sword energy, increasing its power tenfold, swiftly and decisively defeating her opponent. Then came Chu Piaoxue, who unleashed an endless tsunami impact, then condensed an iceberg to crush the puppet. As for Li Chen, there was no need to mention it. A 1st-grade Grand Martial Master level puppet was nothing to him. With a casual palm strike, he unleashed a torrent of blood energy that directly slammed it against the wall. Begin selecting a palace to receive intermediate rewards, the female puppet said, her gaze towards Li Chen becoming gentler. Thank you, beautiful sister. I choose the pill hall, Li Chen said. The primary rewards included the bone refining pill, a medicinal aid for Grand Martial Masters, so he imagined the intermediate pill hall would have even better offerings. The 2 women also chose the pill hall, as they had used up the blood python fruits they brought in the training room and could only rely on pills to assist their cultivation now. The 3 of them returned to the previous square and entered the intermediate pill room. Bone refining pill, spirit refining pill, blood refining pill. The pills here are fewer in number, but they are quite valuable, specifically for the cultivation of great martial masters and martial sovereigns. Li Chen chose the bone refining pill, a pill that accelerates the refining of bones. As for the two women, they chose the blood refining pill, which is made from blood dragon fruit combined with other spiritual herbs, and its effects are several times stronger than that of the blood dragon fruit alone. The three returned to the puppet hall, where they had 10 days to cultivate. They took out the pills and began their training. The potency of the bone refining pill is very strong, and Li Chen needs a day to digest one. Even so, it drew the attention of the female puppets. Previously, the speed of the clan's holy son in refining was not this fast, taking a week to refine one. After digesting one, the patterns on Li Chen's bones began to become clear. According to Li Chen's estimation, absorbing all 10 would likely allow the refining process of his limbs' bones to reach 1/3. If I can use the bone refining pill every day, then in just a month, I can reach the peak of a first-grade great martial master, Li Chen calculated silently. After consuming all the bone refining pills, although his limbs were only refined to 1/3, Li Chen's blood energy had increased 13-fold, surpassing 100 million, which is terrifying. Moreover, those patterns were very clear, with scales being outlined. This is the outline of dragon scales, and Li Chen naturally refined dragon bones. The two women had not finished absorbing theirs. Their fourth divine repository had already birthed a divine spirit, and they could begin to open the fifth divine repository, but they wanted to break through in the training room. There, a mysterious power would greatly enhance the chances of opening a powerful divine repository. They also had another chance to challenge, and their goal was to choose the training room after winning. Time's up, the challenge begins now. The female puppet spoke again. Xin Yuman stepped forward. With her sword, battling a puppet at the 6th grade martial master level with her 4th grade martial master strength. Although the puppet was strong, Xin Yuman defeated it. 3 top-tier divine repositories, plus 1 supreme divine repository are no joke. Zhu Paoshui also achieved victory, leaving only Li Chen. Li Chen swung his sword, and the puppet at the 2nd grade great martial master level was sent crashing into the wall by the sword energy. It was that powerful. After considering his options, Li Chen thought that what he needed most was still the pills. Techniques and weapons are available at the True Martial University, but without pills, the effectiveness of the training room would be greatly diminished. I'll go to the pill hall, Li Chen said. A force sent Li Chen to the pill hall. This time, he entered a high-level pill room, which had very few pills, only 3 vials. Beginner Enlightenment Pill, Advanced Body Refining Pill, Advanced Spirit Refining Pill. The names of the pills and their functions were labeled on the vials. The Beginner Enlightenment Pill can temporarily enhance one's affinity with the laws of the universe, assisting martial kings and martial emperors in cultivating the laws. As for the Advanced Body Refining Pill and the Advanced Spirit Refining Pill, one enhances physical constitution and the other enhances spiritual consciousness, both of which are very useful. The Enlightenment Pill is the most valuable, Li Chen thought. Without hesitation, a pill that enhances affinity with the laws is always the most expensive. He reappeared in the puppet hall, and the two women had not yet returned. They were still in the training room. Sister Beauty, can I discuss something with you? Seeing that he had nothing to do, Li Chen approached the female puppet, his eyes darting, not knowing what scheme he was concocting. What do you want to say? The female puppet smiled. She found Li Chen quite likable and didn't mind listening. I was thinking, the Haina clan left their legacy in person, surely hoping that their legacy could continue forever in this world. And who can ensure that a legacy endures? It must be a strong person. I, a humble brother, am very confident in becoming strong, so why not hand over this legacy to me? Li Chen's face was filled with a smile, like a creepy uncle trying to lure a little girl. You, on the other hand, aside from everything else, have quite a thick skin. The female puppet's eyes sparkled with a blue light. Her intelligence was high, and aside from lacking emotions, she was almost like a human. Having thick skin is a common trait among all strong individuals, Li Chen said. Actually, it's not impossible. The female puppet's words surprised Li Chen. Could it be that his handsomeness had already begun to influence the puppet? He truly was the most handsome in the universe. However, the next words from the female puppet made her realize she had misunderstood. You have completed 3 rounds of trials and are qualified to participate in the inheritance challenge. As long as you complete the highest difficulty, everything here will belong to you, the female puppet said. Beautiful sister, hurry up. I accept, Li Chen said eagerly. Everything here, wouldn't that mean this female puppet would also belong to him? It wasn't that he coveted the puppet's graceful body, he wasn't that perverted yet. It was just that this was a 3rd-grade martial sovereign level puppet, and this strength was what he valued most. This was a super bodyguard and enforcer. Who would dare to provoke him when he took her out? Anyone below the martial king level could just stay away. No rush, your 2 little girlfriends are also qualified to participate. We'll talk when they return. The female puppet shook her head. All right. Li Chen sat down on the ground, continuing to wash his bones with blood energy. 2 days later, the 2 women returned, and another supreme divine treasure was activated. It wasn't that the training room had such strong capabilities. Both of them had already perfected several martial arts techniques, and with various reasons and the training room's assistance, they activated the supreme divine treasure. This time, Xin Yuman activated the supreme life divine treasure, while Zhu Paoshui activated the supreme speed divine treasure. Their life-saving abilities greatly increased and Li Chen felt more at ease. When Li Chen mentioned the inheritance trial to the two women, they also expressed their willingness to participate as they were full of confidence now. However, they weren't in a hurry. They planned to cultivate until the fifth divine treasure, divine spirit, was born before proceeding, as they had a total of 10 days of training time. While Li Chen and the others were comfortably improving in the ruins outside the silver light, Tiger was growing increasingly impatient, watching the ruins every moment, fearing that Li Chen might escape at any moment. To be safe, it called its older brother, a second-grade demon lord, not believing that Li Chen could still escape. Time passed again, and after 8 days, Li Chen's summer vacation had already passed more than half, with about 20 days left. Once this trip to the ruins ended, the three of them would set off for Jinwu University. The Inheritance Challenge is also divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the Survival Ability Challenge. You need to survive for 1 day in an environment equivalent to 50,000 meters deep in the ocean. You too need to survive for 1 day in an environment equivalent to 10,000 meters deep in the ocean. The female puppet began to explain the rules of the Inheritance Challenge. 50,000 meters? Even B-grade alloy would be compressed in there, Li Chen thought to himself, but he wouldn't back down. He still had confidence. You two can persist if you can. If you can't, just give up. Anyway, if I obtain the inheritance, it's the same as you obtaining it, Li Chen said seriously. No inheritance was more important than the lives of the two women. I understand, Zhu Piaoxue nodded, feeling sweet inside. Got it, I'll count you as having a conscience, Xin Yiman said playfully. When have I ever lacked a conscience? Li Chen replied unhappily. You have a conscience, but you're a bit of a flirt, Xin Yiman muttered. Ah ha ha. Li Chen began to play dumb. Get ready to start, sit down in the center, the female puppet said, not wanting to watch these 3 young people show off their affection. The 3 settled down. And then a massive pressure began to descend, as if they were being pressed deep under the ocean. That intense pressure and suffocating feeling were not something an ordinary person could endure. The water element. Laws could easily simulate various ocean environments. Li Chen found that he couldn't even breathe, as if seawater was blocking his nostrils. Fortunately, as a Grand Martial Master, not breathing for a day was no problem. At this moment, he had already unleashed the Qiankuan Wujizao, but under the immense pressure, the Qiankuan Wujizao was broken. Li Chen could only rely on the titanium body for defense, and as the pressure descended, his entire body began to shrink. This was pressure capable of compressing B-grade alloys. Li Chen's bones started to crack under the strain, especially the untempered ones, which had already begun to show fissures. He could only desperately operate the power of the Undying Divine Repository and the Life Divine Repository to strengthen his physique and accelerate his recovery. With his powerful physique and recovery ability, he was able to hold on. However, as time passed, his spirit and vitality were rapidly depleting, making it increasingly difficult to endure. Half a day later, blood began to seep from Li Chen's nose, ears, and mouth, and his internal organs had started to rupture. He could only slowly urge the power of the mysteries to support himself. At this moment, every minute and every second began to feel like torture. This trial tested not only strength but also willpower. It made sense, for in a desperate situation, without powerful strength and a resilient spirit, how could one break through the deadlock to seek a glimmer of hope? The situation for the two women was dire. Every time they thought of giving up, they remembered the prodigious Li Chen and didn't want to fall too far behind him, so they gritted their teeth and persevered. The female puppet showed a satisfied expression. If the inheritance of the Haina clan fell into the hands of these 3, it would indeed find a good home. The 3 of them were completely soaked in blood, becoming 3 blood-soaked figures. Their breaths significantly weakened. However, the final outcome was good. The 3 successfully held on and completed the first phase of the trial. When the pressure dissipated, the 3 couldn't even move their fingers, and it took a full half-hour before, under their powerful recovery abilities, they could once again feel the beauty of life. After drinking the healing potion, they began to recover from their injuries. Once their injuries healed, the 3 stood up. You've worked hard, Li Chen said, stroking the cheeks of the 2 women. The pain of being on the brink of death was truly tormenting. We're not that fragile. Xin Yiman leaned against Li Chen's shoulder, and Zhu Piaoxue also leaned over. Due to the Great War back then, top-tier weapons, spiritual medicines, and pills have all been exhausted, and the top-tier cultivation rooms lack energy crystals to activate them. Now, only the Inheritance Hall has top-tier rewards. You can now go to the Inheritance Hall to select an S-grade technique or martial skill. The female puppet interrupted the warm moment among Li Chen and the others. She hadn't expected that as a puppet, she would end up eating dog food. Although Li Chen and the others were slightly disappointed, they were not lacking in techniques, but obtaining a new technique could be exchanged for military merit and resources. The 3 arrived at the Inheritance Hall, which was divided into 8 levels. Back in the day, the techniques here ranged from D grade to divine grade. What the situation was now could only be known by passing all the tests. They reached the 5th level, where the inherited martial seals exceeded 200, with 200 S-grade techniques and martial skills, which was no small number. Unfortunately, they could only choose one for now. Li Chen browsed and selected an S-grade martial skill called Angry Wave Palm. The techniques and martial skills here were mainly water-based, which was particularly suitable for Zhu Piaoxue, who needed it more. The two women also selected an S-grade martial skill each, and then returned to the puppet hall. The second phase of the challenge will test your ability to face an encirclement. 5 puppets 2 realms higher than you will attack you. Victory means you pass, the female puppet said. 5 third-grade Grand Martial Masters attacking? That's not too bad, Li Chen said without much pressure. He had dared to fight against martial sect masters when he was a martial master. Now as a Grand Martial Master, dealing with 5 third-grade Grand Martial Masters was not a big deal, even if these puppets could match the talents of a major region. The two women looked serious but were not in despair. Before activating the 2 Supreme Divine Repositories, they had no chance, but now with 2 Supreme Divine Repositories and 3 top-tier Divine Repositories, although their techniques and martial skills were slightly lacking, they still had a chance. Qin Yiman took the lead in the challenge as starlight fell. Her sword energy became both beautiful and dangerous. With a swing of her long sword, waves of sword energy hauled out, carrying immense sharpness, resilience, and speed. The sword energy engulfed the Great Hall, continuously tearing apart the puppets' martial skills. After a grueling battle of over an hour, Qin Yiman defeated 5 puppets at the cost of her own serious injuries. Then it was Chu Piaxue's turn. Due to her access to the strongest ocean divine treasure, she had a certain degree of restraint over the water element puppets, making her victory a bit easier. Li Chen walked to the center of the Great Hall, where 5 third-grade martial master puppets charged at him. Blood energy transformed into a rolling ocean, flooding the Great Hall, with layers of furious waves crashing down on Li Chen, suppressing him, while the 5 puppets were also skilled in combined attacks. However, as a mushroom cloud rose, all the waves were evaporated by flames, and the surging blood flames slammed against the Great Hall. Under absolute power, the 5 puppets were directly smashed against the wall. With a mere flick of his hand, the 5 third-grade martial master puppets were completely repelled. This was Li Chen's current strength. Impressive, the two women genuinely praised. Li Chen was truly too strong. Although they were both considered top-tier prodigies in the entire Federation, Li Chen seemed to exist in a league of his own, transcending the common perception of prodigies in the Federation. A piece of cake, basic skills or nothing, Li Chen said with a smug expression. Narcissist, Qin Yiman scoffed. With you two around, it's hard not to be narcissistic, Li Chen grinned mischievously. TCH, the two women spat in response. This time, the 3 chose an SS-level martial skill. Chu Piaxue selected an SS-level breathing technique called Endless Ocean as a backup. If Li Chen could obtain something better later, he would use that. If not, he would use this. Qin Yiman and Li Chen both chose martial skills. Li Chen didn't need a breathing technique, and there was no suitable breathing technique for Qin Yiman since she didn't practice water elements. Returning to the Puppet Great Hall, the final stage of the trial arrived. The third stage is very simple: battle across a complete major realm. If you can last 100 moves, you pass, the female puppet said. First grade martial sect, 100 moves? Who do you look down on? Li Chen secretly scoffed. With his current strength, he could at least match a first-grade martial sect in an arm wrestling contest. Lasting 100 moves was something he was completely confident about. The two women carefully considered their situation. They needed to fight against 4th-grade martial masters, but it didn't seem like too big of a problem. Don't be too cocky, your opponent. This round is me, and of course, I will control the realm, the female puppet said as she slowly walked to the center of the Great Hall. Beautiful sister, let me learn your high skills. Li Chen stepped forward. First, knowing this female puppet was not easy to provoke, so he decided to test the waters. Are you ready? The female puppet asked kindly. Come on, Li Chen beckoned with his hand. Turn the tides. The female puppet slowly extended her right hand, and blood energy erupted into waves, instantly flooding the Great Hall with furious waves. Nuclear explosion fist. A brilliant firelight shone, and a fiery red mushroom cloud rose, sweeping away all the angry waves. The female puppet slowly turned her hand over, and the great river rolled, the ocean surged, and endless furious waves appeared, extinguishing the flames. Then, like a giant wave crashing into the sky, it slammed down, the immense pressure weighing heavily on Li Chen's mind. Whoa, sister, something's not right, Li Chen exclaimed. The ferocity of this blood energy was far beyond that of the Silverlight Tiger. It was equivalent to a martial sect practicing an SSS-level breathing technique, opening 2 supreme divine treasures, refining dragon bones, and establishing a top-tier blood mansion space. Although she maintained the realm of a first-grade martial sect, she was absolutely not inferior to an average second-grade martial sect. No wonder they said lasting 100 moves was already hell-level difficulty. Ocean suppression seal, be suppressed. Above the rolling waves, a deep blue seal reflecting the 5 lakes and 4 seas descended, like a divine being casting a seal to suppress the churning ocean. However, the water demon was rampant, showing no respect even to the divine. Angry waves surged, wanting to change the world. The town sea seal clashed with the endless sea waves, causing explosions. But because it was bound in a small space, the power layered upon itself, growing ever more immense. Li Chen struggled to maintain his form inside. A hurricane appeared, sweeping the waves toward the female puppet. Control. The female puppet's hand grasped emptily, and the waves coalesced into a giant of water, whose hands plunged into the hurricane and tore it apart with a sudden force. The water giant's hands covered the entire space, leaving Li Chen with no choice but to confront it head-on. In the confined space, Li Chen's strength was suppressed by 20% and his speed advantage was completely nullified. Break! The river! Li Chen gripped his sword with both hands, unleashing a blade of energy 100 meters long, splitting the waves in half as it collided with the giant's palm. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. When water is violent, even the hardest stone mountain can be destroyed. The blade energy, powerful enough to break mountains, was shattered by the giant's palm, which continued to press down, aiming to flatten Li Chen into a meat pie. Blood surged like a great river. The power of the divine concealment and the essence of the laws merged into his blood. After advancing to the great martial master realm, Li Chen could now withstand a 20-fold amplification of power from the essence. His right hand formed a seal, and a small yellow mountain appeared, the town mountain seal reflecting 5 hazy towering peaks, crashing against the giant's palm. The rolling waves shook the space. The collision of the tsunami and the towering peaks caused the mountains to shatter and the sea to churn, turning the place upside down. Relying on the town mountain seal, Li Chen blocked the water giant's attack. However, the giant's other hand formed a fist and smashed down toward Li Chen, as if a great lake were falling from the sky. Hard to bear. The immense pressure bore down on Li Chen, as if he were carrying a mountain thousands of meters high. The female puppet was too strong. It seems I have to bring out my ultimate skills. True martial seal, third seal town. Earth seal. Li Chen shouted. After advancing to the dragon transformation realm, he could now unleash the town earth seal, equivalent to an SS-level martial technique, at a subtle level, capable of erupting with 80 times the power. However, compared to the female puppet, he was still far behind. Her martial technique was SSS level, at a subtle level, capable of unleashing 120 times the power. If it weren't for having 6 supreme divine concealments and the power of the essence, Li Chen estimated he wouldn't be able to withstand even one strike. A great seal appeared, filling the entire hall. It was a vast seal covered in hazy images of mountains, waterfalls, great rivers, and expansive plains. This great seal resembled a miniature continent. The vast seal descended like a continent, colliding with the water giant's fist, causing even more intense waves to erupt. The continent shook, and the sea roared. Li Chen was buffeted by the residual force, struggling to maintain his form. The female puppet's steps shifted slightly, the power of the town earth seal beginning to shake her. The vast seal shattered, and the water giant transformed back into waves, merging into the sea. Little Li flying knife. Li Chen shouted, silver light flashing, as he cut through the waves, creating paths toward the female puppet. Blessing of the sea god. The female puppet's voice echoed into space, and a hazy figure appeared, wearing a phoenix crown, dressed in a deep blue gown, holding a staff, protecting the female puppet within. The flying knives, capable of piercing B-level alloy walls, struck the sea god's phantom, causing only ripples. This defensive martial technique was truly terrifying. Open for me. Li Chen roared, wielding his sword with a forceful strike, the blinding blade energy cutting through the space, aimed at the top of the female puppet's head. The sea god's phantom raised the staff, blocking the blade energy. Silver light erupted, the blade energy exploded, and the shattered blade energy created vacuum paths in the raging waves. Wrath of the sea goddess. The female puppet unleashed her martial technique again, pointing the staff and the sea god's phantom toward Li Chen. In Li Chen's vision, it seemed as if a vast ocean was completely enraged, with endless towering waves rolling in. Earth-settling seal. Li Chen could only unleash his strongest martial technique once more. The vast seal reflected the country and its people, a continent standing before the surging sea, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The continent shattered, the sea surged in, and in the face of this world-ending catastrophe, humanity appeared insignificant. Li Chen was struck by the residual force. The Chenkuan Wujizao was violently destroyed, and the overwhelming power fell upon the titanium body, causing bones to crack and internal organs to tremble, fissures appearing, blood surging, and a mouthful of reverse blood spewed out. The endless waves ultimately shattered the continent, the earth-settling seal broke, and the female puppet's attack continued to crush towards Li Chen. The deep blue seal stood in front, suppressing the endless ocean with the power of the 4 seas. Unfortunately, the 4 seas were limited, while the ocean was boundless, and the sea-settling seal still shattered. The powerful backlash caused Li Chen's blood to surge, the power hidden within his life continuously pouring out, healing his injuries. Li Chen fully activated the titanium body, and with the support of the immortal divine store and immortal mysteries, he was like an eternal, indestructible silver sun. However, the furious waves surged into the sky, drowning the heavens, covering the sun, and the light on Li Chen's body was suppressed, his body retreating under layers of pressure once again. Nuclear explosion. Divine fist. A fiery red sun rose, then burst forth in dazzling brilliance, a mushroom cloud rising, flames that could burn mountains and boil seas blocking the impact of the endless angry waves. The fierce battle continued. Li Chen was at an absolute disadvantage, but relying on various abilities, the female puppet could not completely crush him. In the final collision, Li Chen's body was drenched in blood, pushed back by the angry waves, but just a step away from the wall, he stomped his feet heavily on the ground, like the stabilizing needle of the sea. He looked very impressive, but the flesh on his feet split open, bones covered in cracks, forcibly resisting the impact, putting too much strain on his body. Blood flowed from all 7 orifices, and Li Chen had never experienced such misery. Fortunately, the female puppet finally stopped after 100 moves. Li Chen still held on. Cough, cough, cough. Li Chen kept coughing up blood, his legs weakened, kneeling on one knee on the ground, and if not for his hands supporting him, he would have likely collapsed. Xin Yimin and the other were still there. Li Chen had to maintain his last bit of face. A fragrant breeze wafted by, and the two women instantly arrived. By Li Chen's side, supporting him against themselves, one spraying a wound spray, the other feeding him a healing potion. You stupid bastard, why do you have to show off? Xin Yimin's voice was choked. Her tone carried blame, but more so worry and care. Silly girl, I know my limits. Li Chen forced a smile, it really hurt. Still showing off, Xin Yimin carefully helped Li Chen wipe the blood off his body. You can't do this anymore. Zhu Piaoshue's eyes were slightly red. Seeing Li Chen injured made her heart ache. Don't worry, I'm afraid of dying, Li Chen said. With powerful vitality, recovery ability, and the effects of the potion, in just over 10 minutes, Li Chen was able to stand up. Congratulations, master, for passing all the tests. Everything here will belong to you. The female puppet spoke gently. From now on, Li Chen would be her master. As a puppet, she had no sense of shame in serving a weaker person. Everything was done according to procedure. Ha, it's all mine now. Li Chen was very excited. The harvest this time was immense. Cultivation methods, pills, spiritual herbs, weapons, puppets, everything one could wish for. He had struck it rich. This time he had truly struck it rich. Let's pack everything up. Li Chen waved his hand, feeling like a bandit entering a village. Master, I will grant you the highest authority here first. Alright, I'll follow your lead. The female puppet led Li Chen to a statue in the center of the island. The statue of the martial god of the Haina tribe from years ago, which all Haina people needed to worship. Respected goddess Haina, the 11th will lead the new inheritors to take over the authority of this place. The female puppet knelt on one knee, her right hand on her chest, paying homage to the statue of the deity. Li Chen and the others did not kneel but imitated the female puppet's gesture, placing their right hands on their chests to pay their respects, as a basic show of respect for the martial god. Master, you will place your hand on the hand of goddess Haina, the female puppet said, and Li Chen complied. Then, a crack appeared in the center of the female puppet's brow, and a blue light enveloped Li Chen. He felt a cool sensation, as if he were soaking in seawater. Next, a warm feeling spread through his right hand, and a deep blue light descended from the hand of the statue of goddess Haina into his hand. Soon, a blue pattern appeared on his wrist, resembling a tattoo. Alright, try to use your divine consciousness to connect with the divine pattern, and you will be able to control everything here, the female puppet instructed. Li Chen focused his divine consciousness on the divine pattern, and he felt an intimate connection with the entire ruins, allowing him to control the power of the laws that enveloped this place. It's a wonderful feeling. Is this the power of the laws? It seems omnipotent, Li Chen marveled inwardly. This is the power of the gods, majestic and miraculous, the female puppet said, her gaze distant as she recalled the might of goddess Haina from years past. Yet, no matter how powerful, it had become a thing of the past. Even gods are not omnipotent, they can fail and fall. Let's go and take a look around. Li Chen led the way to various halls. Although he said he was going to look, he was actually scavenging, putting everything into his spatial ring. Arriving at the Hall of Inheritance, the highest level cultivation methods here were also SSS level, only capable of supporting cultivation up to the Martial Emperor realm. As for cultivation methods above the Martial Emperor level, none had been found in all the ruins discovered by the Federation. The female puppet did not know the reason. She could only confirm that there had been cultivation methods that reached the martial god level in her clan back then, but they were now nowhere to be found. There were a total of 5 SSS level cultivation methods, 2 breathing techniques, and 3 martial skills. Li Chen taught one of the breathing techniques, named Sea God Classic, to Zhu Piaoshue. It was time for her to switch to an SSS level breathing technique. He would also teach her the 3 SSS level martial skills, all of which were water-based and very suitable for her. Then, all the puppets were also collected by Li Chen into his spatial ring, totaling 10 martial zone level puppets, 20 great martial master level puppets, and 30 martial master level puppets. This was a massive force. With so many puppets, Li Chen held a powerful influence in the entire Southern Ridge region. Only the official authorities and the martial king family could suppress him. TSK, I can walk sideways from now on, Li Chen said, hands in his pockets, feeling invincible. My operations require the support of dark crystals. The dark crystal energy in my body has been nearly depleted, enough to sustain 3 battles at most. The female puppet's words brought Li Chen back to reality. Dark crystals, the top resource controlled by the Federation, and now there's another place that requires military merit. Li Chen rubbed his forehead. Dark crystals are stones formed from the universe's dark energy through fortuitous circumstances, containing vast amounts of dark energy, and are the primary cultivation resource for 3rd grade martial zone. They are also the main energy source for martial zone mechas, martial zone puppets, and super laser cannons. The entire Federation produces them in limited quantities, making them extremely precious, with one requiring 1 million military merits. With Li Chen's current wealth, he could only exchange for 5. The female puppet needed to fill 5 at once, which meant 5 brand new dark crystals, enough to support her for about 10 battles. The puppets below the Great Martial Master level were easier to sustain, as they only required energy stones such as the Power stones created by Federation scientists which used super high-pressure electricity concentrated to 20%, each could support a small town's electricity for a month. They could be directly purchased with credit points, and with Li Chen's current wealth of 200 billion, he was not short on money and planned to buy a large batch as backup when he returned. Li Chen did not rush to go out. The training room here was quite effective for enhancing his cultivation, and there were still more than 20 days until school started. Li Chen planned to cultivate here for about 10 days, and when there were 10 days left, he would return to prepare for Jinwu University. Li Chen directly activated the advanced training room, which could increase his training speed by 5 times. This required consuming the local law power, and he was unwilling to let anyone in who wasn't very close to him. Qin Yiman and Chu Piaoxue were definitely fine. Li Chen took out the bone refining pill and began to cultivate, while the 2 women also opened the last divine sanctuary. With the support of the pills and the environment here, they were confident they could quickly reach the perfection of the divine sanctuary realm. Time passed quickly during the training, and the dragon scales on Li Chen's limbs became increasingly clear. After 8 days, his limbs were completely tempered, and he had reached the peak of a first-grade martial master, with his vitality increased by 40 times, compared to the peak of the divine sanctuary, reaching a terrifying 720 million. Such vitality meant that there were very few who could surpass him at the martial master stage, limited to those who held titles among martial masters. With Li Chen's current strength, he could easily enter the ranks of titled martial masters, and when he arrived at Jinwu University, it would be his time to make a name for himself. Qin Yiman and Chu Piaoxue had also successfully opened their soul divine sanctuaries, both being supreme divine sanctuaries. Qin Yiman started with the Supreme Perception Divine Sanctuary, possessing an extremely long observation distance with her divine consciousness, and had a strong sense of fortune and misfortune in the unseen. Chu Piaoxue opened the Supreme Moon God Divine Sanctuary, with her divine consciousness having a strong lethality, capable of freezing the souls of all things. The current strength of the 2 women had already placed them among the top few beneath the titled martial masters. Once they took a few more steps in the martial master realm, they too could enter the ranks of titled martial masters. Let's go outside. Li Chen stood up and saw through the water curtain the 2 silver light tigers waiting outside. Just in time to test my current strength. The 3 of them flew out of the water curtain. After they left, the ruins sank to the seabed under Li Chen's control and then moved to another location. From now on, this would be Li Chen's secret base. Roar, Li Chen, this time I want to see how you die. Silver Light Lai roared, the very same silver light tiger that had fought Li Chen earlier. Its older brother, Silver Light Sun, also locked its aura onto Li Chen. The 2 demon generals, one of whom was a second-grade demon general, were big shots in the demon clan, more than capable of killing 3 freshly graduated high school students. Li Chen's spatial ring flashed, and 11 appeared beside him. The female puppet was the 11th puppet of her clan, which is why Li Chen called her 11. 11, make your move, Li Chen said calmly. Upon seeing 11, Silver Light Lai already felt something was off, and when it sensed 11's overwhelming aura, it was completely shocked. Just the aura alone was enough to drown it. Silver Light Sun also sensed something was wrong and turned to flee. This time, it would be killed by its foolish younger brother. But while they wanted to leave, Li Chen would not let them go. 11 directly blocked Silver Light Sun, while Li Chen stood in front of Silver Light Lai. You think you can stop me? Silver Light Lai's eyes shot out silver light, and a silver beam shot towards Li Chen. Earlier, it could pin Li Chen to the ground and pound him. A month later, it could certainly do the same. A soldier's worth is measured anew every 3 days, let alone a month. Li Chen shook his head, his blood energy circulating, and the bones in his limbs vibrated continuously, a series of dragon roars emanating from within him. Dragon bones? The killing intent in Silver Light Lai's eyes intensified. Dark energy was quickly summoned by it. Within the ruins, the law water curtain isolated it, and while it was suppressed there, it had no such restrictions outside, or its strength was several times greater. This was the demon general. There would be no weaklings. The dark energy surged and merged into the silver beam, making its power even more violent. One must not underestimate the demon general. Although Li Chen's blood energy had increased more than 20-fold, he still had to endure immense pressure when facing Silverlight. As he activated his profound abilities, he stepped onto his flying sword, surrounded by a whirlwind, moving rapidly. In the outside world, where the sky was high and birds could fly freely, Li Chen's speed advantage could be fully utilized, and his strength was even greater. The silver light beam struck the ground behind Li Chen, creating fissures 10 meters wide that stretched 4 kilometers. With a thunderous roar, the silver light exploded, lifting the earth into the air. A meteor, trailing a long tail of flames, fell towards Silverlight. It was Li Chen's flying knife. The friction of the flying knife against the air sparked like fireworks, appearing like a meteor from a distance. Roar! The dragon's roar and tiger's howl were the strongest soundwave techniques in the beast realm. The sound waves exploded and rolled forward, colliding with the meteor. A violent burst of flames erupted, and the powerful sound waves slammed against the flying knife like a metal wall. The blood energy flying knife shattered, and under the enhancement of the explosive divine concealment, it rained down like a barrage of missiles. The booming sound rolled through the sky, reaching far away and attracting the attention of many beasts. On the distant sea surface, a giant white shark over 100 meters long leaped out of the water, observing the commotion. Seeing it was humans and land beasts, it ignored them and fell back into the sea to continue swimming. Many land beasts also noticed the aerial battle, and news began to spread slowly. Earth-settling seal. Li Chen formed a seal with his right hand and slowly pressed it down towards Silverlight, as if he were pushing a massive aircraft carrier with sheer human strength. A seal reflecting the nation's grandeur burst through the air and descended upon the world, pressing down towards Silverlight. Feeling the immense pressure, Silverlight furrowed its brows. In a short time, Li Chen's strength had increased so much. The speed of Li Chen's progress was the fastest it had ever heard of. Silverlight arrow. Dark energy continuously gathered, forming an arrow 1,000 meters long, colliding with the towering earth-settling seal. The air seemed to explode like a small nuclear bomb, and the massive shockwave crashed onto the sea surface, creating 100-meter-high waves. Humans and beasts, leave the sea area. A booming voice came from the distant sea. Just the sound wave's vibration made Li Chen's blood surge. Beast King. Li Chen's heart trembled. The disturbance was so great that it had alarmed the Sea Tribe's Beast King. After all, this was the territory of the Sea Tribe. Forget it, I can at most contend with it now. Capturing it is impossible. Delays could lead to changes, so let 11 handle it, Li Chen thought to himself. On the other side, 11 had already knocked Silverlight down to the sea surface, blood quickly staining the 100-meter-wide area red, and Silverlight's fate was unknown. 11's strength was equivalent to the most powerful fusion realm martial sovereign, far beyond what Silverlight could compare to. The gap was even greater than that between a grand martial artist and a martial artist. 11, take it down, Li Chen shouted. 11's gaze locked onto Silverlight, truly locking on, as two beams of blue light shot directly at it. You bastard! Silverlight's soul nearly fled. Its older brother had been captured, and it would undoubtedly fare worse. Its body shone with silver light as Silverlight transformed into a silver beam, attempting to escape quickly. However, it soon discovered that the sea area within 10,000 meters below was churning, with towering waves rising into the sky, forming a water giant thousands of meters tall. The water giant blocked its path and reached out to grab it. Silverlight arrow. Silverlight unleashed its strongest technique once more, but the water giant merely closed its hand, directly crushing the arrow, its palm, covering all possible escape routes, as if a piece of the sky was pressing down on it. The protective divine technique supported by Silverlight was crushed by the palm, followed by its flesh, internal organs, and bones, all shattered, blood gushing like a waterfall. Silverlight fell into the sea, breathing heavily, with more air going out than coming in. How strong, too strong, Li Chen marveled. The top-tier martial sovereign was powerful beyond his imagination. His previous understanding of martial sovereigns had been too one-sided. He had only witnessed the battle between Qin He and the Qingli demon commander and thought that was the extent of it. Now he realized he was gravely mistaken. The gap in strength between martial sects was as vast as heaven and earth. He had no doubt that 11 could easily crush him. 11, put them away, Li Chen said. 11 landed on the surface of the sea, a blue light piercing through the heads of the two silver tigers, killing them completely before storing them in her spatial bracelet. Then, Li Chen and his group quickly left, fearing that the Sea Clan Demon King might take action against them. 11 had said she was no match for any martial king. The power of the profound meaning was too strong. Fortunately, the Sea Clan Demon King paid them no mind. With 11's escort, Li Chen and the others soon returned to Ning City, their training a complete success. Li Chen advanced to the Dragon Transformation realm as a grand martial master. The two women reached the peak of divine concealment, and they had also acquired so many treasures and puppets, multiplying their wealth many times over. Qin He was visibly shocked to see how quickly Li Chen and the others advanced, especially when he heard that Li Chen could now face the demon commander head-on, leaving him speechless for a long time. He was genuinely happy that his daughter had unlocked 3 supreme divine concealments, and he pulled Li Chen to drink for an entire night, causing Li Chen to get drunk again, not even remembering how he got back to his room. They stayed in Ning City for 5 days, mainly because Qin Yimin and Chu Piaoxue wanted to spend quality time with their families. They went to Jinwu University, and it wouldn't be so quick for them to return. Just like Li Ai, who only came back during the new year. Otherwise, she was always busy. Martial artists were very busy. Even martial kings had little free time. Li Chen left 2 martial sect-level puppets behind, one for Qin He and one for Chu Rou. After all, they were his future in-laws, and Li Chen wouldn't be stingy. When he heard that Li Chen had some beginner insight pills, Qin He shamelessly asked for a few, which made Li Chen give him a very strange look. This father-in-law was hiding his true self so deeply. Beginner insight pills were used to comprehend profound meanings, generally only needed by peak martial sects to unlock the door to martial kings. Given Qin He's displayed level of a first-grade martial sect, he certainly didn't need them, yet he still asked for them, truly a crafty one. Li Chen gave him 5, and Qin He almost wanted to pull Li Chen into a brotherhood. Under Qin Yimin's piercing gaze, Li Chen politely declined. It would mess up the hierarchy. With 5 days left before school started, the 3 of them set off, boarding a train to Yun City. They needed to take a flight from there directly to the Southwest District, where Jinwu University was located. The Southwest District was a border area, with both the West and South connecting to the territories of demon beasts. especially the Konya mountain range in the west, which was one of the core areas for demon beasts classified as a forbidden zone, the territory of the Vermilion Bird Demon Emperor. Years ago, the Blade Emperor chose to establish a martial arts university in the southwest district partly to intimidate the Vermilion Bird Demon Emperor, becoming a great mountain standing in the way of the demon beasts. Exiting the high-speed train station, it was Li Chen's second time here, but his mindset was completely different. The last time he came, it was to make a name for himself in the college entrance examination. Back then, he was just a student with a slight reputation in Ning City, and his strength was not formidable. If it weren't for his background, he wouldn't have been able to leave that place last time. This time, he had already taken his first steps into the ranks of the strong, and there was almost no one in Yun City who could threaten his life. Reflecting on the events of 2 months ago, it hadn't been long, but it felt like ages, perhaps, due to the change in mindset. His current perspective was focused on a whole district, even the entire federation. What once seemed vast, like Yun province, now appeared rather trivial. Li Chen gazed into the distance, the Muyu Hotel coming into view. This time, besides taking a flight from here, there was one more thing he needed to understand. The troublemaker Mu Quan had not been dealt with yet, and there was always a thorn in Li Chen's heart. Mu Quan was a second-grade martial sect. With his strength, he naturally couldn't kill him, but with 11 around, it wouldn't be a big problem. Li Zi, you finally made it. A familiar figure rushed over, wanting to give Li Chen a hug, but Li Chen dodged. In his embrace, he could only hug the opposite sex. It was something he had grown accustomed to. What a guy with no humanity towards the opposite sex, Zhang Meng commented. He was here for the mecha training camp, which had just concluded, and was now heading directly to Jinwu University with Li Chen and the others. How was the mecha training? Li Chen asked. Li Zi, I'm not bragging, but I can now control a martial artist mecha. I could crush a 6th grade martial artist. Zhang Meng raised his eyebrows and began to boast again. Alright, no wonder beef has been so expensive lately. You've been blowing it up to the sky, Li Chen scoffed. Come on, you don't believe me when I tell the truth, Zhang Meng said helplessly. He really was strong, okay? Mr. Li, the young master sent me to pick you up. A middle-aged man in formal attire and sunglasses approached Li Chen. Okay, Li Chen nodded and got into a luxury car with Zhang Meng and the others, heading straight to a lavishly decorated restaurant. A familiar figure was already waiting at the entrance of the hotel. It was Deng Zixiu. Deng Zixiu was also preparing to go to Jinwu University with Li Chen and the others. Knowing that Li Chen was coming here, Deng Zixiu insisted on giving him a warm welcome. Li Chen couldn't refuse and had to agree. Old Deng, not bad, a 6th grade martial artist now, Li Chen said with a smile. Why? Can't I see through you? Deng Zixiu's eyes flashed with a thunderous light. This was the Eye of Thunder. He could usually see through his peers, but he couldn't see through Li Chen. It's normal not to see through me. I'm much stronger than you, Li Chen replied honestly. You don't always have to be so honest, Deng Zixiu said helplessly. He also cared about his face. The group arrived at the supreme private room, which was usually hard to book. As one of the most upscale restaurants in Yunzhou, many people were queuing to reserve this room. However, with Deng Zixiu's status in Yunzhou, it was no problem to cut in line with a simple call. The son of President Deng still had some face in this small area of Yunzhou. Before long, Chen Xiaolu, Su Dong, Xin Ming, and other talented individuals from Yun City arrived. They had all been accepted into Jinwu University and would be classmates in the future, coming from the same place, getting familiar in advance to look out for each other later. Without the presence of elders, everyone felt relaxed. At the gathering, chatting about what happened during the summer vacation and sharing thoughts about life at Jinwu University. Li Chen's arrival in Yun City couldn't be hidden from Mu Quan. At this moment, Mu Quan sat in the living room, his eyes flashing with bloodlust. Li Chen had come. He could no longer suppress his killing intent. Previously, Li Chen had been staying at the Qin family, protected by a butler when he went out, so his men had no opportunity. Now that Li Chen was on his territory, it was the best chance for him to act. Once Li Chen went to Jinwu University, it would be nearly impossible for him to make a move. Heaven has a path, yet you refuse to walk it. Hell has no door, yet you come uninvited. Mu Quan looked up at the ceiling, as if seeing his pitiful son. The gathering broke up around 2 in the afternoon. Li Chen declined the invitation to visit Deng Zixiu's home and took the 2 girls to book a standard room at the hotel first. They would handle their matters tonight and fly to the Southwest District early the next morning. Since we're bored, how about a nap? Li Chen suggested. What, can't wait to have both of us in your arms so soon? Qin Yiman said with a teasing smile. For the past few days, she had been at home, staying in her own room at night, while only Chu Piaoxue would sneak in to accompany Li Chen. Aren't you trying to kill me? Li Chen said as he wrapped his arms around Qin Yiman's waist, feeling her warmth and breath. Isn't it enough to have Sister Piaoxue with you? Qin Yiman poked Li Chen's forehead. It's not about whether it's enough. We're a family, and we can't be missing anyone, Li Chen said, holding Qin Yiman's hand. Looking at Qin Yiman, who was so close, Li Chen leaned in and kissed her. Faced with Li Chen's passionate kiss, Qin Yiman responded eagerly. Chu Piaoxue rolled her eyes, changed into a set of pajamas, and lay down on the bed. The three of them enjoyed a lovely afternoon nap. If it weren't for the tasks at hand, Li Chen wouldn't even want to get up from bed, as nowhere was as comfortable as this gentle haven. None of them went out, they ordered takeout, and by now, it was already dark outside. Li Chen was waiting, and Mu Quan was also waiting. He already knew Li Chen's location. The matters of Yun City couldn't be hidden from him. The hands of time ticked away, slowly reaching 12 o'clock. Li Chen touched his spatial ring, and 11 appeared in the room. 11, go to this place and kill this person. He is a second grade Martial Sovereign, don't make too much noise. Li Chen gave 11 an address along with a photo of Mu Quan. Yes, master, 11 replied, then left through the window, a layer of mist concealing her figure. As she flew towards the Mu residence. Li Chen, you won't see the sun tomorrow. Mu Quan stood in the courtyard, his body slowly levitating, he could no longer hold back. It's you. Suddenly, a voice fell into Mu Quan's ears, like thunder to him. How could someone approach him without him sensing it? 11 was a puppet, devoid of any life aura, making it 100 times easier to hide than a living being. Originally, these puppets were the best assassins and death warriors of the Haina clan. A powerful force bound him, a massive wave surged, submerging him in the sea. The seawater turned into a vortex, trapping all movement within. Mu Quan's body turned white as jade, desperately activating his defensive powers, but a pure, cold hand pressed against his chest, an endless force penetrating his defenses and entering his body. His internal organs were destroyed by the immense power, followed by his bones shattering. His strength was even inferior to Silverlight Swift, and under the surprise attack, there was no escape. Who are you? Mu Quan uttered his last question. Unfortunately, 11 would not answer him. He was destined to die with his eyes wide open. All movement ceased, leaving behind a scene of devastation. More than half of the Mu residence was destroyed. Li Chen stood by the window waiting, and soon 11 returned. Master, I have fulfilled my mission. Thank you for your hard work. Li Chen stored 11 back in the spatial ring, making it impossible for anyone else to trace him. Outside, alarms blared. Tonight in Yun City was destined to be tumultuous. A martial sovereign had died in his own home, a matter of great consequence. Yet all of this was destined to have nothing to do with Li Chen, who was soundly asleep with two beautiful women. Although the two women did not agree to Li Chen's final request, wearing snug pajamas that left them in a vacuum state, Li Chen enjoyed his hand's delight. Regarding Li Chen's various little actions, the two women were in a state of tacit acceptance, and sometimes they would even intentionally stoke the fire, making Li Chen exclaim it was hard to bear. The next day, Jun City was still under martial law, but this had nothing to do with Li Chen. The three of them, along with Zhang Meng and Deng Zixiao, gathered at the airport and headed straight for Jinwu University. Even at twice the speed of sound, it took 6 hours to reach Jinwu University. Jinwu Star was vast, and the Federation was also large. Jinwu University itself had an airport, which was a mark of its top-tier status. Li Chen and the others landed directly at the university's airport. After disembarking, they checked in at the registration desk, then took their student IDs and dormitory numbers to their dorms. The dormitories were arranged by college for easier communication, even sorted by student origin. Li Chen, Deng Zixiao, and Su Dong were all in the same dormitory, which could only be described as fate. While Zhang Meng from the Mecha Academy was different from them. They temporarily separated from the girls, agreeing to reunite that night. The dormitories of the Martial Arts Academy were in the Northern District, with boys in buildings 1 to 6 and girls in buildings 7 to 12, all in the same area, not too far apart. Although it was still summer vacation, there were quite a few people at Jinwu University. Many new and returning students had arrived early, and some hadn't even gone back, such as Li Chen's sister, Li Ai. Recently, there hasn't been much response to messages, and I don't know what they've been busy with. Watching the young faces come and go, Li Chen and the others felt their spirits lift. Wow, that senior sister is amazing, Deng Zixiao suddenly exclaimed, catching the attention of Li Chen and Su Dong. Coming towards them was a beauty, about 1.70 meters tall, dressed in casual clothes, with long hair casually draped over her shoulders, a warm smile on her face, and skin as white as jade. Old Deng, I thought you were quite honest before, but I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Everything is jade, it will only harm you, Li Chen whispered to Deng Zixiao. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, I'm ashamed to be associated with you, Su Dong said with a serious expression, criticizing Deng Zixiao. TCH, when you criticize me, can you at least look at me and not stare at the senior sister? Deng Zixiao retorted unhappily. Perhaps hearing their conversation, the senior sister glanced at Li Chen and the others, maintaining a gentle smile, her dimples almost stealing Deng Zixiao's soul. Li Chen was fine, he was seasoned and completely immune. Su Dong, a scion of a military family, showed no unusual reaction, though it was unclear if it was because his expression was too dark to read or if his mind was steadfast. Hello, senior sister, Li Chen greeted. Hello, 3 junior brothers, the senior sister nodded at them and then brushed past. This fragrance, so high-end, Deng Zixiao said, showing an expression of enjoyment. Li Chen and Su Dong silently distanced themselves, they couldn't afford to be associated with Deng Zixiao. The three of them lived in dormitory 204 of Building 6. After finding the building and going upstairs, walking down the corridor on the second floor, Li Chen noticed 5 rows of villas across from their dormitory, 10 in each row, totaling 50. Do our school's mentors live this well? Li Chen exclaimed in surprise. Those villas aren't for mentors, they're for students, Deng Zixio said with a tone of envy. Students? Why the different treatment? Li Chen asked, puzzled. Although he knew that Jinwu University was the best university, he didn't know much about it. It was like how many people in the past life knew about Tsinghua and Peking University, but few could say they understood the two schools well. These are for students on the Jinwu list, which includes the top 100 students of Jinwu University from various colleges. However, since martial arts are paramount now, the martial arts college occupies 50 spots, the Mecha College takes 30, and the remaining 20 spots are allocated to other colleges, Deng Zixio explained. So, the villas across the way house the 50 strongest students from the martial arts college? Su Don's eyes gleamed with fighting spirit. Not exactly, the strongest ones are those who stay on campus. Jinwu University allows students to apply to stay for 2 years, but it's quite difficult to get approved. Some of those staying are already second-grade martial masters, stronger than the best fourth-year students, but they won't be on the Jinwu list, so those villas aren't for them, Deng Zixio clarified. I see. Su Dong nodded. And Li Chen pondered. It seemed that to dominate Jinwu University, the final obstacle would be those staying on campus. The three arrived at dormitory 204, took out their student cards, placed them on the sensor, and with a click, the door opened automatically, very scientific. The dormitory had one living room and 5 rooms, with 4 people sharing a dorm, each having their own room, and the training room and living room were common areas, with each room having its own bathroom, very reasonable. The accommodation conditions at Jinwu University were famously good. Feel free to choose. Li Chen opened the first room on the left. This would be his bedroom. He took out the bedding and laid it out, still carrying the fragrance of Chu Piaoxue. Li Chen returned to the living room, plopped down on the sofa, and took out the Jinwu University handbook to read, which contained an introduction to the university's situation, including aspects such as majors, credits, tasks, contribution points, mentors, and the Jinwu ranking. Click. The door opened again, and a handsome young man walked in. Li Chen looked surprised. How did everyone in this dorm know each other? The newcomer was none other than the son of the Gun King, Yi Xing, the guy whom Li Chen had saved during the college entrance exam by feeding him blood. Yi Xing, what a coincidence! Li Chen exclaimed. Not really, I had my dad give a heads up and arranged for us to be in the same dorm, Yi Xing shrugged. As expected of the Gun King, even got connections at Jinwu University, impressive. Li Chen gave a thumbs up. That's about all it amounts to, Yi Xing said. If I had known Uncle Yi had connections, I would have asked him to arrange for me to be in the same dorm as Yiman and Piaoxue. Li Chen shook his head inside, feeling like he had missed out on a fortune. You think too highly of it. Do you think my dad is the martial emperor? Yi Xing scoffed, already wanting to be inseparable from his girlfriend at such a young age. How excessive. Enough of that. How was your summer vacation? Did you have a sweet romance? Li Chen raised an eyebrow, remembering how he had helped Lu Ruxu a bit. It was okay. Yi Xing stammered, a hint of happiness showing on his face. It seemed he was progressing quickly with Lu Ruxu. You little brat. Not knowing how to appreciate your blessings, Li Chen patted Yi Xing's shoulder. They were all close friends, so it wasn't awkward. Male friendship was inherently simple. Yi Xing. Deng Zixio also came out. Of course, he knew Yi Xing, but he didn't expect to be in the same dorm. Su Dong also stepped out, looking a bit surprised. Deng Zixio, Xin Ming, hello, Yi Xing greeted. Alright, no need to be so formal. After all, we are comrades who fought side by side. Being in the same dorm is all thanks to Yi Xing. The Gun King made the arrangements, Li Chen said. So that's how it is. Deng Zixio and Su Dong nodded. No wonder. They could be in the same dorm. It wasn't deep fate, but someone had deep connections. The 4 of them gathered in the dorm to study the student handbook, which would be very helpful for their future life at Jinwu University. As evening approached, everyone prepared to go out for dinner, as they had previously agreed. Li Chen simply created a group chat, adding the 4 of them along with Zhang Meng, Qin Yiman, Chu Piaoxue, Shun Ming, and Chen Xiaolu. Yi Xing then added Lu Ruxu and Zhong Yuan. He didn't have many friends in Nanling City, just 2. After all, ordinary people wouldn't dare to be friends with him, the son of the martial king. Most kept their distance. Lu Ruxu, being the daughter of a military district bigwig, had known the Yi family since childhood, so they were childhood sweethearts. As for Zhong Yuan, his family was average, but he was straightforward and made friends based on personality. He got along well with Yi Xing. If it weren't for the college entrance exam, he wouldn't have risked everything to block Ao Xian and protect Yi Xing. The group gathered at the girls' dormitory entrance. Because of Li Chen's strikingly handsome looks, many female classmates would glance at him, which made Zhang Meng and Deng Zixio quite envious. They considered themselves handsome too. Why weren't any female classmates looking at them? Boo-hoo, they wanted to cry. Let's call a flying car. Walking is too slow, Lu Ruxu suggested. Okay. Yi Xing picked up his phone, opened the Jinwu University app, went to the ride-hailing page, entered the starting point and destination, selected a medium-sized flying car, placed the order, and it was done. Soon, a car resembling a flying saucer descended from the sky. The Federation had long since developed flying cars, but they were expensive and rarely seen among the public. As one of the forefronts of technology, Jinwu University naturally had flying cars specifically serving the faculty and students available for pickup and drop-off anywhere within Jinwu City. I've seen quite a few online, but this is my first time riding one. Li Chen found it quite novel. Except for Deng Zixiao, Yixing, and Lu Ruxu, everyone else felt curious. They had never been on one before. The alloy door of the flying car opened and Li Chen and the others walked in. The bottom of the flying car erupted with energy and began to ascend. Through the glass, Li Chen and the others looked down at Jinwu University, marveling at its vastness. Jinwu University occupies half of Jinwu City. There was no choice. The students of the Technology Institute needed a large space to test various high-end weapons, and mecha training also required a lot of space, which is why Jinwu University is so large. The flying car was very fast, fully self-driving, and flew out of Jinwu University before landing in a parking lot outside a restaurant. Li Chen and the others got out, and the flying car automatically flew away, ready to pick up the next order. At the front desk, Yixing requested a private room, and everyone enjoyed their meal and drinks, chatting and getting familiar with each other quickly. It was then that Li Chen learned that Qin Yiman, Chu Piaoxue, Lu Ruxu, and Chen Shelu were all in the same dormitory, thanks to the prowess of the Gun King. I really envy you guys. I'm all alone in the Mecha Academy. It's too lonely, Zhang Meng said, shaking his head. It's fine, you'll get used to being lonely over time. When you're old and still alone, the Federation will provide living subsidies, so what's there to be afraid of? Li Chen teased. You just enjoy it, you've picked both flowers of Ning City. I've decided I must find a girlfriend within a month, Zhang Meng said, having had a couple of drinks and starting to boast again. The Mecha Academy is the Luohan Academy. Are you sure you can find one? Deng Zixiao said with a sly smile. Oh heavens, why don't you grant me powerful martial arts talent? Zhang Meng lamented, nearly in tears. Today, he had simply walked around the dorm area and had seen a lot of leg hair, which made him feel miserable inside. Everyone smiled. Zhang Meng was a real character. The meal lasted nearly 2 hours, and everyone prepared to head back to school. After leaving the restaurant, Li Chen and the others waited for the flying car in the parking lot. Another group of young people came out of the restaurant, both men and women, with a few of the guys looking already drunk, loudly chatting as they walked toward the parking lot. You won't regret following me. Our Lu family has several cousins at Jinwu University who are not nobodies, especially my cousin Lu Rentong, who is the vice president of the student council. With him backing us, we can also run rampant at Jinwu University. The young man at the front, with his hair dyed green, shouted, eager for the whole world to know how impressive he was. Brother Xiong will rely on you from now on, a boy next to him said with a flattering expression. There are always sycophants everywhere, and Jinwu University was no exception. We're all high school classmates. If I don't take care of you, who will? Lu Xiong said with a grand demeanor. Xiongge, you're really too handsome, a girl with dyed yellow hair said, linking her arm with Chu Xiong's, speaking in a delicate tone. Ha, I have even more handsome stories to tell you slowly when the opportunity arises. Lu Xiong grinned lewdly. Then I must listen carefully. The girl leaned in closer, almost hanging on Chu Xiong. Lu Xiong's group walked past Li Chen and the others, and when Lu Xiong glanced at them, his eyes lit up upon seeing the 4 beauties, Qin Yiman and the others. Gorgeous, and 4 of them. Lu Xiong suddenly felt that the girl next to him was no longer appealing. She paled in comparison. Chu Piaoxue, isn't she the illegitimate daughter of the head of the family that the matriarch instructed us to treat well? Lu Xiong's drunkenness slightly faded and his eyes narrowed. During the college entrance examination, Li Chen had attracted much attention from the federations. Populace, and Chu Piaoxue, who was beside him, also caught the attention of the relevant authorities. Mainly because Chu Piaoxue resembled her mother so much when she was young, and with the surname Chu, the wife of Lu Tianba became suspicious. Then, after an investigation, it was indeed discovered that she was the daughter of Chu Rou, which meant she was the illegitimate daughter of her husband. Previously, she thought that if she crippled Chu Rou, everything would be over, but now Chu Piaoxue had jumped out, walking to the front of the stage. To prevent the Lu family's scandals from becoming widely known, she had someone settle the matter. She didn't seek to kill anyone, she just wanted to cripple Chu Piaoxue. A crippled person, after all, would not attract anyone's attention. This order had already reached the ears of all the young members of the Lu family studying at Jinwu University, and Lu Xiong, having been admitted to Jinwu University, also received the command. Matters at Jinwu University were not for outsiders to meddle in, but fights among students were considered internal affairs. He turned on his heel and headed straight for Chu Piaoxue. He recognized Li Chen and questioned whether he was a match for him, but as a member of the martial King family, he didn't believe Li Chen would dare oppose him. Chu Piaoxue, come with me. Lu Xiong commanded directly. As a direct descendant of the Lu family, it was perfectly normal for him to order a bastard around. Who do you think you are? Li Chen replied coldly, wondering where this fool got the audacity to call his woman to follow him. Li Chen, you have some skills, but this is a matter of the Lu family, and you are not qualified to interfere, Lu Xiong said, casting a cold glance at Li Chen. Have you lost your mind? This is Brother Xiong of the martial King Lu family. Hurry up and kneel to apologize, the blonde girl shouted, pointing at Li Chen. Get lost. Chu Piaoxue shot her palm towards the blonde girl, a chilling aura descending that threatened to freeze her very soul. activated by the strongest moon god's divine treasure. Chu Paoxue could indeed freeze a person's soul. Brother Xiong, save me, the blonde girl screamed. She was quite strong, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to get into Jinwu University, but against Chu Paoxue, her soul was suppressed and she couldn't move. Still dare to make a move? Lu Xiong raised his fist and charged at Chu Paoxue. As a direct descendant, how could he not handle a stray bastard? You're really asking for death. A strong killing intent appeared in Li Chen's eyes. Anyone who dared to touch his woman would not be saved even by the King of Heaven. Li Chen reached out and grabbed Lu Xiong's fist, making Lu Xiong feel as if he were being held by a waking divine dragon, his blood and energy firmly suppressed within him. The immense gap in their life levels made him tremble involuntarily. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Lu Xiong said angrily. I gave you face. Li Chen twisted his hand forcefully, a tremendous strangling force descending, twisting Lu Xiong's hand into a spiral. Ah! Lu Xiong screamed in agony, pain that penetrated to the bone. Get out of my way. Li Chen kicked Lu Xiong in the chest, breaking several of his ribs and sent him crashing to the ground. Ah! A scream came from the blonde girl beside them. She was completely frozen, the extreme cold making her feel the threat of death. You dare to lay a hand on brother Lu Xiong? A sycophant pointed at Li Chen, his tone filled with shock, anger, and fear. How could someone dare to act against a member of the martial king family? Shut up. Xin Yiman slapped the sycophant away. After experiencing so much, she had already developed a decisive character. The other classmates of Lu Xiong looked at Li Chen and the others in fear, then held the injured three and fled as if their lives depended on it. At this point, the flying car had arrived, and Li Chen and the others directly boarded it to return to Jinwu University, not taking the incident to heart. Although the Lu family was powerful, the young members of the Lu family were not overly concerned. The martial king of the Lu family belonged to the older generation, and his sons were already elderly, with the younger generation separated by 2 generations. Their status was just SOSO, and they were all people of some standing. The two with the least background were Zhang Meng and Zhong Yuan, but they were carefree and didn't think too much about it. Li Chen, along with Qin Yiman and Chu Paoxue, strolled around the campus. It seems the Lu family has learned of my existence, Chu Paoxue said coldly, thinking of the Lu family, that man, and that woman. She could not remain calm. We will eventually go to their door to demand an explanation. If we know, we know. Whoever causes trouble, I will beat them up. If it goes too far, I'm not afraid to kill. Li Chen said in a deep voice, holding Chu Paoxue's hand to comfort her. I'm afraid of dragging you into this. Chu Paoxue leaned on Li Chen's shoulder. Provoking the Wang family of martial artists was no small matter. If you keep saying things like that, I might just have to spank you, Li Chen said with a stern face. If you want to take advantage of Sister Paoxue, just say it directly. Qin Yiman rolled her eyes. Do you understand the concept of fun? I don't know if I understand, but I do know that someone's hands have never been honest, Qin Yiman said with a half-smile. Ahem. Li Chen's face turned awkward. With a beauty by his side, of course, his hands wouldn't be honest. The three of them were flirting, a handsome guy with 2 beautiful girls, attracting the attention of many classmates. However, Li Chen's skin was already thicker than a city wall, so he didn't care. Meanwhile, in the hospital of Jinwu City, several people had grim expressions. They were the young members of the Lu family who had come after receiving news from Lu Xiong. How dare someone hit their brother? This was a slap in the face to the Lu family and to them as well. Brother, how? You must help me get revenge, Lu Xiong said with a face full of hatred, wishing he could kill Li Chen and the others immediately. I will make them wish they were dead, a dark-looking man said, a cold light flashing in his eyes, revealing his murderous intent. He was Lu Hao, a third-year student at Jinwu University, already a 4th-tier martial master, having refined a complete dragon bone, confident he could suppress Li Chen. Among the younger generation of the Lu family, he ranked in the top 5. You focus on recovering. Tomorrow I will issue a challenge to him. Lu Hao left with the other Lu family members, preparing to deal with Li Chen and his group. After Li Chen sent the 2 girls back to the girls' dormitory, he returned to his own dorm. TSK, Old Li, you're not doing so well. Old Ji only has 1 girlfriend and hasn't come back, but you have 2 in your back. Deng Zixiao teased. I think you want to practice with me. If you want to practice, let's practice. Tomorrow we'll go to the fighting arena and have some fun, Deng Zixiao said confidently. Alright, I like your spirit. Li Chen patted Deng Zixiao on the shoulder, not saying much more. Even though he had a special physique, he could easily suppress anyone with just 1 hand. At that moment, Li Chen's phone rang. It was a video invitation from Zhang Meng. What's up? Li Chen asked. Li Zi, a damn guy named Lu Hao from the 3rd year, is claiming on the Jinwu University forum that he wants to teach you a lesson. It's infuriating. He's challenging you to a fight at the fighting arena tomorrow, Zhang Meng said angrily. Provoking Li Chen was provoking him. Meng Yi. Li Chen opened the campus forum and indeed saw the pinned challenge post. It contained insults and mockery, saying that if he didn't dare to accept a challenge, he was a coward. Li Chen directly posted a reply on the forum, with just a simple sentence, tomorrow you'll know who the real daddy is. Soon, Li Chen's challenge post was pushed to the top by the students, letting everyone see it. School hasn't even started yet and there's already a show to watch. I love this university. Li Chen is just a freshman. Accepting the challenge is indeed an impulsive act. Li Chen's performance in the college entrance exam was not bad. I think it will be a fierce battle. The comments under Li Chen's post quickly piled up. The students of Jinwu University, being young, love to surf the internet and join in the excitement. Li Zi, here's the basic information on that. Lu Hao, 4th tier martial master, has refined a dragon bone and opened 3 top-level divine caves during his martial master phase. He's very strong. Deng Zixiao opened a page with Lu Hao's introduction. As long as he's not a titled martial master, it doesn't matter who comes. Li Chen didn't pay much attention. He had fought against powerful opponents before. In his eyes, anyone who wasn't a titled martial master posed no threat. You brat, still so arrogant. Deng Zixiao was speechless. Since the Lu family is causing trouble, we can't just sit back. We should challenge their people. There are quite a few Lu family members here, Yixing said. They were all in the same boat now, so they had to face things together. Alright, let's take them down. Deng Zixiao was also one to join in the excitement. He mentioned this in the group, and others quickly expressed their intentions to challenge the Lu family members. Xin Yiman and Chu Piaoxue chatted with Li Chen. The two of them knew Li Chen's strength and weren't worried about him losing. A challenge chain appeared in the forum, and Deng Zixiao and the others found Lu family members of similar realms to issue challenges. The Lu family members naturally accepted the challenges. After all, they were the ones who stirred up the trouble, and refusing to fight would mean losing face completely. This incident caused a stir at Jinwu University. Li Chen was quite famous among the freshmen, and many top scorers from other regions regarded him as a rival, eager to compete with him in college. As for Lu Hao, he was also well known at Jinwu University. Although he hadn't made it onto the Jinwu list, he was among the strongest students just below it. The battle between freshmen and seniors was a hot topic, and many had already set their alarms, determined to witness the excitement the next day, with even the mentors unable to stop them. As anticipation built among the crowd, the next morning arrived, and the battle hall had gathered thousands of people, all waiting for the arrival of the two main characters. Jinwu University enrolls 5,000 students each year across the Federation, with 4,900 admitted through the college entrance examination and 100 special admissions. These special admissions demonstrate extraordinary talent in certain areas or, like Li Chen, have achieved second-class merit at a young age, allowing them to be directly admitted after school review. Deng Zixiao, with his Thunder King physique, also had the opportunity to participate in the special admission review, but he was confident in his chances of getting into Jinwu University, so he didn't take part. With 10 minutes to go before 8 o'clock, Li Chen and his group arrived at the battle hall. They're here, the main characters are here. Is that Li Chen? Just 2 hands, 2 legs, and a head, nothing special, huh? I don't know about anything else, but I do know he's really handsome. Li Chen's look stood out even in a place like Jinwu University, where handsome guys were abundant, drawing many admiring glances. The crowd parted to create a path for Li Chen and his group to walk toward the central arena. They couldn't block the main characters, could they? Before long, Lu Hao and a group of Lu family members also arrived. The Lu family's martial king had married 8 wives and fathered 12 sons, with over 20 grandsons. By the time it reached Lu Hao's generation, there were nearly 50 descendants. The offspring of the martial king family were not likely to be lacking in talent. After all, dragons give birth to dragons, and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. With ample resources and guidance from the martial king, more than half of them successfully entered Jinwu University. At this moment, all the available Lu family members had come, totaling 8, with a few still out training and not back yet. The Lu family members approached the edge of the arena, locking eyes with Li Chen and his group across the platform. Both sides showed no concealment of the killing intent in their eyes. If they could, they would not hesitate to eliminate each other. However, Jinwu University did not allow fights to the death, and each student battle would be overseen by a mentor acting as a referee, making the possibility of killing very low. TSK, looks like you all had a good summer. You're looking so spirited before school even starts. A middle-aged man in a long robe walked in from the entrance. He was one of the mentors in charge here, coming to serve as a referee. Hello, Mentor Su. Many students greeted him, as mentors from the Martial Arts Academy were all at least second-tier martial zone, and they had to be respected. Hello, everyone. Mentor Su nodded and then walked to the center of the arena. There will be a total of 8 challenges. Who will go first? Mentor Su asked. I'll go. In a flash of lightning, Deng Zixiao had already jumped onto the arena. Which one is Lu Feng? Hurry up and come up to take a beating. Deng Zixiao shouted loudly. The opponent he chose was also a freshman this year, a 5th grade martial artist during the college entrance examination, and should now be a 6th grade martial artist just like him. He was not worried at all. Who can't talk big? A student named Lu Feng jumped up. Mentor Su rose into the air, overseeing the battlefield from above. Let's begin, Mentor Su said. I'll smash you, you trash. Deng Zixiao's body was illuminated by thunder, the flickering lightning covering the entire arena within 100 meters. 2 shining thunderballs appeared in Deng Zixiao's palms, and as he brought his palms together, the brilliance of the thunder surged to another level. In an instant, 10 bolts of lightning sliced through the air, striking at Lu Fang. Lu Fang transformed into 5 phantoms, quickly dodging, but the lightning controlled by Deng Zixiao could still curve, chasing down each phantom and shattering them. Only Lu Fang's true body remained, propping up a cage made of entwined tree roots to protect himself inside. Lu Fang did not possess the talent to practice the Lu family's SSS-level martial arts. Instead, he practiced an S-level wood-based breathing technique, unlocking a top-tier wood-based divine treasure combined with his solid wood-based martial skills. However, lightning, being one of the most powerful offensive forces, was not easy to defend against, especially since wood was subtly restrained by lightning. The thunder destroyed the tree cage and fell upon Lu Fang. At that moment, Lu Fang's body had turned a dark brown color, his skin covered in grooves, resembling tree bark, a body refinement martial skill, ancient wood body. When the lightning struck Lu Fang, his skin only slightly charred, showing he was not greatly affected. Demonic vines bind. Lu Fang slapped the ground with his right hand, blood energy erupted, forming thick tree vines as thick as a thigh. These vines were as tough as C-grade alloys. The entire arena was swept by the demonic vines, which coiled around Deng Zixiao like giant pythons. Body transformed into Thunder Dragon. The lightning on Deng Zixiao intensified. A Thunder Dragon appeared, and he merged with the Thunder Dragon, roaring towards Lu Fang. The incoming demonic vines were torn apart by the Thunder Dragon, showcasing the majesty of the Thunder King body. Tree Spirit. Seeing the situation was not in his favor, Lu Fang unleashed his most powerful martial skill. Blood energy erupted, and a giant tree over 100 meters tall appeared, enveloping Lu Fang. Thick branches, as big as water barrels, lashed out at the roaring Thunder Dragon. Even if faced with a stone mountain, he could shatter it. The Thunder Dragon destroyed the branches, colliding with the trunk, and the violent lightning swept out with the shattered branches. However, all of this was confined within the arena, which was shrouded in the power of rules, blocking the fluctuations of battle. When the lightning dissipated, a person crashed against the rule barrier, blood staining his entire body red. A descendant of the Lu family, just like this, Deng Zixiao said, hands behind his back, looking up at a 45-degree angle. This was the victorious pose he had studied last night. In his eyes, it looked very cool. Power, truly worthy of the Thunder King body. The quality of this year's freshman is quite good. I've heard there are quite a few stronger than Deng Zixiao. TSK, I thought this preliminaries would be dull, but it turned out to be quite intense. I'm even more looking forward to the battle between the two main characters. Deng Zixiao's decisive victory caused a stir among the students, especially the freshmen, who once again felt the gap between themselves and the top newcomers. Deng Zixiao wins, Mentor Su announced. Thank you, Mentor Su. Deng Zixiao cupped his hands in thanks and then jumped off the arena. Old Deng, not bad. Zhang Meng punched Deng Zixiao on the chest. Don't get too excited, it's just a piece of cake. TCH, the crowd scoffed. Truly putting on a show for you. I'll take the second match. Su Dong, carrying a large knife, jumped onto the arena. He was now a 5th-grade martial artist, and his opponent was also a 5th-grade martial artist. The intense blade energy crisscrossed the arena as Su Dong came out with a desperate stance. He often trained with the military, having experienced numerous bloody battles, and his aura was filled with a fierce spirit reminiscent of an iron-blooded soldier. His opponent was not weak, but having been pampered, he felt somewhat restrained in the face of such a desperate attitude, ultimately suffering heavy injuries, at the cost of Su Dong sustaining only minor wounds. Su Dong wins, announced Mentor Su. Su Dong gave a slight bow and then silently jumped down from the arena. He was decisive in his actions and disliked unnecessary chatter. With that long face, which girl would ever look at you? Deng Zixiao muttered. Su, can I add you on queue? A cute girl asked, blushing as she approached Su Dong. Deng Zixiao rubbed his nose, wondering why. Why did Su Dong win so decisively yet no female classmates asked him for contact information? Boo-hoo. Su Dong looked bewildered. What was going on? They didn't even know each other. What would they talk about if they added each other on queue? Just as he was about to refuse, Zhang Meng spoke up for him. Classmate, this is his queue number. Hurry and add him, Zhang Meng said, pointing at his phone. Thank you. Classmate, the girl said as she scanned her phone and clicked to add. Old Su, hurry and accept her request, Zhang Meng said, putting his arm around Su Dong's shoulder. Su Dong hadn't even had the chance to react, when Zhang Meng had already pulled out Su Dong's phone, placed it in front of him for facial recognition, and then handed it back to him. Looking at the girl's eager yet shy gaze, Su Dong clicked to accept. After all, accepting wouldn't change anything, as he had no intention of chatting. The crowd smiled, curious about how this quiet Su Dong would fare in romance. It was bound to be interesting. In the third match, Chen Xiaolu stepped up with a long whip. Her opponent was also a 5th-grade martial artist, and the two were evenly matched, ultimately resulting in a draw as determined by Mentor Su. Chen Xiaolu stomped her foot in frustration. It was too embarrassing to have a draw. It's okay, we'll win it back, Qin Yiman comforted her. Next was Lu Ruxu, a spirit master who had already advanced to the great martial artist realm. She challenged a second-year student from the Lu family, also a 1st-grade great martial artist, but the opponent's limbs had been tempered quite thoroughly. However, the spirit master had a natural advantage, the ability to fly. Lu Ruxu stepped onto a green lotus and quickly soared into the air. This battle arena was open air, designed for spirit masters to showcase their abilities. Bloom, Green Lotus. Lu Ruxa called out, and blue lotuses began to fall from her, landing on the arena. The scene was beautiful, but her opponent, Lu Shang, felt a prickling sensation on his back. He was aware of the reputation of the Qinglian Divine Cannon, one of the strongest techniques of spirit masters. Overlord swallows the heavens. A massive shadow of a beast enveloped Lu Shang. It was the shadow of a Xuanwu, the Lu family's strongest technique. The SSS grade Xuanwu Overlord scripture. Lu Shang had decent talent and was able to comprehend this technique. The Xuanwu shadow roared to the sky, and a massive vortex of devouring energy bound all the blue lotuses, attempting to swallow them. Bloom. Lu Ruxa lightly uttered 2 words, and all the blue lotuses began to bloom, scattering and then tearing through the air towards Lu Shang at incredible speed. These beautiful lotuses were capable of embedding into B-grade alloys. The devouring vortex was shredded by the lotuses, and petals fell onto the back of the Xuanwu shadow, exploding into countless lightning snakes. The Xuanwu was known for its unparalleled defense among beasts, and the defense of the Xuanwu Overlord scripture was also unique among all SSS grade techniques. Wither, Blue Lotus. Lu Ruxu shouted, and the sky full of lotuses fell, submerging the entire arena. Then, in everyone's gaze, the lotuses continuously connected, forming a massive lotus that covered the Xuanwu shadow. As the lotus withered, it quickly closed in, exerting a tremendous binding force that pressed down on the Xuanwu shadow, causing its brilliance to fade, as if it could barely withstand it. Ocean of heavy water. In the lotus, Lu Shang's roar echoed, and the pitch-black seawater quickly submerged the arena. This was heavy water, 10 times denser than molten iron. The heavy water churned, transforming into layers of furious waves crashing against the massive blue lotus. Both sides were at a stalemate, creating a sense of who could outlast the other. Lu Ruxu did not want such an outcome. She struck again. Blue Lotus Purification. As the saying goes, emerging from the mud yet untainted, washing in clear waters yet not seductive, the blue lotus possessed powerful purifying abilities. The enormous blue lotus emitted a hazy blue light, under which the heavy water rapidly dissolved, returning to blood energy that dissipated on the arena. As the heavy water vanished, the fluctuations of the Xuanwu shadow intensified, and the blue lotus tightened further. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of cracking echoed from within the blue lotus. It was the shell of the Xuanwu shadow shattering. As the blue lotus completely closed, the Xuanwu shadow was utterly destroyed, and a scream emerged from within. Mentor Su slightly opened his hand, releasing his power to support the blue lotus, revealing Lu Shang, who had turned into a bloodied figure. Lu Ruxa wins, Mentor Su announced. Lu Ruxa floated down gracefully, like a fairy, descending to the mortal realm, standing quietly beside Yi Xing, unknowingly attracting countless jealous gazes. Such an outstanding girl was already taken. Yi Xing felt many provocative glances directed at him. He stood like a sharp spear, tearing apart all gazes. He, the son of the Gun King, feared no provocation. Yi Xing landed on the arena, gun pointed at his opponent. Perhaps wanting to showcase his strength or not wanting to tarnish his father's name, Yi Xing displayed astonishing ferocity, swiftly and decisively defeating a first-grade martial master with his spear. Then Qin Yiman took the stage, facing a second-grade martial master, and everyone held their breath for this delicate beauty. A second-grade martial master from Jinwu University was not the same as those outside. They inherently possessed the strength to fight above their rank. Qin Yiman was only a 6th-grade martial master, and challenging 2 ranks above was akin to climbing to the heavens. However, as soon as Qin Yiman made her move, she astonished everyone. Her sword energy fell like starlight, carrying the sharpness of metal, and her speed was incredibly fast, easily breaking through 20 times the speed of sound. The sword energy flowed like a river, overwhelming the enemy and forcefully pushing them back. Next was Chu Kaoshue, also challenging a 2nd-grade martial master. With Qin Yiman's example, no one dared to underestimate her. Indeed, Chu Kaoshue did not disappoint. Her first move was a furious sea crashing into the sky, submerging the arena, then transforming into freezing ice that sealed her opponent. When the opponent was released from the frozen state, they could not move for a long time, as their soul was nearly frozen. What's going on with this year's Nanling district? Isn't it a mid-tier district? Yi Xing and 3 beautiful girls, which one of them wouldn't compete for the top spot in other districts? So terrifying, they must have opened more than one supreme divine treasure. That fierce and domineering offensive makes even me, a 3rd-grade martial master, feel immense pressure. These 3 girls are too stunning, but why do they all have boyfriends? I'm crying. Am I not as handsome as Yi Xing and Li Chen? Senior brother, look here. Damn, who looks so ugly? This is a mirror. What do you think? Junior brother, let me teach you a principle. The strong are respected. I ask you, am I handsome? Ah. Senior brother, you are the most handsome. The group brought by Li Chun completely amazed the onlooking students. Even Mentor Su nodded repeatedly. This year's students were of high quality. The 7th match was Zhong Yuan's turn. This time, there was no exhilarating victory, as he focused on defense, relying on his strong defense to drag it to a draw. Finally, it was Li Chen's turn to take the stage, and across from him, Lu Hao jumped up. Lu Hao's face was so dark it could drip water. After 7 matches, he had 5 losses and 2 draws, a great humiliation. The disdainful gazes of other students made them feel extremely uncomfortable, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. They had completely embarrassed the Wang family of warriors. Now, there was only one chance left. He had to forcefully defeat Li Chen to slightly turn the situation around. Li Chen, just fighting without any flair is so boring. How about we add a little wager? Lu Hao said coldly. Oh, do tell, Li Chen replied with an interested look, thinking that not only would his opponent take a beating, but also offer him gifts. What a generous person. I heard that Director Chang set your admission requirement at 2 million contribution points. How about we bet 2 million contribution points? Lu Hao said slowly. Looks like you have your ears to the ground. Fine, I accept, Li Chen said straightforwardly, leaving Lu Hao with no chance to deliver the various taunts he had prepared. Many students below showed extremely pained expressions. 2 million contribution points. Good heavens, they had been around for so long without any, and a newcomer was casually wagering it. Infuriating. He. Lu Hao laughed. 2 million contribution points, even he would need a considerable amount of time to complete tasks to earn them, and now they were just handed to him. What was the difference from picking up money off the street? Stop wasting time, let's get started, Li Chen said impatiently. Since you're seeking death, I'll grant you that, Xuanwu Overlord. Lu Hao was enveloped by a Xuanwu, the massive creature already covering half the arena. Die! Lu Hao shouted, the serpent's head of the Xuanwu lunging at Li Chen like lightning. Li Chen stood with his hands behind his back as if stunned by fear. Those unfamiliar with him were worried, but those who knew him understood that Li Chen was about to show off. Just as the serpent's head descended upon him, a layer of alternating black and white defensive shield enveloped Li Chen. The Qiankuan Wujia was unleashed. The serpent's head crashed against the Qiankuan Wujia shield as if hitting a resilient spring, a tremendous force rebounding back, causing the serpent's head to bounce high. Lu Hao, caught off guard, was pushed back several steps, his face looking as if he had eaten something. Foul, what a disgrace. TSK, can't even stand still, yet you dare to come up and embarrass yourself. Li Chen sighed and shook his head. Bastard, die. Heavy water ocean. Lu Hao unleashed a divine ability far stronger than Lu Shang's, nearly 100 times more powerful. Raging waves surged towards the sky and then crashed down upon Li Chen. This was heavy water, heavier than molten iron. Its power was unimaginable. Li Chen looked up at a 45-degree angle, quietly watching the heavy water descend like a collapsing sky, then engulf him. What happened? Is Li Chen going to be turned into meat paste? He talks a big game. He should have more than just this, right? The pitch-black heavy water obscured everyone's view, stirring their intense curiosity. As the heavy water dissipated, Li Chen maintained his original posture, gazing up at the sky as if he had never cared about his opponent's attack. The weather is nice today, sunny, Li Chen simply commented on the day's weather. You dare to ignore me? Lu Hao was furious, his lungs felt like they were about to explode. After all my hard work attacking, you're just looking at the weather? Oh, I almost forgot about you. Sorry, but your attack is weaker than a mere tickle. It's hard for me to care. Li Chen shrugged. I will kill you. Overlord Star Annihilation. Lu Hao roared in anger, his blood boiling, transforming into a massive meteor falling down. The Xuanwu Overlord technique, which combined earth and water elements. This meteor filled the top of the fighting arena like a great mountain. If it hit the ground, it would be enough to cause an earthquake. All show and no substance. I can't be bothered to play with you. Li Chen pinched a blood-chi flying knife between two fingers. The knife shot forth like a star streaking across the night sky, leaving behind an eternal brilliance. Renowned for its defense, the Xuanwu was torn open by the flying knife, countless sparks exploding everywhere. The crowd only saw a path of sparks appear within the Xuanwu. Then they witnessed blood splattering from Lu Hao's abdomen as he was sent flying backward. Such a pity. Li Chen secretly sighed. If it weren't for Mentor Su using his martial skills to protect Lu Hao at the last moment, he was confident he could have shattered the opponent's dantian and rendered him useless. Killing someone here would be troublesome, but incapacitating a person would likely just be a matter of wrangling. He wasn't without backing here. Li Chen wins. With Mentor Su's voice falling, today's excitement came to a temporary close. However, the commotion it caused was just beginning to spread. A freshman actually defeated a well-known junior student, and it was a single move that did it. The implications of this were enormous, and many students were stunned for quite a while before digesting it. Lu Hao was already among the top tier of the titled Grand Martial Masters. Even a titled Grand Martial Master would find it difficult to defeat him in one move. But Li Chen did it, which meant that Li Chen was stronger than a titled Grand Martial Master. The terms freshman and titled Grand Martial Master seemed utterly unrelated. Posts about Li Chen quickly multiplied on the campus forum. His exploits in the Ning City training camp, the Ning City Beast Tide War, the confrontation with the Mu family in Yun City, and the killing of Gu Yuchen and A.O. Xian during the college entrance examination were all brought up. Many students began to have a clearer understanding of Li Chen. They realized that this year's cohort at Jinwu University had an extraordinary prodigy. Even many mentors were paying attention to Li Chen. Ordinary students could only showcase their abilities, hoping to gain the approval of their desired mentors. But prodigious students were different. Mentors would showcase their own skills, hoping to win the students' approval. Many mentors were already studying Li Chen's specialties, planning to reveal some targeted abilities to attract him to their tutelage. For a mentor, being able to teach a federal powerhouse would be a matter of great pride. With just one day left before the official start of the school year, Li and his group gathered in the dormitory of the four of them, practicing together. Mainly, Li Chen was guiding the others. His current martial arts realm was no less than that of a martial king, more than enough to instruct everyone. Qin, Yimin and Chu Piaoshui had already gotten used to Li Chen's guidance, so they didn't feel much, but Yi Xing and the others were thrilled. Why look for mentors? Li Chen was the best mentor. Early the next morning, all the freshmen gathered at the East District Training Ground for the routine opening ceremony. The leaders' speeches were negligible, merely various forms of encouragement. Most freshmen still showed excitement. Not for any other reason, but because those who could hold leadership positions at Jinwu University were all martial kings. First, the dean of the Martial Arts Academy, the Blade King Ding Yidao, spoke. He was also the vice president of Jinwu University, a disciple of the president, and with various identities, he was a big shot in the federation. Next, the dean of the Mecha Academy, the Sky King Zhao Chuanjin, gave a speech, and the students of the Mecha Academy went wild, as the Sky King was almost an idol for all mecha masters. Then came the speech from academician Su Ping, the dean of the Technology Academy, one of the leading figures in the federal scientific community, often featured on the covers of technology magazines. The deans of the Pharmacy Academy, Weapon Academy, Research Academy, and others took turns speaking. Finally, the last to appear was, of course, the president, the Blade Emperor. As soon as he appeared, there was an unending wave of applause and cheers, with the entire audience shouting Blade Emperor. He was one of the four great martial emperors of the Federation, a true stabilizing force, a towering pillar. As long as he cared for the Federation, he would surely inspire fervor among them. Young people are full of energy. I hope you all maintain this vitality. Coming to Jinwu University already proves your talent. I hope you do not waste this talent and become strong as soon as possible, shielding the Federation from the storm. The Blade Emperor revealed a kind and friendly smile. I won't say much more, lest I delay your meal. The freshman competition for each academy will officially begin in the afternoon. Students, please be prepared, as this relates to your choice of mentors. The ceremony ends here. You are dismissed, the Blade Emperor announced. Clap, clap, clap. The enduring applause continued as Lord Blade Emperor had already departed, but the students still clapped to send him off. Li Chen and the others returned to the cafeteria in the northern district to have a meal together. Then they came to Li Chen's dormitory. The freshman competition was about to begin, and they were discussing strategies. For the freshman competition, I looked at the past records. Each year has different formats. Sometimes it's a draw for arena battles, sometimes it's climbing the heavenly ladder, and sometimes it's a free-for-all. They often add some inexplicable restrictions, which makes it tricky, Deng Zixia said. If it's a draw for arena battles, we don't need to worry too much. We can definitely showcase our strengths to attract the mentor's attention. What I'm most afraid of is restrictions on martial skills, like only allowing close combat. Many techniques wouldn't be able to be displayed, Xin Ming shrugged. Close combat is great, I like it, Zhong Yuan said foolishly. Close combat is the romance of a man. However, he was met with a roll of the eyes from everyone. Not everyone was as reckless as he was. As long as you're strong, any method is nothing to fear, Li Chen said calmly. Li Zi, what we fear most is that the academy's higher-ups will impose some restrictions on you. They are capable of doing so. There have been cases in the past where some of the top freshmen were beaten badly due to restrictions, Deng Zixia reminded. They can do as they please, I'm invincible anyway, Li Chen said casually. He was an all-round warrior. Even with restrictions on one ability, he had plenty of other capabilities. Everyone was speechless. Could he not be so narcissistic? At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Chen and the others received the competition format and rules for this freshman competition from the Martial Arts Academy. The competition would be conducted in the form of climbing the heavenly ladder. There were a total of 100 steps on the ladder, getting narrower as one ascended, with only one person able to stand at the top. Whoever could reach the top would be crowned the rookie king of this session. Not only would they gain honor, but they would also receive contribution points as a reward. It's over, Li Zi. I feel like this rule is aimed directly at you, Deng Zixia said gleefully. The others looked at Li Chen with sympathy, serving him right for being so narcissistic. He was probably going to suffer this time. Li Chen stroked his chin, not expecting the Martial Arts Academy to be so ruthless. The rules were 1. Flying is prohibited. 2. Blood energy is prohibited. 3. Martial skills are prohibited. 4. Weapons are prohibited. Those who studied Li Chen knew that he initially gained fame for his perfect level hurricane step, achieving the freedom of flight early on. Moreover, he was now a spirit master, having unlocked the strongest speed divine treasure. In terms of flying speed, Li Chen was undoubtedly the best, and now he was directly restricted from flying. Furthermore, Li Chen's blood energy was famously thick. It was certain that he could fight against great martial masters like Gu Yuchen and Ao Xian with his martial master level. Now, he was not allowed to use it. Lastly, who didn't know that Li Chen's martial skills were famously strong? He had more than one perfect level martial skill, and how many people below the martial king could compare? Now he was directly prohibited from using martial skills. As for the prohibition on weapons, it was likely for safety reasons. Now that everyone couldn't use blood energy or martial skills, getting cut by a blade would be troublesome. Isn't this just turning us martial artists into a bunch of boxers? Li Chen pouted. Li Zi, remember to protect your face when you get hit. I believe there will be no shortage of people wanting to punch that face of yours, Deng Zixiao said with a wicked smile. Then we'll have to see their skills, Li Chen replied confidently. The academy is going too far, Xu Piaoxue said with a stern face. She didn't want Li Chen to get beaten. He could have easily taken first place, and now this was clearly targeted. Exactly, it's too much. Qin Yuman frowned as well. She liked to challenge Li Chen, but it was her who should be doing the challenging. She didn't want others to do it. Don't worry, things might not turn out as you think. Li Chen gently touched the cheeks of the two girls and comforted them. Oh, come on, let's disperse. Our brilliance is too dazzling, it's blinding others, Deng Zixiao said with a strange smile. Let's focus on our training. The freshman competition starts in an hour. We can't waste a minute. Shen Ming also made a face. Li Chen couldn't be bothered with this group of lightbulbs. He pulled Qin Yiman and Xu Piaoxue to sit on the sofa and watch a movie, letting the others train. At 2 o'clock, all the freshmen from the Martial Arts Academy had gathered in the training ground, where the 100-step heavenly ladder was placed in the center. At this moment, the leaders and instructors of the Martial Arts Academy had all arrived. This was their best opportunity to select students, and the strengths and weaknesses were clear at a glance. Dean, your rules are too outrageous, right? Are we sure this won't turn into a street brawl? The vice dean muttered. Even if it turns into a street brawl, there will still be outstanding performances. Anything can happen in the ruins. This is just to help them adapt in advance, the dean said mysteriously. You can fool the students with that talk, the vice dean replied with a sidelong glance. Old Lin, I see you want to practice with me. Old Ding, we are civilized people, we don't fight. Alright, everyone stand in a fan shape on the track. When I say start, you can rush. The dean's voice clearly spread to every corner of the training ground. The freshmen followed the instructions and all stood on the track, about 300 meters away from the heavenly ladder. It was estimated that many would be eliminated on this stretch. Li Chen sensed many gazes on him. Without thinking, they were all people wanting to step on him to rise. Among the freshmen, Li Chen was the most famous. Defeating him would lead to a rapid rise in fame, especially those practicing body refinement martial arts who were restricted in everything else. Their powerful physiques were their greatest advantage, and many had already imagined the scene of turning Li Chen into a panda eye. They even deliberately crowded around Li Chen, planning to pin him to the ground and pound him as soon as the match started. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Li Chen's mouth. Sometimes, the development of events could exceed everyone's expectations. If they wanted to beat him, they should catch up first. Students, start, the dean announced. As soon as the dean's words fell, the scene instantly exploded. The freshmen rushed towards the heavenly ladder while also attacking those beside them. Cries of pain erupted. Without using blood energy or martial skills, many students were hit in the face by the fists of those with strong physiques, their faces swelling instantly, tears flowing uncontrollably. Li Chen, lie down. A boy over 2 meters tall, with explosive muscles, charged directly at Li Chen. He was Dong Wanchong, the top scorer from the North Wilderness region, and his body refinement martial skills were very strong. Under these rules, he was confident he could win the title of Freshman King, but first, he wanted to beat Li Chen. However, he quickly became dumbfounded. Li Chen instantly activated, crashing through the air and rapidly charging towards the heavenly ladder. That speed was faster than his own martial skill. Many who wanted to beat Li Chen were stunned. Was this a joke? Running at supersonic speed with physical strength was definitely cheating. The scene erupted in an uproar as Li Chen, with a wave of air, left everyone in the dust. Before others had even taken 2 steps, he had already reached the bottom of the heavenly ladder. With a slight bend of his legs, he shot up into the sky. The heavenly ladder had the power of gravity. The higher one went, the greater the gravity, making it very difficult to climb. But Li Chen didn't care at all. With the operation of body refinement principles, his body violently tore through the gravity, and then with a loud bang, Li Chen had already landed at the top of the heavenly ladder. It was over before it even began. With the speed principle in play, Li Chen's speed was not something the other students could compare to. They were simply not on the same level. The scene fell silent for an instant, then erupted into explosive noise. Cheating, he's using blood energy. Shameless, too shameless, so many people are watching. Does he have no face? What new student number 1? I see he's just the number 1 shameless. Protest, protest, protest. The vast majority of the new students were shouting in protest. At this moment, the mentors were also a bit stunned. The martial arts master-level mentors couldn't see it and didn't understand why Li Chen publicly violated the rules. As for the dean and the vice dean, both martial kings, they were shocked. They knew Li Chen hadn't broken the rules. He hadn't used the power of blood energy, he had merely used the power of the profound meaning. However, this was even more absurd than outright cheating. A great martial artist, are you telling me he has already mastered the profound meaning? The dean exhaled, trying to suppress his shock. Silence, the dean said in a deep voice, his tone carrying immense power, causing all the students to quiet down, their eyes fixed on him, wanting to see how he would handle it. I can clearly tell everyone that Li Chen did not violate the rules, the dean stated. What? How is that possible? Damn! Is Li Chen the illegitimate son of the martial emperor? Is the dean going to protect him? Are you looking for death? How dare you speak ill of the martial emperor and even question the martial king? The new students calmed down. No junior needed the dean to save face. The dean himself was a martial king and a disciple of the Blade Emperor, which junior could use their status to pressure him. Even the martial emperor's son couldn't. In the martial arts world, the master-disciple relationship might not be any less significant than a father-son relationship. The reason Li Chen is so fast is that he used the power of the speed profound meaning, the dean continued. Did I just hear wrong? Not just you, I heard wrong too. We must have heard wrong. How could the term profound meaning have anything to do with a great martial artist? At this point, the new students no longer cared about the dean's authority and were in complete uproar. They had just heard something unbelievable, and it was hard not to get excited. The mentors also couldn't sit still. The profound meaning, the power they had been desperately pursuing, was mastered by a new student? Was this really a joke? Only Li Chen, Chu Piaoxue, and Qin Yimen remained calm. The two women already knew about Li Chen mastering several profound meanings. This was the man they admired, a miracle worker who turned the impossible into the possible. Ahem. Li Chen coughed a couple of times, reminding the dean that it was time to announce he had earned the title of new student king and to reward him with contribution points so he could go back to cultivate. To him, the new student competition was just playing with a bunch of kids, not very meaningful. At this moment, the dean was also feeling frustrated. He had created this rule to watch the excitement, not to see this farce that ended before it even began. He shifted his gaze to Vice Dean Lin. Old Ding, don't you dare set your sights on me, the Vice Dean transmitted angrily. When the dean was pleased, he knew whether the dean was going to step up or squat down. Ahem. Vice Dean Lin, didn't I say that the rules do not allow the use of martial skills and other powers? This includes mobilizing dark energy and using profound meanings. Why didn't you write it clearly? The dean said with a serious expression. Old Ding, damn you, are you trying to make me take the blame? The Vice Dean was furious. It was clearly the dean who had set the rules. However, he didn't want the new student competition to end so hastily. The other students hadn't even had a chance to perform yet. How would those mentors select students? Students, I apologize, I didn't grasp the dean's intent. The third rule wasn't clearly stated. It should be that martial skills, dark energy, and profound meaning powers cannot be used. This round is considered a rehearsal, the Vice Dean announced. The new students all showed strange expressions. Leaders, we may be students, but we're not stupid. Are you sure this isn't targeted? However, this outcome was beneficial to them, so they remained silent. I can't believe this is so shameless. Li Chen cursed inwardly. With such targeted actions, it would be better to just banish Li Chen altogether. There's no need for you to be angry, Li Chen. If you can reach the top of the ladder in the next round, the reward will be doubled. The dean stepped in to smooth things over, proving to be quite the seasoned player. Everything is up to the dean. Li Chen had nothing more to say. If the dean wanted to play, he could only go along with it. He jumped down from the ladder, and all the new students returned to the track. This dean is infuriating. Qin Yimen huffed, feeling 100 grievances in her heart. Chu Piaoxue wore a cold expression. If she weren't at a disadvantage, she would have wanted to take action against the dean and the others. Li Chen's friends were collectively speechless. What kind of targeting was this? It's fine, the dean just wants to see my potential, so let them have a good look. Li Chen comforted. Alright, everyone please prepare, those in relationships, stop for now. The dean shot a glance at Li Chen. This kid was quite the charmer. Qin Yimen and Chu Piaoxue lowered their heads, not expecting the dean to be paying attention to them. Would he give them a hard time in the future? Start, the dean announced again. Surely this time it wouldn't end up being a damp squib? He felt a bit uncertain. Li Chen was too outrageous. Ha, Li Chen, let's see where you can run this time. Dong Wanzhong's fist, as big as a cooking pot, came crashing towards Li Chen's face. Li Chen looked up at him, a hazy light flashing in his eyes. It seemed like Dong Wanzhong's head had been struck by a heavy hammer. His brain throbbed, and all his strength dissipated. How dare you hit the only target? Qin Yimen punched Dong Wanzhong in the left eye, and then Chu Piaoxue, in perfect sync, struck his right eye, giving him two panda eyes. Several others charged at Li Chen, but as a force penetrated their minds, striking their spiritual cores, they instantly retreated. Blood energy was not allowed, but that didn't mean mental power couldn't be used. With the strongest divine protection activated, Li Chen's mental power had increased tenfold, far beyond what ordinary students could compare to. As his mental power pressed down, the opponent's brains instantly throbbed with pain. How could they resist? They all ended up with panda eyes courtesy of Qin Yimen and Chu Piaoxue. This bizarre situation frightened those new students with ill intentions. They certainly didn't want to end up with panda eyes. However, some new students were unafraid. Jinwu University was full of talent, and there were those who had activated the strongest soul-type divine protection. A handsome boy unleashed his mental power to clash with Li Chen, not affected too much. Li Chen, stay, the handsome boy shouted. I want to ask you a question. Have you activated the strongest body refinement or the strongest power type divine protection? Li Chen inquired. No? The handsome boy shook his head, activating even one. Strongest divine protection was already a great achievement. He had activated the strongest deterrent divine protection, which allowed his mental power to carry a strong deterrent force, greatly suppressing the opponent's strength. With this, he had become the martial arts champion of the Qingyuan region. You dare to come find me without it? Li Chen grinned maliciously, using his mental power to counter the boys. Then, with 2 punches, he broke through the boy's defenses, giving him 2 panda eyes. Li Chen, with the 2 girls in tow, rushed forward, not giving anyone a chance to retaliate. Those with strong bodies but insufficient mental power were struck down by Li Chen's mental force, losing their ability to resist. Those with strong mental power but weak bodies were easily broken through by Li Chen, receiving panda eyes as well. After Li Chen took down more than 20 top new students, no one dared to come forward for punishment. Holding the hands of the 2 girls, Li Chen quickly rushed forward, being the first to arrive at the bottom of the ladder. You guys aren't strong enough, so I won't take you directly up. The gravity here is quite strong. Be careful, Li Chen reminded, then bent his legs and jumped again, reaching the top of the ladder. The new student king once again fell into his pocket. The dean and the mentor had imagined a fierce battle, but it never materialized. Li Chen easily crushed the champions from other districts, as if he were just playing with children. At this moment, the dean had nothing to say. Changing the rules once was enough, and he still wanted to save face. Moreover, he couldn't let someone as monstrous as Li Chen feel dissatisfied. Could he? Zhu Piaoshui and Qin Yiman were also quickly climbing the ladder, along with other students. There was no competition for the new student king, but they still had to showcase their all to catch the mentors' attention. However, the mentors' gazes were all focused on Li Chen, the grand martial artist who had mastered the profound truths. As long as he didn't fall, he was guaranteed to advance to the martial king level. Any comparison to the king body was weak. The king body only had the potential to become a martial king, but Li Chen was a sure thing. Moreover, in terms of mental strength, physicality, and speed, he was top-notch, a perfect hexagonal warrior. I must take Li Chen under my wing. Damn it, I want to be a mentor to a martial king. At all costs, by any means, Li Chen is mine. The mentors were practically itching to snatch Li Chen away. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the burning desire in the other's eyes. It was time to show their respective methods. The students also realized that no mentors were paying attention to them. They felt like clowns performing in a dark corner, with not a single audience member. The new students began to slow down. Forget it, they would find a way to showcase themselves later. At worst, they could go to the arena. Today, they were just supporting characters, so there was no need for so much drama. Gradually, the new students stopped, and some who were on the ladder simply jumped down, thinking that the spotlight had already been stolen by someone else. Why bother with posturing and showing off? Someone took the lead, and except for Li Chen, everyone jumped back to the training ground. Li Chen stood at the top of the ladder, like a ruler overlooking all. A true prodigy, living up to the name, the dean thought to himself. He had seen Li Chen's file, and the evaluation was just these 4 simple words. Whether in the training camp or the school, it was always this assessment. The reason for imposing so many restrictions on Li Chen was to see if he truly deserved those 4 words. Today, he had witnessed it. If this wasn't a world-class prodigy, then who was? In that case, the new student competition ends here. I announced that the new student king of the Martial Arts Academy's 23-24 class is Li Chen. The dean announced loudly, then led the applause. The applause thundered. Li Chen deserved their cheers. Thank you, mentors. Thank you, fellow students. Li Chen bowed, then jumped to the ground, having taken enough of the spotlight. Alright, next is the time for mentors and students to communicate. Feel free, the dean announced. Many new students looked towards their desired mentors. The mentors' profiles were available on the Jinwu University app, and they had already done their research and had their choices ready. Just as they were about to make a move, the mentors flew over from the podium, surrounding Li Chen in layers. To vie for the front positions, they even pushed and shoved each other, resorting to underhanded tactics like pulling hair. Li Chen, I am Mentor Wu Jun, a martial sect master of the fusion god realm, proficient in the way of the sword. If you like swords, choosing me is definitely the right choice. I can offer you the chance to inherit an SSS level technique. Li Chen, I am Zhou Bai, also of the fusion god realm. I am a spirit thought master, skilled in the Little Li Flying Dagger, and I can give you the complete inheritance of the Little Li Flying Dagger, plus contribution points. Li Chen, I am. The mentors crowded in front of Li Chen, introducing themselves, looking as if they couldn't wait to snatch him away. The other students were dumbfounded. Free communication time? Ha! The mentors didn't even glance at me. I might as well be talking to the air. Li Chen was also bewildered, as the mentor's spittle flew everywhere. If he hadn't used his blood energy to shield himself, he would probably be drenched by now. Damn it, old Chow, you dare to use a low blow? I'll kill you. Damn it, you dare to grab my hair? I'll kill you. Which bastard is taking advantage of me? The mentors were in chaos, with even a dozen of them rolling on the ground, tied up. They hadn't lost their minds to use martial skills, otherwise they would have demolished the training ground. Old Ding, aren't you going to stop this? The vice president spoke up. Let them fight for a while, I'm not in a hurry, the president said, sitting calmly. I'll go stop them. The vice president's eyes flashed with a strange color as he directly approached the mentors. Stop it. What kind of behavior is this? The vice president said with an imposing demeanor. Ah, you're poking my nostrils. What the hell are you pulling my ears for? You dare to reach for my chest? The situation was already very chaotic and the mentors were in disarray, ignoring the vice president's words. The vice president's face darkened. These bastards. It's one thing to talk back usually, but in front of so many new students, doesn't he care about his face as the vice president? Stop. He unleashed his aura, the might of a martial king crashing down like the sky collapsing, waking the mentors up, and they all stopped. You've embarrassed the mentors' faces. The vice president reprimanded. Although the mentors didn't refute, they didn't take it seriously. As long as they could take Li Chen, the future martial king, as a disciple, what was a little fight? Only classmate. I apologize for the embarrassment. These mentors are still immature in their temperament and have shortcomings in teaching students, unlike me, who has been a mentor for 120 years with mature teaching experience. How about this? You can follow me to learn. The vice president smiled, looking at Li Chen with anticipation, as Li Chen made him want to take on a disciple. Vice president, isn't this inappropriate? You're a leader. Why take on students? Yes, it's inappropriate, very inappropriate. If you keep this up, it'll be a mess. We don't agree. Before Li Chen could speak, the mentors were already shouting, arguing among themselves for a chance. With the martial king intervening, their chances seemed slim, and their top priority now was to join forces to push the vice president out. Just say whether I'm a qualified mentor or not, the vice president said slowly. Today he was shameless, and he wanted to take Li Chen under his wing. Vice president, as a leader, you need to grasp the overall situation, managing countless affairs. When would you have time to teach students? Yes, vice president, you still have to oversee everything. Leave teaching students to us, that's our duty as mentors. The other mentors chimed in, all disagreeing. All right, everyone say a little less. The president dissented. President, teaching students has always been our responsibility as mentors, don't you agree? Mentor Wu Jun asked first. Although I'm the vice president, I'm first and foremost a mentor, the vice president retorted. Stop. The president was exasperated. How could a group of people in their 50s be so unstable? How about this? For the sake of harmony among the mentors and to ensure Li Chen receives the best guidance, I will reluctantly take him as my closed-door disciple. You all need not worry. The president declared with great righteousness. The mentors fell silent, while the vice president squatted down, fiddling with the grass. Old Lin, what are you looking for? The president said irritably. Old Ding, I'm looking for your face. I wonder where it fell off to. The vice president mocked. This old Ding was shameless, still pretending to be reluctant. Why not say it was unavoidable? Then tell me, do you have a better idea? The president shouted angrily. I don't, but you can't. The vice president replied. President, we believe that you two leaders should oversee the overall situation. Teaching students is our responsibility. Otherwise, what do we need mentors for? Yes, the students are all our mentors. Dozens of mentors were furious. These two leaders of the academy were truly shameless, wanting to take in good seedlings as soon as they saw them. The dean was also a bit troubled, and just at that moment, a voice fell into his ears. His expression first stiffened, revealing shock, then helplessness. All right, no need to argue. I will take in a disciple on behalf of my master. From now on, Li Chen will be my junior disciple. You all have no objections, right? The dean announced loudly. You taking in a disciple on behalf of your master? The vice dean looked at the dean, his eyes filled with confusion, shock, and disbelief. This was not a small matter. Old Ding should not dare to act on his own, so it must be the idea of that esteemed person. I have no objections, the vice dean said with a bitter smile. He could argue with old Ding, the dean, but he did not dare to contend with the Lord of the Blade. I have no objections either. Me neither. The mentors also understood this point, casting envious and regretful glances at Li Chen before leaving. Li Chen, I will take you in as my disciple. What do you think? The dean said to Li Chen. It is my utmost honor, Li Chen replied sincerely. What objections could he have to being a disciple of the martial emperor? Once this news spread, he would immediately become one of the top figures in the Federation, enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the martial king. Even when meeting the president of the Federation, he would be able to pay his respects as an equal. Well, you won't regret this decision. As a disciple of a teacher, your treatment will definitely not be poor. First, I will give you an opportunity to inherit an SSS level technique worth 2 million contribution points. After you meet the teacher, any rewards he gives you will be up to him, the dean said. Thank you, dean. Please thank the teacher on my behalf, Li Chen said respectfully. You can cultivate on your own for now. If you have any questions, you can ask me, your senior brother. The teacher is quite busy. He will call for you when he has time. Junior brother understands. The dean vanished on the spot. The subsequent matters did not require his handling. Li Chen turned around and saw many envious and jealous gazes. Damn it, he just became a disciple of the martial emperor? If it comes to looks, I'm more handsome than him. If it comes to family background, I'm better. If it comes to talent, I go on, continue. How do you compare to him in terms of talent? I'm just as good as him. Say that again after the panda eyes on your face disappear. The new students withdrew their gazes and looked at the mentors, hoping that one of them would take them in. Li Chen did not leave. He was waiting for Qin Yiman and Chu Piaoxue, as they had not yet found mentors. Qin Yiman found a swordsmanship master at the fusion realm, and after demonstrating her sword skills, she was smoothly accepted as a disciple. Chu Piaoxue sought a mentor in the water path at the fusion realm, and she was also successful. Both girls were top talents who had opened 3 Supreme Divine Stores in this cohort. Aside from Li Chen, no one dared to claim they could overshadow them in potential. Li Chen escorted the 2 girls back to their dormitory, then went to the Hall of Inheritance, the place for exchanging technique inheritances. Li Chen now had 2 opportunities to inherit SSS level techniques, 5 for SS level techniques, and 10 for S level techniques. It was time to exchange them. Arriving at the entrance of the Hall of Inheritance, an old man was lounging in a rocking chair, smoking a pipe, with his legs crossed in a rather unrefined manner. Mentor, I'm here to inherit techniques, Li Chen presented his student ID. Go over there and swipe your card to enter. The old man pointed with his pipe. Li Chen swiped his student card, and then the main door opened, allowing him to enter. Inside the Hall of Inheritance, there were a dazzling array of techniques and martial skills, especially on the first floor, where the number of D-level techniques and martial skills exceeded 100 million. Most D-level martial skills and techniques in the Federation were recorded here. Li Chen headed straight for the 7th floor to select SSS level techniques and martial skills first. The shelves on the 7th floor were sparsely filled with some inherited martial seals. There were not many SSS level techniques and martial skills recorded by Jinwu University, just a little over 100. Li Chen already had a goal. He didn't need the breathing technique, nor did he need the true martial seal for attack martial arts. What he needed were long-range martial techniques, defensive martial techniques, body-refining martial techniques, and movement martial techniques. 2. Ensure his survival. The first choice was defense or movement. After some thought, Li Chen ultimately chose the complete version of the Titanium Extreme Body. A strong physical body could handle many special environments and was very useful against assassination attempts. Then he selected the complete version of the Little Li Flying Dagger. In terms of movement, he had the speed Divine Concealment and the speed Profound, meaning making his speed comparable to that of a martial sovereign, but he needed to strengthen his long-range attacks. Next, he arrived at the 6th level and first chose the first 6 layers of the Qian Kuan Wu Ji and a movement technique called the Carefree Travel Body's first 6 layers. Both of these martial techniques, in their complete versions, were SSS level techniques. He would practice them first and exchange for the complete versions later if he had the opportunity. Li Chen also chose a mental attack martial technique and a mental defense martial technique to make himself more well-rounded. For now, he exchanged for this much. He would come back to exchange more if needed in the future. Li Chen took all the inherited martial seals and found an empty secret room to begin his inheritance. Each level had many secret rooms, enough for the students to use. He spent a full half-day inheriting all the techniques. Each opportunity for inheritance was precious because each inherited martial seal could only be used about 20 times. Techniques needed to be cultivated to perfection to imprint the inherited martial seals, and cultivating S-level or above techniques to perfection was no easy task. The SSS level techniques obtained by the true martial University were actually more than just this number. Many inherited seals had already exhausted their usage, but no one had cultivated them to perfection, causing the inheritance to be temporarily interrupted. Li Chen looked at the system interface, revealing a satisfied expression. With this set of equipment, even a martial king would be envious. Martial Arts Autonomous Cultivation System Host, Li Chen Brain Domain. Development, 34% Vitality, 720 million Realm. First layer of Dragon Transformation True Martial Breathing Technique SSS Level, Subtle 18%. True Martial Seal SSS Level, Subtle 19%. Little Li Flying Dagger SSS Level, Proficient 90%. Titanium Extreme Body SSS Level, Proficient 87%. Hurricane Step A Level, Perfect 98%. Duanjiang Blade Technique A Level, Perfect 21%. Nuclear Explosion Divine Fist A Level, Proficient 82%. Xian Kuan Wu GSS Level, Proficient 67%. Carefree Travel SS Level, Proficient 70%. Body Refining Profound meaning 3%. Soul Profound meaning 3%. Speed Profound meaning 3%. Explosion Profound meaning 2%. Life Profound meaning 2%. Immortal Profound meaning 2%. Evaluation slightly eye-catching. All his martial techniques were at least A level. Those below A level had either been merged or had already given birth to profound meanings. Moreover, the realm of the techniques was at least proficient or above, with most being subtle or perfect. Why was Li Chen so strong? This was the answer. After putting the inherited martial seals back in their place, Li Chen left and returned to his dormitory. At this time, Yi Xing and the other 2 had already returned. Their choice of mentors had gone smoothly, and all 3 had good talents. After choosing their mentors, their future courses would differ according to their mentors' arrangements. Li Chen's mentor was the principal, who currently had no arrangements, so he could only practice on his own and ask the principal if he didn't understand something. Li Chen planned to find the principal tomorrow. He intended to take advantage of the situation first. That night, everyone gathered in Li Chen's dormitory, mainly to practice under Li Chen's guidance. Where could they find such a powerful mentor for free? Li Chen looked at the limited space of the training room and had an idea. The dormitory was too cramped, and a villa would be much better. It was just the true martial ranking. He had the strength to go up and planned to resolve this matter in the next 2 or 3 days. They practiced until 11 o'clock. Except for those staying in room 204. Everyone else returned to their respective dormitories to rest. The next morning, Li Chen went to the administrative building of the Martial Arts Academy to find the principal. With his current status as the dean's junior brother, no one dared to stop him from finding the dean. Li Chen knocked on the dean's door and entered the office. The dean was sitting in a chair, gazing out at the scenery outside the window. Junior brother. Yuan, I didn't expect you to come find me today, the dean said with a smile as he turned around. Dean senior brother, I just learned some martial techniques, and there are indeed some things I don't quite understand, Li Chen replied. Oh, what are your confusions? Senior brother, about the titanium body, little Li flying dagger, boundless universe, and carefree travel techniques, I wonder if you have practiced them? Li Chen asked. I have practiced all of them, and I have reached at least the subtle realm in each, the dean said, tapping his fingers on the armrest, pride evident in his words. Being accepted as a disciple by the Blade Emperor, he certainly had extraordinary talent. In his youth, he was also an invincible prodigy. Ahem. I wonder if I could ask the dean to demonstrate. Li Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is a small matter, the dean said casually, being quite generous with his junior brother. Titanium body. The dean called out, his body quickly transforming, exuding an indestructible aura. Detected a profound realm titanium body, training progress accelerated, progress plus 10%. Boundless universe. The dean spread his hands, creating a black and white alternating defensive shield seamlessly integrated with yin and yang rotating, the universe shifting. Li Chen's mind echoed with the system's prompt again. The dean flicked his fingers, and a blood-chi flying dagger shot out, spinning around the office at incredible speed, yet extremely agile, like a free-flying bird. As you wish. The phrase appeared in Li Chen's mind. The dean wielding the flying dagger was as easy as moving his fingers. At this level, little Li flying dagger could easily assassinate someone. At least he, in his current state, could not block this dagger. The system's voice rang in his mind, and Li Chen's little Li flying dagger was rapidly advancing. By the time the system's voice stopped, Li Chen's little Li flying dagger had already reached the subtle realm. Finally, for carefree travel, the dean casually walked a few steps in the office, and a large Peng Phantom appeared beneath his feet, as if he were soaring across the 9 provinces on the back of a Kunpeng. Junior brother Yuan, what do you think? The dean asked. Thank you, dean senior brother, I've gained a lot, Li Chen replied, his tone slightly excited. Gained a lot? For that phrase to come from you, it must be quite significant. Do you mind demonstrating? What's there to mind? Please critique, senior brother. Li Chen's body quickly transformed into titanium, radiating a dazzling silver light, an aura of resilience and immortality emanating from him. His titanium body had also reached the subtle realm. Subtle. The dean's hand instinctively tightened around the armrest. He was shocked. Li Chen had just exchanged for the complete version of Little Li Flying Dagger yesterday, and he had reached the subtle realm by the next day? Even if he had perfected the first 3 levels before, having experience couldn't explain such absurdity. You brat, that's really a bit outrageous, the dean sighed, realizing that reaching the subtle realm with an SSS level martial technique was the realm of most martial kings' non-mainstream techniques. Senior brother, it's just basic skills, Li Chen said with a smile. Do you know that excessive modesty is hypocrisy? The dean retorted, not in a good mood. Ha, let me demonstrate Little Li Flying Dagger again. Li Chen flicked his fingers to launch a flying dagger, which began to spin and leap under the control of his mental power, also very agile. Still subtle. The dean's heart was in turmoil. Another SSS level martial technique had reached the subtle realm, and it was a long-range attack technique too outrageous. You brat, really? Demoralizing, at such a young age. You've walked the path that others need decades to traverse, the dean said with a self-deprecating tone. Senior brother, it's just luck, Li Chen replied. Boundless universe. Li Chen created a yin-yang converging, seamlessly formed defensive shield, also at the subtle realm. Then Li Chen stepped forward, a giant rock spreading its wings appeared beneath him, and Li Chen stood on the rock, wanting to soar straight up to the heavens. Subtlety, everything was subtlety. At this moment, the dean was completely stunned. Was this really a guy who had just turned 18 not long ago? Was he sure it wasn't an old monster taking over? The dean leaned back in his chair, unable to speak for a long time. No wonder the teacher entrusted him to take on disciples. With such talent, even the martial emperor would find it hard not to be tempted. A prodigy unmatched, you truly deserve these 4 words, the dean sighed, already at a loss for words. Looking at Li Chen, he felt like just an ordinary person. When a prodigy encounters a genius, it can be quite a blow. Senior brother, I'll head back first, Li Chen said as he stepped out. There was no more opportunity for the dean to take advantage of, and he needed to return to refine his bones. Li Chen did not return to the dormitory but went to the training tower, which had various devices to assist in cultivation. It could enhance the speed of breathing technique training and setup training. Environments for various martial skills, all based on the research from the training chambers in the ruins. Li Chen came here to refine his bones more quickly. He had the resources, he just needed a good training environment. He opened a training room at the highest level, which required 20,000 contribution points for a day, quite extravagant, not something an average student could afford. However, Li Chen now had over 4 million contribution points in his pocket, a time of great wealth, and with a wave of his hand, he swiped his card to enter. Sitting cross-legged on the mat, he consumed a bone-refining pill and activated the third layer of the true martial breathing technique, causing his vital energy to rapidly wash over his bones. This training room was filled with rich dark energy. Although Li Chen was not a martial sovereign and could not manipulate it, the dark energy in this training room would automatically assist martial artists in their cultivation. The dark energy acted like a catalyst, promoting the vital energy to operate more efficiently, greatly enhancing the training effect. However, compared to the training rooms in the Haina clan's ruins, it was still a bit lacking, as there the power of laws assisted in cultivation. Here, Li Chen estimated he would need about 20 days to completely refine his ribs. His next plan was to improve his realm. Martial skills would cultivate automatically, and only by raising his cultivation realm could his strength increase rapidly. He continued to train until nightfall before finally leaving the training room. In the evening, there were no classes, and everyone gathered in Li Chen's dormitory, waiting for his guidance. Being friends, Li Chen naturally would not hold back on his instruction, guiding them until after 11 o'clock at night before they finally dispersed. The student council was a very special student organization at True Martial University, with many student activities arranged and hosted by them. They even had close ties with external groups, Mercenary Corps, and the military, arranging for students to gain experience. One could say the student council held a high status at True Martial University, with many students eager to join. However, Li Chen had no interest in this. As a disciple of the martial emperor, he was a guest wherever he went, needing no means to connect with various sectors of society. Wherever he went, he was given respect. Hello, Li Chen, we are from the student council. I am Jiang Nan, the deputy minister of the Foreign Affairs Department, said a male student at the forefront, wearing a smile that seemed a bit insincere to Li Chen. I wonder what you want with me? Li Chen asked coldly. A hint of anger appeared in the eyes of the three student council members. Which student would not give them some respect upon hearing their title? But Li Chen seemed quite annoyed by them. It's like this, Li Chen, our student council is preparing to hold a welcome party in 10 days to welcome you all, Jiang Nan said. Li Chen remained silent, signaling with his eyes for the other to continue. It's just a welcome party, which requires a lot of manpower and resources, and we also need to set up some prizes, mainly contribution points as rewards. The contribution points provided by the school are not enough, so we will ask some students to donate. And Li, with so many contribution points and being a role model for new students, you shouldn't mind donating a bit, right? Jiang Nan's smile grew even more pronounced. Yes, Li, it's all for the school's benefit. As the newcomer king, you need to set an example, another student with a face full of spots chimed in. Hearing this, Li Chen frowned. To be honest, he didn't mind donating a little, but being blocked and morally coerced like this made him quite uncomfortable. Oh, I wonder how much you all have donated? Li Chen asked. Li, you're joking. We're just ordinary students, and we don't have enough contribution points to spare. Jiang Nan replied with an awkward smile. As far as I know, every semester, the student council members receive contribution point rewards, especially you, the vice president, with 30,000 contribution points per semester. Don't you donate even a little? Li Chen teased. It was really amusing. They, as student council members, didn't take the lead in donating but only asked others to do so. How could they say that? Li, if you don't want to donate, just say so. Why say such things to belittle us? The spotted guy said unhappily. Then let me ask you, how much has your vice president Lu Ren donated? Li Chen said mysteriously. The vice president is busy with his work, needing to connect with various external forces to secure a future for the students of Jinwu University. He doesn't pay attention to small matters like welcoming new students. Jiang Nan's smile had vanished by now. Securing a future for students, how noble. I have only one thing to say, if Lu Ren donates, then I will donate, Li Chen said directly, leaving without bothering to engage with the three of them. Li Chen, being the newcomer king is not your capital for pride. You can be proud when you make it onto the Jinwu list, the spotted guy said coldly. Then you can help me send Lu Ren a challenge. The time is up to him, I'm available anytime. Li Chen left behind a sentence without looking back. Although he had no evidence, he always felt that these people were sent by Lu Ren to annoy him. Whether he donated a lot or a little or not at all, he would still face doubts, and he could foresee that. However, all schemes and tricks are paper tigers in the face of absolute strength. As long as he could take Lu Ren down, all of Lu Ren's calculations would become a joke. Li Chen continued his training, but the campus forum was filled with posts about his unwillingness to donate contribution points. Many students mocked Li Chen for being stingy, saying that such a mindset would never lead to greatness. Especially since these posts were all pinned at the top of the forum, they were visible as soon as one entered. In The student council building, in the vice president's office, a young man in a suit swirled the red wine in his glass, looking at the posts on the forum with a smile. Li Chen, the tactics you used on Mubai, I can use on you as well. Once your reputation is completely ruined, I will stand as the righteous side and suppress you. Lu Ren had a posture of someone in power. He was very strong, already a first-grade martial master, but he preferred the feeling of manipulating his opponents through power. The taste of power fascinated him. He had worked hard to reach the position of vice president. He looked up at the ceiling, where the president's office was, his eyes revealing ambition. He also wanted to sit in the president's position. Li Chen was focused on his cultivation, indifferent to the outside world. However, Li Chen's friends were very angry. The entire campus forum was filled with various posts blackening Li Chen's name, and some even made up many jokes to mock him. They had gathered in Li Chen's dormitory, discussing how to help him resolve this issue. But they were still new students who had only been there for a couple of days, lacking in strength, reputation, and power, and couldn't think of any solutions. At first, they posted some messages supporting Li Chen, but the disgusting comments below made them want to kill. They were furious and exchanged insults with those haters on the forum. But how could these few of them stand against thousands? The private chat page quickly filled up, all of them criticizing them. They couldn't even keep up, let alone argue back. Bastards, I want to kill them. Xin Yiman was so angry that she almost threw her phone. Those haters' words were infuriating. Xu Piaoshue's phone was frozen, proving her emotional turmoil. They wanted to find Li Chen, but the signal was blocked in the training room, and they couldn't contact him at all. At 8 in the evening, Li Chen finally returned to the dormitory and saw the indignant expressions of his friends. Warmth surged in his heart. No matter what happened, these friends still stood firmly by his side. On the way back, he had already heard many rumors, and when he opened the forum, it was filled with various slanderous posts portraying him as a heartless, extremely petty, selfish, two-timing, and very unfaithful scoundrel. Li Chen had to admit that there was some truth to what those haters said. He was indeed two-timing and unfaithful, so he didn't refute it. However, being treated like this, not fighting back, was not his character. You finally came back. The student council is so infuriating, and those haters too. Xin Yiman said angrily, linking her arm with Li Chen's. Xu Piaoshue silently linked her other arm with Li Chen's, indicating that she would always be by his side. Just a little trick. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes are paper tigers, Li Chen said with a faint smile. Li Zi, your mindset is good. It drives me crazy. I really want to pilot a mech and blast those haters with a laser cannon. Zhang Meng said angrily, having learned about mechs from his studies. How's it going for you at the Mech Academy? Li Zi, I'm not bragging, but I can soon pilot a big warrior mech and smash things up. I'm now under the tutelage of the Green Hornet King, Zhang Meng said proudly. Of course, compared to you, who can be under the knife? Emperor's tutelage, I'm still a bit lacking, Zhang Meng exclaimed, surprised at how impressive his brotherhood was, not expecting it to be this amazing, directly stepping into greatness. You're the one who's not human, Li Chen retorted. Li Zi, what should we do now? The forum is in an uproar. If this continues, your hard-earned reputation will be ruined, Deng Zhixiao asked. Rumors can be terrifying. Sometimes they can even destroy a high-ranking official in the Federation. It should be Lu Ren causing trouble. We offended the Lu family, and it would be strange if Lu Ren, the vice president, didn't take action. Explaining and arguing back will only fall into his trap, and they have many people. Even if we shout until our throats are sore, we can't out-talk them. Plus, I've been in the spotlight lately. I don't know how many people are jealous of me. Now that there's an opportunity, how could they miss the chance to kick me when I'm down? Li Chen said calmly. Fame brings trouble, Yixing sighed. We can't just do nothing and let them succeed, can we? Zhong Yuan scratched his head. He was very loyal and had argued with classmates today after hearing them criticize Li Chen. However, he wasn't good at arguing and ended up getting so angry that his liver hurt. Such tactics are just low level. In the martial arts world, strength ultimately speaks. I'll directly challenge Lu Ren, and then in front of everyone, I'll step on him and see who still dares to serve him and who still dares to gossip. Li Chen's eyes glinted coldly. He was not one to suffer in silence. If you want to mess with me, don't blame me for taking you down. Lu Ren is a first-grade martial master, and not just any martial master. Are you confident? Xu Piaoshue asked worriedly. Don't worry, during this time, I haven't made no progress. Li Chen comforted Xu Piaoshue by patting her hand. I'll post a challenge now. Li Chen took out his phone and operated it for a while, clicking to post a challenge thread. With the attention Li Chen was currently receiving, the post quickly shot to the top, allowing all the students browsing the forum to see it. The news spread rapidly, and soon, the vast majority of students knew that this year's Rookie King was challenging the vice president of the student council, attempting to leap two small realms in one large realm to challenge a first-grade martial master as a second-grade martial artist. Many haters left comments on Li Chen's challenge post, mocking him for overestimating himself and seeking the spotlight. The news also reached Lu Ren's ears, and he revealed a mocking smile. Challenging me? Ha! Lu Ren quickly replied to accept the challenge, setting the time for 8 o'clock in the morning 3 days later. Alright, let's see what tricks he can pull after I step on his head and urinate on him in 3 days. Li Chen exited the forum and stopped paying attention. Seeing Li Chen's stable mindset, everyone else said nothing more, and after practicing until evening, they returned to their dorms. The next morning, everyone gathered to go to the cafeteria for breakfast. Walking down the corridor, many students were pointing and whispering. Wherever Li Chen went, he was the center of attention. Oh, Li Chen, you actually came to eat breakfast. Did you have your little brothers pay for you, or are your 2 girlfriends treating you? How does it feel to eat soft rice? A large group of students approached, all wearing student council badges, with Jiang Nan, who had mocked him yesterday, leading the way. What, Jiang Nan, do you also want to eat soft rice and be a soft egg? I didn't expect you to have such little ambition. Jiang Nan, I have connections, I can introduce you to some gigs. I think it's that Li Chen who needs the gigs more. The students behind Jiang Nan chimed in with their taunts. Today, they were here to stir trouble. Damn it, where did this pack of dogs come from, barking early in the morning? Shen Ming mocked. Good. Dogs don't block the way, you lot in front, you're in the way. Zhong Yuan also sneered. What, Li Chen doesn't dare to show up and sends his little brothers instead? With someone like you think you can challenge our president, Lu? I advise you to go home and drink milk. Jiang Nan showed no signs of restraint. Go drink your pig's milk, Chen Xiaolu retorted coldly. Our minister is quite interested in your milk, the spotted guy said with a lewd grin. Looking for death. Deng Zixiao unleashed a bolt of lightning towards the spotted guy. Oomph, are you afraid of me? The spotted guy, a third-year student with decent grades, had already attained the strength of a second-grade martial artist. He condensed his blood energy and tore apart the lightning. Deng Zixiao's attack was a signal. Yi Xing and the others all moved in to attack. Dare to take the initiative? Wipe them out. Jiang Nan waved his hand, and over a dozen people moved simultaneously. At that moment, flying knives made of blood energy appeared, shooting from various tricky angles towards the opponents, incredibly fast and powerful. It should be noted that Li Chen's current flying knives were the complete version of the subtle realm, capable of exerting 120 times their power. With Li Chen's blood energy exceeding 1 billion, even without using the power of his profound techniques, he had almost no rivals at the martial artist level. Even Jiang Nan, a 4th-grade martial artist, was pierced by the flying knives. The immense force sent them all flying, crashing hard to the ground. Blood gushed forth as they were pierced by the knives, blood flowing wildly. However, since they were all above the martial artist level, being pierced by the knives wouldn't endanger their lives, just leave them heavily injured. Come here, Li Chen reached out with a virtual grip, pulling the spotted guy over and choking him by the neck. Slap. Li Chen delivered 2 hard slaps, knocking out all his teeth. Anyone who dared to talk back in front of him had never lived to tell the tale. Li Chen's blood surged, shattering the meridians of the spotted man. Although it wouldn't completely ruin his cultivation, it would at least take him 10 days to half a month to recover. If it weren't for the strict rules of Jinwu University, which impose severe penalties for crippling someone's cultivation or killing in public, Li Chen wouldn't mind incapacitating them all. Xiao Lu, it's up to you. Li Chen tossed the spotted man in front of Xiao Lu. You asked for it, I'll kick you to death. Chen Xiao Lu greeted him with a kick, daring him to speak so disrespectfully to her. Lu Ruxu, Qin Yiman, and Chu Piaoshui also kicked him a few times. They hated people who spoke with such humiliating intent. Li Chen, you are deliberately injuring people in public. Prepare to be confined and have all your benefits revoked. Jiang Nan sneered. Today, they aimed to force Li Chen to act, and everything had been arranged to ensure he would face continuous trouble. Shut up. Li Chen reached out and grabbed Jiang Nan, who lost control and fell into Li Chen's grasp. Li Chen tightened his grip on Jiang Nan's neck, the bones cracking under pressure, causing Jiang Nan's eyes to bulge as he felt suffocated, as if he were about to die. Drip, drip, a puddle formed on the ground. Jiang Nan had been so scared he wet himself. Trash. Li Chen kicked him away, too lazy to dirty his hands. Everyone, stop. A group of students in black and white robes rushed over, the captain leading them shouted, and the sound waves rolled toward Li Chen. And the others. The enforcement team is here, this will be interesting. According to school rules, fighting in public and causing serious injury means at least half a month of confinement, revocation of all benefits, and full payment for training rooms, mentor guidance, and even more severe consequences, including disqualification from tasks. TSK, for a moment of pleasure, losing so many benefits, Li Chen is just a reckless fool. The onlookers mostly wore expressions of glee. Li Chen, do you know what the punishment is for hurting someone in public? The captain approached Li Chen, coldly questioning him. I don't know about anything else, I only know I'm innocent, Li Chen replied vaguely. Whether you're guilty or not is not for you to decide. You better come back with me to the enforcement department to accept punishment, or else. The captain didn't finish his sentence, but the threat was evident. Fine, I'll go, Li Chen said nonchalantly. Jiang Nan, you all come over too. The captain led the way, and a group of people marched toward the enforcement department. The enforcement department was a special entity within Jinwu University, responsible for handling student violations of school rules. The student council and the enforcement department were the two most powerful organizations among the students of Jinwu University, akin to the Martial Artist Association and the martial government in the outside world. However, the martial government was overseen by the Martial Artist Association, while the enforcement department was independent, directly managed by the Enforcement Hall. The Enforcement Hall was where Jinwu University dealt with violations by mentors and leaders, with each hall master being a martial king and also the vice president, directly accountable to the president. Just the Enforcement Hall alone is a top-tier force within the entire federation, making Jinwu University capable of contending against the forces of the Demon Emperor. Generally, if a student entered the enforcement department, it was like a mouse entering a cat's den, filled with anxiety. However, Li Chen did not feel that way. He knew what Jiang Nan and the others were up to, and he was confident in following their lead. The enforcement department had a stand-alone building, and a group of people followed the captain into the judgment room. The captain sat in the main seat, while Li Chen and the student council members sat on either side. At that moment, the campus forum was buzzing with news about Li Chen and the student council's brazen actions in public, with many detractors celebrating and betting on what punishment Li Chen would receive. Lu Ren displayed a confident expression. Challenge? Did you have a chance to challenge me? In his perception, taking action was the work of brutes. Only someone like him, who sat in an office and could manipulate his enemies with a few clever tricks, was worthy of a higher position. Explain what happened, the captain said, pulling out a law enforcement notebook to begin recording. Captain Yan, we only had a verbal conflict with Li Chen and the others, but they have fiery tempers and directly resorted to violence. Li Chen, relying on his strength, severely injured all of us, especially Zhang Qi, whose meridians were destroyed and who suffered their insults, losing his teeth. They bully the weak and disregard the law. You must punish them severely, Jiang Nan said angrily. I understand. Li Chen, do you have any objections? The captain's gaze turned to Li Chen, his eyes cold. Of course I have objections. They verbally insulted our female classmates first. We were merely upholding the principle of eliminating bad influences in the school and creating a better campus, which is why we, on behalf of your law enforcement department, taught them a lesson. No need for a service fee, just a thank you will suffice, Li Chen said nonchalantly. Yi Xing and the others were somewhat impressed by Li Chen. He could spin lies effortlessly. No wonder he could charm two girls and maintain harmonious relationships. Ha, do we need you to act on our behalf? What qualifications do you have to represent us? The captain sneered, truly thinking he could fool him. I don't know about qualifications, but I do know this is an order from your ministerly AI, asking me to assist her in rectifying the school's atmosphere, especially the bad influences within the student council, Li Chen replied with a faint smile. Nonsense. Our minister has been in trials lately. How could she give you orders? Stop using her name. The captain slammed the table in anger. If you don't believe me, you can wait until she returns and ask her yourself if she acknowledges it. Li Chen, this is not a place for your sophistry. We are making a decision regarding your deliberate injury. We will decide to confine you. Before the captain could finish, the door swung open, interrupting him. Minister Miao, the captain and the other team members stood up to greet her. I'll handle this matter. You all can leave. For now, Minister Miao waved her hand. Yes, the captain said, leading his team out. Li Chen looked at Minister Miao, a strange glint in his eyes. She was the roommate he had seen during a video call with his sister. Remembering the blush he had seen back then, he almost had a nosebleed. Minister Miao also glanced at Li Chen with a smile that was both teasing and warm, exuding a fiery charm. The bright red combat outfit she wore accentuated her perfect figure, every movement imbued with a seductive grace. She resembled Chen Xielu in style, but due to her age, Chen Xielu was like a half-blooming fiery rose. In contrast, Minister Miao was a fully blossomed fiery rose, stunning the world. Li Chen felt a pinch at his waist. Xin Yiman was warning him as she noticed his dazed expression. He withdrew his gaze, simply appreciating her beauty. I have gathered some information about your situation. Zhang Qi, did you verbally insult classmate Chen Xielu? Although Minister Miao wore a smile, everyone felt a chill in the air. I just said one thing. Zhang Qi's teeth had been knocked out, and he spoke with a lisp, his face swollen and covered in bruises, looking quite pitiful. Oh, what did you say? Under the intense pressure of Minister Miao's gaze, Zhang Qi dared not speak. Minister Miao, what about their physical assault? How will that be handled? Jiang Nan asked, struggling to contain his anger. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Go ask Lu Ren. If he dares to teach me how to do my job, I'll say this only once. You do not have the right to question me. Minister Miao shot a glance at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan retreated under the aggressive gaze. Minister Miao was the deputy minister of the law enforcement department, holding a position similar to that of Lu Ren, the student council president, which he could not resist. Jiang Nan, you are suspected of organizing students to deliberately create disturbances. Given that you are all student council officers, the punishment is doubled. You will be confined for 6 days, and Zhang Qi for a total of 9 days, Minister Miao said. Minister Miao, you are reversing black and white. Jiang Nan gritted his teeth. Openly questioning the decision of the law enforcement department will double your punishment. You will be confined for 12 days. I will report this matter to President Lu. All the students are paying attention to this. I hope Minister Miao you can take responsibility for such punishment. Jiang Nan said in a deep voice, feeling more suffocated than he had in a long time. If Lu Ren causes trouble, I will send him in to accompany you. Minister Miao didn't care about such threats at all. As for you, Li Chen, although your intentions were good and you had the minister's orders, the enforcement process was lacking in discretion, so each of you should go back and write a 1,000-word reflection to submit. As for Li Chen, you will write 3,000 words. Remember to handwrite it, and I will check for plagiarism, so don't think about copying something online, Minister Miao said with a light laugh. Minister Miao, how about I write 2,000 words? Li Chen asked eagerly. 4,000. Okay. Li Chen didn't dare to speak anymore. With such punishment, Jiang Nan no longer wanted to talk. He edited this matter into text and sent it to Lu Ren. Next would be the struggle between Lu Ren and Miao Weiwei. At this moment, Lu Ren, sitting in the vice president's office of the student council building, was no longer in a high and mighty position. Looking at the information on his phone, his expression was dark and cloudy. Why is Miao Weiwei back at this time? You want to play, right? Then let's play well. Lu Ren took out his phone and continued to make arrangements. Sister Miao. Where's my sister? Has the trial not been completed? Li Chen asked. No, she is currently at the last stage and I don't know if she can make it through. I failed and retreated at the third to last stage, so I came back first, Miao Weiwei said. Is the trial dangerous? There is some danger, but you have to believe in your sister. Even if she doesn't succeed, nothing will happen. Sister is really something. Getting stuck in the trial, it's simply embarrassing for me as her brother. Li Chen shook his head inside. Oh, then I'm even more embarrassed. I'm 2 stages behind your sister. Sister Miao is already very impressive. You are just trying to make me look bad. Hee, you really know how to talk. No wonder you can be a scumbag who plays both sides. Miao Weiwei glanced at Qin Yiman and Chu Paoxue and had to admit that they were 2 beauties on par with her. Ha, it's all fate. I'll go back and write my reflection now. Li Chen found an excuse and hurried to escape. Little scumbag, Miao Weiwei chuckled lightly. A group of people went outside, where many students concerned about the matter were waiting outside the law enforcement department. Seeing only Li Chen and his group come out, they showed surprised expressions. Did they get it wrong? Shouldn't Jiang Nan's group be the ones coming out? Since the law enforcement department had not yet issued an announcement, these students did not understand what had happened. Li Chen ignored the students who wanted to see the excitement, and the group returned to the dormitory to start writing their reflections. Oh my god, why do I have to write 4,000 words? Li Chen complained. I say, just copy some lyrics in the middle and it will be quick. Deng Zixio suggested a bad idea. Sister Miao said she would check for plagiarism. Li Chen shook his head, feeling a headache. Writing reflections was more exhausting than fighting. How about I help you write a bit? Chu Paoxue asked softly. Paoxue, you are really too kind. Li Chen gave Chu Paoxue a big hug, making her blush in front of so many people. The others had already expressed that they couldn't bear to look and should be taken out and shot. Yi Xing, let me help you write. Liu Ruxu also spoke up. Is this okay? Ye Xing hesitated a bit. What's there to be okay? Or not? I'll write 2 copies, you just copy one. Writing essays is our advantage as girls, Liu Ruxu said. Thank you, Ruxu. Ye Xing's face was beaming with happiness. Why so polite? Liu Ruxu said. Oh, thank you, Ruxu. Why so polite? I'm your wife, after all. Meanwhile, Deng Zixio and Xinming had already started their act, with Xinming lying in Deng Zixio's arms, pretending to be shy with a delicate gesture. Get lost, get lost. Ye Xing said irritably. Li Chen and the others were still writing their reflections, and the campus forum was in an uproar again, as the law enforcement department had announced the cause and punishment of the incident. The announcement informed that Li Chen and the others were reserve members of the law enforcement department, responsible for rectifying the school's atmosphere. Jiang Nan and his group had insulted women in their words, severely affecting the campus vibe and tarnishing the school's image, thus they were sentenced to confinement as a warning. As for Li Chen and his group, their enforcement process was too aggressive, and they were punished with writing reflections. The reserve members are involved. TSK. Li Chen has a strong background. This result is really unexpected. How can the law enforcement department have credibility with such a ruling? I refuse to accept it. Yeah, the law enforcement department is clearly biased. It's unfair. I protest. The forum was filled with voices opposing the law enforcement department, all orchestrated by Lu Ren. But soon, a large number of posts about the conflict between Li Chen and the Lu family's disciples were published, indicating that Lu Ren had deliberately used the student council to make things difficult for Li Chen. Then, a lot of dirt on Lu Ren was exposed, from joining the student council as soon as he entered to becoming the vice president, without contributing a single point to the school. He had obtained a large number of contribution points from various activities and even extorted contribution points from the lower-level student council members, making them work for him for free. Some posts even uploaded a lot of evidence, and instantly, the forum was in chaos, with many students attacking Lu Ren. They had previously envied Li Chen's contribution points, but after seeing Lu Ren extort hundreds of thousands of contribution points in one event, they were furious. He relied on organizing events to extort contribution points while asking others to donate, not acting like a decent person. The majority of the fire turned towards Lu Ren, and the law enforcement department had many secrets in their hands, launching a fierce attack. Lu Ren could only let more people stir up the situation, but it was impossible to have a uniform attack on Li Chen like before. In the face of evidence, his explanations were weak. Li Chen and the others also looked at the forum, only to sigh at Niu Weiwei's clever tactics. Indeed, being able to climb to the vice minister position showed some skill. Li Chen exited the forum. He wasn't as excited as others. In his eyes, those who are not strong enough need to show various tactics. When you are strong enough, a single punch can crush everything. Have you ever seen anyone dare to slander the martial emperor? This is the deterrence brought by power. The forum was in a storm, but students' studies continued to operate normally, except for those unfortunate souls in confinement. The next day, Li Chen still went to the training room to temper his bones as usual, returning only at night to guide his friends. In their training, Xin Yiman, Zhu Piaoxue, Liu Ruxu, and Deng Zixio had all begun to step into the dragon transformation realm, but the patterns of their bones were still unclear, and it was uncertain what kind of bones they had tempered. Time reached the morning of the third day, the day of Li Chen and Lu Ren's duel. Last night, the entire campus forum was buzzing about this matter, and the Martial Arts Academy simply gave a half-day holiday this morning, as the students were not in the mood for classes anyway, so it was better to just take a break. Today, the fighting arena is truly a sea of people. Except for a few students who are out on missions or in confinement, all the other students have come, including some from other academies who have come to join the excitement. There are no rules stating that pharmacists and researchers cannot watch the matches, and many bespectacled, refined students have found seats to wait. The students from the Martial Arts Academy instinctively keep their distance from them, fearing that a careless argument with their classmates might inadvertently harm these precious students from other schools. Fighting among students of the Martial Arts Academy is not too serious of an issue, but if they were to fight students from the Technology Academy, the Pharmacy Academy, or the Weapons Academy, it would be disastrous, as they would face expulsion. These individuals are treasures of the school and even the entire Federation, having developed countless weapons to exterminate demon beasts and providing strong training and healing support for all martial artists. Li Chen walked in with a group of people, stepping onto the stage under the gaze of the crowd. Many students were whispering. A freshman who had just arrived a couple of days ago was actually challenging the 8th-ranked student on the True Martial ranking, an unprecedented event. If Li Chen succeeds, it would create history for True Martial University. Soon, an even larger group of people entered, all wearing student council badges, numbering no less than 200. Leading the group was Lu Ren, the vice president, who looked so imposing and dignified as he was surrounded by others. Many students showed envious and jealous glances. They were all students of True Martial University, so why was he the one being treated like a star? Lu Ren walked up to the stage, facing Li Chen directly. Their eyes met, and the air between them seemed to explode. Even before the match began, their auras were already clashing. Li Chen, you act recklessly and bully the students of the student council. Today, I will seek justice for them, Lu Ren said with a righteous expression, his pretentious demeanor making Li Chen feel nauseous. Lu Ren, I actually have little respect for you. As a martial artist, you only resort to despicable tricks while acting high and mighty. I wonder, if I were to step on you later, would you still be so proud? Li Chen replied, with a faint smile. Just you? Li Chen, how about we make a bet? The loser has to kneel before the other and slap themselves, saying I was wrong. Lu Ren's lips curled into a mocking smile. Since you have a fondness for kneeling, I will grant you that wish. I accept, Li Chen said without any hesitation. I look forward to seeing you kneel, Lu Ren said confidently, not believing that he, a peak first-grade martial sovereign, could lose to a second-grade grand martial master. Youth, you have quite the temper. Mentor Su appeared again, still as the referee. Greetings, Mentor Su, the students saluted. Hello, students. Today is a great show, and I won't waste your time. I announce, the battle begins. As Mentor Su's words fell, the air was instantly torn apart, and a flurry of flying knives shot towards Lu Ren. The entire stage was covered in bloodshot flying knives, over 1,000 of them falling like a rain of arrows. Hiss! A hissing sound erupted as a Xuanwu covered the stage, its shell swirling with a bagua formation, exuding an unyielding aura. The Xuanwu Tyrant scripture, which Lu Ren was using, displayed immense power. This SSS grade technique had reached the mastery level, and with the enhancement of dark energy, the Xuanwu's defense was already comparable to A-grade alloys. The flying knives struck the Xuanwu, and the tremendous force caused the bloodshot flying knives to lose their shape. Explode! Li Chen shouted, and all the flying knives that landed on the Xuanwu exploded. Under the enhancement of the strongest explosive divine concealment, each flying knife was equivalent to a high-powered missile. 1,000 missiles exploded simultaneously in one place, and one can imagine the scene. The intense shockwave continuously battered the barrier of laws, and merely the visual impact caused many students to involuntarily take a step back. The sight was truly terrifying. The shadow of the black tortoise flickered and faded under the violent explosions, barely holding on, but with the support of dark energy, it ultimately endured. If even my defense can't be broken, how do you expect to defeat me? Lu Ren's wild laughter echoed from within the black tortoise. We're just getting started. What are you so proud of? Li Chen chuckled lightly. His fists began to gather intense light. A sun rising in the arena, followed by an explosion of endless light and heat, the nuclear explosion fist. A mushroom cloud rose, billowing flames shooting into the sky, with no barrier of laws to stop it. The flames surged upward, illuminating the heavens. Under the power of the nuclear explosion, the shadow of the black tortoise finally shattered. The surging flames threatened to engulf Lu Ren, but at that moment, Lu Ren spread his hands, and a protective shield enveloped him, blocking all the flames. Li Chen, take this move from me. Black tortoise swallows the sky. Lu Ren shouted, reaching out his palm towards Li Chen. A gigantic head of the black tortoise appearing, opening its massive maw to swallow Li Chen. The gravity around Li Chen increased at an astonishing speed, soon reaching 100,000 times. The immense gravity pressed down on Li Chen, binding his movements. Li Chen's entire body shone with silver light. Such powerful gravity inflicted severe damage on his body, and he had to activate his titanium body to withstand it. Watch me kick your turtle head to pieces, Li Chen scoffed. His entire body surged with energy, his hair standing on end, and his combat suit bulging with vitality. Mountain suppression seal. Li Chen formed a seal with his right hand and unleashed a colossal stamp, reflecting the scenery of the 5 mountains. At that moment, the images of the 5 mountains became clearer, and some students familiar with them recognized them. They were puzzled as to how a martial technique could reflect the scenery of the 5 mountains. It was quite miraculous. The mountain suppression seal collided with the turtle head, causing a massive wave of energy to erupt, completely compressing the air and turning the area into a vacuum. The clouds above were dispersed by the shockwave of the collision, and the martial ancestor could now begin to influence the weather. The mountain suppression seal, as an A-grade martial technique, had limited power and was bitten apart by the turtle head, which continued to descend, swallowing Li Chen like a black hole. To swallow me? Do you have such a big appetite? Li Chen raised his fist and smashed it down on the turtle head, directly forcing it back. His physical body was as hard as A-grade alloy. Lightning surged, and Li Chen stepped into the sky, a giant rock appearing beneath him, carrying him straight into the heavens. The arena is too small. Let's fight in the sky. Li Chen's voice echoed down. Just to my liking. Lu Ren broke through the air, arriving in the high sky. At the same time, 4 large screens at the edge of the battle hall began to display the aerial view, live streaming the battle between Li Chen and Lu Ren. This was for the students who couldn't fly. As for those who could, they also broke through the air to watch from a distance in the sky. A dark wave appeared in the sky, engulfing an area of 2,000 meters, forming a massive wave, crashing towards Li Chen. A gigantic black tortoise roared above the wave, pressing down on Li Chen with the tidal force. See suppression seal. Li Chen formed a seal again, and a deep blue stamp 1,000 meters high squeezed out of the air. The stamp reflected the scenery of rivers and seas, descending to suppress the endless ocean. The deep blue stamp collided with the rolling waves in the eyes of everyone. The furious waves surged into the sky, striking across the heavens, the air rolling and distorting the sunlight. The nearby white clouds were shattered by the shockwave, revealing a pristine blue sky. The sea suppression seal stood like a rock guarding the continent for millions of years by the sea, unyielding amidst the raging waves. The Xuanwu pressed down on Li Chen with a gravity 100,000 times heavier, its power comparable to that of a vast mountain range. Beneath Li Chen, the rock spread its wings, stirring up a hurricane of level 30, propelling Li Chen skyward, charging straight at the Xuanwu. The rock soared upward, aiming to break the shackles of the sky. When the rock collided with the Xuanwu, it was as if 2 ancient divine beasts were clashing. Although the Xiaoyao Yushu was merely a martial technique, it possessed formidable offensive power. Speed itself was a powerful force. As long as the speed was fast enough, even a small bird could destroy an airplane. In the violent collision, the rock shattered, and the Xuanwu split apart. Li Chen and Lu Ren collided directly. A silver thigh struck through the air, smashing toward Lu Ren's face. Are you afraid of me? Lu Ren's skin erupted with patches of armor, each engraved with a bagua diagram, a body refining technique from the Xuanwu overlord scripture, Xuanwu indestructible body. His fist smashed toward Li Chen's leg, and at the moment of impact, lightning snakes ravaged the 1,000-meter void, turning the sky a fiery red. Then came a tremendous roar rolling through the sky, more terrifying than a thunderbolt. Following that were continuous explosions of lightning snakes, the thunderous rumble never ceasing, as Li Chen and Lu Ren exchanged blows rapidly in the high altitude. Li Chen is so strong, not falling behind at all. So terrifying. Is this really a newcomer? Coming in and challenging the 8th on the true martial ranking? Damn, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Compared to him, I, the top student of this district, feel utterly useless. The strength of Lu Ren was something all the students could foresee. After all, he was the 8th on the true martial ranking. However, Li Chen's strength was somewhat beyond their imagination. They had previously speculated that he possessed the strength of a titled martial sovereign, capable of matching an ordinary first-grade martial sovereign. But Lu Ren was no ordinary martial sovereign. He was also an outstanding prodigy, making it very difficult to fight him. Across ranks, at least, the other titled Grand Martial Masters of True Martial University couldn't do it. Yet Li Chen managed to do so. In every aspect, he was not inferior to Lu Ren. The only uncertainty now was Li Chen's endurance. To unleash such powerful strength would consume a terrifying amount of energy. If he could only last a few minutes, he would inevitably face defeat. This battle also drew the attention of many mentors and school leaders who watched from various corners, their gazes on Li Chen resembling that of a rare treasure. This was a piece of extraordinary raw jade. The fists of the two collided once more, and then they both retreated, using the force to pull back. Li Chen, your strength surprises me, but you definitely can't maintain this for long. I can sustain this level of combat for half a day, and in the end, I will be the one to win, Lu Ren sneered. Deep within his eyes lay a strong killing intent. Li Chen was too monstrous, posing a significant threat to him. At the rate of Li Chen's progress, in a month or two, he would only face defeat. Since you oppose our Lu family, you cannot be left alive, Lu Ren thought to himself. With the capabilities of a martial king family, it was not impossible to make a prodigy disappear. Why are you in such a hurry? This is just the beginning, and my endurance is not something you, a fleeting man, can question, Li Chen replied with a light smile. Sharp-tongued. Falling stars. Lu Ren's blood energy surged into the sky, quickly mobilizing the dark energy nearby, forming 9 soil-colored stars, each with a diameter of 1,000 meters. Under the influence of 100,000 times gravity, the 9 falling stars rapidly descended, pressing down on Li Chen. Such a world-destroying scene shocked many students. If they hit the ground, the resulting tremor would be enough to destroy a mountain village. Earth settling. Seal. Li Chen formed a seal with his right hand, as if propping up a continent. A large seal spanning a kilometer appeared, reflecting mountains, rivers, and the nation, looking as if it were a complete continent. Just a continent reduced countless times. The earth-sealing seal spanned above Li Chen, who summoned more power from his body-tempering principles. Previously, he had only increased his blood energy's power tenfold, but now it was raised to 20-fold. This was the limit his physical body could endure. Any higher, and his meridians and organs would struggle to cope. The meteor fell onto the continent, bringing immense destruction and disaster, but it was still not possible to completely destroy the continent. The meteor shattered, transforming into a violent surge of blood energy and dark energy sweeping across the sky, while Li Chen's figure continued to descend, as the power of the Lu family's martial technique was too strong. However, in the end, Li Chen stabilized himself over 1,000 meters above the ground, a giant rock's wing flapping wildly, stirring up endless gales, and a flying sword resting beneath his feet, while he simultaneously executed the carefree flight and focused his mind to steady himself. All 9 meteors shattered, and the continent looked as if it had been bombarded by 9 nuclear bombs, already in ruins, yet still standing firm. Press down for me. The rock soared with the wind, quickly lifting Li Chen into the sky. As he held up the damaged mountain-sealing seal and hurled it towards Lu Ren. Heavy waterfall. Lu Ren shouted, and the serpent head of the black tortoise appeared, its hundreds of meters long head coldly gazing down from the sky, instilling fear at first sight. The serpent head opened its mouth, and torrents of heavy water shot out, 1,000 times more terrifying than the most powerful high-pressure water gun. The heavy water surged, exceeding 10 times the speed of sound, crashing down with immense weight onto the earth-sealing seal. Li Chen braced the large seal, pushing against the heavy waterfall, while at the same time, flying knives of blood energy coalesced around him, piercing the air and shooting towards Lu Ren from all angles. A defensive shield, swirling with a bagua formation, enveloped Lu Ren, radiating a yellowish light, with dark energy rolling and enhancing the shield. The rapidly spinning flying knives, carrying unmatched power and penetrating force, struck the shield, causing it to dent. The flying knives fell like rain, and the shield began to flicker and fade, on the verge of collapse. Damn it, how could he suddenly become so strong? Lu Ren's previously confident demeanor vanished, as Li Chen's displayed strength felt unbearable to him. Crack, crack, crack. The bagua shield was torn apart by the rapidly spinning flying knives, ultimately shattering. Endless flying knives continued to rain down, forcing Lu Ren to rely on the indestructible body of the black tortoise to withstand the assault. As the flying knives fell, Lu Ren felt excruciating pain from all directions. The power of the knives was so great that they pierced through his skin's defenses and penetrated into his organs. With more and more flying knives descending, wounds began to appear on his body as the knives completely tore through his defenses. The most terrifying part was that once the knives embedded in his flesh, they began to explode violently. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and Lu Ren's body surface became pockmarked, with some large wounds even exposing his internal organs. The sudden, intense pain made it impossible for him to maintain the serpent head. It dissipated, and Li Chen, holding the mountain-sealing seal, completely destroyed the heavy waterfall. Get down! Li Chen hovered above Lu Ren, slamming the earth-sealing seal down. The immense power bound Lu Ren, preventing him from escaping. Black tortoise supports the heavens. Lu Ren roared, the shadow of the black tortoise reappearing, the bagua pattern on his back glowing as it pushed against the earth-sealing seal. The air exploded, creating a vacuum within 100 meters, and a violent air blast erupted again, sending waves of pressure rippling out. The two were locked in a momentary stalemate in the air, but as Li Chen's blood energy surged and his power increased, Lu Ren could no longer maintain his body, being suppressed by the earth-sealing seal and plummeting from the sky. The speed was too fast, and the air was ignited by friction, the scene more terrifying than a meteor's descent. Li Chen pressed down on Lu Ren, crashing through the dome of the fighting arena, then boom, he smashed onto the arena stage. The arena was built from S-class alloy, and with the strength of Li Chen and Lu Ren, they were still unable to shake it. However, this was disastrous for Lu Ren, as he had no place to release his force, and all the power was borne by him. The Xuanwu shadow was directly crushed, and the shattered mountain suppression seal fell heavily onto Lu Ren. He could only manage to raise the Xuanwu indestructible armor. Enduring this blow, blood erupted, and the immense force shattered Lu Ren's defenses, causing his flesh to burst. Blood sprayed from the wounds, staining the arena red. Li Chen landed, his foot just right on Lu Ren's face. "Oh, sorry, I didn't notice you," Li Chen said apologetically, but his foot showed no sign of moving. Cough, cough, the battle is over. Li Chen wins. "Li Chen, please move your foot," Instructor Su reminded, with so many people watching. "Sorry, I was a bit slow to react." Li Chen slowly withdrew his foot, saying that if he wanted to step on you, he would. "Step on you," he never boasted. "Li Chen, you dare to insult me." Lu Ren's eyes turned crimson, staring fiercely at Li Chen, wishing he could tear him to pieces. "What are you waiting for? Kneel down, don't forget our bet," Li Chen said disdainfully. "You wish? Do you want to fight me to the death?" Lu Ren's face twisted in rage, his breath fluctuating sharply. He had never imagined being stepped on by someone and being asked to kneel. He was a scion of the noble martial king family, the vice president of the student council, a young prodigy with prestige wherever he went. "I'm a bit timid, so please don't scare me. Otherwise, if my handshakes, I might just throw a flying knife and take your life." Li Chen produced a flying knife in his hand and tossed it lightly, the threat evident. "If you have the guts, kill me. Kneeling is absolutely impossible." Put. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed as a flying knife stabbed into Lu Ren's heart, blood erupting and splattering several meters high. "You think I wouldn't dare?" Li Chen produced another flying knife, his aura locking onto Lu Ren's mind, as if in the next moment the knife would shoot into his brain. "Li Wei, are you sure you want to go against my Lu family?" Lu Ren's eyes fixed on Li Chen. Slap. A crisp sound rang out as Lu Ren was slapped away by Li Chen. "Mind your identity. I am a disciple of the Blade Emperor, of the same generation as your ancestor, Lu Boong. Is this how you speak to your elders?" Li Chen's voice turned cold, as if he really thought he had no temper. Did the Lu family think they could suppress him? I will kill you." Humiliated to such an extent, Lu Ren went completely mad, standing up to fight Li Chen. "Enough!" Instructor Su's deep voice echoed, suppressing the entire arena, restraining both Lu Ren and Li Chen. "You must accept the consequences of your bet, Lu Ren. The wager is yours to bear. A martial artist must keep their word. As a vice president of the student council, can't you take on this responsibility?" Instructor Su reprimanded. "I refuse," Lu Ren shouted. "According to the rules of Jinwu University, anyone who refuses to pay their wager will be expelled." Instructor Su issued the final ultimatum. This statement was like a bucket of cold water poured over Lu Ren's head. The word expelled was too heavy. He had worked hard to reach the position of vice president, with high status and plenty of benefits. If he were expelled, all of that would become a thing of the past. At this moment, the students in the audience fell silent. The eighth on the Jinwu list, vice president of the student council, a first-grade martial master, a scion of the Chu family. Any one of these identities was not to be underestimated, let alone concentrated in one person. Yet, this person, who embodied various honors, was now being stepped on by another and was being asked to kneel and apologize. In an instant, they felt a mix of emotions. It turns out that strength is the most important thing. All other honors and status can only add points to you, but in the end, the reliance is still on one's own strength. Li Chen is just a freshman, but relying on his own strength, he can still trample Lu Ren underfoot. At this moment, many students suddenly realized that on the path of cultivation, they had encountered too many temptations: power, money, beautiful women, honors, and had slowly forgotten the most fundamental pursuit of a martial artist. Lu Ren's expression at this time was very complex: anger, confusion, despair, humiliation, fear. Li Chen had a concrete impression of the idiom mixed feelings. Gradually, Lu Ren's legs began to bend, and as his expression turned indifferent, Lu Ren knelt down on the ground. "Li Chen, are you satisfied now?" Lu Ren said coldly, having suppressed all his anger deep inside, just waiting for a suitable opportunity to explode. "Of course not enough. Did you forget our bet was for you to kneel and slap yourself an apology?" Li Chen reminded him. "Li Wei, Lu Ren pronounced Li Chen's name word by word, his voice as cold as hell. "I'm here." Li Chen shrugged, trying to scare him. He dared to insult the Black Dragon Emperor. What was a mere martial sovereign to him? Slap. Lu Ren slapped himself. "I was wrong," Lu Ren gritted his teeth and said, then directly flew away from the scene. He had no face to stay there any longer. Li Chen jumped down from the arena, and in front of them were the 200 indignant student council members, all their gazes locked onto Li Chen. If it weren't for the place being inappropriate, they would definitely have surrounded and beaten him. Li Chen scanned their eyes, a strong killing intent emanating from him. He had taken many lives, and as for the demon beasts, that number exceeded 2,000. The murderous aura had always been hidden. beneath his gentle exterior, but now it was fully released, making these student council members feel as if they were being targeted by a fierce tiger king, their scalps tingling and their hearts filled with fear. Li Chen took a step forward, and the 200 student council members retreated in unison. But perhaps feeling humiliated, they stood their ground, wanting to block Li Chen's path. However, as Li Chen's momentum surged forward like a sharp knife, they were forcibly pushed aside, creating a passage. Li Chen walked through with his hands behind his back like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. After passing through the entire passage, Li Chen left behind a light laugh. You want to suppress me with power, with force, with numbers? Can you suppress my iron fists? Li Chen left, leaving behind an audience with complex expressions. They knew a true dragon had come to Jinwu University, a true dragon that could not be ignored. He was just a freshman, even if he wasn't a disciple of the Blade Emperor, no one dared to overlook him, not even the vice president of the student council who dared to beat him up. The campus forum was even more heated, with all topics related to Li Chen. Since entering the school, he had been on the hot search of the forum countless times. And Li Chen did not become complacent just because he defeated Lu Ren. Lu Ren was only 8th on the Jinwu ranking, and there were still 7 people ahead of him. Moreover, those who remained in school were the strongest. They were originally on the Jinwu ranking but had automatically dropped down after graduating from their 4th year. That day, the Jinwu ranking was updated, and Li Chen replaced Lu Ren's position, ranking 8th on the Jinwu ranking. As a result, Li Chen also gained many benefits, first being a contribution point reward of 1 million. Then there was the top-tier resource exchange privilege, which Li Chen already had, so that didn't matter much. Next was the opportunity for mentor guidance. Li Chen could designate 3 mentors to guide him 3 times, and the mentors had to take it seriously. Li Chen also gained the right to reside in a villa, which he could move into at any time. Li Chen returned to the dormitory, packed his things, and prepared to move to the villa with better living conditions. Of course, he would go. Li Zi, are you sure you won't take us to live there? There are so many rooms in the villa. Deng Zixiao clung to Li Chen's arm, like a little wife who had been abandoned. Gat. Lost, that's my house with Yimin and Piaoxua, what are you going there for? Li Chen disdainfully shook her off. Wu, a heartless guy with no sense of gender. Deng Zixiao was on the verge of tears. However, upon hearing that Li Chen would continue to guide them in the evening, she wiped away her pretentious tears. Crying was hard to act well, you know? Li Chen kicked her directly, without any decorum. He had completely tarnished the image of his father, President Deng Yu. Li Chen arrived at the assigned villa, each one identical. He went up and naturally pushed down the student ranked 50. The villa was large, with 4 floors. Above ground and a basement, the entire 4th floor was a training room, and there was a garden at the entrance, along with a swimming pool and an ornamental pond. The overall decoration was luxurious, and the living room and bedrooms were spacious and airy. All the furniture was ready, but Li Chen planned to replace everything. He didn't like using things that others had used, it was all small change. Qin, Yimin and Chu Piaoxue also packed their things, and Li Chen let them choose the style of furniture. He didn't care, as long as the 2 girls liked it. The 2 girls browsed furniture online, and before long, they had picked everything out, even buying many potted plants and ornamental fish, planning to decorate nicely. The setup was completed quickly. After all, with the space ring, whether packing up or having things delivered was particularly convenient. Looking at the newly refreshed villa, with a warm and fresh style, Li Chen felt very comfortable. This was his home for this period, and it wasn't a lonely home, as he had 2 girlfriends accompanying him. The 3 were snuggled on the sofa watching a movie. Although training was important, it was also important for the 3 to relax and cultivate their feelings together. The 2 girls leaned against Li Chen's shoulder, their 3 heads huddled together, watching a comedy movie and laughing happily. In the evening, Deng Zixiao and the others came over, and upon seeing the luxurious villa, they shed tears of envy. They weren't without such villas. Their home's villa was even better, but it was different. That was at home, while this one was earned by Li Chen through his own strength. Life began to return to normal. The next day, Li Chen planned to continue to the training room, but the dean notified him to come to the office. Li Chen arrived at the dean's office, where the dean was playing with a little parrot. No, dean, you can't do that, the little parrot squawked. Li Chen's expression was strange. What the hell had the dean done here? Why did the parrot learn this phrase? The dean saw Li Chen come in and also looked awkward, as if some secret had been exposed. Don't get the wrong idea, it's not what you think, the dean said. I haven't even started imagining yet, senior brother, Li Chen replied with a mischievous smile. On a serious note, the teacher is back today, and he wants you to meet him, the dean said. Oh, then I need to hurry. Li Chen's face showed excitement. Getting close to a legendary figure, especially since the other party was his teacher, was inevitably thrilling. Let's go. The dean flew directly out of the window and then arrived at the first building of the school. The principal's office was on the top floor. The dean brought Li Chen to the window on the top floor and knocked on it. Senior brother, is this really okay? Li Chen said helplessly. Come on, even if it's a teacher, we can't just go through the window like a thief. The teacher doesn't have so many rules, just come however it's convenient, the dean said nonchalantly. If you have no rules, don't drag me into it. The window opened and the principal glared, puffing his cheeks. This unfilial disciple always had no sense of decorum. Teacher, you say that, but isn't this what I learned from you? Get lost, the principal said impatiently. The dean brought Li Chen through the window. I've met the teacher, Li Chen respectfully saluted. You're not bad. Remember not to learn from this unfilial disciple, the principal advised. With utmost respect for the teacher's teachings, Li Chen replied. Teacher, what happened to your tea? Why is it missing? At this moment, the dean was already sitting at the tea table, rummaging through drawers in search of the tea leaves he had long coveted from the principal's collection. You scoundrel, how can you even ask? You took 1.5 pounds out of the 2 pounds I had. If you don't put it away, I might as well drink plain water, the principal said, growing more agitated. Teacher, you've been out and about. When would you have time to drink tea? It's a waste to leave it sitting there. It's better to give it to your humble disciple, the dean said nonchalantly. I will expel you from the school sooner or later. I've heard that at least 80 times already, the dean replied mysteriously. I will issue a public announcement right now. The principal took out his phone, ready to log into the Warrior AP to publish a federal announcement. Teacher, why take it so seriously? The dean hurried over to calm the principal. Disrespectful disciple, the principal snorted coldly. It's all my fault. You sit down, and I'll brew some tea to ease your anger. The dean invited the principal to sit and then took out the tea leaves from his spatial ring. Scoundrel, isn't this my tea? The principal slammed the tea table in anger. It's all the same, the dean said with a casual air, starting to brew the tea. Junior brother, don't just stand there, sit down. This tea is good tea. The teacher only has 2 pounds, so you know how precious it is, the dean said with a smile. This piqued Li Chen's curiosity. With the principal's status, having only 2 pounds must mean it was extraordinarily valuable. When the tea entered his mouth, Li Chen understood why it was precious. A refreshing fragrance surged into his mind, entering his sea of consciousness, and he felt his mental strength rapidly increasing. Just one sip actually boosted his mental strength by 10%, which was quite absurd. This tea is amazing, Li Chen exclaimed. Isn't it amazing? If it weren't, I wouldn't have stolen it, the dean said proudly. While the principal looked furious, bound to be driven to death by his rebellious disciple. With sip after sip, Li Chen's mental strength grew quickly. After finishing 3 cups, his mental strength doubled, making him even stronger. This tea only works for those below the martial emperor level. Above that, it's just for the taste. To be honest, teacher, it would be a waste for you to drink it, the dean said dismissively. I waste it, you bastard, the principal said, pulling out a feather duster and swatting it at the dean. The dean nimbly dodged. He was very clear about what the principal would do and where he would strike, skillfully avoiding it. After finishing a pot of tea, the dean carefully wrapped the tea leaves, and just when Li Chen thought he would put them away, he pushed the tea leaves in front of Li Chen. Junior brother, this is for you. Although the dean tried to appear generous, the pain on his face was still evident. You really know how to be generous with others' things, the principal mocked. Teacher, what's yours is mine, the dean said matter-of-factly. Get lost. This is too precious. Li Chen declined. No need to be polite, it's most useful for you. My mental strength is already hard to improve with this tea, the dean insisted, placing the tea in Li Chen's hands. Thank you, teacher, thank you, senior brother. Li Chen felt warm inside, sensing the long-lost care of elders from the principal and the dean. Lastly, since I have accepted you as a disciple, I cannot be stingy. This is the inheritance martial seal of the Breaking Heaven Blade Sutra, a long sword made from SSS-grade alloy, and these are 3 dragon transformation fruits. Take them. The principal placed the 3 items in front of Li Chen. Although there were only 3 items, they were all extremely precious. Even though Li Chen possessed several SSS-grade techniques, each one was very valuable. The main point was that the principal had already perfected this technique, having comprehended the related mysteries and laws. With his guidance, Li Chen's speed in cultivating the related mysteries and laws would greatly accelerate. Then the SSS-grade alloy long knife. Every gram of SSS-grade alloy is precious, not something that money can measure. It can withstand battles between martial emperors, and is the most powerful weapon in the Federation, with no more than 10 in total. The dragon transformation fruit is very useful for tempering bones. These 3 are enough for Li Chen to quickly temper all the bones in his body, making them extremely precious top-tier spiritual herbs. Thank you, teacher. He did not dare to refuse the elder's gift and respectfully accepted it. You can accept the inheritance now. If you have any questions, you can ask me, the principal said. Okay. Li Chen pressed the inheritance martial seal to his forehead and began to accept the inheritance. It took half an hour to complete the acceptance. The Breaking Heaven Blade Sutra is extraordinary. Even among SSS grade techniques, it is the most powerful level. Currently comprehending profound realms, the cultivation speed of the Breaking Heaven Blade Sutra increases, progress plus 20%. Once the inheritance was completed, Li Chen's Breaking Heaven Blade Sutra had already reached the proficient realm. So, have you entered the door? The principal asked with concern. Li Chen suddenly didn't know how to answer this question. It seemed that since he got the system, no technique had ever started at the entry level. At least, they all began at the proficient level. That doesn't make sense. With your aptitude, you should at least be able to enter the door. When I accepted the inheritance, I had already reached the skilled realm, the principal said, unable to hide his pride. Among SSS grade techniques. Starting at the skilled level, there are no more than 3 people in the entire federation. Teacher, you underestimate the junior brother's aptitude too much. How could he not enter the door? The dean said with a smile. Li Chen's aptitude was the best he had ever seen. It was impossible not to enter. Teacher, I have already reached the proficient realm, Li Chen said truthfully. Proficient? The principal almost pulled out his own beard in disbelief. How could one become proficient just by learning? Li Chen picked up the SSS grade alloy knife on the table and casually swung it. The blade's aura was drawn but not released. The principal could tell at a glance that Li Chen had indeed reached the proficient realm. Your aptitude is the best I have ever seen, the principal sighed. It's all luck, Li Chen humbly replied. If you have any questions, you can ask now. I will only stay at the school for 1 day, and I have to go out again tomorrow, the principal said. Teacher, just show me the Breaking Heaven blade. Sutra, Li Chen said. That's simple. The principal took the long knife from Li Chen's hand and casually demonstrated. All the power was concentrated in the blade, not released. Li Chen's mind was filled with a flurry of system prompts, and his cultivation progress was rapidly increasing. When the principal finished demonstrating, the system's voice also stopped. A smile appeared on Li Chen's lips. His Breaking Heaven Blade Sutra had reached the perfect realm, with progress at 10%. An SSS grade technique at the perfect realm can exert 150 times the power. With the sharpness of the Breaking Heaven blade chi, he could even cut through S-grade alloy armor. Looking at your expression, it seems you gained a lot, the dean asked. I gained a lot, it's already perfect, Li Chen smiled. The dean's tea-drinking motion froze. He could only curse inwardly, thinking that it was inhuman. To achieve perfection after just one viewing, he had spent 16 years mastering the Breaking Heaven Blade Sutra, along with the teacher's guidance. The principal fell silent. The aptitude of this young disciple shocked even him, a martial emperor. He was now questioning his life. Compared to Li Chen, his own aptitude as a martial emperor seemed quite ordinary, no different from an average person. You must not waste your aptitude. You are the hope of the Federation, the principal said earnestly. Over the years, he had not seen hope for completely suppressing the chaos of the demon beasts, but now he saw it in Li Chen. If Li Chen couldn't do it, who could? Teacher, you overestimate me. I'm just a great martial master. What hope am I? There will come a day when you grow to your peak. The principal patted Li Chen's shoulder, saying that they old folks could still hold on for now, and it wasn't yet time for the young ones to step up. Teacher, I have something I want to ask you. Is it about your parents? The principal pondered. Yes, my sister told me that I need to have the strength of a titled grand martial artist to know the truth. I should be qualified now, Li Chen said confidently. Although the list of titled grand martial artists wouldn't be updated until next month, he was sure he would make the cut. Sit down. This matter involves a lot. Your parents were both junior researchers at the Qinglong Group, which you should know. Yes, Li Chen nodded. The story begins with the Qinglong Group's acquisition from a relic known as the True Martial Sect's Inner Door Relic. Back then, the Qinglong Group discovered this relic, and under the leadership of the Qinglong King, they completed its development and obtained a lot of information. This information can only be understood at the Martial King level. The True Martial Sect, named after True Martial, was the most powerful sect of its time, and its legacy is also the most precious, especially the True Martial breathing technique and the True Martial seal that you practice. However, the news leaked to the Ancient God Society, which also had some understanding of the True Martial sect and was very eager to seize the inheritance of the True Martial breathing technique and the True Martial seal. Who would have thought that one of the 4 kings of the Federation, the White Tiger King, would be a member of the Ancient God Society? A conspiracy ensued, the Qinglong King fell, and the Qinglong Group was destroyed. To protect these 2 inheritances, the Qinglong King decided to entrust them to your parents, 2 inconspicuous junior researchers. He succeeded, yet he also failed. He successfully took the inheritance seals away, but in the end, the news still leaked, and your parents died at the hands of the Ancient God Society. The principal briefly recounted the cause, process, and outcome of the events. Then, why did such precious seals remain in my family? Why didn't the Ancient God Society take them? Li Chen asked, puzzled, as it didn't make sense. They didn't take them because Qin He arrived in time, killing the cultists of the Ancient God Society and retrieving the 2 seals. As for why they remained in your family, it's because apart from you and that little girl Li AI, no one else could inherit these 2 seals. The principal continued. And why is that? Li Chen's confusion deepened. Actually, when the true Dragon King obtained the seals, he also wanted to pass them on immediately, but he found that no matter how he tried, he couldn't read the information of the seals. He even showed them to us 4 martial emperors, and we couldn't read the inheritance within either. Later, when your parents were killed, their blood fell on the seals, which activated them. These seals require bloodline activation, and once activated, only the person and their bloodline descendants can inherit them. That's why the 2 seals are with you. After all, no one else can use them. Qin He has been in Ning City for so many years, always guarding the seals and protecting you. The principal sighed. Then why does the Ancient God Society still want to seize the seals? They can't use them anyway? They just want to try. The Ancient God Society holds many secrets. Perhaps they have a way to lift the restrictions. The principal explained. So it all comes down to the 2 seals, Li Chen's eyes revealed sadness. Now he finally understood the ins and outs of the matter and why Uncle Qin was in Ning City and later willing to let him move to the Qin family estate. Because Qin he was there to protect the siblings, not just because he was a friend of Qin Yimin. After all, his own good daughter was involved with a man, and not only did he not beat him up, but he also let him move in closer to his daughter. The waters of true martial star are very deep, so deep that we old folks can't see through them at all. There's even a sense of fear facing the abyss. Living in this era, it's hard to say whether it's good or bad. Strive to become stronger. The future of the Federation relies on you. The principal patted Li Chen's shoulder again to encourage him. Teacher, rest assured, the demon beasts and the ancient gods will come to an end in my hands. Li Chen's voice was resolute. Ha, good. Young people should have confidence. The principal laughed heartily. The three disciples chatted for over an hour before the principal had to leave Jinwu University. Li Chen went to the training room to continue tempering his bones. With the help of the dragon transformation fruit, he would be able to temper all his bones within a month and then begin advancing to the Blood Mansion realm, achieving the rank of martial sovereign. 8 days passed and the commotion about Li Chen on campus gradually subsided. With the strength he displayed now, no one dared to provoke him. Lu Ren had fallen silent and it was unclear what he was plotting. Li Chen didn't think much of it. Under absolute power, any conspiracy was just a paper tiger. On this day, Li Chen successfully tempered all his ribs, reaching the peak of the second-grade Great Martial Master realm, and began preparing to temper his spine. His blood energy had reached 1.44 billion, which was terrifying, and his strength had increased once again. On this day, Li Chen received good news. His sister, Li Ai, had returned. The siblings hadn't seen each other for over 7 months, and he missed her dearly. Li Ai's villa was not far from Li Chen's, and she was also on the Jinwu ranking, ranked 14th, lower than Li Chen. Li Chen was thinking about how to tease his sister this time. He arrived at the front door, knocked, and it was Miao Weiwei who opened the door. Although Miao Weiwei had her own villa, she had been living with Li Ai. Sister Miao, you look even more beautiful after a few days, Li Chen said with a sweet smile. Your words are so sweet. No wonder you can fool 2 girls into living with you. Haven't you been worn out these days? Miao Weiwei chuckled. Ahem, I have my own room, Li Chen said, slightly embarrassed. Although the 2 girls had moved in with him, they hadn't allowed him to go further. They only shared the bed and permitted some small actions. TSK, I didn't expect you to have such principles, Miao Weiwei said, eyeing Li Chen with suspicion. At such a time of hormonal explosion, could he really hold back? I've always been a principled person, Li Chen replied, following Miao Weiwei into the living room. Principled my foot, come here. A sharp voice called out, and Li Ai, dressed in combat gear, quickly ran over to Li Chen. Sister, long time no see, Li Chen said, a hint of fear in his eyes. From his looks, it was clear that his sister Li Ai was not lacking in beauty, consistently ranking in the top 3 on the Jinwu University girls list. However, to her brother, no matter how beautiful she was still a fierce tiger, and he had been bullied by Li Ai many times, so he was afraid of her. Li Chen, at such a young age, you haven't learned anything, yet you've learned to play both sides? How did I teach you? Li Ai's anger grew as she spoke, directly grabbing Li Chen's ear. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Li Chen begged for mercy. It didn't actually hurt, but he had to pretend, or it would be worse later. Still pretending? Don't think I don't know your body tempering skills are strong. If you don't learn well now, won't you be killing and setting fires in the future? Li Ai scolded. Their parents were gone, and she was Li Chen's guardian. What parent would want their son to become a playboy? I wouldn't dare, Li Chen said cautiously. And what else wouldn't you dare? Li Ai tapped Li Chen's forehead, looking at him with disappointment. I really wouldn't dare, I really wouldn't dare, Li Chen said sincerely. Humph. Li Ai snorted, temporarily letting Li Chen off the hook. Sister, how did you get hurt? Li Chen asked with concern as he sensed Li Ai's unstable aura, especially when she was angry. It was even easier to sense. Isn't it because of you? Yes, it's all my fault, Li Chen said, moving behind Li Ai to massage her shoulders, looking like a complete sycophant. Your sister got hurt during the trial, Miao Weiwei said. What trial is so difficult? Did you pass, sis? Almost, the last level was too hard. Speaking of this, Li Ai's expression turned sour. The teacher had prepared her for so long, hoping she would pass the trial, but unfortunately, she fell short at the last step. Although the teacher comforted her by saying she was currently the one with the highest progress, Li Ai was inherently strong-willed and couldn't accept not passing. Do you need my help? You should practice a bit more, Li Ai replied irritably. Sis, I don't like hearing that. My ranking on the true martial list is higher than yours now, Li Chen said proudly. That was when I was at the Great Martial Master level. Now that I've reached Martial Sovereign, I could easily take first place, Li Ai retorted. Sis is the strongest. But I'm not a nobody either. I can definitely help, Li Chen said. Unless you can match the combat power of a martial sovereign at the divine platform level, it won't be of any use, Li Ai sighed. What's so difficult about that? Give me 10 days and I can definitely arm wrestle a martial sovereign at the divine platform level, Li Chen said, beaming with confidence. You brat, don't boast recklessly, it could lead to big problems, Li AI said skeptically. I never brag. If I faced Lu Run now, I could treat him like a grandson. Have you made that much progress in such a short time? Miao Weiwei's eyes sparkled. She had watched Li Chen's battle with Lu Ren and felt that Li Chen's combat power was no less than her own. Now he had made progress again, it was truly extraordinary. I've already advanced to the 3rd rank of Great Martial Master. Once my spine is fully tempered, my combat power will increase significantly and it won't be a problem to contend with a martial sovereign at the divine platform level. You two siblings are extraordinary. Miao Weiwei marveled. You're the extraordinary one, Li AI retorted. Alright, since you're so confident, I'll take you there in 10 days, Li AI agreed. Sis, what kind of trial is it that can challenge the world's #1 strong woman? Li Chen asked curiously. Stop with the sweet talk. It's the trial ground of the Justice Hall, the place where the Justice Hall once selected core disciples. The Justice Hall was a top sect in a certain era and the requirements for core disciples were very high. Of course, there are great benefits after passing the trial, Li AI explained. There's no limit on the number of spots, right? Li Chen asked. No, the last level relies solely on oneself. I wanted you to help me share some pressure in the early stages to keep me in good shape. If you're strong enough, you can also pass the trial. Li AI replied. Got it. After spending 2 hours with Li AI, Li Chen returned to his villa. It was already evening and he needed to go back to guide his friends in their training. After finishing the guidance, it was naturally time for bed. Li Chen changed into his pajamas and pulled the 2 girls onto the soft big bed. Both girls wore the pajamas Li Chen had specially bought for them, like a layer of thin gauze. On them, their snow-white skin emitted a faint glow, and their long legs were exposed to the air. The first time he saw this, Li Chen had a nosebleed. Now, after going through many trials, he wouldn't feel that kind of embarrassment. Li Chen wrapped his arms around the 2 girls, savoring the happiness and warmth of the moment. How was your meeting with sister today? Qin Yiman said beside Li Chen, her fragrant breath tickling his ear, making him feel a bit itchy. Don't worry, it's all sorted out. You two can come over anytime, Li Chen said with a mischievous smile. Who wants to come over? Qin Yiman rolled her eyes. Are you saying you don't want to come over? Li Chen turned to Qin Yiman, their noses touching, feeling each other's warmth clearly. I don't want to, Qin Yiman blinked. Dare to be stubborn? Let's see how I punish you, Li Chen said, reaching out to tickle Qin Yiman, making her giggle uncontrollably. Snowy, let's tickle him together, Qin Yiman laughed. Okay. Xu Piaoxue also joined the battlefield and the 3 of them played around for a while before finally falling asleep with smiles on their faces. The next day, Li Chen originally wanted to continue refining his bones, but he heard from Deng Zixia that last night he went to find Zhang Meng for a late-night snack and saw Zhang Meng with a bruised face. Zhang Meng repeatedly instructed him not to tell Li Chen, but Deng Zixia thought about it all night and felt he couldn't keep it a secret. When Li Chen heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Who dared to bully his brother? Li Chen immediately flew to Zhang Meng's dormitory at the Mecha Academy and knocked on the door. Zhang Meng was resting in his dormitory at the time, injured and unable to train for the moment. Are you guys done yet? I'm Zhang Meng, not afraid of you. Zhang Meng's angry voice came from inside. Mengzi, it's me, Li Chen said in a deep voice, sensing that the situation was not simple. The door opened, and Zhang Meng's expression was one of evasion and embarrassment. What are you doing here? Zhang Meng didn't dare to look Li Chen in the eye. Not welcome? I'll leave right away and let you fend for yourself, Li Chen snorted coldly. No, Li Zi, come in and talk. Zhang Meng pulled Li Chen into the dormitory. Li Chen casually sat down, waiting for Zhang Meng to clarify the situation. A few days ago, someone inexplicably started causing me trouble. They were all senior students. You know my temper, I'm not the type to swallow my anger, so I fought back. There were too many of them, and I got beaten up, but I didn't let them off easily either. I bit one of their ears off, Zhang Meng said, his eyes filled with coldness. Then more and more people started causing me trouble. I don't know what's going on. I don't have any acquaintances here, not even any news to inquire about, Zhang Meng sighed. Did you not report it to the law enforcement department? Li Chen frowned. It's useless, there are too many of them. They take turns clashing with me and then take turns going in for a day or two. They don't care at all. Zhang Meng shook his head. Leave this matter to me. Li Chen took out his phone and sent a message to Miao Weiwei, asking her to look into Zhang Meng's situation. The law enforcement department is the enforcement body of the entire Jinwu University, with students from every college involved. As the vice minister, it wouldn't be difficult for Miao Weiwei to get to the bottom of it. Soon, Miao Weiwei sent back the investigation results, ending with a note. If your sister comes to settle the score with you, don't say I told you. Li Chen replied with an okay, as he wasn't the type to betray his teammates. The reason he didn't seek out his sister was that he didn't want to get too entangled with her. Lu Hui, so it's someone from the Lu family. No wonder, Li Chen murmured. According to the law enforcement department's investigation, everything pointed to Lu Hui, a member of the Lu family. Lu Hui is the cousin of Lu Run, a student who stayed on campus, considered a 6th-year student. He once made it onto the Jinwu ranking and was known as one of the twin tigers of the Lu family alongside Lu Run. However, Lu Huey's talent lies in piloting mechas. By his 4th year, he could already pilot a martial sovereign level mecha, demonstrating the combat power of a first-grade martial sovereign. Now, after 2 years of advanced training, he could probably pilot a mecha to unleash combat power close to a second-grade martial sovereign, but no one had seen him in action this year, so it was still unknown. Currently, Lu Hui is a preparatory instructor at the Mecha Academy, and as long as he passes the assessment this year, he can become a formal instructor. Every martial king family is a colossal entity. Having a martial king in charge is one aspect, and the intricate web of relationships is another. With Lu Hui's status, as long as he hints at something, many people will find trouble for Zhang Mang, especially since Zhang Mang's biggest connection is Li Chen. Although Li Chen is formidable, the students from the Martial Arts Academy don't hold back against students from the Mecha Academy. Lu Hui is currently in class, responsible for teaching a group of freshmen the basic theoretical knowledge of mechas. Li Chen took Zhang Mang and headed straight for the teaching building. On the way, some students saw Li Chen and looked at him in surprise, not understanding why he was at the Mecha Academy. Some clever students chose to follow along. Li Chen was recognized as the eye of the storm. Wherever he went, a storm would arise. Some students even posted about it on the forum, and many students responded, mainly those in their 3rd year or above, who had relatively more freedom. Li Chen arrived outside a spacious classroom in the teaching building, where a mech was placed inside, and Lu Hui was standing next to the mech explaining its basic knowledge. The door was not closed, and Li Chen walked in directly with Zhang Mang. The sudden arrival caught the attention of the students in the class. Li Chen? What is he doing here? The students whispered among themselves. It was rare for any student at Jinwu University not to know Li Chen. After all, he was the handsome guy ranked 8th on the Jinwu list. Lu Hui stopped his explanation and turned his gaze towards Li Chen, following the student's eyes. A hint of a smile appeared on his lips, but it was a smile that carried disdain. These two students, you are not from our class, are you? Lu Hui said lightly. No, Li Chen nodded. Do you know that casually disrupting a class can lead to punishment? Are you planning to be put in detention? Don't put such a big hat on me. I was entrusted by the principal to visit each class for an inspection, to see the learning atmosphere in each class, whether it is good or bad. Li Chen said calmly. He was not one to lack reasons. Oh, why didn't I receive any notice? Lu Hui said indifferently. Does the principal need to notify you, a preparatory mentor, about his decisions? Li Chen replied with a teasing tone, deliberately emphasizing the word preparatory. Hee, I wouldn't dare. What could you, the principal's prized student, possibly inspect? Lu Hui's smile faded, and the word preparatory sounded uncomfortable to him. I haven't inspected much yet, but, as the saying goes, a great teacher produces great students. Whether students learn well or not is partly due to the mentor. I don't know much about mechs, but I know that a mech is a war machine. If it can exert combat power, then it's good. If it can't, then naturally it's bad. Oh, then how is our mentor supposed to prove himself? Lu Hui had some guesses in his heart but found it hard to believe that Li Chen was so bold. Very simple, put on your mech and fight me. If you can't even defeat me, a freshman, then your teaching ability as mentor Lu Hui is certainly worth questioning. Li Chen turned the conversation. Ha, the principal's prized student is indeed confident. If I don't agree, it would be unreasonable, but the weapons of a mech aren't as flexible as martial arts. If I accidentally hurt you, I wouldn't know how to explain it to the principal. Lu Hui's words were laced with the implication that, in his eyes, Li Chen was nothing without that identity. I'm more worried about damaging your mech. Mechs are expensive, and if I break it, that would be a significant expense. Then shall we head to the combat arena now? Lu Hui asked. There's no time to lose. Li Chen took the lead towards the combat arena of the Mech Academy. The news of Li Chen challenging Lu Hui quickly spread on the forum, and many students rushed to the Mech Academy, eager to see the excitement. Li Chen did not disappoint them. This matter also caught the attention of the mentors and leaders of the Mech Academy, who specifically invited teacher Su to act as the referee, as it was not appropriate for a mech engineer to be a referee. When Li Chen arrived at the combat arena, many students had already taken their places. The combat arena of the Mech Academy was the largest because mechs were generally as large as a 5-story building. A small venue simply wouldn't suffice. Li Chen walked directly onto the stage, and Lu Hui stood opposite him, both waiting for the referee's arrival. Business has been very busy lately. I can't even take a break. A familiar voice of complaint came from above. Teacher Su had arrived again. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Su, Li Chen said politely. You kid really can't stay idle for a moment. Master Su laughed and scolded. Ha, young people full of energy. Li Chen forced to smile. Alright, we can chat later. Do you have any bets? If not, we're about to start, but the bets must be honored, or you'll be expelled immediately. Master Su said seriously, without rules, nothing can be accomplished. I actually want to play a bit. I wonder if Master Lu Hui is willing to join in. Li Chen looked at Lu Hui. Since Li classmate is interested, how can I refuse? What does Li classmate plan to bet? Lu Hui replied indifferently. How about this? I'll wager a 4th tier Grand Martial Master level puppet. Do you have a 4th tier Grand Martial Master level mech? Li Chen asked. I do. Shall we bet? Let's bet. Lu Hui's spatial ring glowed, and a mech nearly 20 meters tall appeared on the arena. A beam of light fell on him, lifting him into the mech's control room. A battle in the sky? Lu Hui's voice came from inside the mech. Let's go. A giant rock lifted Li Chan into the air swiftly. The mech's feet erupted with flames, rapidly ascending. Now I declare, the battle officially begins. Master Su also rose into the air, his voice booming. As soon as Master Su's voice fell, Lu Hui's mech sprang into action, revealing multiple cannon barrels and laser projectiles erupted like a Gatling gun. Moreover, laser projectiles are much stronger than bullets, capable of penetrating B-grade alloy armor. This is the mech, its attack density and strength surpass that of martial artists. Go! A swarm of blood energy flying knives appeared before Li Chan, slicing through the air and forming a torrent of flying knives aimed at the laser projectiles. Continuous explosions erupted, lasers detonated, and flying knives exploded as well, enhanced by the power of the divine concealment, making the flying knives' explosive force even stronger. Blood flames and light flickered in the air, overshadowing the sun. Under Li Chan's precise control, flying knives shot towards the mech from all directions. The mech's surface revealed thin tubes spraying black mist that enveloped a radius of 1,000 meters, concealing the mech in the black fog, obstructing Li Chan's vision. Li Chan urged his mental power, sweeping into the black mist. In an instant, dense lightning arcs appeared in the black mist, obliterating the mental power Li Chan had sent in. The mech, crucial in warfare, naturally possesses many means. Li Chan couldn't see the mech, but the mech could scan him. Technological methods do not require sight. The air rippled, and a laser beam as thick as a barrel shot out from the black mist, descending upon Li Chan with the power to tear mountains apart. Li Chan's body was enveloped by a black and white defensive shield, and the powerful laser beam struck the shield, dissipating most of its force due to the rapidly spinning shield. However, the laser beam's penetrating power was extremely strong. The Qiankuan Wujie ultimately couldn't block it all. The laser beam pierced through the shield and struck Li Chan, who had already transformed into titanium alloy. Under the combined enhancement of the immortal divine concealment and the immortal principle, Li Chan's flesh was comparable to A-grade alloy. The laser beam hit Li Chan's chest. A laser beam rotating over 1,000 times per second could pierce through a mountain in less than 2 seconds. Li Chan's battlesuit was torn open, revealing his solid chest. The laser beam rubbed against Li Chan's chest, unleashing countless lightning snakes that illuminated the sky. Li Chan's chest turned bright red and his skin began to melt, but under the powerful recovery ability of the life divine concealment, it was hardly a concern. Li Chen stood in the high sky, stepping forward, his chest pushing against the laser beam. This scene terrified the students, especially those from the Mech Academy. Their faith shattered, they regarded mechs as their belief, firmly believing in technological ascension. But today, the image of a warrior pushing forward against a laser beam with flesh and blood caused them an unparalleled shock. It was as if an ordinary person saw another ordinary person advancing against a Gatling gun, making them think the world had gone mad. Instructor Lu Hui, with your level, it's going to be hard to pass the assessment. Li Chen's voice echoed from afar. Daring to mess with his brother, today Li Chen was going to teach Lu Ren a lesson. Did he think he could stay in school? Dream on. As expected of the principal's top disciple, I will start taking this seriously now. Lu Ren's voice emerged from the black mist, amplified by the speaker. The laser beam disappeared. Since this method was ineffective, he decisively abandoned it. A torrent of dark energy gathered into the black mist. A martial sovereign level mech could also harness dark energy. Hundreds of energy whips, as thick as a thigh, lashed out towards Li Chen, trying to ensnare him. Earth suppression seal. Li Chen shouted, and a seal reflecting mountains and rivers appeared, crushing forward. The air surged, creating shockwaves that swept through the black mist, dispersing it. The energy whip struck the earth suppression seal, binding it. Immense power erupted, and each energy whip coiled like a giant python, the powerful binding force cracking the seal. Be suppressed. Li Chen slowly pushed his palms forward, blood energy surging within him like a roaring sea, forcefully pushing the earth suppression seal towards the mech. Shatter. The mech's arms gripped all the energy whips tightly. The whips not only carried immense energy but also intense heat, with temperatures exceeding 100,000 degrees Celsius. At this moment, the students on the ground felt the unbearable heat. The cracks on the earth suppression seal grew larger, and the earth suppression seal descended before the mech. An energy shield protected the mech, and the earth suppression seal crashed into the energy shield like a meteor falling to the ground. The shockwave erupted, dispersing clouds within a 10-mile radius. The airflow swept down, rustling the students' clothes. Cracks appeared on the energy shield, and the rate of energy consumption exceeded the mech's maximum energy supply capacity. Shatter. Lu Hui shouted. The energy whips tightened completely, crushing the earth suppression seal. The dissipating blood energy caused a level 30 hurricane to howl past. The mech's defensive shield shattered completely under the rampant blood energy. The mech was pushed back a few steps by the violent wind, and Lu Hui's expression darkened. He was actually slightly at a disadvantage. Your strongest attack can't do anything to me. What do you have to fight me with? Lu Hui said. You have to try everything to know, Li Chen replied without saying much, as blood energy flying knives shot through the air towards the mech. Cannons appeared on the mech and laser cannons continuously erupted, colliding with the flying knives. Boom boom boom. The art of explosion unfolded in the sky as flying knives and laser cannons continued to collide and then explode like missiles sweeping the ground. Holy punishment spear. A frenzied roar came from within the mech as electric currents flickered across its surface, dark energy rolling and gathering above the mech's head. A long spear, fused with lightning and dark energy, hovered above the mech, exuding a terrifying aura. This was the attack of a second-grade martial sovereign. Go! Lu Hui controlled the thunder spear, piercing the air towards Li Chen. Before the spear arrived, the dispersing electricity made every hair on Li Chen's body stand on end. A long knife appeared in Li Chen's hand, not the one given by his teacher, but an A-grade alloy knife. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Let's see how sharp my knife is. Skybreak slash. Li Chen held the knife with both hands, and a pitch-black blade aura traversed the sky, spanning 1,000 meters. A strong sense of annihilation spread. This blade aura seemed to want to destroy the heavens themselves, charging forward with extreme ferocity. The perfect SSS-level martial art, enhancing strength by 150 times, allowed Li Chen to undoubtedly step into the battle power of a second-grade martial sect. The thunder spear was cleaved apart by the breaking heaven blade chi. The blade energy was domineering, sweeping across the sky. The breaking heaven blade chi struck the energy shield of the mech, the powerful destructive force quickly dissipating the shield's power. A crack appeared, and the breaking heaven blade chi landed on the mech, which was made of A-grade alloy, proving to be resilient, leaving only a deep scratch. However, Li Chen was not discouraged. The mech still had ample energy, and when it ran low, he would be able to shatter it. The great pang rises with the wind. Li Chen stepped on the great pang, quickly approaching the mech. The mech's legs unleashed a fierce propulsion, trying to create distance. Unfortunately, in terms of speed and agility, the mech could not match Li Chen. Breaking heaven slash. Li Chen reached the top of the mech, holding the blade with both hands, striking down like a force of nature. The breaking heaven blade chi was concealed yet potent, all its power converging on the alloy blade. Get lost. A laser sword appeared on the mech's right arm, and it swung the sword at Li Chen. The clash of the alloy blade and the laser sword, a contest of blade energy and power. Although the energy was strong, it could not exceed the limit of operating at 150 times, while the blade energy could. The alloy blade, infused with the power of the breaking heaven blade chi, brutally cleaved the laser sword in two. The alloy blade descended upon the mech's head, tearing through the energy shield, embedding itself halfway into the mech, directly splitting the alloy armor, sparks flying, and some circuits severed. Lu Hui heard the continuous alarm from the mech, his face darkening, as he pondered why Li Chen was so powerful. Clearly, he hadn't been this strong during his previous battle with Lu Run. Moreover, at that time, Li Chen's strongest skill was not his swordsmanship. What he displayed now was simply terrifying, leaving no student of Jinwu University able to match him. No matter how Lu Hui thought, Li Chen's alloy blade continued to strike the mech, and at this moment, the mech's head was already covered in cracks, many circuits severed by the blade energy. The repair speed of the nanobots could not keep up with Li Chen's destruction speed, and gradually, the mech began to lose control, starting to fall to the ground. The circuits supporting the energy operation system were severed by Li Chen, causing the mech to lose its energy support and come to a complete stop. Li Chen wins, Instructor Su announced, extending his hand to grasp the air, causing the mech's descent to slow down, finally landing steadily on the arena. Li Chen also landed on the arena, while Lu Hui remained inside the mech, not daring to come out, not wanting to face the disappointed and disdainful gazes of the crowd. Instructor Lu Hui, your experience in piloting mechs is lacking. Staying in school is not enough. You should train more on the battlefield. Li Chen's voice came through. You're right. Lu Hui could say nothing more. At this moment, being stubborn would only bring more shame. It's good that Instructor Lu Hui understands. Li Chen nodded, putting away the wager and handing it to Zhang Meng. This is too valuable. Zhang Meng declined. Take it. Li Chen insisted, tossing the space ring containing the mech and puppet to Zhang Meng, then soaring into the sky, returning to the martial arts academy. It was expected that Lu Hui would no longer dare to find someone to go against Zhang Meng. Otherwise, if Li Chen came to beat him up every few days, he would really have to leave Jinwu University. This incident once again topped the campus forum's hot search. The scene of Li Chen forcefully tearing apart the mech with his overwhelming blade energy left everyone in awe. Everyone was speculating about the limits of Li Chen's strength. Just how strong was he? This was a question worth pondering. Life returned to calm once more, and Li Chen practiced bone tempering every day, aided by the dragon transformation fruit. The process was rapid. Just a few days later, Li Chen had completed the tempering of all his vertebrae, leaving only the skull to be tempered. With his strength once again enhanced, Li Chen found Li AI, and their trial journey could begin. He was now full of confidence. Alright, no time to waste, let's set off now, Li AI said. Li AI also called up Miao Weiwei. With one more person, there would be more strength. The three of them boarded a flying car, leaving the campus and heading southwest. Meanwhile, those who had been keeping an eye on Li Chen began to send out messages, determined to keep Li Chen out for good this time. Sister, while I'm at home riding a bike, you've even got a flying car. I really suspect you were picked up by Dad. You don't care about me at all. Li Chen pouted. Who knows what kind of bland life he had in high school. If it weren't for the genius training camp, he would have had trouble even eating. Stop dreaming about enjoying the fruits of others' labor. Besides, you have way more money than I do now. It's already good that I'm not taking advantage of you. Li Ai rolled her eyes. That's so heartless. Li Chen shook his head and lay directly on the sofa. The flying car resembled a flying saucer, with over 20 square meters inside, quite comfortable. Those with real power and influence all played with flying cars. The flying car left Jinwu City and entered the wilderness. Jinwu City bordered the wilderness, where many students would enter to hunt monsters for contribution points. Intense rumbling sounds came from the jungles below or the distant sky. This was the sound of warriors battling monsters. Jinwu City was the capital of the Jinwu region, where the quality of warriors was very high, and they often formed teams to hunt monsters in the wilderness. Li Chen casually sensed around and found 3 battlefields, where martial sect masters were engaged. The flying car advanced over the wilderness, occasionally encountering flying monsters trying to block their path, but they were either shot down or repelled by the laser cannons on the flying car. This flying car had the lethality of a first-grade martial sect master, making it a powerful tool for traveling through the wilderness. Aren't we being too high-profile? Aren't we afraid of attracting a third-tier monster general or a monster king? Li Chen stroked his chin. Why worry so much? Worst case, we fight. Li Ai said spiritedly. Sister, can you fight a monster king? Li Chen asked in surprise. I can't, but at least I can die with dignity, Li Ai replied nonchalantly. Thanks a lot, Li Chen said, speechless. He still wanted to live. The hall master isn't far from here. If we call for help, he can arrive quickly, Miao Weiwei said with a smile. The hall master of the law enforcement hall, the Judgment Marshal King? A hint of admiration appeared in Li Chen's eyes. The Judgment Marshal King was famous for his immense strength and was also one of the most beautiful goddesses in the Federation, one of the most well-known martial kings. You better show some respect when you meet my teacher, or I won't let you off, Li Ai warned. Don't worry, am I that reckless? Li Chen replied casually. The flying car smoothly arrived at the peak of a tall mountain which was over 10,000 meters high. Looking out, the view was filled with endless mountains of the same height. Li Chen also saw many powerful monsters over 100 meters in size at the peak, absorbing dark energy to cultivate. Any one of them posed a significant threat to him. We've arrived at the monster's den, Li Chen muttered. Look at your courage. Li Ai gave Li Chen a light smack on the head, signaling him to be more alert. Greetings, teacher. Greetings, hall master. Greetings, martial king. The 3 of them bowed to a stunningly beautiful woman sitting cross-legged there, and a phrase flashed through Li Chen's mind, unparalleled beauty. Xiao Ai, coming here so quickly, do you have confidence? The Judgment Marshal King asked. With my brother's assistance, it shouldn't be a problem, Li Ai nodded. Your brother, a new student? What can he do? The Judgment Marshal King had been here since the summer vacation and hadn't returned to school, so she was unaware of Li Chen's situation. Ahem, Marshal King, I'm still quite formidable. Teaching the Lu brothers is like teaching my sons, Li Chen said thoughtfully. You taught those 2 brothers from the Lu family. The Judgment Marshal King was even more astonished. A newcomer had taught a lesson to the 8th on the true martial ranking and had also taught a lesson to a preparatory mentor. What was going on? Had she not returned for 2 years? Master, it is indeed true. The only one currently sitting in the 8th position on the true martial ranking as a newcomer is our school's new legend, and she has even been taken as a disciple by the principal, Miao Weiwei explained. It seems I've missed a lot during my time here, the Judgment Marshal King sighed. In that case, you should go in. You must pass the trial. It will be greatly beneficial for you, especially for Xiao Ai. The complete version of the Judgment Divine Canon can only be inherited here, so you absolutely cannot miss it, the Judgment Marshal King instructed. Disciple understands, Li Ai nodded, then led Li Chen and Miao Weiwei into the vortex of laws beside the Marshal King. The trial location was within a ruin. As time and space shifted, the 3 of them arrived in a gloomy secret realm. It was very quiet, so quiet that it felt a bit eerie. The sound of their footsteps echoed in the enclosed space, bringing a hint of life to the dead silence. Wow, why does this place look so much like a dungeon? Li Chen voiced his inner question. This is indeed a dungeon, the place where the Justice Hall used to imprison criminals. The Justice Hall held the power of righteousness. Who knows how many heinous evil martial cultivators they captured, Li Ai explained. But so much time has passed, no matter how strong those evil cultivators were back then. They must be nothing but a pile of bones now, right? Li Chen said. They are dead, but not completely. Do you know about zombies? They have turned into zombies, which is very dangerous. I brought you and Weiwei along to help me clear out the zombies so I can safely reach the bottom of the dungeon, Li Ai continued. Sister, don't worry. With me here, you just need to lie back. Li Chen patted his chest. You can brag after we succeed. Let's go. There are very few zombies on this top layer, so there's no need to be overly cautious. Li Ai took the lead and rushed toward the end of this layer. Li Chen's spiritual power radiated outward, scanning the surroundings. This dungeon was vast. The first layer was no smaller than a large village, with no fewer than 50,000 cells. One can imagine how many people the Justice Hall captured back then. Howl. Li Chen's spiritual power sensed a disturbance, and then he saw a zombie with a crooked appearance, its limbs extremely uncoordinated, eyes blood red, and teeth protruding, quickly running toward them. Despite its uncoordinated limbs, it was surprisingly fast, instantly breaking the sound barrier. According to Li Chen's perception, this zombie had the strength of at least a first-grade martial master. However, in front of Li Chen, that was not enough. Before the zombie could get close, a powerful blade aura descended upon it, carrying the intent to obliterate everything, destroying it inside and out, leaving not a trace behind. Zombies have no so-called weaknesses. To kill them, one must crush them completely. Your sensing ability is quite good, Niao Weiwei praised. Of course, I am a spiritual master, Li Chen replied proudly. You won't die if you don't show off, will you? Li Ai facepalmed, wondering why her brother was so boastful. Although I won't die, living like that is worse than dying, Li Chen thought seriously for a moment before answering. What's the difference between having strength without showing off and returning home in splendid clothes while secretly traveling at night? The first layer indeed had very few zombies, and they quickly reached the end of it, descending the stairs to the second layer. This dungeon had a total of 18 layers, perhaps taking the meaning of 18 levels of hell. In the second layer, there were slightly more zombies. They encountered a total of 5, all with the strength of first-grade martial masters. Li Chen didn't need anyone else to take action. With a draw of his knife, he unleashed a breaking heaven slash, the aura of obliteration causing the mindless zombies to instinctively feel terror, rooted in place, waiting to die. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, taking the lead as he brought the two girls into the third layer. The third level had more zombies, and they were stronger, generally at the level of a second-grade martial master. Watching the 8 zombies rush towards him, their instinctual thirst for blood made one shiver. Remember to be a good person in your next life. Nuclear explosion divine fist. Li Chen's fist transformed into a sun, and as the sun's lifespan approached its end, what awaited was a world-shattering explosion. Flames engulfed the entire third level, and all the zombies were evaporated and vaporized, leaving not a trace behind. This dungeon was protected by the power of rules, so no matter how much Li Chen wreaked havoc, nothing happened. The third level was cleared, and Li Chen charged ahead, reaching the 10th level. The difficulty of these 10 levels was not too high. The strongest was only equivalent to a 4th-grade martial master, and Li Chen dispatched them one by one, sending them into reincarnation. Be careful starting from the next level. There are puppets equivalent to martial lords stationed there, and many zombies at the level of 4th-grade martial masters, Li Ai said seriously. Previously, she had spent too much energy from levels 11 to 15, which caused her to run out of energy when she reached the last 3 levels, leading to her failure. Don't worry, sister, your little brother is here. Do you believe I can wipe out all the zombies behind without lifting a finger? Li Chen said with a smile. You just keep bragging, you're going to blow your own horn. Li Ai directly gave Li Chen a light smack on the head, saying that if they didn't fight for 3 minutes, they would tear the roof off. Upon reaching the 11th level, a dense swarm of zombies began to surround them. Accelerate and rush through, don't waste energy with them, Li Ai said sternly. Yes, ma'am, Li Chen replied, standing at the forefront. A force of destruction gathered, and his alloy knife glowed with a dark light. He swung it, and the blade energy stretched for kilometers, annihilating everything in its path, aiming to obliterate the heavens. All the zombies blocking his way were swept away by the blade energy, which transformed into fine strands of destructive energy, annihilating the zombies from the inside out. Let's go. Li Chen led the charge, handling the front, while Ma Weiwei took care of the sides, and Li Ai remained in the middle, steady and beautiful. Howl! A roar echoed as if a king had descended. Li Chen saw a zombie sprinting towards them, stepping on the heads of other zombies, exuding the aura of a martial lord, creating immense pressure. This was the zombie lord. Howl! The zombie lord roared again, and the sound waves exploded, indiscriminately affecting friend and foe alike, sending the zombies beneath it flying violently against the walls. The frenzied stench of blood surged with the sound waves. This zombie hadn't brushed its teeth for who knows how many eras, and its breath was truly foul, increasing its combat power by 30%. Li Chen didn't dare to breathe, fearing he would be knocked out by the stench. Take this, you little brat. Li Chen formed a seal with his right hand, and the earth-settling seal descended like a small continent, crashing towards the zombie lord. The sound waves exploded against the earth-settling seal, shattering the mountains and rivers. Depicted on it, this zombie lord was quite powerful. Howl! The zombie lord's eyes were filled with slaughter, with no thought of retreat. Its hands grew long claws, comparable to a great alloy. It landed on the earth-settling seal, its claws piercing into it, and with a roar, its blood energy surged, muscles bulging, tearing the earth-settling seal in half. Although it was also slammed against the wall by the violent surge of blood energy. After a slight pause, it moved its limbs and lunged at Li Chen. The fierce momentum made even Li Chen, a battle-hardened warrior, feel a bit startled. Indeed, the most reckless were the fiercest. Heaven-splitting slash. Li Chen struck again, the heaven-splitting blade energy rampaging through the dungeon, the aura of destruction instilling instinctual fear in the zombies, though the zombie lord was not too affected. Howl! The zombie lord's actions made Li Chen slightly alarmed as it opened its mouth full of fangs and lunged at the heaven-splitting blade energy. Li Chen couldn't help but curse. Was that action of opening its mouth serious? The blade energy struck the zombie lord's teeth, and countless lightning snakes erupted, rampaging wildly. The zombie lord's teeth were no different from A-grade alloy. However, the zombie's courage was commendable, though its strength still fell short. The breaking heaven slash was Li Chen's strongest attack, and with this move, Li Chen had already reached the combat power of a martial sect master at the divine platform realm. The blade energy tore apart the zombie's mouth, chopping off half of its head, and the zombie lord crashed heavily to the ground, smashing several unfortunate zombies into a pulp. But the zombie lord merely shook its head and continued to charge at Li Chen, its wounds rapidly regenerating flesh, its recovery ability comparable to that of the strongest lifeforms. Really troublesome, Li Chen muttered. Let's team up to take it down, Miao Weiwei said softly, and a bottle appeared in her hand. As she opened it, a bug resembling a 7-star worm flew out. However, it was much larger, about the size of an adult's big toe. Miao Weiwei, who practiced the blood goo poison sutra, was an absolute expert in releasing and poisoning with goo, having taken down more than one martial sect demon. Therefore, as the deputy minister of the law enforcement department, Miao Weiwei was very well respected. If you crossed her, who knows if you'd suddenly be bitten by a bug on the street and then black out, never to wake up again. 7-star goo, go! Under Miao Weiwei's command, the 7-star goo surged forward, racing towards the zombie lord. Howl! The zombie lord's eyes turned blood red, and its right hand, armed with claws, swiped at the 7-star goo, instinctively knowing it shouldn't let the bug get close. Little Li flying knife. Li Chen pinched a blood-infused flying knife between his hands, and it shot through the air, landing in the zombie lord's hand, forcing it back. The 7-star goo seized the opportunity and instantly burrowed into the zombie lord's mouth. Howl! Then came a spine-chilling wail from the zombie lord's throat. The zombie lord rolled on the ground, its hands tearing open its chest, trying to extract the 7-star goo. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Its body quickly turned pitch black and then oozed into a pool of pus and blood, gradually collapsing to the ground, finally becoming a pile of dry bones. The 7-star goo flew out from the pus and blood, heading towards Miao Weiwei. Li Chen quickly hid behind Miao Weiwei, fearing he might get accidentally hurt. He admitted he was a bit afraid of this goo bug, strange and overbearing, impossible to guard against. Aren't you quite the hotshot? What are you afraid of? Miao Weiwei's smile was full of charm, but to Li Chen, it felt chilling. I'm not afraid, I'm just worried about accidentally hurting your beloved goo. My physical body is strong, you know that. Seeing Miao Weiwei put away the 7-star goo, Li Chen regained his bravado. This goo loves strong flesh as its best supplement. Miao Weiwei giggled. Sister, help! Li Chen pleaded, holding on to Li Ai. Alright, stop messing around, hurry up and charge. Forward. Li Ai shook off Li Chen. As a spirit mind master, she wasn't as concerned about goo bugs. Goo bugs have souls, and spirit mind masters can directly use powerful mental force to destroy the souls of goo bugs. So martial artists who practice goo are generally reluctant to fight spirit mind masters, as it wastes goo bugs. Raising a goo bug requires immense effort and resources. Only one zombie lord appeared on the 11th floor. After dealing with it, the rest would be easy to handle. Li Chen directly used the destruction slash to clear a path, slicing through the air with blade energy, cutting forward, killing gods if they blocked him, killing Buddhas if they obstructed him, and they charged into the 12th floor. On the 12th floor, there were 2 zombie lords, and this time Li Chen had to use all his skills. He had to withstand one zombie lord head-on while also blocking the other zombies. The flying daggers fell like a waterfall, knocking all the approaching zombies away, while the zombie lord was suppressed by Li Chen's skybreak slash. Unable to lift its head. With a forceful swing, 10 devastating slashes were unleashed, turning the zombie lord into ashes. The entire dungeon was ravaged by the destructive blade energy, which slaughtered most of the other zombies. This perfect level SSS grade martial skill was indeed that powerful. Miao Weiwei's goo worms were still entangled with the zombie lord. This time she brought out 2 goo worms. One was the 7-star goo, and the other was the blood transformation butterfly. The blood transformation butterfly was similar to a butterfly, but entirely blood red. Its wings scattered red powder that was hard to notice unless observed closely. After the zombies were contaminated by the powder, their bodies quickly turned into pus and blood. Only the zombie lord's physical body was strong enough to endure. However, under the siege of the 2 goo masters, the zombie lord couldn't hold on for long. Miao Weiwei's individual combat strength was very strong, but her area attack capability was slightly lacking, which was why she couldn't handle all the zombies last time, and Li Ai had to step in. With Li Chen, this all-rounder, present at least for now, Li Ai only needed to stand quietly in the middle. With Li Chen's assistance, the remaining zombie lord was soon killed. The 3 of them arrived at the stairs, and below was the 13th level. On the 13th level, there will be at least 5 zombie lords attacking. We should charge through together and not waste time with them. The zombies will only move within this level and won't follow us down, Li Ai said. Sister, don't rush. Just wait for me to safely take you to the 16th level. You definitely don't need to take action. Li Chen shook his head. Now is not the time to show off. 5 zombie lords will require too much energy to deal with, not to mention the 14th and 15th levels will be even harder. It's more cost-effective for us to act together, Li Ai frowned. Sister, why don't you trust me? Do you believe that even if I don't take action, I can still push through? Li Chen said proudly, hands on his hips. Are you bragging to your sister? Li Ai pinched Li Chen's ear. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Li Chen rubbed his ear. His sister really showed no mercy. Sister, let me show you my skills. Come out, 11. Li Chen pointed forward, and the female puppet 11 appeared before him. Greetings, master. 11 bowed respectfully. No need for too much courtesy. You lead the way and push through without holding back, Li Chen commanded. With authority, a powerful puppet meant a powerful master. He had specifically spent 2 million contribution points to exchange for 10 dark crystals, enough for 11 to act 20 times, completely reliable. Now he realized how important the top resource exchange qualification that Principal Wu had fought for him was. Without that qualification, he couldn't exchange for dark crystals even with contribution points. Starting from scratch to earn the top resource exchange qualification, Li Chen estimated that even with his current strength, it would take at least half a year. Although that was quick for others, it was too much of a waste of time for him. What a realistic puppet, Li Ai exclaimed, and if she hadn't sensed no life aura, she would have doubted it was a puppet. As expected of a scumbag, the puppets are all beautiful. Women. You better take care of yourself. After all, puppets don't get tired, but people do, Miao Weiwei said with a half smile, as such a realistic puppet could naturally satisfy various needs. Sister Miao, can you keep your thoughts simple? Li Chen rolled his eyes. Alright, what strength does this puppet have? Can it take us through? Li Ai asked, puzzled. As long as the Martial King doesn't show up, 11 is invincible, Li Chen said confidently. His puppet was certainly not ordinary. Impressive. Do you have any more? Give one to my sister, Li Ai said, wrapping her arm around Li Chen's shoulder, suddenly realizing that her brother had some merits after all. In a lifetime, 2 siblings, I'll give you 14. It has the strength of a fusion god realm martial master. Li Chen's space ring flashed, and number 14 appeared before him. Number 14, from now on, you will follow her orders, Li Chen said, pointing at Li Ai. As you command, my master. Sister, you really didn't suffer in vain. How come you didn't bring out such a good thing earlier? Why go through all this hardship? Li Ai looked at Li Chen as if he were a fool. After getting the treasure, her brother reverted to being that useless brother. We are here for training, so of course we need to look the part, Li Chen said seriously. My dear brother, your sister also needs a puppet to protect her delicate body. Meanwhile, Miao Weiwei had already linked her arm with Li Chen's, feeling the softness of his arm, which was indeed impressively strong. Sister Miao, this is very precious, Li Chen pondered. What relationship do we have? Is it less than a puppet? Miao Weiwei pouted, shaking Li Chen's arm incessantly. This fairy is deadly, Li Chen exclaimed, finding it hard to cope. His hand felt like it had fallen into the sea, constantly battered by waves, a feeling hard to describe. Miao Weiwei, this is my brother. Li Ai raised her eyebrows. I treat you as a close friend, and you actually want to be my sister-in-law? Xiao Ai, who knows who will be the outsider in the future, he. Miao Weiwei had a mischievous smile, as if she had thought of something very amusing. You go die, as long as I'm here, you are not allowed to have designs on my brother. The fat water doesn't flow to outsiders, Xiao Ai, why are you so unreasonable? Ah, I'll crush you, you see cock girl. Cough cough, stop messing around, the main business is important. This number 15 is for you, thanks to Sister Miao for helping me fend off Lu Ren's little tricks. Li Chen said, as he was a person who valued gratitude. At least you have a bit of conscience, unlike your sister who doesn't care about sisterly friendship at all. Miao Weiwei happily accepted. Let's go, lie down. Li Chen followed behind number 11, heading towards the 13th level of the dungeon. Upon entering, they saw thousands of zombies rushing towards them, the weakest at the level of a first-grade martial master, led by 6 zombie lords, displaying a madness and bloodlust that could destroy all life. The entire dungeon was suddenly swept by a violent and endless wave, and as number 11 made a move, the blood energy fused with dark energy, transforming into an endless tide of fury that surged forward. No zombie could withstand the impact of the raging tide. The difference in power levels was too great, and when the tide receded, only skeletons remained. These zombies, in life, were unknown beings of some realm, their skeletons very hard, even number 11 couldn't destroy them. With number 11 leading the charge, even though the zombies on the 14th and 15th levels were comparable to second-grade martial sects, they were still crushed all the way through. This was the might of a top-tier third-grade martial sect puppet. Once it made a move, it was an overwhelming force that allowed no resistance whatsoever. Third-grade martial sects, as the strongest group below the Martial King, could serve as presidents of large regional martial artist associations and exist as powerful officials, so their strength was certainly formidable. The 15th level did not have stairs leading to the 16th level, only a vortex of rules. This vortex only allowed one person to pass at a time, and once inside, each person faced different assessments, so there was not much reference value. However, Li Chen understood one thing very well: as long as you are well-rounded and have no weaknesses, you can easily cope with any kind of assessment. Sister, please go ahead. I wish you success, Li Chen said. I still have plenty of blood energy, so it shouldn't be a problem. Li Ai took a deep breath and directly dove into the vortex, disappearing before the two. Sister Miao, please, Li Chen smiled. With my only brother, now that the annoying Xiao Ai is gone, your sister wouldn't mind having some interesting experiences with you. Miao Weiwei suddenly leaned closer to Li Chen, their distance less than 5 centimeters, and they could feel the warmth on each other's faces. What's wrong? Sister Miao wants to play hide and seek with me? Li Chen said in surprise. What's the point of hide and seek? Isn't it more interesting to catch the sister? Miao Weiwei blinked her eyes and leaned slightly closer to Li Chen again. This little demon is toxic, Li Chen cursed inwardly. He knew that Miao Weiwei was all about igniting the fire, but asking her to extinguish it was absolutely impossible. One must understand that the prey that seems easiest to handle is often the master at playing with the hunter. Let's do it another day. Today we need to focus on serious matters. Li Chen smiled, emphasizing the word day. You little rascal, there's more to your words than meets the eye. You're not honest at all, Miao Weiwei said, pulling away and then diving into the vortex. I've been through trials. Do you think you can stump me? Li Chen scoffed, feeling more composed than ever. He was now more steadfast than Lu Xiaohui. Remaining unperturbed was a breeze. Li Chen also entered the vortex of laws, his vision shifting to a desolate desert. Trial taker, pass through this desert to succeed in the trial, a grand voice echoed from the void. What kind of trial is this? A test of endurance? Li Chen looked bewildered. But soon he understood what the trial was about. The sky shifted, suddenly revealing flying demon beasts that covered half the sky, each one at the level of a demon commander or higher. What the hell? Help! A giant rock appeared beneath him, spreading its wings and soaring upwards, quickly carrying Li Chen away. He realized this was a test of his escape skills. Fighting so many martial sect warriors would be fatal. He was up against over 3,000 demon commanders. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't match that many demon commanders. A flying sword landed at his feet. He not only used the carefree technique but also his sword control ability, greatly increasing his speed, soon breaking through 50 times the speed of sound. The sky was split by a shockwave, and a fierce wind rushed down from the air, causing a violent sandstorm. Waves of attacks shot from the flying demon beasts towards Li Chen, but fortunately his speed was fast enough and his agility sufficient to dodge the attacks while maintaining distance. Damn, without an SS level movement technique at the perfect realm, there's no way to pass this level. The trials in the Zhengfa Hall are so strict for core disciples, Li Chen complained. The flying demon beasts behind him were simply monstrous. He suspected they all had SSS level bloodlines, each one moving at an absurd speed. However, as a spirit master, Li Chen activated his ultimate speed divine concealment and mastered the essence of speed. After a brief period, he managed to pull away easily. After flying for 10 minutes, Li Chen finally exited the desert, and as soon as he did, the grand voice announced that he had passed the trial. That wasn't too hard. If my sister and Sister Miao can't pass this, it's embarrassing. Li Chen shook his head. If the two women knew, they would definitely beat him up. Did they think everyone could activate 6 ultimate divine concealments and master 6 essences? It's a pity I can't use external help here. As soon as he entered, the 11 automatically returned to the spatial ring, which was then sealed by a force, making it impossible to open. A vortex of laws appeared before him, and without hesitation, Li Chen dove right in. His vision shifted again, and this time he found himself in a closed space. There were many pipe openings here. Li Chen knocked and tapped, but he still hadn't figured out their purpose or what the trial was testing. Use defensive martial techniques. If you withstand the bombardment, you will pass the trial. The grand voice echoed again. The last trial tested my escape ability, and this one tests my defensive ability. I don't know much else for now, but I understand that being a core disciple of the Zhengfa Hall is definitely a high-risk profession, Li Chen murmured. If his words were heard by the core disciples of the Zhengfa Hall back then, they would surely resonate with him. Wasn't it high risk? They were constantly at odds with all the evil cultivators in the world, and every moment someone was trying to kill them for a drink. Li Chen finally understood what those cannon mouths were for. They were energy cannon mouths. A rich light gathered, causing Li Chen to squint. Then, the entire world was submerged in white light. Li Chen raised the Qian Kuan Wuji shield, and the black and white defensive barrier spun rapidly, transferring the power of the laser beams and causing them to cancel each other out. The miraculous aspect of the Qian Kuan Wuji technique lay here, having a function akin to the great shift of the universe. However, as more and more cannon tubes fired energy columns, and the caliber of the cannon tubes grew larger, the Qian Kuan Wuji shield could no longer hold up. The defensive barrier shattered, and the energy columns struck Li Chen, whose body was fully titaniumized. Ha! Li Chen roared, bracing himself in a horse stance to endure the baptism of the energy cannon. Such an attack would definitely overwhelm someone like Lu Run. Only those with SSS-level defensive techniques above the micro-realm could possibly withstand it. Li Chen's body refinement divine abode, immortal divine abode, and life divine abode began to operate, enhancing his physique tenfold, his defense tenfold, and his recovery tenfold, allowing him to hold on amidst the surging attacks of the energy columns. However, the power of the energy columns continued to increase, and Li Chen felt it becoming increasingly difficult to bear. His skin began to melt, and even his powerful recovery ability could not keep up. Body refinement mystique, immortal mystique, life mystique, unleash for me. Li Chen roared to the heavens, determined that it was impossible to defeat him. He stood tall, head held high, accepting the baptism of the energy columns. For a full 5 minutes, half of his 2 billion blood energy was consumed before the energy columns finally ceased, and Li Chen passed through once again. At this moment he arrived at the most critical juncture with one final challenge remaining. Li Chen once again dove into the vortex of laws, his vision shifting to a vast grassland. He waited, quietly curious about what kind of trouble the final challenge would bring. The air ahead distorted, and a man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, exuding an extraordinary aura, appeared before Li Chen. Remnant soul? Power imprint? Li Chen thought to himself, instantly seeing that the other party was not human, as he lacked a physical body. Endure for 5 minutes under the power imprint of the Hall Master to pass the trial. A grand voice announced the rules. What the hell? Who does he look down on? He's at the same level as me. I won't let him use one hand, and he only wants me to hold on for 5 minutes? Li Chen was filled with dissatisfaction. Throughout his journey, when had he not fought above his level? Who at the same level could withstand even one of his moves? Even a martial emperor at his stage would not be his opponent. This could be easily verified. If the disciples of the Justice Hall knew that Li Chen actually wanted to compete with their Hall Master at the same level while allowing him to use one hand, they would surely look at him as if he were an idiot. Did they know what kind of existence their Hall Master was? Letting him use one hand at the same level? Who in that era would dare to speak so shamelessly? Unfortunately, the Justice Hall had become a thing of the past, and no disciple of the Justice Hall could condemn Li Chen. The figure opposite him was merely a power imprint, devoid of intelligence and emotion, operating entirely according to its settings. Li Chen was still dissatisfied, but the Hall Master's imprint had already made its move. You have killed too much. I sentence you to death. The voice of the Hall Master's imprint came without any fluctuation. Then, four black and white chains appeared out of thin air, binding his hands and feet. Unrighteous in martial ethics, I won't play bondage with a man. Li Chen stepped on the dupang and shot towards the sky. However, strangely, despite his incredible speed, the chains drew ever closer, as if he could not escape them no matter what. Break for me. For flying knives, carrying the sharpness to pierce through heavy mountains, shot towards the four chains. But the chains instantly swayed, transforming into layers of phantoms. Before Li Chen could react, his hands and feet were already bound. You're a man. Why do you like to play bondage with men? Li Chen could only weakly complain. He tried to struggle, but the four chains were very secure, with a hint of the power of the mysteries flowing within them. It turns out I'm not the only one who can grasp the essence before the martial king. Li Chen murmured, no wonder he couldn't break free at once, it was the essence that was enhancing him. Slash! The Hall Master shouted loudly, and four chains tightened, restraining Li Chen's limbs. A sharp aura descended from above, and Li Chen found himself in a guillotine, the blade rapidly descending towards his head. Damn it! Li Chen cried out, unable to break free for the moment. He quickly activated his titanium body, using all his hidden abilities, the essence flowing through him. At this moment, even if a second-grade martial sovereign struck him, he would only sustain minor injuries. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted, the sound waves exploding, causing the grassland below to crack open with countless fissures. Lightning-like blood surged from Li Chen's neck, a trickle of crimson flowing down. With just one strike, he was injured. The Hall Master's martial skills were not only strange but also exceptionally powerful, making him the strongest opponent Li Chen had faced at this level. Give it to me. Open. Li Chen's eyes shone with brilliance, his blood energy surging like the ocean, muscles rippling like a divine dragon. A powerful force erupted from his body, directly shattering the four chains binding his hands and feet. Then he forcefully pushed against the guillotine with his neck. You can't cut off my head. Li Chen snorted coldly. But the Hall Master had no time to watch Li Chen show off. His attack was coming again. Heaven's net is vast. The Hall Master reached out, and a complex web of chains intertwined, trapping Li Chen in a small space. The heavenly net continued to shrink, trying to confine Li Chen within. Is this ever going to end? Do I not have perfect SSS-level martial skills? Do I not have the essence? Breaking the heaven/essence, activate. Li Chen held his sword with both hands, a powerful destructive aura surged into the sky, his blood energy dyeing the heavens red. At this moment, Li Chen resembled a furnace of heaven and earth. A blade of energy cleaved through the space, lamenting, the essence retreating. This was the power of destruction. Although he wasn't very strong now, his intent was lofty: destruction of essence, destruction of laws, destruction of all things in the world. The blade energy struck the heavenly net, leaving a gash. Li Chen stepped on the great rock and burst through the opening. Defending without attacking was not Li Chen's style. Flying blades rained down like a torrential downpour. But this downpour carried a sharp killing intent. Even a first-grade martial sovereign would find it hard to block. Pardon domain. The Hall Master formed several seals with his hands, and a domain resembling a yin-yang taiji diagram enveloped him. Once the flying blades entered, the mental energy attached to them was quickly worn away. This domain had the function of depleting mental energy. Let you taste the flavor of being bombarded. Under Li Chen's control, all the flying blades that entered the domain exploded. Thousands of high-yield missiles detonated, a mushroom cloud rising into the sky rapidly, increasing the temperature of the entire space. But Li Chen still felt unsatisfied. His right fist gathered light, transforming into a blazing sun, which then fell, creating a tremendous mushroom cloud. When All the fluctuations dissipated, a deep pit over 100 meters appeared on the ground, while the Hall Master floated above the giant pit unscathed. Only the slightly wrinkled corners of his clothes proved that his defense wasn't flawless. The Hall Master showed no signs of disturbance, standing on 2 chains, which carried him swiftly through the air, his speed rivaling Li Chen's. Li Chen suspected that the other party had also unlocked the ultimate speed hidden ability and mastered the essence of speed. The Hall Master positioned his fingers like a sword at his brow, his eyes locked onto Li Chen, clearly preparing to unleash a powerful move. Judgment of the Divine Eye. The Hall Master's branded eyes shot out 2 beams of light, one black and one white. There was no fluctuation of blood energy, this was a pure mental attack. What a hassle, Li Chen said helplessly. The mental attack was swift, and he couldn't evade it, so he could only confront it head-on. His mental power coalesced into 2 flying daggers, shooting directly from his brow, to collide with the 2 beams of light. Li Chen was not afraid of mental power at all. Even so, he found himself at a disadvantage. The Hall Master looked up at the sky, and his eyes shot out 2 beams of light, straight into the heavens, causing the air to twist violently. Then, a gigantic eye hung in the high sky. The eye bore a cold indifference, as if it viewed all things as mere fodder, much like the eye of heaven, looking down from above. Why are the techniques of the Hall of Justice so strange? Li Chen was speechless. It was his first time witnessing such martial arts. To be honest, it felt somewhat like the methods of cultivating immortality. Of course, Li Chen wouldn't just stand by. He sent a ground-pressing seal up towards the heavenly eye, intending to shatter it first. The heavenly eye rotated, locking onto the ground-pressing seal, which resembled a miniature continent. A hazy light emanated from the heavenly eye, and a powerful pressure descended from above, as if the sky were collapsing downwards like a divine descent. The ground-pressing seal was suppressed by the immense pressure, and when it was still 2 meters away from the heavenly eye, it was pinned in place. The hazy light fell, and the ground-pressing seal quickly dissipated. Under its purifying power, the light appeared harmless and even beautiful, but it was the most enchanting and dangerous. After the ground-pressing seal was worn away, Li Chen could only activate his titanium body for defense. CHH. It was as if sulfuric acid had been splashed on him. His body emitted thick white smoke as it began to dissolve. What a tough opponent. Li Chen had to admit that the inheritance of the Hall of Justice was indeed powerful. This method was strange yet domineering. If you had even the slightest weakness, defeat was inevitable. No wonder they only need to hold on for 5 minutes. There really aren't many who can last that long. Does my sister have a chance? Li Chen thought to himself. Heavenly slash. Li Chen struck again, declaring that if heaven sought to destroy him, he would slay heaven. The heavenly blade chi pierced the sky, and the power to obliterate everything clashed with the power to purify all in mid-air. The dark blade energy shattered into countless tiny blades, tearing apart the hazy light. Break it! Li Chen shouted in anger, the blade energy swelling to thousands of meters, as if a mountain shaped like a blade had appeared in the sky. The heavenly blade chi struck directly at the heavenly eye, and time seemed to freeze. The entire space was suspended by the immense power. Even human thought slowed down. Cracks appeared on the heavenly eye, and a defiant cultivator finally raised his slaughtering blade against the heavenly path. As the cracks on the heavenly eye grew larger, a pitch-black dark blade cleaved out from it, instantly descending upon Li Chen. The speed was so fast that it seemed to hit him. The moment it was unleashed, there was no way to evade it, only to endure. Li Chen's chest erupted with countless lightning snakes, blood bursting forth as he was struck down by the dark blade, creating a large pit in the ground. He coughed up blood, glancing at his chest, which was nearly split open. This blow was truly powerful. Even Li Chen's formidable defense was instantly breached. The power of the life divine store and the essence of life began to operate, and Li Chen's wounds started to stop bleeding rapidly. He looked at the Hall Master, who was also not faring well. Blood flowed from his eyes, and he had closed them tightly, losing the opportunity to continue his attack. Damn it, it's my turn. A series of blood energy flying daggers appeared, slicing through the air towards the Hall Master, taking advantage of his blindness to strike. But the Hall Master of the Hall of Justice was not so easily trapped in a desperate situation in his youth. His eyes were temporarily blind, but he still possessed spiritual power. The spiritual energy surged forth, sensing the arrival of the flying daggers, and he once again unleashed the domain of absolution. All the daggers were blocked. This defensive divine ability was indeed that powerful. Li Chen stood up, and at this moment, the wound on his chest had stopped bleeding, and the flesh was rapidly regenerating. In just a few minutes, he would fully recover. Watch me blow you to pieces. Li Chen slapped down 3 seals in succession: the Mountain Suppression Seal, the Sea Suppression Seal, and the Earth Suppression Seal. The Mountain Suppression Seal reflected the 5 sacred mountains, condensing their power. The Sea Suppression Seal reflected the lakes and seas, condensing the power of water. The Earth Suppression Seal reflected the rivers and mountains, the nation and its people, condensing the power of the continent. A tremendous pressure descended, causing the ground to collapse layer by layer, unable to withstand such immense force. The Hall Master felt the pressure from above and lifted his head. The heavenly net appeared. Dense and layered chains emerged, binding all 3 great seals. However, to bind a ferocious beast, your chains must be strong enough. The three great seals exuded a violent aura and all the chains were pulled. Tot! Bang! A chain snapped, followed by a chain reaction. Bang bang bang! Chains continued to snap under the immense force. These chains could not contain the three ferocious beasts. 18 layers of hell. The Hall Master uttered again. A chilling wind howled, and the entire world fell into darkness. Woo! The sound of the passing wind sent shivers down one's spine. Whoa, I don't want to die. I died so tragically. I am innocent, I cannot die. One wail after another reached Li Chen's ears, as if countless ghosts were whispering beside him. Whoosh! The sound of flowing water could be heard, and a hazy river appeared carrying numerous souls emerging from nowhere and heading to an unknown destination. It was too vague for Li Chen to see clearly. A bit of eerie white flame danced in the wind, and behind the flames, pale faces with disheveled hair occasionally flashed by, looking quite terrifying. What? Can't win, so you resort to scaring me? Li Chen shouted angrily. As a youth of the new century, how could he be afraid of this? Such a strange martial technique, a perfect fusion of spiritual power and blood energy. If there's even one shortcoming, it probably can't break free. Li Chen thought to himself. However, this hell that could trap ghosts and gods could not contain him. The great sage. 10,000 ridges break the firmament. Li Chen swung the alloy knife in his hand, and in an instant, countless knife energies swept across the universe, obliterating everything as they covered the 18 layers of hell, aiming to cleanse all the sins of hell. Countless souls appeared, rushing towards the knife energy one after another. The souls were obliterated under the knife energy, and the knife energy also shattered under the souls gnawing. The entire process lasted a full 2 minutes. When all the knife energies dissipated, hell was now empty, leaving only a hollow shell. As a gust of wind blew, the 18 layers of hell vanished like a mirage, as if it had never existed. Just as Li Chen was about to continue his attack, a grand voice echoed once more. 5 minutes are up. You have passed the trial and obtained the qualification of a core disciple. Bastard, let him out. I want to continue fighting him. Li Chen roared to the sky. He was in the heat of battle, and suddenly stopping was unacceptable. It was like on the wedding night, with his pants already down, and someone telling him it wasn't convenient tonight. Who could stand that? Unfortunately, no one paid him any mind. Only a vortex of laws appeared before Li Chen. Reluctantly, he dove into the vortex of laws, feeling 100 grievances in his heart for not achieving victory in his first battle against someone of the same realm. As his vision shifted, Li Chen found himself in a closed space. He looked around and felt as if he were inside a tower. Above the tower, there were shining stars, looking beautiful and dreamlike. A star fell from the top of the tower, floating in front of Li Chen. Li Chen reached out and caught the star. A piece of information entered his mind. It was the complete inheritance of the Judgment Divine Canon, the one his sister had always been thinking about. Unfortunately, this technique could only be inherited on the spot and could not be taken out. Li Chen could only project his consciousness and begin his cultivation. After comprehending it, Li Chen once again mastered an SSS level technique, reaching the realm of mastery. After Li Chen finished his comprehension, the star in his hand flew back to its original position, and then another star fell. Li Chen held it in his hand and discovered that it was not a technique inheritance, but a bottle of elixir. Blood Sea Pill generates a large amount of blood energy, fills the blood mansion. A very simple introduction, but it was of great use to Li Chen. It wouldn't take long before he could open the blood mansion and advance to martial sovereign. He didn't know how long it would take to fill the newly opened blood mansion with blood energy, but with the Blood Sea Pill he could quickly fill it up and then start preparing for the advancement to Divine Platform Realm. The third star fell, and Li Chen found that it was a token, one side engraved with the righteous law, the other side engraved with the core. This should be the identity token of the core disciple of the righteous law hall, but unfortunately, it was of no use now. However, Li Chen did not throw it away. It was good to keep as a memento, and this jade looked very valuable, so it would be a waste to discard it. Li Chen waited and waited, but found that no more stars fell. He thought to himself, if you come down, why can't I go up to get it? Li Chen pushed off with his legs and shot up directly, looking at the star that was within reach, his eyes burning with desire as he reached out with both hands. But suddenly, his vision went dark, and when it brightened again, he realized something was off. His hands seemed to be grasping two dough-like objects. He couldn't exactly say they were dough, but the feeling was very strange, and Li Chen felt inexplicably familiar with it. Reflexively squeezing them, a wonderful sensation spread throughout his body. So soft, so big, Li Chen murmured. Hee, little rascal, I just gave you a chance to act, and now you're not pretending at all. A voice filled with laughter and a hint of coldness came from above. At that moment, Li Chen found himself inexplicably kneeling on the ground. He looked up and finally understood why the sensation felt so familiar. His hands were perfectly placed on Miao Weiwei's jade peaks. Damn, Inheritance Tower, you betrayed me. Li Chen cried out in his heart. Wasn't it just wanting to grab a little more reward? Did it have to go this far? Inheritance Tower, if I don't show you a little color, you won't understand how to respect your seniors. Besides, you should thank me. What, still unwilling to let go? How long do you plan to hold on? Miao Weiwei's gaze narrowed, her voice carrying a chill. It. Li Chen stammered. For a long time, unable to get a word out, this was truly a misunderstanding. So, how does it feel? Miao Weiwei resumed her half-smiling expression. Not bad, Li Chen blurted out. Ah, no, I didn't mean it. Li Chen shook his head wildly, cursing himself for saying something so reckless. I don't care whether you meant it or not, I will remember this. You better be careful, maybe one of those mosquitoes is the poison eye. Raised, Miao Weiwei leaned closer to Li Chen, smiling sweetly. Li Chen shivered, thinking of the terror of the poison. He felt a bit of fear, as it was truly unpredictable. It's all my fault, Lady Miao. Please have mercy and let me off this time? Li Chen said awkwardly. You little brat took advantage of me and think a simple apology will suffice? Dream on. It really was a misunderstanding. I wanted to grab a couple more treasures inside the inheritance tower, but somehow I ended up here, Li Chen explained awkwardly. So you mean to say it's the inheritance tower's fault? Not exactly. Then how are you going to say it? Li Chen was speechless. This conversation had reached a dead end. You just mentioned the inheritance tower? Did you pass the assessment? Miao Weiwei asked in surprise. Yes, the assessment was indeed difficult, especially the last stage. The strength of that Hall Master's imprint is truly formidable, Li Chen replied. It's a pity I didn't make it to the last stage. I was eliminated in the second stage. The path of poison and insects is still too one-sided. I have flaws in defense, speed, and mental aspects, Miao Weiwei said, her eyes dimming slightly. What does that matter? If Sister Miao doesn't mind, we can communicate more. My research in martial arts, I can't say it surpasses my mentor, but at least it's not inferior to the dean, Li Chen said with a smile. You brat, you're really not modest, Miao Weiwei laughed. However, she had to admit that Li Chen's martial arts skills were not something an ordinary mentor could compare to. The dean said that excessive modesty is hypocrisy. In that case, I'll give you two tasks first. Guide my breathing technique and accompanying martial arts to a subtle realm. We'll call it even. If you can guide it to perfection, being a bit more demanding wouldn't be a problem. Miao Weiwei regained her charming demeanor. I'll do my best. Am I worth your best effort? Definitely. Thinking about the pot while eating from the bowl, what a little scoundrel. Li Chen pouted. What else could he say after she had said everything? After chatting for a few minutes, Li Ai finally came out. Seeing the smile on her face, it seemed she had succeeded this time. How did it go, sister? Li Chen asked. With me. In action, of course, it was a piece of cake. Li Ai was as smug as Li Chen. Sister, you're not that great. I came out long ago. It was just a small trial. Li Chen shook his head. I think you need a beating. Li Ai tugged at Li Chen's ear again. You two siblings shouldn't flaunt in front of me. A failure, Miao Weiwei spat. Little Miao Miao, don't be sad. Anyway, your chances of passing were slim to begin with. Li Ai comforted, hugging Miao Weiwei's shoulders. You two siblings look good, but it's a pity you have such big mouths. Miao Weiwei shot a glance at Li Ai. Let's go, time to head back. Li Chen released 11 and led the way up. They were currently on the 15th floor and needed to return to the first floor to exit. With 11 leading the way, everything was smooth, and soon they emerged at the mountaintop outside. Teacher, I did not disgrace my mission, Li Ai said sweetly, linking arms with the Judgment Martial King, showing their good student-teacher relationship. That's good. Mastering the Judgment Divine Canon and taking over the law enforcement hall will be justified, the Martial King said happily. Teacher, that's too far. Who knows when it will be before the Martial King can achieve that? You're still young. Why are you always thinking about retirement? Li Ai pouted. Worrying too much has given me more wrinkles. In the face of beauty, power must yield, the Martial King joked, in a good mood. Teacher has good insight. Luckily, I've already found a substitute. What do you think of my brother? He also passed the test. The dean's judgment finally seems normal this time. When he took that silly Ding-Yido as a disciple, I once doubted whether his eyesight was faulty. The Martial King spoke frankly. Li Chen scratched his head awkwardly. Someone was speaking ill of the teacher in front of him, but he didn't dare to retort, feeling anxious. Your brother's path will be arranged by the dean. Don't think about being a temporary transitional figure, the Martial King said, patting Li Ai's head. The disciple's fate is unfortunate, Li Ai lamented. All right. There are countless people coveting this position. Don't take advantage and act coy. Let's go back. The Martial King released his flying vehicle, preparing to take Li Chen and the others away. At that moment, an astonishing momentum surged rapidly from the southwest direction. A beast with a wingspan of over 200 meters, carrying raging flames, approached swiftly, its aura firmly locking onto this place. K-Wu. The Judgment Martial King's gaze turned cold. The visitor was not friendly. Be careful, their target should not be me, the Judgment Martial King said in a deep voice. As a top-tier Martial King and one of the pillars of the Federation, the demon clan would not target her without thorough preparation. She scanned the surroundings, noticing several auras rapidly approaching from different directions, all at the martial zone level. With a clear objective, K-Wu would hold her back while the others surrounded and killed Li Ai and the other two. Don't worry, teacher, as long as the Martial King doesn't intervene, we'll be fine, Li Ai said, her face brimming with confidence. If she hadn't obtained the puppet before, she wouldn't have had this confidence, but after acquiring the puppet, she felt very secure. You little girl, don't be too proud. Don't worry, master, it'll be fine. You just focus on dealing with this little sparrow. All right. The Judgment Martial King soared into the sky to meet the K-Wu Demon King. The instant collision was earth-shattering, as if several nuclear bombs had been dropped. The Martial King's strength was enough to burn mountains and boil seas, to destroy cities and obliterate pools. Li Chen and the others remained in place, surrounded by 3 groups of people from 3 directions, all led by third-tier martial zone, showing how much they were valued. One group was made up of demon beasts, 3 flood dragons, 1 third-tier demon commander, and 2 second-tier demon commanders. The Black Dragon Emperor was looking for an opportunity to kill him. The other 2 groups were human, all dressed in black robes and wearing masks, their faces hidden, with a formation similar to the flood dragons, 1 third-tier martial zone and 2 second-tier martial zone. Such a formation to deal with 3 students was truly unprecedented. As third-tier martial zone, you still need to hide your heads and show your tails. Being reduced to this level, you might as well roll back into your mother's womb and be remade, Li Chen mocked. Li Chen, you have offended our ancient God Society. Today is your death day, said the black-robed man wearing a white mask coldly. Another rat from the ancient God Society. You claim to act in the name of the gods, yet you behave like street rats. I suggest you change your name to the Ancient Rat Society. You talk too much. Pay with your life to Prince Ao Xian. The leading Black Flood Dragon Demon Commander directly spewed dragon breath towards Li Chen and the others, intending to drown them. Dealing with 3 kids at the highest level of only first-tier martial zone didn't require so much talk. 1 strike would suffice. Feeling the power of the dragon breath, Li Chen could only admit that he indeed couldn't withstand it. The strength of the third-tier demon commander was too strong. However, he had 11, and he was not afraid at all. With a flash of his spatial ring, 11 appeared beside him, raising a hand to unleash a furious wave that blocked the dragon breath. The shadow of the sea goddess appeared behind 11, charging towards the Black Flood Dragon Demon Commander. Such a strong puppet, why aren't you making your move? The Black Flood Dragon Demon Commander roared. Die for me! The third-tier martial zone from the Ancient God Society attacked, a beam of gray light shining down on Li Chen and the others. Even before it reached them, they felt an ominous aura. Another third-tier martial zone, wearing a death mask, also attacked, throwing daggers at Li Chen and the others. This was a spiritual master. Judging by their style, they should be assassins from a certain faction, striking ruthlessly and never speaking a word. Li Ai and Miao Wei also released their 2 puppets. Fortunately, Li Chen had enough puppets, otherwise they would have to flee. Damn it, so many third-tier martial zone level puppets. The Grand Elder of the Ancient God Society said hatefully. It was really difficult to kill Li Chen. You all hurry up and kill them. Given the current situation, they still had the advantage in numbers. However, as Li Chen took out 5 more second-tier martial zone level puppets, the advantage in numbers instantly reversed, and it was now Li Chen's side that held the upper hand. Want to kill me? I'll take you bastards down with me. Li Chen first approached a second-tier martial sect member of the Ancient God Society, whom he despised the most, those scoundrels who refused to be good people and chose to be dogs instead. Afraid of you? The cultist's avatar split into shadows, instantly transforming into dozens of phantoms that charged at Li Chen. This trick won't work on me. The densely packed flying daggers covered all the phantoms, causing them to shatter, leaving only one true body. The flying daggers fell like starlight, drowning the cultist in thousands of blades. Shadow shift. The cultist squinted, and his entire being vanished before Li Chen. Li Chen felt a sharpness stabbing from behind. In his mental perception, his shadow came to life. The shadow stood up and transformed into a person, lunging a slender sword toward his heart. The sharpness emanating from the slender sword told Li Chen that it was made of SS-grade alloy, and even with his physical defense, it would be hard to withstand. You really are willing to invest heavily. Li Chen, seasoned from countless battles, was not startled by the sudden turn of events. The instant universe. Infinite shield slightly blocked the opponent's attack, and then a metal knife appeared in his hand, positioned before his chest. The slender sword in the cultist's hand continuously changed direction, attempting to bypass the metal knife's defense and strike Li Chen. But Li Chen's close combat ability was always on point. How could he give the opponent a chance? Get lost. Li Chen swung the metal knife horizontally, colliding with the cultist's slender sword, unleashing a tremendous force that sent the opponent staggering back. Damn it, the cultist cursed under his breath. Such a good opportunity had slipped away, and he nearly spat blood. 10,000 ridges break the sky. Li Chen's long knife slowly sliced through the air, and a dense wave of sky-splitting blade energy howled out, cleaving toward the cultist. Shadow escape. The cultist's figure vanished again, this time emerging from the shadow of a large tree below. As long as there was a shadow, he could instantly arrive there. This was his strength. The 3 of them who had come this time were all seasoned assassins from the Ancient God Society's assassination department, gifted in the art of killing. What a hassle. Luckily, I just learned the Judgment Divine Cannon, Li Chen muttered. 4 chains appeared out of thin air, quickly binding the cultist's limbs. Heavy illusions. The cultist reacted swiftly, transforming into layers of illusions to escape. Heaven's net. A dense, overlapping mass of chains sealed off all the phantoms. The chains tightened rapidly, compressing the cultist's escape space. Shadow escape. The cultist still wanted to flee but found that this time the shadow escape was ineffective. The chains possessed a strange power that severed his connection to the shadows outside. Judgment Divine Cannon, specifically restraining your wicked ways, Li Chen sneered. A life for a sword. As an assassin, he never lacked the courage to fight to the death. The cultist's blood surged, dark energy quickly converging. He merged with his sword, transforming into a beam of sword light that shattered the chains and escaped. After all, the Judgment Divine Cannon was only at the proficient level and couldn't hold him, a second-tier martial sect member. A blade energy that could obliterate everything descended from the sky, colliding with the sword light formed by the cultist. The sharp blade light and sword energy tore through the air, the dense shrieking sound causing eardrums to ache. The blade energy blocked the cultist, and Li Chen stepped on the great rock, swiftly descending, and struck again at the opponent. At the same time, the dense chains once again sealed off the area, preventing the opponent from escaping. Afraid of you, the cultist shouted coldly. He was no weakling among second-tier martial sect members and was not afraid of Li Chen at all. The Divine Platform Realm, where 9 layers of divine platforms were built in the Blood Mansion. With each layer constructed, one's strength advanced further. He had already built 7 layers of the Divine Platform, making him a strong figure among second-tier martial sect members, not one to fear Li Chen. Shadow. Killing Blade. The slender sword in the cultist's hand gathered the power of shadows and collided with Li Chen's metal knife. Lightning snakes darted wildly, wreaking havoc for 10 miles, the sudden brilliance causing people's eyes to squint. Both sides were evenly matched, with long knives and thin swords clashing continuously. Relying on his incredible speed, Li Chen held the advantage in attack, but it was unlikely he could take down his opponent. He had fully unleashed his power, yet could only fight to a standstill. However, it didn't matter. At this moment, they had the upper hand. 11 was an absolute powerhouse among the third-grade martial sovereigns, while the Black Flood Dragon Demon Commander was now covered in blood, beaten so badly by 11 that he couldn't find his bearings. 14 and 15, though not as strong, also held the advantage. Additionally, a cultist from the Ancient God Society was being besieged by 2 puppets and had already sustained serious injuries. As long as they could drag it out, victory would surely be theirs in the end. Go! The spiritual master shouted lowly, using martial skills to help 14 evade, then quickly led his 2 companions to escape. They were never a team to begin with, and now that the situation was dire, it was wise to flee first. Damn it! The Black Flood Dragon Demon Commander roared in anger. What about him if they left? He wanted to break through and escape, but was trapped by waves of fury, unable to find a way to use his powers. 14 was freed and immediately joined 15 to attack the leader of the Ancient God Society. 16 came to Li Chen's side, and together they surrounded the cultist. 16 clapped his palms together, unleashing 2 water dragons that roared as they rushed toward the cultist. Damn it! The cultist gritted his teeth, realizing that there was no one in this world to trust. The cultist was trapped in a small space by chains, unable to dodge, bound by the 2 water dragons. After tearing apart the water dragons with his sharp sword aura, Li Chen's skybreaking slash descended, shattering his defenses and causing him to spit blood. With 16's cooperation, Li Chen found it much easier. The 2 attacked from both sides, and the cultist was overwhelmed, his wounds increasing. I'll take you down with me, Thousand Shadows instant kill sword. Seeing no way to escape, madness appeared in the cultist's eyes. Layers of shadows appeared behind him, and as he thrust out a gray sword energy, all the shadows merged into it, causing the sword energy to surge in speed and exude an eerie aura. Boundless universe. Li Chen raised a defensive shield where yin and yang converged, and the stars shifted. Even the sunlight could be distorted. The eerie sword light struck the moment it hit the shield, and the shadows within the sword energy surged out, madly tearing at the boundless universe shield. Although many shadows were worn down by the shield's power, the sudden explosion still created a breach. The sword light penetrated, and Li Chen raised his knife to block, but the sword light instantly split into dozens of beams, stabbing at him from all directions. A silver titanium figure appeared in the sky. Li Chen had already activated his titanium body. The aura of immortality spread as the world perished, but he did not. The world decayed, but he remained eternal. Li Chen's current body refinement level could slightly reflect the essence of this phrase. A sharp pain surged from his brow. The gray sword light was incredibly sharp and also had the property of weakening defenses. Li Chen's flesh was pierced, blood sprayed out, and the sharp sword light spun rapidly, aiming to pierce Li Chen's mud pill palace and completely incapacitate him. But Li Chen would not let him have his way. His right hand directly grasped the sword light, and the friction between the sword energy and his flesh sparked countless sparks. Li Chen's palm was bleeding, but this little pain was something he could fully endure. Shatter for me. Li Chen's right hand muscles surged like a divine dragon flipping over, unleashing immense power to crush the sword energy. The cultist's eyes revealed unwillingness. His strongest strike had failed, and he had lost his chance. My life is worth much more than yours, and you still want to drag me down with you, Li Chen said disdainfully. His long knife rose again, and he continued to attack the cultist with 16, finally ending the opponent's life under his blade after 6 moves. The battle on Li Chen's side concluded, and he assisted others in surrounding the remaining enemies. In the end, 3 flood dragons and 3 cultists were all slain. Li Chen collected all their bodies, which he could take back to school to exchange for a large batch of contribution points. At an altitude of 30,000 meters. The Sparrow Dance Demon King saw that the situation was untenable and decisively withdrew. The Judgment Martial King did not stop him. It was meaningless. They were to separate life and death, something that could not be accomplished in a short time. You did well, but your trump cards have been exposed. You must be careful when you go out in the future. If you act again, they will be at the Martial King level of combat power, the Judgment Martial King advised. Yes, teacher. Yes, Palace Master. The three responded respectfully, realizing that they truly needed to be cautious in the future. Following the Judgment Martial King, they quickly returned to Jinwu University. Li Chen went straight back to the villa, which was now evening. Only Chu Piaoxue was in the villa, and upon asking, he learned that Qin Yiman had gone out with her mentor for a week-long trial. So soon for a trial? Shouldn't that start in the second year? Li Chen said, wrapping his arm around Chu Piaoxue's waist. Their mentor's teaching style is quite aggressive. Perhaps that's just how sword cultivators are, Chu Piaoxue replied. What, are you reluctant? Chu Piaoxue smiled lightly. Of course I'm reluctant, but each of you must grow and have your own wonderful lives. I won't be your constraint, Li Chen said gently, pinching Chu Piaoxue's face. Aren't you afraid we'll grow wings and fly away? You won't fly faster than me. Wherever you go, I will follow you. We'll hide. I'll see where you hide. Take this. Li Chen immediately tickled Chu Piaoxue's armpit. Hee, you're being a sore loser. The two began to play around on the sofa. The living room echoed with joyful laughter, but their merriment was interrupted by the doorbell. Opening the door, they found Miao Weiwei and Li Ai had arrived. You guys are here, Li Chen welcomed them in. Did we interrupt your romantic time? Miao Weiwei teased. Sister, this is Piaoxue, this is my sister, Li Chen introduced. Nice to meet you, sister and sister Miao, Chu Piaoxue said shyly, feeling as if she had been caught by her parents while living with her boyfriend, with Li Ai now being Li Chen's parent. Hello, Piaoxue. My stinky brother hasn't bullied you, has he? Li Ai smiled, holding Chu Piaoxue's hand. No, he treats me very well. Chu Piaoxue replied obediently. So good. I don't know what kind of luck my stinky brother has to have caught you. Look at what you're saying, sister. Your brother is full of shining points, you just haven't noticed them, Li Chen retorted. Get lost, don't disturb us. The three women sat on the sofa and began to chat. As for what they talked about, there were too many topics among girls to ever finish. Not long after, Yi Xing and his group also arrived, and it was time for their joint martial arts training. Li Chen transformed back into a mentor, guiding everyone in their cultivation. Even Li Ai, who had always thought her brother was useless, had to admit that Li Chen's insights into martial arts were indeed profound. The atmosphere was joyful, and it wasn't until 11 at night that everyone began to head home. At this point, only Li Chen and Chu Piaoxue remained in the villa. The atmosphere was more delicate than usual, especially with Qin Yiman absent. Li Chen first took a shower, casually dressed in loose pajamas, and lay on the bed, playing with his phone. Not long after, Chu Piaoxue came in wearing a form-fitting nightgown. Tonight, Chu Piaoxue's face was flushed, making her even more enchanting. She obediently lay beside Li Chen, whispering, "Sweet nothings." Their faces drew closer and closer until they couldn't help but kiss again. This time, Li Chen no longer suppressed himself. He didn't want to stop for even a moment. Chu Piaoxue did not stop Li Chen's increasingly bold actions either. Her buttons were undone one by one, revealing a perfect body before Li Chen, giving him a strong visual impact. Xiaoxue, I love you, Li Chen said passionately. I love you too. Chu Piaoxue kissed Li Chen. The two were like dry kindling ignited by fire, and that night all their affection turned into flames that consumed them. The intense bodies intertwined, bringing endless spring to the room. Bright sunlight shone on their youthful faces, and Li Chen felt a tingling sensation at the tip of his nose. Opening his sleepy eyes, he saw Chu Piaoxue with a playful smile brushing her hair against his nose. Daring to disturb my sweet dreams, just wait until I punish you. Li Chen pulled Chu Piaoxue domineeringly closer. I'm sorry, Chu Piaoxue pleaded. If apologies were useful, what would we need the police for? Li Chen's passionate kiss sealed her lips again. Naturally, the room was filled with spring colors once more. The young couple, just beginning to taste love's sweetness, knew no restraint at all. Chu Piaoxue had to go to class, while Li Chen went to the training room to continue refining his bones. Life began to stabilize again, but the difference was that Li Chen felt happier every day, savoring the sweetness of life, wanting to forever remain in this gentle embrace. Time passed quickly, and 7 days later, Qin Yiman returned. When it was time for bed, she looked at Li Chen and Chu Piaoxue with suspicion, sensing something unusual. Sister Piaoxue, the teacher asked if he bullied you. Qin Yiman quietly asked beside Piaoxue. No, not at all. Chu Piaoxue's face turned red. She didn't dare to admit it. Not even daring to meet Qin Yiman's gaze, like a child who had done something wrong. What do you mean bullied? I can't even bear to hurt Piaoxue, Li Chen said irritably. You really know how to pamper her, Qin Yiman teased. Don't be jealous, I will pamper you well, Li Chen said, pulling Qin Yiman closer. I don't want to, Qin Yiman pouted. Did you miss me in the past 7 days? Li Chen pinched Qin Yiman's lips, finding it amusing. There were too many handsome guys, I couldn't remember you. How dare you look at other handsome guys? Just wait until I punish you. Li Chen began to playfully tease Qin Yiman. I'm going to sleep in the next room, Chu Piaoxue said as she walked out. Piaoxue, save me, Qin Yiman shouted. No one can save you even if you scream your throat raw, keek. At that moment, Li Chen resembled a villain. You big bad guy. Little fairy, just give in to this big bad guy, Li Chen laughed. If anyone is giving in, it's you to me. Qin Yiman flipped over and pinned Li Chen down, kissing him actively. That night, once again, the spring colors could not be contained. Chu Piaoxue was gentle as water, while Qin Yiman was passionate as fire, allowing Li Chen to experience the wonderful taste of ice and fire. From that night on, Li Chen never shared a bed with both women at the same time. Chu Piaoxue and Qin Yiman each slept in their own rooms, and Li Chen could only alternate between the two rooms. Both women were shy and could not accept serving one person together. Li Chen felt helpless, but there was nothing he could do. Both women were resolute in their stance. A few days later, Li Chen finally reached the peak of a fourth-grade martial artist, having completed the refining of his skull. At this point, he could begin to open his blood mansion and advance to a martial sect. He sat in the training room, his blood energy rapidly circulating through his meridians, flowing through his organs before rushing towards his dantian. Boom! Li Chen's body emitted a rumble, vibrating all over. However, his physical body was tough and completely unharmed, continuing to push forward. Wave after wave, the blood energy surged more violently, vowing not to stop until the dantian space was broken open. After one round after another of blood energy impacts, the threshold at Li Chen's dantian was finally breached, revealing a vast space in his perception. Within a 10-mile radius, the finest blood mansion, Li Chen's face showed satisfaction. Many martial sects only opened a blood mansion with a diameter of 1 mile. Achieving a diameter of 5 miles was already something hard to come by. However, the blood mansion space that Li Chen opened up has a diameter of 10 miles, allowing for a much greater capacity of vital energy compared to other martial sections. After establishing the blood mansion, Li Chen discovered something different. He sensed a pervasive force around him, a power that was both strong and inexhaustible. He understood that this was dark energy. The dark energy was entering Li Chen's meridians through his pores, merging with his vital energy and then converging into the blood mansion space. The vital energy infused with dark energy could exert a stronger force, and only then could it draw upon the dark energy in the space for its own use. As Li Chen's body merged with the dark energy, he focused his mind and slowly began to float, without needing to perform any martial techniques, as simple as eating or drinking. This is true freedom, a sense of liberation from the body to the heart. Unrestrained, Li Chen spread his arms, hovering in the training room, feeling as if he were soaking in warm ocean water, thoroughly enjoying it. He took out a sea transformation pill and swallowed it. Fortunately, he had this kind of pill. Otherwise, it would take an unknown amount of time to fill the blood mansion with vital energy. Even if he continuously consumed top-tier nutritional potions, it might still take 3 months. The further one progressed in cultivation, the more time each step required. For many, reaching the martial sect level could take several years or even over a decade. Li Chen did not have that kind of patience. With the sea transformation pill, he was confident he could fill the blood mansion in about a month. Then he could prepare to invite the spirits from within his organs into the blood mansion, getting ready to build the divine platform. Entering the martial sect meant stepping into another realm, becoming a pillar of the Federation. Any martial sect member would have a reputation in their state, and even a third-tier martial sect member would be known throughout the Federation. This is what it means to be a martial sect. Li Chen emerged from the training room, breezing back to the dormitory. As soon as he entered, he gave Chu Piaoxue, who opened the door, a big hug. Xiaoxue, I've been promoted to martial sect. As he spoke, he also gave Chu Piaoxue a domineering kiss. Congratulations. Chu Piaoxue was genuinely happy for Li Chen. Li bastard, you're truly inhuman. Qin Yiman jogged over, hugging Li Chen's arm. Tonight, I'll slowly tell you whether I'm human or not, Li Chen said with a mischievous smile. Tonight, the door will be locked. I won't let you in. Do you dare to rebel? Li Chen pinched Qin Yiman's little face and gave her a kiss. Li Chen announced the good news to his friends, who all sent their blessings while also teasing him for being inhuman. At that moment, Li Ai was both surprised and delighted. Her younger brother had actually caught up to her in cultivation in such a short time. As for strength, there was no doubt she was not a match for Li Chen. Meow. Wei Wei had a strange expression, lost in thought, not knowing what she was pondering. That evening, Li Chen and his friends went out to a restaurant to celebrate. Li Chen had a few drinks but did not get drunk. He wasn't with his father-in-law, so he didn't want to drink that much. I plan to form a team and start going out on missions, Li Chen expressed his thoughts. With this strength, he naturally wanted to complete missions, earn contribution points, and during the process, kill monsters and cultists, contributing to the Federation. Becoming a martial artist meant taking on the responsibilities that came with it. Li Zi, you've run far ahead of us, Deng Zixio sighed. He was only a first-tier grand martial artist now, and while his strength was quite good, enough to spar with many second-tier grand martial artists at school, he was still far behind Li Chen. Yeah, you're forming a team. All we can do is offer our blessings and verbal support, Sudong said, his voice tinged with melancholy. They certainly weren't afraid that Li Chen wouldn't let them join the team. Rather, they didn't want to join just to leech off contribution points. With Li Chen around, they would just be there as bystanders. Look at what you guys are saying, it sounds like I dislike you, although I do a little, Li Chen said with a strange smile while stroking his chin. Dare to dislike us? Get him. The crowd erupted into chaos. Little brother, forming a team isn't hard, but where will you find team members? Li Ai asked the crucial question. The other's strength indeed couldn't keep up with Li Chen, making them unsuitable as teammates. Pao Shui, Yiman, Yixing, and Ru Su are all second grade Grand Martial Masters, and among fourth grade Grand Martial Masters, they are strong. I can team up with them first, Li Chen pondered. The tasks at Jinwu University are not like others, it's dangerous to team up without similar strength. That's my advice to you. Besides, their mentor will be with them, so they won't have much time to complete tasks with you. If you really want to form a team, you might as well temporarily join me in Wei Wei's team, Li Ai said. Isn't that just joining the law enforcement department? Are you too good for the law enforcement department? Li Ai narrowed her eyes, questioning the law enforcement department in front of her as the head. Very good. No, I'm grateful for the law enforcement department's kindness, Li Chen said obediently, speaking slowly as he feared he might get eaten. If you are interested in the law enforcement department, you can all join. Once you join, things will be much easier, but first, you must obey the law, otherwise, the law will show no mercy, Li Ai said seriously. Thank you, Sister Ai. I am willing to join. Qin Yiman was the first to express her willingness. I am willing too, Xu Pao Shui also stated. The others expressed their willingness to join as well. Their group had already been rejected by the student council, so joining the law enforcement department meant they wouldn't have to worry about being targeted. Who knows who might target whom? After eating and drinking, everyone returned to the dormitory. Li Chen pretended to be drunk, trying to pull Chu Pao Shui into Qin Yiman's room, but was seen through by Chu Pao Shui, who gave him a kiss and ran away. Li Chen could only discuss his non-human issues in depth with Qin Yiman alone. At first, Qin Yiman was tough, but in the end, she could only beg for mercy and admit defeat. Will you dare next time? I won't dare. Are you still obedient? Not obedient at all. Still being naughty? I dare. The room was filled with the colors of spring, echoing with laughter and joy. The next day, Li Chen and the others went to the law enforcement department to fill out their information, all applying to join the law enforcement department. With Li Ai present, everything went smoothly, and from then on, they were all part of the law enforcement department. Li Chen also received his first task. This task was to clean out the student council. There were various violations within the student council, such as embezzling contribution points, accepting external benefits, damaging the school's reputation, and harming student interests. The law enforcement department had been investigating, but such matters could never be completely eradicated because there were big fish manipulating everything from behind, even involving the school's leadership. Even Li Ai found it troublesome to handle. However, Li Chen was quite suitable for this task. He was the principal's disciple, and no matter how much trouble he caused, nothing would happen to him. What could the school's leadership do to the principal's disciple? Li Chen was also quite satisfied with this task. Although Lu Ren had been slapped in the face by him, due to years of management, he still hadn't been removed from the vice president position. This time, he aimed to find an opportunity to get Lu Ren removed, and even think of a way to expel him. For enemies, one must eradicate them completely. As for how to investigate, Li Chen wasn't very knowledgeable. It didn't matter. He was only responsible for leading the team, and the other law enforcement team members could handle the investigation. At this point, Li Chen was already the captain of a law enforcement team, and the team members were his companions, Qin Yiman and the others. Dressed in the law enforcement department's uniform, Li Chen led them grandly towards the student council building. Li Chen was now truly the absolute figure of Jinwu University, and his popularity was undoubtedly the highest. The title of the strongest freshman in history was enough to attract a large number of eyes. After so many days, Li Chen took action again, naturally attracting the attention of his classmates. Extra! Extra! Li Chen has joined the law enforcement department, so it's even more justified for him to cause trouble now. Extra! Li Chen and his group are heading to the student union building. There's a good show to watch. Skipped class, watching the excitement is more important. Same here, skipped class. Classmate, have you forgotten this is a real name system? Dare to skip class, a mentor commented below. Teacher, I was wrong, please let me off. Get ready to fail. The forum became lively again. Whenever news about Li Chen came out, the campus forum would definitely boil over. He has always been synonymous with traffic. At this moment, the student union members also received the news, and Lu Ring crushed the pen in his hand. Why is he still alive? Why does he have such a strong puppet? Lu Ring gritted his teeth. The group of assassins who previously surrounded and killed Li Chen were precisely the assassins of the Lu family. They had been trained since childhood, and their martial arts techniques were completely different from the mainstream of the Lu family, making it impossible for others to recognize them. To be safe, they even tried to leak information to the Ancient God Society and the Demon Beasts. However, they never expected that even so, Li Chen remained unscathed and Instead counter-killed the demon beasts and the ancient god society, earning a large sum of contribution points, 30 million contribution points in total, with Li Chen and his two companions each getting 10 million. A third-grade martial sovereign and a third-tier demon commander are worth 10 million contribution points each. These are the pillars of every force, yet two fell into Li Chen's hands. Although Li Chen did not show off, he could not hide from Lu Run, who was well informed. He took a deep breath, forcibly calming the anger in his heart. The primary task now was to deal with Li Chen's actions. He did not know what Li Chen planned to do, but he knew it would not be good for him. Li Chen and his group directly arrived at the entrance of the student union building. At this moment, there were already 20 to 30 people waiting at the entrance, all of them girls, and they were all quite beautiful. Classmate Li, your esteemed presence is a great honor. May I ask what guidance you have? A graceful and attractive female classmate approached. Someone who could score a 90. It's nothing much, it's just a matter of you inviting me for tea, or me inviting you for tea, Li Chen replied with a faint smile. I am Tao Ji, the head of the reception department. These are all members of the reception department. We represent the student union to welcome you all. Please, Tao Ji smiled. Welcome to the law enforcement department, students. The other members of the reception department all slightly bowed, their movements synchronized, looking quite pleasing to the eye. Is this the approach? Li Chen found it amusing. Let's not rush to welcome, let me say a few words first. At Xinwu University, we value both culture and martial virtue. In terms of technology, medicine, and weaponry, we benefit the Federation. In martial arts, we suppress demon beasts with martial skills and mechs. The prestige we have today is due to our school's indelible contributions to the Federation. Li Chen paused here. But look at you now, you resemble behaviors from a commercial society. Does our school need such a welcoming ceremony? We are all classmates, a normal greeting is enough. As for external forces, being able to interact with Xinwu University is their honor. While welcoming is necessary, it should not be this kind of welcome that fills the social atmosphere. Where is our pride as students of Xinwu University? Li Chen reprimanded. At this moment, Tao Ji's expression had already turned slightly unpleasant. She did not expect Li Chen to come up and challenge her right away, completely disregarding face. It seemed that Li Chen's actions this time would be greater than imagined. This is an arrangement made by the president. The operations of the reception department are all according to the student union's regulations, Tao Ji explained patiently. That is your president's decision-making error, the error in formulating rules and regulations. Old Deng, write it down, order them to rectify it immediately, and complete the rectification within a day. Otherwise, punish them according to the law enforcement regulations, Li Chen said loudly. Yes. Captain Deng Zhixiao took out paper and pen and began to jot down notes. Studently, the student council has its own set of operational rules, which are also permitted by the school's higher-ups. The law enforcement department shouldn't interfere so broadly, right? Tao Ji's smile had already faded. The student council and the law enforcement department have always held similar statuses, and many in the student council even consider themselves to be of a higher status than the law enforcement department. Since Li Chen was not giving her face, she saw no need to continue smiling. Everything illegal falls under the jurisdiction of the law enforcement department. Don't use the school's higher-ups to pressure me. They are also subject to the management of the law enforcement hall, Li Chen said, staring directly at Tao Ji, his gaze filled with pressure. I will report this to the president, but whether it gets changed depends on the president's decision. He must change it, whether he wants to or not, he must change it. Li Chen's gaze was indifferent as he looked towards the upper echelons of the student council. Captain Li, don't speak so absolutely. Even your ministers cannot command our president. Is that so? I would very much like to have an in-depth conversation with your president to see if he possesses the ability and courage to make unilateral decisions. The president is currently in a trial. After he returns, Captain Li can have a good discussion with him. I believe you will gain something from it. I look forward to it, and I can assure you he will gain even more. Let's go in. I need to see how the student council truly works for the benefit of the students. Li Chen took the lead and walked in. He was not here as a guest, he was the host. Notify your department to bring all the materials related to various activities, especially those involving finances and contribution points, including but not limited to procurement, donations, subsidies, etc., Li Chen said to Tao Ji. The materials are kept in the safe room, and only the president has the password. We cannot access them, Tao Ji replied. Does your student council's accounting department not have the password? Li Chen asked with a half-smile. No. Alright, notify all student workers in your accounting department to come with us to the law enforcement department. It's a serious dereliction of duty to hand over materials that are supposed to be kept by them. Li Chen made a direct decision. Handling so many student council workers requires our president's consent. Tao Ji's voice had turned cold. To directly take someone from a department was a serious violation of the student council's dignity. When has the law enforcement department needed your president's consent to act? Have you ever seen the police arrest a suspect and ask for the suspect's consent? Li Chen's tone was frivolous. For him, taking someone from a department was a trivial matter. But they are not suspects, and you are not the police. Tao Ji met Li Chen's gaze fearlessly. In my eyes, they are suspects. I am notifying you, not discussing it with you. I will take people away shortly, and anyone who dares to obstruct will be arrested without exception. Li Chen stepped closer to Tao Ji. A powerful sense of oppression surged forward, and while Tao Ji did not want to retreat, her body involuntarily took a step back. She was just a 4th-grade martial artist, unable to withstand Li Chen's overwhelming aura. Captain Li, the law enforcement department does not represent unrestrained power. This is my advice to you. This is not something you should worry about. Li Chen dismissed her words. Li Chen, you are becoming increasingly arrogant. A familiar voice came from the stairs. Lu Run realized that if he didn't come out now, things would get chaotic. Behind him were many ministers and vice ministers, and beside him was another vice president. Except for the president, all the mid to high level officials of the student council had arrived. Who are you? Li Chen asked in surprise. Li Chen, don't pretend to be confused with me. Lu Ren was furious. Li Chen was completely disregarding him. Who do you think you are? You should introduce yourself when you speak. Don't you understand basic manners? How did your elders teach you? Li Chen's words were filled with disdain. I don't care what you pretend to be until the president returns. You can't take anyone from the student council. Lu Ren's eyes blazed with anger. As Lu Ren finished speaking, student council members surrounded them from all directions, and in Li Chen's perception, their numbers exceeded 300. Their momentum surged forth like a violent storm, pressing down on Li Chen and his group. There were only 8 people on Li Chen's side, facing 300. The numerical disparity was immense. In an instant, the aura around Li Chen exploded, a rolling wave of energy emanating from him, heavy as the Tianshan Mountains and surging like the sea. Xin Yiman and the others also unleashed their auras, merging them with Li Chen's. Despite the vast difference in numbers, Li Chen's side did not falter. Because one of Li Chen's was enough to counter 9 of theirs, this was the might of his promotion to martial sovereign. Dark energy surged from a radius of 10 miles, controlled by Li Chen and integrated into his aura. A first-grade martial sovereign could manipulate dark energy over a range equal to that of a blood realm. Lu Ren and another vice president, Guhan, had their blood realms within a 5-mile radius, and their ability to manipulate dark energy was only about 1/5 of Li Chen's. It should be noted that a sphere with a 5-mile diameter is vastly different in volume from one with a 10-mile diameter. Lu Ren and Guhan were also trying to manipulate dark energy but found that almost all of it had been seized by Li Chen. Their range of manipulation was completely encompassed by Li Chen, and they couldn't compete at all. The expressions of both men darkened. They hadn't expected Li Chen to have already advanced to martial sovereign. He had been so powerful as a great martial master. How strong had he become after his promotion? They estimated they wouldn't last 2 moves. After mobilizing the dark energy, Li Chen's side's momentum pressed back against the student council, causing all the student council members to show signs of discomfort, as if a heavy stone were pressing down on their chests, a suffocating feeling overwhelming them. Li Chen wore a mocking smile. You want to suppress him with your aura? Do you think you are worthy? Li Chen maintained his momentum. This time, he intended to completely overpower the student council. Are you done making a scene? A voice came from the sky, carrying a powerful aura that crushed down on Li Chen's group. You all quickly retract your auras. Li Chen sensed the strength of the opposing aura and reminded Qin Yiman and the others. Li Chen braced against the opposing aura, urging Qin Yiman and the others to sever their connection. The opposing aura surged again, causing Li Chen's blood energy to become unstable. The opponent was a 3rd-grade martial sovereign, and a powerful one at that, comparable to 15, but not quite as strong as 11. 11, go up and take him down. Li Chen released 11. 11 soared into the sky, charging towards the one releasing the aura above. Li Chen, you dare to command a puppet to attack me? Do you know who I am? A furious voice shouted from above. I don't care who you are. Anyone who dares to attack the law enforcement department personnel will be treated as a traitor to the school. I have the authority to apprehend you. Li Chen coldly retorted. Bastard, I am the director of the Academic Affairs Office. Do you dare to defy me? The voice from above was frantic. As the director of the Academic Affairs Office, breaking the law is a greater crime. Why don't you surrender? Li Chen didn't care about titles. If someone dared to target him, he would retaliate. Don't you regret it? I have the power to expel you. At this moment, Lu Chuan was already in a precarious position under 11's attack. First, make sure you can keep your position. Li Chen scoffed at such threats. Li Chen, this isn't over between us. Lu Chuan was furious to the point of almost exploding. Which student would dare to disregard the Academic Affairs Office director? Li Chen actually wanted to arrest him. It was simply outrageous. Li Chen, do you know what you're doing? Director Lu is not only the director of the Academic Affairs Office but also the son of the Martial Arts Institute's dean. You're courting death. Lu Ren's tone was filled with glee. Offending Lu Chuan was no small matter. Although it was nearly impossible to expel Li Chen because of this, punishment was inevitable. You should take care of yourself first. All of you just actively attacked our law enforcement personnel. According to school rules, you are betraying the school. Now, all of you, put your hands on your heads and squat down, waiting for our judgment. Anyone who dares to resist, we won't mind letting you suffer a bit first. Li Chen coldly shouted, a metal knife appearing in his hand, ready to chop down on anyone who didn't cooperate. Li Chen, the student council is the foremost student organization. It is not a place for you to act as you please, another vice president, Guhan, retorted coldly. Li Chen knew he was domineering, but he never expected that he would want to arrest everyone here just because of a disagreement. He didn't like Lu Ren's way of handling things either, but being in this position meant he had to uphold the dignity of the student council. What foremost student organization? Which school rule states that? Don't put a crown on your own head. All I know is that you are all students who have made mistakes. If you obediently come back with me, your punishment can be reduced, otherwise it will double. Li Chen pointed his long knife at Guhan. I want to see how you plan to take us back, Guhan said. Brandishing a pair of meteor hammers, he was a violent output fighter. The student council members all drew their weapons. Today, they would not be taken away. Xin Yimin and the others also drew their weapons. Standing beside Li Chen. Li Zi, are we playing too big? Can we get out of this door? Deng Zixio felt a bit apprehensive and transmitted a message to Li Chen. With such a big show, he was a bit scared. What are you afraid of? I can take them all down by myself, Li Chen reassured Deng Zixio. The tension between both sides began to rise again. Any slight movement could ignite the entire battlefield. Tap. A drop of sweat from a student council member fell to the ground, making a soft sound, which, though faint, became the signal to start the battle. Kill! Lu Ren shouted, transforming into a black tortoise and lunging at Li Chen. Guhan swung his meteor hammer directly at Li Chen. Other student council members also began to unleash their martial skills, attacking Li Chen and his group. 10,000 ridges break the sky. Li Chen shouted, swinging his metal knife, and a dense wave of knife energy surged forth, instantly covering the entire area. At the third-grade martial master level, Li Chen could already contend with second-grade martial sections. Now, as a martial sect, he had opened the highest blood mansion. Even without using his ultimate techniques, he could match second-grade martial sects building 8 or 9-layer divine platforms. If he used his ultimate techniques, contending with most third-grade martial sects would be no problem. The strongest here were Lu Ren and Guhan, both first-grade martial sects, their strength far inferior to Li Chen. As for the other students, although they were numerous, the gap in strength was too great to pose any threat to Li Chen. Thus, the knife energy easily shattered all the martial skills attacking him, rolling forward like the wheels of history, utterly unstoppable. The student council members were sent flying by the knife energy, blood raining down, leaving only 4 who still had the strength to resist, the 2 vice presidents and 2 titled martial masters. 4 points of silver light flickered, appearing before the 4 like teleportation. Their newly activated defenses were torn apart by the silver light, which then passed through their bodies. This was Li Chen's little flying dagger. If he hadn't held back, it would have been enough to kill them just now. Xin Yimin and the others were slightly dazed. They had prepared for a bloody battle. But unexpectedly, Li Chen resolved it with just 2 moves. 300 people, all elite students from Jinwu University, were geniuses in the outside world, but here, they were dealt with in 2 moves. Was there no justice left? Was there no law anymore? Just obediently surrender. Why suffer like this? Li Chen shook his head inside at the other party's lack of recognition. The battle in the sky continued. Lu Chuan was quite strong, and it would take some time for 11 to take him down. Li Chen had no intention of helping. It wasn't necessary. 11 would definitely manage. I declare that you have been arrested. You may remain silent, but everything you say will be used as evidence in court. Take them away. With a wave of his hand, chains emerged from the void, binding the hands of the student council members. Though martial arts of the Judgment Divine Canon were indeed effective for capturing people, Xin Yimin and the others exerted their strength to pull the chains, preparing to drag the student council members back. Xin Yimin and the others set off first, while Li Chen remained in place, waiting for the director of the Academic Affairs Office to be captured. Wrath of the Goddess Haina. 11 shouted, and the angry visage of the goddess appeared behind him. The anger of a deity naturally had serious consequences. A large lake in the sky churned, transforming into a giant wave thousands of meters high that crashed down. The powerful wave shattered Lu Chuan's defenses, slamming him to the ground. The concrete floor was directly crushed, revealing the B-grade alloy beneath. The 10-centimeter thick B-grade alloy also cracked, and Lu Chuan coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, already seriously injured. 11, emboldened by his advantage, charged down with the rolling giant wave once more. Li Chen, do you know what you're doing? You're murdering the director of the Academic Affairs Office. This is a capital offense. Lu Chuan's eyes were bloodshot. It was the first time he had suffered such a significant loss. Watch your words. You attacked me first. Everything I did was in self-defense, Li Chen replied indifferently. You're talking nonsense. I merely unleashed my aura to prevent you from starting a conflict. Preventing can be done verbally. All I know is that you attacked me with your aura, which is a serious provocation and contempt towards me and the law enforcement department. I must take you back for questioning, Li Chen stated with righteous indignation. What qualifications? Do you have to question me? Lu Chuan's tone was filled with anger and disdain. You'd better wipe the blood from the corner of your mouth before asking that question. Don't think too highly of yourself, Li Chen glanced at him. What was there to fear? I'll go back with you. I want to see how you plan to question me. I warn you, it's easy for me to go in, but when you want me to come out, it won't be so easy, Lu. Chuan's gaze was cold, as if he wanted to devour someone. What's wrong with you? I'm taking you back. Why would I think about you coming out? You'd better pray you can get out soon, Li Chen sneered. He hated it when others threatened him, yet some people just loved to do so. It was truly a frustrating world. Since Lu Chuan was cooperating, Li Chen let 11 stop the attack. They had to maintain appearances with so many people watching. Behind the scenes, the school's higher-ups were also watching, but surprisingly, no one intervened, not even Lu Chuan's father, the dean of the Martial Arts Institute, Lu Gao. The situation felt strange. Many students witnessed the entire process, and at this moment, they were already so shocked that they couldn't speak. They couldn't find words to express how impressive Li Chen was. The director of the Academic Affairs Office. He actually captured the director of the Academic Affairs Office. This was a tremendous act of defiance. The campus forum had exploded, with students fiercely discussing it. Li Chen is definitely lifting a rock to smash his own foot. I bet he will pay for this. He dares to arrest the director of the Academic Affairs Office. What if he arrests a dean one day? This is lawlessness. This is true lawlessness. Arguing with a mentor is nothing compared to this. A real man dares to arrest even the director of the Academic Affairs Office. Doesn't anyone think Li Chen's strength has increased too quickly? He has only been here for a little over a month and is already a martial sovereign, and he suppressed the entire student council with just 2 moves. Li Chen suppressing the martial king tomorrow doesn't even shock me anymore. Li Chen flew back to the law enforcement department building with Lu Chuan. Li Ai, Miao Weiwei, and other law enforcement team members already knew that Li Chen had captured the director of the Academic Affairs Office. At this moment, they were somewhat at a loss. They were in charge of the students. When had they ever dared to arrest a mentor? Especially a director. Li Ai, Miao Weiwei, and another deputy minister named Xiao Wei sat in the conference room, exchanging silent glances, unsure of what to say. Li Ai rubbed her temples. She clearly remembered that the task given to Li Chen was to clean up the student council, so why had he brought back the director of the Academic Affairs Office? Miao Weiwei twirled her hair, feeling that this matter had exceeded her ability to handle, so she simply lay back and thought, let the world be destroyed. As for Xiao Wei, he started pulling at his hair. If things went wrong, he could graduate early and go home, as he didn't have a martial king-level master to protect him. You don't need to worry about this. I'll handle it with my stinky little brother. Li Ai sighed, her head aching. Is that okay? Xiao Wei showed a hint of unease. He really didn't want to get involved, as he felt he had no right to intervene in such a mess. You should go back. During this time, go out and train. If anything happens, it won't involve you. Li Ai waved her hand. Then, thank you, Minister. Xiao Wei felt relieved and left the conference room. Miao Weiwei didn't leave. She wasn't someone who would abandon her friends. Xiao, if something goes wrong, you just push me aside. That's really not fair, Miao Weiwei complained. The matter is too big. Getting you involved will only drag you down. My stinky little brother and I have teachers backing us. No matter what, we won't face severe punishment. Li Ai pondered. My teacher is at least a martial king. Why should I fear the father and son of Lu Chuan? That's not the point. Then what do you mean? It's just not the point. Then what point are you making? Stop. Li Ai made a stopping gesture. This conversation was making her head hurt even more. Let's go check the interrogation room and see what that kid is up to. Li Ai led the way to the interrogation room. She stood up and looked through the window at the square outside the building, where 300 student council members were being questioned by Deng Zixiao and the others. This matter was indeed significant, but compared to the arrest of the director of the Academic Affairs Office, it seemed relatively minor. Indeed, the significance of a matter is often determined by comparison. She shook her head and walked with Miao Weiwei toward the interrogation room. At this moment, Li Chen did not share the anxious feelings of others. He sat in the main seat and had Qin Yiman bring him a cup of tea. I want a cup too, Lu Chuan said without courtesy. Once you step in here, you're a criminal. Criminals have no right to make demands, Li Chen said bluntly. Criminals still have the right to drink water. Lu Chuan frowned. You, a martial master, what do you need water for? No. Li Chen, if you treat me this way, I will report to the school leaders. Lu Chuan, you attack me first, I will also report to the school leaders. You arrest me, that's overstepping your authority. It won't hold up anywhere. You attack me first, I apprehended you, and I have reason wherever I go. Many things can't be solved just by being sharp-tongued. Many things can't be resolved by playing dumb. Lu Chuan realized that arguing with Li Chen was a mistake. He was no match for him. Li Chen took out the interrogation record and began to fill it out. Sign here. After finishing, Li Chen pushed it in front of Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan glanced at it casually, his eyes widening. It read, I, voluntarily attacking the beloved disciple of the esteemed principal, the federal successor, the most brilliant flower of the Federation, Li Chen. How does he have the face to write this? Lu Chuan was shocked by Li Chen's audacity. As for the signature, of course he wouldn't sign. Signing would be an admission of guilt, wouldn't it? I won't sign anything. What kind of nonsense is this? Lu Chuan said coldly. It doesn't matter if you don't sign, the fact is you attack me first. Whether you admit it or not, that won't change the truth, Li Chen. said nonchalantly. 300 students outside can testify that I was trying to stop you from fighting. Not only did you not appreciate it, but you also actively attack me, the director of the academic affairs office. Now you've brought me here, showing no respect for authority, breaking the law, abusing your power. You should be thinking about how to explain this to the school, Lu Chuan said, crossing his arms and sitting back comfortably. Those people outside are all criminals. When can criminals testify? Li Chen shook his head. Whether they can testify or not is not up to you. You're quite confident, Director Lu, Li Chen said with a faint smile. You'll find out soon enough. Director Lu leaned back in his chair, showing no signs of the embarrassment of a criminal. At that moment, the door opened and Li Ai and Miao Wei walked in. Director Lu, Li Ai greeted, but Lu Chuan didn't even lift his head, ignoring her completely. Bang! Li Chen slammed the table, startling everyone present. You're a prisoner, how dare you not answer our minister's question? Li Chen scolded. Are you out of your mind, making such a fuss? Lu Chuan was extremely displeased, having just been startled and nearly falling over. I see you're guilty and nervous, which adds to your crimes, Li Chen declared. Minister Li Ai, this is your law enforcement department, arbitrarily bringing me, the director of the academic affairs office, back here and shouting loudly, trying to add false charges. It seems the school trusts you too much. It's time for a thorough investigation of your law enforcement department, Lu Chuan said to Li Ai. Director Lu, you're being too harsh. The law enforcement department is managed by the law enforcement hall, which is only accountable to the principal. Although you're the director of the academic affairs office, you don't have the authority to investigate us. Li Ai said with a faint smile, not giving Lu Chuan any face since he hadn't given her any. Li Ai, it seems being a minister has made you think you're someone important. I don't think so, it's just that some people hold a minor position and act like school leaders, making a fool of themselves, Li Ai retorted sharply. Li Ai, what do you mean by that? Lu Chuan stood up directly, his anger rising as Li Ai's words hit a nerve. The literal meaning, you're the director, can't you understand this? Li Ai fearlessly met his gaze. Her temper was very similar to Li Chen's. She didn't want to cause trouble but wasn't afraid of it either, and no one could use their status to pressure her. Their eyes locked, neither willing to back down. Attacking in the law enforcement department adds to your crimes, Li Chen spoke again to pass judgment. You two siblings, not very capable, but your tempers are quite big. Lu Chuan sat back down, closing his eyes to rest. Seeing his demeanor, Li Ai gave Li Chen a look, signaling him to follow her out. Once in the adjacent interrogation room, as soon as Li Chen entered, his ear was grabbed. Li Chen, I told you to investigate the student council, not the director of the academic affairs office. You're just causing trouble. For me, aren't you? Li Ai's tone was somewhat frantic. Sister, wasn't he the one who attacked me first? How could I endure that? Li Chen rubbed his ear, having been pulled again today. The Lu family and the Lu family are already in-laws. It's not surprising that Lu Chuan would take action. Li Ai sighed. They're in-laws? Li Chen didn't know this. The head of the Lu family, Lu Tianba's wife, is Lu Chuan's sister, who is also the daughter of Dean Lu Gao. Li Ai shrugged. That's really complicated. I hate these kinds of connections, Li Chen said with a look of disdain. The two women simultaneously cast a disdainful glance at Li Chen. You little brat, you're the biggest insider here, and yet you look down on others. Do you have no shame? I'm different. I'm excellent in my own right. Li Chen shook his head. Get lost, the two women retorted irritably. The three sat down, discussing their next strategy. Dean Lu definitely won't let his son suffer such humiliation, and he will use this to turn us against each other. As students, if we get the director of the academic affairs office involved, it will infringe on the interests of the entire faculty. Many professors probably won't side with us, and even the principal will find it hard to ignore the reactions of the faculty, Li Ai said, her brows furrowing. Plus, you little brat embarrassed Lu Hui, the backup mentor from the Mecha Academy last time, which also slapped the Mecha Academy in the face. The mentors and the dean there won't look kindly on you, Miao Weiwei added. Have I offended so many people? Li Chen asked in surprise. Can you think about the consequences before you act? Li Ai's suppressed anger flared up again. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. I'll first check with my cheap senior brother to see what the higher-ups are saying, Li Chen said nonchalantly. He has always disliked being overly cautious. Isn't that what young people do? He took out his phone and sent a video invitation to the dean. When the video connected, the voice that came through made the three of them frown. Dean, no. You can't do this. Be serious, the dean scolded his pet parrot, which had learned all the wrong things. Li Ai and Miao Weiwei exchanged glances, as if they had discovered a significant secret about the authoritative dean and were eager to investigate. Senior brother, Li Chen leaned closer to the screen, putting on a shy smile. Kid, how many times have I told you to use titles when at work? The dean glanced at Li Chen, then pulled out a piece of grass to tease the parrot. Dean, about this matter I'm currently dealing with, how did you all discuss it? Li Chen rubbed his hands, trying to gather information. What? Now? You're scared? Weren't you all high and mighty when it came to catching people? The director of the academic affairs office said to catch, and you thought you were the principal? The dean said with a half smile. Dean, you don't know that Lu Chuan attacked me without asking for the facts. Who doesn't know that I, Li Chen, am protected by the illustrious and mighty dean of the Martial Arts Academy? His attack on me completely disregarded you. I couldn't stand it, so I planned to give him a taste of his own medicine, Li Chen said. Don't drag me into this, it has nothing to do with me. That guy Lu Gao has already applied for a disciplinary meeting and I expect a notice to come down soon. You better be careful or you'll end up in a mess, the dean warned. That's purely abusing power for personal gain. I don't agree, Li Chen shouted angrily. You don't agree? You're just a student. The dean was almost amused by Li Chen's antics, who was now completely out of line. Senior brother, you have to help me. I'm the victim, Li Chen said, feeling wronged. I'm not helping you. You've already been expelled, kid. You're good at arguing, it shouldn't be a big problem. Just stick to your guns and remember you're in the right. Got it? The dean instructed. Senior brother, you're so mighty. Li Chen flattered. Alright, stop flattering me. If you can't flatter properly, don't do it at all. The teachers have been out of touch for too long, and the school staff and leaders have gotten a bit too complacent. It's time for them to realize their own shortcomings, the dean said seriously. Senior brother, you are the most righteous. Li Chen gave a thumbs up. Get lost, get lost. Remember to stick to your point and don't fall into the traps of those old foxes. The dean hung up, needing to prepare himself. Big sister, Miao Jie, don't worry, the dean will handle it. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. You little brat, you're still pleased with yourself. You're caught up in a power struggle. Do you know that one misstep could lead to your downfall? Li Ai said angrily, tugging at Li Chen's ear. The three of them didn't wait long before Li Ai received an official notice from the school instructing her to bring Li Chen and the enforcement team, along with LV Chuan and all the arrested student council officers, to the administrative building's large conference room for the trial meeting. A large group of people marched towards the administrative building, and LV Chuan cast a sidelong glance at Li Chen, a smirk of schadenfreude on his face. Stop looking, no matter how long you stare, you won't be as handsome as me, Li Chen scoffed. LV Chuan was once again left speechless by Li Chen's retort. Was this really the time for such comments? The group from the student council appeared relaxed. They were numerous, so they weren't afraid. Li Chen also looked at ease, with the dean having given him a heads up. What was there to fear? Li Zi, it's only our first day in the enforcement department and it's already such a big deal. If we keep this up for a while, will we end up in a military court? Deng Zixiao remarked. I think that's not impossible, Su Dong chimed in. The others nodded in agreement, although they were all students and had nothing to do with military courts, who knew what kind of trouble Li Chen could stir up. They had complete admiration for his ability to create chaos. What do you mean? I'm just being law-abiding. Why would I end up in a military court? Li Chen said, dissatisfied. TCH everyone replied in unison. You being law-abiding? Even the cultists from the ancient god society have turned into shut-ins. Amidst the very thoughts of the crowd, they all arrived at the administrative building and entered the large conference room. At this time, all the school leaders and mentors were present. The leaders sat in the front row of the podium, while the other mentors took seats behind them. The seats below were divided into 3 rows, and Li Chen sat directly in the row closest to the door, with Li Ai and Deng Zixiao also taking their seats nearby, sitting wherever they pleased. LV Chuan sat in the middle row, while the student council members could only sit in the back row. Once everyone was seated, the atmosphere instantly became tense, and no one spoke. The dean of the Martial Arts Academy, Ding Yidao, sat in the middle seat. He was both the dean and the vice president, and since the Martial Arts Academy was important, he held both positions. He picked up a teacup, blowing on the steam, savoring it slowly, making a clicking sound. The judging martial king next to him shot him a disdainful glance, and Ding Yidao raised an eyebrow, giving the judging martial king a self-satisfied look. The judging martial king covered his face with one hand, indicating he couldn't bear to look. Some were anxious, but since the boss hadn't spoken, they didn't dare to. With the principal absent, Ding Yidao was the one in charge. Ahem. Ding Yidao cleared his throat, and everyone perked up. It was about to begin. However, Ding Yidao took another sip of tea, and the crowd's expressions darkened, suddenly feeling that this occasion wasn't as solemn as it should be. Today, at the request of Vice Dean LV, we are holding a school-wide trial meeting regarding the enforcement department, the student council, and the matter involving the director of the academic affairs office, LV Chuan. Let's start the speeches from left to right. Ding Yidao finally spoke. Ahem. Ahem. Li Chen also cleared his throat, and the crowd helplessly thought that their senior brothers were really something else. Respected leaders and mentors, I am Li Chen. I will now explain the events leading up to this situation. At the request of Minister Li Ai, I brought my team to the student council for an inspection. During this time, we were obstructed by senior student council officers such as Lu Run, Gohan, and Tao Ji, who led other officers to block us. They even unleashed their momentum to pressure us. As the enforcement team, as the sword of justice in the hands of Jinwu University, how could we be pressured into submission? We drew our weapons and fought back. At that moment, Mentor LV Chuan, without distinguishing right from wrong, directly pressured us with his aura, causing serious harm to me and my team. Fortunately, I had some means, otherwise, I probably wouldn't even be here now, at least not in one piece. I hereby formally accuse the student council of breaking the law and obstructing the enforcement. department from carrying out its duties, and I accuse Mentor LV Chuan of intentionally harming students. My statement ends here, thank you all. Li Chen bowed to the podium and sat down. Mentor LV Chuan, it's your turn to speak. Leaders and mentors, I want to say that Li Chen is talking nonsense. I received news that the student council was going to clash with the enforcement department personnel. I released my aura. To dissuade them, both sides were pressured by my aura, and I did not target Li Chen's side. Then Li Chen, without distinguishing right from wrong, directly unleashed his puppet to injure me and even overstepped his authority to arrest me and take me to the enforcement department, showing no respect for authority and acting lawlessly. I request the conference to seriously deal with Li Chen and his group. My statement is complete. LV Chuan bowed and sat down. Then it was Lu Ren's turn to speak as a representative. As soon as Li Chen arrived, he had no evidence and wanted to take away everyone from our accounting department. They were enforcing the law recklessly, and of course, we couldn't agree. We just wanted to protect our classmates, but Li Chen relied on force to injure us all, and our student council members can testify that what Mentor LV Chuan said is true. My statement is complete. Lu Ren sat down. According to what you said, you all have a point. This is difficult to handle, Dean Ding said slowly. Dean Ding, this is actually not difficult to handle. There are 3 parties here, and more than 300 members of the student council can prove that LV Chuan was trying to stop them from fighting by releasing his aura. However, Li Chen used a puppet to injure him and even took this director back to the enforcement department, which is a blatant violation of the rules. I suggest canceling all student benefits and putting them in confinement for 3 months, LV Gao said seriously. I also believe that Li Chen's actions are suspect of overstepping, said Zhao Chuanjin, the dean of the Mecha Academy. Others did not speak, many were not qualified, and those who were qualified were not very willing to participate in this matter. Li Chen, both deans believe your actions are biased. Do you have anything to say? Dean Ding said sternly. In response to Dean Ding, the entire accounting department of the student council cannot produce any cashier documents. They are involved in serious violations. According to school rules, I have the right to take them all back to the enforcement department for questioning. Lu Ren and the others not only refused to cooperate but also obstructed my law enforcement, which is indeed breaking the law. As for Mentor LV Chuan, I reiterate, he indiscriminately injured me and my team, which is also breaking the law, Li Chen said calmly. At this point, Lu Ren raised his hand and Dean Ding signaled him to speak. Leaders and mentors, we do have accounting documents, but they are kept by the president. We have already explained the situation, but Li Chen insists on distorting the truth, saying we have none, which is clearly taking advantage of the situation. Here, Li Chen stood up. Again, the school rules clearly state the responsibilities of each department in your student council. The accounting department's inability to produce accounting documents is a serious dereliction of duty, and I have the right to arrest them. The matter was brought back around. After all, Li Chen remembered his senior brother's words and just needed to stick to his reasoning. Li Chen, how do you explain your overstepping authority by taking Director LV Chuan back to the enforcement department for questioning? When did the school grant you such power? Dean LV Gao questioned again. Dean LV Gao, Mentor LV Chuan intentionally harmed students. As a victim, I certainly have the power to bring him to justice. This is a power granted to federal citizens by federal law, and I certainly have it too, Li Chen said mysteriously. Director LV Chuan has already said he was trying to stop you from fighting. This is his duty as the director of the Academic Affairs Office. How can there be any talk of intentional harm? Dean LV Gao said angrily. The fact that we were injured under his oppressive aura is undeniable. Both my team and I can testify to that, Li Chen said, shrugging. You are all in cahoots. What kind of witnesses are you? They're all in cahoots. What kind of witnesses are they? Li Chen pointed at Lu Chuan and the student council officials. Hold on a moment, Dean Ding interrupted the conversation between the two sides. I've more or less understood what all 3 parties have said. Now I will start questioning the student council. Why is your accounting information not submitted to the accounting department? What do you think of school regulations? Who gave you the audacity to operate in violation of the rules? Dean Ding's gaze sharpened as he scanned the student council officials. Most of the student council members lowered their heads, not daring to meet Dean Ding's eyes. Accounting department head, stand up and answer my question, Dean Ding said coldly. The plump head of the accounting department, Shin Fugue, stood up, his back already damp with sweat. The pressure from Dean Ding was too intense, and he was indeed in violation of the rules, leaving him flustered. Vice principal, that it was my negligence in my duties. Shin Fugue could only plead guilty. Such an important matter can be dismissed with just a claim of negligence? This involves resources allocated by the school and donations from all sectors of society, the accounting records of credit points and contribution points, which relate to the welfare of all students. Who gave you the audacity to be negligent? Dean Ding slammed the table. You Dianes, go get the records from the student council building safe and conduct a public audit. If any violations are found, deal with them severely, Dean Ding instructed the Judge Wu Wang. Yes, Vice Principal. Judge Wu Wang did not show any leniency to Dean Ding in this situation. As for the lack of a safe code. It was unimportant. With her strength, the safe would not be able to stop her. At this moment, many student council officials had changed color. That information could not withstand a thorough investigation. Even some mentors' faces changed. Some matters already had their traces. Ding ding, if the student council is to be investigated, the law enforcement department should be investigated as well. That would be fair. They hold the power of law enforcement, which can easily lead to corruption. Dean Lu Gao spoke up. What Dean Lu said makes sense. Then let Yu Dian's thoroughly investigate the law enforcement department later. Dean Ding nodded. That wouldn't be appropriate. The law enforcement department is under Yu Dian's jurisdiction. Dean Lu Gao frowned. Then who will check? You should know that the law enforcement hall is only accountable to the principal. I have no authority to question any of its matters. Are you suggesting that Dean Lu Gao should investigate? Dean Ding said with a smile that was not quite a smile. I have no such intention. Dean Lu Gao shook his head. He wanted to investigate but was afraid that Dean Ding and Yu Dian's would set him up. Then how should we handle Li Chen's abuse of power in arresting the director of the academic affairs office? Dean Lu Gao continued to press. It's hard to judge at this moment. Li Chen's side claims that Director Lu intentionally harmed him, while Director Lu accuses Li Chen's side of abusing power. Both sides have sufficient reasons. I dare not draw a conclusion lightly, Dean Ding said slowly while savoring his tea. Dean Ding, a student can actually arrest a director. If there are no consequences, won't it lead to chaos in the future? What authority will we mentors have, and what sense of belonging will we have? Dean Lu Gao picked up his teacup and said. Some mentors in the back saw his actions and knew it was their turn to stir up trouble. Yes, Dean Ding, students directly arresting mentors has never happened at Jinwu University. This is truly outrageous, an old mentor with white hair said, his face flushed as if he might collapse at any moment from excitement. Dean Ding, what Dean Lu Gao said makes sense. If students can arrest us, how will students view us in the future? What authority do we have? And how will teaching proceed? Dean Ding. One by one, the mentors stood up. They were all from Dean Lu Gao's faction, numbering over 40, a considerable force. It should be noted that there were barely over 200 mentors at Jinwu Academy. Dean Ding tapped the table, not rushing to respond. At that moment, Li Chen raised his hand. Li Chen, what else do you have to say? Dean Ding asked. Li Chen stood up, his expression very serious, as if what he was about to say was exceptionally important. Li took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Dean, esteemed leaders and mentors, I plan to participate in the Jinwu Star Trial. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. As Li Chen finished speaking, the entire conference fell into heated discussion. The 6 words Jinwu Star Trial were indeed too significant for them to ignore. This trial had existed at Jinwu University for a long time, but very few students dared to participate since the school's founding. Only 12 students in total. 12 students participated, but only 5 succeeded. 4. Those who failed, the lightest consequence was the complete loss of their cultivation, while the others all died during the trial. It should be noted that every participant in the Jinwu Star Trial was undoubtedly a top genius at Jinwu University, yet still, the majority did not pass. As for those who successfully completed the trial and earned the title of Jinwu Star, 3 were assassinated by the Demon Clan or the Ancient Gods, leaving only 2. One was the current number 1 in the Federation, the towering pillar of the Federation, the military god, Lord Zhan Huang. Lord Zhan Huang was also the first person to participate in the Jinwu Star Trial and the first to succeed. His achievements were so dazzling that those who later passed the Jinwu Star Trial faced frenzied assassinations from the ancient gods and demon beasts, their lives in peril. The other one was none other than the Judgment Martial King, Master Yu, a woman who did not yield to men. Master Yu had once led an era, with all her peers living in her shadow. Now at the peak of the Martial King realm, she was just one step away from crossing that threshold, although that step was harder than all the previous paths combined. Now, Li Chen actually said he wanted to participate in the Jinwu Star Trial, which truly shocked everyone. Dean Ding was momentarily at a loss for words. How could this junior play such a game? Didn't he say he would just be messing around? Did he not trust his senior brothers' authority? This was simply absurd. Even Lu Run, who had a significant opinion of Li Chen, and the Lu family father and son, were at a loss for words. They believed Li Chen was courting death. Li Chen, are you out of your mind? Li Ai angrily pushed Li Chen back into his seat. Esteemed leaders and mentors, my brother has just lost his mind. Please do not take him seriously, Li Ai said apologetically. No, I'm very serious, sister. Don't stop me, you can't stop me. No one and nothing can prevent a student from participating in the Jinwu Star Trial. This is a rule set by the principal himself, and he cannot stop it, Li Chen declared firmly. Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Li Ai pointed at Li Chen angrily. How could she possibly agree to something so dangerous? I dare to participate, so I have confidence. Li Chen looked directly into his sister's eyes. You! Li Ai was so angry she couldn't find the words. Silence. Dean Ding's voice suppressed the entire room. He slowly stood up, his gaze fixed on Li Chen, his expression very complex. Li Chen, are you really sure you want to participate in the Jinwu Star Trial? Answer me seriously. Yes, Dean, I am sure, Li Chen replied resolutely. Good, since that's the case, the Jinwu trial will officially begin in 3 days. Now, all matters concerning you are hereby dismissed. Those from the student council stay, everyone else can disperse, Dean Ding announced. No one had any objections because as long as a student confirmed their participation in the Jinwu Star trial, nothing could obstruct them, so there was naturally nothing more to say. As for what would happen after the trial, if they failed, it would either be the complete loss of their cultivation or death, and there was nothing more to discuss. If they succeeded, they would be a Jinwu Star, and during their time at Jinwu University, their status would be equivalent to that of a vice president, only accountable to the principal who could do anything to them then. Thank you, Dean, and thank you to all the leaders and mentors. Li Chen bowed and left directly. All the people from the law enforcement department followed him out. There was no need for them to stay here. The people were brought by Li Chen, and now that he was gone, he had no responsibility, and naturally, his team had none either. Li Wei Li Ai shouted Li Chen's full name, word by word. With such a call, one could imagine how angry she was. Her hand instinctively reached up, ready to pull Li Chen's ear. But this time, Li Chen blocked her hand. Sister, I have my own path, Li Chen said seriously and earnestly. What path do you have? Li Ai, unable to grab his ear, resorted to hitting him. Li Chen moved, instantly leaving. Bastard, what a bastard. You're driving me crazy. Li Ai gritted her teeth. Xiao Ai, don't get angry. The matter is already settled. What you need to do is support him, Miao Weiwei advised. I see he's gotten too confident, making decisions without consulting me, Li Ai scolded. But he really has gotten stronger, his abilities surpass ours. We're still single, and he already has 2 beautiful girlfriends, Miao Weiwei said helplessly. Whose side are you on? That's not the point. You need to calm down. Even if he disregards you as his sister, he will still care for his 2 girlfriends. You don't need to worry too much. Miao Weiwei said, seeing things clearly. When has Li Chen ever done something without confidence? You're driving me crazy, Li Ai stomped her foot in frustration. At this moment, Xin Yiman and Xu Piaoxue were already chasing after Li Chen back to the villa. As for Deng Zixiao and the others, they were walking towards Li Chen's villa with blank expressions. They admired Li Chen's courage, and they truly respected his bravery. If they were in Li Chen's position as the principal's disciple with a bright future, they might not choose such a trial, yet Li Chen showed no hesitation at all. This courage made them admire him. You bastard. Such an important matter and you didn't discuss it with us at all. You don't care about us at all. Piaoxue and I are going to find another place right now. As soon as they return to the dormitory, Xin Yiman exploded in anger, feeling that Li Chen was being too reckless. Don't be angry, I have my considerations. Li Chen quickly hugged Xin Yiman and Xu Piaoxue. Xin Yiman struggled, more difficult to hold than a pig. During the new year, Xu Piaoxue didn't speak, but her eyes were red, which made Li Chen feel even more overwhelmed. Holding both girls, Li Chen sat on the sofa. Xin Yiman turned her face away, indicating she didn't want to talk to him. As for Xu Piaoxue, she was crying while holding onto Li Chen's shoulder. Listen to me, I'm not being impulsive. I have a lot of confidence in this trial. The reason I want to participate is that although I'm the principal's disciple, I'm still a student. Many people can easily target me because of my identity. But once I become a true martial star, my status will be equivalent to that of a vice principal, completely stepping out of the student level, which will make many things much easier. Moreover, I'm also preparing to build the divine platform for the divine stage. I need more SSS level techniques to build the platform, and becoming a true martial star will greatly increase my authority, making it much easier to practice SSS level techniques. Li Chen explained his considerations. Then why didn't you discuss it with us beforehand? Xin Yiman's voice was already choked with emotion. I originally wanted to discuss it with you, but I just said it directly to avoid putting my senior brother in a difficult position. Li Chen said, bringing the 2 girls' faces close to his, bridging the distance between their hearts. You're such a bad guy. Xin Yiman punched Li Chen lightly in the chest. Yes, I'm a bad guy who loves you both, Li Chen replied with a smile. Stop crying, look at you 2 little kittens. Li Chen wiped away their tears. I just hope you'll be okay, Xu Piaoxue said seriously. I will be okay, I still need to hold the grandest wedding in the entire federation for you both. We don't want to marry you, we're going to find someone else. Piaoxue, let's go look for him later. Okay. Piaoxue also became playful. I'll make you 2 mischievous. Li Chen tickled the 2 girls. The 3 of them started playing around on the sofa, and after a while, they lay together on the sofa, feeling the warmth of tranquility. Outside, Deng Zixiao and the others were bored, feeding the fish in the garden. They had originally wanted to knock on the door and go in directly, but were stopped by Lu Ruxu, who understood a girl's thoughts. She knew the 3 inside needed some time for deeper communication. It should be about time, let's go in, Lu Ruxu said. A knock sounded, and Xin Yiman opened the door, welcoming everyone in. Li brother, you are this. Yi Xing gave Li Chen a thumbs up, referring to the true martial star trial. His father had hesitated for a long time back then and ultimately didn't dare to participate. Li Chen had much more courage than his father. Everyone gave Li Chen a thumbs up, expressing admiration and support. The first stage of the True Martial Star Trial is being besieged by the top 10 of the True Martial ranking, all tough opponents. Deng Zixiao scratched his head. 1 against 9. The first stage is enough to make people awestruck. Chen Xiaolu sighed. Just a bunch of people to suppress. Li Chen's confidence was evident on his face. Clap, clap, clap. Deng Zixiao applauded. Besides clapping, what else could he say? The others could only clap as well. Only Li Chen dared to say such things. Even the number 1 on the True Martial ranking wouldn't say it. Like that. After gathering for a while, they all had a meal together. Li Ai and Miao Weiwei were also called over by Li Chen. Li Ai was still very angry but didn't say anything more. Perhaps she had come to terms with it. The news of Li Chen wanting to participate in the True Martial Star Trial quickly spread to every student, and even the entire Federation was discussing it. This trial had far-reaching implications. If Li Chen succeeded and survived the assassination attempts, he would definitely become a martial king. A martial king, the pillar of the Federation. Each one would be sung about by the world, and the Federation would publish a biography for them to be read by all citizens. Achieving the title of martial king meant entering a whole new realm, each one wielding great power in the Federation, their words determining the fate of millions. The Federation was paying attention. The Ancient Gods Association and the Demon Beasts were also watching. They were currently discussing strategies to eliminate Li Chen during the trial. Li Chen, oblivious to the external turmoil, spent these 3 days quietly in the villa refining the C transformation pill, trying to fill his blood mansion as soon as possible. The top 10 of the True Martial ranking gradually returned to school under the summons, and in the face of the True Martial Star Trial, all their affairs had to be paused to cooperate with the trial. They were shocked to receive this news, especially those who had been executing special tasks and hadn't paid much attention to the school. When they heard the name Li Chen, it was nothing but unfamiliarity. Especially when they learned that Li Chen was still a freshman. They felt the world had gone mad. A freshman participating in the True Martial Star Trial, was there no other way to seek death? However, once they learned more about Li Chen's information, they were even more shocked. A freshman who defeated Lu Rin to rise to 8th on the True Martial ranking, defeated the preparatory instructor Lu Hui, and even swept through 300 student council members with 2 strikes. Commanding puppets to bring the director of the Academic Affairs Office back to the Enforcement Department for interrogation, while also being the newly accepted disciple of the principal. With all these deeds combined, they seemed to see a legend rising. At this moment, a young man appeared in front of the empty student council building, looking travel-worn. He had flown back. What's wrong with the student council? It's so deserted, he wondered, thinking he might have gone to the wrong place, but that was impossible. He had worked here for too long. This person was none other than the president of the student council, also the second on the True Martial ranking, named Gao Chengjin, whose realm had already reached the 2nd grade martial master, enough to compete with an average 3rd grade martial master. President, you finally returned. A student rushed over from not far away. I remember you. You're an officer from the publicity department. What happened to our student council? Where did everyone go? Gao Chengjin asked in confusion. President, the student council has experienced a major upheaval. Many students are currently under lockdown. The student shook his head inside. That day, Dean Ding conducted a thorough investigation of the student council, uncovering numerous issues, the most significant being the embezzlement of contribution points, which also implicated several teachers. Dean Ding was furious. Many student council officers were punished, and several mentors faced penalties as well. When the student relayed this to Gao Chengjin, he was left speechless, not expecting such significant events to occur in the student council during his absence. The student council had lost face during this time. If it weren't for his teachers shielding him from some of the turmoil, he would likely be in serious trouble now. Gao Chengjin returned to the president's office, standing by the window, overlooking the scenery outside. Li Chen, you've ruined my plans. Do you still think you can pass the trial? Dream on, Gao Chengjin's voice slowly echoed in the office. 3 days quickly passed, and today marked the start of the first round of the True Martial Star Trial for Li Chen. Early in the morning, the fighting arena was already packed with people. Almost all the students had returned. Unwilling to miss this grand event, the school leaders and mentors, except for those dealt with by the law enforcement hall, were all present as well, eager to witness this grand occasion. At that moment, 9 spirited young men and women stood on the stage, the 9 among the top 10 of the True Martial ranking, excluding Li Chen, Ruan Lanlan, Gao Chengjin, Fan Shengxia, Xia Ping, Xu Beibei, Lu Bai, Hu Bo, Lu Run, Yi Fei Fei. Everyone was shouting the names of their idols. Even Lu Ren had his loyal fans. Li Ai and Miao Weiwei were actually stronger than many of those above, but they chose not to challenge ahead, thus remaining outside the top 10 and not needing to participate in the siege against Li Chen. The sounds from the fighting arena seemed to shatter the clouds above. Our junior really knows how to show off. Everyone is waiting for him, Gao Chengjin said with dissatisfaction. Others are the main participants in the True Martial Star Trial. It's normal for them to show off, Lu Bai chimed in. I'm just afraid he's someone who seeks to attract attention, Hu Bo scoffed. Many among them believed that although Li Chen had some strength, he was far from being qualified to participate in the True Martial Star Trial. Less talk, at least he has more courage than us, especially since he's only a freshman. When we were freshmen, we were still struggling as martial artists. Wan Lanlan spoke up. As soon as she spoke, the others fell silent. This was the dominance of the number one on the true martial ranking. Since entering the school, Wan Lanlan had been a figure of prominence. Just the fact that she was a descendant of a martial royal family was enough to draw attention. Not to mention her extraordinary talent, with a natural sword bone, refining sword soul, and a sharp sword path that made all students bow in submission. It was an unstoppable, brilliant sword path that left opponents in despair. The stage quieted down, and at that moment everyone looked up at the sky, drawn by a powerful roar. A giant rock with a wingspan of over 200 meters plummeted from the sky, bringing immense pressure upon them. On the back of the rock stood a young man in a white combat suit, arms crossed behind him, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. His gaze seemed as vast as the starry sky, drawing in anyone who met his eyes. Li Chen! Li Chen! Who else could it be but Li Chen? As he appeared, the entire venue erupted in cheers for his name. If anyone had the highest popularity at True Martial University right now, it was undoubtedly Li Chen. Li Chen landed on the stage, facing the other 9 directly. Li Chen spotted Wan Lanlan at a glance, not because she was the first or because she was beautiful. It was because she was the gentle beauty he had seen on the road in the dormitory area when he, Deng Zixiao, and Su Dong had just arrived at Jinwu University. Li Chen had a deep impression of her. At that time, old Deng had even commented on her beauty in front of her, and Li Chen had nodded in agreement. Now, Li Chen also nodded in her direction. Ruan Lanlan's eyes sparkled with a smile as she nodded back, recalling Li Chen, the polite junior. Who would have thought that their initial nod of acquaintance would lead to a reunion in such a setting? Indeed, fate is wonderfully unpredictable. This bastard never forgets to flirt with girls, no matter where he is. Xin Yimin gritted her teeth, wishing she could pounce on Li Chen and take a bite out of him. We should believe in the one and only. There are plenty of girls who like him, but he has never responded. Xu Piaoxue comforted. Piaoxue, you're too generous. Men's hearts are fickle. We must keep an eye on him, Xin Yimin reminded. Okay, Xu Piaoxue nodded helplessly. Li Shidi, do you look down on us other seniors? Gao Chengjin spoke up. Not at all, but I really don't think much of people like you and Lu Ren, Li Chen replied with a faint smile, clearly recognizing Gao Chengjin, the student council president. The others looked at Li Chen in surprise. He actually responded directly to Gao Chengjin, showing quite a bit of courage. I hope your strength is as tough as your temper, Gao Chengjin said with a forced smile. I also hope you aren't as soft as Lu Ren, Li Chen replied with a half smile. Ha, Li Chen's words are interesting. Damn it, I suspect this guy is openly flirting. Be more confident, just remove the doubt. Laughter erupted from below. Men understood the meaning of that phrase. Before it even starts, I can smell the gunpowder. Youth is indeed full of vigor. Dean Ding flew over from the podium, personally taking on the role of referee this time. I've met Dean Ding. The students on the stage saluted in unison. You all know why you're standing here. If there's nothing else, you can prepare to start. The space is too small. Follow me up to the sky, Dean Ding said as he flew into the air first. Li Chen and the others followed suit, with Li Chen standing in the middle, surrounded by 9 opponents. Just standing among 9 people was enough to create immense pressure. However, Li Chen remained calm. He had developed an invincible mindset along the way, and this situation was no longer enough to put significant pressure on him. I declare that the first round of the Jinwu Star Trial officially begins. Dean Ding's voice echoed far and wide. Boom! The scene instantly exploded with energy as everyone activated their abilities simultaneously. Sword energy, blade light, spear light, palm prints, and fist prints filled the sky in an instant. The air emitted a deafening roar under the overwhelming pressure, and shockwaves spread far and wide. Li Chen instantly shot out 9 flying knives towards the 9 people, the speed of the knives surpassing 30 times the speed of sound, arriving before the old opponents. In an instant, the sudden sharpness startled them. They had heard of Li Chen's extraordinary flying knives, but only when facing them did they realize how dangerous they truly were. Yi Feifei, Lu Ren, Hu Bo, and Xu Beibei were all merely at the initial stage of the first-grade martial sect, and their strength was insufficient to fight beyond their level, so they could not block Li Chen's attack, which was comparable to that of a third-grade martial sect. The flying knives even surpassed their reaction speed, landing directly on their foreheads. Dean Ding acted in time, reaching out to grab, unleashing the power of his profound understanding, and directly crushed Li Chen's blood knives. Yi Feifei, Lu Ren, Hu Bo, Xu Beibei eliminated, Dean Ding announced. At this moment, the 4 were in a daze, especially Lu Ren. Earlier, he had been able to exchange blows with Li Chen, but now he couldn't withstand a single move. Li Chen had far surpassed him, leaving him with a sense of helplessness akin to gazing up at a towering mountain. The martial hearts of the other 3 were also struck by an unprecedented defeat. They were all at least third-year students, yet they were defeated in one move by Li Chen, a freshman. This blow was hard to bear. The students below were already in an uproar. 9 people attacking together had instantly eliminated 4. This was Li Chen's current strength, which could only be described as invincible. Facing the incoming martial techniques, Li Chen stepped on the great rock, his figure swiftly breaking through the air, evading numerous attacks that simply couldn't keep up with him. Only the attacks from Ruan Lanlan, Gao Chengjin, and Fan Xingxia were unavoidable. Ruan Lanlan's brilliant sword energy descended first, tearing the air apart and carrying the aura of suppressing all evil as it approached Li Chen. Ruan Lanlan's realm was that of a second-grade martial master, but her strength had undoubtedly entered the ranks of a third-grade martial master. A metal knife appeared in Li Chen's hand, and with a single slash, a violent momentum surged into the sky, his hair standing on end as if he were a god or demon about to slaughter the heavens. The obliterating aura surged wildly as the heaven-splitting blade slashed out, colliding with the brilliant sword energy. The sword energy rampaged, and the blade light was domineering, shattering the sword energy and cutting across thousands of meters. After blocking the sword energy, Gao Qingjin's fist imprint had already descended. Gao Qingjin practiced the SSS level technique, the Fulong Fist, which was said to be able to subdue even true dragons. The fist imprint resembled a dragon, carrying the unmatched dominance of a true dragon. Li Chen formed the earth-sealing seal with his hands, condensing the power of mountains, rivers, and the nation, which collided with the Fulong Fist imprint. The violent roar was like a nuclear explosion, the airwaves rolling and creating a powerful shockwave. At that moment, a spear light fell upon Li Chen, coming from Fan Xingxia's Shura spear. The blood-red spear light carried the aura of slaughtering all living beings. Fan Xingxia practiced the Shura spear classic, following the path of killing to prove the way, her killing intent being the strongest among them. Li Chen's body erupted with countless sparks, and at a critical moment he had already activated the titanium body. The defense of the titanium body was torn apart, and a wound appeared at Li Chen's waist. The power of the Life Divine Store activated, and Li Chen's wound healed rapidly. At this time, the remaining 5 continued their attacks. Li Chen stepped on the great rock, his figure swiftly moving in midair, instantly arriving in front of Lu Bai. Picking the softest target first, he was the weakest among the remaining 5. Try my 3 axes. Lu Bai wielded dual axes, unleashing powerful axe light towards Li Chen. Li Chen didn't even glance, forcefully shattering the axe light with his titanium body, landing in front of Lu Bai. Burn them all. Lu Bai's martial way was one of relentless advance. He swore not to retreat, his dual axes gathering blood energy and dark energy, continuing to strike at Li Chen. However, burning everything required not only courage but also strength. Li Chen once again forcefully met the opponent's attack, bringing the metal knife down towards Lu Bai's neck. Ding Ding intervened just in time, throwing Lu Bai out and eliminating another person. Li Chen's body soared upwards, trying to shake off the attacks from the other 4. Xia Ping's strength was insufficient, and his attack was dodged again. However, the attacks from the other 3 had already locked onto Li Chen, and he could only brace himself once more. 10,000 Ren breaks the sky. The blade energy spread like a peacock, fanning its tail, instantly blooming in the sky. The obliterating blade energy collided with the 3 divine techniques, and in a hurry, Li Chen couldn't completely block it, being struck by the sword energy and fist imprint. The Undying Divine Store and the Undying Mystique activated, and Li Chen was like a god or demon emerging from the wilderness, withstanding 2 moves with his flesh, sustaining only light injuries. The wounds healed rapidly, and such powerful defense and recovery abilities made the remaining 4's expressions grave. You go down first. Li Chen threw 5 flying knives towards Xiaoping. Primordial Shield. Xiaoping knew he couldn't dodge and directly activated his strongest defensive martial technique for protection. But the gap in hard power still led to his direct elimination. Without the strength of a third-grade martial sovereign, he didn't even qualify to clash with Li Chen. Ruan Lanlan and the others did not help Xiaoping share the burden. This was actually the battlefield for the 4 of them, and the others were merely a source of chaos. The 3 surrounded Li Chen again. The warm-up match had ended, and the real show was just beginning. For a moment, neither side moved, but the rising momentum of the 4 became increasingly fierce. The combined momentum of Ruan Lanlan and the others pressed down on Li Chen. Li Chen mobilized all his strength, his aura raging like an ancient barbarian tiger, standing firm against the 3. A gust of wind swept through, and the scene became explosive once more. Mountain and Sea Sword Classic, pointing the river in mountains. Ruan Lanlan shouted, her long sword sweeping out like a queen commanding the world. The golden sword energy surged forth, like a supreme decree flying from the forbidden city to the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. No one dared to disobey. The sword energy descended, aiming to slay Li Chen, this treacherous rebel. However, Li Chen was no ordinary rebel. He was a great marshal with immense merit, holding heavy troops. If they wanted to kill him, he would make the queen understand what true invincible power and authority meant. With his long knife, he struck out again, the 1,000-meter-long knife energy crisscrossing the sky, intending to split the world in 2 and shatter the queen's grand territory. The knife light collided with the sword energy, the destructive knife light carrying unmatched dominance, forcefully crushing the brilliant sword energy. Li Chen, fully mobilizing all his strength, displayed unparalleled power. The knife light tore through the air, slashing towards Ruan Lanlan. Fulong Fist Classic, subduing the tiger and Fulong. Gao Chengjin made his move, a hazy phantom appearing behind him, as if it had come from the wild ages, a towering figure with a savage body, capable of tearing apart dragons and tigers. Gao Chengjin was a barbarian king body, a definite seat of a martial king, otherwise he wouldn't hold the position of student council president. A fist imprint came from the wild ages, aiming to suppress Li Chen, this true dragon. The knife energy surged again, killing from the present to the wild, wanting to obliterate everything from the distant past. Ultimately, Li Chen, this demon god wanting to destroy heaven and earth, was stronger than the barbarian god who could tear apart dragons and tigers. The knife energy shredded the fist imprint and forced Gao Chengjin back. At this moment, Fan Xingxia had already merged with her spear, descending beside Li Chen. A strong aura of slaughter locked onto Li Chen. He seemed to see countless undead reaching out to grab him, the intense malevolence capable of impacting one's spirit and creating illusions. Break! Li Chen shouted angrily, his powerful mental force bursting forth, shattering all anomalies. The long knife condensed into a sky-splitting knife energy, colliding with the slaughtering spear. The essence of body forging flowed, the power of billions of blood energy enhanced tenfold, reaching the strength of hundreds of billions of blood energy. With just one strike, Li Chen sent Fan Xingxia, along with her spear, flying. On this side, Ruan Lanlan struck again, the sky lighting up with countless rays, so dazzling. It was an innumerable amount of sword energy. Ruan Lanlan descended with a sky full of sword energy, wanting to erase the rebel Li Chen from the world. Li Chen's left hand gathered the sun, and with a punch, a violent sun shot upwards like a missile. Then came a blinding explosion of light, nearly blinding the eyes of the students below. A massive mushroom cloud covered the sky, the nuclear explosion divine fist. Truly like a nuclear bomb detonating. Blood flames rolled, violently destroying everything, naturally including Ruan Lanlan's sword energy. Tear dragon hand. Gao Chengjin quickly followed up, crossing his hands and tearing fiercely at Li Chen, a pair of enormous claws tearing towards him, like an ancient barbarian god ripping apart other deities. Boundless universe. Li Chen spread his hands, a defensive shield of yin and yang converging to cover him. The rapidly spinning shield seemed to rotate the galaxy. The claws descended, wanting to tear apart the boundless universe shield, but all the power was redirected by the shield. And with the tenfold defense of the immortal divine vault and the tenfold defense of the immortal essence, the boundless universe shield remained as steady as Mount Tai. A blood-red gunlight shone brilliantly like a falling star, crashing down on the boundless barrier, seizing the moment when the barrier's power was greatly depleted, shattering it. Li Chen's gaze radiated divine light, locking onto the Azura gunlight. He saw his right hand, glowing with silver light, directly grasp the Azura gunlight. It should be known that the sharpness of the Azura gunlight was enough to penetrate 10 centimeters of A-grade alloy, yet Li Chen chose to catch it with his hand, creating a tremendous visual impact. A peerless genius, like a god descending. At that moment, these 8 words appeared in everyone's minds, and only Li Chen was worthy of them. The old king is fading away, a new king is rising. Someone sighed. Describing Li Chen as a king is not quite right, he should be called an emperor. A king has enemies, while an emperor has none. After today, who can stand against Li Chen? A student nearby remarked. The king retreats, the emperor descends. All the students nodded in agreement. Li Chen had already revealed the aura of an emperor. Flying knives cascaded from Li Chen's side, rushing towards Fan Xingxia, who was under siege. Slaughter the living. Fan Xingxia roared, blood surging to the sky, killing intent filling the air, merging with his spear, enveloped by a beam of gunlight. In his dictionary, there was no retreat, nor was there any defense. Merging with his spear, he collided with the flying knives, charging towards Li Chen. Unfortunately, his power was slightly lacking. The gunlight was torn apart by the flying knives, and blood flowers burst forth from his body as he fell to the ground. Sword commands the mountains and rivers. A clear shout came from above. As Ruan Lanlan struck again, dark energy quickly gathered, and a sword aura, a giant of 10,000 meters, spanned the sky, like a mountain of swords cleaving down towards Li Chen. Watch my knife shatter the rivers and mountains. Li Chen raised his knife, striking with the force of Huashan, a similarly massive knife-like crisscrossing the sky, colliding with the sword aura. Such a terrifying scene. Before the falling star arrived, would have been believed to be a divine attack. Barbarian god dragon slaying fist. At the moment of collision between the sword aura and knife light, Gao Chengjin struck again. The barbarian god's phantom behind him rapidly rose, directly swelling to a height of 1,000 meters. As Gao Chengjin's fist fell, the fist of the barbarian god's phantom also descended. A fist the size of a small mountain smashed down towards Li Chen. Star suppression seal. Li Chen activated the 4th seal of the true martial seal, which could only be used after advancing to martial sovereign, the star suppression seal. A large seal of blue and yellow intertwined appeared, with a star phantom projected on its surface. Upon closer inspection, one could faintly see the shadow of the true martial star. The star suppression seal, meant to suppress the stars, hinted at its immense power. The star suppression seal also reached a height of 1,000 meters, carrying the power to suppress the stars, colliding with the barbarian god's phantom. The might of suppressing the stars was beyond what the barbarian god's phantom could withstand. It was crushed, and the star suppression seal descended upon Gao Chengjin's head, pressing him down towards the ground. Sword of 1,000 miles. The sword in Ruan Lanlan's hand floated up. She was also a psychic. She brought her fingers together like a sword and pointed at Li Chen, the long sword falling like starlight, instantly arriving before Li Chen. Li Chen met it with his knife, the long sword seemingly controlled by an unparalleled swordsman, rapidly stabbing at Li Chen from all directions. Who isn't a psychic? The long knife slipped from Li Chen's hand, quickly engaging in battle with the long sword under his control. The sound of weapons clashing echoed in the sky, thousands of lightning snakes rampaging above, the clash of knife and sword quickly reaching a distance of 1,000 meters. Kill! With a furious roar, Fan Xingxia descended again with his long spear. At this moment, Li Chen's long knife was already restrained, making it his best opportunity. The spear shot out like a dragon, the gunlight transforming into a blood dragon, roaring towards Li Chen with bared fangs and claws. Without that knife, I can still be invincible, Li Chen said. With a confident smile, he formed seals with both hands, continuously unleashing. The mountain suppression seal reflecting the 5 mountains. The sea suppression seal gathering the power of the 4 seas. The town seal reflecting the country and its people. And the star seal gathering the power of the true martial star. 4 great seals were unleashed in succession, directly suppressing the blood dragon into nothingness. As the 4 seals descended, they crushed all of Fan Xingxia's resistance, pinning him to the ground. When the dust settled, Fan Xingxia had completely lost the power to resist. Meanwhile, Gao Chengjin had finally exhausted the power of the star seal and, seeing Fan Xingxia dealt with, his pupils constricted. It was too fast. In less than a minute, only he and Ruan Lanlan remained of the 9. Rather than saying Ruan Lanlan restrained Li Chen's long knife, it was more accurate to say that Li Chen's knife had completely restrained her. Li Chen's feet were like a great rock spreading its wings, swiftly carrying him towards Gao Chengjin. Barbarian God Fulon. Gao Chengjin also unleashed his movement technique and charged towards Li Chen. The barbarian god's phantom behind him was his confidence. As a king body, he believed he was not weaker than anyone. The barbarian god's phantom attacked Li Chen again, both fists carrying the power to suppress the true dragon. Get away from me! Li Chen's right hand formed a seal, and a star seal was unleashed, causing an explosion in the air. The star seal was like a miniature star, directly blasting the barbarian god's phantom apart. If planets could be shattered, there was no need to mention the gods living on them. Li Chen, I will not lose. Gao Chengjin was now in a frenzy. Li Chen had caused the student council's reputation to plummet, and if he, the president, were publicly defeated, the student council would only live in Li Chen's shadow. He exuded a wild aura, as if he were a tribal warrior emerging from the depths of the wilderness. His fists once again gathered the aura of the wild, attacking Li Chen with punch after punch. The fist imprints fell like shooting stars. If they landed in the mountains, they would be enough to turn the entire range into dust. The heavens' net is vast. Li Chen pulled with both hands, and countless chains appeared, forming a heavenly net that blocked all the fist imprints. Li Chen's right hand grasped the air, and 4 chains emerged from the void, binding Gao Chengjin's limbs. Break! Gao Chengjin reached out to grab, exploding the air, and a massive palm imprint appeared, capturing the 4 chains. His muscles twisted like a dragon, dark energy rolling in, merging into his body. The chains were pulled taut and then snapped by brute force. Gao Chengjin now resembled a dragon-slaying warrior from a barbarian tribe descending into the world. Judgment Divine Eye. Li Chen raised 2 fingers to his forehead, and his eyes shot out black and white divine light towards Gao Chengjin's eyes, delivering a powerful mental attack. Break for me! Gao Chengjin's eyes also shot out divine light, colliding with the Judgment Divine Light. However, Li Chen's soul power was much stronger. He activated the Supreme Divine Protection and mastered the mysteries of the soul, showcasing his advantage. The Judgment Divine Light shot into Gao Chengjin's eyes, making him feel as if his brain had suffered a heavy blow, leaving him dazed. Judgment Heavenly Eye. The divine light from Li Chen's eyes shot into the sky. A massive heavenly eye appeared, rotating and locking onto Gao Chengjin. All the hairs on Gao Chengjin's body stood on end, sensing extreme danger. Barbarian God Possession. The barbarian god's phantom appeared behind him again, merging into his body. The wild aura intimidated the 8 directions, and Gao Chengjin threw another punch, the fist imprint breaking through the air, declaring that if heaven wanted to kill him, he would destroy heaven. The barbarian god only worshipped himself, not even respecting heaven. But defying heaven was not something just anyone could do. A hazy light radiated from the heavenly eye, purifying all those who did not follow the heavenly path. And Gao Chengjin was the target of this purification. The pure light, carrying powerful purifying force, cleansed the fist imprint. The pure light descended, enveloping Gao Chengjin, destroying his defenses, and his entire vitality rapidly dissolved, as if he were being melted away. I will not lose. Gao Chengjin became even more frenzied, his momentum rising, and a series of fist imprints shot into the sky, aiming to shatter the heavenly eye. But the heavenly eye looked down from above, its powerful purifying force radiating, dissolving all attacks. Gao Chengjin ultimately could not withstand it, his energy and spirit greatly depleted, and he fell to the ground, crushed by the light. At this moment, his hair had all turned to nothingness, even his flesh was dissolving. If this continued, he would likely end up as nothing but a pile of bones. Gao Chengjin is eliminated, Director Ding announced, casually blocking the purifying light. In the arena, only Ruan Lanlan remained, entangled with Li Chen's long knife. Li Chen, carried by the great pang, quickly approached Ruan Lanlan. Senior sister, it's just you left. Li Chen smiled. Junior brother, you are indeed impressive. As a freshman, you've reached this level, unprecedented, Ruan Lanlan sincerely praised. How about you just admit defeat, senior sister? Admitting defeat is not my style. If I lose, I will lose honorably. Wan Lanlan shook her head. Then I must offend you, little Li flying knife. Li Chen pinched a blood-infused flying knife with both hands, flinging it out, instantly traveling thousands of miles, carrying immense power and penetration. Unity of man and sword. Ruan Lanlan formed her fingers into a sword, a brilliant sword light shooting from her fingertips towards the flying knife. Li Chen controlled the flying knife, constantly changing its direction, seeking angles to stab at Ruan Lanlan. Ruan Lanlan similarly manipulated the sword light, continuously blocking the flying knife's attack routes. Their exquisite control over the flying knife and flying sword was breathtaking. Try my flying knife rain. Li Chen's energy erupted, and in an instant, thousands of flying knives shot towards Ruan Lanlan. Divided light sword chi. Ruan Lanlan drew a circle with one hand, and a light ring appeared, continuously emitting sword chi from within. The sky was covered with flying knives and sword chi, dense lightning snakes darting from the point of collision, illuminating the heavens in fiery red. Explode. With the enhancement of Li Chen's explosive divine concealment, all the flying knives transformed into missiles, the rolling shockwave engulfing Ruan Lanlan. A humanoid sword light shot out from the rolling shockwave, Ruan Lanlan merging with her sword, stabbing towards Li Chen. This was a killing strike. If it failed, she would perish. Ruan Lanlan, born with a sword bone, refining her sword soul, was at this moment the sharpest sword. Like a brilliant meteor streaking through the sky, she descended before Li Chen. 18 layers of hell, Li Chen murmured, the sky darkening, rolling black clouds surging without wind, filling the world with oppression. Layers of hell. Appeared, a yellow river filled with restless souls, penetrating the 18 layers of hell. The cold wind howled, ghostly flames flickered, and Ruan Lanlan suddenly found herself plummeting from the human realm into hell. At this moment, she had lost sight of Li Chen. She stopped, alert to everything. Break! Ruan Lanlan cried out, a 10,000-meter sword chi thrusting upwards, aiming to pierce through the 18 layers of hell. But hell is infinite, not something human strength can break. The sword chi was eroded by the cold wind, dissipating in hell. Ruan Lanlan felt a chill at the back of her neck, as if something foul was blowing on her. She was startled. After all, she was a girl, naturally a bit fearful of the restless souls. She quickly turned around, only to see a little girl with disheveled hair, tears of blood streaming down, staring back at her. Ah! The scene was too terrifying, causing her to scream. She thrust her sword at the little girl. However, the sword chi passed through the little girl's body, having no effect on her at all. The girl was also frightened. This was clearly a mental attack. It's all an illusion, Ruan Lanlan encouraged herself, a soul sword piercing from her brow, destroying the little girl. But she felt a coldness on her shoulder, and from the corner of her eye, she saw a withered black hand resting on her shoulder. Break! She struck out with a soul sword, stabbing behind her. Yet the hand on her shoulder would not let go. Break it! Ruan Lanlan let out a startled cry, her mental energy landing on the ghostly hand on her shoulder, wiping it away. Just as she dealt with that, she discovered that her feet were firmly grasped by another ghostly hand. She wanted to fly up, but found the strength of the ghostly hand surprisingly strong. Then a chill swept over her from behind. Something was there. I give up, Ruan Lanlan said helplessly. Being trapped here, she was completely at a disadvantage, feeling overwhelmed. Senior sister, I apologize. As all the illusions faded, Ruan Lanlan heard a flippant voice coming from beneath her feet. She then realized that it was Li Chen who was holding her feet. No wonder he was so strong. She looked down and met Li Chen's gaze, only to find that this eye contact was a bit awkward, as he was looking at her through the gap between her legs. Her body stiffened. Li Chen's current actions made her feel embarrassed. Perhaps Li Chen thought of something, releasing his grip and quickly rising to her level. I concede. Li Chen cupped his hands in salute. Junior brother is impressive. Senior sister admires you. Let's exchange ideas when we have time. Ruan Lanlan nodded and then descended into the fighting arena. I announced that the first stage of the Jinwu Star Trial is complete. Dean Ding announced, his tone filled with satisfaction. His junior brother had not embarrassed him. Li Chen! Li Chen! Li Chen! The students of the entire school were chanting Li Chen's name. From today on, Li Chen was undoubtedly the number one at Jinwu University. The most crucial part was that he had only been enrolled for a little over a month and had already reached this level. Many students regarded Li Chen as their idol, fervently admiring him. Li Chen also stood on the stage, accepting the cheers of the crowd. Deng Zixiao and the others rushed over, grabbing Li Chen and tossing him into the air. Li Chen fell and was caught by them, then tossed up again. When the cheers subsided, Li Chen returned to the villa, waiting for the next stage of the trial. The casualty rate of the Jinwu trials was so high because the subsequent trials were extremely dangerous. Fighting against the top 10 on the Jinwu list did not pose a life-threatening risk. The second stage usually involved the school assigning Li Chen a task, which would be very difficult and dangerous. Only after completing it could he participate in the third stage of the trial. Li Chen waited for the task to be assigned while maintaining his daily training, and in the evenings he enjoyed a happy couple's life with Qin Yiman or Chu Piaoxue. After spending time together, the two women had shed much of their shyness and became more open. Li Chen was quite excited recently, feeling that sharing a bed was just around the corner. 2 days later, the dean called Li Chen to the office. The two sat down at the tea table, now very casual with each other. After discussing with others, your trial task has been assigned, and it's not easy, the dean said, taking a sip of tea. The second stage of the trial was never going to be easy. I'm already prepared, Li Chen replied, his tone showing no fear. You brat, you're confident, but you must be careful, you only have one life. Compared to your life, everything else is trivial. I hope you remember this, the dean reminded him. Don't worry, senior brother, I won't joke with my life, Li Chen assured him. True, you're at a stage where you know the taste of blood, you wouldn't want to casually throw away your life, the dean shook his head and chuckled. That's not true, Li Chen denied vehemently. You know the truth yourself. Anyway, when I met your two little girlfriends, they were all filled with your aura, the dean teased. Senior brother, let's talk about the task, Li Chen said awkwardly, feeling embarrassed that such a thing was directly exposed. His senior brother was really being disrespectful. According to reliable intelligence, the Ancient God Society plans to carry out a terrorist attack in Yike City, Yike Prefecture, in the Western Desert region, aiming to annihilate the entire city. This operation will be led by a senior steward of the Ancient God Society, and your task is to handle this matter, capturing or killing that senior steward to ensure the safety of the people in Yike City, the dean stated, outlining Li Chen's mission. Another operation by the Ancient God Society. Li Chen's eyes glinted with killing intent. His parents had been killed by the Ancient God Society, and he saw this as an opportunity to reclaim a bit of interest. Be careful, the Ancient God Society is ruthless and can employ all sorts of schemes and tricks. It's hard to guard against them. The main thing is to identify that senior steward, the dean reminded him again. With such a large city, can I investigate it by myself? You can bring a few classmates along. The local martial artist association and martial house will assist you, but it's best to conduct your investigation discreetly. Sometimes going through official channels can expose your actions to the enemy, the dean sighed. Why is the Ancient God Society's infiltration so pervasive? What is it that attracts people to fly into the fire? Power, longevity, money, beauty, all can lead to corruption. Human nature cannot withstand the test. Internal and external troubles. Li Chen left the dean's office, preparing to find someone to accompany him to Yike City to investigate the terrorist attack. He first sought out his group of friends. Now, Deng Zhixiao and the others had all been promoted to Grand Martial Masters, and their strength was quite impressive, capable of solving many problems. Upon hearing about the mission, Deng Zhixiao and the others eagerly expressed their willingness to participate, as everyone was happy to contribute. Once the personnel were confirmed, Li Chen and his group bought plane tickets. The Western Desert region was far away, and taking the high-speed train would be too slow. The next day, Li Chen and his group boarded the plane, flying towards the Western Desert region. Below them, the terrain varied from mountains to basins, and then from basins to deserts. The Western Desert region was situated in the midst of the desert. At the same time, the Western Desert region was located on the edge of the federal territory, and this region was vast, comparable to the combined area of 5 other regions. Due to its complex geographical location and conditions, it had always been quite chaotic, with the Ancient God Society frequently causing trouble in the Western Desert region. There were also demon beasts in the desert, though their types and numbers were relatively few. However, because these demon beasts were adept at hiding in the desert, they were quite dangerous. Through the airplane window, Li Chen saw scattered human settlements in some small cities. It wasn't until they reached the central area of the desert that they began to see the presence of large cities. The plane began its descent. They had arrived in Yike City. Upon exiting the airport, most of the people they saw were dressed in long robes, with women wearing headscarves and men wearing hats, primarily to shield themselves from the wind and sand. Li Chen and his group quickly adapted to local customs, buying several sets of local clothing from roadside vendors, and after checking into a hotel, they changed into them. Li Chen shared a room with 2 women, and when they donned the local attire, they exuded an exotic charm that made Li Chen's fingers itch. He gave both women a big kiss. Then, everyone proceeded according to plan, dispersing to gather intelligence. If one were to say who had the most control over information, it might not necessarily be the martial house, but rather the heads of those gang forces. In this world, there is both light and darkness. Gang forces can never truly be eradicated. Because gangs often engage in gray businesses, they need to maintain good relations with the Martial Artist Association, the Martial House, corporations, and mercenary groups, making their information the most reliable. Li Chen's goal was to find the gang leader in Yike City and inquire about some information. As for whether the other party would be willing to share information with him, Li Chen was not worried. He could handle their punches if necessary. Li Chen took Deng Zhixiao and Yi Xing with him as they set out, planning to start their investigation at some entertainment venues, which would be inconvenient with the presence of women. The 3 of them arrived at the entrance of a KTV, preparing to begin their investigation there. Old Deng, you'll ask later, Li Chen said. Why should I ask? Why don't you ask? Deng Zhixiao replied unhappily. Because you don't look like a good person. I, along with Yi Xing, have a righteous demeanor. If I ask, it will raise suspicion, Li Chen explained matter-of-factly. Bullshit. My dad is the president of the Martial Artists Association. Are you saying I look like a bad person? Deng Zixio was very displeased. Your dad is your dad, and you are you. If you don't believe me, ask Yixing if you look like a good person or a bad person. Old Yi, you tell him. To be honest, you really don't look like a good person. Your aura is a bit sleazy, Yixing said with a serious expression. Words from the heart can be the most hurtful, and Deng Zixio fell silent. Welcome. As soon as they reached the second floor, 2 rows of girls dressed in sexy outfits greeted Li Chen and the others. Li Chen nodded, calm and composed. Deng Zixio and Yixing, however, were quite reserved, having never seen such a scene. They walked through the rows of girls and arrived at the front desk, where they booked a small private room. Following the waiter to the small room, the waiter was adjusting the equipment, and Li Chen signaled to Deng Zixio. Deng Zixio pretended not to see, but Li Chen directly pinched his thigh. Quick, ask, Li Chen urged. Your grandpa? Deng Zixio shot Li Chen a glare, then saw the waiter about to leave and called out to her. Excuse me, is there anything I can help you with? The waiter asked. Do you have that? Deng Zixio stammered, his face turning red. What do you mean? The waiter asked. Puzzled. Just that. Which one? He wants to find some fun, you understand? Li Chen chimed in. Oh, I understand. Please wait a moment, the waiter said, leaving with a knowing look. Why don't you ask yourself? Deng Zixio expressed his dissatisfaction again. I'm training your courage. If you can't even handle this, how will you survive in society later? Li Chen said with a look of concern for him. Thanks a lot. Before long, the waiter returned with 3 girls. It must be said that the girls here had good figures, nice skin, and wore many things that no man could resist, like black stockings. Deng Zixio and Yi Xing became very reserved, while Li Chen shook his head inwardly. How could they play the bad guys like this? Hello, bosses. The 3 girls greeted warmly and then sat down next to Li Chen. Yi Xing and Deng Zixio squeezed their legs together. Oh my god. Li Chen, having some experience from his past life, was not too bothered. What songs do you like, boss? I can help you choose, one girl asked proactively. Anything's fine. What drinks do you want? Our packages are quite good, she continued. Also anything, Li Chen replied generously. Boss is really generous. Looking at your faces, you're not locals. We're from out of town, here to do some business with our elders. The conversation began to unfold, chatting about various topics. These girls were quite talkative, so there was no need to worry about running out of things to say. Boss, don't you like CC? Why aren't you talking? On the other side, Yi Xing was looking down, and the girl teased him. No, it's not that. Yi Xing had a strict upbringing and had never encountered a situation where a girl was half leaning on him like this. Deng Zixio was also blushing, struggling to cope with the girl's enthusiasm. Seeing that it was about time, Li Chen prepared to start. We're also planning to open a KTV here. Why don't you come work with us? Li Chen said. Boss is joking. We've developed feelings for this place. We don't want to change jobs. The girl refused. Most of them were not in a position to switch jobs easily. I understand your difficulties. If you can find out who's behind you, I can talk to them, Li Chen said casually, leaning back on the sofa with his legs crossed. The boss is joking. Who do we have behind us? The girl already sensed something was wrong. Call him, Li Chen said in front of the girl, crushing the ashtray with his fingers. The girl understood the seriousness of the situation. Li Chen and the others were like a strong dragon crossing the river, and they could only call the people behind them. Li Chen chose this place and asked if there were any girls because he knew that these girls were managed by gangs, and through them, it was the fastest way to contact the gang. In just 2 minutes, the door was pushed open and a middle-aged man in a suit wearing a big gold chain walked in with 5 security guards. I heard you 3 are looking for us. The man with the gold chain sat across from Li Chen, glaring at him. You 3 girls, go out first. Li Chen waved his hand, as the upcoming scene might be a bit bloody and not suitable for ordinary people to see. The girl looked at the middle-aged man with the gold chain. He waved his hand, and the 3 girls quickly left this place of trouble. What do you want from me? You can say it. I charge an appearance fee, and you 3 kids better ensure you have enough credit points on you, the man with the gold chain said with a fierce expression. The 5 security guards stood behind him like a wall, enough to scare an ordinary person. But Li Chen and the others had seen all kinds of scenes. It's nothing much, we just want to ask your boss for some information. You'd better pass the message obediently, or you'll suffer a bit, Li Chen said casually. It seems that if I don't show you 3 some color, you won't know your current situation, the man with the gold chain said, lighting a cigarette. His rule was to keep hitting until the cigarette went out. The 5 security guards rushed towards Li Chen and the others, but they flew back even faster, crashing into the wall. They were just 5 low-level martial artists. A breath could extinguish them. The man's face changed, and he forgot to exhale the smoke he had just inhaled. Call him. You aren't qualified to talk to us, Li Chen said, patting his pants as if he were swatting away 5 mosquitoes. You are looking for trouble with our Eagle Gang. The man with the gold chain brought up the gang behind him, trying to intimidate Li Chen. But Li Chen didn't care. It was just a gang, not worth mentioning. He was now a disciple of the Knife Emperor, and if he told the president of the Yike City Martial Arts Association that the security here was bad, the gang would be wiped out by nightfall. I am looking for your eagle gang. Hurry up, I am a patient person. Li Chen casually threw a flying knife, which passed through the man's legs and landed on the chair he was sitting on, scaring him to the point where his head went cold. He almost lost everything. He took out his phone, dialed the number of the hall master, and informed him of the situation here. This time, Li Chen waited quite a while. After half an hour, he finally heard the sound of heavy footsteps coming from the corridor outside, and there were quite a few people, about 30. A middle-aged man in a suit, wearing sunglasses and sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, was the first to walk in. His aura was unmasked. He was a martial artist. You three, looking for me? The hall master shouted angrily. Come here. Li Chen waved casually, and 2 chains appeared, binding the imposing hall master. No matter how the other party struggled, it was futile. The hall master's expression changed. He realized he was in big trouble. This strength was at the level of a great martial artist, and their gang leader was just a great martial artist. But how young was this young man in front of him? He looked like someone with a significant background. Young master, may I ask what you need from me? The hall master immediately put on a smiling face. People like him knew best how to survive. I ask, you answer. Remember to answer honestly. If I want to eliminate you, you won't survive tonight. Do you understand? Li Chen slightly revealed his aura, which felt as deep as the ocean to the hall master. This person is much stronger than the gang leader. The hall master was shocked. This truly was a powerful dragon. Crossing the river. I will definitely speak without reservation. The hall master nodded repeatedly, fearing to anger Li Chen. Has there been anything unusual in Yike City recently? Something different from before? Think carefully, don't rush to answer, Li Chen said slowly. Unusual? The hall master pondered. He knew that what Li Chen was asking was definitely not just any ordinary unusual. If we're talking about unusual, there is indeed something. Not long ago, the Quangshai gang suddenly gained many experts, and the Raichi gang, which was evenly matched with them, was wiped out in one night. According to our gang leader, the Quangshai gang might have the addition of a martial sect master. A martial sect master, such a figure can live quite splendidly in the open. Why would they need to join a gang? We have already prepared to be subdued by the Quangshai gang, but they haven't made any other moves. It's just that there are often people coming out at night, not sure what they're up to. The hall master revealed what he considered the most unusual point. Li Chen's eyes lit up slightly. This was indeed a suspicious aspect. What would a martial sect master join a gang for? No matter how fallen they were, it wasn't necessary. What business does the Quangshai gang mainly engage in? Li Chen continued to ask. They deal in arms. They can get laser bullets and laser cannons. Many mercenary groups go to them for supplies, having laser cannons to assist in hunting. Demon beasts makes it much safer, the hall master said truthfully. Arms, again with the arms, Li Chen pondered. The ancient god society needed a large amount of arms for their terrorist attacks. Do you know how to join the Quangshai gang? Li Chen asked again. The hall master never expected Li Chen would ask this question. He was from the Sand Eagle gang. Big brother, there's no fixed method for recruiting. In this line of work, usually, it's brothers bringing brothers in. For those who come directly to join, our gang generally doesn't accept them, fearing they might be undercover, the hall master said awkwardly. You're quite cautious. Tell me the areas where the Quangshai gang operates, and give me some information on their people. They are in the alloy street in the west of the city. That's the street for trading alloys. It's their territory. I'll send you the information right now, the hall master said honestly. After receiving the information, Li Chen prepared to leave with Deng Zixiao and Yi Xing. Remember, you haven't seen us. If you leak what happened today, you know the consequences, Li Chen said coldly. Big brother, don't worry, we absolutely won't reveal a word, the hall master said with a serious expression. The 3 of them left, and their next target was to investigate this so-called Quangshai gang, which was the most suspicious. They returned to the hotel where they were staying, and the others had also come back. Li Chen called everyone to the room where Deng Zixiao and Su Dong were staying. The 2 of them were single and had no secrets. Xin Yiman and Chu Piaoxue had just gathered around Li Chen when the 2 women sniffed the air. Li bastard, honestly explain, why do you smell like women's perfume? Xin Yiman questioned with her hands on her hips. Chu Piaoxue also looked at him suspiciously. They were very sensitive to women's perfume. Meanwhile, Lu Ruxu also caught the scent of perfume on Yi Xing and went straight for him. Good for you, Yi Xing, looking so honest. How could you have gotten perfume on you? Tell me, what did you go do? Lu Ruxu tugged at Yi Xing's ear. The others instantly found it entertaining, especially the 4 single men, Deng Zixiao, Su Dong, Shen Ming, and Zhang Yuan, who were eager to watch the show. We didn't go anywhere. We just went to KTV and ordered 3 singing companions. Deng Zixiao added fuel to the fire. Li Chen, Yi Xing. Li Chen's eardrums hurt. Xin Yiman was too excited, and Lu Ruxu was also very agitated. Don't get excited, it's not what you think. Li Chen rubbed his ear, nearly deafened. Then tell me, what exactly happened? Xin Yiman was now itching to bite someone. We're just here to gather intelligence, it was all Deng Zixiao's idea. He said we could find the gang behind it through karaoke, and then check for news through the gang. Although this method is terrible, we did manage to gather some information, Li Chen said, shrugging his shoulders. What the hell, Li, you're just pushing. Deng Zixiao was about to say it was Li Chen's idea, but he stopped when he saw the dangerous look in Li Chen's eyes. Ruxu, we really just went To gather information, we didn't do anything, I swear. Yixing was already swearing on this side. Stay away from those useless friends in the future. Lu Ruxu shot a cold glance at Deng Zixiao. You too. Keep your distance from those useless friends, Jin Yiman said as she passed by Li Chen. Alright, Li Chen nodded in agreement, first calming the two women's emotions. Li Chen explained the information he had gathered to everyone, and they exchanged the intelligence they had each found. After some discussion, their immediate priority was to find a way to infiltrate the Qiangsha gang and see what this gang had been up to lately. However, they had no clue how to join the gang. Being too proactive would raise suspicion. What do you think? How do these gangs recruit new members? Li Chen raised his question. Who knows? Shen Ming replied helplessly. I heard my dad say that there are underground boxing activities in the Federation and many gangs recruit members through underground boxing, Deng Zixiao said, recalling something he had overheard from Deng Yu. Underground boxing, that's indeed a good place for gangs to recruit members. After all, most people who fight in underground boxing have their own issues, either they're short on cash, have committed crimes, or have offended someone, making them just right for joining a gang, Yixing pondered. But the locations for underground boxing are very secretive and you need a membership card. We don't have any, Su Dong said helplessly. Can't we borrow a few cards from the Sha-In gang? Li Chen said casually. Meeting you is truly a blessing for the Sha-In gang. Deng Zixiao had nothing more to say. Thinking of it, Li Chen took Deng Zixiao and Yixing to that KTV again. The owner quickly came to Li Chen's side upon hearing he was there. Li Chen stated his needs, and without a word, the owner handed him 3 anonymous membership cards for the underground boxing venue. With the cards in hand, the 3 of them headed straight to the underground boxing venue. It was nighttime, the peak time for the underground boxing scene. They took a taxi to a street in the eastern part of the city and found a bar according to the address. Waiter, I need 3 bottles of 82 red wine. Do you have any? Li Chen asked. 3 bosses, please. Come inside. The waiter understood and led Li Chen and the others to the back. Li Chen showed the waiter the 3 membership cards, and the waiter then took them to a private room. The waiter knocked on 3 spots on the wall of the room, and the wall turned, revealing a passage. Enjoy your time, esteemed guests, the waiter said respectfully. The 3 of them put on the masks they had just bought and walked into the passage. The passage went down for about 100 meters, and the sounds of raucous shouting came from ahead. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! The voices from inside were filled with madness and hysteria, making Li Chen doubt the mental state of the voice owners. Exiting the passage, they entered a vast underground space, which at first glance covered an area of 3,000 square meters. To have such a large operation underground, the power behind the owner here was not to be underestimated. In the center of the underground space was an octagonal cage, the place where underground fighters engaged in life and death battles. Outside the iron cage were gamblers holding tickets, shouting wildly. They were betting lives, and some corners were darker than ordinary people's imaginations. Drink up! A roar erupted from the arena as a fighter exerted all his strength, snapping his opponent's neck. He stood up, raising his hands high to welcome the cheers and curses of the gamblers. Those who bet on his victory cheered, while those who bet on his defeat cursed loudly. Yixing and Deng Zixiao frowned, finding it hard to accept such a reality. A martial artist, not dying on the battlefield against beasts, but instead perishing in such a meaningless place, seemed unjust to them. Relax, we're not here to cause trouble. Places like this exist in many parts of the Federation. It's not something we can resolve now, Li Chen communicated to the 2. Upon entering, he sensed that they were being watched. Any unusual behavior would likely raise suspicion. Hearing this, Deng Zixiao and Yixing relaxed and began to mimic the gamblers, joining in the raucous cheers. Next match, our Poison Mercenary will face off against our Mad Scorpion. You have 2 minutes to place your bets. The betting will close in 2 minutes. All esteemed guests, please place your bets quickly, an attendant announced, as he entered the octagonal cage with a microphone. As for the fighter who died in the arena, he was treated like a dead dog, stuffed into a burlap sack and taken away. The desert was the best place to bury bones. Who would care about one more corpse? Let's go place our bets, Li Chen said. Gambling is illegal, Deng Zixiao muttered. We're being watched, act normal, Li Chen replied telepathically. The 3 casually placed a bet of 10,000 credit points, betting on the Poison Mercenary to win. In any case, Li Chen didn't care who won or lost. Before long, another bloody battle commenced. The fighters entering the octagonal cage wore restraining rings, limiting them to the strength of a first-tier martial artist. What the people here craved was bloodshed, not the display of overwhelming power. The fighters exchanged brutal blows. With no rules in place, any underhanded tactics were fair game. Techniques like low kicks, eye gouging, and ear tearing were common. Within just 10 seconds, blood began to splatter across both fighters. They didn't wear protective gloves, and their sharpened nails tore into their opponents like steel claws, leaving a trail of wounds. Ultimately, the Mad Scorpion proved to be fiercer and stronger, directly twisting the Poison Mercenary's neck and claiming victory. Looks like we really can't gamble. One bet and we're bankrupt, Li Chen scoffed, watching his 10,000 credit points vanish just like that. The 3 approached the black market registration desk, where Li Chen planned to sign up, aiming to make a name for himself first. Choose a nickname. Are you fighting tonight? The attendant asked. Just something casual, let's go. With Emperor, Li Chan replied nonchalantly. The attendant paused, thinking, dude, picking that name here could get you killed, you know? Yi Xing and Deng Zxiao also felt speechless. The air of teenage angst was palpable. They were already university students, couldn't they be a bit more composed? Then I'll go with Heavenly Sovereign, Deng Zxiao said. I'll be Dao Sovereign, Yi Xing chimed in, also embracing the melodrama. Damn it, I've encountered 3 idiots today, the attendant thought, feeling utterly exasperated. However, it was the fighters' freedom to choose their nicknames, as long as they weren't duplicates. The codenames chosen by Li Chen and the others, of course, wouldn't repeat anyone else's. We're all fighting tonight, Li Chen stated. Alright, when your names are called, step up, the attendant said, taking the registered information upstairs for arrangements. After 4 matches, Li Chen finally heard his name. Esteemed guests, the next match is a debut for newcomers, featuring newcomer Emperor against Blazing Flame. You have 2 minutes to place your bets, the attendant announced as he entered the octagonal cage once more. What a cocky newcomer, Emperor. I bet 200,000 he loses. With such arrogance. He must have some skill. I'll throw in 5,000 to support him. I love watching newcomers get torn apart. The gamblers, upon hearing Li Chen's codename, fell into heated discussion. The name was simply too outrageous. The second floor here was filled with private rooms, a place only the prominent figures of Yike City could enter. After hearing Li Chen's codename, many people in the private rooms revealed mocking smiles. This codename was indeed bold. Li Chen had successfully attracted the attention of many. At this moment, he stood outside an iron door leading to the octagonal cage, wearing the confinement wristbands. He could easily break free from these wristbands, but there was no need. In a contest of the same realm, he was invincible. It made no difference who came. Opposite him, a rugged man was making a throat-cutting gesture towards Li Chen, full of provocation. Li Chen, wearing a mask, showed no signs of joy or anger. He didn't take his opponents seriously at all. 2 minutes quickly passed, and Li Chen walked into the octagonal cage with Lai Yan. The iron door was locked by the staff. It would only open upon one side's death or mutual agreement. Emperor, daring to take such a name, I will crush your bones inch by inch, Lai Yan sneered. Li Chen didn't respond, too lazy to engage with such a person. A guy who hides his head and shows his tail, yet has quite the temper. Lai Yan continued to provoke Li Chen. You talk too much, Li Chen moved, stepping forward like a swift wind, quickly closing the distance to Lai Yan. He didn't use any profound footwork, just the sea-level martial skill, gale step, showcasing his subtle realm, his speed fast enough to make Lai Yan's pupils constrict. Die for me. Lai Yan did not dodge, curling his fingers into claws and reaching for Li Chen's face. Li Chen scoffed, casually evading, although his opponent had rich combat experience. Li Chen was no slouch, especially when it came to the level of martial skills he wielded, making it difficult for his opponent to withstand his attacks. Li Chen's shoulder slammed into Lai Yan's chest, sending him flying, crashing hard against the octagonal cage, the alloy mesh ringing loudly. Lai Yan felt as if his ribs had broken, his chest felt heavy, and he struggled to breathe. Before he could catch his breath, Li Chen arrived, his right foot coming down like a battle axe aimed at Lai Yan's head. Lai Yan rolled away to avoid it. But Li Chen's movements were quick. He stepped again, turning into a gale, chasing after Lai Yan's back. Feeling the pressure from behind, Lai Yan attempted the same trick again, rolling away. But was Li Chen the kind of person who would fall for the same trick twice? His right leg struck Lai Yan hard, sending him crashing against the iron mesh once more. Before Lai Yan could recover, he felt a firm and powerful hand gripping his neck. The sensation of suffocation swept over him. For the first time, he tasted death. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! The gamblers roared in frenzy, venting the beastly instincts deep within. But Li Chen did not kill. He didn't mind killing, but not here. It was meaningless. Li Chen casually tossed Lai Yan aside and waited for his opponent to concede. Cough, cough. I concede. Lai Yan's voice was urgent, fearing that Li Chen might change his mind. Li Chen certainly wouldn't change his mind. The staff saw him nod and opened the door. This victory belongs to our newcomer, Emperor. The staff raised Li Chen's hand high. Emperor! 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 The gamblers who had won money naturally roared Li Chen's name. As Li Chen stepped down from the stage, the staff announced that the next match would be between the newcomer Deng Zxiao, Heavenly Sovereign. With the Emperor leading the way, everyone accepted the Heavenly Sovereign as well. Deng Zxiao quickly achieved victory. They came here to boldly charge through the novice village, with no opponents. Finally, Dao Sovereign Yi Xing took the stage, winning in 3 moves. The 3 newcomers were so fierce, attracting the attention of those in the know, especially since their names were so similar, making it clear that the 3 were connected. If they can find the 3 of them together within a force, they would indeed be rare talents. However, for now, no force has made a move to recruit them. Those that can come here are not clean forces, and they need to investigate the backgrounds of Li Chen and the other 2. Moreover, the 3 of them are unwilling to kill, which is also a concern for them. They prefer ruthless maniacs who kill without blinking, as such people are easier to control. Li Chen has also considered the issue of killing, but if he were to kill indiscriminately just to complete a task, then he wouldn't be himself. The 3 of them did not linger too long in the underground boxing gym. Once outside, they removed their masks, allowing others to see their faces. Of course, their appearances had already been altered. As martial artists, they could make slight adjustments to their muscles and even Bones. After comprehensive changes, even Li AI would not dare to recognize the current Li Chen as his brother. He was completely another person. There were always eyes watching Li Chen and the other two from the shadows. They intentionally revealed their faces to make it easier for others to investigate, although they knew that nothing substantial could be uncovered. The three of them went straight back to the hotel, planning to return to the underground boxing gym the next day to stir things up a bit more. As long as their displayed talent was strong enough, the fish would eventually bite the hook. They shared the news with the others. And then all rested. Li Chen lay in the middle, with the two women each holding one of his arms, and the three were whispering to each other. I didn't expect the Federation to have underground black boxing. Like this. Zhu Piaoshu sighed. She was kind-hearted and disliked bloody matters. In this world, there is both black and white. Human desires are limitless, and there will always be those who take risks, Li Chen said, gently holding Zhu Piaoshu's hand. Sigh. Zhu Piaoshu sighed again. At such a young age, learning to sigh like an adult, Li Chen laughed. You say they're young, but when you hold them, why don't you say, they're young? Qin Yiman said with a faint smile. Oh, I want to see how young you are. Li Chen reached out to grab Qin Yiman. Rogue, Qin Yiman spat. Just being a rogue for you to see, Li Chen grinned, his actions becoming more audacious. The next night, the three of them continued to showcase their strength at the underground boxing gym, easily taking down opponents within 3 moves, catching the attention of those who were observant. In a private room, a young man dressed in a black tank top covered in tattoos exhaled smoke, his gaze fixed on Li Chen and the other two, lost in thought. Boss, are you considering bringing those 3 into our scorpion gang? A girl dressed provocatively asked with a faint smile. These 3 have shown a high level of martial arts skills in battle and have rich combat experience. They are indeed rare talents, and I am quite tempted. The boss nodded. Then why haven't you sent someone to make contact? We can't find out their backgrounds. My intuition tells me that things are not that simple. Our Scorpion Gang is a small temple. Perhaps we can't accommodate these 3 deities, the boss said, taking a deep drag on his cigarette. Then does the boss have any intuition about what I want to do? The girl's hand rested on the boss's chest. I only know what I want to do. The boss turned and pressed the girl down, while his subordinates automatically turned away from the private room. They were already used to it. Not only the Scorpion Gang, but other forces in the private rooms were also hesitant, unsure whether they should recruit Li Chen and the other two. Only a young man in the number 1 private room made a decision. The Sandstorm Gang is in need of talent, regardless of their background. Once they enter the Sandstorm Gang, they will be at our mercy. The 3 of them were still watching the fight in the octagonal cage when a man in a suit and sunglasses approached them, saying their boss had requested their presence. Who is your boss? Li Chen asked calmly. The boss of the Sandstorm Gang, the Wind Hall, the man in sunglasses said in a deep voice. Lead the way. Li Chen and the others showed no signs of unusual behavior as they followed the man in sunglasses to the 2nd floor, then entered box number 2. Box number 1 belonged to the owner of the place, and no one else could reserve it. Inside the box, a young man in a suit was lounging on the sofa holding a glass of red wine, sipping it slowly with a look of enjoyment on his face. Li Chen and the others casually found a spot to sit down, showing no signs of restraint. Those who fought in underground boxing had little fear. I don't like to beat around the bush. Our Quangsha gang is in need of talent. I wonder if you 3 would be willing to join us, the young man said. I just want to know if the Quangsha gang is the strongest gang here. We are only interested in the strongest, Li Chen replied in a deep voice. Ha, you guys are quite ambitious. You can go out and ask around. If our Quangsha gang dares to claim 2nd place, who would dare to claim 1st? The young man spoke confidently. In the past, they might not have dared to say such things, but times had changed. The Quangsha gang was now number 1. Since that's the case, we are willing to join. We were part of the Southern Ridge District gang before, but it was destroyed, which is why we came here, Li Chen said, a glint of hatred in his eyes. Out in the world, one's identity is self-given. Oh, after joining us, we will only eliminate others. No one else will dare to touch us. That's my promise to you, the young man said confidently. I have one last question, Deng Zixiao spoke up. What question? The young man did not seem impatient. Do we have to wear suits? I really don't like suits, Deng Zixiao complained. There's no way around it. This is a new rule set by the boss. You'll get used to it. The young man shook his head helplessly. He didn't like it either, but the rules were hard to break. All right, Deng Zixiao replied with a similarly helpless tone. Since that's the case, we are willing to join, Li Chen said. Welcome. From now on, you are part of my Quangfeng Hall. You can call me the Hall Master of Quangfeng. The young man stood up and poured a glass of red wine for Li Chen and the others. The 4 clinked their glasses and downed them in one go, tears of satisfaction welling up in their eyes. Let's go. I'll take you back to the hall to get familiar with it. The hall master led his subordinates along with Li Chen and the others out of the underground boxing venue. Li Chen and the others sat in a luxury car driving all the way to the west of the city, then entered a bar. Hall master. Hall master. As soon as the hall master entered, many people greeted him. This was the gathering place of Quangfeng Hall, where they spent their time when nothing else was going on. Have everyone in the hall gather in the back for a meeting. We have 3 new brothers, the hall master instructed. The hall master led Li Chen and the others through the hotel lobby to the innermost private room. Before long, more than 30 people entered the private room. Quangfeng Hall didn't have many members. Now the Quangsha gang needed elite fighters, and anyone below a high-level martial artist was eliminated. Brothers, let's welcome Li Yi, Deng Xiao, and Yi Yang. The hall master started clapping. From now on, we are all brothers. I'll down a bottle first to show my respect. Li Chen picked up a bottle of beer and tilted his head back to drink it all. Deng Zxiu and Yi Xing followed suit, downing a bottle each. The three brothers are quite generous. We can't let our brothers feel cold. Come on, drink, a bald man shouted, also starting to drink. Others began to drink as well, and Li Chen and the others continued to drink, competing to see who would fall first. The hallmaster took out his phone and sent a message, and soon after, more than 30 young women dressed revealingly entered, carrying drinks. After placing the drinks down, they each settled next to someone, then helped light cigarettes and open bottles. Many gang members had already begun to get hands-on. They were used to this lifestyle. Li Chen and the others could only play along. They kept drinking until late at night before finally saying their goodbyes and heading home. The freedom of the helpers had no restrictions, and activities would be notified. Li Chen returned to his room reeking of alcohol, naturally disliked by the two women, especially when they caught a whiff of perfume, which made them even angrier. Li Chen was punished to sleep on the sofa for a night, which was quite miserable. The next evening, the three of them received a notice from the hall master to gather at the Wild Wind Bar where they had met the night before. Tonight is the day to negotiate with the Shadow Gang. Brothers, let's set off now. The hall master took the lead, with 5 people per car heading towards the outskirts. From the bustling city to the quiet countryside, Li Chen and the others arrived at a vegetable field, a place where farmers lived. The reason for choosing this location was that it was vast and sparsely populated, so if a fight broke out, innocent people wouldn't be harmed. It wasn't that the gang members were particularly kind, but if innocents were hurt, it would be difficult for the authorities not to intervene, and they didn't want to cross paths with the officials in this line of work. Before long, more than 10 cars arrived opposite Li Chen and the others, and over 60 people got out, all dressed in black uniforms. The Shadow Gang had arrived. Wild Wind, your hall master is quite grand, only sending you from the Wild Wind Hall to negotiate with us. The leader of the Shadow Gang spoke with strong dissatisfaction. It was beneath him, a hall master, to negotiate with a mere hall leader. Shadow, our hall master is very busy right now, and this matter can be fully handled by the Wild Wind Hall. The hall master of Wild Wind replied calmly. Damn it, you guys have such big appetites, asking for half of our territory right off the bat. We can take action, but it has to be at market price. The Shadow leader shouted. Our Wild Sand Gang never buys at market price, the hall master said leisurely. Wild Wind, are you trying to take advantage of us? The Shadow leader's voice was filled with anger, feeling that the hen that laid golden eggs was being forced to sell at a discount, which only made him angrier. Boss, they are pushing us too far, let's fight them. Exactly, our Shadow Gang has been rooted in Yike City for so many years. When have we ever put up with this kind of nonsense? Let's fight. The various hall leaders of the Shadow Gang clamored, simultaneously exuding the aura of martial artists, looking ready to fight. The hall master of Wild Wind crossed his arms, watching the show. With the current prestige of the Wild Sand Gang, no one dared to resist. It was all just a tactic to raise the price, and he knew it well. Shadow, I must remind you, the Sand Python Gang that refused to cooperate is already gone, the hall master of Wild Wind said mysteriously. Are you threatening me? The Shadow leader's voice turned cold. I'm reminding you. The hall master's eyes narrowed as he fearlessly met the Shadow leader's gaze. The lowest market price is 80% off, otherwise I have a way to find the young master of the Tang family to take over. At worst, I'll sell everything to the Tang family and then take my brothers to start over in another city. The Shadow leader stated his bottom line. The young master of the Tang family? You, a gang leader, are actually looking to collaborate with the son of the Martial Artist Association president? Aren't you afraid of others talking behind your back? The hall master frowned. If the young master of the Tang family got involved, things would get complicated. The Wild Sand Gang had no intention of fighting the Tang family. They were strong, but they were no match for the officials. What's face worth? I only care about money. The Shadow leader scoffed. Fine, then it's 80% of the market price. I remind you, don't think about playing tricks. The hall master said coldly. I have no intention of playing tricks with you. Once you have the money ready, you can come to me to sign the contract. The Shadow leader turned and got into his car, leaving. Let's go. The hall master also got into the car, and they drove back to the bar together. With the matter settled, the hall master held a celebration banquet, and Li Chen once again returned to the hotel reeking of alcohol, sleeping on the sofa. At this moment, Li Chen wished he could immediately uncover the truth of the matter. Taking the two women back to Jinwu University, this bland life was not one he wanted to live. On the second night, Li Chen followed the hall master and others to the Shadow Gang's base to sign the contract. The signing process went smoothly, with money exchanged while signing the transfer contract. After everything was settled, the leader took Li Chen and the others on a tour of the newly acquired venue. There were a club, a bar, a KTV, and a billiard hall among others. Due to a shortage of manpower, the three of them were assigned to one of the venues, which was a billiard hall. Being newcomers, they certainly wouldn't get the more lucrative spots. Li Chen and the others showed a sullen expression. One must reveal their ambitions for the higher-ups to feel at ease. If they appeared indifferent, the leader would start to doubt them. That night, Li Chen and his companions settled into the billiard hall. If any trouble arose, they would step in to resolve it. Li Chen received a call from the leader, instructing him to clear out a room, as someone would come to renovate and modify it. Although Li Chen was puzzled, he complied. The billiard hall was large and had several rooms prepared for their gang members. After casually clearing one room, it wasn't long before someone came in to renovate. They removed the door and replaced it with a password-protected alloy door. Then, members of the Quangsha Hall arrived, set the door's password, which even Li Chen couldn't know. They entered the room, and after some time, they came out, locked the door, and warned Li Chen and the others not to let anyone touch that room, not even themselves. Li Chen nodded in agreement. The leader reminded the three to cooperate with the Quangsha Hall members at all costs, as they were the core of the Quangsha gang, and all of them were quite powerful. Their strength is indeed impressive. Any one of them has the power of a fourth-grade martial master, Li Chen thought to himself. Li Zi, there must be a secret in that room, Deng Zixiao said. Isn't that obvious? Yi Xing rolled his eyes. Anyone could guess that. We need to find a chance to see what they're up to. Changing the door but not the walls is their biggest mistake, Li Chen said with a faint smile. Those walls were only made of C-grade alloy. They wouldn't pose a challenge for Li Chen. Late at night, after the billiard hall closed, the three of them did not leave. They gathered outside that room, and Li Chen produced a flying knife made of S-grade alloy. Under his control, the flying knife quickly drilled into the wall. Even C-grade alloy couldn't stop it. Soon, a hole was made, and Li Chen extended his mental power inside, his expression instantly darkening. What is it? Deng Zixiao asked, puzzled, while Yi Xing looked curious. Laser bombs, oversized laser bombs, the entire room is filled with them, Li Chen said, his tone filled with murderous intent. Damn it! Yi Xing punched the wall. Now I understand why they keep acquiring these venues from other gangs. They plan to set up laser bombs in these places. Deng Zixiao also punched the wall. Clubs, bars, KTVs, billiard halls, internet cafes, game rooms, these venues are spread all over Yike City. If even half of them fall into their hands, with the devastating power of laser bombs within a 3,000-meter radius, the entire Yike City could be destroyed in an instant. Li Chen took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Fortunately, they are all timed bombs. To launch an attack, they need to come here to activate the timer. If they were remote-controlled, that would be a problem, Li Chen continued. It's now confirmed that the Quangsha gang is the springboard for the Ancient God Society to carry out terrorist attacks. What should we do? Yi Xing asked. First, we need to report this to the dean. Whether the mission is completed or not is one thing, but we cannot let them successfully launch an attack, Li Chen replied, taking out his phone to send a video invitation to the dean. Kid, do you know what time it is? The dean's impatient voice came through the phone. Senior brother, I have important information to report. You better have, the dean said in a low voice. Senior brother, why are you lowering your voice? You're a single man, Li Chen wondered. Who is it, calling so late? A gentle female voice came through the phone, and Li Chen and the others fell silent. What was going on? Wasn't the dean an old bachelor? It's no one, just an inconsiderate guy, the dean replied. Hurry up and say it. It's like this. Li Chen reported the situation. Here. Got it, you continue with your task. I'll arrange for someone to handle the bomb situation, the dean said before hanging up the phone. That's strange, Yi Xing stroked his chin, his eyes revealing deep thought. What's strange? Deng Zixiao asked. I heard the dean has been pursuing the head of the law enforcement hall. Could it be? Yi Xing raised an eyebrow. Those who understood knew. That voice wasn't the heads. Li Chen shook his head. TSK, the dean's devoted male persona has collapsed. Deng Zixiao revealed a mischievous smile. It collapsed a long time ago. The parrot in his office has already revealed a lot of information. Li Chen shrugged, always feeling that his senior brother was not a good man. Men, Deng Zixiao shook his head. A guy as devoted as him is almost extinct. What are you lamenting about? You old bachelor. Li Chen looked at him with disdain. I'm too ashamed to associate with someone like you who straddles two boats. Deng Zixiao also looked down on Li Chen. Li Chen blocked the damaged wall with something, then the same wallpaper, planning to come back tomorrow night to fix it carefully, ensuring no one would notice. Back at the hotel, without the smell of alcohol, Li Chen could finally go to bed. After telling the two women about the information he discovered, they were greatly shocked. The Ancient God Society was truly insane, actually planning to blow up the entire Yike City. In the morning, everyone discussed countermeasures. The most important thing now was to find that chief steward. Only by eliminating the chief steward could Li Chen pass this trial. In my opinion, the Crazy Sand Hall is the real core. You must gain their trust and enter the Crazy Sand Hall to get close to the upper echelons of the Crazy Sand Gang, which would give you a chance to meet that chief steward, Su Dong suggested. The problem is, we three are just small fry watching the scene, with no chance to gain trust, and the Crazy Sand Hall is definitely filled with Ancient God Society people. It's hard for us to get in. Yi Xing shook his head. As long as the Number of crazy Sand Hall people decreases. If we gain the trust of the Hall Master, we might be able to slip in, Deng Zixiao said with a glint in her eye. Speak your mind, Li Chen knew Deng Zixiao might have an idea. Based on my dad's experience in handling such matters, we should directly mobilize officially, strike hard against the gang, and then go undercover to gain the trust of important figures in the gang to enter the core. Deng Zixiao revealed a sly smile. So cliché, Shen Ming complained. Cliché, but effective. I'll talk to the dean and have him cooperate with our actions. Li Chen dialed the dean's phone again, and the dean said he would arrange it. In the afternoon, Li Chen received a reply from the dean saying that tonight the Yike Martial House would conduct a citywide gang sweep focusing on the Crazy Kill Gang, and that Li Chen should look for opportunities to act. That night, the three of them arrived at the Crazy Wind Bar, waiting for the opportunity to come. Police sirens echoed in every corner of Yike City, and sounds of battle could be heard everywhere. Tonight was destined to be an extraordinary night. Brothers, go back and lay low for a while. I heard the district leaders are coming down for an inspection, and the Martial House will focus on restoring order in Yike City these days. Many gang members have already been caught, and quite a few of our brothers have been arrested. The Hall Master gathered all the brothers, briefly said a few words, and prepared to disperse to lay low. Just then, an alarm sounded from the private room. Damn, let's go out the back door. The police are coming. The Crazy Wind Hall Master cursed, opened the secret door of the private room, and quickly escaped through the back passage. Coming out of the passage, they arrived at the old street behind. Quick, scatter, the Hall Master whispered. Thud. Several strong beams of light shone down from the rooftop. Everyone below, don't move. A figure appeared behind the light and then jumped down. Damn it, the police, run. The Hall Master whispered fiercely, leading the charge. Down the old street. Stop. The police shouted, charging their laser guns, beams of laser shooting towards Li Chen and his group. The power of these laser guns was comparable to the long-range martial techniques of third-level martial masters, and many of the gang members simply couldn't withstand it, falling one after another to the ground. At this moment, aside from Li Chen and the other two, there were only the Hall Master and 4 other gang leaders left. The Hall Master was a great martial master, and the other 3 were also above 4th-level martial masters, using defensive martial techniques to withstand the laser beams. As they escaped, the police pursued relentlessly, especially the leading officer, whose aura was incredibly strong, a 2nd-level great martial master, far surpassing the Hall Master's presence. Damn it! The Hall Master cursed angrily. Half of his hard-earned subordinates were gone, and whether he could escape tonight was still a question. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, not understanding how he hadn't received any wind of this. Of course, he hadn't received any news because a deputy minister from the Martial Department of the Western Desert District personally led a group of elite soldiers down, mobilizing the martial forces to act quickly, and those traitorous guys didn't have time to notify him. You can't escape. The police captain reached out, a large handprint coming towards Li Chen and his group. Get lost. The Hall Master produced a long knife, a blade of energy tearing through the handprint. However, the captain's strength was too great, and the Hall Master was pushed back by the force, his breath fluctuating. Damn it, all of you go die. Li Chen gathered his blood energy into flying knives, sending dozens of them flying towards the police. Watch out. The police captain was startled, slapping down with palm strikes, knocking many flying knives out of the air. But there were still some knives he couldn't intercept in time, hitting several police officers. Ah! A few screams rang out as the struck police officers instantly sprayed blood and fell to the ground. Come on, if you're not afraid of dying, come at me. Li Chen crazily shot out his flying knives, blocking the police. The Hall Master and the remaining gang leaders were taken aback, not expecting Li Chen to be a psychic master. Bastard, you're looking for death. The captain's voice was filled with grief, as several of his team members had actually sacrificed themselves. He charged forward recklessly, unleashing martial techniques towards Li Chen and the others. Blocked together. The Hall Master shouted, striking first with a blade of energy to shatter the captain's martial technique.